The man was once the best among all the geniuses in Crane City. However, when choosing a beast to tame, he made a shocking decision. He chose the facehugger. The head teacher advised with great sorrow. Bugs? That's a death trap in the beast world. Do you really want to destroy yourself? The classmates burst into laughter, and even a search on the internet could not find any trace of this monster. However, no one knows that this man is a time traveler with memories of his past life. His cheat code is simple but powerful. It perfectly replicates the settings in movies and TV shows and hatches the most terrifying killing machine in the alien universe. The facehugger is just the beginning, and his real goal is to continuously evolve through genetic plunder. As the resource card flashed, a meter-long beige facehugger slowly crawled on the ground. The fear in it made it dare not move rashly, because it knew that Feng Xiu was their god. Under the man's command, the facehugger successfully parasitized the creature and broke out of the chest a few hours later, quickly evolving into an alien. But at that time, the alien was only a larva. Next, the man began to feed it frantically. What happened next was even more jaw-dropping. After being well fed, the young animal swelled rapidly, its bones protruded, its body grew rapidly, and it instantly became as tall as a two-story building, and it automatically transformed into an alien queen. This is the alien queen? Feng Xiu was very surprised. He didn't expect that the alien he created would undergo such a change. He originally thought that he needed to continuously analyze and create facehuggers in order to cultivate a powerful alien army. As a result, this alien was able to automatically change gender and became the alien queen. Will life find a way out on its own? Feng Xiu couldn't help but sigh in his heart. However, the alien queen, who had awakened her female consciousness, did not start laying eggs immediately, but approached Feng Xiu. She slowly leaned down and stared into Feng Xiu's eyes. Although the queen is the most powerful being in the alien race, since Feng Xiu is the creator, the alien queen is full of respect for him, just like treating a god. It knelt down at Feng Xiu's feet and worshipped him silently. This act of kneeling made Feng Xiu feel a subtle emotion. He tentatively reached out his hand and gently stroked the alien queen's head. It felt smoother than he had imagined, as if he was stroking the thigh of a girl in leather pants. Feng Xiu couldn't help but frown. Why do I feel that my alien queen is quite pretty? Just as he was enjoying this moment, his stomach suddenly made a rumbling sound. Let's go eat. Feng Xiu rubbed his stomach. He realized that he had been here for several hours, and he should go and satisfy his hunger. However, what Feng Xiu did not expect was that the alien queen kneeling at his feet seemed to sense his needs. The alien queen kicked her hind legs hard and completed a quick round trip in just a few seconds, carrying a bloody yellow cow to Feng Xiu's feet. This scene made Feng Xiu a little stunned. It felt like a kitten bringing a mouse back to its owner. It was not until this moment that Feng Xiu realized why the alien queen did not wait for his order to start eating, but stopped after hunting the food. It turns out that in the alien queen's mind, she is merely a hunter, and the food should be enjoyed first by the king Feng Xiu. It's really a hierarchical hive consciousness. Feng Xiu sighed, stroking the head of the alien queen. You eat it, he said softly. After all, resource cards are precious, and the alien queen's hunting method makes it impossible for Feng Xiu to eat them. After pacifying the alien queen, Feng Xiu exited the beast-taming space and returned to the real world. His stomach growled again. Half an hour later, Feng Xiu arrived at the cafeteria of Huqing No. 1 Middle School. As the sky gradually darkened, all the freshmen received their resources from their class teachers. Although it was already evening, there was still a stream of people in front of the cafeteria. Are you Feng Xiu? Just as Feng Xiu was about to enter the cafeteria, a deep voice came from behind him, with a hint of provocation in the tone. Hearing Feng Xiu's name, many freshmen who had just come out of the cafeteria or were about to enter stopped and started talking. Feng Xiu? This name seems familiar. That's the guy who chose the facehugger. I heard he had good grades, but he chose a mediocre beast tamer. I guess he only got in by studying too hard. What you learn before high school is general studies. The real beast taming competition has just begun. The voices of the onlookers gradually turned to one side. In their opinion, Feng Xiu was just a pseudo-academic master who was admitted to Huqing No. 1 Middle School by relying on his poor academic performance. There was nothing special about him. However, Feng Xiu didn't care about these doubts. He thought to himself, who would get angry because of a dog barking on the roadside? Who are you? Feng Xiu looked at the classmate who called him from behind. The other person was wearing a black sportswear, was 1.9 meters tall, had a strong body, and had clear muscle lines, looking very powerful. Physical education teacher? Fang Xiao raised his sword-like eyebrows. Although he was a time traveler, he had some understanding of the situation in this world. In his original world, most PE teachers were weak and sickly, and their classrooms were often occupied by teachers of other subjects. But this world was different. Taming beasts was the most important thing, and PE teachers were the key people responsible for this part. Some PE teachers with rich experience could even overwhelm the authority of the class teacher. Are you the PE teacher? Fang Xiao asked. No, I'm a freshman, ranked 11th, with a score of 674. The other party replied somewhat dissatisfiedly. You're Fang Xiao, right? I heard that your score is 689, ranking 7th. Since we meet, why not see who's better? As soon as the words fell, there was an uproar at the scene. Chen Fan? I've heard of him. The supermarket he runs is the largest chain in our city. As expected, Fang Xiao and Chen Fan have become the hottest names among the freshmen. Suddenly, more and more people gather to watch. Chen Fan has always been unwilling to accept the result. He was confident that he could enter the top 10, but in the end he was ranked 7th by Fang Xiao. Although the school gives freshmen 7 days to train beast tamers, you should have completed the initial training, right? Chen Fan said as he took out the beast tamer space car from his pocket. Fang Xiao didn't expect that he would be challenged on the first day of school, but he naturally had no reason to refuse such a challenge. The biggest advantage of the alien is that it can assimilate the genes of other organisms through parasitism. Since Chen Fan is confident that he can use the beast to fight him, it shows that the beast he trained is extraordinary. More importantly, Fang Xiao also wanted to know how powerful his alien queen was in this world of beast taming. Fang Xiao took out the beast tamer space card without hesitation. Fighting is a basic function of a beast tamer. Even if Chen Fan did not take the initiative to challenge, there would be similar exchanges in the future. Therefore, the beast taming space cards issued by the school can create an online area through the local area network. There is one more thing I want to make clear here. Chen Fan used the resource card to create an online domain and sent a challenge invitation to Fang Xiao. Then his voice sank, and he added, "The person I want to defeat is not just you, Fang Xiao. The top 10 in the entire Huqing No. 1 middle school are my whetstones. I just happened to meet you here first. If I met Li Qingqing, Zhang Shuren, and others here, I would challenge them as well." Chen Fan said in a resounding voice. Obviously, this was not a personal grudge. He just wanted to prove that he, who ranked 11th, was not worse than the top 10. Li Qingqing, Zhang Shuren. Fang Xiao was slightly stunned. Could it be the other people in the top 10? He sighed in his heart. It seems that this Chen Fan has really done a lot of homework. Compared to Chen Fan's fighting spirit, Fang Xiao felt that he was a bit lazy and didn't even know what the top 10 rankings were. However, Fang Xiao did not show it. He just complained quietly in his heart and remained calm on the surface. Now that we've finished talking, let's get started. Fang Xiao said calmly, and then clicked on the invitation on the beast taming space card. Buzz. Instantly, Fang Xiao felt a roar in his mind, and the scene in front of him changed dramatically. The space expanded more than 100 times in an instant. Mountains, waterfalls, and even a camp consisting of wooden houses appeared in front of him. I remember that my beast controlling space only has a few dozen square meters of grassland. Fang Xiao looked at the scenes that did not belong to his beast controlling space, and secretly sighed in his heart that Chen Fan had indeed put in a lot of effort. Roar. Then, the whole space resounded with a deafening roar, far louder than the tiger roar Fang Xiao remembered. The next second, the ground began to shake slightly, and footsteps approached this side like raindrops. Fang Xiao listened carefully. Chen Fan took a deep breath, and his voice became louder. My beast is not a regular species, but a rare ancient species. Since the 3rd year of junior high school, my family has hired a tutor to teach me general knowledge about various ancient species. If you want to cultivate beasts, you must first understand them. Because of the high oxygen content on the blue planet, ancient species are not only huge in size, but also have very strong muscles. Without the guidance of ancient experts, children from ordinary families cannot get in touch with the relevant knowledge of ancient species. No wonder Chen Fan is so confident in defeating the top 10. Fang Xiao thought secretly in his heart, turning his head to look at the huge creature that was roaring. A brown-yellow triceratops was running towards them. The sharp horns on its head were thicker than Fang Xiao's arms, The pelvis around its neck looked unusually strong, and its body was even bigger than a van. If it were the previous world, seeing this giant beast would probably scare people to death. Chun Fan. Fang Xiu looked at the triceratops in front of him and thought to himself, "What is your beast?" "My beast." Fang Xiu hesitated for a moment. Although he told his class teacher that his beast was a facehugger, it was obviously inappropriate to mention the facehugger in this situation. However, none of this matters. What really matters is, where's my beast? Fang Xiu looked around. His beast control space was still a few dozen square meters of grassland, and he could see everything at a glance. When he just returned to the real world, his alien queen had grown to a height of nearly 1.8 meters. But now, where did the alien queen go? Chun Fan saw Fang Xiu's actions, and a trace of doubt appeared on his face. He noticed that since entering the space, he had not seen any creatures like the beast. "Where are you taming your beast?" After a brief silence, Chun Fan finally couldn't help but ask. Could it be that Fang Xiu, who ranked in the top 10, was just a small-town test taker? He only knew how to study hard and knew nothing about beast taming? Fang Xiu ignored Chun Fan and his triceratops. He looked around and suddenly noticed that a deep pit had been dug in his original space at some point, and on one side of the pit was a dark cave entrance. "I understand." Fang Xiu's eyes lit up as he suddenly realized. The social structure of the aliens is the hive consciousness. After obtaining sufficient food, the queen will lay eggs through parthenogenesis. Because it is a hive consciousness, the alien queen will not lay eggs on the plains, but will find a cave to hatch the alien eggs in a dark and gloomy environment. Thinking of this, Fang Xiu looked around and realized that he had not built a suitable nest for the alien queen, which led to her digging an underground cave. But Fang Xiu couldn't blame himself. According to the original plan, the alien queen would need at least 48 hours to grow into an adult. It seems that the food energy provided by the resource card is too much, which has accelerated the ripening of the alien queen. Fang Xiu pondered in his heart. Accelerate ripen. Fang Xiu suddenly had a bad premonition. Looking at the size of the hole, he began to think that things might be a little bad. "Chun Fan, you still have time to withdraw now," Fang Xiu said calmly. As a rare, ancient species, he naturally hopes to enhance the alien's ability by assimilating the genes of the Triceratops. However, since Chun Fan is not a bad person, Fang Xiu will not embarrass him if he regrets it. "Oomph." Chun Fan snorted heavily. Although he also noticed the unusual deep pit, he did not feel panicked. His beast was an ancient Triceratops, with a strong body and horns and pelvis designed for fighting. However, the next second, the entire ground began to shake wildly, and the grass cracked at a speed visible to the naked eye, and the cracks quickly spread to Chun Fan's feet. The Triceratops, which was originally aggressive and full of fighting spirit, suddenly sensed something terrible, and its eyes widened like bells, full of fear. The bone plate on its neck also drooped, and it looked particularly panicked. Hiss, hiss, hiss. Compared with the earth-shaking roar of the Triceratops, the sound coming from the dark cave was a low, hoarse, and strange sound, which sounded like a gas leak. Although the sound was not loud, it continued to echo in Chun Fan's ears. The uncomfortable feeling was like someone sliding fingernails across glass, making his hair stand on end and his scalp tingle. Chun Fan's forehead gradually broke out in cold sweat, and his collar was soaked unconsciously. What kind of beast did Fang Xiu cultivate? Chapter 5. The oppressive feeling of the alien queen, the battle that ended in an instant. Just as Chun Fan felt a chill down his spine, suddenly, a deafening crash interrupted his thoughts. Chun Fan subconsciously looked up and saw a huge black object suddenly leaping up from the ground, making a strange hissing sound. Chun Fan's eyes were almost attracted by the huge figure, whose size almost covered the sky. The Triceratops that Chun Fan cultivated was also frightened and trembled all over, and even sprayed yellow urine intermittently from below. Chun Fan was terrified. His mouth opened subconsciously. His eyes became rounder than a Triceratops, and his expression was dull. Not only Chun Fan, Fang Xiu was also shocked. Before leaving the beast-taming space, Fang Xiu's alien queen was only 1.8 meters tall, but now the behemoth that flew out was actually 4 or 5 meters tall. The pitch-black skeleton became even more solid. A huge fan-shaped crown grew on its head. A layer of armor covered its chest, and sharp thorns appeared on its back, making it look extremely powerful. The alien queen has a huge body. Although it has a pair of forelimbs on its chest, which makes it look a bit uncoordinated. Its standing posture reminds people of Tyrannosaurus rex. Its tail is long and thick, with a sharp blade at the end. The alien queen kept making piercing roars, and translucent mucus kept dripping from its teeth. Before Chun Fan could react, the alien queen had already rushed to the Triceratops, and her tail pierced into the Triceratops' neck like an arrow. With a painful wail, the Triceratops' body began to tremble violently. Blood splattered, staining Chun Fan's face and clothes red. The scene was chilling. Chun Fan's heart was shaken. He had never seen such a terrifying creature before. Although he had no grudges with Fang Xiu, the situation before him made him a loss. The alien queen obviously had no intention of attacking Chun Fan. She turned around and ran back to the underground cave without hesitation. It all happened so quickly. The whole process took less than half a minute. Chun Fan's Triceratops didn't even have time to react. Even the ancient behemoths would find it hard to match such a monster. What's more terrifying is that the alien can assimilate the host's genes and evolve into a stronger ability. At this time, Chun Fan was still in shock and couldn't concentrate on thinking. His mind was blank and full of questions. What exactly was that black monster? Fang Xiu's beast? How could it be completely different from the species on Blue Star? Chun Fan began to recall the biological knowledge he had learned as a child, and gradually realized that it might be a mythical beast species, an extremely rare existence. Chun Fan's mind was in a mess, and everything in front of him made him feel deeply confused and frightened. Suddenly, he felt weak and collapsed to the ground, his face as pale as paper, his whole body weak, unable to recover. At the same time, as Chun Fan lost his will to fight, his beast control space began to collapse. In a flash, Fang Xiu and Chun Fan returned to the real world, surrounded by freshmen who were still gathered near the cafeteria. Although they could not see the whole process of the battle, the lively scene made them not leave easily. However, when they saw the state of Fang Xiu and Chun Fan, everyone was stunned. Fang Xiu remained calm and composed, seemingly unconcerned about the battle just now. Chun Fan, on the other hand, slumped on the ground, his face pale, his clothes stained with blood, his eyes dull. The beast taming space card in his hand fell from his hand with a crisp sound. The students around him began to discuss and speculate what had happened. Someone asked, did Chun Fan lose? What was the situation with Fang Xiu's facehugger? As a freshman at Hutching No. 1 Middle School, Fang Xiu attracted a lot of attention with his top 10 grades in the city, and the news of the facehugger he bred quickly spread among the freshmen. Everyone generally believed that Fang Xiu would lose. After all, everyone thought that his beast control ability was not strong. However, what was unexpected was that the result of the battle was astonishing. This, but Triceratops? Someone in the crowd exclaimed. Everyone's eyes instantly focused on the beast taming space card that fell to the ground. Although this card can hide the species information of the beast, Chun Fan has always been proud and never cares about this hidden function. What shocked everyone even more was that Chun Fan actually cultivated a rare ancient species on the first day of school. Even without evolution, the ancient species was already a terrifying existence. What was even more shocking was that Fang Xiu defeated this powerful ancient species without spending much time. The ancient species was killed instantly. What was Fang Xiu's beast? There was constant discussion in the crowd. Many freshmen began to wonder what kind of monster Fang Xiu's facehugger was that could easily defeat Chun Fan's Triceratops. Everyone took out their phones to search, but they could not find any information about the facehugger. Could it be this is also an ancient species? A student asked doubtfully. For a moment, everyone was filled with curiosity and awe towards Fang Xiu, and also felt deep sympathy for Chun Fan. Originally, everyone thought that Chun Fan's ranking of 11th was just bad luck, but now it seems that the gap between the top 10 and the bottom 10 is really big. However, Fang Xiu did not feel complacent because of this. He knew that this was just the beginning. The alien queen still had more potential for evolution and could become an alien queen, further increasing her strength. Even when the alien population grows large enough, ultimate creatures like the Queen Mother will be born. Chapter 6. The first day of school caused a sensation in the school. At the entrance of the cafeteria, the new students gathered one after another. Many of them took out their mobile phones to shoot videos and uploaded them to Slowhand and Dolu, which soon caused heated discussions at Hutching No. 1 Middle School. When Fang Xiu's class teacher Zhang Yu heard the noise, he immediately put down his work and hurried towards the cafeteria. Thinking that Fang Xiu had chosen the facehugger as his beast, He had already imagined in his mind the scene of Fang Xiu being laughed at. But this is also good. Zhang Yu thought to himself. Compared to falling behind in the baseline test, it is not a bad thing to let Fang Xiu give up the facehugger and choose a stronger beast now that he has discovered its shortcomings. Zhang Yu repeated these words silently in his heart. After all, Fang Xiu was one of the top 10 outstanding students in the city. As long as he was trained well, his future college entrance examination results would definitely not be bad. Even if he cannot rank among the top 10 in the country, he still has the opportunity to enter a 985 or 211 university. As Fang Xiu's class teacher, he is proud of such an achievement. When Zhang Yu arrived near the cafeteria, the students around him had already noticed him, and they all stepped aside to make a passage for Zhang Yu. But to Zhang Yu's surprise, he thought he would see Fang Xiu in a state of disarray after being challenged. But in fact, Fang Xiu was standing calmly in the crowd. And Chun Fan, the student who challenged Fang Xiu, actually collapsed on the ground, his face pale and looking extremely terrified. What's going on? Zhang Yu couldn't help but ask. Fang Xiu's facehugger actually won? Chun Fan is considered a favored child in Huqing No. 1 Middle School. Although he is ranked 11th in the city, he is still a good seedling worth cultivating. Zhang Yu was impressed by Chun Fan. After all, Chun Fan's family background was extraordinary and his strength should not be underestimated. Unexpectedly, this situation would happen today. Chun Fan's beast is an ancient triceratops. Zhang Yu thought to himself, how could a facehugger actually beat a triceratops? This is incredible. Facing such a scene, Zhang Yu couldn't understand what was happening. Fang Xiu. Zhang Yu saw that the atmosphere was a little strange, calmed down, and grabbed Fang Xiu's wrist. Follow me. Fang Xiu looked at Zhang Yu helplessly. Teacher Zhang, I haven't eaten yet. He looked down at himself and smiled bitterly. He had been nurturing aliens for the entire afternoon and was starving. He was just about to go to the cafeteria to reward himself, but Chun Fan jumped out to challenge him, and then Zhang Yu came. He couldn't eat properly. However, Zhang Yu was his class teacher after all, and he was really strong, so Fang Xiu had no choice but to follow him. As soon as he entered the office, Zhang Yu asked seriously, Fang Xiu, what happened? Fang Xiu pretended to sigh. I want to know what happened too. I trained a beast in my dormitory, and my stomach was growling with hunger. I wanted to go to the cafeteria to eat something good, but suddenly Chun Fan showed up and said he wanted to challenge me. How could I be afraid of him? If this gets out, wouldn't it mean that I, Fang Xiu, am afraid of trouble and bring shame to the class? Zhang Yu was stunned and suddenly understood what Fang Xiu meant. It seems to be the case. He nodded, his lips slightly raised, and he felt relieved. Fang Xiu did show enough courage. He lowered his head and thought for a while, then checked Chun Fan's condition. Although there was blood on Chun Fan's body, it was not his blood, but the blood of his beast. Chun Fan was just frightened, and he was fine. Stop talking nonsense. If you take a step back, you will have a bright future. Don't you know that? Zhang Yu waved his hand. Forget it. Let's not talk about this anymore. Let me see your beast. Zhang Yu changed his tone. Although he wanted to know what kind of beast Fang Xiu had cultivated, he was more concerned about how Fang Xiu could scare Chun Fan like that. Just as Fang Xiu was about to respond, a loud noise suddenly came from behind. He turned around and saw a middle-aged muscular man with a square face walking in angrily, followed by a man in sportswear and gold-rimmed glasses. Li Guosheng. Zhang Yu raised his eyebrows and became alert instantly. Li Guosheng, the head teacher of Class 6, was Chun Fan's teacher. The man in sportswear and gold-rimmed glasses was the new physical education teacher, responsible for the physical education classes of Classes 2, 6, and 8. Zhang Yu heard that teacher Zhang Panpan had a strong background and was admitted to a 985 sports university through recommendation and was extremely capable. Zhang Yu, your students killed Chun Fan's beast and publicly humiliated my students. Isn't that too much? Li Guosheng was furious as soon as he entered the room. He slammed the table and glanced at Fang Xiu out of the corner of his eye. Are you Fang Xiu? Li Guosheng's words were full of gunpowder. Fang Xiu was about to open his mouth to refute, but Zhang Yu pulled him behind him. Facing Li Guosheng, Zhang Yu showed no weakness. It's not strange for freshmen to vent their anger, right? Teacher Zhang Panpan, are you here to hold me accountable? You are in charge of Class 2 and Class 6. Fang Xiu is also your student. How could you favor Chun Fan? Zhang Yu said bluntly. Fang Xiu watched this scene silently, thinking to himself, Teacher Zhang Yu looks ordinary, but I didn't expect him to protect his students so much. Zhang Panpan smiled and pushed up his glasses. Misunderstood. Teacher Zhang Yu, I just came to see the fun. He smiled gently, revealing a faint smile. Chun Fan's family once asked me to be his bridging class teacher. I know him a little bit, so I want to know about Fang Xiu's beast control. Fang Xiu, right? Hello, I'm Zhang Panpan, your PE teacher for the first semester of your senior year. Can you let me see your beast? Zhang Yu frowned immediately. He didn't expect Zhang Panpan to make such a request. He hesitated. If he refused, it might affect Zhang Panpan's opinion of Fang Xiu. But if Zhang Panpan really stood up for Chun Fan and suppressed Fang Xiu, the situation would be bad. Zhang Yu was in a short dilemma. Chapter 7. You can watch me taming beasts, but you have to pay. Although Fang Xiu's homeroom teacher is Zhang Yu, the most important beast taming course is taught by Zhang Panpan. If Zhang Panpan harbored a grudge and really wanted to interfere with Fang Xiu's learning progress or even suppress him, it would be difficult for Zhang Yu, as the class teacher, to discover the problem. Even if he knew about it, it would be difficult for him to conflict with Zhang Panpan. Okay. Fang Xiu saw Zhang Yu's embarrassment and agreed readily. After all, in this world, the physical education teacher can ask the math teacher to take leave at any time, so there is no need to intensify the conflict right away. Wait a minute. Li Guoxing's face darkened. He pulled Zhang Panpan over to ask him to help. But why did Fang Xiu suddenly ask him to watch the beast control? Zhang Panpan said nothing when he saw this, but just gave Li Guoxing a look, signaling him not to be anxious. If Fang Xiu's beast was obtained through improper means, he would naturally stand up and speak out as a physical education teacher. Yeah. Seeing Zhang Panpan's expression, Li Guoxing could only nod in agreement, but his heart was still full of doubts. But Fang Xiu did not take out the beast taming space card immediately, but said lightly, "My beast taming cannot be seen for free." Fang Xiu raised a finger. 1,000 yuan, how about it? Zhang Yu, Li Guoxing, and Zhang Panpan were all stunned at the same time, with a question mark in their minds. How come even watching the Beastmaster cost money? They, the class teacher and the physical education teacher, were actually asked to pay to watch the Beastmaster. They really didn't expect it. Alas, seeing the three of them staring with wide eyes, Fang Xiu sighed helplessly. My family is ordinary, not as wealthy as Chun Fan's family. The expansion of the beast control space and various beast control food are not small expenses. I don't want to put myself in financial difficulties. He continued to explain, I'm not crying poor to you. I'm really poor. Fang Xiu's words made Zhang Yu think. He knew that in this era, many students tried their best to get into the college entrance examination. The road to becoming a Beastmaster was not only about resources and strength, but sometimes family background would also directly affect the development of students. Many students who originally had potential often had to choose ordinary universities because their families had no money. What you said makes sense. Zhang Yu took out his mobile phone helplessly, added Fang Xiu's WeChat, and transferred 1,000 yuan. Zhang Panpan saw this and didn't say much. After all, any teacher might be short of money, except the physical education teacher. Li Guoxing was so angry that he almost exploded. He pointed at Fang Xiu angrily and said, Are you guys from class going too far? You beat up my students, and now you want me to pay to watch your students taming beasts? This is bullying. Fang Xiu responded calmly. Then Mr. Li can wait outside. I won't force you to watch. He said confidently, If you don't want to pay, just wait. Li Guoxing was so angry that he was shaking all over, but his curiosity made him unable to help but pay the money. After all, he really wanted to know what Fang Xiu's beast was. Okay. Fang Xiu smiled, took the money, and without hesitation took out the beast taming space card and extended an invitation to the three teachers. A ray of light flashed, and Fang Xiu entered the beast control space again. Although Li Guoxing was furious, he was a teacher after all, and he did not intend to do anything irrational in such an occasion. So he entered Fang Xiu's space with Zhang Yu and Zhang Panpan. Where is your beast? Zhang Yu looked around, and there was nothing around. Fang Xiu's beast control space was still the original grassland appearance. Although he could see it clearly, he didn't even see a decent beast. Follow me. Fang Xiu waved his hand to signal the three to follow, and led them to a dark underground cave. The cave was cold and dark, with a strange atmosphere. Fang Xiu realized that the alien queen would actually dig underground caves, which he had not expected just now. Now, seeing this cold and gloomy cave, Fang Xiu suddenly understood. Aliens like to lay eggs in this kind of environment. For humans, such a place is almost blind. Snap! Just as Fang Xiu was about to light the torch, Zhang Panpan suddenly snapped his fingers. Electric eel, Zhang Panpan whispered, and 3 silver-white electric eels appeared out of thin air and surrounded him. Then, these electric eels flashed dazzling white light, illuminating the dark cave as if it were daytime. Fang Xiu was surprised to find that these electric eels could actually float in the air, completely ignoring the law of gravity. This light was even brighter than the main's electricity. Is this the real beast tamer? Fang Xiu was shocked. Fang Xiu had seen some beast taming videos on the internet, but this kind of immersive feeling could not be compared with the videos at all. If my facehugger can parasitize these photoelectric eels, Fang Xiu thought to himself, it would be so cool to have an alien that can glow and generate electricity. Teacher Zhang, can you give me one of your beasts? Fang Xiu asked politely. Zhang Panpan smiled and shook her head. Even if I want to give you one, you can't control a beast of the level of the photoelectric eel. He said seriously, if the Beastmaster is not strong enough, not only will he not be able to control the beast, but he will be attacked by it. Zhang Panpan seriously warned Fang Xiu that although he had just defeated Chen Fan, the path to training a Beastmaster was not easy, and Fang Xiu still had a long way to go and should not rush to pursue strength. However, Fang Xiu did not intend to use the photoelectric eel as a beast. He only wanted to use it to feed his alien. But if he said this, it would probably surprise Zhang Panpan. Out of control, Fang Xiu seemed to be thinking about something. He knew that the aliens were a hierarchical insect society and the alien king had supreme power. But after becoming a beast, will this level of rules still apply? No. Fang Xiu shook his head and thought to himself, there's nothing to worry about. If the alien queen is destined to be a witch, then I will become the demon king. Chapter 8. The Shock Teachers. This alien is a fantasy beast. Along the way, Fang Xiu kept asking Zhang Panpan about the knowledge of beast control. Although he knew that Zhang Panpan intended to help Chen Fan, this knowledge was still extremely valuable to him and could serve as his future experience accumulation. And with Zhang Yu by his side, Fang Xiu was not worried that Zhang Panpan would mislead him. As the team continued to go deeper into the cave, Zhang Panpan gradually realized that something was wrong. Teacher Zhang, Teacher Li, don't you think this cave is too exaggerated? He frowned and asked. The height of the cave was as high as a 3-story building. What kind of beast did Fang Xiu cultivate that required such a large space? At the same time, the strange hissing sound coming from the depths of the cave became louder and louder. The sound was harsh and chilling. Although Zhang Panpan was knowledgeable and had come into contact with many terrifying beasts, Fang Xiu had just entered the first year of high school and had been in school for less than a day. How could such a monster be his beast? Zhang Yu's expression became more and more strange. After hearing what Zhang Pansheng said, something is indeed wrong. I remember Fang Xiu's beast is a facehugger, right? Why does it need such a large space? Finally, after passing through several bends, the 4 arrived at the main nest of the cave. Zhang Panpan's photoelectric eel quickly flew into the air, expanding the light to increase visibility as much as possible. However, when they saw the scene in the cave, Zhang Yu and Li Guosheng were so shocked that they opened their eyes wide and could not believe their eyes. Zhang Pansheng rubbed his eyes and wondered if he had seen it wrong. Fang Xiu, you call this thing a facehugger? Zhang Yu turned his head suddenly, his voice low and shocked, as if he was looking at a monster. Fang Xiu's alien queen was seen curled up with her legs. Her huge body was as tall as 2 floors. If it weren't for the hissing sound it made from time to time, Zhang Yu wouldn't even realize that this was Fang Xiu's beast. What shocked Zhang Yu even more was that the alien queen skeleton was actually exposed, protecting her muscles. There is also a huge ovipositor connected to her lower pelvis, which looked very similar to the lower body of the queen ant, except that its size was magnified thousands of times. Li Guosheng couldn't help swallowing his saliva. He estimated the length of the ovipositor to be 8 meters long. Wait a minute, Mr. Zhang. Is this the facehugger you just mentioned? Li Guosheng said in shock. Zhang Yu's expression was still one of shock. He couldn't understand how this huge creature could be a facehugger. Just standing in front of the alien queen, Li Guosheng felt a sense of oppression. If he encountered such a monster in the wild, he would definitely release his beasts to fight immediately. Zhang Yu frowned, trying to calm down, but still couldn't calm down the shock in his heart. Fang Xiu, what's going on? Why does it look like a monster? Fang Xiu calmly replied, Actually, it didn't evolve. It's just the adult form of a facehugger. Zhang Yu, Li Guosheng, Zhang Pansheng. The three of them were stunned for a moment, then looked at the densely packed insect eggs in the cave, roughly estimating that there were more than 20 of them. According to Feng Xiu, do these insect eggs mean that they will hatch into giants like the alien queen in the future? Not entirely. Feng Xiu continued. Only female facehuggers can grow to this size. I named it the alien queen, and male facehuggers are much smaller. He added lightly. Zhang Yu suddenly realized that he had previously thought that these huge facehuggers might have evolved. But now, after listening to Feng Xiu, he realized that these monsters actually differed according to gender and population. Like ants, queen ants are usually 3 to 4 times larger than ordinary ants. So, an adult male facehugger is only about 3 meters tall. Feng Xiu continued, looking quite relaxed. What? Zhang Yu was completely stunned and could not accept this fact at all. Based on the size difference between the ant and the queen, an adult male alien can actually reach more than 3 meters in height. And judging from the situation in this nest, the reproduction of the alien queen seems to be completely asexual. Could it be? Zhang Yu suddenly realized that if the alien queen was given enough space and resources, she would be able to continue to expand her population. This is too unreasonable. Zhang Yu couldn't help but whisper, Feng Xiu, how did you create this beast? Is it a beast from ancient times? The more Zhang Yu thought about it, the more he felt something was wrong. He guessed that Feng Xiu might have discovered this alien in an ancient book on beast control and used it to cultivate this unprecedented creature. I really regret it. If I had known that Feng Xiu's facehugger was a beast of this level, I should have supported him wholeheartedly. Zhang Yu thought to himself, wishing he could slap himself. Feng Xiu has his own ideas, and Zhang Yu is not the kind of teacher who has a strong desire to control. So if he intervenes early, wouldn't it be a waste of time for Feng Xiu, the talented beastmaster? However, just as Zhang Yu was still sighing, Zhang Pansheng suddenly said, No, this is not an ancient species. Feng Xiu's beast is a fantasy species. Li Guosheng was stunned when he heard this. Fantasy species? Chapter 9. Silicon-based life? Fantasy beast species. Fantasy beast species? Zhang Yu was shocked by Zhang Panpan's words and could not believe his ears. The mythical bee species is not an ordinary bee species. It completely breaks through the limitations of life on the blue planet. Zhang Yu knew that both conventional and ancient bee species were based on the blue star life system, while the fantasy bee species transcended this limitation. Among millions of beastmasters, there's often only one who is born with a fantasy bee species. Zhang Panpan's words mean that Feng Xiu may be one of the geniuses. Oh my god, Zhang Yu took a breath. It has been 7 years since he entered Huqing No. 1 middle school. Although this school is the strongest high school in Huqing and has cultivated many geniuses, mythical beastmasters are extremely rare. Zhang Yu had never met a student of the mythical bee species in his life, and today Feng Xiu was the first one. Wait a minute, Zhang Panpan. What makes you think that Feng Xiu's beast is a fantasy beast? Li Guosheng couldn't accept this at all. If Feng Xiu's beast was a regular or ancient species, Li Guosheng could still speak for Chen Fan. But if Feng Xiu's beast was judged to be a fantasy beast, then the problem would be completely different. The mythical bee species represents talent and potential. Feng Xiu is undoubtedly the top scorer of this session, and his future glory can also be added to the resume of the principal and the top leader of Huqing education. Hey, where are you, Teacher Zhang? Li Guosheng was about to continue questioning, but when he turned around, he found that Zhang Panpan had left him at some point. I'm here. Zhang Panpan's voice came from his side. Feng Xiu and others then discovered that he was carefully examining the eggs of the alien queen. He was holding a special card in his hand, emitting a faint light that enveloped the eggs. Yes, Zhang Panpan. What makes you say that this alien is a mythical beast? Zhang Yu's mouth curled up slightly. Although he continued to answer Li Guosheng's question, he was already very happy in his heart. Because this alien is not a carbon-based creature. Zhang Panpan answered without hesitation. He felt that the structure of the alien queen was very special from the beginning, so he scanned the inside of the egg and was shocked by the result. Li Guosheng was stunned again, totally unexpected. Zhang Yu was also stunned, and quickly took out his card to scan the eggs on the ground. All known organisms, whether ancient or modern, are composed of carbon as the basis of organic matter. Only the mythical beast can break through this limitation and use other elements as the basis of organic matter. That's right. This alien is a silicon-based creature, Zhang Panpan said firmly. Being able to analyze, construct, incubate, and cultivate the creatures of one's imagination is undoubtedly something that only a fantasy beastmaster can do. Li Guosheng was completely dumbfounded. He originally had a glimmer of hope in his heart, thinking that perhaps Zhang Panpan had made a mistake, but when the facts appeared before him, he was completely unable to refute it. In fact, not only Zhang Yu, Li Guosheng was no less shocked than Feng Xiu. Feng Xiu realized at this moment that he had almost forgotten the setting of the alien. It is a silicon-based life form. Unlike carbon-based life, silicon-based life has larger silicon atoms, and the compounds formed are more stable. Scientists even speculate that silicon-based life can resist the invasion of cosmic radiation and viruses and bacteria. No, Feng Xiu muttered. They're already silicon-based. How could any bacteria dare to seek death? He couldn't help but complain in his heart. Teacher Li, although my alien queen killed Chun Fan's beast, he was the one who provoked me first. I hope you can stop him from doing that again in the future, Feng Xiu said in a low and cold voice. Feng Xiu's mind flashed back to those online novels where the protagonists always warned the villains in this way, and then the villains would usually refuse to give in and start a fight. Feng Xiu thought to himself that if Li Guosheng continued to stand up for Chun Fan, he could let the alien parasite his beast without hesitation. Feng Xiu, Li Guosheng's voice suddenly increased several times. However, to Feng Xiu's surprise, Li Guosheng did not release the beast immediately, but took 2 steps at a time and grabbed Feng Xiu's hand. Do you want to come to class 6? Li Guosheng looked at Feng Xiu, and his voice became very gentle. I can let you be the monitor, and I will let you manage the class funds. I will also pay for your food expenses for 3 years. Feng Xiu. This script is wrong. He was so aggressive just now. Why has he become so gentle now? Fuck. Zhang Yu quickly stepped forward and pushed Li Guosheng away. Old Li, what do you mean? Are you trying to steal my students? Feng Xiu is a student in our class too. What right do you have to interfere with me? Zhang Yu said in a bad tone. Don't be ridiculous, Feng Xiu. You can stay in class 2 for 3 years of high school. If you need anything, just come to me. I'll find 3 more female classmates to study with you. Zhang Yu looked very proud, not caring about Li Guosheng's anger at all. Feng Xiu. Female classmates to study with you? Is there such a thing? Lao Zhang, what rights do you have to say Feng Xiu is from class 2? It's only the first day of school, and he hasn't even had any formal classes yet. How come he has a female classmate as his study partner? Is this what a teacher should say? Li Guosheng kun tarataka angrily. Just wait. Li Guosheng left angrily, as if he was going to find the principal to argue. Fuck. Lao Li must have gone to find Lao Wang. Zhang Yu looked at Li Guosheng's back, his tone full of helplessness. Feng Xiu, just rest assured to cultivate your facehugger. I'll protect you. Okay, teacher Zhang. Feng Xiu was a little confused, but he nodded anyway, thinking this scene was too ridiculous. What teacher Zhang? Do I look that old? Zhang Yu smiled and shook his head. Okay, brother Zhang. Feng Xiu smiled and changed his words. What did you call me? Zhang Yu raised his eyebrows, looking a little proud. Brother Yu? Feng Xiu said a little embarrassedly. That's right. Zhang Yu nodded with satisfaction, then turned around and disappeared in front of Feng Xiu. By the way, who is Lao Wang? Feng Xiu suddenly thought of a question. It should be Wang Kai, the head of the grade. Any student who wants to transfer classes must first get his approval. Zhang Panpan explained with a smile. They're so anxious to get off the line, they must have gone to Lao Wang to fight for you. Aren't you going? Feng Xiu teased. I'm in charge of the physical education classes for class 2 and class 6, so I don't mind if you go there. Zhang Panpan smiled. But it's too rude to call me that directly. Just call me Brother Panpan. I'm not much older than you. Chapter 10. Successfully hatching a new alien. This plot is not right. Feng Xiu couldn't help but complain in his heart. According to the conventions of the online novels he had read in his previous life, usually at this time, the villain would start a life-and-death duel with the protagonist. As a result, Li Guosheng and Zhang Panpan, one ran to find the head teacher, and the other wanted to treat him as his own brother. Okay. Your beast is about to hatch again, so I won't disturb you anymore. After Zhang Panpan said this, she left Feng Xiu's beast taming space. As Zhang Panpan left, Feng Xiu returned to the lonely space again. The facehugger that was tightly holding the Triceratops' head suddenly slipped off the Triceratops and fell to the ground. I still want to go have a meal. Feng Xiu sighed as he looked at the state of the Triceratops. The facehugger does not kill the host directly, but uses the host's body to eat and provide energy until the alien is fully hatched. Although Feng Xiu could control the beast control space, he could not stop time. If he left now to go to the cafeteria to eat, when he came back, the alien would probably have broken out of his body. Forget it. Feng Xiu shook his head. Although he didn't mind the normal hatching of aliens, this time was different. He always wanted to know what the Triceratops would look like after its genes were assimilated by the aliens. He rubbed his belly and decided to wait until the little alien was hatched before eating, and used the resource card to provide food for the Triceratops. Fortunately, this process did not last too long. After about 20 minutes, the Triceratops's eating speed began to slow down, and a few minutes later, it fell to the ground with a bang, creating a small shock wave. Then, the Triceratops' belly began to swell, and a blush appeared from it. Come on. Feng Xiu cheered for the Triceratops unconsciously, and he seemed to have a strange feeling of waiting for the birth. He and the alien queen turned their eyes to the Triceratops at the same time. Feng Xiu could even sense the alien queen's concern for the alien in the Triceratops' stomach. After all, as an ancient creature, the Triceratops' thick skin and flesh and defense were much stronger than normal humans, and Chun Fan had also specially strengthened its physical fitness. Puff! Suddenly, blood spurted out from the belly of the Triceratops, and two black horn bones pierced out of its body, followed by a third one. The horn of a Triceratops. Feng Xiu's pupils shrank slightly as he stared at the belly of the Triceratops, which began to melt, as if it had been corroded by a strong acid. Is it the acid blood unique to the alien? Feng Xiu frowned. Although the skin and flesh of the Triceratops were very tough, under the corrosion of the alien's acid blood, the skin and flesh quickly fell off, just like melted steel. Soon after, the alien broke free from the Triceratops' body. Its steps were a little unsteady, and it was obvious that it was not used to its new body. It feels even bigger than the alien queen when she broke out of the chest. Feng Xiu muttered to himself. He remembered that the alien queen's body was less than 1 meter long when she broke out of the chest, but now the new alien's overall exoskeleton is much larger, and its tail has become thicker. What surprised him even more was that a hammer-shaped bone had grown at the end of the alien's tail, which looked like a meteor hammer without the spikes. The head of this alien retained the long skull that is unique to aliens, and on both sides and the front of its head, the horns of Triceratops actually grew out. There's a constricted bone plate near the neck, like a flower bud that has not yet bloomed. Why does it feel like the dyed second form of Frisia? Feng Xiu couldn't help but laugh, thinking that the appearance of this alien was a bit ridiculous. Although this alien inherited the genes of Triceratops, because the alien queen already had some human genes in her body, this alien did not maintain the movement of Triceratops. Its body is heavier than that of Triceratops, but it still learned to walk upright. It's just that the way this alien walks doesn't look like a human at all. It looks more like an ancient Tyrannosaurus Rex. Feng Xiu sighed. It's really oppressive. Then, Feng Xiu used a resource card to create some food, threw it in front of the new alien, and let it start eating. Although this alien inherited the genes of the alien queen and assimilated the characteristics of the Triceratops, it still retained the consciousness of the hive. After seeing the food, it did not enjoy it all by itself, but stared at Feng Xiu blankly, as if waiting for Feng Xiu to distribute the food. Very good. Feng Xiu nodded and looked at the new alien with satisfaction. He suddenly felt that the alien queen actually had a kind of doting tenderness when she saw the new alien. Is it my illusion, or is it because I am the master of this space that I can sense the more delicate emotions of the alien queen? Feng Xiu thought to himself, I'll ask the teacher later. In the movie Alien, almost no one can cultivate aliens like himself and feel their emotions. Feng Xiu clearly remembers that the alien queen has a very high IQ. In the movie, she can even negotiate with the heroine. When the heroine destroyed the eggs, the alien queen showed a strong sense of revenge. As for this new alien, Feng Xiu looked at it with a smile. You are the alien queen, so it must be the alien Triceratops. Feng Xiu picked a name casually, but then realized that the name alien itself carried a sense of oppression. I'll leave the test to you, he said in a low voice. Feng Xiu walked up to the new alien and gently stroked its head. The alien Triceratops quickly responded and rubbed Feng Xiu's hand with its smooth head like a kitten being spoiled. Moreover, its throat made a hissing sound, obviously showing great obedience to the other party. As for why the alien Triceratops was asked to handle the test, Although the alien queen possesses great power, once she takes action, the entire Hutching #1 middle school will certainly be shocked, but she has grown an ovipositor for the purpose of reproduction. I remember that the alien queen can separate from the ovipositor in an emergency and fight for the tribe, but that will cause her great pain. It's just a test. There's no need to let her suffer for it. Fang Xiu thought to himself, I, Fang Xiu, am such a gentleman. At the same time, in Wang Kai's office, Li Guisheng and Zhang Yu pushed the door open, but were stuck at the door due to their size. Chapter 11. The teachers who fought over Fang Xiu. Wang Kai looked at the two people crowded at the door with a frown on his face. You came at the right time. It saves me from having to look for you. What's wrong with the students in your class? It's only the first day of school, and there's a fight between freshmen at the cafeteria entrance. It's also been posted online, causing quite a stir. Wang Kai glanced at Zhang Yu and Li Guisheng with an unhappy look on his face, obviously very dissatisfied with the incident. Fortunately, no one was injured, otherwise he, the head of the grade, would be implicated. Seeing Wang Kai was unhappy, Zhang Yu and Li Guisheng also calmed down a bit. It's normal for freshmen in high school to be a little excited and unable to resist using their beast to compete. Haven't there been similar incidents in previous years? Zhang Yu said lightly as he walked in. Wang Kai has been teaching for many years and has seen many student fights. He sighed and thought, technology is advancing, and school rules are gradually being relaxed. In the past, schools did not even allow mobile phones, and the influence of short video platforms was not that strong, but now if you're a little strict, you might get complained. Once something happens in school, the short video platform will post it, and the number of clicks will exceed 10,000 in minutes. You class teachers should strengthen management to avoid such conflicts. Wang Kai said with a bit of authority, especially schools like #3 Middle School and Yucai Middle School. They have always been jealous of our position. Director Wang is right. Li Guisheng quickly agreed. With a flattering tone, 7 of the top 10 students in the city this year chose us. #3 Middle School and other schools are nothing to worry about. However, Director Wang, I hope to transfer the students involved in this incident to our class, and I will definitely strengthen management. Wang Kai raised his eyebrows, obviously a little confused about Li Guisheng's proposal. He had already checked that the parties involved in the incident were Chun Fan from Class 6 and Fang Xiu from Class 2. As the head teacher of Class 6, Li Guisheng originally thought that he was here to stand up for his student Chun Fan. Director Wang, there is no need for that. Fang Xiu is doing well in our class, and no one needs to worry about him. Zhang Yu immediately explained. Besides, Chun Fan provoked him first, and Fang Xiu was just defending himself. Director Wang, I don't want the award for outstanding teacher this year. You can give it to Teacher Zhang. I only want Fang Xiu. Li Guisheng continued, his tone quite urgent. What? You don't want the award for outstanding teacher? You're talking about this qualification as if it was predetermined? Fang Xiu is my student. Why do you want him? Zhang Yu retorted bluntly. The two of them exchanged sharp words, and the atmosphere became tense for a while. Even Wang Kai was stunned. At first, he thought that Li Guisheng wanted to suppress Fang Xiu by transferring him to Class 6. After all, Chun Fan's father had a strong influence in Hutching, and supporting Chun Fan would also be helpful for Li Guisheng's future development. However, judging from Li Guisheng's attitude, his appreciation for Fang Xiu did not seem to be artificial. Who is Fang Xiu? Wang Kai was full of questions. He recalled and had some impression of Fang Xiu. He ranked 7th in the city in the high school entrance examination. However, his family background was not prominent, and after entering high school, he would probably lag behind due to resource constraints. If Zhang Yu and Li Guisheng were fighting for him because of his excellent grades, then weren't Li Qingqing and Zhang Shuren more worthy of their pursuit than Fang Xiu? Wang Kai could not help but have a possible answer in his mind. He frowned slightly. If I'm not mistaken, Fang Xiu's beast is a fantasy beast, right? As soon as he said this, Zhang Yu and Li Guisheng asked almost in unison. Director Wang, how did you know? The reactions of the two people just verified Wang Kai's guess. You are all experienced teachers. How could you argue so much over a student? Wang Kai continued. Besides, Chun Fan's family is not bad, and his beast master must be powerful. Although Fang Xiu is from an ordinary family, his beast master can easily defeat Chun Fan. Combined with this, it is not difficult to guess Fang Xiu's beast master's identity. Wang Kai's tone was very relaxed, as if talking about the existence of the fantasy beast species was not a big deal. But in his heart, he was already very happy. As the head of the grade, Wang Kai knew that no matter which class Fang Xiu grew up in, the final result would be counted on his head. And Fang Xiu's beast was a fantasy beast, which meant that Fang Xiu had the potential to impact the top 10. No, Wang Kai silently calculated in his heart. I'm only 39 this year. When Fang Xiu is admitted to the top 10 in the country, I will only be 41. If I can really suppress the students of Qingqing number 1 middle school, Qiqing number 4 middle school, and Haching number 3 middle school, then my promotion to vice principal will be settled. That's right. Fang Xiu is the mythical bee species. Director Wang, this kind of good seedling should be trained by me who has more experience. Li Guosheng interrupted unwillingly. I've been teaching for 2 full years longer than Zhang Yu. What can 2 years mean? Zhang Yu is not to be outdone. Fang Xiu feels a sense of belonging in class 2, and he calls me Brother Yu in private. If you transfer him to class 6, it will affect his mentality. It's better to be quiet than to move. Don't you understand? Zhang Yu showed a hint of pride. He knew that Fang Xiu had extraordinary potential, and he naturally didn't want to let Li Guosheng take advantage of him. After all, as a beastmaster of the fantasy bee species, Fang Xiu has great potential for the future. Who wouldn't want to make friends with him? Wang Kai looked at the 2 people arguing and finally waved his hand. Okay, this matter is up to you. Fang Xiu is a bit unfair. The baseline test is coming soon, so don't bother him. As for which class Fang Xiu will go to, wait until the baseline test results come out before deciding. Chapter 12. The baseline test begins. Watching the alien Triceratops crawling out of the Triceratops' body, Fang Xiu prepared a large amount of food with mixed feelings, then exited the beast taming space and went to the cafeteria to satisfy his hunger. In the next few days, Li Guosheng suddenly disappeared, as if his plan to transfer Fang Xiu to Class 6 had been completely forgotten. Except for the time for general education classes, Fang Xiu spent almost all his time in the beast control space. Soon, the alien Triceratops also grew to adulthood. Although the alien Triceratops assimilated Chun Fan's Triceratops genes, as a male alien, its size naturally cannot be compared with the alien queen. Even in adulthood, the alien Triceratops is only about 3 meters in size. In comparison, the alien Triceratops is simply a circle smaller. However, the alien Triceratops's head, horns, and tail are more aggressive. Among the alien army cultivated by Fang Xiu, its strength is second only to the alien queen. These days, Fang Xiu also used resource cards to create a large amount of food for the facehuggers born by the alien queen to parasitize. Think about it carefully, the fertility rate of the alien is really exaggerated. Fang Xiu sighed in his heart, thinking that the alien queen can lay an egg every few hours, and the parasitism rate of the facehugger is almost 100%. In just 6 or 7 days, more than 30 aliens were born in Fang Xiu's beast control space, and the entire underground cave became increasingly narrow. However, when Fang Xiu tried to expand the size of the beast control space, he found that although the resources provided by the school could expand the beast control space, the resource points were limited each time. He used up all the resource points on the card and expanded the space 5 times. Although the immediate problem was solved, according to the reproduction rate of the alien queen, the entire underground cave would become crowded again in a month at most. Moreover, the alien queen will only appear when the alien population is large enough. Fang Xiu thought to himself, the ultimate alien, like the queen mother, probably needs to be born on a planetary basis. Looking at the alien queen in front of him, Fang Xiu couldn't help but start to worry. I can't really invite all the teachers and students in the school to visit my aliens, right? There are 15 classes in each grade of Huqing number 1 middle school, and each class has about 50 people. Even if I can invite everyone, the visiting fee is only a few $100,000. However, this idea is similar to the idea that if everyone in the world gave me $1, I would become a billionaire. It is feasible in theory, but it is difficult to implement. Looks like I have to find a way to make money. Fang Xiu complained helplessly. Just as he was thinking about these questions, suddenly, the beast taming space card issued a warning. Warning, warning, warning. Insufficient beast taming food. Insufficient beast taming food. Please recharge in time. Please recharge in time. Fang Xiu. He took out the resource card from his pocket with a dark face. These days, in addition to cultivating aliens, the most common thing he did was to recharge the resource card. First, he earned the visiting fees from Zhang Yu, Li Guosheng, and Zhang Panpan, then his own living expenses, and finally he had to call home for help. Unfortunately, his parents were just ordinary white-collar workers and did not have enough money to support his training. Now I understand what it means to be poor in literature, but rich in martial arts. Fang Xiu sighed, thinking of the many people he had seen online complaining that their family conditions were not good and they could not invest enough resources in beast control, which eventually led to a decline in grades, and they could only go to an ordinary undergraduate program. I don't know how many of them I've eaten in 3 years of high school. Fang Xiu thought to himself, and then angrily complained about the aliens in front of him. You are the real money-eating beasts. If there is not enough food, the alien eggs will go into hibernation. Although this will not cause an extinction crisis for the entire tribe, if the food and space problems are not solved, the upper limit of the aliens will only remain at the alien queen. Forget it, Fang Xiu sighed. Just sitting here and thinking about it won't solve the problem. Let's go ask Zhang Yu. However, just as Fang Xiu was about to exit the beast taming space and go to find his homeroom teacher Zhang Yu, the beast taming space card suddenly rang again. Please all freshmen of Huching number 1 middle school to gather at the school playground to take the freshman baseline test. Please all freshmen of Huching number 1 middle school to gather at the school playground to take the freshman baseline test. The message was repeated, and it rang 3 times in a row, fearing that Fang Xiu had missed it. Baseline test. Fang Xiu suddenly remembered this. I almost forgot. He quickly exited the beast control space, tidied himself up a bit, and hurried to the playground of Huching number 1 middle school. The playground of Huching number 1 middle school is as big as 4 football fields. When Fang Xiu arrived, it was already crowded with people. In addition to the freshmen, many sophomores and juniors also gathered here to watch. In the middle of the playground, a screen for projection was erected. As Fang Xiu walked along, most of the freshmen were eager to try. Only a few seemed a little nervous, blending in with the crowd, their eyes revealing their fear of the test. After all, it's only a week. Not everyone can cultivate a powerful beast. Fang Xiu thought to himself. And the value of the national beast control is far greater than the college entrance examination. He continued walking, looking around, looking for his class's activity area, while observing other noteworthy freshmen, especially Li Qingqing and Zhang Shuren. Soon, Fang Xiu finally found the activity area of Class 2. Fang Xiu is here. Zhang Yu noticed Fang Xiu and rushed over to him, his tone full of enthusiasm, almost boasting. Next to him, Jiang Chao, the head teacher of the next class, and Fan Longhe, the head teacher of the next class, also cast their eyes. Perhaps the freshmen were not very clear, but among the teachers, the news that Zhang Yu and Li Guosheng were competing for students had spread. Everyone was curious about what Fang Xiu looked like. How is your beast taming going? Zhang Yu greeted loudly, deliberately raising his voice, and his tone was full of obvious boasting. Chapter 13. Pass it on. Fang Xiu has 39 beasts. Is that Fang Xiu? He does look different. Both class teachers Jiang Chao and Fan Longhe looked at Fang Xiu in unison. He has sharp eyebrows and bright eyes, is fresh and handsome, and has a tall and slender figure. No matter how you look at it, he is a perfect match, which makes people envy him. Damn it, why was Fang Xiu assigned to Class 2? Fan Longhe was even more upset, especially when Zhang Yu deliberately raised his voice, obviously showing off. He got the advantage and still acted cute. Jiang Chao couldn't help but complain about Zhang Yu's performance, and even had the urge to rush over and hit him. Not only the 2 teachers, but also the other freshmen in classes 1, 2, and 3 couldn't help but look at Fang Xiu. Some girls were fascinated by him, while some boys crossed their arms, looking like they thought Fang Xiu was showing off. In fact, many of Fang Xiu's classmates wanted to get closer to him, especially some female classmates who often surrounded him in the classroom, wanting to add him as a friend or something. However, Fang Xiu was not interested in anything except beast taming, and he didn't want to waste his time on premature love. Whenever a girl came up to him, his starry eyes always looked away coldly, as if he had an aura that kept people away. After several times, the classmates in the class began to keep their distance from him, as if he had become an isolated existence. But there is no way around it. After all, Fang Xiu is not an ordinary high school freshman. His mind is much more mature than these classmates. It's not going very smoothly. Seeing Zhang Yu, Fang Xiu deliberately sighed and pretended to have encounter problem. Isn't Fang Xiu a genius? He will also encounter problems. The classmates beside him talked about it. Who said he's a genius? He just defeated Chun Fan on the first day of school. Maybe he was just lucky. Some classmates disagreed. That's right, the high school entrance examination is all about general studies. The results don't mean anything. Fang Xiu is good at general studies, but it doesn't mean he is good at beast control. Some classmates sneered. Hearing this, Zhang Yu glared at those students who were gossiping and then pulled Fang Xiu back to his class. What's wrong? Zhang Yu's expression suddenly became serious. If you have any questions, just tell Brother Yu. In Zhang Yu's view, this was an opportunity. After all, the head of the grade, Wang Kai, had not yet decided whether Fang Xiu would stay or go. Zhang Yu thought that if he could get closer to Fang Xiu, he would not only be able to help him train a genius in the future, but also increase his influence. However, just when Zhang Yu was thinking this, Li Guisheng, the head teacher of Class 6, ran over. Long time no see, Fang Xiu. Fang Xiu. Zhang Yu. Mr. Li, why are you running here when you're not in your class's activity area to answer questions for your students? Zhang Yu asked somewhat dissatisfiedly, and was even more angry in his heart. He had finally managed to pull Fang Xiu closer, but Li Guisheng came to snatch him away. It's just a test to test the potential of the new Beast Masters. Why are you so worried? Li Guisheng said calmly. How about Fang Xiu? Do you want to transfer to our Class 6? Li Guisheng said, while observing Fang Xiu's reaction. The Beast Master is in trouble. Fang Xiu turned his head to look at Zhang Yu, spit lightly, and then said to Li Guisheng, My Beast Master eats too much. I feel like I can't afford to feed it. Although Fang Xiu said this, he had already started to calculate in his mind that if Zhang Yu and Li Guisheng argued, they might be able to solve the aliens' food problem. Ha, indeed. Li Guisheng smiled and nodded. When he thought of the exaggerated size of the alien queen, he understood Fang Xiu's dilemma. However, it's only been a week, and I have recharged the resource card 3 times. Today, it prompted that the balance was insufficient and asked me to continue to recharge. Fang Xiu continued helplessly. Li Guisheng, Zhang Yu. The two of them were stunned almost at the same time. Fang Xiu sighed and continued to explain, I recharged 2,000 each time, and it was fully charged every time. As a result, the food for the beast was eaten up after only 1 week of school. Li Guisheng took a breath of cold air. As the top school in Huqing number 1 middle school has abundant resources and funds. The resource cards given to freshmen are enough to support the consumption of beast food for 1 semester. As a result, Fang Xiu told him that his beast had eaten up the food on the resource card after only 1 week of school, and he recharged it 3 times in a row. What kind of stomach does your alien have? I'm afraid it's a glutton. Li Guisheng couldn't help but complain. Wait, how many aliens do you have now? Zhang Yu quickly realized the point of the question and looked at Fang Xiu with burning eyes. He had seen Fang Xiu's alien queen in the beast control space. It was a huge monster, and its body alone was as tall as 2 stories. It was really the most exaggerated beast control he had ever seen. But even so, with the size of the alien queen, it is impossible for her to eat all the food on the resource card in just 1 week. Unless, Zhang Yu suddenly had a thought in his mind. Have the 39 aliens you mentioned been hatched? Yes. Fang Xiu nodded. 1 alien queen, 1 alien triceratops, and 36 male aliens. As soon as the words came out, Zhang Yu and Li Guisheng's pupils were so shocked that they almost popped out. How many? They asked almost in unison, their voices trembling. Wow, 39 beasts. It's only been a week since school started, and physical education hasn't even started yet. Moreover, this means that Fang Xiu has cultivated 39 beasts on his own without even receiving formal guidance from Zhang Panpan. Li Guisheng and Zhang Yu couldn't accept this at all. Fang Xiu, Zhang Yu said in shock. You are exaggerating. This is not breeding beasts. This is raising pigs. He patted Fang Xiu on the shoulder and said, half jokingly and half seriously, instead of focusing on quantity, it is better to focus on quality. Fang Xiu also realized at this moment that he was too high profile. Even the teachers were almost scared. Chapter 14 Baseline Test officially begins. Zhang Yu has been in the business for at least 6 or 7 years, plus several years as a student. So he thinks he has a comprehensive understanding of beast taming. Until he met Feng Xiu. First it was the fantasy bee species, and then he raised the fantasy bee species like pigs, and had them give birth to cubs crazily in his own beast-controlling space. In this way, whether it is the unique combat power of the fantasy beast or the mobilization of a large army to suppress the opponent, it will be a devastating blow to the opponent. It's horrible. What's more, Fang Xiu just enrolled this year and is just a freshman in high school. And I am a class teacher of the genius Fang Xiu. Zhang Yu suppressed his inner joy and patted Fang Xiu on the shoulder. Fang Xiu, just do your best this time. Don't feel any pressure. As for the resource card, you have nothing to worry about with your brother Yu here. Fang Xiu smiled and nodded, then followed Zhang Yu in the front. Suddenly, Fang Xiu felt a chill coming from the right. He turned his head sharply and looked. I saw a young man who was about the same height as me, looking at me coldly. The two sides looked at each other at this moment. The head teacher Zhang Yu also realized that something was wrong. He shook Fang Xiu's hand and said softly, "That's Zhang Shuren from Class 3. He ranked second in the high school entrance exam. He's also a genius. He's your main competitor this time, but..." Zhang Yu smiled lightly, somewhat proudly. "His beast control is far inferior to yours." Fang Xiu retracted his gaze and nodded slightly. So he is Zhang Shuren. As soon as the head teacher Zhang Yu finished speaking, 60 instruments used to connect to the beast taming space card were carried to the playground. The 4 large screens are also divided into dozens of small screens. The placement test for new students has officially begun. The baseline test, as the name suggests, is to understand the potential of the freshman in beast taming. Can you apply the various theories learned in general education courses to beast taming? And what resources each student's original family has? The rules are simple. Starting from Class 1 of Grade 1, students in each class connected to the machine via the beast taming space card. Then control the beast to attack the machine at the end of the runway. Isn't this too easy? Fang Xiu couldn't help but complain after learning the rules of the test. I thought all the freshmen would be sent to a large map to fight. Then it's evaluated by teachers outside. That's the result? What are you thinking about? Zhang Yu was stunned at first. He knew that Fang Xiu was a very talented beastmaster, but such an idea was really too dark. Every new student who enters Hiching No. 1 Middle School is a student of this school. How can you put everyone in danger for no reason? Even if the beasts have little combat power, they're the result of the beastmaster's hard work and our companions. Do you think this is a killer movie if you let them kill each other just to pass a test? Fang Xiu, how could you have such dark thoughts? This is what I read in some beast-taming novels. Fang Xiu said lightly. Zhang Yu was stunned for a long time. Are all beast-taming novels so dark nowadays? Watch less of that stuff. Also, although the rules of the test are simple, it can test the Beastmaster's endurance, explosive power, and the Beastmaster's control over the beast. After Zhang Yu finished speaking, the principal's voice once again spread throughout the playground. The baseline test begins now. Students from Class 1, please come forward. When all the students in class entered the examination room, the big screen in the center of the playground quickly displayed the picture. Fang Xiu doesn't mind being a spectator, but wouldn't this method of broadcasting a baseline test live put too much pressure on the freshmen? When all the students in Class 1 were connected to the beast taming space, the class teacher of Class 1, Fan Longha, also returned to the activity area. Worth mentioning is, because there are 3 types of beasts to tamed, sea, land, and air, the venues will also have subtle differences. In addition to the runway, there are also flying and swimming routes. This means that the top students in Class 1 are not without a chance to defeat Fang Xiu. No. Fan Longha shook his head slightly. In his opinion, Fang Xiu was only focusing on the number of beasts just a few days after school started, which just showed that he had neglected the quality issue. His beast control might be worse than he thought. Thinking of this, Fan Longha suddenly felt that Fang Xiu was nothing special. The head teacher of Class 3 glanced at Zhang Yu, who was almost looking up at the sky, and said, "It's just luck that you got a good student. What's there to be proud of?" And this guy, didn't he find the problem? The head teacher of Class 3 looked at Fang Xiu and Zhang Yu from afar. 39 beasts, that sounds like a lot of power. But this also means that Fang Xiu's energy is divided into 39 parts. This is the same as raising a pet. If the owner only has one pet, he can devote all his thoughts and attention to the pet. But what if there are 39 pets? No matter how much you like one of the pets, you still have to take care of the emotions of the other pets, feed them, play with them, and share your energy and time. If this is the case with pets, what about the more intelligent beasts? Even resources. Every freshman can get a resource card when they enroll, which is considered a freshman benefit. But the resources in this resource card are not infinite. 39 beasts mean that Fang Xiu's consumption has increased 39 times. It's such a simple truth, but Fang Xiu didn't even realize it. Instead, he was just being self-confident. This is enough to prove that Fang Xiu is not as powerful as the rumors say. Whether it was out of resistance to Zhang Yu's complacency or for some other reason, Zhang Chao, the head teacher of Class 3, muttered to himself, as if he had found an anchor point, and his evaluation of Fang Xiu became lower and lower. Fang Xiu. Zhang Shuren from the third team also narrowed his eyes slightly. He accidentally broke his eyes while taming the beast, and he didn't have time to get new ones, so now he can't see people clearly. But these days, the name he heard most often was Fang Xiu. If I remember correctly, Fang Xiu's ranking in the high school entrance exam seemed to be 7th. All along, Zhang Shuren only had his eyes on the number 1 person, Li Qingqing, and did not take the students behind him seriously. But because the name Fang Xiu appeared in his ears too many times, he couldn't help but feel a little curious. In his spare time, Tamer of Beasts even found Chun Fan to ask him about it. Although Chun Fan didn't even make into the top 10 in the high school entrance exam, his family is rich in resources, and the ancient beasts he bred are also very powerful. The fact that Fang Xiu was able to defeat him is enough to prove that Fang Xiu's beast control is very strong. However, why didn't he focus on quality, but studied breeding instead? Zhang Shuren was puzzled. In his opinion, it is better to have less but better things than more but disorderly things. This simple truth should be easy to understand. Could it be that Fang Xiu doesn't know how to tame beasts, so even though he has talent, he still went the wrong way? Thinking of this, Zhang Shuren couldn't help but feel a little sorry for Fang Xiu. On the other side, Fang Xiu didn't pay attention to Zhang Shuren, but concentrated on observing the beast taming of a group of classmates. Although this placement test was not the bloody battle he had imagined, it was a live broadcast that allowed each student to show off their beast tamer abilities. So Fang Xiu took out a small notebook and planned to write down the names of those classmates who were good at taming beasts. Well, your beastmaster is pretty good, but he's about to be parasitized by my facehugger. Chapter 15. The Alien That Shocked Everyone. Fang Xiu had been looking forward to this test, thinking that his facehugger could parasitize other people's beasts like crazy. After watching for a while, Fang Xiu felt a little bored. Among all the beast tamers in the class, none of them impressed him. The beasts released were almost all common species. What's even worse is that these freshmen seemed to have no idea how to give orders. Those beasts that were released either ran on the wrong track or stayed where they were. What's worse, some students were so stimulated by the environment in the examination room that they simply curled up and didn't move. Not to mention launching an attack on the machine in the center of the examination room. The 1,000-meter runway alone was like a ravine, blocking the progress of these beasts. Some freshmen were so anxious that they were about to cry. Isn't the level of these freshmen too poor? Fang Xiu couldn't help but complain. In his opinion, if this continues, he will probably get 0 points, right? After all, it's only 7 days. What can you do with that little time? Zhang Yu explained earnestly. Do you think everyone is a monster like you? Different from Fang Xiu's idea, Zhang Yu felt that this was the level that freshmen should have. As for Fang Xiu and his alien queen, they are monsters. It was not until then that Fang Xiu realized it. What Zhang Yu said is not wrong. The aliens are a hive society, and they are very intelligent. You can understand my thoughts directly. On the other hand, these newly born beasts are really no different from cats and dogs. It needs to be domesticated from scratch. Fortunately, most of the freshmen in Class 1 were not defeated by the difficulties before them. They pushed and coaxed, and finally got the Beastmaster to come in front of the humanoid machine and launched an attack. The performance of several of these students was particularly eye-catching. Around the playground, the sophomores and juniors could be heard talking. It seems that the quality of this year's freshmen is not very good. Yeah, this level is too poor. When I took the placement test, it didn't even take me 10 minutes. Among these freshmen, the fastest one took 15 minutes. It's totally not good enough. I really don't know how these people got into #1 middle school. Don't talk so early. After all, this is only the first shift. There might be monsters behind it. In the eyes of these old students, the performance of the group of freshmen can simply be described as poor. About 20 minutes later, all the freshmen in Class 1 left the examination room. After seeing the performance of these freshmen, Class 1's head teacher, Fan Longhe, couldn't help but frown. Why are all the new students assigned to my class so bad? Please ask the freshmen of Class 2 to come forward. The principal's voice came from the loudspeaker. Do your best. Zhang Yu patted Fang Xiu on the back, still smiling. Yeah. Fang Xiu nodded, walked leisurely to the playground, then took out the beast-taming space card and took the exam. The next moment, a faint light swallowed Fang Xiu. When he opened his starry eyes again, teacher Zhang Yu, his classmates, the playground, and the teaching building had all disappeared. Instead, there's a clean white space. Student Fang Xiu, please choose a beast to take the test. A gentle female voice came from above. Then, the beast that could be chosen appeared in front of Fang Xiu. There are the Alien Queen, Alien Triangle, and Male Alien. There is no doubt that the Alien Queen has the strongest fighting power, and it can be separated from the ovipositor, which will cause great pain. Not to mention, after seeing the performance of a group of freshmen, Fang Xiu felt no pressure at all. Let's use the Alien Triceratops. Fang Xiu thought about it and decided that it would be better not to bully the freshmen too much. As he urged his thoughts, the Alien Triceratops suddenly appeared in the white space. The huge body is more than 3 meters tall, as exaggerated as a floor. Almost at the moment of releasing the beast, Fang Xiu became the center of everyone's attention. On the playground at this time, what is that black thing? I remember the new student's name was Fang Xiu. Isn't his beast a facehugger? What the hell? That monster doesn't look like a bug at all. This Fang Xiu must have changed his beastmaster. The freshman couldn't help but exclaim. After all, these days, Fang Xiu has become the focus among the freshmen. Many people have heard of him and his facehugger beastmaster. I thought the so-called facehugger would be an insect, but I didn't expect. Fang Xiu's beast was so terrifying. No, not the one we fought last time. Chen Fan from Class 6 naturally came to take the test. He stood in the activity area of Class 6, staring at the screen showing Fang Xiu. His eyes were as big as a cow's. On the first day of school, he challenged Fang Xiu at the cafeteria entrance. It was also that battle that left an indelible impression on Chen Fan, so much so that he was often awakened by nightmares late at night in the past few days. The pitch-black exoskeleton, the huge fan-shaped crest, the sharp fingers, and the hissing sound became his biggest nightmare. However, the Alien Triceratops released by Fang Xiu, although incredible and unbelievable, was too small compared to the nightmare in his heart. Could it be that? Fang Xiu, there is more than one alien? Afterwards, Chen Fan learned from Li Guosheng that the so-called facehugger was just a juvenile form of the alien. It can't be considered a true beast tamer. And this pitch-black alien is Fang Xiu's trump card. Gurgle. Just being able to cultivate a powerful beast in 7 days is enough to prove that he is a genius. As a result, Fang Xiu actually bred too. Hateful, Chen Fan subconsciously clenched his fists, feeling an unprecedented sense of unwillingness in his heart. Zhang Shuren from Class 3 was very nearsighted and couldn't see what was happening without his glasses, but he could feel the enthusiasm of his classmates. In Class 2, an extraordinary guy was born. Is it Li Qingqing? Zhang Shuren couldn't help but mutter to himself. In his opinion, the only person who could cause such a sensation on the playground was Li Qingqing, who was ranked number 1 in the city. In the examination room, Alien Triceratops killed that machine. Fang Xiu's eyes narrowed slightly, and he raised his hand to point at the robot in the center of the examination room. Hiss, hiss, hiss. After receiving Fang Xiu's order, the Alien Triceratops immediately let out a low and cold roar at the robot, then ran away suddenly. With the advantage of its huge size and extremely flexible maneuverability, the Alien Triceratops can cover a distance of more than 10 meters with just one step. The 1,000-meter track was left behind by him in an instant. The next second, the Alien Triceratops twisted its huge body, raised its tail high, and swept towards the humanoid machine fiercely. Boom! With a loud bang, the machine placed here was directly cut in half by the alien. Chapter 16, 3-minute quick test. From the time Fang Xiu chose the beast to the time his Alien Triceratops completed the attack command, the entire process took less than 3 minutes. Fang Xiu immediately returned to the playground and, following the staff's instructions, pulled out his beast-taming space card from the machine. When he turned around and walked back, he found that the area where the freshmen were located was almost silent. Everyone who looked at him had their eyes widened in shock, including the head teachers of each class. Zhang Yu pinched his thigh hard. I am not dreaming. It was so outrageous that he couldn't help but wonder if he was dreaming. Although I have seen Fang Xiu's beast control before this test, this is too exaggerated. Thinking of this, Zhang Yu looked down at his watch. He remembered that Fang Xiu entered the examination room at 7:26, and the current time was 7 hours, 31 minutes, and 56 seconds. 5 minutes before and after, the best result of the class of freshmen was 15 minutes. The difference is 3 times. The difference is obvious. Most importantly, The alien Triceratops is not only much smaller than the alien queen, but it also has 3 horn bones on its head. It is easily distinguishable from the alien queen's fan-shaped crown. This alien is not Feng Xiu's trump card. Zhang Yu rolled his throat and swallowed nervously. In other words, Feng Xiu's real trump card has not yet been used. No. Zhang Yu shook his head, his lips curled up, and a bitter smile appeared on his face. Just now I complained about Feng Xiu, saying that he should not only focus on the number of beasts he controls, but also improve their quality. Looking back now, this is simply a slap in the face. Zhang Yu felt that the last time he was slapped in the face was when he questioned Feng Xiu's facehugger. This time it was because of questioning his training methods. The clown is actually me. However, although the feeling of being slapped in the face was burning, he felt very happy and satisfied in his heart. I wish Feng Xiu could slap me in the face like this every day. Old M. Another person who found it equally incredible was the head teacher of Class 6, Li Guosheng. He opened his mouth wide, gasped, and the advertisement slogan rang in his ears. Has it started? It's over. Although Feng Xiu was in the second group to take the baseline test, Li Guosheng believed that no new students would break Feng Xiu's score in the future. Bang! Li Guosheng slapped his thigh hard, and his envy, jealousy, and hatred towards Zhang Yu deepened. Why did Feng Xiu go to Class 2? No. I'm going to find Lao Wang. No matter what means I use, I'm going to recruit Feng Xiu to Class 6. Li Guosheng clenched his fists and swore secretly in his heart. He is determined to pick Feng Xiu, the new student, outside the playground. Many students in their second and third years of high school came to watch the placement test for freshmen. When they saw the performance of Class 1, they all thought that this class of freshmen was the worst. There is no comparison with their baseline test. Until Feng Xiu appeared. Hey, did I see that correctly? You finished the test in 3 minutes. What on earth is that huge black creature? It doesn't look like a regular beast, does it? Could it be an ancient species? No. Even if it is an ancient species, this is too terrifying, right? What do you think? Could that freshman's beastmaster be a mythical beast? The seniors in their second and third years of high school couldn't help but start a heated discussion. After entering the second year of high school, students will be allowed to choose subjects in the general education class. Students who choose history need to learn relevant knowledge about ancient beast taming. Some history experts could tell at a glance that although Feng Xiu's alien Triceratops had some characteristics of a dinosaur, there had never been such a creature in the past of Blue Planet. Not an ancient species, but mythical beast species. Are you kidding me? A freshman in high school can breed a mythical beast. Mythical beasts are fantastic creatures that can only be created by extremely talented beastmasters. They have nothing to do with your grade. What a monster. So, our Hutching No. 1 middle school has produced another talented beastmaster. This has nothing to do with you. Why are you so excited? That's true, but school has only been open for a few days. Such a powerful mythical beast has been cultivated. I'm sure the student council will take action. Ahem, be careful with your words and actions. When one of the sophomores blurted out the student union, the other senior students also looked at him strangely. It seems that the student union in this middle school is a taboo. But no matter what, Feng Xiu's performance brought them a great shock. In addition to Feng Xiu's sword-like eyebrows, starry eyes, and fresh and handsome appearance, some senior students in the second and third years of high school couldn't help but start asking for Feng Xiu's contact information. On the other side, the school set up a temporary podium for this baseline test. The principal of Hutching No. 1 middle school took a long time to come back to his senses. What's the name of the new student? It only took 3 minutes from releasing the beast to finishing the test. Such results have not appeared for a long time. Even in the principal's memory, such results were enough to break the top 10 records in the baseline examinations over the years. His name is Feng Xiu. He is a student in Class 2, Year 1. Zhang Panpan slowly approached the principal and whispered in his ear. And when he said the name Feng Xiu, a smile appeared on his face. No matter what, Zhang Panpan is Feng Xiu's physical education teacher. When one prospers, all prosper. Even the other physical education teachers reacted instantly when they heard Class 2. Class 2, Class 6, and Class 8 are all under the charge of Zhang Panpan. This means that from now on, all of Feng Xiu's physical education classes will be taught by Zhang Panpan. Damn it. For a time, many physical education teachers became jealous. After all, the result of 3 minutes is really exaggerated. Not to mention this year's freshmen. Even if you took the test scores of freshmen from previous years, they would be defeated by Fang Xiu in minutes. Teacher Pan, are you secretly giving Fang Xiu some special treatment? The placement test is to check the potential of the new beast tamers. To be fair, there won't even be physical education classes in the week before school starts. A physical education teacher couldn't help but criticize Zhang Pan, thinking that he was the one who secretly helped Fang Xiu improve his beast control. Zhang Pan didn't care about it. Teacher Zhao, weren't you here when Fang Xiu was taking the exam just now? What I mean is, where are your eyes? That level of beast control and Fang Xiu's control over the beast is not something that can be achieved by just giving it some special treatment. He is a natural beast master. He is a genius who will surpass all of us sooner or later. As he spoke, Zhang Pan pushed up his gold-rimmed glasses and looked at the physical education teacher named Zhao as if he was an idiot. Chapter 17. The strongest junior high school student, Li Qingqing. Seeing the strong tension between Zhang Pan and Zhao Gang, the principal quickly waved his hand to separate them. Fang Xiu, it's indeed a good seedling. The principal looked at Fang Xiu walking back from the playground and remembered him deeply in his heart. On the other side, Fang Xiu was naturally unaware of what had happened on the podium. He was walking leisurely, but found that there was no one around him. Not only that, all eyes were focused on him at this moment, whether they were the freshmen or the sophomores and juniors. Truly the center of attention. And this can't be helped. When Fang Xiu walked out of the examination room, the other students in Class 2 were still thinking about how to get their Beastmasters to complete the exam. Fortunately, the distance was not very far, and after a while, Zhang Yu took the initiative to come forward to greet him. Good job, Fang Xiu. Zhang Yu raised his head high. According to his original idea, Fang Xiu's baseline test this time would be enough to amaze everyone on the playground. But the reality is, isn't this more than just an eye-opener? It completely subverts everyone's worldview. Looking at the entire high school freshman class, I'm afraid no one can refresh. No one can approach Fang Xiu's time. Yes, Zhang had already foreseen that Fang Xiu would be far behind in the baseline test results of this year's high school freshmen. Jiang Chao and Fan Longhe, who were closer to Class 2's activities, became even more jealous. Especially Fan Longhe, the baseline test results of their class have all come out. The most outstanding student was also pinned to the ground and crushed by Fang Xiu, becoming a complete foil to Fang Xiu. Although Jiang Chao's class has the outstanding Zhang Shuren, he doesn't think that Zhang Shuren can break Fang Xiu's record. My goodness, others are taking exams, but Fang Xiu is simply speeding through them. Jiang Chao muttered to himself. However, just when Jiang Chao was about to comfort Zhang Shuren and tell him not to have so much psychological pressure, he suddenly discovered that Zhang Shuren was missing from the team. Jiang Chao was so scared that he started looking around. Fortunately, the people from Class 2 had not returned yet, and Jiang Chao quickly discovered where Zhang Shuren had gone. He walked to Fang Xiu's side unknowingly, his eyes half narrowed, staring at Fang Xiu's face. Fang Xiu was a little confused by what he saw. I'll remember you. Zhang Shuren looked hard for a long time before he recognized Fang Xiu's appearance, then turned around and left without looking back. Fang Xiu. No, this guy is mentally healthy. What's going on? Fang Xiu looked at Zhang Shuren's back, wondering if he had become stupid from reading too much. Maybe he thinks of you as his opponent. Zhang Yu is also confused. But as the second best student in the city, Zhang Yu is also quite impressed by him. After all, he is a top student, so it is understandable that he has some quirks. Treat him as an opponent. Fang Xiu raised his eyebrows. After seeing the performance of his alien Triceratops, he still had the courage to regard himself as a competitor. It seems that this guy is very confident in his beast. Speaking of which, the number one person in Huching is called Li Qingqing, right? Which class is she in? For a moment, Fang Xiu couldn't help but wonder which class Li Qingqing was in. After all, she is the number one student in Huching Junior High School, so her beast taming must be very powerful. If there's a chance in the future, I can let the face hugger assimilate the genes. Are you serious? But who would have known that when Zhang Yu heard this? He looked at Fang Xiu with a dark face. What's wrong? Li Qingqing is in our class, Zhang Yu said, pointing to the screen in the center of the playground. It's been a week since school started, and Fang Xiu has taken a lot of general education classes. Have you never noticed? As the strongest junior high school student in Huching, Li Qingqing not only has outstanding academic performance, but also has a fair face, bright eyes, and a well-proportioned figure. If there was a school beauty contest, Li Qingqing would definitely win the whole thing. Not long after school started, many sophomores and juniors, as well as freshmen from other classes, came to Class 2 to inquire about Li Qingqing's tin cent and wanted to add him as their friend. So Feng Xiu never noticed it? Is there such a thing? In fact, Feng Xiu has sword-like eyebrows and star-like eyes, is fresh and handsome, has a tall and slender figure, and has defeated Qin Fan, so he has become the object of admiration of many girls. So every time after the general education class, Feng Xiu would just jump out of the window and run away. I usually spend all my time breeding aliens and have no time to gossip about others. This means that even after the baseline test is over, you cannot go back and you need to wait here. Otherwise, Feng Xiu would have gone back long ago. As Zhang Yu raised a finger, Feng Xiu also looked at the screen in the center of the playground. Li Qingqing's beast was a strange gray bird. It looked extremely ugly, and the feathers on its tail were a little blown up, as if it had been chewed by a dog. However, although this little gray bird is not good-looking, it is quite fast compared to other newly born beasts. The 1,000-meter track was quickly left behind by it, and then it crashed head-on into the humanoid machine. Bang! With a dull sound, the humanoid machine in the examination room was directly blown 3 meters high by the little gray bird and flew backwards like a kite with a broken string. The whole process was clean, neat, and smooth. When Li Qingqing walked out of the examination room, it had only been 8 minutes. Snort! Li Qingqing returned to the playground and pulled out the beast taming space card. The principal of Huching No. 1 Middle School must be mentally ill. He had to broadcast a good test live. If Li Qingqing didn't want to expose her beast control in public, she felt that her performance could be improved. Maybe we can get into the 6 points. It is not impossible to refresh the baseline test results of Huching No. 1 Middle School over the years. But never mind. Even with such achievements, I'm sure this class of students won't be able to catch up. Mortals, you can only cheer for me. While muttering to himself, Li Qingqing put his hands in his pockets, raised the corners of his mouth with a smile, and walked back with big strides. Just when Li Qingqing thought that the freshmen and the sophomores and juniors would be extremely shocked by her results, the sound of discussions really came from behind her. Hey, did I read that correctly? You passed the placement test in 8 minutes. That beast master is so ugly, but I didn't expect him to be so powerful. Although you show is ugly, that girl is so beautiful. She must be Li Qingqing, right? It is said that she is the strongest junior high school student in Huching. She was admitted to No. 1 Middle School with the highest score in the city. What kind of monsters are these freshmen? Li Qingqing didn't seem to care about the voices of the senior students, but she was very proud in her heart. Yes, that's it. Praise me, marvel at me, mortal. However, when Li Qingqing raised her head and looked towards the activity area of her class, the corners of her raised mouth suddenly froze. Chapter 18. Li Qingqing, who doubts her life. Am I the second one? Li Qingqing thought that the head teacher Zhang Yu would greet her in the activity area of Class 2, but when she looked up, she was shocked to find that there was someone standing next to Zhang Yu. What's going on? Li Qingqing's fast strides suddenly slowed down, and she blinked her beautiful eyes, seriously doubting whether she had seen it wrong. Could it be that there is someone who has completed the baseline test faster than me and returned to the activity area? Impossible. As soon as this thought came to mind, Li Qingqing shook her head frantically in her heart to deny it. When a class of students was taking a baseline test just now, she paid special attention to it. The fastest passing record was 15 minutes, and some students even failed to complete the baseline test. How could anyone be faster than me? It must be. This student's beast taming skills were so poor that he was kicked out of the examination room. Well, that must be it. Thinking of this, Li Qingqing covered his chest and breathed a sigh of relief. I was the best in the city when I was in junior high school. Not only did I always rank first in general education courses for 3 years, I also learned about beast taming at an early age. Now that he has been promoted to Huching No. 1 Middle School, his position as the No. 1 student is still unshakable. But who would have known that as Li Qingqing got closer and closer to Class 2's activity area, she gradually saw Feng Xiu clearly. He has sharp eyebrows and bright eyes, is fresh and handsome, has a tall and slender figure, and is quite handsome. But the other party's face was not gloomy, on the contrary. His face was filled with strong confidence. It doesn't look like he was kicked out of the examination room at all. Could it be that this guy has completed the baseline test? But how is that possible? Li Qingqing raised her eyebrows and clenched her fists with her hands in her pockets. Good job, Qingqing. Upon seeing this, Zhang Yu gave Li Qingqing a thumbs up and said, "The first and second place winners of this baseline test can both stay in our class." Ha! Zhang Yu's hearty laughter was extremely penetrating and his voice was loud, as if he was afraid that some teachers might not be able to hear it. Li Guosheng, the head teacher of Class 6, had a grim face throughout the whole process. It would have been fine if it was just Fang Xiu, but I didn't expect that Li Qingqing was also assigned to Class 2. This Zhang Yu, could it be that he sent a red envelope to Lao Wang? Li Guosheng's eyes were full of resentment when he looked at Zhang Yu. Although the head teachers of other classes had never competed with Zhang Yu for students, they were all very jealous at this moment. A 3-minute quick pass test. Pass the placement test in 8 minutes. If nothing unexpected happens, the two of them will be the first and second in this beast taming survey. Students from other classes will only serve as supporting roles for them. I'm so unwilling. So angry. However, Li Qingqing was not confident at this time. Even after hearing Zhang Yu's words, Li Qingqing was stunned where she was. What did you just say, first, second? Who is first? Although Li Qingqing was vaguely aware of what was happening, the shock was so great that she found it difficult to accept it for a while. Of course it's me. Could it be you? Fang Xiu couldn't help but complain when he saw this. Li Qingqing is indeed quite pretty, especially when compared to the girls in other classes on the playground. But it's not like I haven't seen women before. Especially the sense of superiority revealed in Li Qingqing's words, as if the first place should belong to her, Li Qingqing, and no one else could get it. What did you say? Li Qingqing was struck by lightning. During the 3 years of junior high school, there are both regular exams and various competitions. No. Even if you include my grades in elementary school and kindergarten, I have always been number 1. Even if it is an origami competition that seems useless in the eyes of others, as long as I take it seriously, I have never lost to anyone. In fact, being the first is as normal to her as breathing and drinking water. The same thing happened at Huqing number 1 middle school. The same will be true for my future college life. It should be like this. Also, I'll tell you, my result is 3 minutes. Seeing that Li Qingqing was a little dazed, Fang Xiu simply continued speaking and showed his own result. Impossible. The result was just as Fang Xiu had expected. After hearing the words 3 minutes, Li Qingqing instinctively took a half step back, her beautiful eyes widening like a cow's eyes. Her red lips were wide open, revealing her jade-like teeth and sweet tongue. Zhang Yu didn't expect Li Qingqing to have such a big reaction. King, Fang Xiu. You are Fang Xiu. Li Qingqing didn't care about Zhang Yu's words, but just captured the key information from his words. Rest now. She was impressed by the name. After all, he was the guy who caused a sensation on the first day of school. No, you're lying. Li Qingqing still couldn't accept the reality and shook her head like a rattle. Brother you, tell her what my grades are. Fang Xiu still did not comfort Li Qingqing, but instead felt a sense of relief in his heart. Is this what it feels like to be slapped in the face? It's really good. Fang Xiu, you should also talk less. Zhang Yu took a breath of cold air from the corner of his mouth. The head teachers of other classes did not expect such a thing to happen. In an instant, everyone looked over. He looks like a fun person. Teacher Zhang, what is Fang Xiu's score? Li Qingqing asked sternly. Don't lie to me, I can find it myself. Worried that Zhang Yu might lie, she did not forget to give him a special warning. It is indeed 3 minutes. Zhang Yu's face turned pale. He was so happy that he had no idea that Li Qingqing would take this test so seriously. But it makes sense. Li Qingqing's grades have always been ranked first. You got second place because you only have the ability to get second place. I got first place because there is no position higher than first. This famous quote was revealed by Li Qingqing in an interview program. Although her arrogant attitude makes many people feel uncomfortable, she is indeed qualified. Until she met Fang Xiu. I became a second. 3 minutes. 8 minutes. That's 5 minutes faster than me. It's 1.5 times faster. I am the second. Li Qingqing only felt a buzzing in her brain, and her vision became blurred. I am the second. These words kept echoing in Li Qingqing's mind, like a bolt from the blue. Even Li Qingqing's breathing quickly became rapid, and sweat continued to appear on her forehead. Qingqing, Zhang Yu had never seen such a scene before. He was shocked and reached out to help immediately. The next second, Li Qingqing staggered a few steps, his eyes turned black, and then he pounced on Fang Xiu. Fang Xiu. Fang Xiu never expected that Li Qingqing would faint in front of him. No, sister, are you trying to scam me? Chapter 19. Li Qingqing's sophistry. I didn't take it seriously. Seeing Li Qingqing fall forward, Zhang Yu subconsciously reached out to help her, but he was still a beat too late. His hand was suspended in midair, and Li Qingqing fell directly into Fang Xiu's arms. Fang Xiu and Zhang Yu looked at each other and couldn't help but complain, this guy's psychological endurance is too poor. In my previous life, my grades dropped several places, but it was not like Li Qingqing's. You don't know. Li Qingqing has been an excellent student since she was young. She has always been first and has never been second. For this reason, the TV station even interviewed Li Qingqing at the end of the high school entrance examination. Li Qingqing said at the time that you ranked second because you only had the ability to rank second, and I ranked first because there was no higher ranking than first. Not only have I been surpassed by you now, but my scores are now twice as high as yours. It's inevitable that you'll suffer some setbacks. Zhang Yu explained. Although Li Qingqing ranked second this time, her result was enough to crush all the freshmen except Fang Xiu. There's nothing strange about Zhang Yu speaking for her. What should we do now? Fang Xiu still couldn't quite understand this feeling, but he couldn't just let Li Qingqing fall into his arms forever. Send her to the infirmary. Zhang Yu thought for a moment. As the class teacher, I also have to take care of other freshmen and cannot leave for the time being. As for the head teachers and classmates of other classes, he was somewhat worried. Who knows if they will steal their students? What's more, Fang Xiu and Li Qingqing are both students in his class, not enemies. There is no harm in letting them have more contact. I can take Qingqing to the infirmary, but how much does it cost? Fang Xiu asked while carrying Li Qingqing on his shoulders. What are you thinking about? Of course it's free at the infirmary. Zhang Yu said without thinking. Number 1 high school is a key high school in Huqing, after all. How could the school doctor allow students to collect money? I didn't talk about the medical expenses. I was talking about me. You can't let me make this trip in vain, right? I wanted to see other students' beastmasters. Fang Xiu was not making excuses. In fact, he was really curious whether there would be any beast tamers among this class of freshmen that would impress him. When there is a chance, I will let the face hugger parasitize me. Zhang Yu was stunned immediately. That's too much, Fang Xiu. Li Qingqing is. Zhang Yu originally wanted to say that Li Qingqing could be considered the school belle. She was very outstanding in both academic performance and family background, and was the white moonlight in the hearts of many male classmates. What happened to Fang Xiu? He was reluctant to accept such a good opportunity to be alone. Even while Fang Xiu and Zhang Yu were bargaining, they were surrounded by envious looks from their male classmates. My beast master is running out of money to eat. I'm really poor, brother Yu. Fang Xiu said without hesitation. 500. Seeing Fang Xiu becoming more and more demanding, Zhang Yu felt at a loss whether to laugh or cry. Good man. He thinks he's a rich man and wants to be exploited. Never mind. Okay, I'll wait for you to come back. Zhang Yu sighed helplessly and had to agree to Fang Xiu's conditions. But who knew that Fang Xiu would directly take out the resource card? He looked as if he was afraid that Zhang Yu would go back on his word. It's not that I don't trust you, brother Yu, but the place where you recharge your resource card is not far from the infirmary. I discharged it on the way. Otherwise, I'll have to make another trip. What if it delays my beast training? This. Zhang Yu took a breath of cold air from the corner of his mouth. This is only Fang Xiu. If it were someone else, Zhang Yu would not spoil him like this. Just like that, Zhang Yu transferred 500 to Fang Xiu's resource card. Fang Xiucai carried Li Qingqing towards the infirmary. However, it was only when he saw Fang Xiu's receding back that Zhang Yu reacted. I transferred the money directly to Fang Xiu's resource card. So how could he top up the card? Along the way, both male and female classmates cast envious and jealous glances at me. The male classmate hated himself for not being Fang Xiu. The female classmate hated that she was not Li Qingqing. Of course, there are also female classmates who hate themselves for not being Fang Xiu. For a time, Fang Xiu almost became the public enemy. After the principal noticed the incident, he quickly sent someone over to confirm the situation. After learning that Li Qingqing was not seriously injured, the baseline test continued. However, Li Qingqing's coma did not last too long. She couldn't accept it for a while, and her blood and qi attacked her heart, causing her to faint. But she was a high school student and a beast tamer after all, so her physical condition was not that bad. She woke up after a while. But what she never dreamed of was, as soon as I opened my eyes, I saw Fang Xiu's lower back. Just as he was about to exert force, he found himself being carried on someone's shoulders. So embarrassing. The other students looked over here. making Li Qingqing's face turn red. Damn it. I thought I could shock everyone in the test. Let all the classmates cheer for you and applaud you. Unexpectedly, this baseline test completely became Fang Xiu's home court. I have brought such shame upon myself. It's over, it's over. For a moment, Li Qingqing felt that her life was over. She closed her eyes tightly and prayed in her heart to leave the playground as soon as possible. Fang Xiu did not notice that Li Qingqing had woken up. He doesn't care about other people's eyes. You can earn 500 just by carrying one person. This deal is very cost-effective. Put me down. It was not until Fang Xiu brought Li Qingqing into the teaching building that Li Qingqing began to struggle violently. Fang Xiu let go of Li Qingqing, and Li Qingqing staggered a few steps before regaining her balance. Fang Xiu. She clenched her pink little fists, her beautiful eyes filled with anger. Are you okay? Fang Xiu looked at Li Qingqing and then extended his hand. Li Qingqing was stunned. What do you mean? Give me the money. I carried you all the way from the playground to here. Although I don't have to go to the infirmary, my hard work can't go to waste, right? Fang Xiu said seriously. Maybe other boys would be excited and show off in their circle of friends just by talking to Li Qingqing for a few words. But he won't. Even if Li Qingqing is indeed pretty, we should still talk about money. Are you a miser? Li Qingqing took a breath of cold air, feeling it was unreasonable. How could there be such people in this world? Don't think that just because you got first place in this placement test, you're better than me. I'm telling you, my beast. Ahem. I'm not serious. Li Qingqing crossed her arms and emphasized to Fang Xiu. However, to Fang Xiu, these words were just a loser making excuses. Seriously speaking, even his own alien queen did not take part in this test. When you got first place in the exam, didn't you think their behavior was ridiculous when the second-place students said they didn't take it seriously? Fang Xiu said coldly, if you have the ability, just take the first place back openly. $1,000, thank you. Chapter 20, Students from a Student Union. Li Qingqing's face flushed instantly. It was the first time she met such an unreasonable guy like Fang Xiu. Whether in elementary school or junior high school, I have always been the focus of everyone's attention, and other boys have always been attentive to me. Fang Xiu is a good guy. He dared to ask for 1,000 just because he carried him to the infirmary. Although this amount of money was just a drop in the bucket for her, who came from a wealthy family, she was still very angry. Fang Xiu, just wait for me. After saying that, Li Qingqing angrily transferred 1,000 yuan to Fang Xiu's resource card, and then left without looking back. This little girl. Looking at Li Qingqing's receding back, Fang Xiu couldn't help but complain in his heart. Even if she just walks away, I can't do anything to her. I didn't expect that they actually transfer the money to me. Is this the strength of the strongest junior high school student? Looking at the 1,500 yuan in his hand, Fang Xiu felt very happy. In this way, the alien's food problem for a week was solved. What happens next is relatively simple. When Fang Xiu returned to the playground, the students in Class 2 and Class 3 had all finished their baseline test. Fang Xiu took the opportunity to observe the beast taming situations of other classes and took note of the beast tamings that performed well, thinking that if there was a chance in the future, he would let the facehugger parasitize them. It took a whole day for all the freshmen to complete the baseline test. Although the scores of all students have not been fully counted yet, everyone has a consensus on who the first place is. Before the class was disbanded, the principal of number 1 middle school did not forget to praise Fang Xiu and use Shu Lin as a role model, asking the new students to follow his example. At the same time, the principal did not forget to encourage everyone. There is still a long time before the college entrance examination. Don't be discouraged, even if you are temporarily behind. Work hard to improve your beast taming skills. You should also go back early and have good rest. You will have physical education classes starting tomorrow. Before parting, Zhang Yu deliberately held Fang Xiu's hand. Although he achieved amazing results this time, a journey of 1,000 miles begins with a single step. Only by keeping your feet on the ground can you reach the top. Understand, brother Yu. If they were ordinary high school students, they might become complacent because of their excellent grades. Or they might be like Li Qingqing, unable to accept the blow once they encounter failure. But Fang Xiu is already an adult, and his mentality is much more stable than Zhang Yu. After saying goodbye to Zhang Yu, Fang Xiu returned to his dormitory. He first entered the beast taming space, exchanged all the 1,500 yuan he had cheated into food, and then fell into a sound sleep. When Fang Xiu opened his eyes again, it was already the next morning. He stretched, washed up quickly, and headed straight for the campus. The courses of the previous week were mainly general education courses. Fang Xiu had been an undergraduate in his previous life, so he could get good grades just by flipping through the books. Naturally, he had no interest in these subjects. The real beginning is after the baseline test. Not only are there more physical education classes in the timetable, but they even take up most of the class time. According to conservative estimates, there are at least 3 physical education classes a day. Why not just change the name to Beast Taming class? Fang Xiu took out his cell phone, took a look at the class schedule that the head teacher Zhang Yu sent to the class group, and couldn't help but complain. There are 2 physical education classes in the morning and 2 physical education classes in the afternoon. It is truly an era where everyone can tame beasts. However, just as Fang Xiu was on his way to the classroom, Zhang Yu came running over in a hurry. "Finally, I found you." Zhang Yu breathed a sigh of relief when he saw Fang Xiu was alone. "What's wrong, brother Yu?" Fang Xiu glanced at Zhang Yu and felt that his expression was even uglier than the first time he heard about the facehugger. Could it be that? Did Li Guosheng, the head teacher of Class 6, really use his connections to get me over? "Brother Yu, don't worry. Class 2 is good. I have no intention of going to Class 6. Fang Xiu talked freely. "First of all, I have a good relationship with Zhang Yu. Secondly, Zhang Yu's personality is that of a protective class teacher. There is really no need to change classes." When Zhang Yu heard Fang Xiu's words, he was naturally happy. "It's not about changing classes. A mere Laoli is not qualified to snatch someone from me. Yes, the student union." As he spoke, Zhang Yu pulled Fang Xiu to the corner of the stairs, looking as if he was afraid of being discovered. "Student union?" Fang Xiu tilted his head. The so-called student union, as the name suggests, is a spontaneous and autonomous organization of students. The school originally established the student union to enrich students' campus life. However, some students think they are superior to others just because they joined the student union. He acts like he's worth $2.5 million all day long. During Fang Xiu's 4 years at university, the people he hated the most were the people in the student union. Looking at Zhang Yu's expression again, Fang Xiu couldn't help but complain in his heart. It seems that no matter which world it is, the student union is not welcomed. Zhang Yu nodded. "Didn't you notice it when you came to school? With the development of AI, big data can be processed more easily. It only took one night for number 1 middle school to compile the results of the freshman baseline examination. Fang Xiu, who passed the test in 3 minutes, was undoubtedly the first person in this baseline test. Li Qingqing came second, and Zhang Shuren came third. Although Chan Fan from Class 6 had his beast tamer killed by Fang Xiu on the first day, his wealthy family background allowed him to quickly train a new beast tamer, and he achieved an impressive result of 6th place in this baseline test. The school had the names of the top 100 freshmen made into banners and displayed them in various areas of the campus. "Well, I didn't notice that," Fang Xiu said without thinking. He did notice the banner on the way here, but he was not interested in what was on it. He passed by without even looking at it. However, Fang Xiu understood Zhang Yu's concerns. A big tree attracts the wind. His own alien Triceratops not only won the first place this time. It is very likely that the records of previous years will be broken. It is not surprising that students would want to recruit such an outstanding freshman. "There's nothing to worry about. I have no interest in running the student union." Fang Xiu said this, thinking that Zhang Yu was worried that he would become obsessed with the power of the student union and affect his beast taming. Fang Xiu still had a clear mind on this matter. The student union president is also useful on campus and sounds impressive. Once you really enter society, who will care whether you have been in the student union or not? Things are not as simple as you think. Zhang Yu looked at Fang Xiu with a dark face. If the student union only wanted to recruit Fang Xiu, he, as the class teacher, would have nothing to worry about. If they want to sign a contract with you, just say you want to think about it again. You're only in the first year of high school, and you still need to discuss anything with your family. Zhang Yu said seriously. Chapter 21. If the enemy comes, we will stop him. If the water comes, we will block it with earth. Contract? Can the student union still sign a contract with students? Fang Xiu raised his eyebrows. This was the first time he had heard of such a thing. Although there were organizations like the student union in the world before the time travel, their main responsibilities were all related to clubs. I haven't heard that the student union will sign contracts with students with excellent grades or anything like that. It seems that the student union in this world is very different from the student union in my understanding. What kind of contract is it? Fang Xiu suddenly became interested. But who knows? Zhang Yu shook his head and said, "It's not convenient for me to tell you the details now. Besides, this is just my guess. The student union may have other plans. In short, if they promise you something verbally, that's fine. But if it's a written agreement or something like that, don't sign it yet." After saying that, Zhang Yu asked Fang Xiu to go to the classroom first, and he left. It seems that the power of this student union is very great. After all, Fang Xiu was not a real high school student, and he knew a little about things like observing people's words and expressions before coming to this world. He could see that Zhang Yu was very wary of the student union. I guess Zhang Yu is worried that I might say something wrong and expose him. Otherwise, why be a Riddler? This also means that the student union has great power and can even affect the direct interests of the class teacher. But from another perspective, Zhang Yu could also say nothing. It would not be too late for him to give advice when he went to find him after he had contacted the student union. But he didn't do that, which shows that he was really thinking about himself. Never mind. I can't think of anything anyway, so I'll just deal with it. Although, I don't know what kind of contract the student union will want to sign with me. I have nothing to be afraid of. Not to mention that this world is also a society ruled by law. Your own alien is not a soft persimmon that anyone can bully. If the student union really dares to act recklessly, the worst that can happen is that everyone gets angry and blood splatters within 5 steps. Thinking of this, Fang Xiu calmed down and walked towards the classroom. It is worth mentioning that when Fang Xiu defeated Chun Fan on the first day of school, he had already become a celebrity. Yesterday's baseline test caused a sensation in the entire Huqing No. 1 middle school. When Fang Xiu pushed open the door of the classroom and walked into the class, it caused an uproar on the spot. Many girls rushed up and wanted to add Fang Xiu as their friend. Even when Fang Xiu joined the class group, countless classmates submitted friend requests, and they bombarded him with new requests every few seconds. In the end, Fang Xiu had to set up a ban on people adding himself as a friend in the group. Looking at the classmates coming over, Fang Xiu couldn't help but take a breath. No wonder those celebrities wear sunglasses and masks when they go out. The fans are really fanatical. But not everyone gathered around. Fang Xiu looked around and found Li Qingqing sitting in the first row of the classroom by the window. She glared at him fiercely and then turned her head away as if she was angry. That's enough. Fang Xiu scolded his classmates for their actions and then went to his seat. However, as soon as Fang Xiu sat down, the classmate next to him excitedly said, "Fang Xiu, how did you do that? Who are you?" Although Fang Xiu had attended general education classes for a week, his mind was focused on beast taming. During class, he was mostly thinking about the alien queen and had almost no interaction with his deskmate. My name is Shi Zhanhong." Shi Zhanhong was stunned for a moment, but after thinking about it carefully, he realized that he and Fang Xiu had indeed not communicated much. "I ranked 28th in this placement test, which is a pretty impressive result. If it were someone else, Shi Zhanhong would be able to say proudly, 'I am a genius among the top 30 in Huqing No. 1 middle school.' It is the innate 985 holy body." But in front of Fang Xiu, the number 1 man, Shi Zhanhong couldn't even breathe smoothly. Even as he finished speaking, he felt a hint of regret. How he shamelessly revealed his ranking in front of Fang Xiu. Ahem. Let's not talk about the baseline test anymore. By the way, my brother is also in this No. 1 middle school. If you have any questions, you can ask me. Shi Zhanhong changed the subject, his eyes moving as if he had found a breakthrough. "Brother, I'm just borrowing flowers to offer to Buddha this time." "Oh." Fang Xiu became interested immediately after hearing that. He really wanted to find someone to inquire about the student union situation. "Do you know anything about the student union?" "Student union?" Shi Zhanhong didn't expect Fang Xiu would actually ask him about No. 1 middle school. He was only in the first year of high school, and if Fang Xiu hadn't mentioned it, he wouldn't even have paid attention to the affairs of the student union. "I don't know, but it doesn't matter. I can ask my brother for help. He should know." As he spoke, Shi Zhanhong was about to take out his cell phone to help Fang Xiu ask. However, at this moment, a loud voice came from the door of class 2. "Is Fang Xiu here?" The voice was not only loud, but also carried a sense of pride. Fang Xiu and Shi Zhanhong looked towards the door at the same time. I saw that the other person was almost 2 meters tall and had an exaggerated amount of muscle. It looks like an NBA star. The oppressive feeling emanating from him made the classroom quiet in an instant. Could it be the physical education teacher? Many students began to speculate secretly in their hearts. After all, physical education class just started today, and they haven't seen the physical education teacher yet. Is there anything wrong? Fang Xiu immediately stood up from his seat. Hello, classmate Fang Xiu. I'm Wang Bin from class 2 to 3 of senior high school. I'm from the student union. Our director asked me to come and ask you to come over. Wang Bin's voice did not decrease. As soon as these words were spoken, they immediately caused an uproar in the classroom. Fuck, not the PE teacher. Sophomore? He just said he's in sophomore? He must be almost 2 meters tall, right? What does he want to see Fang Xiu for? No one expected that the visitor was also a student and only 1 year older than them. Minister? What minister? What do you want to see me for? Fang Xiu looked Wang Bin up and down. I'm from a student union organization department. I can't tell you what the specific matter is. As he spoke, Wang Bin took a special look at the class schedule written on the blackboard. It doesn't matter if you miss a few general education classes. We will notify the teacher, and it won't be counted as early withdrawal. Notify? Fang Xiu's starry eyes moved. In his opinion, Wang Bin's choice of words was very sophisticated. He was not helping him explain to the teacher, but informing the teacher. Generally speaking, only superiors use the term notification to communicate with subordinates, right? No wonder even the class teacher Zhang Yu is afraid of the student union. Well, lead the way. But no matter what, Fang Xiu was not frightened by Wang Bin's aura. He walked towards the door and asked Wang Bin to lead the way for him. Chapter 22 Contract issued by the student union. Sure, Zhanhong originally wanted to go over to see the fun, but when he saw Wang Bin's somewhat ferocious eyes, he was so scared that he instantly shrank his neck. The entire class, too, fell silent. It felt like a school bully came over to block people, and the other students didn't dare to speak out. Only Li Qingqing gave Wang Bin a fierce look and didn't take him seriously. Follow me. Wang Bin turned around and took Fang Xiu through the corridor, then brought him to the school playground. Fang Xiu couldn't help but feel confused after seeing these operations. He thought that the place where students would arrange to meet him would be a conference room or classroom. Result: playground? However, since it was almost time for class, there were not many students on the playground. Minister Qian. Wang Bin took Fang Xiu directly to a relatively shady place. The man called Minister Qian was sitting on a chair, with several members of the student union gathered behind him. Are you Fang Xiu? He looks quite handsome. Let me introduce myself. My name is Qian Feng, and I am the director of the student union's organization department. It only took me 3 minutes to pass the placement test, which is a rare achievement. How about it? Are you interested in joining us? Qian Feng directly extended an olive branch to Fang Xiu, but he had no intention of standing up. Instead, his classmates gathered around Fang Xiu. Moreover, these students are all about 2 meters tall, which is comparable to Wang Bin. Coupled with their strong muscles, they constantly exude a sense of oppression, especially their attitude, as if they would not let Fang Xiu go if he dared to disagree. What if I say I'm not interested? But how could Fang Xiu be frightened by the momentum of these people? He looked at Qian Feng and did not take Wang Bin and others seriously. Qian Feng was stunned at first. He didn't expect Fang Xiu to reject him directly. Generally speaking, many senior high school students want to join the student union. There are still quite a few applications piled up in the activity room, and he usually doesn't even bother to take a look at them. But I think so. Most of those who actively apply to join the student union are mediocre. And this Fang Xiu won the first place in the baseline test. The beasts that were cultivated were extremely rare species of mythical beasts. If you're not passionate, can you still be called a young person? Could it be that Mr. Fang has some misunderstanding about us? Our organization department upholds the concept of mutual assistance. Well, never mind, I'll just say it directly. When it comes to taming beasts, it not only depends on a person's talent, but also on what kind of resources the family can provide for them. If we cannot provide sufficient resources to the beast tamers, there may not be any problems in the first semester of high school. But once they enter the second year of high school, they will be easily surpassed by those students from wealthy families. We in the student union have seen too many examples of geniuses falling. So, in order to prevent such tragedies from happening again, our student union will provide these geniuses with resources to help them. Qian Feng paused for a moment and said with a hint of amusement, Student Feng's parents are just ordinary workers, right? It seems like there are still financial pressures such as mortgage and car loans. Hearing this, Fang Xiu raised his eyebrows unnaturally. Although it was not difficult for Fang Xiu to see that the student union was very powerful from Zhang Yu's attitude and Wang Bin's performance, the fact that they could even investigate his family background in just one day still surprised him. Is this the student union or a private detective? Especially Qian Feng's tone, which was somewhat threatening. This made Fang Xiu feel very uncomfortable. So what's the price? Fang Xiu remained serious. I don't believe there's a free lunch in this world. Perhaps in the eyes of others, Qian Feng is the high and mighty minister of organization, and I should be happy to be favored by him. But in Fang Xiu's eyes, Qian Feng was just a little kid in high school, especially his sense of superiority, which was written all over his face. So what if you're a talented beastmaster among the freshmen in high school? Aren't you standing here talking to me now? It's nothing great at all. The term cost is too exaggerated. Qian Feng smiled and said, "We are all the best students in Huqing No. 1 Middle School, and we're the ones who will be able to go to key universities in the future." Of course. As he spoke, Qian Feng snapped his fingers. The boy standing next to Wang Bin immediately took out a stack of documents from his school bag. Verbal promises are naturally meaningless. If Mr. Feng is willing to accept our funding, you can sign this contract. If there are any problems, we can also resolve them through legal means. Qian Feng gave a wink, and a document was handed to Fang Xiu. "Mr. Feng, please take a look at the contents of the contract first. It doesn't matter, right? Just take a look." Fang Xiu grabbed the document. "Anyway, I am an adult and not ignorant of the law. Can you still be fooled by a kid in the second year of high school?" Thinking of this, Fang Xiu began to look through the documents brought by Qian Feng. What Fang Xiu didn't expect was, he thought that the contract brought by Qian Feng would be full of traps. For example, some online literature platforms will use long contracts to trap authors and secretly add a sentence in some inconspicuous place that the copyright of this book belongs to Party B and is valid for 50 years. Some authors who don't read the contract carefully will be deceived. But who knows? Fang Xiu didn't see any unfair terms. On the contrary, the above conditions look quite tempting. For example, they will provide themselves with financial support, solve the problem of food for the beast tamers, and expand the beast tamer space card. They will also plan their own development in the 3 years of high school. For example, for some beast taming competitions, there will be dedicated seniors to take one-on-one responsibility. It feels nothing wrong. Fang Xiu raised his eyebrows. The contents of the contract were more in favor of him. Could it be that this student union is really a good group of people? However, just as Fang Xiu was thinking about this, one of the clauses written on the penultimate page caught his attention. The student union will be responsible for filling out the student's first-choice high school application. My first choice for high school. Except for this clause, which seems to have a problem, there is no problem with the other clauses. I remember that I could apply for high school admission 3 times. Even if there's a problem with the first choice, as long as the second and third choices are correct, you can still go to a good university. If the student union requires that all volunteer application work be handled by the student union, Fang Xiu will definitely not agree. But if it's just a first choice, it seems like there's nothing wrong with it. Or, what is there about the volunteer application process in this world that you don't know about? Chapter 23. Suppression from a Student Union. If Zhang Yu hadn't reminded me in advance not to sign a contract with the student union, I might have actually signed it. Fang Xiu couldn't help but sigh in his heart. If Zhang Yu had not reminded him in advance, and Qian Feng's attitude had been better, he might have been fooled by this high school kid. But, although Fang Xiu was somewhat tempted, he still threw the contract back. The contract is really good. If it were an ordinary freshman, I'm afraid there would be no reason to refuse. But unfortunately, the price you offer is too low for me, Fang Xiu. Fang Xiu did not question the voluntary application. Instead, he threw the contract back on the grounds that the price was too low. Then, Fang Xiu turned around and prepared to go back to class. I was thinking of asking Zhang Yu or Zhang Panpan what happened when I had the chance. No matter how powerful the student union is, it shouldn't be enough to cause a conflict with the physical education teacher, right? After all, the physical education teacher has the highest status among all the teachers in this high school. But who knows? Before Fang Xiu could take a few steps, Wang Bin and another student stopped him. What? Fang Xiu saw this and immediately turned around to look at Qian Feng. Are you trying to force me to submit? For a moment, Fang Xiu seemed to understand something. No wonder Wang Bin brought himself to the playground. There are surveillance cameras in every area of the teaching building. Especially in meeting rooms, activity rooms, and classrooms, there are basically no blind spots in surveillance. But the playground is different. If a real fight were to break out, coupled with the power of the student union, I might actually suffer a loss. Of course, this is only in theory. Even if my physique is not as good as Wang Bin and the others, I still have the alien. Don't get me wrong, Mr. Feng. Seeing this, Qian Feng quickly raised the corner of his mouth and smiled at Fang Xiu. Our student union is not that low level. Since you think the contract is unreasonable, I will report it to my superiors. Only student Ma Ming watched the live broadcast of your placement test and has been clamoring to challenge you, a genius beastmaster. As Qian Feng finished speaking, Wang Bin and others retreated one after another. Ma Ming and the others made enough space for Feng Xiu. Feng Xiu couldn't help being speechless. I just feel that Qian Feng's show of power is only at the level of a high school student. But Feng Xiu felt that he had no reason to refuse. Firstly, these students are not just sophomores, and they have been taming beasts for a longer time, which is far beyond the reach of freshmen. Secondly, since he was able to join the student union and was called by Qian Feng to be a thug, he must be very strong in beast taming. It's just right for your alien to assimilate genes. Student Ma Ming, right? I'm your senior. Ma Ming said coldly, correcting Feng Xiu's words. Didn't your family teach you proper manners? Ha! Feng Xiu couldn't help but sneer. What's so great about starting a year earlier than me? There are differences between beasts. If you don't want to lose the beast you have been training for a year, I advise you to give up this idea. Feng Xiu took a step back to advance and advised Ma Ming not to be so naive. Ma Ming also sneered and took out the beast-taming space card from his pocket. Seeing this, Feng Xiu didn't say anything more and also took out the beast-taming space card. Qian Feng's mouth corners slightly raised, and he felt more and more proud. Although Feng Xiu is the most talented freshman this year, he also possesses the rarest mythical beast. But Ma Ming is a hardworking genius. He has been honing his beast control since his freshman year of high school. The accumulated practical experience is simply not comparable to that of a freshman like Feng Xiu. Most importantly, student union. With the help of our student union, Ma Ming's beast has not only undergone a transformation, but has also been equipped with powerful equipment. Although it's just a regular species, its combat power is simply incomparable to Feng Xiu's alien. Qian Feng thought to himself. He admitted that Feng Xiu was a genius. If Feng Xiu was given enough time to grow, not only Ma Ming, but even himself will be caught up by Feng Xiu sooner or later. But that's how the world is. If you want to get involved in the world, you need power and background. In the face of capital, genius is nothing more than a tool. In this battle, Feng Xiu will definitely lose. And that's not all. Once Feng Xiu realized the huge difference between himself as a genius and Ma Ming, he will realize that talent alone is not enough to taming beasts. At that time, it will be time for Feng Xiu to take the initiative to ask him to sign the contract. Thinking of this, Qian Feng couldn't help but sneer. Fetching number 1 middle school has never lacked talents, and their student union has always liked to suppress such geniuses. No one can say no to the student union. If so, suppress it until he can accept it. At this time, Feng Xiu had no idea what Qian Feng was thinking. He took out the beast-taming space card, prepared to add Ma Ming as a friend, and then go online. No need to bother. But what Feng Xiu didn't expect was that Ma Ming shook his head without even thinking. Let's just go right here. There aren't many people on the playground anyway. Feng Xiu. Whether it was the battle with Chun Fan or the baseline test, Feng Xiu entered another space to carry out the operations. I didn't expect that Beastmasters could duel in real life. Looking at your reaction, you seem surprised? Ma Ming glanced at Feng Xiu's expression and mocked. If you are scared, it's not too late now. This sentence should be my line. Although Feng Xiu was surprised, he still did not lose his momentum. However, Feng Xiu did not release the alien queen directly. Let's use the alien triceratops. Feng Xiu fumbled around for a while before releasing the beast. In an instant, the alien triceratops that was supposed to exist in the beast-controlling space suddenly appeared on the playground. Its huge body crushed Wang Bin and others. Translucent mucus dripped from the corners of the alien triceratops' mouth, accompanied by a hissing sound coming from its mouth. Several high school students standing next to Wang Bin took half a step back at the same time after seeing the body of the alien triceratops. Although they had seen Feng Xiu's alien in the live broadcast of the baseline test, the feeling of being there still made them nervous. If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, it would have been hard for them to believe that this kind of beast was released by a freshman in high school. Is this genius? Ma Ming's eyes narrowed slightly, and he looked up and down at the alien triceratops. However, Qian Feng asked him to come over to act as a thug, so he naturally would not back down. Not to mention, his own beast is also very powerful. Look carefully, Fang Xiu, this is my Ma Ming's beast. As Ma Ming finished speaking, a faint light flashed. Ah! The deafening roar echoed throughout the playground. Chapter 24, Cut, Cut, Cut. With a faint light flashing by, Ma Ming directly released his beast. Qian Feng and others raised their lips slightly. Although Ma Ming's beast is just a regular species, it has undergone a mutation with the help of the student union. Coupled with the support of powerful equipment, its combat power has reached its peak. Fang Xiu's Beastmaster had only been born not long ago, and he didn't even have any practical experience. In their view, the balance of victory or defeat in this battle has begun to tilt towards Ma Ming. Fang Xiu didn't care about what Qian Feng and others thought. He immediately looked at Ma Ming's beast. It doesn't matter if you look at it. According to Fang Xiu's guess, he thought that Ma Ming's beast would be a tiger, elephant, or other creature. But who would have known that Ma Ming's beast was actually a giant standing wolf? Not only does it have thick and strong legs, it also wears a pair of ripped jeans, and its hands have opposable thumbs similar to those of humans, which allows it to perform fine movements such as grasping. Its nails are bright red and sharp, and it carries a long knife on its back. Its size seems to be comparable to that of its own Triceratops. This appearance made Fang Xiu think of an anime called Digimon that he had watched before he traveled through time. This guy must be the orc Garuru, right? Fang Xiu couldn't help but complain. Orc what? Ma Ming gefrowned. He naturally had never heard of the orc Garuru. Kill him, wolf god. Ma Ming directly named his beast wolf god. With his order, the werewolf quickly approached Fang Xiu's alien Triceratops. Before the alien Triceratops could react, the werewolf's right hand had already grasped the hilt of the knife behind him. A cold light flashed, and the werewolf raised the shining broadsword above his head with one hand, and then smashed it hard at the alien Triceratops. Student Fang Xiu. Although this is a competition, swords have no eyes. I hope you don't mind if I hurt your beast, Fang Xiu. Seeing this, Qian Feng immediately spoke behind Fang Xiu to attract Fang Xiu's attention. Especially for newly bred beasts, they don't have the fighting spirit in their minds yet. In addition, due to lack of experience, the Beastmaster often needs to give continuous orders in order to complete the battle. Qian Feng, a sophomore in high school, knew this very well, so he deliberately used words to distract Fang Xiu's attention. Understand? Fang Xiu nodded after hearing this. I hope that classmate Ma Ming can also understand this principle. However, just when everyone thought that Ma Ming's beast-taming werewolf would easily chop off the alien Triceratops' head, its upright bone plate suddenly opened. Bang! The werewolf's long knife fell on the pelvis of the alien Triceratops, making a clanging sound and producing bright sparks. Block! A hint of surprise flashed in Ma Ming's eyes. The long sword used by this beast-taming werewolf is made of black steel alloy and can cut through iron like mud. Moreover, the werewolf's arm strength is also extremely exaggerated. When he chops with his sword, it has several tons of explosive force. If it were to hit a human, it would cut them in half in an instant. Unexpectedly, it was actually resisted by Fang Xiu's Beastmaster. However, Ma Ming soon put away his surprise, because his beast-taming werewolf had more than just strength. No, to be exact, strength has never been the wolf god's advantage. Its real trump card is its speed. Ma Ming raised the corners of his mouth again. In his opinion, even if Fang Xiu's alien Triceratops had a very high defense, it could block the werewolf sword attack. But here's the thing. How many times can you block it? As long as you keep attacking the same position, you'll be able to break the defense sooner or later. Cut, cut, cut. At the same time, the werewolf also glanced back at Ma Ming, but after realizing Ma Ming's thoughts, the werewolf took butterfly steps and kept moving around the alien Triceratops, slashing at the opponent with a long knife in his hand. Hiss, hiss, hiss. The alien Triceratops, which was constantly attacked, did not get angry, but instead kept making strange noises from its mouth. Student Fang Xiu, your beast seems to be scared. Qian Feng crossed his arms and held up his chin. But there is nothing we can do about it. After all, you have just started training your beast. Without combat experience, this kind of problem will occur. Are you unsure, classmate Qian Feng? That's why you keep talking trash here. Fang Xiu glanced at Qian Feng. Kill my beast if you can. In fact, only Fang Xiu knew that the strange sound made by the alien Triceratops was not fear at all. Even except for the alien queen, other aliens do not have the emotion of fear. That hissing sound was more like a sonar system. Use sound feedback to determine the location of prey. In this case, This method is used probably to familiarize oneself with the werewolf's attack pattern. Okay. After being dissed by Fang Xiao, Qian Feng's face turned pale. Ma Ming, stop giving him ink. Kill him. Qian Feng's voice was low and cold, as if he was going to destroy Fang Xiao's Beastmaster here today. However, at this moment, Ma Ming began to feel a little panicked. From the beginning, he had no intention of reserving any strength and had been urging the werewolf to get rid of Fang Xiao's beast. But who knows? The skin of this alien triceratops is as hard as a fool. The werewolf relied on his swift speed to chop at the same spot 7 or 8 times in a row, but he just couldn't move it. Student Ma Ming, you should actually be thankful that your beastman failed to break through the defense. Fang Xiao looked at Ma Ming and said lightly, you like to talk trash, right? You like playing psychological tactics, right? Cool, mate. Your next sentence was that it was your beast that was suppressed by my wolf god and could not move. As Fang Xiao finished speaking, Ma Ming immediately said, it's obvious that your beast was suppressed by my wolf god and couldn't move. However, as soon as these words came out of his mouth, Ma Ming's expression froze. How do you know what I'm going to say? He never dreamed that Fang Xiao could guess what was in his mind. Could it be that this guy has the ability to read minds? It is the ability of the alien triceratops. No, impossible. Ma Ming shook his head vigorously and urged the werewolf to attack more fiercely. Phew. Finally, after Ma Ming's werewolf had no idea how many times he had chopped at the alien triceratops' pelvis, the blade in his hand finally embedded into the alien triceratops' pelvis and green blood spurted out. Ah! However, the next second, Ma Ming's werewolf covered his eyes and retreated repeatedly. The blade embedded in the alien triangular keel plate was broken in an instant. And that's not all. There are holes of various sizes on this alloy blade. There is light from front to back. Chapter 25, Don't Say I Bullied You. What? Ma Ming's eyes were as wide as a cow's, and his brain just buzzed and went blank. It's not just him. Wang Bin and other classmates were also shocked by the scene before them. Qian Feng, who had been sitting on a chair, admiring Fang Xiao's embarrassed appearance while taming the beast, also stood up from his chair with a bang. This is impossible. It was clearly Ma Ming's werewolf beastmaster who chopped Fang Xiao's alien triceratops with a knife. So how come the one who made the scream was Ma Ming's werewolf? What is going on? Look at the wolf god's knife. Wang Bin rolled his throat and swallowed a mouthful of saliva in disbelief. Following Wang Bin's reminder, the other students looked towards Ma Ming's werewolf beast. The black steel alloy knife in its hand was not only broken in pieces, but also had holes of various sizes on it. Is that alien blood? One of the students exclaimed again. If you look closely, you can see that the liquid on the black steel alloy knife is exactly the same as the liquid spraying out of the alien bone plate. And this liquid is highly corrosive. It can even dissolve metals like black steel alloy knives. The hole on top kept getting longer and longer and finally dripped on the ground, and the werewolf's weapon was also broken into several pieces. Even more deadly, when the werewolf chopped the alien with his knife recklessly, the splattered acidic blood flew directly into its eyes. When the werewolf put down his hands, its eyeballs had dissolved and disappeared, leaving only black holes, which looked extremely terrifying. Although I know that the acid blood of the aliens is highly corrosive, the technology of this era is undoubtedly ahead of the world before I traveled through time. I didn't expect that I couldn't resist the acid blood of the aliens. Fang Xiao secretly complained in his heart. The next second, the alien triceratops swung its tail suddenly and hit the werewolf's neck with a heavy hammer. Bang! Accompanied by a deafening thud, Ma Ming's werewolf fell directly to the ground. I will accept your beast-taming gene. In Fang Xiao's opinion, at this point, Ma Ming's beastmaster had basically lost its combat effectiveness. Although this werewolf is a conventional beast, in Fang Xiao's eyes, it is undoubtedly a much more powerful beast than Chun Fan's triceratops. If the werewolf's genes could be integrated into the alien race, Fang Xiao felt excited just thinking about how powerful the creatures that would be bred would be. I originally thought that the so-called regular species were ordinary animals. It's great to have beasts like tigers and elephants. I didn't expect that the beast control technology of this era could also cause regular beasts to mutate, thus upgrading wolves into fantastic creatures like werewolves. If Fang Xiao had not heard Ma Ming, Qian Feng, and others call this werewolf a conventional beast, he would even suspect that this werewolf might also be some kind of fantasy beast. At the same time, this also made Fang Xiu curious. Even ordinary species can transform into fantastic creatures like werewolves. What would happen if the ancient species, the mythical beast species, also mutated? Feel full of expectations. Thinking of this, Fang Xiu immediately released the newly hatched facehugger from the beast taming space. Parasitic, Fang Xiu spoke in a low voice and ordered the facehugger to fly towards Ma Ming's werewolf. But it happened so fast. Just as the facehugger was about to hug the werewolf's face, a flying knife suddenly flew over. A flash of cold light appeared, and the flying knife pierced straight into the body of the facehugger. The powerful inertia pushed the facehugger away from the werewolf. It all happened so quickly that by the time Fang Xiu reacted, the flying knife had already pierced through the facehugger and nailed it to the tree planted next to the playground. Fang Xiu raised his sword-like eyebrows. "Student Ma Ming, are your methods?" However, just when Fang Xiu thought that it was the flying knife thrown by the Beastmaster Ma Ming, he suddenly discovered that there was another werewolf standing next to Ma Ming. The only difference is, this werewolf did not carry a big sword on his back, but instead had a belt full of shiny throwing knives. Another beast. Ma Ming suppressed the anger in his heart and tried hard to force a smile towards Fang Xiu. "I never said that I would only use one beast to fight against Fang Xiu, right? After all, the more powerful the Beastmaster is, the more beasts he can control. Or, student Fang Xiu, you have only cultivated this one beast? That's a shame." As he spoke, Ma Ming continued to release his beasts. The third one, the fourth one, the fifth one, in less than 2 breaths, for werewolves gathered around Ma Ming. In fact, he originally just wanted to teach Fang Xiu a lesson so that he could perform well in front of Qianfeng. In this way, when you return, you can get more resources. After all, if a beastmaster like him who is not a genius wants to continue on the path of beast taming, he must consume a lot of resources and force his beasts to mutate. Only in this way, only when you encounter those powerful beasts will you have the capital to fight. But on the other hand, after investing a lot of time, energy, and resources, once his Beastmaster is destroyed, it will undoubtedly be a huge blow to all his efforts. This also completely aroused the anger in Ma Ming's heart. Qianfeng's originally nervous heart relaxed a little after seeing Ma Ming was completely serious. If it really ends in this way, not only will it not suppress Fang Xiu, but once it gets out, it will have a bad impact on the students. Although I am the Minister of Organization, I cannot afford such a mistake. Now it's okay. Although this may seem a bit unfair, at least you can save face. No matter how powerful Fang Xiu is, it's impossible for him to breed a second alien in such a short time. While talking to himself, Qianfeng also deliberately glanced at the facehugger that was knocked away by Ma Ming. That should be the second beast that Fang Xiu has nurtured. It is not fully developed yet. Although the alien's acidic blood is indeed difficult to deal with, it is not invincible. As long as we use long-range attack methods, we can surround and kill Fang Xiu's alien Triceratops. The victory of this battle will still belong to Ma Ming. But who knows? I thought Fang Xiu would be scared, accuse Ma Ming of bullying, and become furious. However, there was not a trace of such emotion on Fang Xiu's face. On the contrary, Fang Xiu's mouth corners slightly raised, revealing a devilish smile. "Student Ma Ming, you said this yourself. The more powerful the Beastmaster is, the more beasts he can control. You can't say I'm bullying you. Chapter 26 let you go? Why?" When Fang Xiu saw Ma Ming getting furious and releasing more beasts, his heart was filled with joy. A mutated Beastmaster like him would take at least 1.5 years to train. Even if the student union allocates resources, it will still take at least several months. If you use the facehugger to parasitize yourself, can't you just pick the fruit directly? Thinking of this, Fang Xiu, who had originally wanted to remain serious, was so happy that he could hardly suppress a smile. "Then don't blame me for bullying you." As Fang Xiu finished speaking, a dazzling light swept in all directions, making it difficult for Qianfeng and others to open their eyes. Ma Ming became even more uneasy. This was not the first time he had acted as a thug for the student union. Even as early as the second semester of his senior year, after he was recruited into the student union, he had already played such a role. He was used by the student union to suppress those talented beast tamers who were disobedient. During this period, it was naturally impossible for his werewolf beast to win every battle. There were also times when he was defeated by other beasts. Whenever encountering such a situation, Ma Ming would release more beasts, using the advantage in numbers to attack the opponent. Almost every classmate who was suppressed by himself would show an expression of helplessness and anger, scolding him for bullying. Some irrational students will even rush up to engage in real-life PK. The result is predictable. Ma Ming, who is over 2 meters tall, is also very good at fighting. This also made him feel a great sense of satisfaction every time he successfully suppressed those beast tamers with better talents than himself. However, he did not feel this emotion on Feng Xiu's face. Why? Didn't Feng Xiu just enter the first year of high school this year? Didn't he just start taming beasts? And Qianfeng has already investigated his family background. My parents are ordinary workers and have no savings at all. Feng Xiu doesn't have any loan records either. This is unscientific. There are only 3 ways to taming beasts. The first is to have enough talent. Second, there are sufficient resources. Third, you have both talent and resources. Importance from small to large. This is almost common knowledge. Where on earth does Feng Xiu get all this confidence from? Fortunately, the light did not last long. After just a few breaths, Ma Ming felt that the pain in his sight was no longer so severe, and he immediately opened his eyes. But the scene that came into his eyes made his brain suddenly buzz. At a glance, dense swarms of alien creatures surrounded his werewolf beast. Although these aliens are not as tall as the alien Triceratops and are shorter than his werewolves, their number is several times or even dozens of times that of werewolves. This is impossible. Ma Ming rubbed his eyes vigorously and stepped back repeatedly. I must be dreaming. Yes, I am dreaming. The visual impact was so great that Ma Ming couldn't believe what he saw. He pinched his thigh hard, trying to wake up from this nightmare, but the intense pain reminded him that this was not a dream, but reality. I don't know where Feng Xiu got all these aliens from. Even in a trance, Ma Ming discovered that the beasts released by Feng Xiu included not only adult aliens, but also a large number of facehuggers. These facehuggers watched the werewolves' every move with a fierce look on their faces. Other aliens pounced on the werewolves. The war is about to begin, but who knows? Not only does the blood in the bodies of each of these aliens have strong corrosive properties, their IQs are also extremely high. They will also self-mutilate to obtain acidic blood to deal with the weapons in the hands of the werewolves. In just a few breaths, all the werewolves were knocked to the ground by Feng Xiu's alien. If it weren't for the facehugger parasitism, these alien troops alone would be able to tear Ma Ming's werewolves to pieces. Qianfeng, who stood up from his chair, widened his eyes. How is this possible? I have clearly investigated Feng Xiu, and he comes from a very ordinary background. I haven't even paid off my mortgage or car loan. Where on earth did he get the resources? In Qianfeng's opinion, Feng Xiu's alien was simply an incredible and unbelievable existence. No matter how hard he racked his brains, he had no idea how Feng Xiu had cultivated these aliens. A bad premonition arose in his heart. Because Ma Ming only has a few beasts, it took a whole semester to cultivate it. The student union has also poured a lot of resources into it. If Feng Xiu kills me like this, it will be a huge loss not only for the student union. Ma Ming's career as a beast tamer will also hit rock bottom. No, it is a direct destruction. After all, high school only lasts for 3 years. If you lose 1 year, you will have to use a lot of resources to catch up. But this Ma Ming is also an ordinary family. Such a gaffe meant that the student union would no longer be able to support him. His career as a beast tamer has come to an end. No, stop it. Seeing that Feng Xiu's facehugger had already climbed onto the werewolf's face, Ma Ming could no longer control his emotions. His tone turned completely into pleading, and passion kept falling from the corners of his eyes. Feng Xiu, please don't hurt my beast. I know I was wrong. No, please. Otherwise my career as a beast tamer will come to an end. Looking at Ma Ming, who was so anxious that he was about to cry, Feng Xiu just snorted coldly. Please. If your beast man has the upper hand, will you let my alien go? And this isn't the first time someone like you has done something like this, right? When those students begged you before, did you give them a chance? Have you ever thought that this day will come to you? Do you want me to let Ma Ming go here? What a joke. Not to mention that these werewolves have excellent genes. Why should I, the victim, forgive Ma Ming, the perpetrator? If his aliens were defeated miserably, who knows what would happen if they were suppressed by them? First of all, during the 3 years of high school, you may never be able to hold your head up again. How to repay kindness when you repay evil with kindness. Repay kindness with kindness, and repay evil with justice. Fang Xiu's voice was low and cold, and he directly parasitized all 5 werewolf beasts. No. Ma Ming was struck by lightning. His knees went weak, and he fell to his knees on the ground with a thud. He held his head in his hands, his eyes red from crying. All the beasts that he had worked so hard to train were destroyed by Fang Xiu. Ma Ming was so angry that he vomited blood and fell down. Fang Xiu watched coldly, seemingly having no intention of going over to appease him or letting Ma Mingyu, the beast, go. He turned and looked at Qianfeng, his eyes scanning Wang Bin and others. Who else is upset with me? Come on, come on. Fang Xiu said this in a loud voice, and he couldn't wait to have a fight with these senior high school students. Chapter 27. Come and fight if you can. This. The seniors who were caught in Fang Xiu's gaze all gasped and involuntarily took a step back. If there was only one alien, they would still dare to compete with Fang Xiu. No. If Fang Xiu only had one alien, Ma Ming could kill him. But now, there are at least 50 or 60 aliens running out of Fang Xiu's beast-controlling space. The huge bodies formed a pitch-black square. Looking at Ma Ming's beasts, one after another was parasitized by facehuggers. They fell to the ground, their bodies twitching uncontrollably, but they showed no signs of resistance. Ma Ming couldn't bear such a huge blow. He was so angry that he first spit out a breath and then fell straight down. Seeing this situation, who would dare to challenge Fang Xiu? No one wants their beast to suffer the same fate as Ma Ming. Ow! Don't you want to challenge my beast? When Fang Xiu saw that Wang Bin and the others had no reaction to the fight, a hint of disappointment flashed in his eyes. Aren't these guys too bullying? Are you so cowardly that you dare not say a word? Where is Senior Qianfeng? Since you're the head of the Student Union Organization Department, you must have ample resources, right? The trained beasts should be very powerful, right? Aren't you going to let me see it? One-on-one is fine. Worried that Qianfeng would think he was using the human wave tactic, Fang Xiu specifically asked for a one-on-one session. But even so, Qianfeng remained unmoved. Joke. Who knows whether Fang Xiu will keep his promise? What if he waits for his beast to be released and then directly invites a group of aliens to rush over? The parasitic method of the facehugger also made him feel very disgusted. However, Qianfeng still pretended to be calm. He raised the corner of his mouth and sneered. Student Fang Xiu is joking. The original intention of our student union is to help each other, not to use beasts to fight. Student Fang Xiu, shouldn't you let your beast control spare Ma Ming's beast control? He spent a lot of energy and resources to cultivate those beasts. Most importantly, in 2 years, he will take the college entrance examination. If we try to control the beast again, I'm afraid it will be too late. Just because of a personal grudge, a high school sophomore missed the opportunity to go to a 985 or 211 university. Don't you think this is too much? Forgive others when you can. Qianfeng questioned Fang Xiu. No matter what, he is the Minister of Organization Department, and Ma Ming and Wang Bin are his people. If we give up on Ma Ming directly, it might disappoint other people. What's more, it's impossible for Qianfeng to let Fang Xiu have it so easy. For a moment, Fang Xiu had no choice but to use moral blackmail. Let him give in. But who knows? Fang Xiu's face was much thicker than Qianfeng had imagined. Minister Qianfeng is right. Fang Xiu nodded, indicating that he agreed with Qianfeng's words. If you don't like it, just come up and beat me up. Wouldn't it be better to give someone a taste of their own medicine? As for not being able to get into a 985 or 211 university, that's none of my business. Faced with Qianfeng's moral blackmail, Fang Xiu did not defend himself. I just have no morals. What can you do to me? Since this is an era where everyone tames beasts and beastmasters are respected, let's fight. You. Qianfeng's face turned red instantly. He raised his hand and pointed at Fang Xiu fiercely. He never dreamed that Fang Xiu, who was only in the first year of high school, could be so shameless. Moral blackmail is totally useless to him. What's even more annoying is Qianfeng didn't have the courage to take action at all. After all, there were too many aliens gathered around Fang Xiu. The oppressive feeling brought by the dark square formation made Qianfeng feel a little afraid. Which high school freshman could be so perverted? Only 1 week into school. Not to mention freshmen in high school. Even seniors in high school cannot do such a thing without resources. I miscalculated. Really not going to do it? Fong Xiu stared at Qian Feng, then held up 5 fingers 5, 4. Every time he counted a number, Fong Xiu would curl up a finger. It's like a countdown. 3. Although Qian Feng realized what Fong Xiu was doing, his face turned blue and purple, and he even wanted to explode with Fong Xiu in his heart. But after seeing Ma Ming's miserable condition, Qian Feng chose to remain silent. Wang Bin and others turned to look at Qian Feng, their eyes full of anticipation for his move. 2. Fong Xiu's tone revealed disappointment. Qian Feng remained unmoved. No, to be exact, Qian Feng didn't dare to move at all. Do you really want to fight? I'm not sure. It would be fine if I won. But what if I lose? Not to mention that I couldn't explain to the vice president. The most important thing was, I have to control the beast all over again, in case it affects your college entrance examination. Qian Feng weighed the pros and cons in his mind. The benefits of winning are average, but losing is devastating. Anyone with a bit of common sense would not gamble on this matter. As for Ma Ming, I have just spoken for him. Fong Xiu was too cruel and unwilling to give him a chance. Can't blame me. Gradually, Qian Feng completely gave up the idea of taking action and comforted himself in his heart. Put all the blame on Fong Xiu. It's not my fault. 1, 0. As Fong Xiu finished speaking, he clenched his hands into fists. It's so boring. Seeing that Qian Feng and the others had no intention of taking action, Fong Xiu made a complaint. Although he was very unhappy with these people, they refused to release the beasts, and there was nothing he could do. After all, I can't just use the facehugger to parasitize them, right? Now we live in a society ruled by law. Killing other people's beasts is not a big deal. But once they attack humans, it will be a big trouble. Thinking of this, Fong Xiu immediately retracted his alien, including Ma Ming's 5 werewolves. All of them were plundered by him and taken into his own beast-taming space. Normally, a beastmaster cannot take other people's beasts into his own beast-taming space. After being parasitized by the facehugger, the werewolf's body is also combined with the genes of the facehugger. This made Fong Xiu's beast-taming space identify the werewolf as his beast-taming. After taking back his alien, Fong Xiu walked towards the teaching building without looking back. Qian Feng looked at his back with a livid face, his teeth itching with anger. Originally, he wanted to give Fong Xiu, a freshman in high school, a warning. Now it's okay. Instead, the student union was suppressed. Minister, are you really going to let him go like this? Wang Bin sucked in a breath of cold air. But as soon as he said this, Qian Feng rolled his eyes. Why didn't you dare to fight with Fong Xiu just now? Qian Feng complained unhappily. Wang Bin was a little embarrassed and murmured softly, Aren't you scared too? Chapter 28. Sensation on the Internet. Is Fong Xiu so strong? Seeing that Qian Feng and the others did not take out their beasts to fight him again, Fong Xiu left the playground without looking back. Anyway, it will take a few hours for a facehugger to evolve into a chest cracker, so I better get back to class. Although this world is an era where everyone tames beasts, the importance of general education courses has declined a lot, but they still occupy a certain score in the college entrance examination. In Fong Xiu's eyes, the college entrance examination in this world is like the art students in his world. If your academic performance is too poor, some schools will reject you even if your art scores are high, especially if you want to be admitted into the top 10 in this world. Both the beast taming points and the general knowledge points are indispensable. Yes, although Fong Xiu has just entered the first year of high school, he has already set the goal of being among the top 10 in the country. However, what Fong Xiu didn't know was, he thought he defeated Ma Ming on the playground, and the other students were in class, so the fight did not attract much attention. But in fact, there are many classes where you can observe the situation on the playground through the windows. These students even secretly took out their mobile phones to film and uploaded the footage of Fong Xiu defeating Ma Ming to short video platforms such as Douxia. Many people even posted on campus forums. One stone can cause 1,000 ripples. Those students who had been suppressed by the student union posted anonymously and launched a heated discussion on the matter. Isn't that Ma Ming? I remember he was a guy specially trained by the student union to be a thug. Haha, it feels so good to be beaten this time. What do you call this? This is called retribution in this life. Ma Ming deserves it. If it weren't for him, my grades would definitely be in the top 100 in the school. It is a great relief and a great celebration for all. By the way, who was the person who killed Ma Ming? He seems to be a stranger. What grade is he in? A new face? Doesn't the person above know? That new student is Fong Xiao, a super genius among the freshmen of this year's high school. Not only did he cause a sensation on his first day of school, he passed the basic test in just 3 minutes. And the beast he possessed was a mythical beast. Fuck, is it that amazing? Then isn't this a top 10 candidate? The problem is if he kills Mom Ming this time, isn't that the same as slapping the students in the face? Will there be any trouble? That shouldn't be the case. Those students who were suppressed in the past didn't have any family background. Although their academic performance was good, it wasn't good enough for the school to pay attention to them. But Fong Xiao is different. He is a beast master of the mythical beast species and the strongest in the first grade. If the student union really messes up, the school will take action, right? But there is that man. Fong Xiao, who had no idea what was going on, returned to the classroom. "I'm sorry, teacher. I'm late." Fong Xiao knocked on the door gently. It is worth mentioning that the conflict between Fong Xiao and the student union had already spread in class too. The general education teacher didn't really teach the class. Instead, he stood by the window and watched from afar. When he saw Mom Ming releasing several werewolf beasts, he broke out in a cold sweat for Fong Xiao. Until when his black army of aliens completely surrounded Mom Ming and his beasts. Even his general education teacher felt a surge of turmoil in his heart and was unable to calm down for a long time. Well done, Fong Xiao. Even when Fong Xiao came back, the general education teacher took the lead in applauding Fong Xiao. The students sitting above burst into thunderous applause. Although they knew nothing about the student union, they naturally felt proud of such a proud event. Most importantly, everyone can see Fong Xiao's potential. If you get into the top 10 universities in the future, you will definitely be successful. Wouldn't you be a fool if you don't make good friends with him now, while we still have some interactions? Okay. Fong Xiao didn't expect that he would be so popular, but this kind of attention also made him feel refreshed. After a while, he returned to his seat under everyone's gaze. What Fong Xiao didn't expect was, just as he sat down, Li Qingqing suddenly stood up. She ignored the teacher and turned to walk towards Fong Xiao. Then she threw the freshman math textbook in her hand onto the table. Finally, she pointed to her seat and said coldly to Shi Zhanhong, "Go over there." Shi Zhanhong was stunned. Wow, who would change seats so blatantly during class? He even stole a glance at his general studies teacher. He didn't want to change. Fong Xiao became a member of the student union. I still want to enjoy the melon. But who knows? When the general education teacher noticed Shi Zhanhong's pleading look, he turned his head away and cleared his throat, as if he didn't see it. If it was an ordinary student who looked down on him like this, he would definitely scold him harshly. However, this guy is Li Qingqing. When I was in junior high school, I was a celebrity. Through various interviews and shows, he is almost becoming a little internet celebrity. Even after entering Huqing No. 1 middle school, her limelight was overshadowed by Fong Xiao, but she was still second. The top 10 talents of the future. Moreover, Li Qingqing's family background is also very good. I'm just a general education teacher. Why should I offend Li Qingqing? Therefore, the teacher simply chose to acquiesce to Li Qingqing's behavior. This. Shi Zhanhong couldn't help feeling like crying, but had no tears. After all, I am a top student who ranked in the top 30 in the test. You are cruel. Although Shi Zhanhong felt aggrieved, facing Li Qingqing's icy eyes, he was forced to stand up. Then he walked obediently to Li Qingqing's seat. Li Qingqing sat down and said, "Teacher, let's start the class." Oh yes, let's go to class. The general education teacher finally realized what was happening and quickly reminded the students to turn the book to page 4. We're going to talk about factorization today. However, Li Qingqing had already fully mastered this part of the general education course when she was in the transition class. It was Fong Xiao instead. He still remembers the scene where Li Qingqing pointed at him angrily and told him to wait. What is this? Come here to warn yourself not to be complacent? Ma Ming is just a rubbish member of the student union. That makes sense. Wherever the protagonist of an online novel goes, he will always be stepped on by others. Fong Xiao thought to himself, well done. As soon as Li Qingqing opened his mouth, Fong Xiao was stunned. Is this guy praising himself? However, it is not a wise choice to have a conflict with the student union so soon after the start of the school year. Fong Xiao, I'm afraid you're going to get into big trouble. Li Qingqing covered her lips with a book and whispered in Fong Xiao's ear. So, you're concerned about me? I thought you would be very proud. Fong Xiao couldn't help but complain. Chapter 29, Top 10 and First Choice. Me? Proud? What? Li Qingqing was stunned, not quite understanding what this meant. What are you proud of? Because I'm entangled by the student union. Once they suppress me, the first place in the next exam might be yours. In Fang Xiu's impression, Li Qingqing is simply a crazy person. If you don't get first place in the exam, your faith will be broken. Who knows why these students came to the door? Was it arranged by Li Qingqing? Is that how you look at me? Li Qingqing raised her eyebrows, and a hint of surprise flashed in her beautiful eyes. I really want to get first place back. No, she shook her head. The first place was originally mine. But I, Li Qingqing, will never use despicable means to deal with others. I will be upright and use my own strength to prove who is the number one in Hutching. In order not to disturb the general education teacher's class, Li Qingqing deliberately spoke in a very low voice. But there's a sense of power in the voice. This forced Fang Xiu to re-examine the little girl, especially her last sentence, which emphasized that he was the number one person in Hutching, not the number one person in Hutching number 1 middle school. In other words, in Li Qingqing's eyes, students from Hutching number 3 middle school, Yutsai middle school, and number 4 middle school were just SOSO. If I hadn't traveled to this world, Li Qingqing may always be the number one. Fang Xiu thought to himself, so what? You came here just to say this? So that I know the student union was not arranged by you? Fang Xiu asked tentatively. Of course not. Li Qingqing shook her head again. What I want to say is that I will defeat you and regain the title of the number one. But until then, you have to keep getting stronger. Li Qingqing's idea is very simple. If Fang Xiu was really influenced by the students, his ranking would drop. Then when I get to first place, I won't be able to prove my strength. There will always be people complaining behind their backs, saying that it was Fang Xiu's downfall that led to their first place. She doesn't like this. Do you think the student union can still suppress me? Fang Xiu smiled. Li Qingqing nodded. The student union has more methods than these. In recent years, they have firmly controlled the application of Hutching number 1 middle school. If you don't have some tricks, how can you control it? As soon as he heard about filling out the application form, Fang Xiu immediately remembered that there was a clause about filling out the preferred application form in the contract that Qianfeng took out. I originally planned to ask Zhang Yu what was going on, but now it sounds like this Li Qingqing seems to know some inside information. Come to think of it, when Qianfeng asked me to come over, he took out a contract. You want to ask about the first choice, right? Li Qingqing turned to look at Fang Xiu and sighed. It's just as I guessed. Although he was very unhappy that Fang Xiu got first place, he had to admit that Fang Xiu's first place was indeed due to his own hard power. Although I couldn't bear it at the time, I realized after watching the video that the alien was cultivated to that level in just 1 week. Fang Xiu is indeed a rare genius. The loss was not unfair. For a genius like him, the student union will definitely take action and keep him firmly under control. I originally thought they would wait until their 2nd or 3rd year of high school, but I didn't expect them to be so impatient. As far as Li Qingqing knows, filling out the application form is basically something that needs to be considered in the 3rd year of high school. Even for some geniuses, the student union will choose to take action in their 2nd year of high school. As far as Li Qingqing knew, this was the first time someone like Fang Xiu had encountered such a situation. Perhaps it was because Fang Xiu's mythical beast was too unreasonable that the student body felt pressured. If we let Fang Xiu go until his 2nd or 3rd year of high school, there would be no way to control him. Is there any reason for this first choice? Fang Xiu asked. Yeah. Li Qingqing nodded. You should know something about it, right? Students with poor grades can only go to junior colleges, and after graduation, they can only do some physically demanding jobs. Only after entering college can you have the opportunity to enter some large companies and get a job as a staff member. If you go up to undergraduate level, you will get 985 or 211, which is a national key beast controlling university. And above these universities are the legendary top 10. These are the 10 strongest universities in our country. They not only have abundant resources, but most importantly, only the top 10 are qualified to enter the beast taming world. Beast taming realm? Fang Xiu's eyes suddenly lit up. This was the first time he had heard of this term. Even when I searched for knowledge about beast taming on the internet before, I didn't find any content about the beast taming world. How did Li Qingqing know this? I don't know exactly what happened, but I heard the elders in my family tell me to get into the top 10 no matter what. Only the top 10 can truly stand out. However, our Hutching is a small city after all, and there are very few people who can enter the top 10. Even by normal means, few people can make it into the top 10. Is the test so difficult? Fang Xiu raised his eyebrows. He only knew that the top 10 were the best 10 beast taming universities in the country, but he had no idea how high the admission score was. Well, so for a small city like Hecheng, the top 10 will give a few quotas every year. Li Qingqing nodded. In other words, the admission score requirement will be lower. The quota for each school is 3. Only 3. Fang Xiu was stunned again. 10 times 3 is only 30. There are 15 classes in the first year of high school, with about 50 students in each class, including other schools. There are about 20,000 people taking the college entrance examination in Hecheng every year. Among 20,000 people, only about 30 can make it into the top 10. Isn't this admission rate too low? The most important thing is that the top 10 only admit the first choice. As long as your first choice is not the top 10, even if you perform exceptionally well later on, you will not have a chance to get into the top 10. Li Qingqing continued to explain. This is also a trap in the student union contract. But, in Li Qingqing's opinion, this was not a trap. After all, students are not fools. If they really want to know about this kind of thing, they can find out. The reason why some people still accept the contract is that the top 10 are too difficult to pass. Since you can't get into the top 10 anyway, you might as well accept the financial support from the student union and go to a 985 or 211 university in the future. It's a good way out. But Fang Xiu is different. He is only in the first year of high school, so there's a high probability that he has an information cocoon. If one is careless and signs the contract, then whether Fang Xiu can make it into the top 10 in the future will be entirely in the hands of the student union. This method is truly insidious. As he spoke, Li Qingqing clenched his fists angrily. Chapter 30. The top beastmaster in Hejiang province, Chu Xinghe. Then according to what you said, whether or not we can make it into the top 10 depends entirely on the student union's opinion, right? Fang Xiu couldn't help but look unhappy. No wonder Zhang Yu specifically reminded himself that if anyone from the student union asked him to sign a contract or something, he must not sign it. It seems that Zhang Yu is no longer surprised by the student union's tactics. King, that's not right. The top 10 has extraordinary significance in this world. If students from your school can be admitted into the top 10, the school can also benefit from it. Why should the school allow the student union to act recklessly? The school doesn't care. Has no student ever reported the student union before? No matter how powerful the student union is, it is just a group of students. It can't be that even the principal is afraid of them, right? And what about the parents of those students? When their children are bullied, don't they speak out? How can I not care? Li Qingqing sighed. Although the number of places in the top 10 is limited, even if the student union kicks out a top 10 candidate, there will always be another one to fill his place. In theory, it will not affect the school's admission rate. But this incident has a bad impact after all. In addition, since some parents have reported the situation, the school has also intervened in the matter. But this has to mention one person. Who? Fang Xiu asked without thinking. Chu Xinghe. Who? Fang Xiu raised his eyebrows. He felt like he had heard this name somewhere, but he couldn't remember where. Li Qingqing looked at Fang Xiu as if he was a monster. She thought Fang Xiu would be scared by the name. No, buddy. No matter how much you like aliens, you should know about the history of number 1 middle school. That's Chu Xinghe. Never mind. In Li Qingqing's opinion, Fang Xiu must have become possessed by the beast-taming demon. Otherwise, there is no reason why he wouldn't know who Chu Xinghe is. I have some impression of him, but I can't remember at the moment. Is he very famous? Fang Xiu asked again. It's more than just famous. Chu Xinghe is the best beastmaster in Hejiang province. Chu Xinghe's career as a beast tamer can simply be called a monstrous one. Others have to go to high school before they can start taming beasts with the support of school resources. Chu Xinghe started taming beasts when he was in junior high school. During the 3 years of high school, I maintained the first place throughout the whole year. Before he showed up, the student union of number 1 middle school was just in name only. At most it organized some club activities. It was not until Chu Xinghe became the president of the student union that he made drastic reforms. He integrated all the resources that could be integrated. Due to Chu Xinghe's fame at the time, even though there were some unreasonable aspects, the school still gave the green light. This gives the student union a lot of say. After the reform, Chu Xinghe continued to help improve everyone's strength. Fang Xiu couldn't help but feel puzzled when he heard this. According to Li Qingqing, Chu Xinghe seems to be a good person. Moreover, he has the potential to be the top pick, so he doesn't have to worry about anyone snatching a spot in the top 10, right? Or, After Chu Xinghe left, the people below held enormous power and began to become corrupt. No one knows what Chu Xinghe wants to do yet, but you are too naive to say that he is a good person. Even after Chu Xinghe joined the top 10, he did not give up control of the student union. The current president of the student union is nothing more than a puppet of Chu Xinghe. Remember what I just told you? The student union's volunteer contract caused dissatisfaction among some parents. And in the end, Chu Xinghe stepped in and suppressed all these voices. Does Chu Xinghe have such great power? Fang Xiu's eyes became serious. Is he still a student? Or has he graduated? He is currently a junior. He has great power. After all, he is the only top scholar to come out of Crane City in the past 20 years. It is said that he has also established his own power in the top 10. It can be said that he has a bright future. How could he, the principal of number 1 middle school, offend Chu Xinghe for the sake of an ordinary student? Li Qingqing said indignantly. It was not until this moment that Fang Xiu suddenly realized. I see. You understand? What do you understand? Li Qingqing was stunned. It's very simple. Since Chu Xinghe has such great power, then being loyal to the student union doesn't mean being loyal to Chu Xinghe. Plus, the Big 10 spots are limited. How can Chu Xinghe ensure that everyone who comes out of Huqing will stand on his side? Of course, we start with a quota. Make sure every student who makes it to the top 10 follows his lead. If I'm not mistaken, the students who were promoted from Huqing number 1 middle school to the top 10 in recent years all went to the same school, which is Chu Xinghe's school, right? Although Chu Xinghe can win people's hearts among the top 10, how can those people be more obedient than the students of Huqing? Those who are unwilling to stand on Chu Xinghe's side will be kicked out of the top 10 and go to 985 or 211 universities. It is no wonder that Chu Xinghe put pressure on number 1 middle school and asked them to deal with the voices of those parents. I have to say that Chu Xinghe does have some abilities. Maybe he achieved the top spot in the state after integrating the resources of the student union. It turns out you are not stupid. Li Qingqing was stunned. Fang Xiu's guess was almost consistent with the results of her investigation. She even investigated the enrollment situation of Huqing number 1 middle school and found that all the students who entered the top 10 went to Chu Xinghe's school. No exceptions. I thought you only knew how to tame beasts and didn't understand anything else. Li Qingqing couldn't help but complain. How is that possible? I just don't care much about those gossips. Fang Xiu smiled and said, You're telling me this. Aren't you trying to win me over to fight against the student union together? In Fang Xiu's opinion, Li Qingqing's grades and looks, the student union would be very willing to accept her. Just accept the conditions set by the student union and be obedient. Sooner or later, she will be favored by Chu Xinghe. Come to think of it, no wonder Qian Feng and Ma Ming acted like that. Their suppression is a kind of temptation. Fang Xiu thought to himself while looking into Li Qingqing's beautiful eyes. I have already had a conflict with the student union. Li Qingqing is still willing to say so much. I guess she is also very dissatisfied with the student union. No matter what, she wanted to defeat me fairly and take back the first place that belonged to her. Maybe that's part of the reason. No, but who would have thought that Li Qingqing shook her head and said that she did not want to join forces with Fang Xiu to deal with the student union. But then, Li Qingqing said in a firm tone, I want to kill Chu Xinghe. I'll go to his university and kill him. Let it be ruined. As she spoke, Li Qingqing's eyes couldn't help but turn red. Chapter 31. Hope of Rebellion Against the Student Union. What happened to you, Chu Xinghe? Seeing that Li Qingqing's eyes were a little red, Fang Xiu also felt curious. As far as he knew, Li Qingqing could be said to be a winner in life. Not only does he have an excellent background, he is also a super academic master. I got first place in all general education courses during the 3 years of junior high school. She is also very beautiful and is a frequent guest on TV interviews. If she hadn't appeared, she would definitely be the most watched high school student in Huqing in recent years. But when she mentioned Chu Xinghe, she showed hatred without any concealment. No, to be precise, Li Qingqing's hatred for Chu Xinghe has reached its peak. It's not something that can be covered up easily. What is the grudge between these two people? 3rd year in college, freshman in high school. Fang Xiu calculated in his mind that the two people were 5 or 6 years apart in age. When Chu Xinghe was still in number 1 middle school, Li Qingqing hadn't even finished junior high school. What kind of contradiction could there be? Or is it a family feud? However, Li Qingqing did not answer Fang Xiu's curiosity. She stood up and returned to her seat. Shi Zhanhong was driven back by her, with a confused look on his face. What's going on? What's wrong with her? When passing by Li Qingqing, Shi Zhanhong noticed that there was moisture in the corners of her eyes. Crying because of being bullied by Fang Xiu? Who knows? Fang Xiu shrugged. He also wanted to know what was going on. At the same time, inside Zhang Yu's office, bang! With a loud bang, the door of his office was kicked open. Zhang Yu was also startled, and the pen in his hand fell directly onto the table. Old Li, when he saw that it was Li Guosheng who broke in without knocking, he felt furious. Are you ill? I'm telling you, I won't give Fang Xiu to you. It's useless even if Lao Wang agrees. Seeing Li Guosheng in a hurry, Zhang Yu thought that he had already persuaded Wang Kai and came to him to ask for the person. What are you thinking about? If Lao Wang relents, would I still need to come to you? Can I go directly to your class to find Fang Xiu? Li Guosheng glanced at Zhang Yu unhappily. I came here with good intentions. This guy is so nice. Not only did he not say thank you, but he also thought badly of himself. Are you that kind of person? It seems to be true. Ahem. Li Guosheng pulled over a chair and sat down next to Zhang Yu, then took out his cell phone. Fang Xiu from your class is in big trouble. As he spoke, Li Guosheng handed over his cell phone. Zhang Yu first took a look at the content above. In the end, it didn't matter. The black masses of aliens formed a line on the playground, looking quite terrifying. Without a doubt, it was Fang Xiu's Beastmaster. What's this? Zhang Yu frowned and suddenly had a bad feeling in his heart. He snatched Li Guosheng's cell phone. It doesn't matter if you look at it. Fang Xiu and Ma Ming from the student union started fighting right on the playground. The video on the mobile phone seemed to be taken from the teaching building. The number of views has exceeded 100,000. It has become a little popular on the internet. Various comments floated across the screen. What kind of beast is this? Are all the students of Huqing No. 1 Middle School so exaggerated? Each of them is a beast-controlling army? Who is that person? Does anyone know? The person in front. You don't even know this person? The super genius of Huqing No. 1 Middle School, Fang Xiu. Not only is he a beastmaster of fantasy beasts, he only took 3 minutes to complete the basic test. He is definitely one of the top 10 talents. So handsome. Does anyone know my husband Fang Xiu's 10 cent? I want to add him as my friend. What are you dreaming about? He is obviously my husband. Looking at the content on the screen and the barrage of comments that kept floating by, Zhang Yu couldn't help but gasp. Did you see that? There is more than one video like this. Fang Xiu directly killed the student union members. Do you know what this means? He's in big trouble. The student union won't let this go. Li Guosheng took the phone back and asked, what should we do now? Although Fang Xiu was not a student in his class 6, Li Guosheng had a good impression of Fang Xiu. During this period of time, I have always wanted to invite Fang Xiu to my class. Now that Fang Xiu has gotten into trouble, he naturally won't give up on Fang Xiu easily. What's more, the student union was arrogant and domineering, relying on Chu Xinghe's influence to make the application process for No. 1 Middle School a mess. As the class teacher, he had long been dissatisfied with the student union's behavior. It is not an exaggeration to say that, in his opinion, Fang Xiu did a good job. Let me make this clear first. If you don't dare to offend the student union, transfer Fang Xiu to our class. At worst, I can just fight them. Hearing this, Zhang Yu looked at Li Guosheng coldly and asked, can you beat Chu Xinghe? Well, Li Guosheng, who had originally shown a fearless attitude towards death, suddenly froze in expression. Because of the volunteering issue, a female classmate was forced to death. Many parents have spoken out, and the principal of the university is also considering abolishing the student union. What's the result? Chu Xinghe brought people directly back from the imperial capital. The matter was eventually left unresolved. You want to blow up with the student union? Why do you do that? The year Chu Xinghe came back, Zhang Yu was already the head teacher of a class in No. 1 Middle School. At that time, some physical education teachers could not stand Chu Xinghe's tyranny and chose to take action. As a result, Chu Xinghe defeated all the physical education teachers on his own. Even looking at the entire Huqing, Zhang Yu felt that there would not be a stronger beastmaster than Chu Xinghe. The era of beast taming for all. This is absolute power. This is also the reason why all the teachers in No. 1 Middle School are afraid of the student union. So what you mean is that we should just ignore Fang Xiu? Li Guosheng was stunned. He remembered that Zhang Yu had always been very protective of his students. How can I not care? Zhang Yu sighed. To be honest, he didn't want to offend Chu Xinghe. But the video just now made his blood boil. After only 8 days of school, he had already bred dozens of aliens. No, maybe Feng Xiu has more aliens, and he only released these. This was the first time he had seen such a talented beastmaster in all his years as a teacher. How could I allow the student union to bully me? If there is someone who can abolish the student union controlled by Chu Xinghe, then this person will undoubtedly be Feng Xiu. Even from Feng Xiu, Zhang Yu saw a possibility. That is to abolish the student union. Let Huqing No. 1 Middle School return to its original state. This time, it was Li Guosheng who was stunned. He never dreamed that Zhang Yu would place his hopes of abolishing the student union on Feng Xiu. But, abolish the student union? Li Guosheng stared at Feng Xiu on the mobile phone screen. Maybe it is really as Zhang Yu said. The only person who can do this is Feng Xiu. Chapter 32 Freshman Exchange Competition. Huqing No. 1 Middle School. Class 1-2. The general education teacher is writing formulas on the blackboard with chalk. Boom, boom, boom. A sudden knock on the door interrupted the general education teacher's actions. He turned around and asked softly, "Who is it?" The latter didn't waste any time and directly pushed open the door of Class 2. Feng Xiu and Shi Zhanhong looked towards the door at the same time and saw a young man wearing gold thread and silver glasses standing there. Feng Xiu recognized his identity at a glance. Zhang Panpan, physical education teacher of Class 1 and 2 of senior high school. When he defeated Chun Fan before, he and Li Guosheng came together to stand up for Chun Fan. As a result, he was deeply shocked by his own alien appearance. "Hello, Teacher Zhao. I'm Zhang Panpan, the physical education teacher of Class 2. I'm here to see Feng Xiu." As she spoke, Zhang Panpan scanned the classroom until her eyes fell on Feng Xiu. Upon hearing this, Feng Xiu subconsciously glanced at the reaction of Mr. Zhao, the general education teacher. "Go ahead, Feng Xiu." Teacher Zhao's attitude was very kind. "There's one more thing. Teacher Zhao, are you not feeling well? All the classes this afternoon have been changed to physical education classes." Zhang Panpan said in a low voice. It sounds like this is not a discussion with Teacher Zhao, but a unilateral notification to him. You don't have to teach Class 2 in the afternoon. All changed to physical education classes. The students in the classroom were all stunned when they heard this. Teacher Zhao is in his early 40s, strong and healthy. He has no problem walking and talking, and does not look like he is feeling unwell at all. Is this the value of a physical education teacher? If I say you're uncomfortable, you are uncomfortable. If you're comfortable, you're not comfortable either. I think our PE teacher is so handsome. Yeah, and he looks very young too. For a moment, the students in the classroom couldn't help but whisper to each other. Although Teacher Zhao looked a little embarrassed, he didn't say much. He just nodded slightly to show that he understood. "And Li Qingqing, you come out too." Just as Feng Xiu passed by Li Qingqing's seat, Zhang Panpan raised his eyebrows and called Li Qingqing and Feng Xiu to come out together. "Yes, teacher." Li Qingqing had completely calmed down at this time. Although she didn't know what Zhang Panpan wanted her to do, she still stood up obediently. After all, the physical education teacher is responsible for the beast taming points. He is the main subject teacher of Huqing No. 1 Middle School. The right to speak is sometimes greater than that of the class teacher. Feng Xiu and Li Qingqing left the classroom one after another under the attention of their classmates. It feels like Feng Xiu is very busy all day. Shi Zhanhong stared blankly at the classroom door. The baseline test has just ended, and the candidates are either the student union or the physical education teacher. There's always a feeling that the world revolves around Feng Xiu. Is this the campus life of a genius? On the other side, you are really dishonest. On the first day of school, he beat Chun Fan, and now he's in conflict with the student union. After calling Feng Xiu out, Zhang Panpan couldn't help but complain. After all, the news of Feng Xiu beating Ma Ming had spread throughout the school. Especially the physical education teacher, who was defeated by Chu Xinghe, felt very proud. "You can't blame me for this. I just want to study hard and make progress every day, but it's always others who come to trouble me." Feng Xiu answered without thinking, looking helpless himself. "Really?" Zhang Panpan raised the corners of his mouth, and a smile appeared on his face. "Obviously, you are the biggest beneficiary. If I'm not mistaken, your facehuggers have already parasitized Ma Ming's beasts, right? Although his beast tamer is just a regular one, he is very good at getting along with everyone and managed to get in touch with the student council. Last year, he even started acting as a thug for the student union and suppressed many students. This further earned me the appreciation of the student union. Originally, this mutation could only be attempted in the second year of high school, but he completed it ahead of schedule in the second semester of his high school. With his own efforts, he can be considered a genius among ordinary people. Your facehugger has directly parasitized his beast. If it assimilates the mutated beast's genes, it might awaken some special abilities. Zhang Panpan walked in front, leading the way for Fang Xiao and Li Qingqing, while pushing up his glasses and giving Fang Xiao some scientific advice. On the one hand, he admired Fang Xiao very much. In addition to the fact that he possesses a rare, mythical bee species, his personality is also very much to his liking. If someone comes to bully you, of course you have to fight back. On the other hand, he was Fang Xiao's physical education teacher, and explaining the knowledge of taming beasts to his students was his job. However, you have to be careful. Once the beast is too powerful, it will reject the beastmaster in its heart. If it's not handled properly, it can be dangerous. My suggestion is that when your alien has completed its parasitism, it would be best to have a strong beastmaster by your side to protect it. Then why not let Brother Panpan do it? Fang Xiao heard this and immediately understood what he meant. Anyway, there's physical education class this afternoon, and my alien will be able to break the chest by then. Haha, 1,000 for a visit. That's too expensive. Zhang Panpan took the opportunity to criticize Fang Xiao's charging practice. How can you say that? Brother Panpan came to my beast-taming space. How can I ask for 1,000? Although we are teacher and student, the age difference is not too big. In my heart, I always regard the teacher as my brother. Fang Xiao said with a smile, and then changed the subject. 500, how about it? Zhang Panpan. For a moment, Zhang Panpan's face was full of question marks. That's not right. Normally at times like this, shouldn't I just say, Brother Panpan is coming. How can I have the nerve to ask for money? What the hell is this 50% discount? Brother Panpan knows that I'm poor and have no resources. Now that I've offended the student union, I might be suppressed more often in the future. When I win the lottery, I'll let you visit my beast-taming space for free. Fang Xiao simply started crying poor to Zhang Panpan. Li Qingqing was stunned by the conversation between the two. This is not right. Do you have to pay just to participate in the beast-taming space? Is Fang Xiao obsessed with money? Come to think of it, the last time he sent himself to the infirmary, he asked for 1,000. Good job. This is like plucking feathers from a passing goose. Ahem. Unable to bear it any longer, Li Qingqing deliberately cleared her throat. Although I don't know the specific situation, if you just want to talk to Fang Xiao about this, there is no need to bring myself along. Moreover, Li Qingqing also didn't like the feeling of being a supporting role for others, so she simply interrupted the conversation between the two. Teacher Zhang asked us to come out. What's the matter? Well, seeing that Li Qingqing was a little unhappy, Zhang Panpan temporarily stopped asking about the alien. He immediately stopped at the door of his office and asked, Do you know about the exchange competition? Chapter 33. Is it a big deal to be rich? Exchange competition. Fang Xiao suddenly felt that his knowledge of this world was still too inadequate. Although there are computers and mobile phones in this world, and many questions can be searched online, but one cannot search for what one cannot think of. For example, the freshman exchange competition mentioned by Zhang Panpan. I know. Li Qingqing nodded. It's nothing more than the key schools of Huqing High School gathering together to exchange and learn from each other's experiences in taming beasts. That's right. Zhang Panpan nodded. Although our number one high school has always been the best high school in Huqing and the face of Huqing, other high schools have always wanted to surpass us. Thus, the exchange competition was born. Fang Xiao nodded in sudden realization. To him, the exchange competition that Zhang Panpan and Li Qingqing mentioned sounded like an advanced mathematics competition or something like that. Each school will send the best students from their school to compete together. Then there should be rewards for this kind of exchange competition, right? Like bonuses or something. Fang Xiao didn't care which schools participated. He got more bonuses. After all, in Fang Xiao's opinion, it was impossible for him to lose. The champion of the exchange competition must be myself. All you think about all day long is money. Zhang Panpan complained unhappily. The exchange competition is a showdown between famous schools. It is an opportunity to win honor for number one middle school. But despite all the complaints, Zhang Panpan still told Fang Xiao that there was prize money for the exchange competition. If you can get first place, you will get a prize of about 200,000 yuan. Second place, 100,000. Third place, 50,000. 200,000. Fang Xiu's pupils dilated instantly when he heard the number. Although he guessed there would be a prize, he still underestimated the prize pool of the exchange competition. In Fang Xiu's opinion, for a competition like this, it would be good if he could get 30,000 or 50,000. Result, 200,000. Doesn't that mean that I can double the beast taming space and let the aliens eat? By then, I'm afraid the number of aliens could increase to 3 digits. Just thinking about it made Fang Xiu feel excited. Don't be happy too soon. Zhang Panpan poured a basin of cold water on herself and then pushed open the door of her office. Although number 1 high school is the best high school in Huqing, the other schools are not that bad either. Although half of the top 10 students in the city's high school entrance examination were admitted to Huqing number 1 middle school. However, the high school entrance examination is mainly based on general education courses. Once you enter high school, the general education courses of the past will no longer be the focus. It is extremely easy for some students who lag behind in general education courses to catch up through beast taming. Even Fang Xiu himself is a good example. His high school entrance examination score was only 7th in the city. He is totally no match for Li Qingqing, the number 1. How was the result of the baseline test? Fang Xiu's results directly crushed Li Qingqing. So you understand? Other schools may also have a beast master like you. Zhang Panpan explained patiently. Besides, in the exchange match, it is impossible for a situation like yours and Mom Ming to occur, where everyone mindlessly releases all their beasts to engage in a melee. Based on the content of previous year's competitions, even the combat phase is one-on-one. Your alien advantage cannot be brought into play. However, Fang Xiu was not worried about this problem. Even if we don't consider the issue of quantity, our own aliens are enough to crush the aliens of other students. It's okay. I have confidence. Fang Xiu was still confident. Zhang Panpan just smiled and said, besides, this exchange competition will be calculated based on team points, and then the rankings will be determined. Fang Xiu. Almost as a subconscious reaction, Fang Xiu couldn't help but glance at Li Qingqing. In my memory, Li Qingqing's beast seemed to be a plain-looking little gray bird. Although the results of the baseline test were good, he looked completely weak. Will this guy not hold me back? Thinking of this, Fang Xiu couldn't help but frown. Li Qingqing also read Fang Xiu's worry from his expression. You don't think I will hold you back, do you? It's not me who's holding back, it's our school. Fang Xiu sucked in a breath of cold air. You bastard. Li Qingqing clenched her fists instantly, wishing she could punch Fang Xiu's sword-like eyebrows and starry eyes. However, when she thought that Zhang Panpan was there too, Li Qingqing tried her best to suppress her unhappiness. Don't worry about that. I won't lose to anyone, including you. Okay. Zhang Panpan shook her head. They were both in the 2nd class of the school, and he thought they would have a good relationship, but he didn't expect that the tension between them was so strong. You don't have to worry too much. I have seen both of your beasts. Even compared to some of the senior students, it's not bad. Especially Fang Xiu. Your facehugger just parasitized Mom Ming's beast. You can fight as a trump card. And Li Qingqing, your beast has a great advantage in speed, and you also have strong control over it. I'm not worried about you two. As he spoke, Zhang Panpan pushed his gold-rimmed glasses and gave high praise to the two of them. Fang Xiu also immediately grasped the key point of this sentence. Since they're not worried about him and Li Qingqing, it means that other people... How many places are there for this exchange competition? The two said in unison. 4. Zhang Panpan held up 4 fingers. In addition to you and Li Qingqing, there are Zhang Shuren from Class 3 and Chun Fan from Class 6. Chun Fan. Li Qingqing frowned slightly. Why him? I can understand what Zhang Shuren said. When he was in junior high school, his general education subjects were second only to mine. Except for his poor eyesight, he is strong in all other aspects. There is no problem in participating in this exchange competition. But Chen Fan, as far as I can remember, it didn't even make it into the top 10. Although his beast was of an ancient species, it was not a particularly strong one. There should be freshmen in our school who are more powerful than Chen Fan. Li Qingqing couldn't help but complain. Well, Zhang Panpan nodded. Judging from the ability to tame beasts, Chun Fan is indeed not the strongest, but his family is rich. Chun Fan's father said that if Chun Fan can participate in this exchange competition, he is willing to sponsor us. So, Chun Fan might be the weak link. Zhang Panpan said seriously. This also means that Fang Xiu, Li Qingqing and Zhang Shuren must not have any problems in this exchange competition. Otherwise, they would most likely not get first place. In addition, our number 1 middle school has won first place in the exchange competition for 3 consecutive years. Zhang Panpan said with a smile. Damn Chun Fan. Li Qingqing clenched her fists viciously. Isn't it just that there is some money at home? What's so great about that? By the way, Chun Fan's father also said that if you need any funding for these exchange competitions, you could just ask. Zhang Panpan added. Leave Mr. Chun to me to take care of him. Fang Xiu answered in a resounding voice. Li Qingqing. Chapter 34. Fang Xiu, the one who plucks feathers from a passing goose. Li Qingqing. Li Qingqing looked at Fang Xiu with a question mark on her face. No, aren't you usually quite cool? Fang Xiu, please be more reserved. Li Qingqing complained unfapili. Chun Fan's family is indeed quite wealthy. But as a beast master, how can I bow to money? You have money, so of course you can speak without any hesitation. Fang Xiu glanced at Li Qingqing. No matter what, Li Qingqing is a prominent figure in Huqing, and her background can be found on the internet. My father's business is related to beast taming equipment. My mother is a cadre within the system. During the 3 years of high school, I didn't have to worry about resources. Everything at home is prepared for her. I am completely different. My parents in my previous life were ordinary workers who had to pay off their car and mortgage loans every month. My monthly living expenses are only 1,000 yuan. This is Huqing number 1 middle school, which is willing to provide free dormitories for students with good academic performance. Otherwise, my living expenses would be a bit tight. If you have the ability and win first place this time, don't take the prize money. Give it to me. Fang Xiu said seriously. After all, Li Qingqing is proud and arrogant, so she might really agree to it right away. Dream on. However, Li Qingqing was not overwhelmed by Fang Xiu's words. She just glared at Fang Xiu fiercely. So, when can Chun Fan's family transfer the money? Fang Xiu ignored Li Qingqing and asked Zhang Panpan directly. Don't be so anxious. Although Zhang Panpan could understand Fang Xiu's feelings in his heart. After all, the road of taming beasts always requires spending money. Sometimes he also felt sorry for Fang Xiu for not being able to have a good family. I'll ask Chun Fan to add you as a friend, and you can contact him yourself later. After saying that, Zhang Panpan took out 2 forms from the drawer of her desk and handed them to Fang Xiu and Li Qingqing respectively. Please fill out first. In the exchange competitions between colleges, although students with poor beast taming skills will not have a chance to participate, there will often be students like Chun Fan who have resources at home and whose grades are not that bad. So what should we do in this situation? Naturally, students apply to participate in the exchange competition on their own, and then the application will be reviewed by the teacher. In this way, even if students with better baseline test scores are kicked out, these teachers will still have something to say. Although you got better results in the last exam, classmate XX's Beastmaster is more suitable for this competition. There is absolutely no shady dealings in our school. Okay, Fang Xiu and Li Qingqing said in unison, quickly filled out the form, and returned to the classroom. In the next few classes, no one came to ask Fang Xiu to go out. Even when Fang Xiu went to the cafeteria to eat at noon, he was not disturbed. Even his desk mate Shi Zhanhong had unknowingly become Fang Xiu's younger brother, and kept clamoring to treat him to a meal at noon. How could Fang Xiu refuse such a thoughtful act? By the way, I explained to him some of my experiences in taming beasts. Time quickly came to the afternoon. This is the first physical education class for the freshmen in high school, and every student's eyes are full of anticipation. Even Fang Xiu was a little curious whether physical education classes in this world would let a group of students fight each other. However, I don't know if it was because the school had just started or for some other reason, but Zhang Panpan's physical education class started talking about the theory of taming beasts. Of course, the students in class 2 took notes very seriously. 20 minutes later, Zhang Panpan allowed everyone to enter their own beast taming spaces to practice. Then, Zhang Panpan took 2 steps at a time and came to Fang Xiu. Take me one. Seeing this, Li Qingqing immediately came over. What's going on? Shi Zhanhong saw the physical education teacher and Li Qingqing both coming close to Fang Xiu. He also became curious and didn't want to be left behind. Nothing. My alien may mutate, so I asked Brother Panpan to help protect it. Fang Xiu explained to Shi Zhanhong with a smile. Would you like to come and visit? When Zhang Panpan heard the word visit, his pupils instantly dilated. Could it be that Fang Xiu wanted to? No, Zhang Pampan shook her head slightly. No matter what, not every student in Huching Number 1 Middle School has a family background as outstanding as Li Qingqing and Chen Fan. Shi Zhanhong's parents are both ordinary white-collar workers. Although he is middle class, he is not rich. Okay. Shi Zhanhong nodded quickly. Of course it's not free. I'll charge you 20 yuan. Fang Xiu's upturned mouth corners were like a devil smile, interpreting the meaning of plucking feathers from a passing goose to the fullest. Fang Xiu. Li Qingqing. Wait, why did you only charge 20 and I only charge 500? Zhang Pampan couldn't help but complain. That's right. Why are we only 500? We are bullying us. Li Qingqing also complained. Do you think he can come up with 500? Fang Xiu pointed at Shi Zhanhong and said as a matter of course. He had already inquired about it. The physical education teacher is the most lucrative teacher in Huching Number 1 Middle School. Just Chen Fan alone has given gifts to Zhang Pampan countless times. Not to mention Li Qingqing's family background. Her weekly pocket money is more than 20,000 yuan. She is definitely a rich and beautiful woman. Who would not eat them? Besides brother Pampan, sister Qingqing. The exchange competition is coming up. We are in the same group. If I perform well in the exchange competition, it will also be an honor for our class too, right? Pay it. As he spoke, Fang Xiu took out a resource card and asked the two of them to deposit the money directly into their cards. Okay. Zhang Pampan didn't say much. Just as Fang Xiu said, if they can achieve good results in this freshman exchange competition, he, as a physical education teacher, will also benefit from it. Money and everything else are secondary. Performance is real. Thinking of this, Zhang Pampan paid the money readily. Although Li Qingqing was unhappy, there was no need for her to argue with Fang Xiu over 500 yuan. But when she was paying, she glared at Fang Xiu fiercely. If looks could kill, she would definitely cut Fang Xiu into pieces. Only Shi Zhanhong looked confused the whole time. It can be seen that Zhang Pampan and Li Qingqing had both paid, so he had no choice but to pay obediently. Fang Xiu looked at the resource card in his hand and nodded with satisfaction. Then he took out the beast taming space card and invited Zhang Pampan and others to enter his beast taming space. As the three of them pressed their agreement, a faint light flashed from Fang Xiu's beast taming space card and quickly engulfed them. When Fang Xiu opened his eyes again, they had arrived at the entrance to the alien's underground kingdom. Is this your beast taming space? Li Qingqing stood at the entrance of the underground cave and looked inside. It was pitch black, and you couldn't see your hand in front of you. A strange hissing sound kept coming from inside, making people's hair stand on end. Chapter 35. Zhang Pampan's Beast Tamer, Hellfire. Fang Xiu, what do you mean by guardian? Shi Zhanhong had been shocked by Fang Xiu's alien form more than once. Now that he had the chance to visit the beast taming space, there was naturally no reason for him to miss it. But when he actually entered Fang Xiu's beast taming space, stood at the entrance of the alien queen's underground kingdom, felt the chill gushing out from inside, and the strange hissing sound, the hairs on his body stood up. A bad premonition arose in his heart. Although he is a freshman in high school, he would go online at home after school to search for study materials. But when something unexpected happens, do we still need guardians? He really doesn't know this. It means exactly what it says. Zhang Pampan said without thinking. Student Fang Xiu's progress in taming beasts is too exaggerated. According to normal procedures, students of Huching Number 1 Middle School will only be exposed to mutations after entering their second year of high school. But Fang Xiu's facehugger has the characteristics of parasitism and assimilation of beastman genes. Maybe it will cause the mutation to happen earlier. No matter what, the essence of a beastmaster is a beast. They will regard the beastmaster as one of their own kind and submit to him. This situation is similar to raising a dog. A good owner can train a dog to be very obedient. But once they think you are not strong enough and cannot take the initiative, their actions will become disorganized and they will ignore the orders of the beastmaster. In the worst case, they may even attack the beast tamer. Based on these and other relationships, the beastmaster and the beastmaster must make progress together. Although Fang Xiu's alien has hive consciousness, it is a fantasy beast after all and has no previous experience. In order to ensure that nothing unexpected happens during this process, Zhang Pampan chose to act as a guardian. Let me make this clear first. Although this exchange match is crucial, if your beast shows aggressiveness, I will kill it here. Zhang Pampan's voice turned cold. Although he felt that Feng Xiu was a rare talented beastmaster, for the sake of safety, he had to give up on him when the time came. Yeah, Feng Xiu nodded. Although he felt that his facehugger would give birth to a very powerful beast after parasitizing Ma Ming's werewolf. But he also doesn't want a group of people he can't tame. If it is really as Zhang Panpan said, it would be better to resolve it as soon as possible. Even without them, I can definitely win this exchange competition with just the alien Triceratops. Feng Xiu thought to himself. Exchange competition? Is an exchange competition for freshmen? Sure, Zhanhong was stunned when he heard this. Although he is a freshman in high school, he has heard of the freshman exchange competition. Not to mention that he could show off his prowess with his own beast tamers. The prize money of tens of thousands alone was enough to make one very jealous. But on second thought, sure, Zhanhong felt relieved. After all, Feng Xiu is the top freshman. 3-minute quick pass test. The changes that he should have encountered in his second year of high school, he has now encountered. If we don't let him, a talented beastmaster, participate in the freshman exchange competition, who will go? Photoelectric eel. Zhang Panpan immediately released his own beast. I saw several electric eels floating in the air, as if they were swimming freely. When they enter the cave, their bodies begin to emit a scorching white light, illuminating the pitch-black cave like day. Li Qingqing looked around and carefully observed Feng Xiu's beast-taming space. The space of this underground cave is amazing. From the ground to the ceiling, it is 7 or 8 meters high, which is more spacious than the hall of a teaching building. However, the deeper she went, the more she could feel the cold wind. If she didn't know that this was Feng Xiu's beast-taming space, she would definitely have stayed away. Sure, Zhanhong took a breath of cold air. Although he knew that Feng Xiu was the master here and his aliens would never do anything wrong, he still couldn't help feeling scared. After all, fear is the most primitive emotion in the human heart. It can't be changed by restraint. As for Feng Xiu, he had already gotten used to such an environment. Apart from attending classes, he basically stays here. Feng Xiu, can you feel the facehugger? Has it completed the parasitism? Zhang Panpan thought for a moment and asked Feng Xiu. Not yet. Feng Xiu shook his head. Yeah, Zhang Panpan responded. Having been here once, he had a general understanding of the environment here. In order to be prepared, he also released his own beast. Hellfire. Accompanied by a low roar from Zhang Panpan, a ball of green flame appeared in front of the 4 people. A heat wave swept in all directions, driving away the chill that seeped from the underground caves. Then, the spreading fire began to shrink, like a tornado, sucking up rocks of all sizes from the walls of the cave and piling them up. Hands, feet, body, head. Not long after, a 6-meter-tall fire giant stood in front of them. Feng Xiu. Shi Zhanong Gaston Gasped. Ah? Li Qingqing frowned slightly. Mythical beast species? When she first met Zhang Panpan, she thought the physical education teacher was too young and had doubts about his teaching ability. Li Qingqing even found his name a little funny. Why is a guy in his 20s called Panpan? It was not until Li Qingqing witnessed Zhang Panpan's beast taming with his own eyes that he realized that he had underestimated him. Is this a beast tamer? Feng Xiu blinked. As far as he knew, the so-called beasts were just some living creatures. How does Zhang Panpan meet the definition of a living thing? Huh? Who said that beast tamers must be living things? Zhang Panpan raised the corners of his mouth and smiled proudly. That's just because you students are not strong enough physically and mentally, so you are allowed to use the most common beast to train your beast control abilities. Only when you go to university can you really get started. Zhang Panpan said proudly. It must be said that Zhang Panpan's beast taming really opened Feng Xiu's eyes. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, he would never have imagined that there would be such a beast tamer in this world. Interesting. However, Feng Xiu was more curious. Can my facehugger parasitize Zhang Panpan's hellfire? I really want to try it. Follow him. Zhang Panpan continued. And every time this hellfire takes a step forward, the ground will shake. This shows how powerful it is. At the same time, Feng Xiu also felt that he had really made a fortune this time. Not only Zhang Panpan's hellfire will serve as the guardian this time, he also gave himself a fee for the visit. Zhang Panpan is really a good teacher. Most importantly, I wonder what kind of beastmaster this Zhang Panpan can come up with. Feng Xiu had a strong premonition in his heart. This hellfire is not the most powerful beast in Zhang Panpan's hands. Only when I go to university can I really get started. Feng Xiu muttered to himself. Chapter 36. The alien is so terrifying. Looking at Zhang Ponpon's hellfire, Fang Xiu's heart was full of longing for the future. I must get into the top 10. Soon, Fang Xiu and his group arrived deep into the underground cave. The alien queen still had her legs curled up, with a giant ovipositor connected to the end of her body. At first glance, it looked like she was sitting on a throne. Moreover, the body of this alien queen is 5 or 6 meters long, which is taller than the alien triceratops that Li Qingqing and Shi Zhanhong have seen. This is a beast tamer? Shi Zhanhong's eyes were as big as a cow's, and he looked around with an incredible expression. I saw facehugger eggs being spit out from the alien queen's ovipositor from time to time, densely packed like a square formation. If all these eggs were to hatch, the number of aliens born would easily exceed 3 digits. No wonder when Fang Xiu was fighting with Ma Ming, his aliens were all black. This unreasonable reproduction rate is the root of the alien's horror. Is this the gap between a genius and an ordinary person? Shi Zhanhong's eyes turned red for a moment. If things continue to develop like this, it seems that Fang Xiu won't even have to take the college entrance examination and will be admitted into the top 10. Not only Shi Zhanhong, Li Qingqing's pupils also couldn't help but tremble slightly. She has always been regarded as a top student by her teachers and classmates. Not only did he have excellent grades, but his journey to taming beasts was also very smooth. A true winner in life. But now when she saw Fang Xiu's alien army, she suddenly felt the gap. Who can compare to Fang Xiu? Is your alien breeding speed too fast? Zhang Panpan saw the crux of the problem at a glance. Although the aliens are silicon-based creatures and will not be greatly affected even if they do not eat for a few days, the alien queen will consume a lot of energy when laying eggs. In addition, the alien queen is trapped in the ovipositor and cannot move, so Fang Xiu's alien needs to take on the task of feeding the queen. The increasing number of aliens has made the space here crowded. Yes, Fang Xiu nodded. It only takes 48 hours for the alien to grow from a facehugger to an adult. The alien queen lays eggs every 2 to 3 hours. And in the alien race, the alien queen is an absolute breeding machine. At first, Fang Xiu felt happy. He believes that as long as the alien race continues to grow stronger, he can become the strongest beastmaster. But when I actually started to cultivate it, I found that food and space all cost money. This underground cave is the result of Fang Xiu's expansion. Make it the size of a football field. But even so, this space is still too small for the ever-proliferating aliens. Because of insufficient food resources, some aliens even went into hibernation to reduce energy consumption. Zhang Panpan sucked in a breath of cold air, and her scalp couldn't help but feel tingling. With such a huge scale, not to mention that Fang Xiu is just an ordinary high school student, even for him as a physical education teacher, it is very overwhelming. But if you think about it from another perspective, many beastmasters would like to breed a beast like the alien. It's hard for you. Zhang Panpan felt the pressure Fang Xiu was facing and couldn't help but pat him on the shoulder. If he could have a family like Chan Fan's, Fang Xiu would be truly invincible. What a pity. What a pity. At this moment, the facehugger that was parasitic on the werewolf's face began to fall off. These werewolves seemed to have regained their self-awareness and climbed up from the ground one after another. Here we go. Fang Xiu's eyes narrowed slightly. He exchanged the money he had just extorted from Zhang Panpan and Li Qingqing for food and threw it in front of the 5 werewolves. This. Shi Zhanhong was stunned after just one look. Because Fang Xiu's feeding method was very simple and crude, he directly customized the food to be pork. So many that they can even pile up into a small hill. It is worth mentioning that when Fang Xiu first started taming beasts, he had resources provided by the school. The food Fang Xiu fed to the aliens were all living cattle and sheep. It was not until all the resources allocated by the school were used up and he had to spend his own money that Fang Xiu realized the waste problem. A pound of beef or mutton costs about $34. The cheaper pork is only $11. If I had known, I should have fed the alien pork from the beginning. I miscalculated. My goodness, Fang Xiu, your alien is really a big eater, isn't it? These foods are enough for my beast to eat for half a month. Shi Zhanhong couldn't help but complain. Not only him, Li Qingqing was also shocked. Fang Xiu, can you afford to support so many aliens? From the initial shock, both of them couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat for Fang Xiu. So now you know why I'm so poor. Fang Xiu smiled helplessly. The food issue comes second. Because the space has not been expanded, my alien queen is not willing to give birth to babies anymore. While Feng Xiu was speaking, he did not forget to look at Zhang Panpan. What I mean is, think of a solution, Brother Panpan. The pork that Feng Xiu took out was quickly eaten up by the werewolf. Even the bones were swallowed. Li Qingqing and Shi Zhanhong were confused. You call this thing a baby? Feng Xiu, here is 20,000 yuan. Li Qingqing hesitated for a moment, then took out her resource card and transferred 20,000 yuan to Feng Xiu. Although her beasts were not that greedy, there were still many places where she needed money. In addition, her family has restrictions on her living expenses. She doesn't have much pocket money. Feng Xiu was a little surprised. He didn't expect Li Qingqing to be so generous. As expected, you are the beautiful and kind-hearted Miss Li. Feng Xiu immediately bowed. Don't forget what I told you. Just think of it as an investment. I hope that one day you won't ruin my business. Li Qingqing said in a serious tone. Her attitude towards Feng Xiu was indeed bad at the beginning, but there was no grudge between them. It was just that her mentality was unbalanced at the moment. After that, she realized that the fault was not Feng Xiu's. It's a kind of compensation. Secondly, that was Feng Xiu's strength. He was the most talented beastmaster Li Qingqing had ever seen. If there ever comes a day when she enters the top 10, she at least doesn't want Feng Xiu to become her opponent. Your business. Feng Xiu raised his eyebrows and immediately thought of what Li Qingqing had said. One day, I will kill Chu Xinghe. Don't worry, Miss Li and I are on the same team. Feng Xiu quickly regained his smile. Although he had no grudges against Chu Xinghe, the student union had made the students of number 1 middle school suffer for a long time. I had no intention of colluding with Chu Xinghe. Zhang Panpan watched the conversation between Feng Xiu and Li Qingqing silently, and a gratified smile appeared on her face. Chapter 37. The Birth of a Higher-Level Alien. Feng Xiu and Li Qingqing are not only the most powerful beastmasters in Class 2, but also the hope for the future college entrance examination of number 1 middle school. Zhang Panpan naturally hopes that they can live in harmony and help each other. Just like that, Feng Xiu and the others then waited in this beast-controlling space for the alien to break out of the werewolf's chest. When Feng Xiu thought of what Zhang Panpan said, he felt a little nervous. Although Zhang Panpan's hellfire is here to protect me, I don't have to worry too much about safety issues. But Feng Xiu looked at those werewolves, not to mention that he had consumed several facehuggers in order to parasitize them. The food we fed them almost used up the balance on the resource card. If it weren't for the 20,000 yuan that Li Qingqing transferred to me, feeding myself would have become a problem. Don't fail, Feng Xiu thought to himself. Feng Xiu also discovered that he was not the only one who was anxiously waiting. The alien queen seemed to be able to sense the alien babies in the werewolves' bodies, and its production speed slowed down, with its attention always focused on those werewolves. The alien triceratops and some male aliens look ready to go. Alien queen, are you feeling uneasy? Feng Xiu raised his eyebrows. According to the alien setting, the queen not only possesses an extremely high IQ of 175, but the fan-shaped crown on her head can also release special pheromones to sense the location of all aliens and issue orders. Maybe the alien queen sensed something special from the alien in the werewolf stomach. Is Zhang Panpan really right? Feng Xiu thought to himself. Shi Zhanhong subconsciously retreated to the corner of the underground cave. Even though there were Zhang Panpan and his hellfire, Shi Zhanhong still felt creepy in his heart. A bad premonition arose in his heart. Li Qingqing stared at the werewolf intently. Zhang Panpan even gave direct orders to hellfire. If an alien rushes out of the werewolf's body and attacks them, they will kill it directly. Alien triceratops, protect the queen. Feng Xiu hesitated slightly. I have Zhang Panpan's hellfire on my side, so I don't have to worry too much. But if these aliens really resist his orders, or even attack the alien queen, that would be troublesome. Following Feng Xiu's order, the alien triceratops quickly came to the front of the alien queen and stared at the werewolf with a vigilant look. Fortunately, the wait didn't last too long. One of the werewolves suddenly fell to the ground, his body twitching continuously, and his expression became distorted with pain. Ouch! A wailing sound burst out from the werewolf's throat, and its twitching became more and more intense. Li Qingqing and Zhang Panpan both became nervous. Phew! I saw the sharp nails cut through the werewolf's abdomen and stretched out from inside, and blood splattered all around. Feng Xiu stared at the palm intently. Similar to other aliens in appearance, this alien that has integrated werewolf genes has the same feature of flesh wrapped around bones, and a pitch-black exoskeleton in turn protects its muscles. In addition to the werewolf's huge size, the chest-breaking alien that crawled out of its abdomen was at least 1.56 meters long. And its palms are different from those of ordinary aliens. Its palms are not only wider, but also have finer joints. Compared to other aliens, it looks more like a human hand. Closer to humans? Feng Xiu thought to himself. Soon, the alien with werewolf genes crawled out of its body and shook its head. Its head is also shorter than that of the Triceratops, and its posture when standing up is more like that of a human than a dinosaur. Its tail is relatively shorter than that of other aliens, and it has an extra joint at the elbow. In Feng Xiu's opinion, this alien looked more like a werewolf with its skin and bones removed. Hiss, hiss, hiss. However, the vocal organs of this alien are no different from those of other aliens, and it still makes a strange hissing sound. It glanced at Feng Xiu and the others. Although it showed no malice, it made sure Zhang Hong feel a little chilly. Feng Xiu, Zhang Panpan became extremely nervous. He never dreamed that he would feel such great pressure in the beast-taming space for high school freshmen. Can you command it? Although this alien is still a minor, the sense of oppression it brings is extremely strong. Sit down. Feng Xiu heard this and tentatively gave the alien an order. However, the alien did not take any action after hearing Feng Xiu's words. Such an unusual scene even made the alien queen feel a sense of crisis. Hiss, hiss, hiss. Hiss. The alien queen became a little irritable and kept scolding the little guy who had just broken out of the chest in alien language. No matter what, in the alien queen's cognition, Feng Xiu is the king of this world. But the alien he gave birth to dared to ignore the king's orders, which was a capital crime. What's wrong? Li Qingqing noticed this situation and couldn't help but ask Feng Xiu. The aliens are a hive society with strict hierarchy. The alien queen's orders are absolute. As the king of aliens, I am the absolute among the absolutes. So this alien didn't sit down as I ordered, which undoubtedly challenged the authority of the alien queen. Feng Xiu explained casually, feeling somewhat nervous. He could feel that this alien was different from the others, especially the joint on its elbow, which is an organ that other aliens do not have. This shows that this alien completed a higher level of evolution after absorbing the werewolf genes. If possible, Feng Xiu really wouldn't want to let Zhang Panpan's hellfire kill him. Brother Panpan, is there any way to increase my strength? Feng Xiu suddenly remembered that Zhang Panpan once said that if the Beastmaster's power was too weak, the orders he gave would be ignored by the Beastmaster. Then, conversely, as long as I become stronger, I can suppress the aliens again, right? So, is there any way to make yourself stronger? Yes, there is. Zhang Panpan hesitated for a moment, but there is still a way. After all, human technology is very advanced, and a method to improve the spiritual power of a Beastmaster in a short period of time has been found. Only, this method is not free. And Feng Xiu's alien queen seemed to lose her patience all of a sudden. Its fan-shaped crown then releases pheromones, issuing commands to the male aliens here. In an instant, two 2-meter-tall aliens suddenly started running and rushed towards the alien that came out of the werewolf's body. I want to use force to make them surrender. However, in a flash, just as the two aliens approached the werewolf alien, a black knife suddenly popped out from the joint of its elbow. Chapter 38. Mutation Skill? Wind Step? It was not until the alien queen ordered two male aliens to charge at the werewolf alien that Feng Xiu understood what the joint on the werewolf alien's elbow was. The werewolf alien's wrist shook slightly, and a black knife protruded from the joint, then was caught in the hand of the werewolf alien. Almost as a subconscious reaction, it grasped the black knife and swept it towards the alien rushing towards it. The next second, the werewolf alien flashed directly behind the two aliens, and with a flash of cold light, the two aliens were cut in half. Acidic blood splashed everywhere. This sudden scene caught Feng Xiu off guard. He subconsciously blinked his starry eyes and couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. You know, aliens are not only silicon-based creatures, but also life forms made of flesh and bones. Their exoskeletons are stronger than steel alloys. In the end, he was cut in half with one blow. How sharp is this werewolf alien's black knife? Is this the power of mutation? Feng Xiu's starry eyes focused on the werewolf alien. It is obviously impossible to say that I am not excited at all. After all, this werewolf alien is his own beast. Stop. Seeing that the male aliens were ready to rush over and fight, Feng Xiu quickly shouted at them to retreat. In his opinion, his werewolf alien might not necessarily be rebellious. Perhaps it is because he has just had his breast broken and is still ignorant about the world. He was forced to fight back because he felt the hostility from the two male aliens. Shit, is this boss Feng Xiu's beast? Shi Zhanhong on the side was stunned. Feng Xiu had seen how powerful his alien was not only in the video of the baseline test, but he had also seen a video on the short video platform recording the alien defeating a werewolf. Based on various relationships, in Shi Zhanhong's opinion, Feng Xiu's alien is the strongest beastmaster among the freshmen in the first year of high school. However, such a terrifying beast was killed instantly with just one sword. Invincible. Shi Zhanhong's eyes were as big as a cow's, and he couldn't help feeling a little envious and jealous. They're both freshmen in high school, so why are their beast-taming skills so different? So strong. Not only Shi Zhanhong, Li Qingqing also felt it was incredible and unbelievable. The moment the werewolf alien attacked, just now, she didn't see clearly this guy's movements. Is this really the strength a freshman in high school should have? Li Qingqing's mood was like the sea swept by a storm, and it took a long time to calm down. Everyone be careful. However, Zhang Panpan's voice quickly brought Li Qingqing and Shi Zhanhong back to the real world from their shock. Teacher Zhang. Li Qingqing subconsciously looked at Zhang Panpan. What should we do with Feng Xiu's beast? In her opinion, the alien that had grown out of the werewolf's corpse had gone beyond Feng Xiu's control and was killing its own kind without permission. If this continues, not only will the aliens here be slaughtered, but Feng Xiu's life might also be in danger. Although it is a bit of a pity to kill such a powerful beastmaster here, there is nothing else to do. After all, with Feng Xiu's current strength, he is unable to control such a powerful beast. I can only... While speaking, Zhang Panpan also looked at Feng Xiu deliberately. No matter what, this alien is Feng Xiu's beast. Even if he could understand the interests involved, it would not be so easy for him to accept it. Kill him here. There was a hint of murderous intent in Zhang Panpan's eyes, and he immediately gave orders to Hellfire. Wait a moment, Brother Panpan. Feng Xiu didn't expect Zhang Panpan to act so quickly, and he was shocked. He quickly waved his hands and asked Zhang Panpan to wait a moment. But who knew that Zhang Panpan's Hellfire had already taken action? Hellfire was seen rushing towards the werewolf alien, with his 5 fingers clenched into fists in the air. Every step his huge body took forward caused the entire underground cave to vibrate. The werewolf alien looks even smaller in front of the Hellfire. Feng Xiu, if you don't make a decision, you will suffer the consequences. Zhang Panpan had no intention of giving up, and instead tried to persuade Feng Xiu. But just as the fist of Hellfire was about to fall on the werewolf alien, the latter suddenly disappeared. The huge fist continued to move downward and finally hit the ground. Boom! Accompanied by a loud bang, the entire underground cave began to shake violently, and a green shock wave and heat wave swept in all directions. Li Qingqing and Zhang Panpan were even forced to take a few steps back before they could stabilize themselves. Li Qingqing took a breath and was terrified. On the one hand, Zhang Panpan's Hellfire, with just an ordinary punch, caused such a huge impact, which was even more powerful than thermal weapons. On the other hand, why did Feng Xiu's werewolf alien disappear again? Where did you go? Li Qingqing racked his brains, but couldn't figure out how the werewolf alien managed to dodge. Even when she looked around, she didn't see the werewolf alien. At the same time, the prompt sound of the beast-taming space system rang in Feng Xiu's ears. Congratulations to the Beastmaster. The alien has mutated and gained the skill. Stealth. Feng Xiu was stunned at first. Mutation? And skills. Could it be that? Feng Xiu suddenly understood. I guess my werewolf alien used stealth to avoid the attack of Hellfire. Wind Step. Feng Xiu raised his eyebrows and thought of a standalone game called Warcraft that he had played before he traveled through time. There is a unit hero called Swordmaster. One of his skills is called Wind Step, which allows him to enter stealth state and increase movement speed. When you attack the target again, the target will be exposed. Although he didn't know what this stealth technique was, judging from the performance, Feng Xiu felt that his werewolf alien seemed to have mastered skills like Wind Step. Gone. Zhang Panpan frowned, having a bad feeling in his heart. He never dreamed that Fang Xiu's alien could hide his whereabouts. This guy Fang Xiu must be a freshman in high school. For a moment, Zhang Panpan couldn't help but doubt her life. I am a teacher at Huqing No. 1 Middle School and a graduate of a reputable university. Logically speaking, dealing with a freshman beastmaster should be as easy as an adult beating up a kindergarten class. How come it's like participating in a university beast taming competition? This is unscientific. Even when Zhang Panpan had this thought, the disappeared werewolf alien appeared again. It stood on the right side of Hellfire, bent its knees slightly, and used the strength of its whole body to catapult itself out. Holding the black knife in both hands, it chopped at Hellfire's shoulder. Boom! Chapter 39. I am the alien god. Boom! The werewolf alien's black knife directly chopped on Hellfire's arm, making a deafening sound. A terrifying airflow spread in all directions. Seeing this, Zhang Panpan hurriedly protected Li Qingqing behind her to block the blast of air for her. The ceiling, walls, and floor of the entire underground cave were all cracked by the impact. Fang Xiu, Li Qingqing, Zhang Panpan, and Shi Zhanhong all held their breath at this moment, not daring to even blink. Hey, are you kidding? Zhang Panpan quickly exclaimed. He suddenly saw the werewolf alien's black knife embedding into the Hellfire's arm bit by bit. 2 breaths later, the werewolf alien black knife went straight through Hellfire's arm and cut it off. Boom! Hellfire's arm slammed to the ground. Oh! Shi Zhanhong's mouth opened into a big O shape. He never dreamed that Fang Xiu's werewolf alien could actually suppress Zhang Panpan's Hellfire. You know, Zhang Panpan is not a high school student. He is a physical education teacher. He has nearly 10 years of experience in taming beasts. But he was badly suppressed by Fang Xiu, who had just started taming beasts for a few days. Isn't this really just some fantasy? What kind of monster is Fang Xiu? Shi Zhanhong secretly glanced at Fang Xiu's profile and took a breath. In fact, it was not just Shi Zhanhong. Even Li Qingqing was doubting whether she was dreaming. What kind of monster is this Fang Xiu alien? Brother Panpan. At this time, Fang Xiu was the calmest. He spoke slowly. Stop attacking your Hellfire. Huh? Zhang Panpan was stunned. What did you say? Although his Hellfire had one arm chopped off by the werewolf alien, it was not a fatal injury. At the end of the day, Hellfire is all about fire. The arm that fell down was just a piece of stone that was sucked in. Hellfire turned its body, and a ball of green flame surged toward the ground, rolled up the fallen arm, and reconnected it. The werewolf alien quickly stepped back, creating some distance again. Fang Xiu, I know you can't bear part with this beast, but a disobedient beastmaster will cause great trouble. Not only will your life be in danger, but your beastmaster will also be harmed. While speaking, Zhang Panpan also used his eyes to hint at the 2 aliens that were cut in half by the werewolf alien. What's even more terrible is that there are still 4 aliens like this that have not hatched. If he doesn't help Fang Xiu solve the problem completely here, all his efforts during this period of time will most likely be wasted. No, Brother Panpan, I know exactly what I'm doing. I asked you to stop, not because I was reluctant. Fang Xiu said in a calm tone. Although his body is just that of a high school student, his mind is that of an adult. You just said that as long as the Beastmaster is strong enough, the beast will not resist his orders, right? Fang Xiu asked Zhang Panpan in return. The 2 sides looked at each other. Zhang Panpan also saw unprecedented determination in Fang Xiu's starry eyes. This guy, not bluffing. You. A hint of surprise flashed across Zhang Panpan's eyes. This was the first time he had seen a student like Fang Xiu. First, a rare species of mythical beasts was cultivated, and then they reproduced crazily in just a few days. Now they have even bred mutated beasts. The most important thing is Fang Xiu's mentality. He was not frightened by the werewolf alien's performance. Perhaps. Zhang Panpan looked at Fang Xiu, then looked at his werewolf alien. After a brief hesitation, he couldn't help but want to believe Fang Xiu. All right. Finally, Zhang Panpan softened his tone, ordered Hellfire to stop, and let Hellfire take a few steps back. It's up to you, Fang Xiu. In fact, Zhang Panpan was also very excited. Although he knew that this involved certain risks, what if Fang Xiu could really suppress the werewolf order? How to make it recognize Fang Xiu's identity as a beastmaster? Teacher Zhang, isn't this too dangerous? Li Qingqing felt that this was unreasonable. Although Fang Xiu's werewolf alien is indeed too powerful, Feng Xiu, who can cultivate this kind of beast, is the most crucial existence. In other words, Feng Xiu just needs to exercise more. Sooner or later, he will be able to breed such a powerful beast again, and by that time, he won't have to bear the current risk. Feng Xiu is only in the first year of high school. There is no need to take risks at this time. Feng Xiu, we are only in the first year of high school now, so it doesn't matter if we lose 1 or 2 beast masters. When you are in the second year of high school, I believe you will be able to cultivate more powerful beasts than you have now, and by that time you will be able to control them. For a moment, Li Qingqing couldn't help but persuade Feng Xiu. But how could Feng Xiu give up the werewolf alien just because of Li Qingqing's words? Let's not talk about how powerful this werewolf alien is. Most importantly, I cultivated this alien. It was me who gave him a chance to survive in this world. I am their master, Feng Xiu said in a resounding voice. In his view, this is not a trade-off at all, nor is it a matter of rushing for quick results. I am the alien god. For a moment, even Li Qingqing was shocked by Feng Xiu's performance. She opened her mouth, but stopped herself from speaking. Teacher Zhang, is this possible? Sure, Zhan Hong didn't expect the situation to develop to this point. He walked over cautiously, stood behind Zhang Panpan, and couldn't help asking. It's not impossible. Zhang Panpan thought about it. No matter how strong humans are, they cannot fight beasts in close combat. So in essence, the goal is to suppress one's own beast in the spiritual realm. In other words, some beast masters will indeed rebel against their beast masters. But that's because these beast masters are not like humans. They have no language and no writing, but they are very observant and can judge whether the beast masters are afraid of them based on their reactions. After all, fear is an emotion inherent in all life. Once the beasts find out that their beast masters are afraid, they will think that their beast masters are too weak. That's why there were incidents of disobeying orders and even attacking beast masters. What Feng Xiu needs to do is to erase his fear of the werewolf alien. On the spiritual level, defeat the opponent. Originally, Zhang Panpan thought this was impossible until he saw Feng Xiu's eyes. That's not the look a high school student should have. It's more like the look of an adult. Feng Xiu was seen walking towards the werewolf alien step by step. Have you had enough of the fuss? Feng Xiu spoke in a low voice. He stared at the werewolf alien, exuding a powerful aura and crushing towards the opponent. The werewolf alien looked at Feng Xiu. Time seemed to stand still at this moment. Chapter 40. 2 skills mutated. Feng Xiu stared at the werewolf alien, moving forward step by step, and finally stopped less than 5 meters away from the werewolf alien. Zhang Panpan, Li Qingqing, and Shi Zhanhong held their breath and stared at Feng Xiu without even blinking. Especially Zhang Panpan. Although he chose to believe Feng Xiu and expected a miracle to happen, he did not dare to take any gamble. Hellfire slowly approached Feng Xiu, staring at the werewolf alien with eagerness. If the werewolf alien makes any excessive move, it will attack immediately. Li Qingqing and Shi Zhanhong were both extremely nervous, with beads of sweat the size of beans appearing on the latter's forehead. Li Qingqing kept repeating Feng Xiu's name in her heart. Have you had enough of the fuss? Feng Xiu stared at the werewolf alien and spoke in a low voice. The werewolf alien did not respond, but just observed Feng Xiu. It seemed that just as Zhang Panpan said, it was judging whether Feng Xiu would be afraid of itself. Suddenly, the werewolf alien moved. It took a step forward, trying to shorten the distance between them and force Feng Xiu back. Once Feng Xiu retreats, it may take advantage of the situation and pursue him. But Feng Xiu knew it very well. He himself created the alien. If it weren't for me, they wouldn't be born in this world at all. I am the alien god. Instead of running away, you approach me? Then why not get closer? Feng Xiu said in a cold tone, then took a step forward. In Feng Xiu's opinion, his behavior was not reckless. The aliens are a hive society with strict hierarchy deeply rooted in their genes. Although wolves are also class animals, strong wolves can challenge the wolf king. In Feng Xiu's opinion, it is possible that this behavior affected the werewolf alien's judgment. But the reason why aliens are perfect is that their genes can suppress the assimilated genes, making them aliens rather than other species. Of course, these are just Feng Xiu's guesses. He also made calculations in the process of approaching the werewolf alien. If the werewolf alien really attacks him, Zhang Panpan's hellfire can instantly destroy this guy. In other words, Feng Xiu was very confident. This confidence will be transformed into his momentum. For a moment, it was the werewolf alien that was confused. Seeing Feng Xiu approaching it, it felt uneasy. Put the knife back. Fang Xiu continued. And under this command, the werewolf alien actually put away the black knife, slowly bent his knees, knelt on one knee in front of Fang Xiu, and then lowered his head. That guy surrendered? Shi Zhanhong rubbed his eyes with his hands and murmured softly. He thought that the werewolf alien would attack Fang Xiu. Unexpectedly, Fang Xiu really suppressed the alien with his aura alone. And he not only suppressed her, but even made her submit to him. Li Qingqing also breathed a sigh of relief. Although she was still upset about Fang Xiu snatching the first place from her, after getting to know him over the past 2 days, she felt that Fang Xiu had a good temper. It suits my taste very well. If possible, she didn't want Fang Xiu to give up this werewolf alien. Teacher Zhang. However, Li Qingqing was still a little worried. She turned to look at Zhang Panpan and asked, "Is Fang Xiu successful?" But when she turned to look at Zhang Panpan, she suddenly noticed that Zhang Panpan's pupils were shaking wildly, and the corners of his mouth involuntarily took a deep breath. Shocked. Zhang Panpan was shocked by Fang Xiu's behavior. It's incredible. Although Zhang Panpan gave Fang Xiu the opportunity to try, he didn't think that Fang Xiu could succeed, because this werewolf alien has surpassed Fang Xiu's beast taming progress. Generally, students will encounter mutations only in the second year of high school. Even in Zhang Panpan's opinion, beastmasters like the werewolf alien are more powerful than those of some high school students. With this level of beast control, I can take the college entrance examination now. Even if you can't get into the top 10, 985, or 211 universities, it's easy to get into an ordinary undergraduate program. It's simply unbelievable and unbelievable. Although my teaching career is not long, I have been in school for more than 10 years, and I have seen many geniuses. But this is the first time I've seen a guy like Fang Xiu. After the shock, Zhang Panpan felt a surge of joy in her heart. Happy for Fang Xiu. Very good. Fang Xiu looked at the werewolf alien that completely submitted to him and nodded with satisfaction. However, at this moment, the other 4 aliens also broke out of the werewolf's chest. Blood splattered all around, and an eerie hissing sound echoed in the underground cave. Shi Zhanhong and Li Qingqing's nerves, which had finally relaxed, became tense again. Broken. I almost forgot that Fang Xiu has 5 beasts. Shi Zhanhong's face suddenly turned pale as paper, and he quickly hid behind Zhang Panpan. Just the sight of a werewolf alien was enough to terrify them. This time, 4 more came, which really scared Shi Zhanhong. Teacher Zhang. Li Qingqing also stared at the 4 chest breakers as if they were facing a formidable enemy. But who would have known that these 4 aliens did not ignore Fang Xiu's orders like the first one did, and instead killed their own kind? As soon as they came out, they knelt on one knee and expressed their loyalty to Fang Xiu. Congratulations to Fang Xiu for completing the transformation. Your alien gains a new skill, synchronization. Synchronous. Fang Xiu raised his eyebrows, not quite understanding the meaning of synchronization. But when he subconsciously murmured synchronize, the 4 aliens kneeling on one knee were suddenly pulled up by a force. I saw their bodies quickly leave the ground and fly up like kites with broken strings. And the direction it flew out was exactly the werewolf alien at the beginning. What's going on? Shi Zhanhong was startled by this scene. He thought something strange had happened again and almost instinctively hugged Zhang Panpan's arm. He looked as if he would be killed if he let go. He even regretted following Fang Xiu to the beast-taming space. Aren't these aliens too scary? Teacher Zhang, what's going on? It was Li Qingqing. Although she was also confused, at least she was not as embarrassed as Shi Zhanhong. Mutated skills. Zhang Panpan took a breath of cold air again. He saw that this was Fang Xiu's alien form, and during the mutation process, it developed new skills. But is this reasonable? It's a normal mutation. It just changes the form of the beast. Only in very rare cases will the beast taming skill mutate into something like this. And the alien just disappeared, so it must have used a skill. Fang Xiu's alien mutated into 2 skills. You must be joking. Chapter 41, I feel so strong. Hiss. Zhang Panpan looked at Fang Xiu, and the more she looked, the more she felt that this guy was too evil. Not only did he make the beast submit to him, but he also mutated it into 2 new skills. Fang Xiu naturally had no idea what Zhang Panpan was thinking. At this moment, all his attention was focused on his alien. I saw a faint light emanating from the 4 aliens flying past. The body seemed to turn into liquid and entered the body of the first werewolf alien. As the light disappeared, the 4 aliens also disappeared. Feng Xiu was stunned. 5 became 1. What the hell is this synchronization skill? Your 5 aliens become 1 alien? Isn't that a loss? How could Feng Xiu accept such a thing? He hesitated for a moment and tentatively muttered, "Separation?" As soon as Feng Xiu finished speaking, the werewolf alien in front of him began to shake rapidly. What is even more unexpected is that this shaking is not actually the body shaking. It's more like the shaking of a mobile phone screen due to poor signal. The next second, 4 aliens split out from the body of the werewolf alien and landed in the 4 directions of front, back, left, and right of it. A hint of joy flashed in Feng Xiu's eyes. Could it be that? A bold idea suddenly came to Feng Xiu's mind. Synchronous. As soon as he finished speaking, the separated aliens synchronized into a whole again. Separation. Synchronous. Feng Xiu tried several times in a row, and each time he was able to make the werewolf transform, split, and synchronize. Isn't this a mirror image? For a moment, Feng Xiu once again thought of the heroic unit swordmaster in Warcraft 3. Stealth corresponds to wind step. Synchronous separation corresponds to mirroring. Is it possible that this werewolf alien has developed to a certain level and can use Blade Storm? Feng Xiu, how did you do that? Although Shi Zhanhong didn't know what happened, he felt that Feng Xiu's alien was simply awesome. Li Qingqing also looked at Feng Xiu's beast with great curiosity. Brother Pan, seeing that his alien was no longer a threat, Feng Xiu returned to Zhang Pan and asked with curiosity, "Will every beast gain a skill when it mutates?" Because Feng Xiu remembered that when Ma Ming fought with him, he didn't seem to use any skills. Not really. Zhang Pan shook his head. Most beasts only change their forms when they mutate, making them more suitable for fighting. Strength and speed will all be greatly improved. Only a very small number of beasts will gain skills during the mutation process. Of course, it's called a skill, but it looks more like some kind of supernatural power. Neither the hiding of the werewolf alien nor the synchronous separation can be easily explained by science. In fact, mutations and skills have always been the research direction of scientific researchers. It's a pity that humans are currently unable to answer questions in this area. The only thing we know is that there are only a very small number of talented beastmasters who can enable their beasts to develop special skills when they mutate. Of course, although most beast tamers do not acquire innate skills, they can create their own skills through their own efforts and those of the beast tamer. Feng Xiu nodded in sudden realization. However, he still didn't quite understand why his alien would have skills similar to the Warcraft Swordmaster. Could it be that the beast taming skills are related to the beast tamer's cognition? Brother Pan, could the beast taming skills be related to the beast tamer's cognition? For example, if I subconsciously hope that my beast master can acquire a certain skill, it is possible that it will be born? Feng Xiu asked. Shi Zhanhong and Li Qingqing quickly recorded this question as a knowledge point. It is indeed possible. Zhang Pan nodded. This theory was not the first one proposed by Feng Xiu. Beastmaster scientists have previously recognized that the mutated skills of beastmasters are likely a reflection of the beastmaster's mind, or it could be the manifestation of spiritual energy. But there is a problem. If it is really through the subconscious, the reflection of the mind, the spiritual energy, and other things that the beast taming skills are given, then why are there only a very small number of beastmasters who can allow their beasts to acquire innate skills? Although some people have tried to answer it, it's like hitting a dead end. It's hard to come up with a hypothesis that convinces others. Over time, no one can figure out the key to innate skills. But Zhang Pan took a deep breath and said, "Although this hypothesis has no scientific support, I think it is correct. Because my beast has also developed an innate skill, and that skill is what I always wanted to have when I was a child." "What is it?" Li Qingqing and Shi Zhanhong asked in unison, their eyes emitting the spirit of gossip. Boom! Boom! However, Zhang Pan just flicked their heads directly at them both, and the expression on her face seemed to be saying, "Don't ask any questions." Feng Xiu stood there thoughtfully. In other words, my alien can materialize the skills deep in my memory? So that's why you got the wind step and mirror image? And because there is no game like Warcraft in this world, my beast control space does not know the correct name for wind step, so I call it stealth? Feng Xiu thought to himself. When he played Warcraft before, Juggernaut was indeed his favorite hero. After all, Which boy wouldn't like this kind of violent chopping? Wait a moment. Thinking of this, Fang Xiu couldn't help but look back at the alien queen. If only the Warcraft Swordmaster's skills could appear in this world. That Mangekyo Sharingan would release. Tree world arrives. Follow the laws of heaven and earth. Smash Varudo. Fuck. For a moment, Fang Xiu couldn't help but be amazed. I'm a time traveler, a modern person. What I know, when placed in this world, is simply a dimensionality reduction attack. The silicon-based creatures are already powerful and immortal, and now they have those super abnormal abilities. Just thinking about it, Fang Xiu felt terrified. Fang Xiu? Fang Xiu. Seeing Fang Xiu was distracted, Li Qingqing couldn't help but raise her voice again and again. Are you okay? No, it's okay. Fang Xiu shook his head. I just feel that I'm so powerful now. I really want to have another fight with the student council members. For a moment, Fang Xiu wished he could challenge the entire student union alone, and then let his facehugger parasitize their beasts crazily. Who knows what kind of skills my alien will develop after the next mutation. Chapter 42 Mutation Methods and Credits. The stealth skill will be renamed as Wind Step, and the synchronization skill will be renamed as Mirror Image. Fang Xiu gave orders to the beast taming space system. After all, stealth and synchronization sounded a bit weird, so Fang Xiu simply made some modifications. Skill name change completed. The system's feedback is also very fast. Wind Step and Mirror Clone, they sound pretty cool. Sure, Zhanhong on the side was filled with envy. When will my own beast be able to mutate and develop special skills? Fang Xiu, you can also come up with a name for this beast. Zhang Panpan was very happy to see that Fang Xiu had completely subdued the alien. In his opinion, aliens are a general term for a race. Just like all dogs are called dogs, but as pet dogs they often have names such as Wankai, Xiaohei, Chinanai, etc. As the most powerful individual in the alien race, Fang Xiu deserves a unique name. Name. Fang Xiu hadn't thought about this question in detail. Like when he parasitized Chun Fan's Triceratops before, he simply combined the alien and Triceratops together and called it the Alien Triceratops. Then let's call him Alien Sword Saint. Fang Xiu thought for a few seconds and simply used the old approach and named his Alien Sword Saint. Sword Saint. Li Qingqing was shocked. How immature. While complaining, Li Qingqing was also looking at Fang Xiu's beast. Although the strength of this beast is indeed terrifying, but he's called Sword Saint. How dare he? Alien Sword Saint. Sure, Zhan Hengze's eyes lit up, and he thought to himself that Fang Xiu was simply a genius at naming. Alien Sword Master, Wind Step, Mirror Clone, these all seem to be quite domineering names. Zhang Panpan just smiled at this. In terms of the degree of immaturity, his hellfire was not much stronger than the Alien Sword Master. By the way, Brother Panpan, Fang Xiu thought for a moment. Although the Alien Sword Master evolved from the werewolf that parasitized Ma Ming, in Fang Xiu's heart, the Alien Queen is the most powerful one. If it were to mutate, I wonder what kind of skills would emerge. If I want the Alien Queen to mutate, what should I do? Alien Queen. Zhang Panpan glanced at Fang Xiu's Alien Queen. As long as you have enough credits, you can choose to mutate. Credits. Fang Xiu was stunned. He thought that all he had to do to achieve the mutation was spend money. Li Qingqing and Shi Zhanhong also came over and pricked up their ears. Although there will be teachers to explain this knowledge in the second year of high school, as the top students of Huqing No. 1 Middle School, how could they miss the opportunity to acquire knowledge? That's right. Generally speaking, I don't come to class late or leave early. I don't do badly on midterm and final exams, and I don't cause any trouble while I'm in school. You can accumulate enough credits in the second year of high school to make the mutation choice. Zhang Panpan explained. Didn't Ma Ming complete his transformation in the second semester of his senior year? How'd he do it? Fang Xiu asked hurriedly. Since Ma Ming can mutate in advance, it means that there is room for manipulation of credits. Additional credits. Zhang Panpan knew Fang Xiu would ask this, and he hoped Fang Xiu would ask this. As a beast master, if you don't fight or compete, what's the point of taming beasts? Just graduate early and find a class to attend. Additional credits? Fang Xiu and Li Qingqing asked in unison. That's right. The so-called additional credits are a reward mechanism of Huqing No. 1 Middle School. For example, you can get credits by participating in competitions or doing good deeds in society. For example, in this freshman exchange competition, if you achieve good results, the school will reward you with credits. Zhang Panpan paused for a moment and continued. Don't underestimate these credits. In addition to allowing you to make mutation choices, you can also use these credits to customize equipment for beast taming or even exchange them for various beast taming resources, cash, etc. And if you want to choose the mutation option, you need to accumulate 100 credits. If you can really get first place in these freshman exchange competitions, that's 10 credits. Second place also has 5 credits. Fang Xiao and Li Qingqing looked at each other. I thought the freshman exchange competition was just a way to make money, but I didn't expect it to give me something as good as credits. For a moment, the two of them couldn't help but smile knowingly, and they were already prepared to shine in the freshman exchange competition. However, the light in Shi Zhanhong's eyes dimmed rapidly. With his grades, he naturally had no chance to participate in the freshman exchange competition. Not only in the freshman exchange competition, I'm afraid I will hardly have a chance in other competitions. But can you get credits for being brave and righteous? If this happens outside of school, don't you worry that someone will falsify it. Fang Xiao didn't expect that being brave and righteous could be possible. After all, in his original world, the word heroism has almost become a derogatory term. How could it be that easy? Zhang Panpan couldn't help but smile. Now, there are surveillance cameras everywhere on the street, and whether two people have any intersection or know each other can be found out with just a check. As for why universities have such a system, it must be to establish a good atmosphere. I personally think there is nothing wrong with this. If you do good things, you should be rewarded. Only in this way can more people be willing to lend a helping hand. It is wrong to do good things and get nothing in return. Of course, this is just my personal opinion. You don't have to agree with my point of view. Although Zhang Panpan has his own sense of right and wrong, he does not force others to agree with him. Fang Xiao nodded thoughtfully, then looked at his alien queen. Now that you know how to mutate, the next thing to do is to accumulate credits. That's all. Fang Xiao took out the beast taming space and returned to the real world with Zhang Panpan and others. Other students also came out from their own beast taming spaces one after another. Under Zhang Panpan's guidance, their beast taming efficiency has all improved significantly. Zhang Panpan did not favor one over another. In the following time, he went to the beast taming space of each student and gave them one-on-one instruction. Before she knew it, Zhang Panpan's physical education class was over. Fang Xiao and others returned to the classroom, and Zhang Panpan also returned to her office. However, just as he went up the stairs and reached the floor where his office was located, a familiar figure appeared in front of him. The person who came was none other than the head teacher of Class 2, Zhang Yu. He originally planned to come to find Zhang Panpan during physical education class, but he felt that this would affect the students' classes. After weighing the pros and cons, he came to the door of Zhang Panpan's office and waited for him to come back. "What's up, Mr. Zhang?" Zhang Panpan asked as she walked toward Zhang Yu with big strides. Chapter 43. Zhang Yu was shocked again. What is a genius? Zhang Panpan had no connection with Zhang Yu. Now that he saw him waiting for him at the door of his office, the only thing he could think of was Fang Xiao. "Are you here for Fang Xiao's matter?" Zhang Panpan smiled. As the strongest freshman in Huqing No. 1 Middle School, Fang Xiao's name has long been heard by every teacher. As the head teacher of Class 2, Zhang Yu naturally couldn't help but care about Fang Xiao's affairs. "Yeah." Zhang Yu nodded heavily. "You heard about it too, right?" Fang Xiao had a conflict with Mom Ming from the student union. Although Mom Ming doesn't have much background, this matter has offended the student union after all. I'm worried that the student union will use it against Fang Xiao. Besides, in addition to worrying that students would cause trouble for Fang Xiao, Zhang Yu is also worried about one other thing. That is Fang Xiao's beast. He, Zhang Panpan, and Li Guosheng had all been to Fang Xiao's beast taming space. In addition to knowing that the aliens are silicon-based creatures, he also knows that facehuggers can parasitize other people's beasts and assimilate the genes of their beasts. Xinfan's Triceratops is a good example. But Ma Ming's beast had undergone a mutation. Even though he wasn't as talented as Fang Xiao, he at least had access to some of the student union's resources. His beast control is extraordinary. Based on these and other relationships, Zhang Yu was worried that Fang Xiao would be too eager for success and would not be able to control his alien. Haha! Zhang Panpan could understand Zhang Yu's feelings, but still couldn't help laughing. "What are you laughing at?" Zhang Yu was stunned. He was talking to him about this matter very seriously. He can actually laugh? Fang Xiao is also his student. If anything really goes wrong, he, as a physical education teacher, will also be held jointly responsible. "Teacher Zhang, you worry too much." During the physical education class just now, Fang Xiu's facehugger has completed its parasitism, and the alien that was born has also completed its mutation. As she spoke, Zhang Panpan could hardly suppress the smile on her face. Huh? What did you say? Zhang Yu blinked. Really? Generally speaking, one can only accumulate enough credits for the mutation option in the second year of high school. Even if there are additional credits, you will have to wait until the second semester of senior high school at the earliest. The school does this, firstly, to cultivate students' sense of competition. Only in this way can the Beastmasters become stronger. Secondly, there is a risk of mutation. If the Beastmaster's mentality is not strong enough, the beast will be out of control. In serious cases, it may even injure the Beastmaster. That's why the school doesn't dare to let freshmen in the first year of high school try mutation easily. But Zhang Panpan said that Fang Xiu's beast had forcibly mutated through parasitism. Doesn't that mean that Fang Xiu's beast taming has directly upgraded several levels? You don't mean to say Fang Xiu has controlled the mutated alien? Zhang Yu sucked in a breath of cold air, and his pupils began to tremble wildly. Although he is not a physical education teacher, he has been a class teacher for several years and has a better understanding of things like mutations. A freshman in high school has completed the transformation in less than a month after the start of school. If I tell this to others, would anyone really believe it? Not only that, Zhang Panpan smiled and shook his head. Fang Xiu's alien has awakened 2 skills. What? After these words were spoken, Zhang Yu stood there in a daze. Just being able to control a mutated beast is already an amazing feat. As a result, Zhang Panpan said that Fang Xiu was more than just a matter of control. His alien form has 2 more skills? Are you kidding? Is this guy Fang Xiu a human? This is simply a monster. To be honest, although I haven't been a teacher for a long time, I have been studying for more than 10 years. Especially in our university, there is never a shortage of geniuses. Zhang Panpan pushed his gold-rimmed glasses and said, but the geniuses I've heard of can't compare to Fang Xiu at all. He is a natural-born top 10 talent. Even his future achievements may shake the world. When saying this, Zhang Panpan's tone revealed a strong sense of pride. No matter what, he was the teacher who had helped Fang Xiu. If Fang Xiu really has a day to leave his name in history, I might also be mentioned in it. Honestly, I felt like I was witnessing a legend. This time, Zhang Yu's mouth opened into a big O shape. He really wanted to say something, but at this moment he felt that words were pale and powerless. It's not that he doesn't know that Fang Xiu is a monster. The first time he tamed a beast, he created a mythical beast species. The first time I took the placement test, I broke the record of Huching #1 middle school. This was the first time he had seen such a student in his teaching career. But less than a month after school started, his beast had successfully mutated and even awakened 2 skills. This, Zhang Yu was stunned for a long time, and then he took a breath because his mouth felt dry. Don't worry, Teacher Zhang. Although I don't know much about the situation in the student union, students like Fang Xiu, I'm sure he can fix this. Zhang Panpan continued to reassure Zhang Yu. He had also heard about how domineering the student council of Huching #1 middle school was. But in his opinion, unless the president and vice president of the student union personally take action, otherwise, those few ministers alone would not be able to deal with Fang Xiu. The student union president Ma Wanfeng and vice president Wu Mingjian are now in their 3rd year of high school and need to prepare for the college entrance examination. He probably doesn't have the energy to deal with Fang Xiu. Of course, the prerequisite is that Fang Xiu will not cause any more trouble. Yeah, Zhang Yu nodded. That's true. If an enemy comes, we will fight him. If a flood comes, we will block it with earth. Fang Xiu is such a good candidate. I don't believe the student union would dare to do anything to him. Zhang Yu made up his mind. In the past, when his students were suppressed by the student union, he never said anything due to Chu Xing his tyranny. But this time, for Fang Xiu, the worst that could happen is that he would fight with him. At the same time, student union activity room. Qian Feng came to the door of the activity room with a grim face, and even his hand was shaking as he knocked on the door. This time, he failed to deal with Fang Xiu and was slapped in the face by a freshman in high school. What's even worse is that this incident has gone viral on his short video platforms. Gomein. Hearing the sound coming from the activity room, Qian Feng swallowed nervously. Wu, brother Wu. Qian Feng forced an awkward smile on his face, and even his voice was very low. He stood at the door and glanced at the situation in the classroom out of the corner of his eye. How many times have I told you to use your position in school? The man called Angkor was sitting in a corner of the activity room, holding up a book about postpartum care for beast tamers in his hand. This person is none other than this year's vice president of the student union, Wu Mingjian. He is also the fourth strongest person ranked in Huching #1 Middle School. Chapter 44 Freshman Exchange Competition. Over the next few days, no one from the student union came to see Fang Xiu again, and his campus life returned to normal. He went to and from school every day, and except for going to school for classes, he spent the rest of his time taming beasts in his own beast taming space. Especially after receiving funding from Li Qingqing, his feeding pressure was relieved. The alien sword master also grew into an adult under his feeding. Not only did his height increase to 4 meters, his movements also became more flexible. Just by standing still, he could give people a strong sense of oppression. Fang Xiu is full of confidence for this freshman exchange competition. It was not until a week later that Zhang Panpan, the physical education teacher, came to the door of his classroom and said, "Fang Xiu, Li Qingqing, come out for a moment." "Yes." Fang Xiu and Li Qingqing said in unison, then stood up from their seats, said hello to the general education teacher, and left the classroom. Looking at Fang Xiu's leaving back, Shi Zhanhong felt even more envious. Freshman exchange competition. Do we still have to go to class? Fang Xiu asked curiously after arriving at the corridor. He thought that the freshman exchange competition would be the same as the sports meet in his own world. Students in the class can move around freely and watch the freshman exchange competition. Unexpectedly, there is no holiday for the freshman exchange competition, and students are not allowed to watch the games. Well, Zhang Panpan pushed his glasses. After all, it's always hard for the loser to save face. No matter what, the freshman exchange competition concerns the reputation of the school. If it is held in the school, wouldn't it be a public execution? In order to maintain the reputation of these schools, every freshman exchange competition is held at the city's Beastmaster Gymnasium. In addition, among the 4 students participating in the freshman exchange competition, 3 are Zhang Panpan students. The school asked him to lead Fang Xiu and others to the Beast Control Gymnasium to participate in the freshman exchange competition. Why do you feel like a primitive man? Li Qingqing on the side couldn't help but complain about Fang Xiu. Although this was their first time participating in the freshman exchange competition, this competition could be considered a signature event of Huching. This guy Fang Xiu doesn't even understand the process. He is obviously also a top student. Well, Fang Xiu shrugged. I spend all my time taming beasts, so I don't pay much attention to these things. I came here from a different time period, and I don't have many memories of my previous life. How could I have the channels to understand these things? What's more, is it necessary to go online to ask for such trivial details? Can't you just do whatever the school arranges? After hearing this, Li Qingqing was a little surprised. Although she wanted to say something to refute Fang Xiu, all of Fang Xiu's aliens suddenly attacked, and she could not refute it all. Knock knock. Fortunately, Zhang Panpan knocked on the door of class 3 more quickly and called out Zhang Shuren, who was participating in the freshman exchange competition. "Hello, Teacher Zhang." Zhang Shuren was seen wearing a blue windbreaker and brown-green overalls, looking very trendy. Student Fang Xiu, student Qing Qing. Noticing Fang Xiu and Li Qingqing who were following Zhang Panpan, Zhang Shuren greeted them enthusiastically. However, Zhang Shuren's attention was basically focused on Li Qingqing, and he even addressed her in a more intimate manner. Li Qingqing crossed her arms and didn't buy it. "Do you know each other?" Fang Xiu couldn't help but feel curious when he saw this. "It's more than just knowing each other." Zhang Shuren smiled awkwardly. "During the 3 years of junior high school, I was always outshined by Qingqing. I was even given a nickname, Zhang Lao haha." When Fang Xiu heard the nickname Zhang Lauer, he almost laughed out loud. But if you think about it carefully, it really is. Since Li Qingqing is always number 1, this guy's grades can only be second place forever. It's okay, classmate Zhang. No one will treat you as second in command in this middle school. Fang Xiu smiled, and then deliberately glanced at Li Qingqing. "You." Li Qingqing glared at Fang Xiu fiercely. Zhang Shuren pushed his glasses up, raised the corners of his mouth, and smiled bitterly. "Yeah, I thought I could overtake others by controlling beasts after entering high school, but I didn't expect. Not only am I outclassed by Qingqing, but now I'm also outclassed by Fang Xiu." Zhang Shuren studied hard and tamed beasts desperately, hoping to make a comeback in high school and become the best in everyone's eyes. But after he saw Fang Xiu's strange appearance, he suddenly became disheartened. "I really understand that there is always someone better than you. Zhang Pampan didn't disturb them, but just walked in front to lead the way. After all, these freshman exchange competitions include team competitions. There's no harm in letting Fang Xiao and the others get to know each other. Afterwards, Zhang Pampan brought people to Class 6, called Chun Fan, then left the teaching building and drove to the beast-taming gymnasium in the city center. However, what Fang Xiao didn't expect was, when Fang Xiao heard Zhang Pampan say that the loser would feel embarrassed, he thought that the scale of these freshman exchange competitions would be small. Apart from the leaders of various schools, there were no other spectators in the Beast Control Stadium. But who knows? When Fang Xiao walked into the beast-taming gymnasium, he discovered that the space inside was extremely exaggerated, as big as 4 football fields put together. Even the auditorium was full of people. Brother Pampan, are you sure that with this arrangement, the loser's face can be saved? Fang Xiao couldn't help but complain. This is clearly even more unbearable. Well, it's much better than seeing the freshmen from your school lose again and again. Plus, it can generate income for the school. Zhang Pampan disagrees with this. Generate income? Fang Xiao immediately grasped the key point. They say they're worried about losing face, but these guys just want to make money. Kind of think of it. If I invite students from my school to watch the game, can I charge them for it? Even if you charge money, can you charge a lot? If the ticket price is set at 500 or 1,000, those parents will definitely file a joint complaint. Your school is engaging in consumer kidnapping. But what if they are outsiders? That doesn't matter. I'm not forcing you to buy a ticket. It seems that although Fang Xiao is very good at taming beasts, he knows nothing about the ways of the world. Ever since being defeated by Fang Xiao, Chun Fan has been full of admiration for him. Now that they met again, Chun Fan was very respectful towards Fang Xiao. The tickets for this freshman exchange competition are 3,000, 5,000, and 10,000 respectively. This is just the school's offer. The reality is that it's hard to get a ticket. See that place? Chun Fan said, pointing to a corner. The ticket price over there has been raised to 8,000 yuan per ticket. Huh? So expensive. Fang Xiao was stunned. 8,000 for one ticket? Of course. This freshman exchange competition at Huching No. 1 Middle School only happens once a year. Chapter 45. The first person in the 3rd middle school, Li Jin. If even a position like that can be sold for 8,000, then wouldn't a good position cost tens of thousands? Fang Xiao was really surprised. He didn't expect that a freshman exchange competition could cause such a big fuss. When it comes to the ability to make money, it still has to be those guys. Not only that, Zhang Shuren smiled. Last year this incident was even reported on Huching TV. There were a few security guards who bought tickets for the freshman exchange competition. The audience thought they were scalpers, but as soon as they came in, they were taken backstage by the security guards and asked to pretend to be security guards. When the show was over, I realized that there were more than 200 security guards at the Beast Taming Stadium. Fang Xiao couldn't help but look unhappy. But if you think about it carefully, it's not difficult to understand. After all, they're fighting with beasts, so it is a violent fight with fists hitting flesh. It's only natural that it will attract attention. But the ticket price is still too expensive. Brother Pampan, as participants in the freshman exchange competition, don't we have any benefits? Like family tickets, half-price tickets, etc.? For a moment, Fang Xiao couldn't help but feel excited. If he could get the tickets and then sell them, wouldn't he be rich? Don't think about it. Zhang Pampan glanced at Fang Xiao. Not even me. Besides, I don't recommend it. Do you think scalpers are all good people? You'll be caught. I am absolutely against such behavior. Zhang Pampan said this in a resounding voice, but in return she was met with a cold stare from Zhang Shuren. Although he didn't say anything, that kind of eye roll seemed to be a complaint, saying that you're saying that because you don't have a ticket. However, this episode ended quickly. Under the leadership of Zhang Pampan, Fang Xiao and others quickly came to the backstage. Teachers from other schools, as well as freshmen participating in the competition, are also resting here. Unlike Huching No. 1 Middle School, these freshmen were all wearing neat school uniforms and looked quite united. Among them, the 4 freshmen of Yucai High School are all bald. Student Fang Xiao, you must be wondering why all the students at Yucai are bald. Chun Fan approached Fang Xiao and whispered. You know, Fang Xiao glanced at Chun Fan. Then I thought of how he was causing trouble for me at the cafeteria entrance. I always feel that this guy's temperament has changed drastically. I still like your rebellious look. Yes. Chun Fan nodded. There are 4 schools participating in this freshman exchange competition. No. 1 Middle School, number 3 middle school, and number 8 middle school are all key high schools in Hucheng. Only Yucai High School is a private high school run by the people. The principal of Kaifa Yucai Middle School is Liu Zilong, who is over 100 years old this year. When he was young, he was not only the principal of Qingpu Military Academy, but he was also said to have fought on the battlefield. Feng Xiu. In fact, after traveling to this world, Feng Xiu also searched the internet for the general history and cultural background of this world. In the 1930s, the neighboring Sakura country launched a beast-taming war in order to seize China's beast-taming resources. Although they were defeated in the end, they killed many Chinese beastmasters. Even today, 80 or 90 years have passed, there is still a strong competitive relationship between the beastmasters of the two countries. Now I heard that Principal Yucai was from Qingpu Military Academy and participated in the beast-taming war. Feng Xiu instantly understood why all the students of Yucai were bald. My goodness, the principal of Yucai School treats his own high school as a military school. Oh right, Feng Xiu suddenly remembered that Chun Fan was very good at collecting intelligence. When I first entered Hucheng number 1 middle school, he not only recognized me at the cafeteria entrance, but also accurately told me the rankings of Li Qingqing, Zhang Shuren, and others. Is there any freshman you know here? Feng Xiu asked curiously. The top 10 students in the high school entrance examination are all known to Chun Fan, like the back of his hand. Chun Fan might have also investigated those students who went to other schools. Yeah. Chun Fan nodded, then pointed casually. That person may be our biggest enemy this time. His name is Li Jin, and he ranked 4th in the city in the high school entrance exam. At that time, I thought he would choose number 1 middle school, but he ended up going to number 3 middle school. I was quite curious as to why he wanted to give up number 1 middle school. Later, I found out that his mother was the vice principal of number 3 middle school. Chun Fan said this with gritted teeth. Do you have a grudge against him? Even Feng Xiu could feel Chun Fan's hatred towards Li Jin. It's not a holiday, I just don't like guys who rely on their families. Feng Xiu. Feng Xiu looked at Chun Fan with a dark face. Good job. So how did you participate in the freshman exchange competition? You have no idea at all. If your family wasn't willing to pay, you wouldn't be eligible to participate, okay? If it weren't for his family's connections, he wouldn't be able to get a mythical beast. Feng Xiu. What do you think he has? Feng Xiu's eyes lit up instantly. Like you, he is a mythical beast. I heard that his family used their connections to copy the data of the mythical beast from someone else, and then forcibly bred him. To put it bluntly, he is a guy who relies on his family's power. Otherwise, how could his beastmaster be so good? That's why he got first place in the 3rd middle school's test. Although number 3 middle school is not as good as number 1 middle school in ranking, the relationship makes a difference. Students like Li Jin would have better development if they went to number 3 middle school. And not only that, in recent years, number 3 middle school has always wanted to surpass number 1 middle school, so it is willing to spend more money on students' education. I even heard a rumor that number 3 middle school was waiting for Li Jin. Before he took the high school entrance exam, his mother had already established connections with everyone. We've been waiting for this opportunity to surpass our school. Chun Fan told Feng Xiu all the information he had obtained from his investigation. Although he was confident and challenged the top 10 freshmen in the high school entrance examination, he became much more sober after being defeated by Feng Xiu. With my own qualifications, I can never defeat someone like Li Jin. Student Feng Xiu, this exchange competition depends on you. As soon as Chun Fan finished speaking, Li Jin also noticed them. Li Jin stood up from his class area and walked towards Feng Xiu with his hands in his pockets. You must be Feng Xiu. Li Jin raised the corner of his mouth, revealing a contemptuous smile, and said to Feng Xiu, no matter what, Feng Xiu has been very popular during this period. His videos can be found everywhere on short video platforms. Yeah. Feng Xiu nodded. My name is Li Jin. Li Jin looked down at Feng Xiu, who was sitting on the chair. I'm the strongest freshman in number 3 middle school. This time, I will defeat all of you from number 1 middle school and let number 3 middle school reach the top of Crane City. After saying that, Li Jin turned around and walked away without looking back. Was he so immature when he was in junior high? Feng Xiu took a breath of cold air. Why did he feel that all the high school students in this world were not normal? Chapter 46. Battle against Yucai High School. Feng Xiu didn't take Li Jin's provocation seriously at all. To him, the so-called freshman exchange competition was just a process, and then he would take the credits and prize money home. Soon, the staff came to inform Zhang Pampan and asked them to get ready. Before the freshman exchange competition begins, They need to enter the venue and be introduced one by the host to the spectators. As the strongest freshman in Huching number 1 middle school, Fang Xiu naturally became the captain of this team. The process of the exchange competition is also very simple. It is divided into 2 parts. The first part is the ring match, where the order of matches is determined by drawing lots, and each team can arrange the order of play by themselves. If all the freshmen on that side are eliminated, that team will be considered the loser. Fang Xiu entered the venue under the leadership of Zhang Panpan. The entire beast-taming stadium is a semi-enclosed design, while the competition venue is an open-air design. In Fang Xiu's opinion, it was similar to the ancient gladiator arena. The difference is that the ground here is covered with green grass, so you won't feel uncomfortable even if you step on it without shoes. Even in Fang Xiu's opinion, the environment here is better than the football field. Soon, the host's voice spread throughout the entire venue through the stadium speakers. First, let us welcome the first team of this freshman exchange competition, the freshmen from Huching number 1 middle school. Speaking of Huching number 1 middle school, we have to mention Fang Xiu. There were 2 hosts responsible for the commentary. When one of them mentioned Fang Xiu, the other one quickly followed suit. Oh, who is Fang Xiu? Don't you know? He is a well-known figure in this middle school. Not only does he have a mythical beast, he also broke the record of the middle school's basic test. More importantly, Fang Xiu has sword-like eyebrows and star-like eyes, a heroic look on his face, and a strong and upright figure. If he were in ancient times, he would truly be as handsome as a dragon and a phoenix, or as majestic as the sun and the moon. For a moment, the conversation between the 2 hosts continued to come out from the speakers and spread throughout the beast-taming stadium. This introduction quickly livened up the atmosphere at the scene. Many audience members stood up from their seats, took out their mobile phones, and started taking pictures of Fang Xiu. That's Fang Xiu, right? He's really handsome. I really want to marry my daughter to him. I've made up my mind. From today on, I'm Fang Xiu's mom fan. No, buddy, you are a man, right? A male mother is also a mother. Suddenly, there were heated discussions all around. Yes, even Fang Xiu didn't expect that he would be so popular. Although at school, whether I am eating in the cafeteria or in class, there will always be classmates coming to watch me. But compared with the atmosphere in the beast-taming gymnasium, the enthusiasm of those classmates is really nothing. Aren't you used to it, Mr. Fang Xiu? Li Qingqing was used to this. After all, she had been the focus of everyone's attention since junior high school. However, just when Li Qingqing wanted to teach Fang Xiu some methods to adjust his mindset, the host on the scene happened to talk about her. The girl following Fang Xiu is indeed Li Qingqing. I know Li Qingqing. It is said that she ranked first in her grades for 3 years in junior high school. She was the top scorer in the Huching High School entrance examination. She is definitely a top student. That's right, and I think everyone who has heard of Li Qingqing should think that with Li Qingqing's talent, she will definitely always be number 1 after entering high school. It's a pity that she met an even more evil genius in number 1 middle school, Fang Xiu. In an instant, Li Qingqing, who had a smile on her face, froze in expression. She glanced at the host viciously, wishing she could just rush up and punch him. Reserved. Fang Xiu couldn't help but chuckle when he saw this. Soon, freshmen from other schools also entered the venue and were introduced one by the host. However, most of the freshmen are not very famous, and the host just briefly glanced over them. Until, as the second best high school after number 1 middle school, number 3 middle school has trained many outstanding beastmasters. 4 years ago, a freshman from number 3 middle school defeated number 1 middle school and won first place in the freshman exchange competition. It's a pity that since then, there haven't been any outstanding students among the new students of number 3 middle school. That's right, except for this time, Li Jin, he ranked 4th in the city's high school entrance examination. Only the 4th. Well, although he's ranked 4th, Li Jin's talent in general subjects is not that good. It was not until he entered high school that his talent was discovered. He is also the favorite to win the freshman exchange competition this time. There is even a rumor among the people that the 3rd middle school had already discovered Li Jin's talent and was waiting for him to be admitted to the 3rd middle school. A showdown between the number 1 player from number 3 middle school and number 1 middle school. It feels like a kind of fate. When introducing Li Jin, the host did not forget to compare Li Jin with Fang Xiu. It has to be said that, under the host's encouragement, many people began to look forward to this freshman exchange competition. Under the guidance of the staff, Fang Xiu came to the venue to draw lots. In addition to him, Li Jin from number 3 middle school, Wang Dalong from Yutsai School, and Su Mingming from number 8 Middle School also came to the lottery table. The results also appeared quickly. Number 1 Middle School will play against Yutsai Middle School, and number 3 Middle School will play against number 8 Middle School. The first battle is between number 1 Middle School and Yutsai. Thank you for your guidance, Feng Xiao. Wang Dalong took the initiative to shake hands with Feng Xiao. He knew very well that although Yutsai was one of the 4 famous schools in Huqing, only 1 or 2 students could be promoted to the top 10 every year, and sometimes even none. They came to the freshman exchange competition basically just to serve as a foil. There is no psychological pressure. Hello. Feng Xiao smiled politely. Then he and Wang Dalong left the drawing table back to back. Then, a referee came to the field and asked number 1 Middle School and Yutsai to determine the order of play. Let me go first. Chun Fan volunteered to take the lead. He knew very well that his beast control was not as good as those of Feng Xiao, Li Qingqing, Zhang Shuren, and other real academic masters. My ranking in number 1 Middle School is at most 4th. In this situation, you should let yourself go on the field first, which can both test Yutsai's strength and consume the opponent's physical strength. Most importantly, their goal this time is to win the championship. Yutsai is just a stepping stone on the road to winning the championship. Li Jin from number 3 Middle School is the biggest challenger. The reason why Chun Fan did this was to allow Feng Xiao to save energy. Fight Li Jin with all your strength. This is the tactic I thought of, Chun Fan said seriously. It is not difficult to see that he really considers this team. Upon hearing this, Li Qingqing and Zhang Shuren nodded and thought it was feasible. What do you think, huh? However, when Zhang Shuren turned around, he was shocked to find that Feng Xiao had disappeared. He looked around and suddenly found that Feng Xiao had already entered the ring. Chapter 47. As soon as the alien appeared, the other party gave up directly. Damn, when did this guy get up there? Zhang Shuren turned around and found Feng Xiao already standing on the ring and immediately burst out with a swear word. No, what about the discussion of tactics? As the top freshman in Huqing number 1 Middle School, shouldn't Feng Xiao be their trump card? There's no reason to be the first one up. This guy really loves to show off. Li Qingqing crossed her arms and couldn't help but complain about Feng Xiao. In her opinion, Feng Xiao just didn't want to give up the opportunity to be in the spotlight. Chun Fan opened his mouth, wanting to say something but stopped. No matter what, Feng Xiao is the captain of the freshman team of number 1 Middle School. Although they were shocked, there was no reason for them to run over and pull Feng Xiao back. Zhang Pampan didn't react much. After all, Yutsai High School is just a private high school. If it weren't for the fact that their principal is still alive, this high school would probably have declined long ago. Many parents send their children to Yutsai only because of Lu Zilong's reputation and management model. If we really talk about teaching quality, it has to be number 1 Middle School or number 3 Middle School. Zhang Pampan thought to herself that it would be a good thing if Feng Xiao could finish this useless time quickly. On the other side, although it is called an arena, the entire venue is a fighting area. After all, the two sides are competing in beast taming. For humans, a field the size of 4 football fields is indeed a bit exaggerated. But even the beast masters of the freshmen in high school are often giant beasts several meters tall. If the battlefield is not made bigger, the spectators in the audience seats will suffer. Hello, students. I am the referee for this event, Wang Wei. The referee motioned Feng Xiao and Yutsai's classmates to come forward and asked them to insert the beast taming space card into the machine in the venue and then explain the rules of the game. After all, it is an exchange competition for freshmen, and the focus is on communication rather than fighting. There is basically only one rule, which is that the life of the Beastmaster cannot be harmed. After all, this is an exchange competition among freshmen, not a fight. It would be bad if someone died. Okay, I understand. Yutsai's classmate nodded politely, then looked at Feng Xiao with a smile. I never thought that I would have the opportunity to challenge the number 1 player in number 1 Middle School. Hello, Feng Xiao. My name is Gao Han. He is a student from class 16 of Yutsai High School. Please give me more guidance, Mr. Feng Xiao. Although Gao Han felt that he had good grades and was good at taming beasts, he was still very self-aware when facing the strongest freshman in Huqing number 1 Middle School. Just think about using up Feng Xiao's energy. Hello, let's start. Feng Xiao nodded, then took a few steps back as requested by the referee and looked forward to Gao Han's beast taming. It doesn't matter what kind of beast he is, and it doesn't matter how strong the beast he is. The key is what kind of beast it is. Fang Xiu's starry eyes narrowed slightly, and he couldn't wait to parasitize. But who would have known that the beast released by Gao Han was actually a gray wolf? Although this gray wolf is about 2 meters long, firmly at the level of a wolf king, in Fang Xiu's eyes, this beast is simply unremarkable. Do you have any other beasts? Fang Xiu's starry eyes revealed a hint of disappointment. If you have other beasts, just release them all. Other beasts? Gao Han was stunned. No. Can the students of Huqing No. 1 Middle School train several beasts at the same time? Just to tame this beast, I've spent a lot of effort. No. Fang Xiu looked at Gao Han's reaction and immediately understood everything. Yes. The contestants this time are all freshmen from various schools. Just started to contact beast. Not to mention them. Even academic masters like Li Qingqing and Zhang Shuren only have one beast. Not to mention an ordinary freshman like Gao Han. Then let's make it quick and decisive. Fang Xiu thought about it for a moment and directly released the alien swordmaster. Firstly, as the strongest individual among the aliens, the alien swordmaster should hone his fighting spirit. Secondly, there were many spectators for this freshman exchange competition, and it was also broadcast live. If he could show his prowess as an alien swordsman, he might be praised by Huqing No. 1 Middle School and gain more resources. Kill it. Fang Xiu's voice was low and cold. The alien swordsman, who stood about 3 meters tall, shook his wrist slightly, and a black knife emitting a metallic luster protruded from his elbow joint, and then he grabbed it in his hand. The aura exuded made Gao Han's gray wolf tremble, and immediately tucked its tail between its legs. Oh! Gao Han's eyes were wide as big as cows. Although he had heard that Fang Xiu was a genius in No. 1 Middle School, he never dreamed that Fang Xiu's beast taming would be so outrageous. What kind of beast is that black thing? Even the entire stadium became silent. When have these people ever seen such a beast tamer? What's going on? Can Fang Xiu's beast master use equipment? The host rolled his throat and swallowed. Aren't all beast taming equipment custom-made? Moreover, credits are required for redemption. But the school has just started. Where can I get the credits to exchange for equipment? Due to various reasons, there will basically be no beast tamers using equipment in the freshman exchange competition. No, it's not the equipment. Another host noticed after careful observation. Although Fang Xiu's beastmaster was holding a black knife, looking very majestic, the knife was not an equipment, but a bone joint protruding from his elbow. Is this the mythical beast species? He's 3 meters tall, and his body, is that a skeleton? The host half closed his eyes and observed Fang Xiu's beast carefully. The host couldn't see any muscles or skin on Fang Xiu's alien swordsman. He only felt that the body of this ferocious beast was made entirely of bones. The host felt his scalp tingling when he thought of the rumor that Fang Xiu had bred a fantasy beast. This is not the first time he has hosted a freshman exchange competition. I have seen all kinds of geniuses, but this was the first time he had seen someone as outrageous as Fang Xiu. No, can that kind of beast man really be cultivated by a freshman in high school? Look, Gao Han's beast has been frightened to the point of peeing. As the host explained, the audience in the auditorium suddenly realized that Gao Han's gray wolf was not only scared to the point of tucking its tail, but was also uncontrollably urinating. The wolf hair on its body stood up, and it looked like it was stressed. Gao Han's face was as pale as paper. What the hell is this? In his eyes, Fang Xiu's beastmaster was just like Gundam. Wait a minute. In fear, Gao Han quickly raised his hands, and even his voice began to tremble uncontrollably. Referee, I give up, Gao Han said in a low voice, looking so aggrieved that he seemed about to cry. Even Fang Xiu did not expect this to happen. With a waiver. Chapter 48, Wang Dalong. I would rather be the head of a chicken than the tail of a phoenix. Fang Xiu was stunned when he saw Gao Han raising his right hand and announcing to the referee that he was giving up. No, buddy, there is a forfeit in the freshman exchange competition. Upon seeing this, referee Wang Wei quickly walked to the center of the competition field and announced the result to the audience through the microphone hanging on his ear. In the first round, Fang Xiu wins. In an instant, the audience was silent. They come to watch the beast taming competition just to enjoy the visual stimulation. Unexpectedly, Gao Han surrendered directly. Even though they could see the gap between Fang Xiu and Gao Han, that skinny gray wolf had no qualifications to compete with the alien swordmaster, but they were still unhappy that he gave up without even fighting. The host also smiled awkwardly and could only defend Gao Han. Although it is common for beasts to be injured or die, as long as their data is recorded, new beasts can be quickly bred, but this process will consume a lot of resources. Students from ordinary families like Gao Han often cannot afford such expenses. It is a wise decision to give up when you know you are no match for your opponent. The host's name is Zhao Di. When he was in high school, he was also full of hope for beast taming. However, after seeing those talented and wealthy classmates, he truly saw the gap and understood that the world does not revolve around people like him. So when he saw that Gao Han had to choose to abstain, he felt a sense of resonance in his heart. I have to say that Fang Xiao is indeed a rare genius. The other host's name is Du Liao, a woman. When she saw Fang Xiao's extremely handsome appearance, her heart couldn't help but flutter, and she felt that she was born at the wrong time. If I could be a dozen years younger, I could go to the same high school as Fang Xiao. Maybe sparks of love could even fly between them. Yes, even if you see it with your own eyes, it's hard to believe that the terrifying creature was a beast trained by a freshman in high school. Zhao Di nodded in agreement. I even suspect that even if Fang Xiao were to be compared directly with high school seniors, his beast control would be among the best. It seems that another Chu Xinghe has been born in Huqing No. 1 Middle School. As a genius who came out of Huqing, Chu Xinghe is undoubtedly a household name. Zhao Di could even see the figure of Chu Xinghe from Fang Xiao's body. No, Zhao Di shook his head slightly. In terms of the degree of evilness, Fang Xiao might be even stronger than Chu Xinghe. It seems that apart from Li Jin from No. 3 Middle School, no one could be Fang Xiao's opponent. Zhao Di took a deep breath and began to heat up the atmosphere. After all, Gao Han's abstention was too unexpected, so in order not to make the audience emotional, he simply mentioned Li Jin. Let's put our attention back on the field. There seems to be some problems at Yucai. Du Liao noticed that the students of Yucai seemed to be communicating with the referee. About half a minute later, referee Wang Wei announced the result of the exchange. Two other freshmen from Yucai also announced their abstention. Abstaining again. Du Liao took a breath of cold air, but she felt that she could understand the feelings of the freshmen of Yucai. Fang Xiao's Beastmaster is as terrifying as a monster. Is he going to hit him with his head? It seems that there is still one person who has not given up. Zhao Di noticed that after two freshmen gave up one after another, the last freshman of the Yucai team actually walked slowly onto the competition field. He is the captain of Yucai High School, Wang Dalong. Sure enough, the hymn of humanity is the hymn of courage. Even after seeing how powerful Fang Xiao was, he still chose to challenge Fang Xiao. Even if we lose the game in the end, such courage is worthy of our admiration. Zhao Di did not mock Wang Dalong, thinking that he was overestimating his own abilities by challenging Fang Xiao at this time. On the contrary, in his opinion, Wang Dalong at least has the courage to challenge. This spirit alone is much stronger than that of ordinary people. Not bad. Fang Xiao originally thought that the Yucai team would surrender collectively, but he didn't expect that there would actually be one person who dared to challenge him. Don't get me wrong, Wang Dalong didn't expect Zhao Di to praise him so much. Even after he finished speaking, the audience burst into thunderous applause. Honestly, I don't want my beast to fight a monster like that. But there's nothing I can do. If even I, the captain, gives up, then Yucai will lose very badly. Wang Dalong smiled bitterly helplessly. He knew very well that Yucai, as a private high school in Huqing, had been criticized a lot by students from No. 1 Middle School and No. 3 Middle School. Even his junior high school classmates joked at a summer reunion about how he ended up going to a high school like Yucai, saying it was such a waste of his talent. However, Wang Dalong also has his own considerations. If I go to No. 1 Middle School or No. 3 Middle School, my grades won't be outstanding and I'll just be mediocre. In addition, my family cannot provide much resource help. Once I enter the second or third year of high school, I will most likely become just like everyone else and end up going to an undergraduate university. After graduating from college, I joined a company and lived my life working from 9 to 5. Although Yucai is not as good as No. 1 Middle School and No. 3 Middle School, they're willing to train themselves and help themselves solve the problem of beast taming resources. Chicken head. Still, Phoenix tail. Wang Dalong gave his own answer. He did not regret his choice. On the contrary, he was very grateful to Yucai for giving him such an opportunity. Based on various relationships, even after witnessing Fang Xiao's strength and knowing that he would fail, Boss Wang still chose to stand up and defend the dignity of Yucai. A genius like you must find my idea ridiculous, right? Hihi. Wang Dalong smiled and released his beast. With a faint flash of light, a standing Nile crocodile suddenly appeared on the field. It is 4 meters tall and much stronger than Fang Xiu's alien swordsman. Its claws have evolved into twin thumbs like those of humans, and it can perform difficult movements such as making fists and grasping. The tail behind him is thicker than Fang Xiu's waist. The dark red eyes exuded a strong sense of terror. Rektin, the desert butcher, looking at Wang Dalong's beast, Fang Xiu couldn't help but think of a MOBA game he had played before, League of Legends. There is a hero named Renekton, who is similar to Wang Dalong's Beastmaster. That's not right. This kind of beast that changes its form only appears after a mutation. Fang Xiu raised his eyebrows. Could it be that Yu Tsai forced Wang Dalong to mutate in order to achieve good results in this freshman exchange competition? Interesting. Chapter 49. There's a gap between the first person and the last one. A mutated beast man. Fang Xiu looked at Wang Dalong's beast and immediately found it interesting. Since Wang Dalong is the captain of the Yu Tsai team, he must be the top student among the freshmen, just like himself. In addition, as Yu Tsai is the only private high school in Huqing that entered the freshman exchange competition, it naturally wants to make a difference in the exchange competition. It is not surprising that a large amount of resources are used to help Wang Dalong's beast taming mutation. Of course, resources alone are not enough. Wang Dalong himself must also be strong enough to make the beastmen submit to him. And this is exactly Wang Dalong's strength. He was able to resist the temptations of number 1 middle school and number 3 middle school and choose his own path. After his companions gave up one after another, he still chose to fight to defend Yu Tsai. Such a beastmaster will definitely have a bright future. Then, let me attack first. Dalong, let's go. Wang Dalong simply named his beast Dalong. With his order, the crocodile man also rushed towards the alien swordsman. Every step it takes forward shakes the playing field. Wang Dalong held his breath and placed his hope on his beast. The next second, the crocodile man clenched his 5 fingers into a fist and smashed it hard on the alien swordsman's head. However, it happened so fast. Just when its fist was about to hit the alien swordmaster, the latter magically disappeared. Gone. Wang Dalong's eyes were as big as a cow's, and he looked around for the location of the alien swordsman. The crocodile man's fist hit nothing, and a hint of surprise flashed in his eyes. Not just it and its beastmaster. The audience in the auditorium did not react to what happened. Only Fang Xiu understood that this was the Gale step of the alien swordmaster. It can use light to hide its own figure, making it seem as if it has disappeared out of thin air. Immediately afterwards, the alien swordmaster appeared again. It went around behind the crocodile man and swept across with the black knife in its hand. That's not all. After the horizontal sweep, the alien swordmaster made another vertical slash with his backhand. The 2 strikes were so fast that it looked as if they were done at the same time. Call out! Call out! The sharp blade created a sound of breaking wind, and the slash created a translucent impact that landed on the crocodile man. The crocodile skin that looked extremely strong was vulnerable to the attack of the alien swordmaster. Phew! I saw blood splattering from the cut and splashing into the air like a dancing red butterfly. The impact of the sword blade pushed the crocodile man's body to roll out. Then, miserable cries echoed in the beast-taming stadium. Wang Dalong was startled and rushed over. But how could a high school student compare to the speed of the alien swordmaster? The moment Wang Dalong started running, the alien sword saint had appeared beside the crocodile man. It stepped on the crocodile man to the ground and pointed the sharp black knife at the opponent's throat and stabbed down fiercely. Enough! Fang Xiu shouted quickly upon seeing this. In an instant, the tip of the alien swordmaster's knife hovered, almost touching the crocodile man's throat, and a trace of blood flowed out from the tip of the knife. It could be seen that if Fang Xiu had not shown mercy, the alien swordmaster would definitely have pierced through with one blow. The reason why it did not choose to chop off the crocodile man's head was because of the characteristics of the alien race. Although the alien queen can reproduce indefinitely and expand the population, the hatched facehuggers need parasitism to grow into aliens. For this reason, the alien will generally severely injure its prey before allowing the facehugger to parasitize it. Although Fang Xiu's alien swordsman chose to show mercy, in the eyes of the audience, this battle was simply a crushing victory of strength. Even the hosts Zhao Di and Du Liao could not help but remain silent. No, not silence, but shocked. At this moment, both of them had their eyes wide open in shock, and their mouths opened incredibly into an O shape. The freshmen from other schools who came to participate in this exchange competition were also stunned, especially Gao Han and others. Wang Dalong is the first person to cultivate talents. It can even be said that he is the first person that Yucai has devoted all its efforts to create. The purpose of this freshman exchange competition is to allow Wang Dalong to shine. But who knows? Facing Fang Xiu's beast, Wang Dalong's beast was killed instantly. Am I seeing right? Is this the end? Instant kill. Is this the strength of the #1 person in Huching #1 middle school? No. Is this guy really a freshman in high school? I'm afraid he must be a junior here pretending to be one. Gao Han and others couldn't help but complain. In their eyes, Fang Xiu's strength was simply not on the same level as that of the freshman. Even if they said he was a senior in high school, they would still believe it. Not only them, but also students from #8 middle school and #3 middle school. This is too perverted. What are we going to do about it? Mythical beasts, they're not on the same level as us. It's okay, we still have Li Jin, and his beast is also a mythical beast. Compared to the despair of #8 middle school, the students of #3 middle school are slightly better off. Although they didn't think their beast could defeat Fang Xiu's alien sword saint, they knew very well. Li Jinkai is the trump card of #3 middle school. Not only did he get a fantasy beast tamer, his mother was also the vice principal of #3 middle school, and she had connections everywhere. He must have many cards in his hand. Fang Xiu. Li Jin's eyes narrowed slightly as he looked Fang Xiu up and down. I thought this freshman exchange competition would be the stage for me to dominate the world. Unexpectedly, a Cheng Yaojin suddenly appeared halfway through. Hey, are you a mythical beast like me? No. Li Jin shook his head vigorously. Even if we are both mythical beasts, my beast is more noble than yours. That ugly appearance is not at all mainstream. A trace of contempt flashed in Li Jin's eyes. The first freshman in Huching will definitely be me. I will definitely be able to defeat Fang Xiu. At this time, Fang Xiu did not notice Li Jin's eyes. He looked at Wang Dalong intently. Tin I give up. Wang Dalong gritted his teeth, tears of reluctance flowing from the corners of his eyes. Although he wanted his crocodile man to stand up and fight again, the tip of the alien sword master's knife was pointed at its throat. Once the crocodile man makes any move, it can use its terrifying speed to pierce the crocodile man's throat first. The difference in strength between the two sides is simply a world of difference. There is no chance of winning. Is this the strength of the #1 person in Huching #1 middle school? Although I've made up my mind to strive to be the top 10 in the country as the leader of Yucai, but I didn't expect that there would be such a huge gap between me and the top student in #1 middle school. Wang Dalong clenched his fists unwillingly. For the first time in his life, he felt so powerless. Chapter 50 Fang Xiu is the MVP. Li Qingqing is the easy winner. Seeing Wang Dalong's unwilling look, Fang Xiu immediately retracted his alien swordsman and walked towards him. Don't doubt yourself. Your beast is very strong. It's a pity that I met you. Try harder next time. Although Wang Dalong is a new student at Yucai, Fang Xiu admires him for his humble attitude. Moreover, Wang Dalong's beast control was indeed very powerful, which made Fang Xiu think of Renekton. During the 3 years of high school, if he had the full support of Yucai, Wang Dalong would definitely have trained his beastmaster to a very powerful level. Fang Xiu even suspected that if Wang Dalong's opponent was not himself, but Zhang Shurin or Li Qingqing, he might have a good chance of winning. As for that guy Chen Fan, in Fang Xiu's eyes, he was no match for Wang Dalong. Yeah, Wang Dalong didn't expect Fang Xiu to say such words to him. He thought Fang Xiu came over and wanted to humiliate him severely. You are judging others by your own standards. Fang Xiu, after I go back this time, I will hone myself well. One day, I will challenge you again. Wang Dalong calmed down his emotions and spoke to Fang Xiu in a loud voice. The two sides looked at each other, then smiled and left. When the host Zhao Di saw this scene, he couldn't help but sigh. Although Fang Xiu won this match, Wang Dalong's beast control is also really good. I am worthy of the title of Yucai's top freshman. Please give a warm round of applause to Wang Dalong. Under Zhao Di's encouragement, thunderous applause broke out in the audience. Although the top 3 freshmen from Yutsai chose to forfeit, judging from the final result, Fang Xiu is fully capable of taking on 4 people alone. Du Liao also felt that Wang Dalong's performance was good, but in her heart, she likes Fang Xiu more. In her opinion, even if Gao Han and the others had not given up, they would probably not be a match for Fang Xiu. You are worthy of being the strongest one in Huching number 1 middle school. I felt like I was witnessing a legend. Du Liao said excitedly. Yes, it has been a long time since a beastmaster like Fang Xiu appeared in Huching. However, the competition is still going on. Next up is the contest between number 3 middle school and number 8 middle school. Zhao Di changed the topic to the next game, and then introduced the students of number 3 middle school one by one. At the same time, as soon as Fang Xiu returned to the lounge, he saw Li Qingqing looking angry. You've really made a name for yourself this time. In the next game, you are not allowed to be the first to play. Li Qingqing came to participate in this freshman exchange competition, not to be a supporting role. No, even if you're just a supporting role, at least you still have a chance to play. People like Wang Dalong are called supporting roles. My goodness, I was sitting in the lounge and saw all the freshmen of Yutsai University being eliminated. And Fang Xiu's alien swordsman also shocked Li Qingqing to a great extent. She still remembers that she was there when the alien swordmaster was hatched. The alien swordmaster at that time was only about 1.8 meters tall, not much taller than Fang Xiu. However, after being released, she discovered that Fang Xiu's alien swordmaster had doubled in size. When standing upright, it is more than 3 meters high. How long has it been? Did Fang Xiu's alien swordsman grow up, eating pig feed? With his fighting power, let alone Yutsai, who is just a private high school. Even number 8 middle school and number 3 middle school, 2 key high schools, might be defeated by huffing alone. If Fang Xiu continues to take the lead in the next game, I'm afraid these freshmen will not have a chance to play. Fang Xiu is the MVP, and Li Qingqing is the winner without any effort. Li Qingqing could even imagine how the school's confession wall would evaluate her. Classmate Qingqing. Upon seeing this, Chun Fan hurriedly walked up and apologized with an awkward smile, but before he could finish his words, Li Qingqing rolled her eyes. You call me Qingqing too? Li Qingqing herself didn't have a good impression of Chun Fan. If he hadn't used his family connections, he wouldn't have been eligible to participate in the freshman exchange competition. Classmate Li Qingqing. Chun Fan scratched his head awkwardly. Sorry. What I want to say is, Fang Xiu, we know you are very strong. In fact, when Fang Xiu released the alien sword saint, Chun Fan was completely dumbfounded. He was the one who fought with Fang Xiu on the first day of school. He had some knowledge of Fang Xiu's alien form, especially the shock brought by the alien queen. Until now, he still has nightmares when he wakes up at night. Although the alien sword master was not as big as the alien queen, its speed and strength made Chun Fan feel that they were even better than the alien queen. Such a powerful beast. In Chun Fan's eyes, no one can be Fang Xiu's opponent. If Fang Xiu continued to take the lead, they really wouldn't have to do anything. Student Fang Xiu, it's time for us freshmen to go on stage and perform. Zhang Shuren had an indifferent expression. He has no desire to show off, since everyone is a team. If you can win easily, why bother working hard? Li Qingqing and Chun Fan are right. Seeing this, Zhang Pampan also said earnestly, you are a team, a whole. Maybe the freshmen at number 3 middle school in Yutsai are very weak. You can easily defeat them with your own strength. But this world is very big. Sooner or later, you will meet a strong opponent. When that time comes, you will realize the powerlessness of individual strength in the face of the collective. Fang Xiu, in the next game, you'll be the last one to play. After saying this, Zhang Pampan pushed up his glasses. China has 34 states and 667 cities. Huching is just a small city on the 18th tier. Fang Xiu may be the strongest and hope of Huching. But if you look at the entire Hejiang province, he may not be the strongest beastmaster. If Fang Xiu wasn't here to realize the importance of the team, he would suffer a great loss sooner or later, especially when he encounters a beastmaster as evil as him. However, Fang Xiu didn't think so much about it. He just wanted to parasitize as many of the newborn beasts as possible. I didn't expect that the first 3 from Yutsai would abstain. As for Wang Dalong, although he could allow the facehugger to parasitize him, when he saw Wang Dalong's eyes, he always had a feeling of mutual sympathy. Okay. Fang Xiu nodded and let Zhang Panpan decide the order of appearance for the next game. Then, Fang Xiu watched the match between number 3 middle school and number 8 middle school through the live broadcast on the screen in the lounge. However, although number 8 middle school is also a key high school, its overall quality is far inferior to number 3 middle school. Even before Li Jin appeared on the stage, the 4 freshmen from number 8 middle school had already been wiped out. Really, Zhang Panpan was not surprised by this result. Although there were many high schools in Heqing, only number 1 and number 3 high school could truly be called the best of both worlds. Chapter 51. Number 1 middle school versus number 3 middle school. Although number 8 middle school is also a key high school in Heqing, in Zhang Panpan's eyes, number 8 middle school does not have a strong faculty and the school resources are very limited. Among the top 10 students in the city's high school entrance examination, none of them chose a school like number 8 middle school. They come here every year to participate in the freshman exchange competition, but it's just a formality. If I'm luckier, I could run into Yutsai during the draw, then enter the finals and get a good result of second place. But most of the time, number 8 middle school and Yutsai middle school are brothers in distress. Seeing number 3 middle school eliminate number 8 middle school so easily, Zhang Panpan was naturally not surprised. Chun Fan was the first to appear, followed by Zhang Shuren, Li Qingqing, and finally Fang Xiu finished. Zhang Panpan adopts the order from weak to strong, so that every freshman has a chance to play. Of course, in Zhang Panpan's mind, doing this is not just about showing off to everyone, but to accumulate experience. The freshman exchange competition is just a beginning, not the end. During their 3 years of high school, Fang Xiu and his classmates will definitely participate in various competitions. There is certainly no harm in letting them accumulate combat experience early. Okay, Chun Fan clenched his fists excitedly. He couldn't wait any longer. Although he knew in his heart that he was the weakest beastmaster in the team, he didn't care. Just having the opportunity to play is great. Fang Xiu sat in a corner of the lounge and watched the live broadcast on the screen. Chun Fan came to the venue in a hurry. The host, Zhao Di, also started to explain. The freshman sent by number 1 middle school this time is called Chun Fan. I remember that he ranked 11th in the city in the high school entrance examination. The placement test after entering Heqing number 1 middle school was also very good. Besides, he looks very handsome. I think he will be one of the top 10 talents. As soon as Zhao Di saw Chun Fan, he couldn't help but praise him. Du Liao also understood what he meant. Let's look forward to Chun Fan's performance. I wonder what kind of beast he has cultivated. The reason is simple. Chun Fan's family runs a chain of supermarkets. The largest supermarket in Heqing is theirs. Naturally, I won't say anything bad. The new student sent by number 3 middle school this time is Han Bing. When we were fighting against number 8 middle school just now, he was the first to step forward and defeated 2 students from number 8 middle school by himself. Du Liao said so. Yes, and when facing the third challenger, Han Bing also has a chance to win the game. It's a pity that it's just a little short. I don't know if Chun Fan can defeat Han Bing this time. On the playing field, are you the Chun Fan? Han Bing followed the referee's instructions, came to the center of the competition field, and then inserted the beast-taming space card into the machine. The corners of his mouth raised, revealing a scornful smile. On the first day of school, Fang Xiu fucked me like a scumbag. You guy. Chun Fan glared at Han Bing fiercely. He didn't remember that Han Bing was among the top 10 students in the high school entrance examination. And I am the 11th one, in other words. Apart from the top 10, I am the strongest in the high school entrance examination. Han Bing, a mere man, dares to mock me? You deserve it. Chun Fan returned to his former cool demeanor. It was okay in front of Fang Xiu and Li Qingqing. You are a nobody. Why do you show off in front of me? Han Bing didn't expect Chun Fan to speak so directly, and his expression froze. But then he started laughing again. In the past, number 1 high school was perhaps the strongest high school. But this year is different. This time, the 3rd middle school not only poured in a lot of resources, but also welcomed a genius like Li Jin. It's time to change the title of the strongest high school in Crane City. As Han Bing spoke, he released his beast. His beast was actually a rhinoceros. However, the horn of this rhino is not an ordinary white-bone rhino horn. When Chun Fan took a look, he found that the rhino horn was not only black, but also had a metallic luster. It can be seen that strengthening was carried out during the cultivation process. If you believe in Li Jin, you might as well go back and dream. Dreams can hold anything. When Chun Fan was in junior high school, he was in the same class as Li Jin. The kind of people he hates the most are people with connections like Li Jin. Although he didn't think he would be Li Jin's opponent, as long as Fang Xiu was there, Li Jin would have no chance. As long as Fang Xiu is here, number 1 middle school will never lose. As soon as Chun Fan finished speaking, he released his own beast. Roar. There was only a roar echoing throughout the entire stadium. The beast released by Chun Fan was actually a Tyrannosaurus Rex. Yes, as his second beast, he also chose an ancient species. Even after learning from his failure, Chun Fan became more radical and bred a Tyrannosaurus Rex. Even though Han Bing's rhinoceros was more than 2 meters tall, but in front of Chun Fan's Tyrannosaurus, it still seems a little weak. You bastard. Han Bing also didn't expect that Chun Fan's beast would be a rare ancient species. It was not until he saw Chun Fan's beast that he remembered that this Chun Fan was more than just the 11th place in the city's high school entrance examination. This guy's family runs a supermarket. Even within the system, there are connections. There is no shortage of resources. Although he had the resources of number 3 middle school to help him, no matter how much help he got, he could never be compared with a rich second generation like Chun Fan. He subconsciously turned around and glanced at Li Jin. When Han Bing realized that his beast taming was not as good as Chun Fan's, he also had the idea of giving up. However, Li Jin just glanced at him. It feels like it's saying, if you deserve to give up, then drop out. Beads of sweat appeared on Han Bing's forehead. For a moment, I had to go ahead with it. Kill it. Following Han Bing's order, the black-horned rhinoceros could only let out a low roar and then rushed towards Chun Fan's Tyrannosaurus. Let me tell you how big the gap between us is. Facing Han Bing's first attack, Chun Fan's mouth curled up. His Tyrannosaurus suddenly turned around and swung its tail behind it. For a moment, Han Bing's black-horned rhinoceros was knocked off balance by Chun Fan's Tyrannosaurus tail. Boom! Accompanied by a loud bang, the black-horned rhinoceros fell heavily to the ground, causing a terrifying airflow that swept in all directions. Stand up, stand up. Han Bing gritted his teeth and urged his black-horned rhinoceros to get up and fight again. However, the tonnage of these two beasts are not at the same level at all. Before Han Bing's black-horned rhinoceros could stand up again, Chun Fan's Tyrannosaurus had already opened its bloody mouth and bit its neck hard. Relying on the terrifying bite force of the Tyrannosaurus, he tore off a piece of meat from the icy black-horned rhinoceros. The blood surged. There was even a burst of screams from the audience. Fanatical screams. Chapter 52, Adam Erectus. Chun Fan's Tyrannosaurus bit the black-horned rhinoceros head, then swung it hard, and threw the giant creature weighing several tons to Han Bing's feet. Go down. Chun Fan's voice was low and cold. You. Veins popped out on Han Bing's forehead. If looks could kill, he would have wanted to cut Chun Fan into pieces. The winner of this round is Chun Fan. The referee stepped forward quickly and announced the result of the match. Number 1 Middle School Lounge. Chun Fan is quite capable. Although Li Qingqing looked down on people like Chun Fan who had connections, she had to admit that his beast control was not as weak as she imagined. Although Chun Fan was able to participate in this freshman exchange competition with the help of his family, he is not that bad himself. Zhang Panpan said, standing behind Li Qingqing. Before the start of the first year of high school, he had given Chun Fan extra lessons. Although Chun Fan's talent is not that outstanding, he is willing to work hard for it, and with the help of his family, he has achieved what he has today. In terms of strength, even if we look at the entire Huqing number 1 middle school, it can be ranked among the top 10. Yeah. Li Qingqing nodded, feeling that what Zhang Panpan said made sense. Soon, number 3 middle school sent out the second contestant. The man was wearing the school uniform of number 3 middle school and had a short haircut. His appearance was not outstanding, but he had a good figure. He walked onto the field and applauded. What a great beastmaster. Chun Fan. Chun Fan looked at the newcomer and asked, Are you Gung Wangwei? Generally speaking, Chun Fan seldom remembers the names of classmates with poor academic performance. But Gung Wangwei is an exception. His grades were average, not outstanding, but his father died in the line of duty and left his family as some compensation. With this money, Gung Wangwei built up a force in the school. This was nothing to Chun Fan. However, after tasting the sweetness, Gung Wangwei became more and more aggressive. Not only did he bully his classmates, but he also took people to touch the buttocks of female classmates from time to time. They would even rob younger students of their money on the way home from school. As a classmate of Gung Wangwei, Chun Fan naturally couldn't stand his behavior, so he started a conflict with him. Gung Guangwei thought that he had recruited a group of younger brothers with money and could beat Chen Fan up. Unexpectedly, facing a true second generation like Chen Fan, none of his younger brothers dared to take action. In the end, the two sides fought each other, alarming the school. The principal didn't dare to mess with your family, so he only expelled me. How do you settle this account? Gung Guangwei clenches fists. To this day, he still feels aggrieved about this incident. Chen Fan couldn't help but sneer. How do you calculate it? What about those classmates you bullied? Do you deserve to steal the money of those junior students? Your father died on the job, so he was a man of character. How come you have such a disappointing child like you? You can bully others, but you can't be bullied yourself? Chen Fan didn't think there was anything wrong with him at all. Perhaps my family did intervene in the final handling of the matter. But if Gung Guangwei had not bullied others first, I would not have had a conflict with him. Okay. Gung Guangwei said 3 good words in one breath. I hope you won't regret it. As soon as he finished speaking, Gung Guangwei released his beast. Chen Fan's eyes narrowed slightly as he looked towards the light. However, what he never expected was that the beast released by Gung Guangwei was actually a human. The man was more than 2 meters tall, with solid muscles all over his body. His clenched fist was as big as Chen Fan's head. He had a tiger skin wrapped around his waist and an iron hammer on his back. No, not human. Chen Fan sucked in a breath of cold air, and his pupils trembled wildly. Although the beasts released by Gung Guangwei looked very much like humans, he, who had studied ancient species, quickly spotted the difference. This beast has a flat face, its gums and mandible structure have been reduced, but its maxilla has expanded a lot. Homo erectus? Your beast is Homo erectus? Chen Fan suddenly realized it. The emergence of Homo erectus was a milestone in human evolution, laying the foundation for the later emergence and development of Homo sapiens. Because Homo erectus eventually became extinct, he is not the ancestor of modern humans. According to the law of beast taming, Homo erectus can serve as a beast tamer. But because of the uniqueness of Homo erectus, few people breed this kind of beast. Gung Guangwei is such a bad guy. Gung Guangwei noticed that Chen Fan's eyes were full of contempt for him, so he sneered instead. Ever since I was expelled from school, I have wanted to defeat you all the time. But it's also thanks to you. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't have been forced to transfer schools, and I wouldn't have met Master Li Jin. That means I won't gain the power to defeat you and Yi Zhong. Although Gung Guangwei's father died in the line of duty and left behind a sum of compensation, all of it has been used to support his living and tuition fees over the years. As a result, there was no considerable wealth left for him to tame the beasts. The reason why this Homo erectus beast was bred was because of the help of Li Jin, a lackey. Chen Fan sneered at Gung Guangwei. I thought he could learn a lesson from that incident. Now it seems that Gung Guangwei has not changed at all. Stop talking nonsense. Let's see who's stronger, your Tyrannosaurus or my Adam. Gung Guangwei clenched his fist and ordered Adam to attack. Adam. This name made Chen Fan frown. Gung Guangwei really dared to name his beast. But although Chen Fan looked down on Gung Guangwei's character from the bottom of his heart, but as a creature that survived on the blue planet for millions of years before becoming extinct, Homo erectus had excellent predatory abilities. The Tyrannosaurus rushed forward, then turned its body and swept its tail across. But facing the attack of the Tyrannosaurus, Adam showed no fear at all. He slid and passed under the tail of the Tyrannosaurus. When he stood up again, he had already reached the leg of the Tyrannosaurus. At the same time, he grabbed the hammer behind him and hit the Tyrannosaurus' knee with a heavy blow. Perhaps the primitive strength of Homo erectus was limited, but the tools in his hands were the product of industrialization. Not only is the hammerhead made of high-quality steel, the hammer handle has also been processed. It is no longer the traditional solid wood, but random copolymer polypropylene. It can not only withstand the terrifying impact force, but also increase the rebound force, further enhancing the power of the strike. Bang! There was a loud bang, and the Tyrannosaurus' knees broke with a crackling sound. The huge body lost balance in an instant and fell to one side with a loud bang. Gung Guangwei's eyes became wild. Kill him. Chapter 53. Who said I only have one beast? Gung Guangwei looked at Chen Fan fiercely. This time he not only wanted to defeat Chen Fan, but also to humiliate him severely. Kill him. Following Gung Guangwei's order, Adam grabbed the hammer with both hands and smashed it hard on the Tyrannosaurus' head. Bang! A terrifying airflow swept out in all directions, and the body of the Tyrannosaurus Rex trembled under this power. But what no one expected was, Adam had clearly defeated the Tyrannosaurus, but he did not stop. Instead, he turned around abruptly, and his ferocious eyes were focused directly on Chun Fan. A bad premonition arose in Chun Fan's heart. "You bastard." Chun Fan glanced at Gung Guangwei out of the corner of his eye. He knew that this guy had always had issues with his character, but he never thought that he would dare to mess around in the freshman exchange competition. After all, he is a Homo erectus. His brain capacity is not enough. It's not surprising that he sometimes doesn't understand the orders of the Beastmaster. Gung Guangwei raised the corners of his mouth and deliberately lowered his voice so that Chun Fan was the only one who could hear what he said. The next second, Adam bent his knees slightly, then exerted force and rushed straight towards Chun Fan. He clenched his 5 fingers into a fist and punched Chun Fan hard in the face. In a flash, Chun Fan shifted his center of gravity to one side with all his strength and barely avoided Adam's punch. But then, another frontal kick came, hitting Chun Fan hard in the abdomen. Bang! In an instant, Chun Fan flew backwards like a kite with a broken string. His body drew a parabola in the air and fell heavily to the ground. The blood he spat out dyed the grass of the stadium red. His body rolled several times before he came to a stop. Stop! Seeing that the situation was not right, referee Wang Wei hurriedly stopped it. The freshman exchange competition is just for exchanging beast tamers. You cannot attack the Beastmaster. Wang Wei glared at Gung Guangwei, then took out a yellow card from his pocket. Sorry, my Beastmaster is not very smart, and sometimes can't understand my orders. Gung Guangwei didn't care about it, and just shrugged. Adam then retreated back to his side. In the lounge of number 1 middle school, Li Qingqing stood up from her chair angrily. This guy definitely did it on purpose. In her opinion, if this Homo erectus really did not understand the instructions as Gung Guangwei said, then he should have used the weapons in his hands. As a result, he rushed to Chun Fan and switched to using fists and feet. This means that he knew that he could not seriously injure Chun Fan. It was clearly what Gung Guangwei did on purpose. Zhang Shuren, be careful. Seeing this, Zhang Panpan first reminded Zhang Shuren to be careful of Gung Guangwei's methods in the next game, and then rushed out of the locker room. Bring medical staff to check Chun Fan's injuries. Teacher Zhang. Chun Fan endured the pain, stood up from the grass, took back his Tyrannosaurus, and then lay on the stretcher unwillingly. Sorry, Teacher Zhang. It's all my beast tamer's fault. Seeing this, Gung Guangwei deliberately came forward to discuss Chun Fan, but was glared back by Zhang Panpan's gaze. The conflict between Chun Fan and Gung Guangwei caused a lot of controversy at the time. He had heard some of it too, but no one expected that Gung Guangwei not only got into number 3 middle school, but also cultivated a beast like Homo erectus. Although there is no explicit regulation, it is a consensus that Homo erectus should not be bred into beasts. But Gung Guangwei would do anything to win. Snort. Zhang Panpan snorted coldly. As Chun Fan's teacher, he didn't bother to say anything more to Gung Guangwei. Even the host Zhao Di was somewhat unhappy with Gung Guangwei. But there's nothing we can do to him. The game continues. Zhang Shuren came to the competition venue from the lounge and brushed shoulders with Chun Fan on the way. Be careful. His beast is very strong. Yeah. Zhang Shuren shook Gung Guangwei's hand, then continued forward and released his beast. I saw a black panther being summoned directly to the field. Zhang Shuren put his hands in his pockets. Gung Guangwei, you're the guy who fought with Chun Fan and was fired. Why, are you here to preach? Gung Guangwei looked down on Zhang Shuren. He snorted coldly, and even the look in his eyes when he looked at Zhang Shuren was full of contempt. One of the top 3 students in the city. The beast that was bred was actually just a regular black panther. This guy really has no talent for taming beasts. High school is not like junior high. Your grades mean nothing. Zhang Shuren, our number 3 middle school must defeat your number 1 middle school this year. As he spoke, Gung Guangwei made a gesture. His Adam suddenly rushed towards the black panther. His 2-meter-tall body made Zhang Shuren's black panther look a little thin. However, Zhang Shuren just pushed up his glasses. His beast taming has never been based on strength. Zhang Shuren's black panther kept dodging Adam's hammer, as agile as a black lightning. After several feints, the black panther seized the opportunity, opened its bloody mouth, and bit Adam's wrist hard. Ah! With a scream, Adam's hammer fell to the ground. Next, it's time to fight back. Zhang Shuren raised the corners of his mouth. In his eyes, Gung Guangwei's Homo erectus was nothing more than that. The Black Panther showed its sharp claws and grabbed Adam's abdomen. 5 bloody scars were imprinted on it. Adam stepped back repeatedly and could only wave his fists wildly. But the Black Panther dodged each of his attacks and seized the opportunity to bite him again and again. But just when Zhang Shuren thought Gung Guangwei's face would change drastically, the other party didn't get angry, but laughed instead. Hehe. In an instant, faint rays of light flashed past Gung Guangwei, and 2 upright humans with a body size comparable to Adam appeared beside Gung Guangwei. One of them held a spear in his hand, and the other carried a bow and arrow. Adam number 2, number 3, kill that Black Panther for me, Gung Guangwei said in a low voice. If we only consider individual combat, the unarmed Homo erectus is weaker than most beast tamers. Even compared to modern people, their advantages are not that great. But the 2 biggest characteristics of Homo erectus, besides the ability to use tools, are their ability to live in groups. With Li Jin's funding, Gung Guangwei increased the number of Homo erectus to 3 shortly after the start of the school year. By cooperating with each other, they can hunt any beast. Zhang Shuren and Li Qingqing are nothing special in my eyes. Gung Guangwei thought to himself. Adam number 3 drew his bow and shot continuously. Although Zhang Shuren's Black Panther sensed something was wrong and tried to dodge, Adam number 1 seized the opportunity. He clenched his fist with his 5 fingers and smashed it hard on the Black Panther's head. The powerful force directly embedded the Black Panther into the grass. Adam number 2 seized the opportunity, threw the spear in his hand, and pierced the Black Panther's abdomen. Chapter 54. What? One of the middle schools was beaten by 2. What? This guy actually has 3 beasts. Zhang Shuren was stunned. He thought he could defeat Gung Guangwei and avenge Qin Fan. Unexpectedly, not long after Gung Guangwei entered school, he increased the number of his beasts to 3. Isn't this a freshman exchange competition? Haha, you didn't expect that, Zhang Shuren. Gung Guangwei spread his hands. This is the resource. In terms of grades, I'm indeed not as good as you. But I am Lord Li Jin's confidant. With his resources and help, I have not only increased the number of Homo erectus by 3 times. Even the weapons used by Adam and the others are very sophisticated beast taming equipment. That hammer alone costs $50,000. Gung Guangwei said proudly. It was as if he was the one with unlimited resources. You. Zhang Shuren was a little angry, but his Black Panther was pierced through the abdomen by Adam number 2's spear and was nailed to the grass, unable to move. Go down, weakling. Gung Guangwei has already received a yellow card. If he does anything excessive again, he will be sent off with a red card. There are 2 more people in number 1 middle school. No, the really troublesome guy is the freshman named Fang Xiao. Gung Guangwei thought to himself. The alien swordmaster's strength and speed were monstrous, and even with 3 Homo erectus, he didn't have much confidence. However, number 3 middle school is determined to win the championship of the freshman exchange competition this time. It's a huge investment. The only thing Li Shijia and I can do is to consume Fang Xiao's Beastmaster's energy as much as possible so that Lord Li Jin can kill him. This will not only allow number 3 middle school to win the championship, but will also ensure that Master Li Jin steals the show. As Li Jin's younger brother, Gung Guangwei naturally knew what was important. Get out of here, he said to Zhang Shuren, as if the strong should humiliate the weak. Although referee Wang Wei did not like Gung Guangwei's behavior, he still had to announce the result. Gung Guangwei won the 3rd round by taking on 2 opponents at once. Zhang Shuren looked a little embarrassed, but he didn't say much. He took the Black Panther back and turned back to the lounge. Feel sorry. Zhang Shuren lowered his head. I wanted to help Qin Fan. No need to say more. Zhang Panpan patted his shoulder. You have done a good job. If Gung Guangwei hadn't had the advantage in the number of beasts he controlled, the winner of this round would have been Zhang Shuren. But there is nothing we can do about it. I can only say that number 3 middle school really spent a lot of money to win the championship of this freshman exchange competition. Gung Guangwei. Li Qingqing's anger was completely ignited. She clenched her fists and said, I won't let him go. If Gung Guangwei had released 3 beasts from the beginning, Zhang Shuren might not have lost so completely. But he chose to use a single upright man to deceive Zhang Shuren, and then shot a cold arrow at the critical moment. This is not a fair fight at all. Let me do it. Seeing this, Fang Xiu directly asked Zhang Panpan to let him go on stage. Although he had little interaction with Chun Fan and Zhang Shuren, Gung Guangwei's methods were indeed somewhat sinister. He had seen Li Qingqing's beast and remembered it was a small gray bird. While it has decent speed, it's not at all suitable for combat. If Li Qingqing were to force himself to step forward, he might end up defeated. You don't have to worry. However, Li Qingqing did not appreciate Fang Xiu's kindness, and she walked out of the lounge directly. Zhang Panpan didn't say anything about this, although he felt that Fang Xiu could always defeat Gung Guangwei. But number 1 middle school is not Fang Xiu's number 1 middle school. Li Qingqing, Chun Fan, Zhang Shuren, they're all students of number 1 middle school. They need to grow. On the other side, Li Qingqing came to the competition field angrily. Oh, little beauty. Gung Guangwei had heard of Li Qingqing's name a long time ago, but he didn't expect to meet her at the freshman exchange competition. How about it? Do you want to transfer to our number 3 middle school? I will definitely love you well. Get out. Li Qingqing glared at Gung Guangwei fiercely, then released her beast. Her beast was actually a strange gray bird, not much bigger than a wild goose. Even when Li Qingqing released her beast, Gung Guangwei couldn't help but be stunned for a moment. Ah, that's it. Ah. Gung Guangwei immediately covered his stomach and couldn't help laughing. Is this your beast, Li Qingqing? Isn't this too weak? Ha, bird. You know, Li Qingqing was a very popular academic master in junior high school. Not only did he get first place in all 3 years of general education, but he also got full marks in all subjects except Chinese in the high school entrance examination. He was even once called the most powerful brain. I thought that Li Qingqing's beast might be a mythical beast, or at least an ancient species. Unexpectedly, this little gray bird is so fragile. No, I'm dying of laughter. Li Qingqing, you're probably only good at studying and not taming beasts. Ah. Atom 3, kill her. Even in Gung Guangwei's opinion, he didn't need Atom number 1, 2, and 3 to join forces to deal with Li Qingqing's beast. Atom 3's archery skills alone can easily kill him. Even the host Zhao Di and Du Liao's faces turn pale. Am I seeing right? That's Li Qingqing's beast. If it weren't for Fang Xiu's sudden rise, Li Qingqing should have been the number 1 in Huching number 1 middle school. Isn't her beast control too weak? Zhao Di frowned. No matter how he looked at it, Li Qingqing's beast didn't seem to be very powerful. It even gives people a very weak feeling. Is it really as the rumors say, that Li Qingqing is only good at studying and has no talent for taming beasts at all? Du Liao couldn't help feeling sorry. She really couldn't stand Gung Guangwei's expression. But it seems that Li Qingqing's beast is not very capable in fighting. It's not uncommon to find students who are good at general education courses, but poor at beast taming. Otherwise, there wouldn't be the saying that high school is the turning point in life. Zhao Di sighed. It seems like Fang Xiu will be under a lot of pressure. Yes. Du Liao nodded. Let's not talk about the gold content of Li Jin. Gung Guangwei and Li Shijia's beast masters are both very strong. With Fang Xiu's beast control, it must be very difficult for him to fight 3 at once. Is it true that the champion of this year's freshman exchange competition is going to change hands? Zhao Di sucked in a breath of cold air. The resources of number 3 middle school have always been not much worse than those of number 1 middle school. It's not like they haven't won the freshman exchange competition in previous years. It's just that this year's number 1 middle school will lose in a bit of an ugly way. Gung Guangwei took action. With Zhao Di's exclamation, Atom number 3 drew his bow and shot a precise arrow straight at the little gray bird's chest. The hearts of the entire audience were also tense at this moment. Chapter 55. Li Qingqing's Secret, the Mythical Beast Species. Before Li Qingqing appeared on the stage, many people were full of expectations for this top student who ranked first in the high school entrance examination. In particular, Gung Guangwei's arrogant attitude caused dissatisfaction among many viewers. Everyone hopes that Li Qingqing can beat up Gung Guangwei. But I didn't expect. The moment she released the beast, all the audience members gasped. Even the host Zhao Di and Du Liao were dumbfounded. Well, go to hell. Gung Guangwei crossed his arms over his chest, and Atom number 3, under his command, directly pulled the compound bow. Call out. The sharp arrow flew towards the little gray bird. The audience of the scene held their breath, and even their palms were sweating for Li Qingqing. However, just when Gung Guangwei thought he could end the battle instantly, the little gray bird disappeared instantly, and the arrow he shot hit nothing, then drew a parabola in the air and fell to the ground. What? Gung Guangwei was shocked. Adam 3 is not only an expert in swordsmanship, but the weapons he uses are masterpieces of modern technology and cannot be easily avoided. Snort. However, Gung Guangwei quickly calmed down. Although Li Qingqing's little gray bird was indeed incredibly fast, it was just speed. Your beasts are not even as good as the poultry in the countryside. Even if I can dodge Adam number 3's attack, I can't thread my Adam. Gung Guangwei mocked Li Qingqing again. Really? Li Qingqing raised the corner of her mouth. Then let me show you my beast. As Li Qingqing finished speaking, the little gray bird that had disappeared suddenly appeared behind Adam number 3. Adam number 3. Gung Guangwei saw this and quickly reminded him. Although Homo erectus has nothing to do with modern humans, they are at least of the same genus as humans, and their intelligence far exceeds that of ordinary beasts. Under Gung Guangwei's training, they can also understand human language. Adam number 3 turned around immediately with a sharp arrow on the bowstring. He looked up suddenly and focused his eyes on the little gray bird. It's over. At this distance, your beast has nowhere to escape. Gung Guangwei did not forget to use words to interfere with Li Qingqing. Who said my beast would escape? Li Qingqing sneered at Gung Guangwei's tricks. In an instant, her little gray bird opened its small beak. The next second, a beam of light gushed out from the little gray bird's beak, bringing with it a wave of heat. Adam number 3 tried hard to see the location of the little gray bird, but his eyes were hurt by the scorching light. Ah! In an instant, Adam number 3 let out a scream, took several steps back, and used his arms to block his sight. Gung Guangwei blinked hard, unable to believe what he saw. Li Qingqing's little gray bird spewed out scorching flames, pouring towards Adam number 3. In less than 2 breaths, Adam number 3's entire body was on fire. The miserable scream made people's scalp tingle. The compound bow and arrow fell from his hands, and he fell directly on the grass and rolled around. Then the smell of burnt meat filled the air. However, Li Qingqing's little gray bird had no intention of letting Adam number 3 go, and continued to pour flames at him, until the raging fire covered Adam 3's entire body. Such a horrifying scene made Gung Guangwei's scalp tingle. Gurgle. Gung Guangwei rolled his throat and swallowed nervously. This was the first time he had seen a beast that could breathe fire. Not only him, when the little gray bird spewed out fire, the entire audience was in an uproar, and everyone screamed in shock. The hosts Zhao Di and Du Liao both had their eyes wide open like bells. A moment ago, they all thought that Li Qingqing's beast control had little killing power. Even with the advantage in speed, it is difficult to defeat Gung Guangwei's Homo erectus. But who knows? Li Qingqing's little gray bird can actually breathe fire. In an instant, Adam number 3 was suppressed. This is a fantasy beast species, right? Dudio is Isliyup. In her opinion, only a fantasy beast species could achieve this level of beast control. And if you think about it carefully, the appearance of this little gray bird is indeed unusual. At least in her impression, she had never seen such a beastmaster. A mythical beast. It's not impossible. Although innate fantasy beasts are extremely rare, it is said that only one is born among millions of people. But it is Li Qingqing. I got first place in all general education courses during my 3 years in junior high school. Except for Chinese, I got full marks in all the subjects in the high school entrance examination. I wouldn't be surprised at all if she awakened a mythical beast. But even though he said that, Zhao Di was still quite shocked. Even the audience began to cheer Li Qingqing's name. If it's a mythical beast, then Gung Guangwei has no chance of winning. Dudio felt refreshed. She didn't like guys like Gung Guangwei in the first place. Now we see that Li Qingqing's beast is a mythical beast. She didn't know how Gung Guangwei would win. Number 1 middle school lounge. Zhang Shuren stood up from the bench with a bang, staring at the screen in disbelief and bewilderment. Li Qingqing's beast is actually a mythical beast? In an instant, Zhang Shuren felt like he was struck by a bolt from the blue. You know, since the first grade of junior high school, he has regarded Li Qingqing as a rival to pursue. I have always dreamed of defeating Li Qingqing and taking the title of number 1. Even now, he still regards Li Qingqing as his nemesis. Result: Li Qingqing surpassed me in general education courses during the 3 years of junior high school. The ability to pass the high school entrance examination was completely defeated. Now, even Li Qingqing's beasts are mythical beasts. And the beast that he controls is not even of an ancient species, but just an ordinary regular species. Although, thanks to his own efforts, his ability in taming beasts has improved by leaps and bounds. But compared with the ability to tame fantasy beasts with an infinite upper limit, there is simply a world of difference. For a moment, Zhang Shuren clenched his fists and felt a sense of frustration in his heart. A strong sense of frustration. He didn't have the same emotions as he does now when he was defeated by Gung Guangwei, a mythical beast species. Fang Xiu stared at the screen. I didn't expect that Li Qingqing was so good at hiding things. If her beast hadn't suddenly breathed fire, she wouldn't have realized that it was a mythical beast. But this also means that the mythical beasts possess supernatural powers. On the playing field, I'm not as despicable as you, Li Qingqing said in a firm voice. Although Gung Guangwei's direct attack on Chun Fan made her sick, she would not resort to such vulgar means. After seeing the fear in Gung Guangwei's eyes, Li Qingqing said as she asked the little gray bird to deal with Atom Number 1. Although she would not attack the Beastmaster directly, she planned to annihilate all of Gung Guangwei's Beastmasters. Chapter 56, Despicable Gung Guangwei. Among the three Homo erectus, only Atom Number 3 had the best archery skills. However, as soon as they met, he was sprayed into a fireman by Li Qingqing's little gray bird. Even when Atom Number 1 faced the little gray bird, his eyes were full of fear for this beast. Gung Guangwei's face suddenly turned pale. Hateful, he gritted his teeth and subconsciously glanced in the direction of the number 3 middle school lounge. He was not worried about losing to Li Qingqing. What he was really worried about was Li Jin. Number 3 middle school is determined to win the championship this time. No matter what, I must help Master Li Jin reach the top. Gung Guangwei thought to himself, if I were to be eliminated by Li Qingqing here, then number 1 and number 3 would become a 2v2 situation. If Li Shijia loses to Li Qingqing again, then Li Jin will have to face 2 people alone. Li Qingqing and Fang Xiu are both beastmasters of fantasy beasts. No. Gung Guangwei shook his head. He would not allow such an accident to happen. Thinking of this, he looked at Li Qingqing again. Atom Number 1 was desperately trying to avoid the flames of the little gray bird. There is only the worst option. Gung Guangwei made up his mind that as long as he seriously injured Li Qingqing, she would not withdraw from the competition. Although he would be sent off with a red card or even receive a more severe punishment, at least Sanzhong could continue to maintain its advantage. Adam número 2. Gung Guangwei's voice was low and cold. Atom Number 2 also understood what he meant. He gripped the spear tightly and focused his ferocious eyes on Li Qingqing. In an instant, Li Qingqing also felt this fierce, murderous aura. Li Qingqing's eyes were as big as bells, and she looked at Atom Number 2 in disbelief. Although she knew that Gung Guangwei was not a good person, she still underestimated his bottom line. Atom Number 2 took a few steps forward, the veins on his arms bulged, and all the strength in his body was concentrated on one point. He threw the spear out with terrifying force. Call out. The silver spear created a sound of breaking wind and stabbed straight towards Li Qingqing. Such a horrifying scene made the referee's face turn pale as paper. Hosts Zhao Di and Du Liyao widened their eyes in shock, and their mouths opened involuntarily into an O shape. Crazy. This Gung Guangwei is absolutely crazy. He actually ordered his Beastmaster to attack the Beastmaster. Li Qingqing's little gray bird noticed the flying spear and quickly dropped Atom Number 1 and rushed towards the spear. After Atom Number 2's running start, his explosive power was increased to an astonishing level. The little gray bird hit nothing. Li Qingqing retreated repeatedly, but had no time to dodge. Phew! The spear thrown by Atom Number 2 directly pierced Li Qingqing's thigh, piercing her flesh. The sharp end was nailed to the grass. Blood splashed into the air like a dancing red butterfly. Li Qingqing's face suddenly turned pale, his eyes were bloodshot, and beads of sweat the size of beans appeared on his forehead. The unprecedented pain almost made Li Qingqing faint. On the contrary, Gung Guangwei suddenly felt relieved. Not to mention the pain caused by a spear piercing her thigh, it was simply something a little girl could not endure. If Li Qingqing had not been sent to the hospital in time, she would have gone into shock due to blood loss in no time. Call. Beads of sweat appeared on Gung Guangwei's forehead, but he breathed a sigh of relief in his heart. Although this would seriously violate the rules, at least he was fighting Li Qingqing one-on-one. As long as I can hold on to Master Li Jin's thigh, the results of the freshman exchange competition are not important to me at all. Gung Guangwei thought to himself. He stood there, waiting for the referee to come and announce the result. You guy, what do you think of the freshman exchange competition? The referee Wang Wei rushed forward with great strides and took out a red card from his pocket. If it weren't for his professional ethics, he would have wanted to punch Gung Guangwei. I don't know what you're talking about. Gung Guangwei shrugged. I just wanted to defeat Li Qingqing, but my Beastmaster brain wasn't working very well, so something unexpected happened. That's right, that spear was originally aimed at Li Qingqing's beast. She didn't dodge. Although Gung Guangwei had anticipated the consequences of doing so, he could not admit it openly no matter what. Even if he would be sent off with a red card, he insisted it was an accident. It's not your own subjective consciousness. This was an accident. Gung Guangwei deliberately raised his voice and tried his best to defend himself. However, this shameless behavior caused boos from the audience. Some audience members even couldn't control their emotions and threw the Coke in their hands down. No. But what Gung Guangwei never expected was that Li Qingqing suddenly spoke. No. Gung Guangwei frowned, not quite understanding what Li Qingqing meant. Can't forgive yourself? After all, Li Qingqing is a student of number 1 middle school, and I am a student of number 3 middle school. No matter how dissatisfied she is, she can't do anything to me. Don't give him a red card. Li Qingqing pressed her thigh with one hand, trying to slow down the blood flow, and she struggled to squeeze out a complete sentence. Referee, since it was an accident, the game should continue. Isn't it? Although Li Qingqing was extremely angry, she didn't want it to end like this. I haven't taught this guy, Gung Guangwei, a lesson yet. You. Gung Guangwei was stunned. He thought that Li Qingqing would not let him go, but he didn't expect that she actually wanted to fight with him and even asked the referee not to give him a red card. Is this guy crazy? Student Li Qingqing. The referee Wang Wei did not expect that Li Qingqing's spirit could be so strong. If you don't treat your injury quickly, it may affect your future recovery. In any case, Adam number 2's spear directly pierced Li Qingqing's thigh. It would be better to stop the game and send her to the hospital immediately. No. I am Li Qingqing. How can I admit defeat so easily? Li Qingqing shook her head vigorously, but her vision became a little blurry. Call out. Call out. Suddenly, Li Qingqing felt 2 sounds of breaking wind in her ears, and her thighs that were nailed to the ground suddenly recovered. However, the intense pain made it difficult for her to maintain her balance, and her body tilted and fell to the other side. Thump! But what Li Qingqing didn't expect was that she didn't fall to the ground, but threw herself directly into someone's arms. Li Qingqing frowned slightly. With her blurred vision, she could only make out a rough outline. You are the captain of number 1 middle school, Fang Xiao. Referee Wang Wei recognized the boy hugging Li Qingqing at a glance. It was the man who eliminated the entire Ute side, Fang Xiao. It is also Huqing number 1 middle school, the last trump card. Chapter 57. Treat others in their own way. Fang Xiao, let me go. Although Li Qingqing's beautiful eyes couldn't see clearly, she instinctively struggled when she heard Fang Xiao's name. However, her strength was originally smaller than Fang Xiao's, and now she was injured, so she would feel severe pain if she moved the slightest. Being held in Fang Xiao's arms, he could no longer exert any strength. Zhang Panpan and Zhang Shuren also came to the competition venue with medical staff. Gung Guangwei, don't you think this is too much? Zhang Shuren pushed his glasses and glared at Gung Guangwei. If looks could kill, he would have wanted to cut Gung Guangwei into pieces. He even tried to make excuses, saying that his Beastmaster had low intelligence and it was an accident and a mistaken injury. Do you really think they have no eyes? Adam number 2 was deliberately aiming at Li Qingqing. To win, do whatever it takes. How could there be a guy like Gung Guangwei in this world? He really has no shame at all. Don't slander me. I didn't do that. Gung Guangwei tried to argue. I really didn't mean it. So, I voluntarily withdraw from this freshman exchange competition. My results will be voided. I'm also willing to bear all medical expenses. Is this okay? Gung Guangwei said softly, indicating that he was willing to take responsibility for it all. But I definitely didn't do it on purpose. Fang Xiao, let me fight him. Li Qingqing still wanted to compete with Gung Guangwei, but her voice became smaller and smaller, and even the little gray bird could not hold on and was forced into the beast-taming space card. Brother Panpan, Li Qingqing is left to you. Fang Xiao picked up Li Qingqing, then turned and walked to the stretcher and put her on it. Don't worry, Fang Xiu. I won't let anything happen to her. Zhang Panpan nodded heavily. Although he had only been a physical education teacher for a short time, and this was the first time he had encountered such a thing, it was not the first time he had seen a beastmaster as bad as Gung Guangwei. Fang Xiu, the freshman exchange competition is now left to you. Don't lose. However, after this incident, this game can no longer be considered an exchange match. I know, Fang Xiu responded. Next, it's a personal grudge. First it was Chun Fan, then Li Qingqing. Although my relationship with these two people is not that good, I am at least the captain of this small team. Most importantly, humans are not plants or trees. How can they roll when they're round and stay still when they're square? Mr. Referee, did you just hear that too? This guy said he didn't mean to do it. It was an accident. I don't think it's reasonable to send him off with a red card just because of an accident. And as he spoke, Fang Xiu turned around and glanced at Li Qingqing. I don't think Li Qingqing would accept this statement either. So please get out of the way and let us continue the game. As soon as these words were spoken, the whole audience was in an uproar. After all, something like this happened, and everyone felt that Gung Guangwei could not escape responsibility. Unexpectedly, Fang Xiu actually wanted him to continue the competition. Referee Wang Wei was also very embarrassed. He believed that Fang Xiu did not want to forgive Gung Guangwei out of some saintly thought. On the contrary, he definitely wanted to deal with Gung Guangwei in his own way. You guy, is there anything wrong with your brain? Gung Guangwei was stunned. The moment he decided to take action, he was ready to be eliminated and have his results canceled. Unexpectedly, Fang Xiu actually asked the referee not to eliminate him. Does he even know what he is saying? Even though he was absolutely confident in his Beastmaster. But it doesn't necessarily mean that I have to fight to the death with his beast. If I use the same trick again, I can even eliminate him. Don't be too heavy-handed. Looking at Gung Guangwei's arrogant attitude, referee Wang Wei finally chose to turn a blind eye. He stepped back repeatedly and reminded Fang Xiu at the same time. Don't hit too hard. The referee has taken back the red card. The host, Zhao Di's expression became solemn. If it was a normal game, he believed Fang Xiu would win. But the last 3 games are enough to prove that Gung Guangwei is not a good person. Fang Xiu, beat him up for me. Du Liao didn't care about anything else. She grabbed the microphone and shouted to Fang Xiu. Fang Xiu, Fang Xiu, Fang Xiu. In an instant, the entire audience began to shout Fang Xiu's name. The atmosphere on the scene was completely ignited. No one was pleased with Gung Guangwei's behavior, and everyone hoped that Fang Xiu could give this guy a good beating. Am I a villain? Gung Guangwei looked around and didn't expect the atmosphere on the scene to become like this. However, he didn't care and was actually happy. At the very least, I stayed in this competition. Fang Xiu, do you like Li Qingqing? You must think you look so handsome right now, right? But I tell you, it's no use. The champion of this freshman exchange competition will definitely be our number 3 middle school. I'm going to explode with you. At this point, Gung Guangwei no longer pretends. After all, Fang Xiu was the only freshman left in number 1 middle school. Just kill him here yourself. If we fight him, the winner will be number 3. Even Gung Guangwei doesn't want to act anymore. His Adam number 1 and Adam number 2 rushed towards Fang Xiu at the same time. He didn't care about Fang Xiu's beast at all. But the next second, 2 black figures appeared directly behind Adam number 1 and Adam number 2. It was Fang Xiu's alien. Although these 2 aliens are just ordinary male aliens, they are 2.5 meters tall, which is a head taller than Gung Guangwei's Homo erectus. As soon as they appeared behind Adam number 1 and number 2, they swung their tails and wrapped around their necks. Restrict their movements. Next to Fang Xiu stood the alien swordsman. He flicked his wrist, and a black knife popped out from the joint of his elbow. Then, a white facehugger fell to the ground from Fang Xiu's side, then quickly climbed onto the faces of Adam number 1 and number 2 and hugged them tightly. Fang Xiu did not even spare Adam number 3, which was burnt by the fire. Seeing that he was dying, he still released the facehugger to parasitize him. In less than 2 breaths, all 3 of Gung Guangwei's beasts were dealt with by Fang Xiu. Next, it's your turn. Fang Xiu spoke in a low voice. The alien swordsman took a step forward, and the sharp tip of his blade cut through the light green grass on the playing field. Wherever it went, the green grass was cut in 2. Coupled with its huge body, Gung Guangwei immediately shuddered. You, what do you want to do? A bad premonition arose in his heart. I forgot to tell you that my Beastmaster doesn't have much brains, and sometimes ignores my orders. Fang Xiu said word by word. Chapter 58. Those who humiliate others will be humiliated by everyone. Fang Xiu naturally would not have any mercy on people like Gung Guangwei. The alien sword saint strode forward and kept getting closer to Gung Guangwei. Referee Wang Wei noticed the alien sword saint's behavior and instantly understood Fang Xiu's plan. Fang Xiu. After a slight hesitation, Referee Wang Wei couldn't help but speak. Although he could understand Fang Xiu's feelings, if someone really died here, Fang Xiu's future would be over. As the strongest and hope of Huching No. 1 Middle School, he really didn't want to see Fang Xiu go astray because of a momentary anger. However, Fang Xiu did not pay attention to the referee Wang Wei's dissuasion. The distance between the alien sword master and Gung Guangwei was rapidly shortening. No, don't. With a thud, Gung Guangwei fell to the ground. Looking at the oppressive alien swordsman, his pupils trembled wildly. Fang Xiu, do you know what you're doing? This is intentional injury. It's intentional injury. Gung Guangwei yelled at Fang Xiu hysterically, hoping that he would stop here. But he remained indifferent to the referee Wang Wei's persuasion and Gung Guangwei's pleas for mercy. Those who humiliate others will be humiliated by everyone. In an instant, the alien swordsman raised his sword and slashed towards Gung Guangwei. In a flash, Gung Guangwei instinctively raised his arms and kept begging Fang Xiu for mercy. Stop it! Make your beast stop now. I know I was wrong. Fang Xiu, please don't. Gung Guangwei's screams echoed throughout the beast taming stadium, and some spectators subconsciously turned their heads away, not daring to look. Referee Wang Wei widened his eyes and saw a flash of cold light, and the black knife of the alien swordsman directly slashed across Gung Guangwei's arm. The next second, bright red gushed out from the fracture like a faucet releasing water. Gung Guangwei's face turned pale. He never dreamed that Fang Xiu would be so cruel. Even when the alien swordmaster's black knife fell down, he still had a glimmer of hope, imagining that Fang Xiu was just trying to scare him and didn't dare to really let the Beastmaster hurt him. No matter what, Fang Xiu is the number 1 or the last contestant of Huching No. 1 Middle School. If you commit a foul here, it will be more trouble than gain. Unexpectedly, this guy could actually do it. Beads of sweat the size of beans emerged from Gung Guangwei's forehead. He clutched his arm tightly and rolled on the grass in pain. However, not long after, Gung Guangwei's consciousness reached its limit. His eyes turned black, and he fainted on the spot. Doctor, doctor! Upon seeing this, referee Wang Wei immediately shouted on the field, and quickly walked over to Fang Xiu and grabbed his wrist. Enough, Fang Xiu. If it was just cutting off one of Gung Guangwei's hands, Huching No. 1 Middle School could still find a way to help deal with it. But if someone really killed someone in such a public place, Fang Xiu would face criminal problems. In fact, Fang Xiu was not blinded by anger. First, he captured Gung Guangwei's 3 beasts, and also had one of his hands chopped off by his own alien swordsman. Even if the medical methods in this world can help Gung Guangwei reattach his severed limbs, his future life will still be affected. Most importantly, after such an inappropriate game, No. 3 Middle School will definitely not provide resources for Gung Guangwei anymore. His career as a beast tamer ended here. Thinking of this, Fang Xiu called the alien sword saint back. At the same time, put the Homo erectus parasitized by the facehugger into his own beast-taming space. The winner of this match is... Referee Wang Wei grabbed Fang Xiu's wrist, raised his arm, and announced loudly to the audience. In an instant, the whole audience was boiling with thunderous applause, one wave higher than the other. Of course, Fang Xiu was given a yellow card warning by referee Wang Wei because he was unable to control the actions of the alien swordmaster. Be careful next time, Fang Xiu. After showing the yellow card, referee Wang Wei stepped away from Fang Xiu. Medical staff came on the field, picked up Gung Guangwei's severed hand, and quickly took him off the field. It's really enjoyable. Seeing Gung Guangwei end up like this, Zhao Di felt refreshed. But in this case, Fang Xiu was also given a yellow card warning. Du Liao agreed with Fang Xiu's boldness in love and hate. In her opinion, a guy with a corrupt character like Gung Guangwei is not qualified to be a beastmaster. If I were a teacher at No. 3 Middle School, I would definitely fire this guy. Yeah, they actually attack students from other schools just to win. This is a freshman exchange competition, not a life and death contest. I just hope that classmate Li Qingqing is safe and sound. Zhao Di said so. At the same time, before being sent to the hospital, Gung Guangwei passed by the lounge of number 3 middle school. Looking at Gung Guangwei, who had completely fainted, Li Jin couldn't help but frown. Although Gung Guangwei was indeed loyal and helped him clean up Zhang Shuren and Li Qingqing, but his methods are really ugly. Even if we win the game, it will affect the reputation of number 3 middle school. He is truly a disgrace to our number 3 middle school, Li Jin said in a low voice, and even his eyes were full of contempt for Gung Guangwei. This scene made Li Shijia's expression become subtle. As far as I can remember, Li Jin and Gung Guangwei had a very good relationship, and they treated each other as brothers in private. Even the equipment Gung Guangwei used to taming beasts was provided to him by Li Jinzhen. Result: that look of contempt seemed to send Gung Guangwei to hell. Li Shijia, don't be like Gung Guangwei and bring shame to our number 3 middle school. Li Jin immediately looked at Li Shijia and continued. Li Shijia took a breath and suddenly felt a huge pressure. He subconsciously glanced at the physical education teacher Wang Ying, hoping that she could say something to ease the atmosphere. Oh, Wang Ying sighed. This freshman exchange competition is indeed a very crucial competition for number 3 middle school. But now that the situation has gotten like this, I'm afraid it won't be easy to resolve. Do you want to fire Gung Guangwei? Wang Ying hesitated for a moment and asked Li Jin for confirmation. Although she was the physical education teacher, she was in her prime and only a few years older than Li Jin. Even when making decisions, she had to discuss it with Li Jin. That's fine. Li Jin nudda. The reputation of number 3 middle school is extremely important. I don't want to hear people talking about me behind my back after graduation. That guy came from number 3 middle school. After the freshman exchange competition is over, we will hold a press conference and cut ties with Gung Guangwei. When Li Shijia heard that Gung Guangwei was going to be fired, his heart skipped a beat. In his opinion, if it wasn't for Li Jin, Gung Guangwei would never risk his life to such an extent. But in the end, just got fired like that? Even others haven't woken up yet. Chapter 59. Another mythical beast tamer. Yes. Li Shijia took a breath and didn't dare to stay in a lounge any longer. When he arrived at the competition venue, the host Zhao Di took the initiative to introduce him. Okay, the contestant who will appear now is the third contestant from Huching number 3 middle school, Li Shijia. It is said that he ranked third in the high school entrance examination, second only to Li Qingqing and Zhang Shuren. He is a genius that number 3 middle school spent a lot of resources to recruit. Maybe most of you usually hear the names of Li Qingqing and Zhang Shuren, but this Li Shijia is also a very powerful freshman. This can be seen from the fact that number 3 middle school spared no resources to poach him. I just don't know. Will Li Shijia's character be the same as Gung Guangwei's, who will do anything to win? Even though Gung Guangwei has been eliminated, Du Liao still did not give up the opportunity to diss Gung Guangwei. On the one hand, Gung Guangwei's behavior is extremely bad. It even caused outrage among the audience. On the other hand, Du Liao was also reminding Li Shijia not to use despicable means like Gung Guangwei. Naturally, her words also reached Li Shijia's ears. Li Shijia raised the corner of his mouth and revealed a bitter smile. To be honest, he also couldn't stand Gung Guangwei's behavior, but in his heart he felt that he could understand why he did that. This freshman exchange competition is completely different from previous ones. Not to mention that Huching number 3 middle school has been suppressed for several years, and a lot of resources have been invested this year. As a highly anticipated student, Li Jin also gave hope to number 3 middle school. Based on this relationship, Gung Guangwei wanted to ensure that number 3 middle school took first place, even if the means are not fair. But he would never have thought. His loyalty to Li Jin was not rewarded with protection from the other party, but rather a breakup. Fang Xiu. Li Shijia kept repeating Fang Xiu's name, then adjusted his mindset. He inserted the beast taming space card into the machine. If you are ready, release the beasts and start the fight. Referee Wang Wei said in a low voice. Because of Gung Guangwei, he no longer has a good impression of number 3 middle school. Yeah, Li Shijia didn't say much, but released his beast cleanly and neatly. Fang Xiu's starry eyes narrowed slightly, and he was attracted by Li Shijia's beast at first sight. The beast released by Li Shijia was more than 2 meters tall, with a sturdy build, light blue skin all over its body, long ears and elephant-like fangs, a tiger skin skirt around its lower body, and a string of animal skulls hanging around its waist. He held a wooden stick in his hand, but it's more like a staff than a stick. At least in Fang Xiu's eyes, The weapon used by Li Shijia to tame the beast was very similar to the staffs used by wizards in online games. And Fang Xiu was certain that the beast that Li Shijia was controlling was definitely not an ancient species. Homo erectus and Peking Man have nothing to do with Li Shijia's beast taming. Is this a troll? Fang Xiu looked up and down at Li Shijia's beast. No matter how you look at it, this thing looks like a race of trolls from Western fantasy novels. That's right, Li Shijia Nudda. Because Geng Guangwei behaved in a very despicable manner, he naturally could not tarnish the reputation of No. 3 Middle School any further. His performance at this moment was as bright as a night. Before the fight began, he formally introduced his Beastmaster to Fang Xiu. My beast is a giant demon, a mythical beast like you. I named him Shadow Wizard. As for why he is a wizard, the reason is very simple. Although my beast has the primitive power of a troll, he is more skilled in using witchcraft. He is very strong. Li Shijia said seriously. It has to be said that after Li Shijia released his beast, the entire audience suddenly reached a climax. This is the freshman exchange competition they have been looking forward to, a battle between geniuses. A competition between geniuses. Even Du Liao, who looked down on Li Shijia, was impressed. Another mythical beast species. After Fang Xiu and Li Qingqing, Li Shijia is the third genius to demonstrate the ability to tame fantasy beasts. Moreover, there are many rumors saying that Li Jin's beast is also a mythical beast. Doesn't that mean that there are 4 mythical beast masters in the 1st and 3rd middle schools? It's obviously a rare beast that only appears among millions of people. Du Liao couldn't help but exclaim. I think this is easy to explain. Zhao Di was no longer surprised by this. In previous years' freshman exchange competitions, mythical beasts had also appeared. Although it is said that there is only one rare species among millions of people, think about it. Who are the freshmen who can come to participate in the freshman exchange competition? The geniuses of each school, the pride of heaven. They are truly outstanding people. Is it strange that they possess mythical beasts? It's like the Big Ten. In Huqing, only a few dozen people can make it into the top 10 each year. Looking at Huqing, which has a population of several million, these people are almost one in a few 100,000. But what if they are among the top 10? You will be surprised to find that every student is a genius who could be admitted into the top 10. Zhao Di used a very simple and crude metaphor. It is called a freshman exchange competition, but in fact, it is a talented freshman exchange competition. What's the big deal about having a few mythical beast tamers? However, Li Shijia's character seems to be much more upright than Geng Guangwei's. I don't know if he was originally such a student, or after Geng Guangwei did that, Li Shijia also restrained himself. But no matter what, Zhao Di and Du Liao are still looking forward to this game. Witchcraft. Fang Xiu's eyes suddenly lit up. Although I don't know what witchcraft Li Shijia is talking about, it sounds very extraordinary. But there are no wizards in his own alien group. Want to? I'm moved. Fang Xiu, what's with that look in your eyes? Li Shijia's face was filled with black lines. He always felt that Fang Xiu's starry eyes were a little fanatical. No, this is not just a little fanatical. It is clearly overly fanatical. That feeling is like the look of a child who sees a toy he likes and wants to get it at any price. I want your shadow wizard, Fang Xiu said in a loud voice. The 2 male aliens flew directly towards Li Shijia's shadow wizard. No matter what, we still haven't figured out what the other party's witchcraft is. It is not a wise tactic to rashly let the alien sword master charge forward. Here it comes. Li Shijia rolled his throat and swallowed, nervously, Shadow Wizard. Hee hee. The Shadow Wizard laughed sinisterly upon hearing this. Chapter 60. 10,000 Snakes Slaughter Formation. One more chapter. The Shadow Wizard saw 2 aliens rushing towards him at the same time, but he was not in a hurry. He just smiled sinisterly and reached out to grab the skull at his waist. Seeing this, Fang Xiu subconsciously confirmed the number of skulls. From the shape, these skulls look like they belong to puppies. Including the one that the Shadow Wizard caught, there are 5 in total. However, Fang Xiu was not worried. The number of his aliens had expanded to hundreds. Even if they were piled up here, they could kill Li Shijia's Shadow Wizard. Click, click. As the Shadow Wizard continued to increase his strength, the skull shattered on the spot, and the debris flew away from his hands. At the same time, the Shadow Wizard raised the staff in his hand and aimed it at one of the aliens. Shackles. Only vague commands came out of the Shadow Wizard's mouth, and a beam of orange-yellow energy flew out from his staff, turning into a string of iron chains and wrapping around the alien rushing over. Bang! With a loud bang, the iron chains directly wrapped around the alien, binding its hands and feet, causing its body to lose balance and crash into grass. The other one continued forward, opened its bloody mouth, and spit out a second mouth. However, the skull fragments crushed by the shadow wizard did not all fall to the ground. Instead, they stirred up gusts of cold wind, continuously spinning in the air and transformed into a snake spirit. "Snake guard," the shadow wizard said in a low voice. Although the snake spirit is not big, only about 1.2 meters when standing upright, it can spit out sharp flying needles from its mouth. And this flying needle is not a physical entity, it is more like a spirit. 1, 2, 3. The snake spirit summoned by the shadow wizard kept repeating the swallowing and spitting action, and flying needles shot towards the alien. Although the alien sensed all of this, it did not dodge. It continued to run quickly and rushed towards the shadow wizard. Even Li Shijia's expression suddenly changed. Logically speaking, every beastmaster would love his or her beast very much. When he sees that his beast is in danger of death, his expression changes to one of pain. But what he never expected was countless flying needles shot out, almost turning Feng Xiu's alien into a hedgehog, but this guy didn't even blink. It felt as if this alien was his death warrior and was not worth feeling sorry for at all. Hiss! Li Shijia took a breath of cold air and felt that Feng Xiu was really cold-blooded. However, what he didn't expect was, although Feng Xiu's alien was shot into a hedgehog by the shadow wizard snake spirit, and green mucus continued to spurt out of its wounds, the alien's movements did not slow down at all. It's like going there, even though you know there's a tiger in a mountain. Even after the alien continued to approach the shadow wizard, the blood spurting from it directly flew onto the shadow wizard. Ah! The next second, the shadow wizard let out a scream, kicked his feet hard, and retreated rapidly. It was not until then that Li Shijia discovered that his shadow wizard's body was covered with bloody holes. Not only are the wounds extremely difficult to heal, but the bleeding is also difficult to stop. Even the grass, stained with the alien's blood, began to wither at a speed visible to the naked eye. Acid blood. Feng Xiu admired Li Shijia's extremely shocked expression and then explained. My alien not only has an exoskeleton armor as hard as iron, but its blood also has a strong acid effect. Not to mention flesh and blood, it can even dissolve steel plates several meters thick layer by layer. So, be careful, classmate Li Shijia. Feng Xiu reminded Li Shijia to stay away from his alien. Otherwise, once touched by the alien's acidic blood, the victim will be disfigured at best and die at worst. Such a vicious ability. Li Shijia complained with a black line on his face and trotted away from Feng Xiu's alien. Shadow Wizard, kill it. Use all the snake spirits. Every time a snake spirit is created, a dog must be killed and its flesh and blood must be used to feed it. This kind of evil witchcraft sometimes makes Li Shijia helpless. He also didn't know why his beast could awaken such ability. But now, in order to defeat Feng Xiu, he couldn't care about anything else. He could only find a way to replenish his beast after the game was over. The shadow wizard nodded. Although his body was in great pain from being corroded by the acidic blood, he still forced himself to smile sinisterly. Then he crushed all the skulls on his waist one by one to create snake spirits. In an instant, 5 snake spirits formed a 5-pointed star pattern, trapping Feng Xiu's alien in the middle. Flying needles shot towards Feng Xiu's alien like a storm. Soon his alien was beaten into a pulp. Feng Xiu, admit defeat. Your alien is indeed very tricky, but is destined to be unable to defeat my shadow wizard. Especially after the snake spirit guards are formed, any flesh and blood will be easily shot through by them. You have no chance of winning. Li Shijia warned Feng Xiu to surrender quickly. No matter what, Feng Xiu's beast is also a fantasy beast. There's no need to risk the beast's life just for a freshman exchange match. Moreover, the second place result is already pretty good. It seems that you know nothing about my alien. Feng Xiu raised the corner of his mouth. The shadow wizard's snake spirit formation is indeed good, but it's precisely because his mythical beast species is so great that I want it. With the addition of aliens and witchcraft, how powerful will the new aliens they're created be? Just thinking about it, Feng Xiu felt extremely excited. Go ahead. But Fang Xiu did not directly let the alien sword Saint attack the snake spirit formation. After all, the alien sword master is the ace alien in his hand. Thinking of this, Fang Xiu directly released a large number of male aliens. 2. In less than 1 or 2 breaths, more than 20 aliens appeared directly on the competition field. Such an astonishing number made Li Shijia's brain buzz. It was not until this moment that he completely understood. Why didn't Fang Xiu's expression change when he saw his alien being attacked or even killed? It turns out it's because he has too many aliens. I wouldn't feel bad at all if I lost 1 or 2. In an instant, Fang Xiu's aliens pushed their feet hard and rushed towards the snake spirit formation. Sword Master, use mirror image. Along with Fang Xiu's low roar, his alien sword master instantly split into 4 clones, which ran together with the original body and rushed toward the Shadow Wizard's snake spirit formation. Especially since the number of aliens was too staggering, the Shadow Wizard snake spirit formation could only attack frantically and recklessly for a moment and could not concentrate its firepower at all. Chapter 61. Capturing the Shadow Wizard. This is impossible. Li Shijia looked at the scene in front of him, his pupils shaking wildly. Although he did not have the same background as Li Jin, as one of the very few mythical beast tamers, he was discovered by number 3 middle school during the baseline test. When it comes to taming beasts, Sanzhong provided great assistance, which enabled his Shadow Wizard to obtain the 10,000 snakes slaughtering formation. I thought I could crush Fang Xiu's alien and win the game. No. Even if he really couldn't defeat Fang Xiu, at least he could severely damage his beast. But who knew that Fang Xiu's alien forms seemed to be endless? Even if they were shot through the body by his snake spirits, new aliens would immediately take their place, one after another, and they would suppress the firepower of the 10,000 snake slaughter formation. Not only that, Fang Xiu's alien sword master even split into 4 mirror clones on the spot. They strode forward, and in less than a breath, they appeared near the snake spirit. The black knives in their hands swept forward, cutting the Shadow Wizard's snake spirit in half on the spot. Faced with this sudden scene, a hint of fear flashed into Shadow Wizard's eyes. The hosts, Zhao Di and Du Liao, were both speechless for a moment. So shocking. They never dreamed that they would be able to see such a wonderful battle in this freshman exchange competition. Especially Fang Xiu's alien. It directly impacted Zhao Di's cognition. No, is this Fang Xiu really just a freshman in high school? Long before he became a host, he paid close attention to high school leagues. In previous years, various talented people often appeared in the freshman exchange competition. However, in Zhao Di's understanding, even those so-called geniuses, their beasts are far inferior to Fang Xiu's aliens. Du Liao even picked up the documents beside her and confirmed it. I found out that Fang Xiu was indeed a freshman in high school. How on earth did he do that? High school has only been open for a month, right? In such a short time, it's already very impressive just to be able to train a beastmaster well. So Fang Xiu can actually control dozens of beasts at the same time. Du Liao uttered en exclamation. Coupled with Fang Xiu's sword-like eyebrows, star-like eyes, and fresh and handsome appearance, she felt even more regretful. Why wasn't I born a few years later? Maybe sparks of love could even fly between her and Fang Xiu. It's more than that. Zhao Di rolled his throat and swallowed nervously. Some beasts will sacrifice their individual strength to expand their advantages. In certain situations, it can play a surprising role, but the combat effectiveness of individual beasts of this type is usually not very strong. But look at Fang Xiu's alien. Not only does he master superb swordsmanship, his body is as hard as iron, and even his blood is highly corrosive. Even without the advantage in numbers, this alien is not something that any beastmaster can challenge. Zhao Di couldn't help but praise Fang Xiu's beast taming. Du Liao also nodded in agreement. With the alien sword master destroying the Shadow Wizard's 10,000 snakes slaughtering formation, Li Shijia's beast taming was completely lost. He looked at the alien that was rushing towards him in horror and turned around to run away. Referee Wang Wei saw this scene. Once a beast tamer exhibits such behavior, it can basically be declared a failure. However, the scene before him was so shocking that he stood there for a moment and forgot to stop Fang Xiu. Soon, Li Shijia's Shadow Wizard was knocked to the ground by the alien that was chasing him. However, these aliens did not directly tear the Shadow Wizard's body apart. After all, without the order from Fang Xiu, the alien king, they are not qualified to kill the target. Go, facehugger. Fang Xiu's eyes revealed a fanaticism. Seeing that the shadow wizard was controlled by his alien army, he quickly released the white facehugger. The facehugger rushed towards the shadow wizard like a white lightning. Since everyone's attention was focused on the alien, no one paid attention to the facehugger released by Fang Xiu. Even Li Shijia did not notice that the facehugger was approaching his beast. Referee. However, Li Shijia reacted quickly. The shadow wizard's snake-slaughtering formation was broken, so naturally he had no means of counterattack. If Fang Xiu's alien is not stopped, his shadow wizard will probably die here. Although his beast taming space recorded the cultivation data of the shadow wizard, and he could hatch it again after returning, he had poured so much effort and resources into it, and he didn't want to start all over again. Referee, I give up. I give up. Hurry up and tell Fang Xiu to stop. Li Shijia yelled hysterically and took out the beast taming space card. Wanted to take back his shadow wizard, but he was still a step too slow. Just as he shouted this, the facehugger released by Fang Xiu had already pounced on the shadow wizard's face. Warning, warning! The shadow wizard has been parasitized. If he is taken into the beast taming space, it may bring danger to the beast tamer. The warning sound of the beast taming space card rang in Li Shijia's mind. The moment it was caught by the facehugger, it inserted the parasite directly into the shadow wizard's mouth. What? Li Shijia only felt his entire brain buzzing. It was not until then that he suddenly noticed that his shadow wizard was being held tightly by an ugly creature. Parasite? What the hell is parasite? Li Shijia's eyes were as big as a cow's. He looked at his shadow wizard and then at Fang Xiu. It was completely different from his incredible and unbelievable expression. At this time, Fang Xiu was in high spirits. Success. Fang Xiu clenched his fists excitedly. The referee Wang Wei also reacted belatedly at this time. I declare that the winner of this match is Fang Xiu. Referee Wang Wei shouted the result of the fight. Fang Xiu quickly activated the beast taming space and first took the parasitic shadow wizard back to the beast taming space. Then, the aliens he released also disappeared in large numbers. Fang Xiu. Li Shijia gritted his teeth and yelled at Fang Xiu, "Give my beast back to me." What do you mean, your beast? Fang Xiu glanced at Li Shijia. It's mine now. Since you're here to participate in the freshman exchange competition, how come you don't even have this much awareness? Fang Xiu raised the corner of his mouth, not thinking that there was anything wrong with him at all. In fact, Fang Xiu read the rules of the competition when he participated in the freshman exchange competition. Although attacking a beastmaster is prohibited, a beastmaster's beast is allowed to kill the opponent's beast. And the rules of the freshman exchange competition did not mention that one could not parasitize other people's beasts. You may do anything unless prohibited by law. Let Li Jin come, Fang Xiu said in a low voice, asking Li Shijia to leave quickly. He couldn't wait to see how Li Jin tamed the beast. Chapter 62 shocked the whole audience. A beast that can parasitize and possess other people's bodies. Fang Xiu, I'm going to fight you. Seeing that his shadow wizard was taken into the beast-controlling space by Fang Xiu, Li Shijia could no longer control his emotions and rushed towards Fang Xiu with bloodshot eyes. His red eyes seemed to have seen the murderer of his father. Are you sure? Fang Xiu glanced at Li Shijia coldly, and the alien sword saint took a step forward, and the terrifying momentum crushed towards Li Shijia. With a thud, Li Shijia's legs went limp, and he sat down directly on the grass. Referee Wang Wei also quickly made a gesture, asking the security guard on the scene to take Li Shijia back to the lounge. There is no stipulation in the rules of the freshman exchange competition that prohibits parasitizing the opponent's beast. Only, Referee Wang Wei looked at Fang Xiu. The strength of the alien alone is exaggerated, but I didn't expect that it could take over the opponent's beast through parasitism. And the alien swordsman, if you look closely, its appearance is completely different from the other aliens. Not only does the figure become taller, but weapons can also pop out from the elbow joints. Apart from having a black exoskeleton, it is not the same creature as other aliens. Could it be that? Did Fang Xiu's alien sword master evolve by parasitizing other people's beasts? If this is true, Fang Xiu's alien has unlimited potential. It wasn't just referee Wang Wei who noticed this. The lounge of Yutsai School. Wang Dalong was sitting in a chair, watching the battle, when he noticed that Fang Xiu's facehugger dragged Li Shijia's shadow wizard into his own beast-controlling space. His brain just felt a buzzing sound. Parasitic. Can Fang Xiu's alien parasite parasitize other people's beasts? But why? Wang Dalong's pupils trembled wildly. Gao Han and others felt even more fortunate. Fortunately, I chose to abstain, otherwise it would be too uncomfortable to be parasitized by Fang Xiu. Gao Han took a breath and complained. Damn, is this the monster from Huching #1 Middle School? He's too perverted. Who can beat him? If I were Li Jin, I would have given up directly. Losing is a small matter. If the beast is parasitic and possessed, it would be too painful. The rejoicing of Gao Han and others formed a sharp contrast with Wang Dalong's dejected look. Do you think Fang Xiu would be interested in your beasts? Wang Dalong turned his head and spoke in a low voice. Although Gao Han and others chose to abstain, he was confronting Fang Xiu head-on. Facing the attack of the alien swordsman, his crocodile dragon was completely unable to fight. In less than 2 rounds, he was trampled under the feet of the alien swordmaster. Moreover, Fang Xiu at that time had not yet revealed his facehugger. In other words, if Fang Xiu used a facehugger to parasitize his beast, he would not be able to react at all. But Fang Xiu didn't do that, because the beast that he controls is neither a mythical beast nor an ancient species. Hateful, Wang Dalong clenched his 5 fingers into a fist and hit the chair hard. Not only did he not feel fortunate, but he felt that his beastmaster was being underestimated. Gao Han and the others looked at each other, and their originally relieved emotions suddenly disappeared. Yes, what on earth do I have to be thankful for? It was because his beastmaster was too weak that Fang Xiu didn't take a fancy to him. For a moment, the atmosphere in the entire Yutsai lounge dropped to freezing point. On the other side, the lounge of #3 Middle School, Li Shijia was forcibly dragged back by the security guard. His eyes were red and his bangs were wet with sweat. Let me go. Let me go. As soon as the security guard let go, Li Shijia ran out to argue with Fang Xiu. Result. Bang! Li Jin raised his right hand and hit Li Shijia hard on the face. The burning pain immediately calmed him down. Well, Li Shijia looked at Li Jin blankly. Useless, Li Jin said in a low voice. Why didn't you just rush forward and let Fang Xiu's alien kill you directly? Although I don't have much hope for Li Shijia and think he could defeat Fang Xiu, he still has to consume Fang Xiu's strength at least, right? Now, not only did it not consume Fang Xiu's strength, but it actually gave Fang Xiu a beast. And in the end, this guy was obviously overwhelmed and wanted to attack Fang Xiu, but he was frightened by the alien swordmaster and fell to the ground. At that time, why didn't he just rush forward and force the alien swordmaster to take action? In that case, maybe the referee could give him a red card and send him off. The victory belongs to #3 Middle School. Now it's okay. He actually had to face Fang Xiu, who could parasitize other people's beasts, all by himself. What a waste. Li Jin became angrier the more he thought about it. He couldn't help but raise his fist and punched it hard into Li Shijia's face. Boom! Li Shijia staggered backwards, tripped over a chair, and fell directly to the ground. His nose kept bleeding, and he looked at Li Jin with horror. Li Jin. Physical education teacher Wang Ying saw this and hurried over to talk. Student Li Shijia has worked very hard. At least he forced Fang Xiu to reveal his trump card, although he has many alien forms. Before Wang Ying could finish her words, Li Jin glared back at her fiercely. A lot of aliens? I don't know there are so many aliens. I don't have that many beasts. If Fang Xiu is shameless and really uses human wave tactics to deal with me, how can I win? Because of that guy Gung Guangwei, the reputation of #3 Middle School has become very bad. If he could win this championship and then cut ties with Gung Guangwei, perhaps he could save some face. But now, Fang Xiu's alien is simply unreasonably strong. If they lose, #3 Middle School will be laughed at for the whole year. Wang Ying also became a little embarrassed. To be honest, she didn't know what to do in this situation. Forget it. Li Jin shook his head. You asked the organizing committee to notify the referee. Tell him to warn Fang Xiu not to release so many beasts again. Li Jin calmed down and rearranged his tactics. In his opinion, this freshman exchange competition is like playing chess. Sometimes, the strength of a chess player is crucial. But sometimes, victory is not on the chessboard. It can also be outside the chessboard. Just limit the number of beasts. Fang Xiu's alien form was nothing special. Go quickly, Li Jin said to Wang Ying in an imperative tone. Oh yes. Wang Ying nodded quickly, then turned and left the lounge. After she left, Li Jin glanced at Li Shijia, then walked over quickly. You actually want me to use such dishonorable means? As he spoke, Li Jin raised his foot and kicked Li Shijia hard in the head. After a while, Li Shijia's face turned red. The security guards who sent him back couldn't help but feel their scalps tingling. Chapter 63. Unfair treatment, plus one more. Hey, something seems to have gone wrong in the game. Just as Zhao Di was looking forward to the clash between Li Jin and Fang Xiu, he noticed several men in black suits coming to the arena. He seemed to be communicating something with Fang Xiu and referee Wang Wei. Are we going to punish Fang Xiu? Du Liao couldn't help but break into a cold sweat for Fang Xiu. Not only is the number of his aliens astonishing, but the speed and swordsmanship of the alien swordsmen are also astonishing. However, Fang Xiu's final method of using the facehugger to parasitize the shadow wizard will indeed cause controversy. Especially this Li Jin. Not only was he hailed as the top freshman in number 3 middle school, his mother was also the vice principal of the school and had connections everywhere. I just don't know whether Li Jin's mother will use her connections to force Fang Xiu to be the loser. I don't think so. Zhao Di shook his head. Mythical beasts have all kinds of special abilities. Although parasitism is rare, it is not without precedent. It's just that this is the first time I've seen a parasitic method like the alien. But no matter what, there are no restrictions in the rules of the game. Even if we have to introduce new rules, it is forbidden to parasitize and take over other people's beasts during the competition. That shouldn't invalidate the results of the last game. As for the question Ms. Du just mentioned, Zhao Di smiled and said, the leaders of number 1 middle school are not pushovers either. Fang Xiu and Li Jin were both mythical beast tamers, representatives of various schools and the last members of the freshman team. The victory or defeat between the two of them will determine who will be the champion of this year's freshman exchange competition. If the third China can use these means, why can't the first China do the same? In Zhao Di's opinion, at most it would just be some temporary regulations. In fact, the real situation was similar to what Zhao Di imagined. The organizing committee staff came to the competition venue. You must be Fang Xiu, right? We have just had a unanimous discussion. We have 2 restrictions to propose regarding your beast control. The staff member in a suit said seriously. 2 o'clock. Fang Xiu raised his eyebrows. He didn't expect that he could add rules temporarily. First of all, it's about parasitism. In the following matches, you are not allowed to parasitize other people's beasts. Otherwise, we will directly cancel your competition results and qualifications. Any objections? The staff member in a suit spoke to Fang Xiu with a serious face. What if I have any objections? Fang Xiu frowned. You can protest by withdrawing from a game. The staff member in a suit said softly, as if all this was taken for granted. Fang Xiu. Fang Xiu had a face full of question marks. What is protest by abandoning the game? So, if I don't agree to your request, I can't continue the competition? Although I heard from Chun Fan that Li Jin's mother is the vice principal of number 3 middle school and knows a lot of people. However, the temporary change of the rules really caught Fang Xiu off guard. Obviously, Li Jin's beast is also a mythical beast. If we allow the facehugger to parasitize and assimilate the genes, we can breed a very powerful alien. Then there is the second requirement, quantity. Mr. Fang Xiu, you have too many aliens. This is very unfair to the competition. After our unanimous discussion, there is absolutely no limit on the number of aliens you can have. As he spoke, the staff member held up 2 fingers, warning Fang Xiu that he could only use 2 beasts in the end. No, Gung Guangwei just used 3 beasts, but why is it that I only have 2 at most? Fang Xiu was speechless. Even if we have to limit the number, it should be limited to 3, right? If Fang Xiu has any objections to our rules. Before the staff member could finish, Fang Xiu interrupted him and asked, abandon the game in protest? Or should the results be voided? Don't you think it's too shameless to do this? Before crossing into this world, he had encountered some shady dealings. Unexpectedly, we would meet again in this world where everyone tames beasts. By the way, what about the leaders of number 1 middle school? Just allow your students to be bullied? Although he knew that this might be related to the actions of Li Jin's mother, Fang Xiu still felt unhappy. Fang Xiu, let's continue the game. Referee Wang Wei also felt that such restrictions were not reasonable. Parasitism is understandable, but the number of beasts that can be tamed depends on the strength of the Beastmaster. The stronger the Beastmaster is, the more beasts he will possess. Why should Fang Xiu be restricted in this way? You really don't want him to be the winner? But sometimes, individual power is so powerless. Even as a referee, he could not interfere with the restrictions of the organizing committee. And even if we contact the leaders of number 1 middle school now and ask them to intervene, it would be too late. The competition naturally wouldn't give Fang Xiu that much time. The only thing we can do now is to accept the rules and continue the game. I know you may feel very unconvinced in your heart, but this is how the world is sometimes. Without a good family of origin, you will be treated unfairly. But with your talent, Fang Xiu, I believe that one day you'll be able to say no to these unfair treatments. Referee Wang Wei comforted Fang Xiu and helped him adjust his mindset. Forget it. Fang Xiu waved his hand, telling the referee and staff to stop talking. Let that guy named Li Jin come up and fight. Even without parasitism and human wave tactics, there's no way my alien would lose to someone like Li Jin. Seeing that Fang Xiu stopped making a fuss, the staff member nodded in satisfaction, then turned and left. Soon, the results were transmitted to Zhao Di and Du Liao's ears through Bluetooth headsets. They looked at each other, all somewhat surprised at the decision of the organizing committee. Especially Du Liao. She had always favored Fang Xiu, and now after hearing such a verdict, she felt extremely unhappy. This is simply too bullying. Du Liao sucked in a breath of cold air and wanted to punch those staff members. Dear audience, we have just received a notice from the organizing committee that Fang Xiu's beast control ability is too unreasonable and will affect the fairness of the competition. So the organizing committee decided temporarily to restrict Fang Xiu's beast. First, the parasitic ability is disabled. Then there's the issue of numbers. Mr. Fang Xiu can only send out 2 aliens at most to fight. As soon as these words were spoken, the whole audience booed. Whether it is parasitism or numerical advantage, they're all Fang Xiu's abilities to tame beasts. It's not some shady deal, so what's unfair about it? Even in their opinion, the organizing committee's temporary restrictions were clearly biased towards Li Jin from number 3 middle school. But even if some viewers are dissatisfied, it will not affect the results. Li Jin walked onto the playing field amid boos. Chapter 64. Li Jin's Temptation of Match Fixing. Who is the strongest freshman in Huqing? Zhao Di said slowly as he watched Li Jin walk onto the competition field. Although he felt that the methods used by Huqing number 3 middle school were somewhat low level, he had to admit that Li Jin and Fang Xiu were both the strongest freshmen in their respective high schools. The competition between them will determine who will be the champion. Fang Xiu. Li Jin took 2 steps at a time and came in front of Fang Xiu. The 2 men looked at each other, and Fang Xiu's alien swordsman was standing next to him. Release your beast, Fang Xiu said in a low voice, urging Li Jin to fight quickly. Don't be so impatient. Li Jin put his hands in his pockets, not caring about the boos from the audience, and he was not in a hurry to release his beast. Would you like to make a deal? Li Jin deliberately lowered his voice. Deal? Fang Xiu raised his eyebrows. That's right. Li Jin spread his hands. Even if you win this freshman exchange competition, the prize money is only 200,000 yuan, and you have to share it with others. It has no meaning at all except defending the reputation of number 1 middle school. Individual first, then collective. As long as you lose this game, I'm willing to pay you 300,000. How about it? That's about 6 times the prize money you'll get. And my conditions are more than that. As long as you nod your head and agree, I can use my connections to transfer you to our number 3 middle school. Li Jin raised the corners of his mouth, revealing a sense of confidence. It was as if he was recruiting Fang Xiu. In addition, the audience was full of boos at Li Jin, and no one else could hear their conversation except the referee Wang Wei. The referee Wang Wei also deliberately turned his head and pretended not to hear these words. Although he looked down upon Li Jin's behavior, he could not say anything here because of the connections behind Li Jin. Fang Xiu didn't expect Li Jin to propose such a deal. Oh, for a moment, Fang Xiu showed an interested expression. Do you want me to play a fake game? Don't be so blunt, Fang Xiu. I just asked someone to investigate your situation. Li Jin smiled and said, your parents are ordinary workers. They have to pay car and mortgage loans every month. They can't provide you with much help in the matter of beast control. And your alien's advantage lies in numbers. But similarly, the number of beasts has both advantages and disadvantages. A large herd of beasts requires various resources. If you had the same background as me, you might become the most powerful beastmaster in the history of Crane City. Pity, given your family's financial situation, once you reach your 2nd or 3rd year of high school, you will be overwhelmed by the number of aliens. Even if number 1 high school is a key high school in Huqing, if you don't have connections, the care that #1 high school can provide you will be very limited. So, I can give you a bright future. Li Jin said seriously. As long as you lose this game, you can get everything. Although he used his family connections to get the organizing committee to temporarily restrict Fang Xiu's beast taming. But when he thought of the alien swordsman's swordsmanship and amazing speed, Li Jin was still not completely sure of defeating Fang Xiu. And if he is defeated by Fang Xiu here, Sanzhong's expectations for himself will be small, and if things go wrong, his mother will also be targeted. In order to ensure that everything goes well, Li Jinkai had no choice but to ask Fang Xiu to cancel the match. As long as he loses to me, what does a mere 300,000 mean? This deal is very worthwhile for Li Jin. Even in Li Jin's eyes, such a huge temptation was simply not something a freshman in high school could refuse. You have already defeated Li Shijia and proved your talent. It's only natural that he would unexpectedly lose to me, the top 3 player. Most importantly, you also saw the equipment used by Gung Guangwei and Li Shijia to control the beasts, right? As long as you are willing to pledge allegiance to me, I can give you the beast taming equipment. Li Jin further tried to win over Fang Xiu. If Fang Xiu can really transfer to #3 middle school, he can not only fill Gung Guangwei's position. It can also be the case that one side gains while the other loses, leaving this #1 middle school with no chance of making a comeback. Think about yourself. Sometimes people should be a little selfish. Li Jin continued. In his opinion, Fang Xiu's heart had already begun to hesitate, and even began to palpitate. What a great condition. Fang Xiu raised the corner of his mouth, and a smile appeared on his face. Compared to the 50,000 yuan bonus, 300,000 yuan will be of greater help to my beast control. It can even cover my beast control expenses for the first half of the semester. For students like me who come from poor families, this is a great help. Fang Xiu nodded, indicating that what Li Jin said was very realistic. Seeing this, Li Jin also showed a satisfied smile. You are indeed the best in the middle school. He who knows the current situation is a hero. But the next second, but I refuse. The smile on Fang Xiu's face suddenly stopped, replaced by an unprecedented seriousness and solemnity. Li Jin. What did you say? Li Jin was stunned, wondering if he had heard wrong. One of my favorite things to do is to say no to those guys who think they are nobler than me. Fang Xiu put his hands in his pockets, and the alien swordsman beside him exuded a terrifying sense of oppression and crushed towards Li Jin. The original family is better? More resources? More connections? Don't make me laugh. If you are really capable, release your beast and fight me with real swords and guns. If you don't have the courage, go home and find your mother. When Li Jin heard this, he was stunned where he stood. Not only him, even the referee Wang Wei couldn't help but admire Fang Xiu. You know, that's 300,000. Even if you don't use it to taming beasts, you can buy a C260L. Even on the internet, most people look down upon a car worth $300,000, but in the real world, $300,000 is not something an average family can afford. Especially for someone like Fang Xiu, 300,000 is definitely a huge sum of money. But he refused so domineeringly. You guy, veins popped out on Li Jin's face, and he clenched his fists. From childhood to adulthood, whether I was in school or participating in any activities, I have always been the focus of others' attention. Not to mention taking the initiative to speak. Just by sitting there, countless people will come up to you and try to curry favor with you. As a result, Fang Xiu actually dared to reject me. Does this guy really think that his beast taming is invincible? Court death. In an instant, Li Jin could no longer control his emotions and released his beast. A terrifying wind pressure swept out in all directions, uprooting the grass under his feet and blowing it away. Even the referee Wang Wei was forced to retreat by this wave of energy. Chapter 65. Li Jin's Beastmaster is actually a half-dragon. So strong. Referee Wang Wei raised his arms to block the gust of air that was coming towards him. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, he would hardly have believed that this was a beast tamer from freshman in high school. That is, Fang Xiu's starry eyes narrowed slightly, and he looked towards Li Jin's beast. It turned out that Li Jin's Beastmaster was also about 3 meters tall, on par with his alien Swordmaster. In stark contrast to the alien Swordmaster, Li Jin's Beastmaster was completely snow-white, forming a sharp contrast with the alien's black exoskeleton. What made Fang Xiu feel even more incredible was, Li Jin's beast not only has solid muscles and holds a steel fork in its hand, but its head looks more like a dragon from the west. Half-dragon. Referee Wang Wei couldn't help but exclaimed. Although number 3 middle school and number 8 middle school had competed with each other, number 8 middle school tried its best, but failed to force Li Jin to leave the field. So until now, Li Jin's Beastmaster appeared in this competition for the first time. The audience, who were originally booing, suddenly became silent. It could be seen that everyone was shocked by Li Jin's half-dragon. Even the two hosts, Zhao Di and Du Liao, blinked in bewilderment. Half-dragon? Li Jin's Beastmaster is actually half-dragon. This, and the weapon it's using doesn't seem to be an ordinary steel fork. Du Liao sucked in a breath of cold air. Look carefully at the logo on the steel fork. Zhao Di's eyes widened immediately. He suddenly discovered that there was a logo of a cross sword printed on the steel fork. That logo is obviously the logo of Longquan Industry. It is said that the beast taming equipment they create is the best in China, and the deposit alone often reaches 6 figures. It's higher than his annual salary. They are so rich. Zhao Di couldn't help but feel jealous for a moment. The rarest mythical beast, the half-dragon, plus the most advanced equipment. How should Fang Xiu fight this? If Fang Xiu's alien army relied on human wave tactics, they might still have a chance. But the organizing committee temporarily changed the rules and prohibited Fang Xiu from having more than 2 aliens. Du Liao clenched her fists and felt unfair for Fang Xiu again. This game actually let a guy like Li Jin win the championship. She was really feeling a little upset. This is what a rich person is like. Zhao Di couldn't help but sigh. In his opinion, Fang Xiu's talent is stronger than Li Jinxiang. But this is often how the world is. Talent may not necessarily lose to hard work, but it will definitely lose to resources. What's the use of having talent? The steel fork in the half-dragon's hand alone is enough to feed a family of 3 for 10 years. Looking at the shock in referee Wang Wei's eyes, Li Jin raised the corners of his mouth. Did you see it? Fang Xiu, I'm the difference between you and me. In Li Jin's opinion, Fang Xiu would definitely feel a sense of disappointment after seeing his own Beastmaster and the weapons he used. Although he is the best freshman in Hucheng No. 1 middle school, the middle school is reluctant to invest so many resources in him. After all, this world still depends on family background. If you're so confident in your ability to tame beasts, then why do you limit the number of my aliens? After all, you still lack confidence in your bones. Fang Xiu retorted immediately after hearing this. What a pity. It would be great if I could use the facehugger to parasitize Li Jin's beast. Fang Xiu thought to himself. What did you say? Li Jin's originally arrogant expression suddenly became a little embarrassed. After all, Fang Xiu has too many aliens, and each of them has the unreasonable setting of acid blood. No matter how strong his half-dragon is, he might be exhausted by the endless alien army. Although he had the upper hand now, Li Jin still looked a little embarrassed because Fang Xiu had caught his pain point. Kill him, Lucas! Li Jin clenched his fists and immediately gave orders to the half-dragon. Swift wind step. Fang Xiu was no longer polite. The alien swordsman disappeared on the spot, and footprints continued to appear on the grass. Invisible, Li Jin sucked in a breath of cold air, obviously not expecting that the alien swordsman could be invisible. But, facing the alien swordsman who was approaching step by step, Lucas did not panic. As a half-dragon, it possesses intelligence comparable to that of humans. Even because the data was copied, Lucas had quite rich combat experience. It slowly closed its eyes, as if sensing the breath of the alien swordsman. The next second, it opened its arms, and a ray of lightning burst out from its body, expanding towards the surroundings. In an instant, the lightning released by Lucas was protected inside by a seal. Fang Xiu's alien swordsman appeared at this moment. He grabbed the black knife with both hands, raised it above his head, and then chopped it towards Lucas' head. After all, the rules prohibit parasitism. It also doesn't need to give facehuggers a chance to parasitize it. Boom! With a loud bang, the alien swordsman's black knife collided forcefully with Lucas's lightning barrier. The latter suddenly opened his eyes and released even more powerful electricity. Boom! The thunder was deafening, and Fang Xiu's alien swordsman was blown away by this force. However, the lightning barrier protecting Lucas also dimmed at a speed visible to the naked eye. The alien swordsman flipped in the air, knelt on one knee, and slid 8 feet away on the grass. I saw a wisp of gray smoke floating out of its exoskeleton. It can be seen that the electric current just released by Lucas generated a temperature of thousands of degrees. This is because the alien is a silicon-based creature. If it were an ordinary carbon-based creature, the terrifying electric current alone would be enough to penetrate the flesh and blood. When Li Jin saw Fang Xiu's alien swordsman being forced to retreat, the corners of his mouth raised again. How about we stop? Now you understand the gap between you and me? The weapon in Lucas's hand is called the electric fork. It not only has an extremely exaggerated hardness, but can also enhance Lucas' strength. The move you just saw is the effect of the electric fork after being strengthened. Your alien can't hurt my Lucas at all. Li Jin's smile turned crazy. Lucas pushed hard with his feet and rushed straight towards the alien swordsman, the electric fork flying in his hand. Crack! Every time the electric fork is swung, it will rub out purple electric current, and its flexibility is just like Lucas's hands and feet. Bang! Faced with the aggressive guy, the alien sword master quickly raised the black knife in his hand and crossed it with Lucas' electric fork. The friction between the two weapons even produced sparks. But Lucas's power was much greater, and he pushed the alien sword master out. It stomped the ground again, using the reaction force to catapult itself out, waving the electric fork in its hand and continuously slashing at the alien swordsman. Chapter 66. Fang Xiu is going to lose? One more chapter. Fang Xiu's alien has been completely suppressed. Zhao Di nervously observed Fang Xiu's alien swordsman. Whether in terms of size, strength, or speed, the alien swordmaster is the most powerful alien released by Fang Xiu. However, now he was suppressed by Li Jin's half-dragon and could no longer resist. If the organizing committee hadn't made a temporary change to the rules, Fang Xiu's alien army would definitely be able to defeat Li Jin's half-dragons. Du Liao still felt unhappy. Although Li Jin has a good image and his family has many resources, Du Liao still has a better impression of Fang Xiu than him. Yes, Zhao Di clenched his fists. If there were that massive alien army, how could Li Jin be so calm as he is now? Even in his opinion, changing the rules temporarily was an unreasonable thing. Tell me, if Fang Xiu releases another alien to feint an attack on the alien swordmaster, will there be a chance to turn defeat into victory? In a hurry, Du Liao has already started to give advice to Fang Xiu. This is difficult. However, Zhao Di did not like this plan. He had just observed Fang Xiu's other aliens. Compared with this alien swordsman, they are completely different creatures. In terms of strength and speed, he is far inferior to the alien swordmaster. Even if it were allowed to make a feint attack, it would probably be easily killed by Lucas. The audience in the auditorium were also sweating for Fang Xiu. It seems like Fang Xiu can only go this far. There's nothing we can do about it. Li Jin's beast is too powerful, especially the weapon it uses, which is from Longquan Industries. Yeah, an electric fork like that would cost at least several million. He's really rich. Is this the value of the third middle school young master? There was a lot of discussion in the audience. In their opinion, if Lucas didn't have the electric fork, Fang Xiu's alien swordsman might still have some chance. Mirror image clone. Fang Xiu stood in place. He also saw the decline of the alien swordmaster. I didn't expect that the equipment would improve the beast control so much. Recalling the hatching process of the alien swordmaster, it was a mutant that was born after parasitizing Ma Ming's werewolf. When it was just hatched, it even had the intention of rebellion. In the end, he became obedient under his own mental suppression. At that time, Zhang Panpan was still excited and certain that his alien swordsman would be the strongest among all the freshmen in Huqing. Unexpectedly, Li Jin from number 3 middle school was even more unreasonable. In an instant, under Fang Xiu's command, the alien swordmaster split into 4 mirror clones, which jumped and slashed towards Lucas from different directions. However, the power of this mirror clone depends on the state of the original body. After a fierce battle, the alien sword master became weak, and its mirror clones were not as swift as before. Looking at the guys rushing out from different directions, Lucas opened his hands again, and electric current surged out of his body. A lightning barrier was opened instantly. Boom! Accompanied by deafening thunder, all of the alien sword master's mirror clones were blown away. Lucas took advantage of this flaw, swung the tail behind him violently, and swept forward. The terrifying force directly knocked the alien sword master away. Hihi. Seeing the alien sword master being completely suppressed by his own Lucas, Li Jin sneered again. Let me tell you one more thing, Fang Xiu. Although my Lucas has only been cultivated for a month, but Lucas is not my original beast. My first beast was just a regular species. Although its strength is not bad, it is still too weak compared to the upper limit of the mythical beast species. So, my mother used some of her connections to copy all of Lucas's data from the top 10 students. That's why I have this mythical beast half-dragon. As he spoke, Li Jin walked towards Fang Xiu, his attitude becoming more and more arrogant. This is the gap between the rich and the ordinary people, or rather, a gully. What can you do even if you are talented? Even if you are born with the ability to control a mythical beast, what can you do? As long as I have the resources and background, I can solve the problem of not having mythical beasts. My equipment is better than yours. What can you compare with me? While copying the data of the mythical beasts, Li Jin also allowed Lucas to gain rich combat experience. With the help of an electric fork, its combat effectiveness can be brought into play to 600% in a lounge of number 1 middle school. After sending Li Qingqing to the hospital, Zhang Panpan contacted Class 2's head teacher Zhang Yu and asked him to go over to take care of the child while she returned home. He never thought that the alien sword master, whom he had high hopes for, was actually suppressed by Li Jin's Lucas. Zhang Shuren's face also turned pale. He had heard about Li Jin when he was in junior high school. I thought Fang Xiu could rely on his talent to defeat Li Jin. Unexpectedly, the battle situation suddenly took a turn for the worse. If this continues, Fang Xiu might lose. Zhang Shuren sucked in a breath of cold air. In his heart, he naturally hoped that Fang Xiu could defeat Fang Xiu and lead number 1 middle school to win first place. But now, whether it was the alien swordmaster's wind step or his mirror clone, they were all restrained by Lucask. Moreover, after several fights, the violent electric current released by Lucas was gradually disintegrating the exoskeleton of the alien swordmaster. If the fight continues like this, Fang Xiu will definitely lose. Zhang Panpan also bit her nails nervously. There's nothing we can do about it. Longquan Industries' customized equipment is really too powerful. Without the electric fork, Lucas would never have been able to cause so much damage to the swordmaster of the opposite sex. Is this really the only way to go? Yu Tsai, a student of number 8 middle school, also felt despair after seeing Lucas's power. The electric fork that Lucas uses is something that his parents could never afford even if they worked hard all their lives. And even if you have money but no connections, you may not be able to get customized. Even a genius like Fang Xiu could not compete with Li Jin's financial resources. What qualifications do ordinary people like them have to become opponents of people like Li Jin? What made them even more desperate was that Li Jin was just a local tyrant in Huqing. In this world, there must be many people who have more resources and more connections than Li Jin. Even if they performed well in the college entrance examination and were admitted to a good beast-taming university, in the end, wouldn't they still have to work like slaves for people like Li Jin? Thinking of this, the eyes of Wang Dalong and others suddenly dimmed. On the playing field, Fang Xiu looked at the alien swordsman who was at a disadvantage and Li Jin's sarcasm, and finally sighed. Huh? Li Jin sneered even louder. Do you regret it? Fang Xiu, if you had accepted my conditions just now, this could have ended decently, but now it's too late. Li Jin, you shouldn't have limited my beast to 2. If you were a little more ruthless and limited it to 1 directly, you might actually have a chance to defeat me. A trace of contempt flashed in Fang Xiu's starry eyes. If you're going to be a bad guy, why not be a bad guy to the end? Chapter 67. The Alien Queen Appears. What do you mean? Li Jin was stunned. Looking at Fang Xiu's calm appearance, he felt a little uneasy in his heart, and his eyes subconsciously looked towards Lucas. His own half-dragon possessed equipment customized by Longquan Industry, and he clearly suppressed Fang Xiu's alien swordsman. Where does this guy get his confidence from? Are you scared silly by my Lucas? Li Jin snorted coldly, feeling that Fang Xiu was just bluffing. Moreover, because Fang Xiu was the last person in number 1 middle school, he could not attack himself directly. Once he is eliminated, the winner will be me. Do you think your aliens can hold back my half-dragons and then use other aliens to deal with me? It's useless, Fang Xiu, Li Jin said in a resounding voice. Not to mention that Fang Xiu has already received a yellow card. The organizing committee of this freshman exchange competition is on his side. But who would have known that in the face of Li Jin's roars, Fang Xiu just turned around. He looked at Lucas, who was suppressing the alien sword saint, and spoke in a low and cold voice. Let me show you, a real alien. As he spoke, a faint light flashed beside Fang Xiu, and a huge black monster instantly appeared behind Lucas. Hiss, hiss, hiss. The low and cold cry made Lucas shudder. It turned around subconsciously, only to see a large creature with its legs curled up looking down at it. Alien Queen, the most powerful of all Feng Xiu's beasts. The posture with legs curled up was like sitting on a throne, and the huge fan-shaped crown cast a huge shadow, covering Lucas' entire body. With a sturdy body over 3 meters tall, he looked like a baby standing in front of an adult in front of the Alien Queen. Li Jin's eyes suddenly widened like cow's eyes, and he couldn't help but gasp. Not only him, but also the referee Wang Wei, the host Zhao Di, Du Liao, the freshmen from other schools, the leading teachers, and the audiences filling up the Beast Guard gymnasium. Without exception, everyone gasped. Zhao Di and Du Liao rubbed their eyes vigorously, their pupils trembling wildly as if to say, "Am I seeing things? What the hell, what is that thing? A beast tamer? That's too much." No, this was cultivated by the freshmen in high school. This is too scary. Is this the strength of the number 1 person in Huching number 1 middle school? Monster. This guy is simply a monster. There was a burst of discussion in the audience. Just a moment ago, they thought that Feng Xiu's alien sword master was forced into a dead end by Lucas. But in the blink of an eye, Feng Xiu released such a terrifying alien queen. Has Feng Xiu never been serious? Zhao Di exclaimed on the spot. Although he didn't understand aliens, he could see that the alien queen and the alien sword master were not beastmasters of the same level at all. It's unbelievable that our Huching has such an enchanting beastmaster. Du Liao danced with excitement. Li Jin on the field opened his mouth into an O shape and stood there in a daze until the saliva from the corner of his mouth dripped onto the back of his hand, and then he came to his senses. Feng Xiu's alien queen had already raised her broad palm and slammed it down towards Lucas. It happened so fast. Sensing that something was wrong, Lucas quickly opened his arms, and violent electric current burst out from his body, forming a lightning barrier again to resist the attack of the alien queen. The next second, boom! The explosion was deafening, and at the same time it set off a terrifying air wave that swept out in all directions. The alien sword saint used the wind step to return to Feng Xiu and used his body to block the wind pressure for him. Li Jin's feet left the ground, and he flew backwards like a kite with a broken string. The alien queen's palm tore a hole in Lucas' lightning barrier. Such violent primitive power shocked even a half-dragon like Lucas. Bang! The alien queen slapped Lucas on the face, knocking him to the ground. The lightning barrier dissipated on the spot, and the electric fork worth millions flew out in a spin. The upper body of the half-dragon Lucas was embedded directly into the grass. Looking at the alien queen's arm that penetrated the lightning, only a wisp of black smoke floated up. The audience's discussions stopped abruptly. The entire stadium suddenly fell into silence. Feng Xiu put his hands in his pockets, still looking calm and composed. It has to be the alien queen, the most primitive aesthetic of violence. Feng Xiu glanced at Lucas, who was slapped unconscious, and murmured softly. Although the alien sword master assimilated the werewolf's genes and mutated his genes, his alien genes were the lowest level male alien, far less violent than the alien queen. Referee, can you announce the result now? Feng Xiu turned around, looked at the referee Wang Wei, and said softly. In his opinion, Li Jin's beast had lost the ability to fight. Referee Wang Wei was stunned. The whole process happened so quickly that it took less than 2 breaths. He didn't have time to react for a while. Li Jin's half-dragon beastman was killed instantly with just a slap? Gurgle. Wang Wei swallowed nervously, then slowly announced to the audience, "The winner of this game is Huching number 1 middle school, Feng Xiu." As Wang Wei shouted this sentence loudly, the entire audience immediately erupted into thunderous applause. Feng Xiu, Feng Xiu, Feng Xiu. Immediately afterwards, there were waves of shouts, one louder than the other, and everyone was cheering Feng Xiu's name excitedly. Because to them, Feng Xiu is not only the winner of this game. He proved one thing to everyone. Even an ordinary person like Feng Xiu can defeat a rich man like Li Jin. Let us congratulate Feng Xiu for leading Huching number 1 middle school to win the championship of this freshman exchange competition. Du Liao clapped excitedly. Huching number 1 middle school is the champion. Huching number 1 high school is the champion again. Congratulations to Huching number 1 middle school for winning 4 consecutive championships. Seeing this, Zhao Di stopped pretending and shouted at the top of his lungs. Congratulations, Feng Xiao. Zhang Panpan also ran to the competition field with Zhang Shuren and hugged Feng Xiao. Is it necessary to be so excited? Feng Xiao felt speechless as he looked at Zhang Panpan, who was so moved that she was almost crying. Didn't you determine from the beginning that you would be able to win the freshman exchange competition? What's the fuss? But Feng Xiao secretly glanced at Li Jin's half-dragon Lucas. It's a pity that I can't use it for parasitism. Chapter 68. I asked you to accept an interview. Why did you sell your course? In his heart, Feng Xiao still approved of Li Jin's half-dragon, but the organizing committee added some rules temporarily, so he gave up. Soon, Feng Xiao took the alien sword master and the alien queen back to the beast-taming space, and then saluted the audience as requested by the staff. Li Jin stood up from the arena, covered in dust and dirt, with his fists clenched. Seeing everyone in the audience standing up and applauding and cheering for Feng Xiao, he felt very angry. These honors should have belonged to me. Li Ying, Wang Ying, a physical education teacher at number 3 middle school, walked to Li Jin in 2 steps and grabbed his arm. It's over. It's not over yet. Li Jin gritted his teeth and his eyes turned red. Feng Xiao is just an ordinary man. How can he have such a beast? Number 1 middle school must have cheated. Yes, they must have cheated. That's not the beast that Feng Xiao cultivated himself. Li Jin yelled hysterically, without caring about his image at all. Or perhaps, he was completely overwhelmed at the moment and didn't care about his so-called image at all. I'm the undisputed number 1 in number 3 middle school, and I have custom equipment made by Longquan Industry. Why does Feng Xiao have this right? Why can he defeat my Lucas? He must have cheated. I want to protest. Li Jin clenched his fist, raised his arms, and shouted, saying that he would use all his connections to get to the bottom of Feng Xiao's cheating. Security, security. Upon seeing this, referee Wang Wei hurriedly called the security personnel at the stadium to pull Li Jin back. Call. Only after Li Jin's voice gradually faded away did Wang Wei breathe a sigh of relief. Then, a young lady dressed exquisitely in a white suit dress walked quickly onto the competition field, followed closely by a cameraman. Hello, Mr. Feng Xiao. I'm Kong Xiangmei, a reporter from Huqing TV station. I'd like to do an exclusive interview with you. Is that okay? Seeing this, Zhang Shuren and Zhang Panpan both took a few steps back. Interviewing the champion of the freshman exchange competition is also an old tradition. Even when retreating, Zhang Panpan deliberately patted Feng Xiao's shoulder, signaling him to perform well. No matter what, Feng Xiao represents Huqing number 1 middle school. Hello, reporter Kong. Feng Xiao nodded and smiled. Although it was his first interview, he was mentally an adult after all and was not that stage frightened. First of all, I want to congratulate Feng Xiao for winning the championship of this freshman exchange competition. You must be very excited right now, right? I'm not really excited. Feng Xiao smiled. Aren't you excited? It seems that Feng Xiao has been determined to win from the beginning. Then may I ask, do you have any experience in taming beasts that you can share with us? Experiences in taming beasts. Feng Xiao raised his eyebrows. If he were the protagonist of an online novel, he would probably say something pretentious at this time to show off in front of others, right? For example, I don't have any experience and I don't know why other people's beast tamers are so weak. But a thought suddenly came to Feng Xiao's mind. Well, I actually have a lot of experience in beast taming, but I feel like it can't be explained in just a few words. If there are any students who are interested, you can follow my Douyin account. I will update videos frequently to explain the knowledge of beast taming. For example, how to awaken mythical beasts, how to mutate, and how to feed them. Of course, if you want to add me as a 10-cent friend and consult me about the details of beast taming, you can add me as a friend on the plane. Feng Xiao said with a smile. The so-called adding friends by airplane means sending gifts on Douyin. One plane costs about 200 yuan. After the platform takes its cut, Feng Xiao can get half of it. Kong Xiangmei just stood there in a daze with a puzzled look on her face. As a reporter for Huqing TV station, this is not the first time she has interviewed the champion of the freshman exchange competition. Even in previous years, the most outrageous freshman champions were just in Versailles. Oh, what experience do I have? I just trained them casually, and I didn't expect to win the championship. Good job. If you don't know, you might think Feng Xiao is selling courses. Wrong. This is selling courses. Moreover, they also use their TV stations to advertise themselves. Student Feng Xiao, are you? However, before Kong Xiangmei could complain, Fang Xiu took out his mobile phone and opened his Douyin account. Although the video has not been officially released yet, he pointed at the screen and a QR code for following was displayed. He also changed his account ID to Fang Xiu, who was bored with the beast, and then cleared his throat. Please identify my account. This is my only account on all platforms. Please follow me. Kong Xiangmei, Zhang Panpan, Zhang Shuren, Referee Wang Wei. Host Xiao Di. You should know that Kong Xiangmei's interview was conducted in the form of live broadcast. There were even large screens hanging around the beast taming stadium playing this interview. The moment Fang Xiu took out his mobile phone, the huge QR code directly occupied 3/4 of the screen. The audience was stunned at first, and then quickly took out their mobile phones to scan the code. Even the host, Du Liao, couldn't wait to take out her mobile phone and scan the QR code. In fact, this was not the first time for either her or Xiao Di to host the commentary for the freshman exchange competition. But this was the first time they had encountered a QR code champion like Fang Xiu. What are you doing? Xiao Di looked at Du Liao, who took out her cell phone, and his eyes instantly widened twice as wide. Please follow me, Du Liao said without thinking, then opened Douyin's recharge system, directly sent Fang Xiu a plane, and then sent her 10-cent friend QR code in a private message. Xiao Di was stunned by the smooth operation. Be more reserved. Xiao Di couldn't help but complain. If he hadn't been on the commentary desk, he would have definitely complained harshly. You're already 30 years old. Do you still want to eat Fang Xiu's young grass? What are you thinking about? With Fang Xiu's ability to tame beasts, he will sooner or later become a legend out of Huqing #1 middle school. Of course, I have to take advantage of the opportunity to interact with you now and quickly build up our relationship. When Fang Xiu becomes successful in the future, I can also take advantage of his popularity. Du Liao said seriously, I am the one who wants the old cow to eat the young grass. Sister, this is foresight. What you said seems to make sense. Xiao Di thought about it and felt that there was nothing wrong with what Du Liao said, so he also sent a plane out. Then he carefully clicked on Fang Xiu's Douyin avatar and sent his own QR code. Chapter 69, Hejiang Province League. One more chapter. Kong Xiangmei sucked in a breath of cold air and tried hard to grab the topic back, but Fang Xiu couldn't stop talking about Douyin for 3 sentences. In addition, the interview time was limited, and Fang Xiu's actions made Kong Xiangmei even more upset. However, Fang Xiu did not care about Kong Xiangmei's thoughts. After the interview, Fang Xiu was still paying attention to his Douyin account. The number of fans increased wildly, and in just a few minutes, it exceeded 10,000. Fang Xiu, Zhang Panpan led Fang Xiu towards a lounge, still complaining, What on earth are you thinking about? For that interview just now, you should thank the school and the teacher. Good fellow, who didn't mention #1 middle school at all during the whole process, but you just promoted your Douyin account. Zhang Shuren also felt a little embarrassed when he heard this. The live broadcast of Huqing TV station is facing the whole city. If the school leaders of #1 middle school saw it, they would be very embarrassed. If things go wrong, it will bring negative impact to #1 middle school. Brother Panpan, what you said is wrong. There's a saying that goes, if one prospers, all prosper. If one suffers, all suffer. If I'm famous enough, wouldn't that be a compliment to #1 middle school? On the contrary, the school leaders are probably tired of hearing those meaningless, empty words. And Fang Xiu put down his phone, and his expression became serious. As long as I'm famous enough, the student union won't dare to mess around. Zhang Panpan was stunned. If Fang Xiu hadn't mentioned it himself, he would have almost forgotten about the student union. Yes, Fang Xiu not only eliminated Ma Ming, the student union thug, but also directly rejected the contract offered by Qianfeng. The other party will definitely not give up. So all this was part of Fang Xiu's plan? Freshmen who win the freshman exchange competition are often overwhelmed by joy, and some even float for a while before returning to reality. However, Fang Xiu did not show any such behavior and was able to calmly think about his future path. Although it sounds a bit shabby for Fang Xiu to use the interview to advertise his own account. But on second thought, what is the most lacking thing for Beastmaster? Resource. On the Douyin platform, 10,000 views can bring in about 15 yuan in revenue, and gifts can also be split in half. If Fang Xiu really makes his Douyin account bigger and stronger, it will not only generate revenue, but also solve the problem of beast taming resources. It may even be favored by e-commerce companies, with various products and business orders coming in continuously. Thinking of this, Zhang Panpan couldn't help but admire Fang Xiu's intelligence. Compared to the freshman champions in previous years, Fang Xiu is the real genius. For a moment, Zhang Panpan couldn't help but look up to the other party in her heart. What happened next was relatively simple. Li Qingqing and Chun Fan were injured and sent to the hospital. Therefore, the award ceremony can only be conducted by Fang Xiu and Zhang Shuren. At the same time, Huqing No. 1 Middle School. The office of Zhang Yu, the head teacher of Class 2. Because there were still students in class, he couldn't go to the Beast Guard Stadium to watch the offline exchange competition and could only watch it secretly in his office with his mobile phone. Li Guosheng, the head teacher of Class 6, and Jiang Chao, the head teacher of Class 3, also came over. When Chun Fan and Li Qingqing were beaten, the three of them broke out in cold sweats. It was not until Fang Xiu's alien queen slapped Li Jin's half-dragon and knocked him unconscious that they finally relaxed. Good boy, Zhang Yu, you really found a treasure this time. Jiang Chao, the head teacher of Class 3, couldn't help but complain. How come such a good student isn't assigned to my class? If Fang Xiu could come to my class, I would want to worship him. Well, you can't say that. Zhang Shuren from your class also performed very well. It's just that the freshman named Gung Guangwei over there is really too much. Zhang Yu couldn't suppress the upturned corners of his mouth. If it weren't for Fang Xiu, the championship of this freshman exchange competition might have gone to No. 3 Middle School. However, Li Jin from No. 3 Middle School is really unmatched. Li Guosheng couldn't help but sigh. Although at No. 1 Middle School, students can use credits to customize beast taming equipment, no matter how customized it is still equipment from a small workshop. It can't be compared with big enterprises like Longquan Industry. After all, there are probably more than 1,000 students in one grade group alone. The total number of students in the school is about 4,000 to 5,000. Coupled with the various school expenses and teacher salaries, they simply cannot afford expensive equipment. Taming beasts requires resources. Jiang Chao couldn't help but sigh. If my family was average, maybe I could get into a 985 or 211 university, and I wouldn't have to return to Huqing to be a teacher. However, Fang Xiu's beast control is really exaggerated. When the Alien Queen came out, I was shocked. Zhang Yu, in this Hejiang Province League, we may have a chance. Jiang Chao's eyes narrowed slightly, and his expression suddenly became serious. Although Fang Xiu was not his student, he represented No. 1 Middle School. Most importantly, his student Zhang Shuren's performance was second only to Fang Xiu and Li Qingqing. Hejiang Prefecture League. Zhang Shuren had the opportunity to participate. Hejiang Province League? Li Guosheng was stunned. What? Have you forgotten? Jiang Chao glanced at Li Guosheng. How could I forget? Li Guosheng glanced back immediately. The Hejiang State League is a state-level exchange competition. Daxing City, Huqing, Kikir City, Qingcheng, Haching, Huqing, Jiaqing. Only the top high schools in each city of Hejiang Province are eligible to participate in the beast taming competition. Once you get a top 3 score, you can even get extra points in the college entrance examination. Only Li Guosheng sucked in a breath of cold air. Although No. 1 Middle School is the trump card of Huqing, and can even be said to be the strongest high school, but looking at the whole of China, Huqing No. 1 Middle School is ranked at the bottom of the top 100. In Hejiang Prefecture, it has always been one of the last 2. In previous years, the state-level leagues were basically just a formality, and we couldn't even make it to the group stage. Especially Harbin No. 3 Middle School, the strongest existence in Hejiang Province. It is said that the key class of Harbin No. 3 Middle School has a population of mythical beasts per capita. Even the last-ranked student can be recommended for admission to a 211 university. Even more than half of the students can get into the top 10. No. Li Guosheng shook his head. For students in the key classes of Harbin No. 3 Middle School, the goal is never to be in the top 10. Their goal is to be the top 10. Even if the top 10 are the 10 strongest universities in China. But Imperial Capital University, Magic Capital University, and Harbin Beast Engineering University are the top 3 among the top 10. Even in the key classes of Harbin No. 3 Middle School, there's always been a rumor. If I get into the Demon Emperor, I can just pick any of the top 10. Zhang Yu couldn't help but take a breath just thinking about the monsters in Harbin No. 3 Middle School. Chapter 70. Call from Imperial University. Huqing No. 1 Middle School, Student Union. It's really rare, President. Wu Mingjian, vice president of the student union, had just pushed open the door of the student union meeting room when he saw Ma Wanfeng standing by the window, admiring the scenery outside. Since entering the third year of high school, Ma Wanfeng has rarely asked about student union affairs and has focused on improving his grades. Although it was a foregone conclusion that he would be admitted into the top 10 based on his beast-taming performance, there were still people who could compete with him for the top spot in Huqing. Especially number 3 middle school, which has poured a lot of resources into it this year in the hope of getting the top scorer in this year's college entrance examination. Due to various reasons, Ma Wanfeng hasn't been to the student union for a long time. All the big and small matters of the student union naturally fell on Wu Mingjian's shoulders. Now that Ma Wanfeng suddenly came to see him, Wu Mingjian felt somewhat uneasy. There's a call from Imperial Capital University. Ma Wanfeng turned around and glanced at Wu Mingjian. What? Wu Mingjian was stunned. Imperial Capital University? Yes. Immediately afterwards, Wu Mingjian took a breath and a man's name appeared in his mind. Zhu Xing, the top scholar in Heijiang Prefecture who graduated from Huqing No. 1 Middle School. He is also a legendary man who took drastic measures to establish the current student union. Not Senior Chu. Ma Wanfeng noticed the change in Wu Mingjian's expression, the corners of his mouth slightly raised, and he chuckled. Although Chu Xinghe has paid attention to Huqing No. 1 Middle School in recent years, he has more important things to do at Imperial Capital University. In most cases, the information is conveyed by his younger classmates who graduated from Huqing No. 1 Middle School. This time is no exception. Fang Xiu performed quite well in the freshman exchange competition this time. It is said that he even caught the attention of Senior Chu. Ma Wanfeng explained. Fang Xiu. Wu Mingjian frowned slightly. As early as the freshman placement test, he had noticed Fang Xiu and specifically asked Qianfeng to bring Fang Xiu to the student union. As a result, the guy's plan backfired. Not only did he fail to convince Fang Xiu, but he also made things very awkward. I heard about Ma Ming's situation, Ma Wanfeng continued. Although he had focused all his energy on taming beasts during this period, he was not completely ignorant of what was happening in the school. In particular, the fight between Fang Xiu and Ma Ming on the playground was not only filmed, but also spread everywhere. Although the reputation of the student union was affected to some extent, it must be said that Fang Xiu's beast taming was indeed powerful. Especially this freshman exchange competition. Fang Xiu's alien swordsman has some shadow of Ma Ming's beastmaster. Combined with the fact that his alien had the ability to parasitize the host, Ma Wanfeng quickly understood the origin of the alien swordsman. And the alien queen, with brute force alone, he defeated Li Jin's half-dragon. According to his investigation, that half-dragon was not Li Jin's beastmaster, but his mother used her connections to copy the beastmaster data from one of the top 10 geniuses. But even so, he was killed instantly by Fang Xiu's alien queen. You should understand that, right? That alien queen is much more powerful than the alien swordmaster. Aside from her terrifying power, the alien queen did not undergo any mutation. This means that Fang Xiu's alien queen can continue to grow stronger. No wonder someone from Imperial Capital University called. How could such a good seedling not be recruited into the student union? Even, it is worthwhile to train talents like Fang Xiu according to the standards of future student union presidents. Although we can be said to be the heroes of Huqing No. 1 Middle School and control the enrollment rate of No. 1 Middle School, but in the top 10, we are just the troublemakers who came to the city from the remote countryside. Compared to those real city people, our vision is just like looking at the world from a well. If it weren't for Senior Chu, who integrated everyone's strength, even if we enter the top 10, we would just be a drop of water falling into the vast ocean. Sooner or later, you will be lost in the crowd during your college life. Ma Wanfeng said earnestly. In this world, if you want to achieve something and stand on a high enough mountain, it is never based on personal strength. No matter how strong one person is, can he be stronger than a group? There is some truth in the saying that a strong dragon cannot defeat a local snake. I understand. Wu Mingjian sighed. I will personally talk to Fang Xiu and convince him to join the student union. No. Wu Mingjian shook his head slightly. I will ask Qianfeng to apologize to Fang Xiu. Well, that's good. Seeing Wu Mingjian's attitude, Ma Wanfeng nodded with satisfaction, then walked to his side, raised his hand, and patted him on the shoulder, and finally disappeared into the activity room of the student union. Only after Ma Wanfeng left did Wu Mingjian sit down feeling relieved. Although he and Ma Wanfeng only differ in position from each other as principal and deputy principal, the power they possess is vastly different. Sometimes Wu Mingjian felt that he was more like Ma Wanfeng's younger brother, including this incident. He actually put pressure on himself, the vice president, just for Fang Xiao. Damn Qianfeng. Wu Mingjian gritted his teeth and slammed his hand on the table. If Qianfeng hadn't messed things up, why would he be scolded by Ma Wanfeng? Never mind. Although Fang Xiao had a conflict with Ma Ming, which affected his views on the student union, there are no eternal enemies in this world. Thinking of this, Wu Mingjian stood up from the chair again and left here in 2 steps. At the same time, Crane City Beast Guard Stadium. As Fang Xiao led number 1 middle school to win the championship of this freshman exchange competition, the organizing committee personally presented him with a trophy and bonus. Fang Xiao was very happy taking the 50,000 yuan he got. But when he thought of the injuries of Li Qingqing and Chun Fan after the freshman exchange competition was over, he followed Zhang Panpan and went directly to the hospital. I thought Li Qingqing's injury would require rest for a month or 2. What Fang Xiao didn't expect was, in this world, not only can everyone taming beasts, but even the medical level is more advanced than in their original world. There are even beasts that are specifically used to treat the wounded. In just half a day, the wound on Li Qingqing's leg had completely healed. Teacher Zhang and Fang Xiao. Li Qingqing was lying on the bed in the ward. When she saw Fang Xiao, she was furious. You have completely disgraced number 1 middle school. Fang Xiao. Fang Xiao looked at Li Qingqing with a dark face. This little girl said it the other way around, didn't she? If I hadn't defeated Li Jin, could number 1 middle school have won the championship of this freshman exchange competition? But soon, Fang Xiao understood why Li Qingqing complained about him like that. Because Li Qingqing directly took out her mobile phone and played the interview video of Fang Xiao promoting his Douyin account. Chapter 71 College Entrance Examination Bonus. Li Qingqing was half lying on the hospital bed, pointing at the interview video on her mobile phone, looking at Fang Xiao with disdain, as if blaming Fang Xiao for being so useless. He had to use such a good opportunity to show off in front of others to promote his own Douyin account. How embarrassing. What's the big deal? Fang Xiao snorted coldly, then took out his cell phone. Through this interview, Fang Xiao's Douyin account has accumulated 250,000 fans, and countless people have taken the initiative to send him gifts just to ask for a friend position. Fang Xiao made a rough estimate and found that these gifts alone cost almost 10,000 yuan. And this is only the first day. As long as you manage it well, becoming rich is just around the corner. When he said this, a smug expression appeared on Fang Xiao's face. Poor guy. Li Qingqing frowned slightly, unable to understand Fang Xiao. This guy obviously has a beastmaster as powerful as the alien queen, and he doesn't look bad either. Why does he behave like a miser? It's as if he has never seen money. However, complaints are complaints. When being sent to the hospital, Li Qingqing did not forget to watch the final game on his mobile phone. There is no need to mention Li Shijia. Li Jin's half-dragon man really surprised Li Qingqing. In the electric fork, Li Qingqing recognized at a glance as a customized equipment from Longquan Industry. Although his family was well off, he had never customized beast taming equipment from Longquan Industry. In terms of connections and resources, Li Jin is better than himself. At that moment, she also broke out in a cold sweat for Fang Xiao. Unexpectedly, the alien queen killed Li Jin's half-dragon in just one strike. If a fight really breaks out, I'm afraid my little gray bird won't be a match for the half-dragon man. Li Qingqing thought to herself. Soon, the way she looked at Fang Xiao changed. It was no longer filled with contempt, but instead she expressed her heartfelt gratitude to Fang Xiao. She raised her red lips and said, "Thank you, Fang Xiao. If you really want to thank me, you can give me money." Fang Xiao said lightly. Li Qingqing. No, buddy, are you really obsessed with money? I was just kidding. Fang Xiao chuckled. You have nothing to thank me for. After all, defeating Li Jin was also for my own good. Li Qingqing didn't expect Fang Xiao to tease her like this. She was stunned at first, and then she smiled. It seems you don't know anything yet. Huh? What do you mean? A hint of surprise flashed in Fang Xiao's starry eyes. Have you forgotten? The man I wanted to kill. Li Qingqing clenched her fists, and a murderous look was revealed in her beautiful eyes. Zhu Xing. The name flashed through Fang Xiao's mind. He is the only person who can make Li Qingqing so angry. But Fang Xiao didn't understand what the relationship was between Chu Xinghe and the freshman exchange competition. Seeing Fang Xiu's puzzled expression, Li Qingqing suddenly felt something was wrong. She turned to look at Zhang Panpan. Teacher Zhang, didn't you tell Fang Xiu? Upon hearing this, Fang Xiu also looked at Zhang Panpan. However, just as Zhang Panpan was about to speak, there was a dull knock on the door outside the bed. Is this Li Qingqing's ward? Is this voice? Teacher Zhang Yu? Fang Xiu asked subconsciously, feeling that the voice was somewhat familiar. Fang Xiu. Zhang Yu pushed open the door and found that not only Fang Xiu was here, but Zhang Panpan and Zhang Shuren had also rushed over. Didn't you go to the event? Zhang Yu had the impression that there would often be some activities after the freshman exchange competition, so he rushed to the hospital. He didn't expect that Fang Xiu and the others were there. I have no interest in that kind of activity, so I refused, Fang Xiu said without thinking. Oh, I see. Zhang Yu nodded, closed the door, then came to Li Qingqing's bedside and asked about her condition. Li Qingqing did not hide it either. She pulled back the quilt, revealing her bandaged thigh. The doctor said it's fine, but we still need to observe it. If there's nothing serious, you could be discharged from the hospital tomorrow, Li Qingqing said with a smile. I'm glad you're okay. Zhang Yu heaved a sigh of relief after hearing that. You've come just in time. Zhang Panpan seemed to have thought of something. Let you talk about the league. League? What league? Fang Xiu suddenly became interested. League. Zhang Yu originally just wanted to come and see Li Qingqing. He had originally planned to find another time to tell Fang Xiu about the league. I didn't expect to be asked directly. Li Qingqing, Zhang Shuren, and Fang Xiu in this ward are all outstanding students of No. 1 middle school. All right. In fact, the so-called freshman exchange competition is not just to see which college's freshman beast tamer is more powerful. The main reason is to elect representatives from Crane City, then participate in the Hejiang State League. Hejiang Province League? Fang Xiu raised his eyebrows. That's right. Zhang Yu nodded. The Hejiang State League, as the name suggests, is a state-level competition. It's held every year, and the best high school in each city can send 4 students to compete. The ranking will be determined through the group stage and knockout stage. If you can get a top 3 score, you can get extra points in the college entrance examination. The scores are 30, 20, and 10. Zhang Yu continued. If I win the championship in 3 high school leagues, wouldn't that add 90 extra points? Zhang Shuren was shocked. Good job. 90 points. You know, today's college entrance examination is divided into general knowledge points and beast taming points. General education scores are divided into mathematics, Chinese, and comprehensive science, liberal arts, with a full score of 100 for each subject, for a total of 300. The beast taming score is 700 points. The total score is 1,000 points. For the state league, the score can be directly increased to 90 points. It is equivalent to having one more general education course score than others. This is too exaggerated. Don't think too much. Zhang Yu raised his hand and flicked Zhang Shuren's head. The first place in the league has nothing to do with our Huching No. 1 middle school. Can Huching No. 1 middle school get first place? What were the results of Huching No. 1 middle school in previous years? Fang Xiu immediately became interested and asked curiously. In previous years? Zhang Yu glanced at Fang Xiu. We couldn't even make it out of the group stage. Fang Xiu. Can't even make it out of the group stage? Isn't that too much? Li Qingqing's expression also became subtle. Although she knew that Huching No. 1 middle school was not strong in the league, she still felt a little nervous when she heard that they couldn't even make it out of the group stage. What about the best result ever? Fang Xiu asked again. Best result? Zhang Yu thought for a moment. Once I got second place. Fang Xiu. The upper limit is runner-up, and the lower limit is not qualifying for the group stage? Isn't this gap too outrageous? Chapter 72. Chuxing has passed. One more chapter. Fang Xiu noticed that when Zhang Yu said that Huching No. 1 middle school had won the runner-up once, a complex emotion flashed in Li Qingqing's eyes. She grabbed the quilt with both hands and lowered her head subconsciously. On the other hand, when Zhang Shuren heard that Huching No. 1 middle school had won the runner-up place once, his eyes lit up with excitement. Although he didn't say anything, it was written all over his face that it really is worthy of being Huching No. 1 middle school. It's so cool to get the second place in a league full of strong players in Hejiang Prefecture. The reactions of the two were very different. As far as Fang Xiu knew, Li Qingqing was not a person without a sense of collective honor. On the contrary, she also feels a sense of pride when she says that she is a middle school student. But only after hearing the results achieved by No. 1 middle school did he show such reaction. Teacher Zhang Yu. Fang Xiao understood instantly. The runner-up you're talking about, could it be Zhu Xing? Ever since entering Huqing No. 1 middle school, Fang Xiao felt that he could hear Chu Xingha's name from time to time. That's right. Zhang Yu looked at Fang Xiao and nodded. Really? Just as I guessed. Zhu Xing? Is he the top scholar in Hejiang Prefecture? Awesome. Zhang Shuren gave him a thumbs up. But who did he lose to? But then, Zhang Shuren began to have doubts. Since Chu Xingha was able to win the top spot in Hejiang Prefecture, that meant that he was the best person in Hejiang Prefecture, right? His beast must be extremely powerful. Who will be defeated by such an existence? You know, Chu Xingha didn't win the championship in the league, which means his extra points are less than others. And the general education courses have come to an end. In addition to Chinese composition, full marks in mathematics, comprehensive science, and comprehensive liberal arts are the basis for these academic masters. So even though he got fewer extra points than others, he was still able to get the top spot, which means that Chu Xingha surpassed others by relying on the beast-taming literature. There's only one criterion for measuring beast-taming literature, and that is combat power. Chu Xingha didn't lose. Zhang Yu shook his head. Although he didn't have a good opinion of Chu Xingha in his heart, he had to admit that Chu Xingha was indeed a beast-taming genius. Not lost. Zhang Shuren was stunned. I didn't lose, so why am I the runner-up? Fang Xiao also suddenly became interested. That year, Chu Xingha was a sophomore in high school. As a talented beast master from Huqing No. 1 middle school, he naturally attracted everyone's attention. He led the team in the group stage and made a strong showing like a real dark horse. And in the quarterfinals, we defeated Qing'er Middle School, creating an upset that year. You know, Harbin No. 3 middle school, Qing No. 2 middle school, Kikir No. 4 middle school, and Jian No. 1 middle school are the four major colleges in Hejiang Prefecture. Chu Xingha's ability to defeat Qing No. 2 middle school is already a feat that will change the history of Huqing. When he said this, Zhang Yu's eyes were full of light. But the four major universities, Harbin, Qingcheng, and Kikir, are even more unique. Harbin is now the capital city of Hejiang Prefecture. Whether it is education, medical care, or anything else, it is the best in the entire Hejiang Prefecture. When China was first established, Kikir City was chosen as the state capital because of its strongest comprehensive strength. However, due to some reasons, Kikir City was not selected in the end, which led to the creation of today's Harbin City. But a lean camel is bigger than a horse. Although Kikir lost some opportunities due to failure to be selected, it still develops while relying on its own comprehensive capabilities. Qingcheng was originally just an ordinary small town, but in the last century, it was discovered that this city was actually connected to the entrance of a beast-taming world. The army and bigwigs from all sides began to move into the city, causing Qingcheng to develop rapidly. Especially in the field of beast-taming, Qingcheng has surpassed its big brother Kikir City in recent years and has gradually gained the strength to compete with Huqing. Some experts even predicted that Qingcheng is the future of Hejiang Prefecture. Zhang Yu briefly introduced the situation in Hejiang Prefecture, so you should understand how difficult it was for Chu Xingha to defeat Qingcheng No. 2 middle school, right? But God did not favor us. When Chu Xingha led No. 1 middle school to the semifinals, the opponents they faced were the geniuses from Harbin No. 3 middle school. Zhang Shuren took a deep breath when he heard the name of Harbin No. 3 middle school. The strongest high school in Hejiang Prefecture, Harbin No. 3 high school. I heard that Harbin No. 3 middle school has a key class called the Tianjiao class. Every student in it, even the worst student, is a mythical beast tamer. Fang Xiao. Fang Xiao was stunned when he heard Zhang Shuren's words. You know, in this freshman exchange competition, only he, Li Qingqing, Li Jin, and Li Shijiao have mythical beasts. Among them, Li Jin is a pseudo-fantasy beast species, because the beasts he tamed were not cultivated by himself, but copied at his own expense. The four major colleges and universities in Huqing could barely muster 4 mythical beast tamers. Result: in the genius class of Harbin No. 3 middle school, is every person a mythical beast? Is this playable? Wait, Teacher Zhang, you just said that Chu Xingha won the runner-up, but he met Harbin No. 3 middle school in the semifinals. Doesn't that mean? Fang Xiao suddenly reacted. That's right, Zhang Yu said loudly. Chu Xingha took on 4 people alone and overturned Harbin No. 3 middle school. In an instant, Fang Xiao and Zhang Shuren's eyes widened in shock at the same time. 1 against 4? Zhang Shuren's mouth opened into a big O shape. He only knew that Chu Xinghe was powerful, but he didn't expect him to be so powerful. But who knew that Zhang Yu would just smile bitterly? Actually, Chu Xinghe didn't want to go 1 against 4, but the students from Harbor No. 3 Middle School were too talented. They went 1 against 3 and eliminated all of Chu Xinghe's team members. Chu Xinghe was forced to fight 4 people alone. Even that game was called an impossible miracle. Only Zhang Yu sighed. Although Chu Xinghe defeated Harbor No. 3 Middle School alone against 4, he also lost half his life, so Chu Xinghe was unable to participate in the finals. That's why No. 1 Middle School only finished second and lost to Jiaqing. That's why I said that Chu Xinghe didn't lose. Hearing this, Fang Xiu couldn't help but fall silent. Although he was dissatisfied with the affairs of his student union, he had to admit that Chu Xinghe was indeed a very powerful person. They were able to force No. 1 Middle School into the finals under such desperate circumstances. What about senior year? Fang Xiu thought again. Since Chu Xinghe was already halfway to becoming the champion when he was in his second year of high school, what about when he was in his third year? Did I also end up as runner-up in my senior year of high school? Senior year. Zhang Yu sighed. In senior year, Chu Xinghe did not participate in the league because he was reorganizing the student union at the time. Fang Xiu. In order to reorganize the student union, give up the league that can add extra points in the college entrance examination? Chu Xinghe, what on earth did you go through? For a moment, Fang Xiu couldn't help but become somewhat interested in Chu Xinghe's past. Chapter 73. The Student Union Comes Again. After learning about the situation of the Hejiang Province League, Fang Xiu returned to school with Zhang Yu and Zhang Panpan. Fang Xiu became somewhat interested in Chu Xinghe. After returning to the dormitory, he turned on his computer and searched for reports about Chu Xinghe on the internet. Ding dong. Suddenly, there was a doorbell ring outside the dormitory door. Zhang Panpan. Fang Xiu muttered to himself, then stood up from the chair and walked towards the door. In this freshman exchange competition, his facehugger parasitized the beasts of Gung Guangwei and Li Shijia, and a chess breaker was born in a few hours. Especially Li Shijia's Shadow Wizard, a mythical beast tamer created based on the trolls in Western stories. Combining the genes of an alien, I wonder what kind of monster will be born. Fang Xiu didn't find it strange that Zhang Panpan came to visit, but who would have known that when Fang Xiu pushed open the door, what came into his sight was a strange face. He looked him up and down. The man was wearing a white short-sleeved shirt and dark blue jeans. His hair was neatly cut short and his eyes were a little squinty. His height was almost the same as Fang Xiu's. You're a classmate Fang Xiu, right? Please introduce yourself. My name is Wu Mingjian. I'm from Class 3 of Senior 3, and I'm also the Vice President of the Student Union. Wu Mingjian raised the corners of his mouth and introduced himself to Fang Xiu with a smile. As soon as he heard the title of Vice President of the Student Union, Fang Xiu's starry eyes suddenly became alert. I wonder what brings Vice President Wu here. Fang Xiu asked back. There seems to be some misunderstanding between you and Qian Feng. And, as the vice president of the student union, I think we should give Fang Xiu an explanation. As he spoke, Wu Mingjian made a hand gesture. Fang Xiu looked over and saw Qian Feng standing at the stairs. His eyes were full of fear, his face was covered in bruises, and he even walked with a limp. Fang Xiu. Qian Feng covered his swollen face with one hand and said to Fang Xiu, Last time, I made the decision without authorization. I hope you could be magnanimous and not hold it against me. Sorry. After he finished speaking, Qian Feng bent down, his bangs wet with sweat. Fang Xiu could tell at a glance that the wounds on Qian Feng's face were all new. Presumably, it was because after he won the championship in the freshman exchange competition, Wu Mingjian beat Qian Feng severely. On the other hand, the fear in Qian Feng's eyes just now was not because he saw himself, but it was because of Wu Mingjian. Although Fang Xiu was very unhappy that Qian Feng brought Ma Ming to cause trouble for him, the real villain was obviously Wu Mingjian. Do I look unintelligent? Fang Xiu withdrew his gaze from Qian Feng and focused on Wu Mingjian's eyes. The two looked at each other, but Wu Mingjian was stunned for a moment. What does Fang Xiu mean by this? It means exactly what it says. It was indeed Qian Feng who came to me to sign the contract, but if I hadn't been told to do so, he wouldn't have brought anyone to see me, right? After all, Qian Feng is just a pawn. If it were someone else, after seeing this scene, they might choose to forgive Qian Feng. At least on the surface, it would give Wu Mingjian a way out and let the matter go. But people are not plants or trees. How can they roll when they are round and stay still when they are square? It was clearly the student union's problem, but now you're pushing the blame onto Qian Feng and beating him up. Are you going to pretend nothing ever happened? All the credit goes to the superiors. The fault lies entirely with the subordinates. This student union is terrible. Fang Xiu naturally wouldn't give Wu Mingjian any good face. Wu Mingjian also stood there in a daze for a moment. He had also investigated Fang Xiu's affairs, and thought that by doing this, he could at least ease Fang Xiu's attitude towards the student union. Unexpectedly, this Fang Xiu really doesn't give me any face at all. Qian Feng, who was standing by, was frightened by Fang Xiu's words and fell to his knees in front of Fang Xiu with a plop. Senior Qian, the conflict between us is over. There is no need to continue like this. Seeing that Qian Feng no longer had his previous arrogance and instead looked somewhat pitiful, Fang Xiu looked at him with a little more subtlety. There is nothing for you to do here. Just go and do what you should do. Wu Mingjian glanced at Qian Feng and said in a low voice. This? Qian Feng was stunned for a moment, looking a little at a loss. Get out of here now. He waited until Wu Mingjian raised his voice before he ran away trembling. If Vice President Wu has nothing else to say, I'll go back to taming beasts. Fang Xiu didn't want to have anything to do with the student union, so he was about to close the door. Bang! At the critical moment, Wu Mingjian raised his hand and held the door. Student Fang Xiu, don't be so hasty to order me to leave. In addition to wanting to resolve the conflict between you and student Qian Feng, there's another thing I want to discuss with student Fang Xiu. Wu Mingjian smiled again, but in his heart he wanted to punch Fang Xiu twice. Apart from having to bow his head in front of Ma Wanfeng, when had he ever been so humble? In front of other students, I have always been a superstar. No matter where he goes, he is always surrounded by people. Only Fang Xiu dared to order me to leave. What was even more difficult for him to accept was, even though he was ordered to leave, he still came to the door with a flattering face. If the people from Imperial Capital University hadn't called me, why would I have to suffer such an injustice? Damn it. So angry. But there is no way. The other party is from the Imperial Capital University. When I am admitted to the Imperial Capital University one day, I will still need those seniors to take care of me. Thinking of this, Wu Mingjian suppressed his anger in his heart, took out a bank card from his pocket with a pleasant expression, and waved it in front of Fang Xiu, as if to say, even for the sake of this thing, you should let him in, right? What's the meaning? Want to bribe me, Fang Xiu, with money? Fang Xiu smiled. It's not what you think, Fang Xiu. This is a little gift from our student union. Wu Mingjian made up an excuse. After all, you led number 1 middle school to win the championship of the freshman exchange competition this time, and brought honor to our school. You deserve some rewards. How much is this intention? Fang Xiu asked simply and roughly. It's more than the bonus I got this time, Wu Mingjian said with a smile. Come in. Fang Xiu looked at the bank card in Wu Mingjian's hand, then took a step back and invited Wu Mingjian to come in. This Fang Xiu. Although Fang Xiu made concessions, Wu Mingjian's expression became even worse. As the vice president of the student union of Huching No. 1 Middle School, he had to give money to others in order to enter other people's dormitories. If this gets out, I'm afraid I'll be laughed at for the whole year. Damn Qian Feng. Wu Mingjian felt even more resentful towards Qian Feng. If he hadn't messed up the contract, why would I need be so humble? Chapter 74. An Invitation Letter. Junior brother Fang Xiu, I know you have a misunderstanding about our student union. Wu Mingjian came to the dormitory living room and sat down on the sofa. He also placed a bank card he took out at the door on the coffee table. In fact, our student union is not what junior brother Fang Xiu thinks. Our essence is to tap the potential of every student as much as possible so that they can go to a better university in the future. We will not only provide assistance with resource issues, but also guide students on how to better tame beasts. Wu Mingjian spoke incessantly, like a good senior who loved his junior. Fang Xiu was not interested in what he said. He just picked up the bank card on the table and asked, "What's the password?" Wu Mingjian's face was filled with black lines, but he immediately forced a smile. The password is 368464. There are a total of 80,000 yuan in this card. It is a reward from our student union to Fang Xiu. Do you want to use 80,000 yuan to ease the conflict between me and the student union? Fang Xiu nodded slightly. Let's get down to business. Vice President Wu came to visit me specially. It shouldn't be just to give me money, right? No matter what, Fang Xiu is not a freshman who just entered high school. There is no free lunch in the world. If I don't make it clear here, Who knows what Wu Mingjian will do next? What's more, he also wanted to know what the student union's attitude toward him was now. Wu Mingjian hesitated for a moment. His original plan was to first get closer to Fang Xiu and then invite him to join the student union. But now it seems that Fang Xiu is far more powerful than he had imagined. To be honest, the current president Ma Wanfeng and I are both senior high school students. We will take the college entrance examination next year and leave number 1 middle school. Although Qian Feng and his friends are very good beast masters, they are only good enough to be a department head, but it is difficult for them to support the operation of the entire student union. On the other hand, Junior Fang Xiu's performance in the placement test was astonishing, and he shined even more in this freshman exchange competition. No one would object to saying that junior brother Fang Xiu is invincible in his freshman year. And Wu Mingjian's eyes turned serious. It's only been less than a month since the start of school, and the beast has already completed its mutation, and it can also control the mutated beast. Even those senior students in the second year of high school are far inferior to you, Fang Xiu. The most important thing is the power of the alien queen. Wu Mingjian praised Fang Xiu generously, and then changed the subject, so I sincerely hope that junior brother Fang Xiu can join our student union. Join the student union? Fang Xiu was not surprised by Wu Mingjian's invitation. After all, his performance in the freshman exchange competition was indeed impressive. Instead of continuing to be an enemy of this genius, it is better to make use of him. But thank you for your kindness, Vice President Wu. However, I am used to my freedom and spend most of my time taming beasts. I really have no intention of joining the student union. Fang Xiu politely declined. Brother Fang Xiu, you don't have to refuse so bluntly. Please think about this matter again. All right. Suddenly, Wu Mingjian seemed to have suddenly remembered something and took out another invitation letter from his pocket. I wonder if Fang Xiu is interested in this. Wu Mingjian placed the invitation on the coffee table and pushed it forward. What is this? Fang Xiu asked as he picked up the invitation letter that Wu Mingjian had taken out. There wasn't much content on it, just an invitation to an art exhibition. I wonder if junior brother Fang Xiu has ever heard of Master Che Xine. No. Fang Xiu shook his head without even thinking. Who? He was originally a time traveler and did not have all the memories of his previous life. He spent most of his time taming beasts and did not know much about the celebrities in this world. Wu Mingjian immediately showed a speechless expression. Good job. I'm just being polite. I didn't expect Fang Xiu could actually ask that question. That's Master Che Xine. Hiss. Wu Mingjian sucked in a breath of cold air and had to patiently explain to Fang Xiu. This Master Che Xine is a beast-taming master who came out of Huqing. In high school, his beast taming was invincible in Crane City, and he was admitted to Shanghai University, one of the top 10 universities with excellent results. After that, he participated in several important beast-taming battles, became famous overnight, and successfully entered the Sunflower Beast Taming Enterprise, where he was promoted to the highest position of vice president. He can be said to be a successful and famous beast tamer. Now that he is retired, he chose to return to Huqing and hold this art exhibition. Rumor has it that the original intention of this exhibition was to select a favorite student and then provide financial support. Junior brother Fang Xiu has extraordinary talent in the field of beast control. If he can be noticed by Master Che Xine, he will surely make rapid progress. After listening to Wu Mingjian's explanation, Fang Xiu also understood the exhibition. To put it bluntly, it is just to find a random reason to invite geniuses from various schools. Then choose one that satisfies you and start training. Only, I don't know what the criteria for selecting people is for this so-called Master Che Xine. If we only look at talent, why not just focus on the freshman exchange competition? In Fang Xiu's opinion, if talent is the only consideration, there is no reason why Master Che Xine would not send someone to contact him. After all, technology is so advanced nowadays that if something happens, it can be spread to 10 people or 100 people through short video platforms. Even if Master Che Xine doesn't watch short videos on weekdays, there must be someone around him who will watch them, right? All right. Seeing Fang Xiu accept the bank card and invitation letter, Wu Mingjian stood up from the sofa. He patted his pants and said, "The time and place are written on it. When the time comes, you can just go there directly. Someone will entertain you. I'll go back first. As for joining the student union, I hope that junior brother Fang Xiu can reconsider it." Boom, boom, boom. However, just as Wu Mingjian was about to turn around and leave, there was a sudden knock on the door. Who was it again? Fang Xiu put down the invitation letter and raised his eyebrows slightly. Why does it feel like my home has suddenly become lively after I won the freshman exchange competition? Fang Xiu took 2 steps at a time and reached the door, then pushed it open. The person who came was none other than Zhang Panpan. Fang Xiu. Zhang Panpan greeted Fang Xiu with a smile. Considering that the Shadow Wizard is a mythical beast, Zhang Panpan was somewhat worried about Fang Xiu after returning to school, so she simply came to see how Fang Xiu's beast-taming progress was. Teacher Zhang. Seeing this, Wu Mingjian also greeted Zhang Panpan politely. It was not until then that Zhang Panpan noticed him. Who are you? The vice president of the student union, Wu Mingjian. Zhang Panpan frowned. Obviously, he didn't have a good impression of the people in the student union. Chapter 75. Heading to the Alien Kingdom. Brother Fang Xiu performed brilliantly in the freshman exchange competition this time. As the vice president of the student union, I should pay him a visit. Wu Mingjian replied with a fake smile. After all, Fang Xiu is the future of Huqing No. 1 Middle School. Zhang Panpan looked at Wu Mingjian. Although he didn't have a good impression of the student union, he would not get angry at Fang Xiu's house. Okay. Zhang Panpan nodded and stopped looking at Wu Mingjian. He turned to look at Fang Xiu. Old rules. Fang Xiu put away the bank card and invitation letter sent by Wu Mingjian and asked with a smile while rubbing his thumb and index finger together. You're so good, Fang Xiu. The prize money from this freshman exchange competition and the gifts received on your Douyin account must have exceeded 100,000, right? And you're still thinking about my little help. Zhang Panpan complained harshly. You can't say that. Brother Panpan, you know my beast-taming skills. Also, the weapon used by that half-dragon man in this freshman exchange competition was really powerful. If it weren't for the alien queen's power that crushed the opponent, I might have lost this time. Fang Xiu defended himself. So, I also want to customize some better equipment for my aliens. $100,000 won't last long at all. The road to taming beasts is just burning money like crazy. Not to mention a mere 100,000. Even if it were 1 million or 10 million, it wouldn't make much of a splash if all of it were thrown in. How could Zhang Panpan not know this truth? It is for this reason that he thinks that Fang Xiu operating the Douyin account is a good idea. Okay. Zhang Panpan did not argue with Fang Xiu and directly transferred 500 yuan to him. What are you doing? Wu Mingjian also became interested for a moment. As far as he knows, physical education teachers have the highest value, and during festivals, parents of students will try every possible way to give them gifts. If you want to get guidance from a physical education teacher in your private time, you'll have to pay a large fee. As a result, the situations of Zhang Panpan and Fang Xiu were completely reversed. This made Wu Mingjian really curious. Is Vice President Wu also interested in the cost of visiting my beast-taming space? Fang Xiu gestured with his hands. Although he didn't have a good impression of the student union, why not take advantage of it? How much? Wu Mingjian asked without thinking. In fact, Wu Mingjian was already very interested in Fang Xiu's beast-taming space. It's just that taming beasts is a very private matter, and Fang Xiu was resistant to him, so he didn't say anything. If I'd known that I could solve it with money, why would I be worrying about it? 2,000. Fang Xiu tentatively set a price. Good. Seeing Wu Mingjian transferring the money without hesitation, Fang Xiu was also stunned for a moment. Dry. It should be less. Well, welcome to my beast-taming space. Fang Xiu opened his arms and activated the beast-taming space card. At that moment, light burst out and swallowed up Zhang Panpan and Wu Mingjian. The scorching white light made them close their eyes instinctively. When they opened their eyes again, the scene around them had changed drastically. The walls, tiles, furniture, and appliances all disappeared, replaced by a huge underground cave entrance. A cold wind kept blowing out from inside. Looking at the cave from the ground to the top, it is at least 10 meters high. Alien, Wu Mingjian muttered Fang Xiu's beast, and then followed Fang Xiu silently. After passing through a long corridor, the space inside suddenly became open. The height from the ground to the ceiling is at least 20 or 30 meters. Rows of milky white insect eggs are as neat as a military formation. It's just that the environment here is a bit cold and damp. And since he came in, he could see alien figures from time to time. And these aliens all regard Fang Xiu as their king. Wherever they went, all the aliens who noticed them knelt down. Junior brother Fang Xiu's beast-taming space is truly amazing. Wu Mingjian exclaimed. This statement is not intended as a compliment. No matter what, he is the vice president and a senior in high school. During the more than 2 years at No. 1 Middle School, He had been to all kinds of beast-taming spaces, big and small. However, even Vice President Wu Mingjian was seeing such a gloomy and terrifying beast-taming space for the first time. There is also Feng Xiu's Beastmaster. Just walking from the cave entrance to the inside, he encountered dozens of aliens along the way. Moreover, the size of these aliens is generally around 2 meters, which makes them much weaker than elites like the Alien Sword Master. Junior brother Feng Xiu, how many aliens have you cultivated? Wu Mingjian couldn't help but ask. So far, there are probably more than 300 of them. Feng Xiu made a rough estimate. How much? Wu Mingjian's eyes widened like cow's eyes, his brain felt buzzing, and he seriously doubted whether he had heard something wrong. Good guy. 3. More than 100? Are you a beast tamer? Or are you doing wholesale here? It could also be 400. I didn't count carefully. Feng Xiu shook his head slightly. Once this alien queen finds a safe point, she will turn into a breeding machine. At the craziest time, she can lay more than a dozen eggs in an hour. If there is enough food, the facehuggers will continue to parasitize and expand the alien population. At the same time, the male aliens will be responsible for digging and expanding the scope of the cave. Because he had no money before, Feng Xiu's beast-controlling space was only a few hundred square meters in size, which caused the aliens to quickly dig to the edge and hit the air wall. The alien queen's egg-laying rate has also slowed down. After Feng Xiu won the prize from the freshman exchange competition, he directly used the 50,000 yuan to expand the space here, increasing it from several hundred square meters to tens of thousands of square meters. The male alien continues to expand this underground kingdom. The alien queen also began to work hard on reproduction. Listening to Feng Xiu's description, Wu Mingjian took a breath. Before, he only knew that Feng Xiu's alien shape was exaggerated, but he didn't have an intuitive feeling. If there's a large enough space and the food source can be guaranteed, then you alien. Wouldn't it be tens of thousands? Wu Mingjian couldn't help but be shocked by Feng Xiu's explanation. How can this be called beast taming? This is clearly cultivating a race. What kind of monster is this guy, Feng Xiu? That's right in theory. Feng Xiu nodded, indicating that it was true, but there is a problem. An ordinary male alien with limited combat power. Only those mutants that parasitize other beasts are the future of aliens. So, this number is not that exaggerated. Feng Xiu explained seriously. After all, for him, food is a big problem after the increase in the number of aliens. But if the number of aliens does not reach a certain base number, the alien queen cannot evolve into the alien queen. The royal facehugger, which has more powerful genes, can only be produced by the alien queen. Chapter 76. Advanced Evolution, Alien Queen. Listening to Feng Xiu's serious explanation and looking at the endless insect eggs, only 2 words came to Wu Mingjian's mind. Ruthless person. Feng Xiu is such a ruthless guy. Zhang Panpan frowned a little and held up his chin with one hand. Feng Xiu, there is something wrong with your method of taming beasts. Zhang Panpan fully recognized Feng Xiu's talent. No matter which students he had seen or heard of, none of them were as talented as Feng Xiu. It is not an exaggeration to say that Feng Xiu is one of the top 10 talents of the future. But it is meaningless to blindly pursue the number of beasts. You should be able to feel it, right? The combat effectiveness of these ordinary aliens is not stronger than Li Jin's half-dragon and Li Shijia's shadow wizard. Even in the freshman exchange competition, Li Shijia's shadow wizard used the 10,000 snake slaughter formation to kill several male aliens. Li Jin's half-dragon even suppressed Feng Xiu's alien swordsman. If it were a more ordinary male alien, he might be killed one by the half-dragon. On the other hand, these aliens have such a large base number that their food consumption will be extremely exaggerated. As a result, many insect eggs have voluntarily entered a dormant state. Once the number of these aliens reaches 4 digits, Feng Xiu will definitely be dragged down by them. It is better to have less and more variety than to have more and more quality. If we can give up the number of aliens, you don't need to spend a lot of resources on food. With the extra money, we can even customize good equipment for elite beast masters like the Alien Sword Master. Zhang Panpan said with a serious face. No matter what, I am Feng Xiu's physical education teacher. If I encounter any problems, I will naturally point them out and help Feng Xiu improve. Teacher Zhang is right. Wu Mingjian also echoed. When he was first called by Ma Wanfeng to ease the relationship between Feng Xiu and the student union, he was still somewhat reluctant. After all, I am the vice president. In the entire Huching #1 middle school, he is almost second to none and above everyone else. As a result, he was asked to come and please Fang Xiao. It's just humiliating myself. However, when he came to this beast-controlling space and saw Fang Xiao's alien form, he understood everything. People like Fang Xiao are worth winning over. Once he goes to college, he might become a helper to Chu Xinghe. Based on this relationship, Wu Mingjian and Zhang Panpan also united their forces. He put one hand on his waist and said, "If I were you, I would eliminate these aliens and only leave the alien swordmaster, the queen, and other stronger individuals. Put your heart and soul into these aliens." Listening to what Zhang Panpan and Wu Mingjian said, how could Fang Xiao not understand this simple truth? Only aliens do not belong to this world. They lack sufficient knowledge about aliens. Only when the alien race develops to the scale of a country will the alien queen be born. After that, the alien queen will continue to spawn royal facehuggers. Not to mention the queen mother of the ultimate alien life forms. If you want the alien race to give birth to a queen mother, you must further expand the alien territory. If it weren't for the existence of aliens, Fang Xiao wouldn't want so many aliens. Wouldn't it be better to just go the elite route? But there is no way. The alien queen and the alien empress are two completely different creatures. The alien queen has a more single-minded mindset and can only reproduce wildly. Only the queen can have strategic intentions and can better maintain the stable development of the population. Only when the queen's control expands further can she evolve into the queen mother. Thinking of this, Fang Xiao looked lovingly at the alien queen who was giving birth. In this small Huching, his alien queen can definitely defeat all enemies. Even in the Hejiang Province League that Zhang Yu mentioned, Fang Xiao is confident that he can reach the top. But what happens after that? The world is very big. Top 10. The three great families among the top 10. If the alien queen's evolution stops, sooner or later, her beast will no longer be the strongest in the world. What if I say that my alien queen can continue to evolve? Fang Xiao's starry eyes focused on Zhang Panpan and Wu Mingjian. What did you say? Zhang Panpan and Wu Mingjian were shocked. Their eyes widened, and they turned to look at the alien queen. That huge creature, can it still evolve? Wait, junior brother Fang Xiao, you want to talk about mutation, right? Wu Mingjian suddenly reacted. Fang Xiao is only in high school and has not yet been exposed to knowledge about mutations. He probably saw Ma Ming's beast control, so he thought his alien queen could evolve further. Although this is true, it has nothing to do with the number of aliens. Oh, fellow student Fang Xiao, that abnormality. But who knew that as soon as Wu Mingjian opened his mouth, Fang Xiao interrupted him directly. It's not a mutation. Fang Xiao shook his head. Although I also want my alien queen to complete her transformation and gain more powerful strength. But the evolution I'm talking about is not mutation. What I mean is that when the alien race expands to a certain size, my alien queen can evolve into a higher level queen. This time, Wu Mingjian was completely stunned. He opened his mouth and took a deep breath, his pupils trembling wildly as he stared at the alien queen behind him. This huge guy just curled up his legs and looked down at them. The giant ovipositor behind it continuously spits out insect eggs one after another. Evolution. Alien queen? This alien queen alone is outrageous enough, right? At the freshman exchange competition, he knocked out Li Jin's half-dragon with just one slap. If it were to advance and evolve into the alien queen, wouldn't its power reach the sky? Fang Xiao, who told you this? Zhang Panpan couldn't help but ask. This was the first time he heard of this kind of evolution. No one told me. Fang Xiao shook his head. This idea came to me when I created the alien. I don't know why I have this idea, but I can assure you that this is true. It feels like the moment a person is born, they can breathe. It's an idea that's in our genes. Fang Xiao was fooling Zhang Panpan with a serious look on his face. Zhang Panpan looked at Fang Xiao. Fantasy beasts naturally possess all kinds of strange abilities. Looking at Fang Xiao's expression again, he didn't seem to be lying. So, how many aliens are needed to make your queen evolve into an empress? However, as soon as Zhang Panpan finished speaking, a painful roar rang out throughout the underground cave. What the hell is that noise? Wu Mingjian couldn't help but complain and subconsciously looked for the source of the sound. At first glance, I saw a troll trembling in pain. Chapter 77, New Alien Breaks Chest. Is that Li Shijia's beast? Wu Mingjian looked in the direction of the voice and saw a blue-skinned troll twitching wildly on the ground, emitting a whimpering sound from its mouth. The freshman exchange competition was a very important event in Huqing, so Wu Mingjian also paid attention to it. He recognized the troll at a glance. It was the beast controlled by Li Shijia from number 3 middle school. And it's a mythical beast. Parasitism, plundering other people's beasts. Wu Mingjian's heart suddenly skipped a beat. Is the chest finally going to break? Fang Xiu's sight was also focused on the troll. In the freshman exchange competition, he captured a total of 4 beasts. In addition to Li Shijia's troll, there are also Gung Guangwei's 3 Homo erectus. Because they were captured first and were an ancient species, by the time they arrived at the hospital, their chest had already been broken. After a frenzy of eating, the 3 aliens that assimilated the genes of Homo erectus also became adults. They look similar to normal male aliens, except that their skeletons are larger. Each alien is over 4 meters tall, and compared with ordinary male aliens, the difference is like that between an adult and a child. Fang Xiu named them alien guards and put them in charge of protecting the alien queen. On the contrary, Li Shijia's troll, perhaps because its genes are more difficult to assimilate, has been parasitic until now and is only beginning to show signs of breaking its chest. The alien swordsman quickly came to Fang Xiu's side, shook his wrist, and the black knife shot out from his elbow joint and was grasped in his hand. Seeing this, Zhang Panpan immediately released his own hellfire and stared at the troll as if facing a formidable enemy. "Teacher Zhang, what are you doing?" Wu Mingjian raised his eyebrows and quickly realized that Zhang Panpan was worried that Fang Xiu's beast would get out of control. However, he did not release his beast, but took a step back and came behind hellfire. Phew! I saw blood spurting out from the troll's chest like a dancing red butterfly. Then a long and flat head emerged from the troll's body. It opened its mouth, and its teeth were much larger than those of ordinary aliens, especially the 2 fangs on the upper jaw, which were as thick as Fang Xiu's arms. It was obviously a mutation caused by assimilation of the troll genes. Corrosive saliva dripped from the corners of its mouth, dissolving a pit on the ground. Its palms were also broader and thicker, and it easily split the troll's body in 2, then stood up. Its standing posture was very similar to that of the troll. It clenched its fists as if it felt something was missing. Then it turned around, looked at the troll corpse on the ground, and finally reached out its hand, grabbed the troll's spine, and with a strong pull, it pulled out the entire spine of the troll and held it in its hand. However, this alien did not attack its own kind like the alien swordmaster. It stood there, as if thinking for a while, and finally knelt on one knee towards Fang Xiu and lowered its head. Very good. Seeing this, Fang Xiu nodded with satisfaction. It seems that after you suppress the alien swordmaster, your inner strength has been strengthened, so you can make this alien submit to you. Zhang Panpan said. Yeah. Fang Xiu nodded, thinking so too, and then he consumed resources and released a 500-pound fat pig. No matter what, breaking the chest is the beginning of the alien. They need to eat a lot to grow to their full size. Once they lack food, they will enter a dormant state. It's okay for ordinary aliens, but for elites like the one in front of us, sufficient food still needs to be guaranteed. Hunting it, Fang Xiu said in a low voice. Although he could make cooked meat to feed this alien, Fang Xiu still wanted to see how powerful it would become after assimilating the troll. Even in its broken chest state, it's almost 2 meters tall. If it reaches its full form, it would probably be as high as 4 or 5 meters. Fang Xiu made an estimate based on his past experience. Wu Mingjian subconsciously held his breath. He had never seen a beastmaster like the alien, let alone heard of it. But what Fang Xiu and the other 2 did not expect was that the alien did not pounce directly on the pig that Fang Xiu had released. Instead, it turned around, stretched out its broad palm, and grabbed the troll's head. What is it doing? Wu Mingjian asked puzzledly. Didn't we let the alien hunt that pig? Could it be that it didn't understand Fang Xiu's orders and therefore misunderstood its hunting target? If that's the case, then Fang Xiu's alien has a low intelligence. Fang Xiu watched silently. The alien tore off the troll's head and then crushed it to pieces with the most primitive brute force. Bang! Various white and red liquids spurted out like a bursting watermelon, and the sound they made Wu Mingjian stunned for a moment. But after the alien crushed the troll's head, a faint light turned into red energy and began to rotate around its feet. Is this a snake stick? Fang Xiu muttered to himself, his eyes moving. Li Shijia's troll is called the Shadow Wizard. Its main means of attack is to crush the skulls of animals and use witchcraft to summon snake spirits to attack. Now it seems that after assimilating the Shadow Wizard, his alien has also gained the power to use witchcraft. That's really good. Fang Xiu's eyes lit up as he looked forward to the alien's hunting performance. You know, the thing that Fang Xiu's underground kingdom has the most is skulls. So many ordinary aliens can all be used as props for witchcraft. I saw that ball of energy turned into an alien shape, then opened its mouth, spit out a bright red flying needle, and flew towards the pig. Before the pig could react, something happened. No, to be exact, the domestic pig noticed nothing. In just a blink of an eye, the flying needle shot directly into its body, flew out from the other end, and finally stuck in the ground. The places that were passed through were dissolving at a speed visible to the naked eye. It looks like it was melted by strong acid. Sour blood. This alien stick, created by witchcraft, can integrate the corrosive effect of acid blood into the energy needle. Plop. In less than half a breath, the domestic pig fell heavily to the ground, screaming like a slaughtered pig. It's so creepy. The place where the needle pierced was dissolved into a fist-sized hole, which was transparent from front to back. Fang Xiu's alien was not surprised by this. As if everything was natural, he walked over in 2 steps and started to eat with relish. Wu Mingjian saw this scene and took a deep breath. Fang Xiu's alien form is truly unique. If I remember correctly, that witchcraft was originally Li Shijia's ability to tame beasts, but I didn't expect it to be copied by the alien. Chapter 78. A whole year of shock for Ma Wanfeng. Since you can use witchcraft, I will call you the alien wizard from now on. Fang Xiu looked at the newly hatched alien, nodded with satisfaction, and gave it a new name. Aliens are the basis, and there is no need to change them. In order to distinguish them from ordinary aliens, we simply use their abilities to distinguish them. The alien sword master uses melee to contain the enemy, while the alien wizard cooperates from a distance, looking for opportunities to kill instantly. Especially the flying needles with acidic blood properties, which can definitely reverse the situation at the critical moment. Fang Xiu looked at his alien wizard and alien swordsman and couldn't wait to participate in the Hejiang Province League. Speaking of which, will the Hejiang Province League be held? Fang Xiu calmed down his excitement and asked curiously. After the midterm exam, Zhang Panpan pushed his glasses. The first semester of the first year of high school starts at the end of August, and the winter vacation starts in late December, a total of 4 months. There is a preliminary test at the beginning of the school year, followed by a freshman exchange competition a month later, and then the midterm exam. By the time I returned from the Hejiang State League, it was almost time for the final exams. I have to say that the time is quite tight in the first half of the first year of high school. Midterm exam? If Zhang Panpan hadn't reminded him, Fang Xiu would have forgotten that there was such a thing as a midterm exam. Yes, Zhang Panpan nodded. The midterm exam was basically not difficult. With Fang Xiu's strength, there is basically no problem for him to maintain his ranking as the number 1. Perform well. If you can get first place in the school, you can get a scholarship. It's still very generous. Zhang Panpan smiled. If one could rank in the top 10 in a key high school like number 1 high school, one could not only receive a scholarship, but also get credits. If Fang Xiu really achieved good results in the Hejiang Province League, these credits alone would allow Fang Xiu to undergo a transformation in the last semester. You should know, so far, no one has been able to earn so many credits in the first semester of high school. Even with the operation of the student union, those so-called geniuses only underwent mutations in the second half of the second year of high school. I will try my best. Fang Xiu nodded, indicating that he would definitely shine in the Hejiang Province League. Well, the future of number 1 middle school depends on you, Fang Xiu. In this way, Fang Xiu left a large amount of food for the alien wizard so that it could grow to its full size, and then sent Zhang Panpan and Wu Mingjian away from his beast-taming space. Okay, it's time for me to go back. Zhang Panpan waved to Fang Xiu, asking him to continue taming the beast. Wu Mingjian then said goodbye. Only after seeing Fang Xiu's alien form, Wu Mingjian did not go back to tame the beast or rest, but hurried to Ma Wanfeng's dormitory. As the strongest student in the senior year of number 1 middle school and the president of the student union, his dormitory is a 500 square meter villa. The living room alone is decorated very luxuriously. How do things go? Ma Wanfeng was not surprised by Wu Mingjian's arrival. He invited Wu Mingjian in and asked his cook to help him make a pot of tea. Wu Mingjian looked a little embarrassed, but he could only shake his head. Although he got along well with Fang Xiu, at least the conflict between him and Qian Feng was resolved. Fang Xiu did not agree to join the student union. But I went to his beast control space, worried that Ma Wanfeng would blame him for his poor performance. Wu Mingjian changed the subject and started talking directly about the beast taming space. Oh, after hearing these words, Ma Wanfeng's frown suddenly relaxed. You should know that the beast taming space has always been relatively private. Unless the relationship between two people is very good, they generally will not invite the other party into their beast taming space. From this point of view, even if Fang Xiu did not directly join the student union, he was still shaken in his heart. Tell me about it. Ma Wanfeng said as he picked up the teapot and poured a cup for Wu Mingjian. This is the tea that Senior Chu asked someone to send. It tastes good. Wu Mingjian quickly took the tea with both hands. Although the cup was a little hot, he still took a sip and ignored the part that he had to pay to see. Fang Xiu has more than 400 aliens. As soon as these words were spoken, Ma Wanfeng's expression froze instantly. His pupils trembled slightly, and the expression on his face seemed to be saying, "Are you kidding? More than 400 aliens? Isn't Fang Xiu just in the first year of high school?" I have investigated his background. Both parents are ordinary workers and are under pressure from mortgage and car loans. There aren't any relatives with high status. It's just a very ordinary family. More than 400 beasts? Are you kidding? If it were insects such as wasps, which had hundreds of them, he could still understand it. But Fang Xiu's alien was obviously a giant beast. Each one of them has extremely strong combat power. That's right. Wu Mingjian nodded, indicating that he was definitely not seeing things and was not joking. President, you should remember the huge monster that Fang Xiu released at the end when he was fighting Li Jin, right? Yeah, Ma Wanfeng responded promptly. To be honest, he was also shocked when he saw the alien queen come out. Compared with other aliens, the power of this queen is simply not on the same level. Just a slap was enough to make the half-dragon man unconscious. It's really amazing. But what does this have to do with the number of aliens Fang Xiu has? According to Fang Xiu, the beast is called the alien queen. When the alien population grows to a certain size, the alien queen will be able to advance and evolve into the alien queen. Whether it's strength or something else, it can be greatly improved. Wu Mingjian said with a serious face. When he heard this at first, he was a little bit unconvinced. But Fang Xiu's talent for taming beasts is really too enchanting. Especially the alien wizard, who could actually seize the witchcraft of Li Shijia's shadow wizard. This kind of thing really overturned his cognition. Is there such a thing? Ma Wanfeng's pupils trembled wildly. Although he failed to convince Fang Xiu to join the student union this time, Wu Mingjian did obtain some good intelligence. Did you record it? Ma Wanfeng asked without thinking. In his opinion, Fang Xiu was far more powerful than he had imagined. His beast taming situation should be recorded and then sent to Chu Xinghe and the others. This, Wu Mingjian smiled awkwardly. He was so shocked in Fang Xiu's beast taming space. I totally forgot that I could record this. Forget it. Ma Wanfeng waved his hand, but did not blame Wu Mingjian for his poor performance. He held his chin up and thought seriously. Fang Xiu is a student of our #1 middle school after all. We will have plenty of time to interact with him in the future. Wu Mingjian, your next task is to do everything you can to get Fang Xiu to join our student union. Chapter 79. Fang Xiu's female fan leader. The freshman exchange competition came to an end, and Fang Xiu returned to campus life. But as soon as Fang Xiu entered the campus, he became the focus of everyone's attention. Is that person Fang Xiu? I feel so handsome, even more handsome than in the video. I really want to ask him for an autograph. For a moment, all kinds of voices came into Fang Xiu's ears, but only a few classmates came over. Although Fang Xiu's family background was ordinary, his sharp eyebrows, bright eyes, fresh and handsome appearance, and his performance in the freshman exchange competition made many classmates think that Fang Xiu came from a prominent family. The dazzling light, like a star, gives people a feeling of being difficult to approach. I feel like if this continues, I'll have to wear a hat and sunglasses at school from now on. Fang Xiu pretended to be calm on the surface, but he couldn't help complaining in his heart. No wonder those celebrities have to use hats, masks, and sunglasses to hide their identities when they travel. Such strong gazes and discussions really make people feel shy. Fang Xiu. But soon, a voice that was familiar to Fang Xiu stood out from the noisy discussions. Fang Xiu subconsciously turned around and found that the person was none other than his deskmate, Shi Zhanhong. Congratulations on winning the freshman exchange competition. I was so nervous at that time. Speaking of which, how did you cultivate your alien queen? She's so powerful. Shi Zhanhong danced with excitement. If you didn't know, you would think he had won the game. It was cultivated like that. Fang Xiu said lightly. Shi Zhanhong's performance was not outstanding, but he left a good first impression on Fang Xiu, and he was very interested in gossip. By the way, do you know who Master Che Xian is? Fang Xiu and Shi Zhanhong walked side by side on the tree-lined avenue towards the classroom, chatting casually along the way. Master Kixin, you must know that. Shi Zhanhong nodded repeatedly. That is the pride of our Huqing. It is said that he was one of the first talented beast masters to take the beast taming college entrance examination. Not long after entering college, he became famous and even participated in the beast taming war. After the military reform, he retired and joined a group, but he continued to rise rapidly and was promoted to vice president within a few years. It could be said that he is a rare talent among humans. When talking about Master Che Xian, Shi Zhanhong's eyes lit up and his pride was evident on the paper. I know that some people may think that being the vice president of a large company is nothing special, but for a small town like ours, it is already a great feat to have such a person. Although Shi Zhanhong didn't think there was anything wrong with Huqing, it was, after all, a small border town in China, and its education and resources were not very developed. It is difficult for people who leave Huqing to achieve great success, especially after entering the beast taming era. Hejiang Prefecture once united with Ji Prefecture, Liao Prefecture, and parts of Mengdong Prefecture to establish the Four Prefectures Beast Taming Bureau. During its heyday, the four states' Beast Taming Bureau was able to directly compete with neighboring countries. Such practices naturally caused dissatisfaction among some people. Finally, a group of people came down from above and not only disbanded the Beast Taming Bureau, but also rectified the personnel arrangements in Hejiang Prefecture. Since then, the entire Hejiang Prefecture has been in a slump and has suffered severe damage. Alas, Shi Zhanhong waved his fists as he recounted the past. Otherwise, our Huqing can also compete with those second-tier and third-tier cities in the south. So now you understand how rare and precious it is to have someone like Master Che Xian. There actually was such a thing. Fang Xiu nodded. Yes, but Master Che Xian is old after all, and coupled with the fierce infighting among the five flowers, he ended up retiring early. As Shi Zhanhong spoke, his eyes dimmed. Obviously, he felt that what happened to Che Xian was unfair. However, he quickly reacted. There was no reason for Fang Xiu to suddenly ask such a thing. It's not like he likes gossip as much as I do. Fang Xiu, didn't you get the invitation? Shi Zhanhong suddenly froze in place, his eyes wide open like cows, staring at Fang Xiu. His mouth involuntarily opened into an O shape. Stunned, Master Che Xian can be said to be his idol. Over the years, he has been following the other person online. When he learned that the other party had retired and returned to Huqing, he investigated the exhibition. Not only that, Shi Zhanhong also tried every possible means to get an invitation to the exhibition. However, scalpers had raised the price of the invitation tickets to 100,000 renminbi each, which was unaffordable for a student like him. Moreover, even if they are scalpers, they only have very limited invitation letters. Just having money but no connections is not enough. Unexpectedly, the invitation letter that he had been longing for was actually obtained by Fang Xiu. 100,000. You are so rich. Shi Zhanhong complained jealously. In his opinion, Fang Xiu must have used the prize money from the freshman exchange competition to buy the invitation letter. No, someone else gave it to me. Fang Xiu said lightly. A gift? Shi Zhanhong was stunned. Who gave it to you? Wu Mingjian. Wu Mingjian? Isn't he the vice president of the student union? Shi Zhanhong was stunned again. What's going on? Didn't Fang Xiu beat Ma Ming violently? Although the other party is just a thug from the student union, he is still a member of the student union after all. If Fang Xiu hit him, wouldn't that be the same as slapping the student union in the face? Why did Wu Mingjian give Fang Xiu an invitation letter? This script is wrong, isn't it? Yeah, what other reason could there be? You want to win me over? Fang Xiu said with a chuckle. He could feel that Wu Mingjian valued him. Otherwise, he would not have brought Qian Feng to apologize and give him money. But what Fang Xiu didn't expect was the invitation letter for this art exhibition is surprisingly of such high value. This is really a great gift. Win over? That's right. After all, your performance in the freshman exchange competition was amazing. I also heard that there are quite a few female fans of yours in our school, and they even set up groups and stuff. Sure, Hong complained. Huh, you know about this kind of thing too. Fang Xiu raised his eyebrows. Although he knew that Sure Hong liked gossip, wasn't it too outrageous that he even knew about the female fan group? Well, my cousin is the leader of your female fans. I discovered it when she created the group. Moreover, after hearing that I was your desk mate, she wanted to cooperate with me. Sure Hong scratched his head awkwardly. After all, this matter was related to Fang Xiu, and he was embarrassed to hide it. Cooperation? What cooperation? Fang Xiu's starry eyes narrowed slightly. That is, she hopes to secretly take a few photos of you during class, preferably of you sleeping, and then print them out and sell them to the girls in the group. Fang Xiu. Chapter 80. You've already thought of what to call your child, right? But don't worry, Fang Xiu. How could I do such a tasteless thing? So I rejected her with righteous words. Sure Hong said in a sonorous and powerful voice. This is Fang Xiu, the #1 person in Huching #1 middle school. Just sitting at the same table with him is something I can brag about for the rest of my life. How could I take a secret photo? It's not impossible. Fang Xiu's eyes moved. Sure Hong. Did your sister tell you how much a photo sells for? Fang Xiu thought for a moment. He didn't expect that his female fans could be so outrageous. And Sure Hong's sister is simply the leader among female fans. But then again, whose money is easiest to make? Of course it's these female fans. No matter what product the celebrities on the internet endorse, they will buy it. Regardless of whether the things I bought are useful or whether I can use them, it doesn't matter. What's important is that I can support my brother. She didn't say that. Sure Hong's face was filled with black lines. If this isn't a buddy, then what is this? We can cooperate. You can sell my photos, but I want a cut. The expenses of taming beasts are very high. Although there is the prize money from the freshman exchange competition and the gift from Wu Mingjian, it is only enough to meet the urgent needs. Now that there is such an easy way to make money, Fang Xiu naturally has no reason to refuse. Are you serious? Sure Hong asked in disbelief. Well, you also know that taming beasts will cost a lot of money, right? As long as the price is not too outrageous, and it is a case of small profits but quick turnover, it would not be bad. Fang Xiu expressed his thoughts. If a photo sells for 5 yuan, and assuming there are 200 people in the group, that would be 1,000 yuan. Besides, $5 is not a big burden for a little girl in high school. To some extent, it is a win-win situation. After getting Fang Xiu's permission, Sure Hong's eyes lit up. He finally understood why Fang Xiu's beast taming was so powerful. Fang Xiu's business acumen is indeed very strong. Even things like selling photos can be applied to taming beasts. Just like that, Sure Hong took out his mobile phone and sent a text message directly to his sister, Sure Yonglin, telling her the request that Fang Xiu had mentioned. Selling photos is okay, but the price cannot be too high, and Fang Xiu will take a 50% commission. Buzz! Sure Hong's phone vibrated immediately, and Sure Yonglin replied in seconds. Really? Shit! Please be sure to take a picture for me first. Sure Hong looked at the text message with a dark face. Good job. The one who is close to the water gets the moon first, right? But no matter what, Sure Hong and Sure Yonglin have always had a good relationship, as good as real siblings. In the end, he raised his phone, took a picture of Fang Xiu's back, and sent it to him. Ah, so handsome. Even his back view is so handsome. He is indeed our Fang Xiu. Sure Hong looked at the text message on his phone. His face darkened. No, sister. What do you mean by our Fang Xiu? You don't want to be a couple with Fang Xiu, do you? We are just classmates. Please don't knock. What are you thinking about all day? Don't you think Fang Xiu and I are a good match? He's a talented man. I'm a pretty woman, and I'm your sister. You and I are from the same family. If Fang Xiu and I succeed in being together, then he will be your brother-in-law. Huching #1 middle school. No, that's not right. The future #1 person in Imperial University becoming your brother-in-law. Isn't that great? By the way, what do you think of the names Fang Yuan and Fang Zheng? In less than half a breath, Sure Yonglin sent a series of text messages, allowing Sure Hong to immediately see what a female fan leader looked like when she was at full fire. Good job. You haven't even met each other, but you've already decided what to name your child, right? And it's the second child. Are you responding to national policy? For a moment, even Sure Hong felt that his sister was full of flaws. But when he put down his phone and looked up at Fang Xiu again, he said, brother-in-law. If I could really become Fang Xiu's brother-in-law, Would it be considered that I am the only one who has achieved success and my whole family will ascend to heaven? What's wrong? Fang Xiu saw that sure Zhanhong hadn't caught up. If we don't leave now, we'll be late. Huh? Here I come. Sure Zhanhong quickly followed. By the way, do you have a girlfriend? Fang Xiu. No. Why does it feel like everyone in the school has become abnormal after I won the championship in the freshman exchange competition? Just like that, the two of them came to Class 2 classroom. Before Fang Xiu could react, thunderous applause broke out in the classroom. Some people even used firework tubes to set off fireworks. If you don't know, you might think whose birthday we are celebrating. Not only that, even the classroom blackboard was filled with posters celebrating Fang Xiu's victory in the freshman exchange competition. Congratulations, Fang Xiu. If you become rich and powerful, don't forget me, and then you can rest. Looking at the classmates who were fawning on him, Fang Xiu took a lot of effort to return to his seat. It was just that when passing by Li Qingqing's seat, Li Qingqing specifically said, "Freshman exchange competition, thanks to you. If number 1 middle school fails to win the freshman exchange competition, it will miss this year's Hejiang Province League." As someone who wants to defeat Chu Xinghe, Li Qingqing also attaches great importance to this Haijiangzi League. Li Shijia and Li Jin's mythical beast species were also beyond Li Qingqing's expectations. Plus those cruel means. If it weren't for Fang Xiu, number 1 middle school would really have missed the Hejiang Province League this year. It's just a piece of cake. Fang Xiu smiled at Li Qingqing. But Qingqing, you still need to work harder. Don't worry, I won't hold you back during the Hejiang Province League. Li Qingqing said in a low voice. Although she was grateful to Fang Xiu, Li Qingqing still maintained a cool attitude when facing him. Fang Xiu didn't care. He just returned to his seat and prepared to start today's study. However, without waiting for the teacher of the first general education class to come over, Zhang Yu, the head teacher of Class 2, had already arrived at the door. The classroom, which was originally full of laughter, suddenly became quiet. Zhang Yu looked at the blackboard newspaper but didn't say much. He just glanced around and fixed his eyes on Fang Xiu. Fang Xiu, come out for a moment. Coming. Fang Xiu stood up and walked towards the door before but could even warm up. The other students immediately looked at him with envy. Although no one knows why Zhang Yu is looking for Fang Xiu, considering Fang Xiu's performance in this freshman exchange competition, there must be some benefits. I'm afraid the gap between them and Fang Xiu will only get bigger and bigger in the future. At the same time, many students subconsciously looked at Li Qingqing after Fang Xiu left. The strongest student in Huqing Junior High School and a genius girl who ranked first in the high school entrance examination. Her brilliance is now completely overshadowed by Fang Xiu. Alas, since life is pure, why rest? Some classmate in the class complained, and Li Qingqing suddenly broke the pen in his hand. The crisp sound of the pen breaking instantly made the classroom silent. Fang Xiu. Top de huitanton. Principal, rens favor. What's wrong, brother you? Fang Xiu and Zhang Yu left the classroom together. I'm not sure what's going on, but I know that Principal Run wants to see you, so you should be careful when the time comes. Zhang Yu did not forget to remind Fang Xiu. Normally, I laugh and joke with him and Zhang Panpan, and they just charge a visiting fee. But don't be so careless in front of the principal. The principal of number 1 middle school specifically wants to see me. Fang Xiu suddenly realized. No wonder Zhang Yu looked much more serious today than usual. I didn't expect that the top leader of number 1 middle school would take the initiative to ask to see me. Before Fang Xiu traveled through time, he also attended high school. At that time, his grades were among the best, if not the best. But in 3 years of high school, he never met the principal. Come on, and don't embarrass class too. Zhang Yu said in Fang Xiu's ear. As the class teacher, he felt somewhat nervous when he thought about Fang Xiu also meeting the principal. However, compared to those students who made big mistakes and were called to the principal's office, Zhang Yu was still more happy than proud. A few minutes later, Zhang Yu brought Fang Xiu to the principal's office, raised his hand, and knocked twice. Please come in. The voice coming from inside was a rather gentle voice. It is completely different from the voice heard during the placement test. Hello, Principal Run. Zhang Yu pushed the door open and walked in, greeting the principal with forced calmness, and not forgetting to raise his hand and pat Fang Xiu on the shoulder. Oh, hello, Principal Run. I'm Fang Xiu from Class 2, Grade 1. Fang Xiu introduced himself while looking around and observing the office. There's a lot of space here. Not only can it accommodate a 60-inch TV, but Principal Ren's desk is 3 meters long, looking both grand and luxurious, with rows of bookcases behind it. Only Fang Xiu did not sense any atmosphere of a scholarly family. He only felt that this office was just used to show off wealth. There's a kind of tacky quality to it. The principal Ren mentioned by Zhang Yu was a woman who looked to be in her early 30s. She wore a black jumpsuit and a pair of gold-rimmed glasses. She touched her hair while smiling. Ren Xiuyue. Fang Xiu's gaze was focused on the desk in front of Ren Xiuyue. Under an ornament with the Chinese flag, a woman's name was engraved. In addition, Zhang Yu called him Principal Ren, and Fang Xiu instantly realized that Ren Xiuyue was most likely the name of this principal. What puzzled Fang Xiu was that he had never seen Principal Ren during the baseline test. Student Fang Xiu is really weird. You didn't see me during the placement test and the freshman exchange competition, right? Ren Xiuyue said with a smile, as if she had the ability to read Fang Xiu's mind and saw through his doubts. My mentor happened to return home some time ago, so all matters concerning number 1 middle school were handed over to another principal, the one you met. This freshman exchange competition is all thanks to Fang Xiu. Otherwise, this year's championship would have gone to number 3 middle school. Fang Xiu didn't expect Ren Xiuyue to take the initiative to explain all this, and she looked more like an intellectual sister. If Fang Xiu hadn't seen her in this office, it would have been difficult for him to connect her identity with the title of principal of number 1 middle school. No way. I'm a student of number 1 middle school. It is my duty to bring honor to number 1 middle school. Fang Xiu held his head high and chest puffed out, speaking seriously. Even Zhang Yu was stunned. No, is this your line? When did you become so aware of collective honor? Although Zhang Yu really wanted to complain about Fang Xiu, he swallowed his words in front of Ren Xiuyue. Very good. Ren Xiuyue looked at Fang Xiu and nodded with satisfaction. Although it was their first meeting, she had heard a lot about Fang Xiu before. Especially their performance in the freshman exchange competition was very eye-catching. If it was Fang Xiu, he might really shine in the Hejiang Province League. Thinking of this, Ren Xiuyue reached under the table, opened the bottom drawer, and took out an invitation letter and a bank card, placed them on the desk, and pushed them forward. The code for this card is 123456. There are about 200,000 yuan in it. It is our reward to you this time. There was no reason for Ren Xiuyue not to cultivate a talent like Fang Xiu. But Fang Xiu is different from Li Jin. The latter is the biological son of the vice principal of number 3 middle school. Although he obtained a lot of resources, most of them were funded in his personal name. If I help Fang Xiu in that way, and someone takes advantage of the situation, it will only bring unnecessary trouble. Compared with unity and mutual assistance, that have always been undercurrents within China. 200,000. When he heard this number, Fang Xiu's starry eyes flashed with a gleam of light. He had been taming beasts for so long, but this was the first time he had come into contact with such a large sum of money. In this way, not only can the scale of his aliens be expanded again, but the subsequent feeding problem will also be solved. However, compared to the bank card, Fang Xiu's attention was attracted by the invitation letter on the table. Because of that invitation letter, Fang Xiu felt a sense of familiarity. Master Kixines painting exhibition. Fang Xiu raised his eyebrows, and then he remembered that the student union was backed by Chu Xinghe and had once had conflicts with the physical education teachers. Now the situation is getting too complicated, and it is causing headaches for the principals. Naturally, Wu Mingjian would not report what he did in private to Principal Ren Xiuyue. So here comes the question. It was to tell Ren Xiuyue that he had received the invitation letter and asked her to give it to someone else. Or should I pretend that I know nothing and send out the invitation letter later? I'm not some saint. Fang Xiu murmured in his heart, then took the invitation letter and bank card in his hands. Well, thank you, Principal Ren. Looking forward to your performance in the Hejiang Province League. Ren Xiuyue smiled, and then seemed to suddenly think of something. Oh right, the midterm exam is coming soon. Student Fang needs to work harder. I hope he can get a good ranking this time. I would like to sponsor Fang Xiuyan a piece of equipment in my personal capacity. Really? Fang Xiu's starry eyes moved. Through the freshman exchange competition, Fang Xiu gained a clear understanding of the beast taming equipment. If Li Jin's half-dragon didn't have that electric fork, his alien swordsman wouldn't necessarily lose to him. It can be seen how much the equipment can improve the beast taming. Especially Fang Xiu's alien wizard, because he didn't have a suitable staff, he had to use the spine of the shadow wizard to impersonate him. If we could create a piece of equipment for it, it would be of great help to the Hejiang Province League. It's settled. You'll be the principal. It's a deal. Chapter 82. If you don't abandon me, I will become your foster father. After receiving Ren Qiuyue's bank card and invitation letter, Fang Xiu and Zhang Yu left the office together. However, Zhang Yu's eyes were always focused on the invitation letter in Fang Xiu's hand. What's wrong, brother Yu? Fang Xiu shook the invitation letter. He always felt that something was wrong with him since then. Huh? Nothing, just a little envious. Zhang Yu's tone had a hint of dejection. It can be seen that he was not lying. Envy. Fang Xiu couldn't help but be a little surprised. Do you know how precious the invitation letter that Principal Ren gave you is? It's for Master Che Xin's painting exhibition. Also, it's called an art exhibition, but in fact, they want to select a beast master to be their last disciple. Not only can I get personal guidance from Master Che Xin, but I won't have to worry about the resources needed to tame the beasts, nor about future equipment. The most important thing is, with Master Che Xin's connections, I will have the opportunity to work in a big company after graduation. Zhang Yu became more and more excited as he spoke. I wish Master Che Xin could retire a dozen years earlier so that I might have a chance too. Of course, Zhang Yu was just thinking about this in his mind. With my talent, even if I did get an invitation and went to the exhibition, I probably wouldn't have a chance of being selected. Fang Xiu is different. He is the top freshman in Huching No. 1 middle school. If it were him, he might really have a chance of being selected. So amazing. Fang Xiu nodded. Why not ask Li Qingqing to come along? Although he knew that this invitation letter was something extraordinary, Fang Xiu still felt strange. If I am the number 1 freshman, then Li Qingqing is the number 2 freshman. Her junior high school grades were even more impressive. Logically speaking, you are also eligible to get an invitation letter. Do you think you can go to Master Che Xin's exhibition just by paying money? Zhang Yu gave Fang Xiu a cold look. Although there are scalpers online, they are just scammers. The real invitation is only circulated internally. Invitation letter, as the name suggests, it means that I invite you, and you can only participate. Only after hearing Zhang Yu's explanation did Fang Xiu react. You mean to say that who can attend the exhibition is already decided? Principal Ren gave me the invitation letter because I was on the invitation list. You are a teachable young man. Zhang Yu nodded. Now, is not the past when information technology was not well developed. If I want to check the student's information, I can do it with my mobile phone. Ma Wanfeng, Wu Mingjian, Shun Bing. And you, these famous students from Huching No. 1 middle school, are naturally on the list. Li Jin, Li Shijia, Han Bing from No. 3 middle school, and Wang Dalong from Yucai are all the same. Will the second and third year students also go? Fang Xiu raised his eyebrows, grasping the key point of Zhang Yu's words. I thought only the freshmen in high school were invited. I didn't expect that even students in the second and third years of high school were invited. But this is not right. If only the people on the list were invited, what would Wu Mingjian say? Could it be that the invitation letter he gave was also for me? Thinking of this, Fang Xiu directly took out another one and said, "What is this?" Huh? Zhang Yu was stunned. How come you have two? Wu Mingjian gave it to me. Fang Xiu said lightly. So that's it. The shock in Zhang Yu's eyes quickly disappeared. Given Fang Xiu's qualifications, it's not surprising that he was recruited by the student union. After all, some of the children in Huching have parents who are well-known people. It would not be good to reject them directly, so we prepared more invitations. I guess that's the case. No matter what, Zhang Yu is just a high school teacher. Naturally, he cannot get in touch with people in Che Xin's position, and he only knows part of the matter about the exhibition. If you're interested in this matter, you can ask Li Qingqing. After all, her family connections are pretty strong. Seeing that he had said everything that needed to be said, Zhang Yu said goodbye to Fang Xiu at the stairs and returned to his office to work. When Fang Xiu returned to the classroom, the get out of class had just ended. As the next class was physical education, there were not many people in classroom. However, Li Qingqing and Shi Zhanhong were both there. Tell me, what does teacher Zhang Yu want to see you about? Li Qingqing turned around, crossed her legs, and asked in a questioning tone. It was as if he was blaming Fang Xiu for doing something bad behind his back. Nothing. Fang Xiu shook his head. If it were normal, he would definitely complain that Li Qingqing might have taken the wrong medicine. Why should I explain to you what I have done in my whole life? But now, he really had something to ask Li Qingqing. Do you know about Master Che Xin's painting exhibition? Principal Ren gave me this. As he spoke, Fang Xiu took out the invitation to the art exhibition. When the other students saw this, they became jealous. An invitation to Master Che Xin's painting exhibition? I'm so envious. Damn it, I checked online today, and the scalper tickets have gone up to 200,000 yuan each. I really want to go. Due to Li Qingqing's aura, the other students were just muttering in the distance, and no one dared to come up. Only Shi Zhanhong suddenly remembered that Fang Xiu had mentioned this matter in the morning. He said Wu Mingjian gave him one. Now, the principal has given me another one. Doesn't that mean Fang Xiu now has 2 invitations? Godfather. In an instant, Shi Zhanhong rushed to Fang Xiu, bowed his head and kowtowed, his voice so loud that it filled the entire classroom. Fang Xiu. Li Qingqing. What are you doing here? Just go do what you were supposed to be doing. Li Qingqing glared at Shi Zhanhong fiercely. But how could Shi Zhanhong be afraid of Li Qingqing? He risked everything for the invitation. Godfather, as long as you give me the invitation letter, I will work like a slave for you for 3 years of high school. Li Qingqing couldn't help but frown when he heard this. Even if Fang Xiu is a saint, it is impossible for him to give Master Che Xian's invitation letter to others, right? Stop dreaming. Li Qingqing complainat un fapili. Fang Xiu looked at Shi Zhanhong. He had taken the invitation letter with the intention of selling it. It doesn't matter who you sell it to. Fang Xiu immediately sat on the chair and said, It's not impossible, but do you have that much money? This. Shi Zhanhong couldn't help but be stunned. It was because he had no money that he worshipped Fang Xiu as his godfather. Fang Xiu, are you really planning to sell it? Li Qingqing was also shocked by this sentence. Although Master Che Xian has retired, he is still a 5-star beastmaster after all. Sure enough, Li Qingqing had a certain understanding of Che Xian. Are you interested too? Fang Xiu took out both invitations while speaking. How about you guys bid for them? You have too. Li Qingqing was stunned. She never dreamed that Fang Xiu actually had 2 invitations. What did you get it? Chapter 83 Times Square. As the brightest star in Huqing Junior High School, Li Qingqing naturally had no shortage of channels, so she had no interest in the second invitation letter in Fang Xiu's hand. Although Chun Fan's talent is slightly inferior to theirs, his family is wealthy after all. Apart from them, Fang Xiu was not familiar with the others. Seeing that Shi Zhanhong was very interested in this exhibition, he simply sold it to him at a low price of 100,000. Of course, I wrote an IOU. In the following time, Fang Xiu used all his energy on taming beasts. Relying on the huge sum of money given by Ren Shiyue and the gift money from Wu Mingjian, Fang Xiu expanded the number of aliens to 1,000. I thought I could allow the alien queen to advance and evolve, but nothing happened. It was not until the weekend 3 days later that Fang Xiu and Shi Zhanhong agreed to meet at Times Square in Huqing. No matter what, Fang Xiu is a time traveler. After coming to this world, he focused all his energy on taming beasts. He had no chance to go shopping and felt like he was in an unfamiliar place. Godfather. Shi Zhanhong became very excited when he saw Fang Xiu. I thought I would have no chance to attend this art exhibition, but I didn't expect Fang Xiu to get an extra invitation. Just call me Fang Xiu. Fang Xiu complained with a dark face. Although I know that Shi Zhanhong's godfather was just joking, I still feel a little embarrassed to see him doing this in public. Okay. Shi Zhanhong nodded with a smile. However, Master Che Xian's selection of disciples should have nothing to do with me. Although he had the opportunity to come here with Fang Xiu to see the world, Shi Zhanhong didn't think he would be the lucky one. In his opinion, Fang Xiu's talent is the strongest. That's not the case. Fang Xiu shook his head slightly. He didn't think so. If it really depends on talent, then Che Xian wouldn't have to do this. Wouldn't it be better to just select people based on their grades? Besides, short videos are so popular nowadays that the live video of my fight with Li Jin has been edited and posted online repeatedly. Although the influence is limited to Huqing, it is enough to let Che Xian know about it. But he didn't contact me, which means he has his own selection criteria. Fang Xiu analyzed and said, Is that so? Shi Zhanhong's eyes lit up and a fighting spirit arose. However, at this moment, a cold female voice slowly floated over from behind Fang Xiu and Shi Zhanhong. But don't be happy too soon. Shi Zhanhong subconsciously turned around and found that the person standing behind them was none other than Li Qingqing, who was in the same class. Classmate Qingqing, what a coincidence. Shi Zhanhong's eyes flashed with surprise. He didn't expect to meet Li Qingqing here. But the next second, he was given a big eye roll by Li Qingqing. It felt like a complaint. We all came to the art exhibition. It would be strange if we didn't meet each other, right? Shi Zhanhong scratched his head awkwardly. Li Qingqing didn't even look at him, but quickened her pace and came to Fang Xiu. Now that it is approaching November and the weather is getting cooler, Li Qingqing has changed into black tights and a windbreaker, which looks very warm and highlights her long legs. She put her hands in her pockets and said softly to Fang Xiu, "I advise you not to take this matter too seriously." "What do you mean?" Fang Xiu suddenly became interested, and Shi Zhanhong also pricked up his ears. "I heard from my family that Master Che Xian did not bring any Beastmasters with him this time." Li Qingqing walked towards the Empire Building in Times Square and shared the information she had with Fang Xiu. "You didn't bring back any beast?" "What?" Shi Zhanhong asked in confusion. For Beastmasters, taming beasts is not only the result of their years of hard work, but also a partner who fights side by side. Many times, the bond between a Beastmaster and his beasts is stronger than the bond between people. I heard that the Five Flowers seized all of Master Che Xian's beasts on the grounds that the beasts were the group's property. So you understand? Rather than saying that Master Che Xian returned home in glory, it would be more accurate to say that he failed in the power struggle and was forced to return home. This time, maybe he accepted me as a disciple for revenge. Li Qingqing Analiza. In her opinion, someone like Che Xian would never bow his head easily. This time, the news that he wanted to recruit disciples was announced in Huqing with great fanfare. Maybe he wanted to train his successor so that he could avenge himself in the future. So, be careful not to be used as a gun by others. As he spoke, Li Qingqing looked at Fang Xiu meaningfully. There's nothing wrong with being used as a gun. Shi Zhanhong was a little puzzled. According to Li Qingqing, Che Xian's enemies are mostly the top executives of the Five Flowers group. If Che Xian really wanted revenge or something, he should send his disciples to the Five Flowers group first. That is one of the three most powerful factories in China. Together with Remy and Penguin, it is known as one of the big three. Is there really nothing wrong with it? Li Qingqing glanced at Shi Zhanhong, feeling as if she was speechless as to how Shi Zhanhong could be so naive. But Shi Zhanhong was still confused as to what was wrong. Why can we defeat someone who even Che Xian couldn't defeat? Seeing this, Fang Xiu casually expressed his thoughts. If you choose a freshman from high school, it will take 3 years of high school and 4 years of college. Even if you don't take the postgraduate entrance exam, it will still take 7 years. 7 years is enough for a person to become entrenched in a field. Even now, with the internet so developed, if the other party is a person who wants to wipe out the roots and finds out that Che Xian has such a disciple, do you think he will do nothing? If you accept Master Che Xian's cause, you will have to bear his consequences. After hearing Fang Xiu's explanation, Shi Zhanhong suddenly understood. Li Qingqing also felt her eyes brighten. Her family has very strong connections, and she heard a lot of intelligence and analysis from her family. Even before she came out, her family reminded her not to take the matter too seriously. But Fang Xiu's family is just an ordinary working family, and they haven't paid off their car loan and mortgage yet. Even if he was very talented in taming beasts, there was definitely no one who could explain this kind of thing to him. This means that Fang Xiu figured out the whole thing instantly after I reminded him. This guy's ability to draw inferences from one instance is even stronger than I thought. I thought Fang Xiu only knew how to tame beasts, but now he isn't that kind of nerd. Li Qingqing thought to herself, and when she looked at Fang Xiu's profile again, she couldn't help but feel the light emanating from his starry eyes. What's wrong? Fang Xiu felt Li Qingqing's gaze and asked subconsciously. On nothing, Li Qingqing's cheeks flushed, and she quickly turned her head to look at the other side, hesitatingly saying, "No, I mean that. If you were not chosen as a disciple by Che Xian, you wouldn't have to." So disappointing. Chapter 84. Lu Yuanhui, Number 3 Middle School. "Oh, are you concerned about me?" Fang Xiu said jokingly, but was met with a big eye roll from Li Qingqing. "Only a fool would care about you. Stop being so conceited," Li Qingqing said as she quickened her pace angrily. Looking at Li Qingqing's back, Fang Xiu couldn't help but smile. Although Li Qingqing has been regarded as a gifted girl by others since junior high school and has all kinds of halos, in the final analysis, she is just a high school student. Don't be too easy to guess what he is thinking. "Let's go too," Fang Xiu said to Shi Zhanhong. But just as Fang Xiu quickened his pace, another familiar voice came from his side. "Who am I thinking? Isn't this Fang Xiu?" Fang Xiu heard this and turned to look. The person who came was none other than the top student in the first grade of high school at number 3 Middle School, Li Jin. After the freshman exchange competition ended, number 3 Middle School quickly cut ties with Gung Guangwei and expelled him from the school on the grounds of his poor conduct. Although Gung Guangwei deserved the punishment he received, Li Jin's methods were not at all glorious. Fang Xiu really hated this kind of double standard. There was another person next to Li Jin who was half a head taller than Li Jin, strong and healthy, with a hint of heroic spirit in his brows. You are Fang Xiu. My name is Lu Yuanhui, a senior at number 3 middle school. Lu Yuanhui said in a low voice and took the initiative to introduce himself to Fang Xiu. Li Jin had a wicked smile on his face, and he thought Fang Xiu would be frightened by Lu Yuanhui's words. But who would have known that Fang Xiu's expression remained calm, just like during the freshman exchange competition. Cut. Li Jin smacked his lips. Master Che Xin values more than just the ability to control beasts. Instead, comprehensive talent, family situation, and background are also the criteria. If you want to cling to Master Che Xin's thigh, I advise you to stop dreaming. Li Jin snorted coldly and mocked Fang Xiu's background. If I remember correctly, your half-dragon copied someone else's beast-taming data. Can this be considered a talent? Fang Xiu tilted his head. Without other people's data, with your level, I'm afraid you wouldn't even be qualified to participate in the freshman exchange competition. It's fine to cheat others, but it would be shameful if you cheat yourself. Fang Xiu showed no sign of weakness and started to argue with Li Jin directly. It's just that lies don't hurt. The truth is the sharpest knife. As Fang Xiu finished speaking, Li Jin's expression became ferocious. At the critical moment, it was Lu Yuanhui who stopped him. Haha, classmate Fang Xiu, right? Lu Yuanhui smiled and said, It seems that you are very confident in your talent. But there is one thing you may not know. This exhibition is not just for high school freshmen. In the second and third year of high school, you will also have the opportunity to become Master Che Xin's last disciple. You are not special. Although I don't know who this Lu Yuanhui is, but judging from the situation of the two of them, I believe that Lu Yuanhui has often relied on Li Jinjia. Just because you can't win the argument with me, you start letting your dog bite people? Fang Xiu simply ignored Lu Yuanhui and complained to Li Jin directly. This sudden scene frightened Shi Zhanhong so much that he quickly pulled Fang Xiu's arm. His beast-taming skills were indeed very powerful in his first year of high school, but they are not yet to the extent that they can challenge the senior high school students. If a fight really breaks out here, they will suffer a great loss. Fang Xiu, let's go in quickly. Shi Zhanhong was so anxious that he broke out in a cold sweat. Very good. Lu Yuanhui sneered, took a step forward, and his red eyes made Shi Zhanhong feel a little uneasy. Fang Xiu was not afraid at all, because his facehugger could parasitize other people's beasts. Although he didn't know what Lu Yuanhui's beast was, if they fought, it would be an opportunity for him. Enough. Li Jin gritted his teeth. Although he was very angry in his heart, this was Times Square. Not only was there a large flow of people, but there were also surveillance cameras everywhere. Most importantly, they came to attend the art exhibition, not to fight with Fang Xiu. Although he felt unhappy, Li Jin still tried his best to restrain himself. Fang Xiu, don't be so complacent. One day, we will have to settle accounts with each other. Let's go. After saying that, Li Jin turned around and walked towards the Dihao building. Before leaving, Lu Yuanhui did not forget to glare at Fang Xiu, but was glared back by Fang Xiu. Shi Zhanhong covered his chest and breathed a sigh of relief. I was scared to death. Li Qingqing, who had already left, turned back when she saw that Fang Xiu did not follow her. What's wrong? Looking at Shi Zhanhong, sweating profusely, Li Qingqing tilted her head and asked in confusion. I met Li Jin. Fang Xiu said casually. It's not just Li Jin. You really don't know who that person is? Shi Zhanhong exclaimed with a look of surprise. That's Lu Yuanhui, one of the 4 guardians of number 3 middle school. Not only is he a genius who possesses a mythical beast species, his combat power can even be described as terrifying. Fortunately, he didn't attack you. Even now, Shi Zhanhong could feel his heart pounding. Lu Yuanhui, what's going on? A hint of surprise flashed across Li Qingqing's beautiful eyes. This shows how famous Lu Yuanhui's name is. Is it very powerful? Fang Xiu frowned slightly. This is fine if it's just Shi Zhanhong. Li Qingqing had been to her own beast-taming space and had seen the alien kingdom. The result was this expression. Is the gap between the 3rd year of high school and the 1st year of high school really that big? I can't say he's that great. Li Qingqing sighed. If we wait until we're in our 3rd year of high school, Lu Yuanhui won't even be worth mentioning. But, after all, he has been leading for 2 years. With us. No. Li Qingqing shook her head slightly. Even your alien queen is still a little behind the strong ones among the senior high school students. I know you're going to say that you defeated Mom Ming from the second year of high school before, but the school had just started at that time, and Mom Ming had not yet been baptized as a sophomore in high school. At most, he was in the late freshman year. It can be said that there's a gap between me and Lu Yuanhui. So, don't get into conflict with the seniors, do you hear me? With your current strength, it's not enough. Worried that Fang Xiu wouldn't listen to her, Li Qingqing stood on tiptoe and shouted in Fang Xiu's ear. But the next second, her cheeks turned red again, and she quickly turned around. Ahem. After a few coughs, Li Qingqing added leisurely. Anyway, we are here to attend the exhibition, not to fight with number 3 middle school. Okay. Fang Xiu said 3 okays in one breath, but he was thinking about something else. Senior year? If Lu Yuanhui is considered very good, then what level is Wu Mingjian, who is also a senior high school student? Chapter 85. The strongest high school student in Huqing. Huqing Times Square, Dihao Building, 59th floor. Fang Xiu was standing in front of the floor-to-ceiling window, overlooking the entire Times Square. This was the first time since he came to this world that he had overlooked the city from such a high position. Although Huqing is just a small city on the 18th tier in this world, thanks to the technology tree driven by beast taming, the infrastructure of this world has completely surpassed his previous world. Looking from this height, half of Huqing is in sight, and Fang Xiu can't help but stretch out his hand to grab forward. What are you doing? Li Qingqing walked back from not far away with a cup of Coke in her hand. This art exhibition occupied the entire floor, and security personnel were stationed every 10 or so meters to maintain order. However, although they said they were here to attend the art exhibition, most people were there from Master Che Xian's conditions for accepting disciples. No one was willing to spend time appreciating the paintings here. Instead, they gathered in groups of 3 or 4 to discuss what methods Che Xian would use to conduct the assessment. Shi Zhanhong was even simpler and more brutal. We came back with Li Qingqing. He was holding a big lobster in his hand, which made Fang Xiu stunned. Is this seafood? Judging from the size, Fang Xiu felt that the lobster in Shi Zhanhong's hand looked very much like the Boston lobster in his previous life. He just didn't know if there was a place called Boston in this world, so he didn't know where the lobster came from. But there was one thing he was sure of. It seemed that Shi Zhanhong was not here to attend the art exhibition, but rather to have a buffet. His mouth has not stopped talking since just now. He's been eating sirloin steak, black truffles, French foie gras, plus the lobster he brought back, basically all high-quality ingredients. Compared with other students who came to the exhibition, Shi Zhanhong's boldness was simply an anomaly. That should be it. Who cares? Shi Zhanhong shrugged indifferently, and then his eyes lit up. Don't move, Fang Xiu. You look quite handsome from this angle. As he spoke, Shi Zhanhong took out his cell phone and took a picture for Fang Xiu. Especially when Fang Xiu raised his hand, it seemed as if he wanted to hold the entire Huqing in his hand, which made him look even more domineering. After taking the photos with satisfaction, Shi Zhanhong sent them directly to his sister. After some negotiations, Shi Zhanhong also received a 10% bonus from the photo business. This way, there will be a chance to pay off the outstanding balance for the invitation letter earlier. Fang Xiu, you really shouldn't have brought this guy here. A trace of contempt flashed in Li Qingqing's beautiful eyes. Qingqing, you can't say that. You are all the proud children of Huqing. If I am noticed by Master Che Xian, I may be targeted by the Five Flowers group, but at least I will have a chance to rise to the top. I'm just an ordinary person. No one would choose me. Of course I have to eat more. Shi Zhanhong answered seriously and swallowed the whole lobster in 2 or 3 bites. It's worthy of being an exhibition of rich people. The food is really delicious. Just as Shi Zhanhong was enjoying his meal, 2 high school students walked towards the 3 of them. Finally, I found you. Upon hearing this, Fang Xiu looked at the visitors and discovered that one of them was Wu Mingjian, who had sent him the invitation letter. His outfit was obviously carefully designed and had a very chic feel. However, when standing side by side with the person next to him, Wu Mingjian intentionally gave up half a space. This shows his attitude towards the other person. Fang Xiu narrowed his starry eyes and looked at the other person. This man was about the same height as Wu Mingjian, wearing a white Zhongshan suit, and looked very much like the protagonist in the novel Fang Xiu had read in his previous life. Hello, classmate Fang Xiu. My name is Ma Wanfeng. I am the president of the Student Union of Number 1 Middle School and the strongest high school student in Huqing. Ma Wanfeng said lightly. These words were like a time bomb, which immediately detonated the entire exhibition. Many people looked over and stopped discussing the speculation about the exhibition. All the heated discussions centered around Ma Wanfeng. That person is Ma Wanfeng, the strongest high school student in Hucheng. It looks like he is indeed handsome. Why is he here? Even without the sponsorship of Master Che Xin, he should be able to get into Didu University with his grades. Damn it, why let the seniors come here? Ma Wanfeng, I heard that during his 3 years in junior high school, he never ranked second in any exam. He was always first. He even passed the test for number 1 middle school in just 4 minutes. In the freshman exchange competition, he defeated the 4 guardians of the 3rd middle school by himself. He is a true beast-taming genius. It's a pity that Ma Wanfeng's luck is not very good. In the Hejiang State League, he just made it to the quarterfinals when he ran into Harbin number 3 middle school. If he had better luck, he might have made it to the semifinals. Wait, did he just say Fang Xiao? The new guy who's popular in number 1 middle school? It seems so. I also followed Fang Xiao's doing. It's really him, my husband Fang Xiao. Husband? Sister, please be more reserved. In that case, wouldn't the strongest player and the strongest newcomer in number 1 middle school be competing on the same stage? Various voices came from all directions, and the heated discussion about Ma Wanfeng at the beginning gradually spread to Fang Xiao. It even caused some female classmates to scream. Only, according to the gossip they had, Master Che Xin only wanted to accept 1 student this time. This made Ma Wanfeng and Fang Xiao direct competitors. Ma Wanfeng didn't care about the discussions. He just lowered his head and chuckled slightly. It seems that you and I have become the focus of this exhibition. Li Qingqing threw the Coke in her hand to Shi Zhanhong and stood in front of Fang Xiao with her arms folded. So what? Are you here to use your status as the student union president to force Fang Xiao not to compete with you? Senior Ma is really arrogant. Li Qingqing is considered tall among girls, but she is still half a head shorter than boys like Fang Xiao and Ma Wanfeng. At this moment, I can only look up at each other. Ma Wanfeng was stunned. He didn't expect Li Qingqing to stand up and speak for Fang Xiao. In fact, even Fang Xiao didn't expect it. Even at this moment, Fang Xiao was still immersed in the title of the strongest high school student. Although I understand why everyone calls Ma Wanfeng the strongest high school student in Hucheng, it still feels so childish. No, how did this guy say this so calmly? Fang Xiao secretly complained to his heart. Ma Wanfeng smiled. You must be Li Qingqing, the strongest female beastmaster in the 1st grade of high school. That's really good, but you misunderstood one thing. I am not here to persuade Fang Xiao not to compete with me. On the contrary, whether Master Che Xin chooses me or Fang Xiao, we are both the pride of our number 1 middle school. Chapter 86, The Student Union's Methods. Ma Wanfeng said this calmly, as if Master Che Xin's decision to accept a disciple had no appeal to him at all. Although Master Che Xin is indeed powerful, Senior Chu's efforts over the years have also gained him a lot of connections and resources. Wu Mingjian raised the corners of his mouth, revealing a smug smile. He wasn't just saying this. Today, Chu Xinghe is at the peak of his career at Imperial Capital University and has become a powerful force. As long as these up-and-coming talents hold on to Chu Xinghe's support, they will be able to rise to prominence sooner or later. It doesn't matter even if Master Che Xin doesn't favor me. It's Chu Xinghe again. Li Qingqing obviously had a strong resistance to this name, and she glared at Wu Mingjian. If the student union has done anything to offend Qingqing before, I, as the president, am willing to apologize. Ma Wanfeng was not angry when he heard Li Qingqing's words. Fang Xiao, Li Qingqing, you are both outstanding students in the 1st year of high school. You will definitely achieve great things in the future. There's a truth that I hope you can understand. In this world, there's no eternal right or wrong, nor eternal enemies. There are only interests, especially in this age of universal beast control. Connections and resources are what allow a beastmaster to go further. So I hope you can join the student union. Wouldn't it be better if everyone helped each other? Ma Wanfeng said sincerely. These words made Shi Zhanhong feel a little moved. If Ma Wanfeng had invited him, he would definitely not refuse. We appreciate Senior Ma's kindness, but we are not interested in joining the student union. Li Qingqing stood in front of Fang Xiao, like a human barrier, preventing Ma Wanfeng and Wu Mingjian from getting close to Fang Xiao. Shi Zhanhong was also shocked by Li Qingqing's reaction. Does Fang Xiao think so too? Ma Wanfeng ignored Li Qingqing and instead asked Fang Xiu for confirmation. Is Li Qingqing's point of view also Fang Xiu's? Hey, Li Qingqing turned around and glanced at Fang Xiu, as if she was afraid that he would fall in love. Well, I just came here to attend the art exhibition and didn't think about anything else. Fang Xiu shook his head slightly and did not give Ma Wanfeng a clear answer. However, in Ma Wanfeng's view, not giving an answer to something like joining the student union is also a kind of answer. Since Fang Xiu has no interest in the student union, I won't force him. But after all, we are all students of number 1 middle school. As a senior, I should help my junior. I will tell you the information I have found out. Intelligence. Fang Xiu and Li Qingqing asked in unison, and the students gathered nearby also pricked up their ears. If it weren't for the identities of Ma Wanfeng and Wu Mingjian, they would also like to join in. That's right. Ma Wanfeng nodded. It is said that the scroll that Master Che Xian brought back is a product of the Five Flowers group. It can be used to test the qualifications of a Beastmaster. Generally, it is used to discover those Beastmasters who have high talents, but have no chance to show them. So, for this art exhibition, it's not just geniuses like us who have the chance to be noticed by Master Che Xian. After all, geniuses like us sometimes just have more abundant resources than others. While saying this, Ma Wanfeng glanced at Li Qingqing intentionally or unintentionally. It seemed to be reminding Li Qingqing that her halo and achievements were more the advantages of her original family and did not mean that she was a true genius. So, it's possible that no one will be selected for this exhibition. Shi Zhanhong was stunned. Although he didn't think he would be chosen, so he relaxed and started eating, but when he heard Ma Wanfeng say that, he was still shocked and suddenly felt that the food in his hand didn't taste good anymore. You should know, this art exhibition attracted all the best in Huqing. Ma Wanfeng, Wu Mingjian, Shun Bing, Fang Xiu, Li Qingqing for number 1 middle school, Wang Dalong of Yucai, Lu Yuanhui, Li Jin, Li Shijia, and others for number 3 middle school. They're all stars in his eyes. As a result, when it comes to Ma Wanfeng, there may not be a single person selected. These words even discouraged those students who wanted to eavesdrop on intelligence. This immediately made many people want to back out. Don't listen to him, Li Qingqing suddenly shouted. In her opinion, Ma Wanfeng said he was providing intelligence, but in fact he was doing it to attack others. In this way, not only can the competitors be reduced, but it can also promote the student union. Let those students who are already wavering join his student union. After all, number 1 middle school is a key high school in Huqing, and many of the people who came to participate in this exhibition are students of number 1 middle school. There are many outstanding people who were noticed by the student union, but failed to be absorbed. I don't know what other people think, but I have heard from my family that the truly powerful force is the heart of a Beastmaster. This is also the advantage of us, humans, being able to control beasts. But Senior Ma said something like this at this time. Isn't it to dampen the mentality of other students? After all, his mentality has been affected, and the test later is likely to shake his mind. Students who originally had the opportunity to be selected by Master Che Xian will also lose the opportunity because of their fear of losing. And, in my opinion, even the way Senior Ma appeared was very deliberate. Li Qingqing said in a sarcastic tone, who had introduced themselves as the strongest high school student in Huqing by speaking in a voice so loud that no one could hear them. I originally thought that Ma Wanfeng was just being conceited. Now that I think about it, maybe that was also a means of attracting attention. First, release the information in a kind way, to attack others. On the other hand, Ma Wanfeng attaches great importance to this election. Classmate Qingqing's ideas are really fresh and unconventional. Ma Wanfeng was not angry when he heard this, but just smiled kindly. After all, everyone has different ideas, and it is normal to have disagreements. Just as Ma Wanfeng and Li Qingqing were staring at each other, the crowd in the distance suddenly became agitated. It seems that Master Che Xian is here. The exhibition is about to officially begin. Wu Mingjian reminded Ma Wanfeng in a low voice. Okay, I understand. Ma Wanfeng nodded. Then we'll go first. After saying that, Ma Wanfeng and Wu Mingjian walked side by side towards the direction of the commotion of the crowd, leaving Fang Xiu, Li Qingqing, and Shi Zhanhong behind. That Li Qingqing is really a bit tricky. Wu Mingjian couldn't help but complain after they walked away. It has already produced some effects. Chapter 87, Beast Taming and Heart Refining Diagram. Wu Mingjian shook his head slightly, feeling a little regretful. If Li Qingqing hadn't shown up halfway, Ma Wanfeng's words would have been enough to shake the hearts of many students. Ma Wanfeng didn't pay much attention to it and strode towards the place where the crowd was commotioning. Upon seeing this, Fang Xiu, Li Qingqing, and Shi Zhanhong quickly followed and met Zhang Shuren and Chun Fan, who were traveling together on the way. After a brief greeting, they quickened their pace. Under the gaze of many guests, a tall woman slowly walked over, surrounded by a crowd. The other guests retreated to both sides like the tide. Fang Xiu focused his starry eyes over and saw that the visitor was wearing a bright red dress and had shiny black hair, which highlighted her noble temperament. But in Fang Xiu's opinion, this man looked to be in his 30s. Master Chexen, are you so young? Fang Xiu raised his eyebrows and said sarcastically, "This person is not Master Chexen." Li Qingqing snorted, "What a big shot." He invited all the outstanding students in Hucheng to this art exhibition, but he refused to even show his face. "Who is this person?" "She is Yu, the daughter of Master Chexen," Li Qingqing said casually. Yu did not greet the people who came up to her. Her beautiful eyes were a little cold. She just glanced at everyone and walked to a curtain. "First of all, I would like to thank you all for taking the time out of your busy schedule to attend this exhibition." After saying this, Yu deliberately paused to allow the guests to applaud. Although many of the people who came to the exhibition were the best from various universities, there were also some people from the upper class who attended the event. My father has devoted his entire life to taming beasts, but unfortunately, he has very high requirements for students, and even after so many years, he still hasn't found a suitable candidate. Now that I've retired with honor and am at home, I have the idea of finding a successor to pass on my life's work. That's why I drew this picture of taming beasts and refining the mind myself. I believe that all students should have heard your physical education teacher talk about this. To tame beasts, you are taming the beasts, but you are tempering your mind. Yu gave a vivid speech, attracting everyone's attention. We humans don't have sharp teeth or claws, so our ancestors had to hide in dark caves when facing ferocious predators. Finally, relying on their wisdom and the advantages of using tools, they gradually became the most advanced creatures on this continent. However, 100 years ago, the beast-taming world suddenly appeared in our world. The human condition is precarious. In the end, it was our ancestors who found a way to defeat the beast with the beast. The era of universal beast control has begun. Then what kind of power do we rely on to drive these beasts to fight for us humans? It's the power of the mind. Only with a strong mind can we suppress those beasts and make them work for us humans. So, my father's assessment is also very simple. This is a beast-controlling and mind-refining picture that can reflect the power of the mind. If there is a boy under 20 years old who can resist the power of this painting and pass its test, my father is willing to accept him as his apprentice and train him to the top 10. Not only that, your father is willing to fully provide all the resources you need for your 4 years of college. As Yu finished speaking, the whole audience suddenly became noisy. Top 10? As long as you pass the test, you can enter the top 10. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. However, since the assessment method is the beast-taming and heart-refining diagram, there should be more than just one spot, right? I don't know, but I'm ready. No matter what, I want to become Master Chexen's disciple. For a moment, the young boys and girls in the audience were eager to try, with excitement surging in their hearts. Even Shi Zhanhong, who originally had no expectations, began to want to give it a try. But then, Yu raised his voice, drowning out all the other sounds. This beast-taming and heart-refining painting contains a trace of my father's spiritual power. When you look at this painting, you will inevitably be shocked. I hope that all the young heroes will not be too brave. Then let's unveil it. After making sure that everyone understood the rules, Yu stepped aside, and the staff also pulled down the curtain covering the beast-taming and heart-refining diagram as she requested. A scroll painting more than 5 meters long appeared in front of everyone. This, Fang Xiu took a glance and took a deep breath. Was this drawn by Master Chexen himself? Why does it feel like the graffiti of an elementary school student? One piece is black, the other piece is white. The colors seem extremely unharmonious. But the next second, nice painting. A 2-meter-tall man passed by Fang Xiu and praised loudly. This painting is really brilliant, and the various colors are used just right, especially the colorful black in the painting, which is the finishing touch. I thought Master Xin was just a genius in beast taming, but I didn't expect his painting skills to be so exquisite. He is truly a role model for our generation. Fang Xiu and Li Qingqing were both stunned. But before they could complain, another deep voice came from another direction. In my opinion, this painting is not inferior to Van Gogh and Picasso. It looks abstract, but contains profound artistic conception. All of a sudden, the other students nodded, saying that what the two senior students said was absolutely right. In fact, more and more people are joining in this praise. Some even recited poems on the spot. Ahem. Seeing that the situation was getting out of control, Chaeyu couldn't help but clear his throat, interrupting everyone's flattery. Everyone, my father has especially processed this painting to prevent it from hurting anyone. Only if you get within 2 meters of the scroll can you see its contents clearly. If there are any young heroes who want to try their skills, please step forward a few steps. As Chaeyu finished speaking, the people who had just boasted about the painting blushed and retreated into the crowd in embarrassment. Ha ha, you're flattering the horse and hitting its hoof. Suddenly, a young man stood out from the crowd. He laughed and mocked the person who had just flattered him, then strode towards the scroll. It's Li Jin. Seeing this, Shi Zhanhong subconsciously muttered the other person's name. Then, the other person hesitated for a moment, but still walked forward decisively. Then the third, the fourth. Li Shijia from number 3 middle school. Yucai Wang Dalong. Shui Yiquan from number 8 middle school. Each of them is the best in their respective universities. This, Shi Zhanhong, took a breath of cold air. He originally wanted to walk over, but after seeing these geniuses mentioned by everyone, he finally gave up. Chapter 88. Fang Xiu originally thought that a large group of people would rush up and surround the beast taming and mind refining diagram. But as time passed, only Li Jin, Li Shijia, Wang Dalong, Shui Yiquan, and Lu Yuanhui were left standing there. More people chose to wait and see. That makes sense. This trial doesn't take into account ranking or order. Besides, the scroll is only 5 meters long. You have to stay within 2 meters to see the contents clearly. With such harsh conditions, there is naturally not enough space for too many people. But isn't it too frivolous to test it through a painting? Fang Xiu couldn't help but complain. Although he had heard that it was an art exhibition, he thought it was just a name, and the real test would be to see how well everyone could tame beasts. What a good result. Just went over to take a look at the painting. However, as soon as Fang Xiu finished his words, Li Jin flew backward from where he was. This sudden scene scared many students. They dodged and let Li Jin draw a parabola in the air and fall heavily to the ground. His face was extremely pale, and there was a trace of blood at the corner of his mouth. Damn it! Are they making such a big deal out of it? Shi Zhanhong's eyes widened like a cow's, and he blurted out a swear word. This Li Jin is the top freshman in number 3 middle school, and it just flew out like that? What on earth did this guy see? What Fang Xiu didn't expect was that after such an accident, Chaeyu's expression didn't change at all. She just asked someone to send Li Jin back. This Li Jin is a false genius after all. Li Qingqing snurta coldly. False genius. Shi Zhanhong was stunned. Don't you know? His beast control data was copied from someone else by using his connections. In the final analysis, he is just standing on the shoulders of others. It cannot be considered his own ability. He rashly comprehended the beast control and mind training diagram, and this is the natural outcome. Li Qingqing said lightly, with a hint of satisfaction in her brows, who allowed Li Jin to show off his power by relying on his family background. However, after such a disaster, Shi Zhanhong was even more afraid to go up. He even noticed that the expressions of Li Shijia and others were not looking good either. Fang Xiu, you just said that testing through a painting scroll is too much of a joke, isn't it? Li Qingqing raised the corners of her mouth and put on a pretentious expression. Yeah. Fang Xiu nodded slightly. Then do you know that your mind is full of distractions? Li Qingqing did not give Fang Xiu a chance to respond and continued talking on her own. Everyone has a demon ape in their heart. If the demon ape cannot be subdued, it will cause chaos in the heavenly palace. If the heavenly palace is not protected, the person's soul will be damaged, leading to explosive and manic tempers. And our beasts can sense this, and thus become violent and manic, and eventually become extremely vicious and violent beasts, fighting and aggressive all day long until they completely lose control. If you don't want to be attacked by these beasts, you must subdue the demon ape that is causing havoc in the heavenly palace, and then achieve the state of a clear mind. If I have to put it in a specific way, it's probably a kind of spiritual power. Li Qingqing said proudly. These words are not something you came up with yourself, right? Fang Xiu looked at Li Qingqing in disbelief. Although they have not had much interaction, they are classmates after all. Li Qingqing's general education subjects are indeed impressive, but she is not yet at the level of Zen enlightenment. This eloquent discussion on the beast taming and mind refining diagram was probably explained to her by her family members on purpose. Then I came here to learn and apply what I have learned. Even when Li Qingqing finished saying this, Shui Quan from number 8 middle school couldn't bear it anymore and fell to the ground with a thud. Li Shijia also knelt on one knee, his expression twisted in pain. But even so, Li Shijia did not quit and was still struggling. On the contrary, Wang Dalong let out a long breath and retreated from the considerable range of 2 meters. I give up. But just when everyone thought that Wang Dalong had passed the test, he uttered 3 words to Cheyu. Cheyu nodded slightly. It is a wise choice to retreat while the tide is still flowing. Maybe you haven't met my father's requirements now, but one day you will be on the right path. Although Wang Dalong failed in his comprehension, Cheyu gave him a high evaluation. Thank you, Senior Cheyu. Wang Dalong clasped his hands together. When he walked back to the crowd, he happened to meet Fang Xiu and others. What did you see? Li Qingqing asked curiously. The reason why she didn't go on stage directly was that she was watching and wanted to listen to other students' speeches. Well, Wang Dalong smiled awkwardly, then looked at Fang Xiu. I saw a classmate, Fang Xiu. Fang Xiu. Fang Xiu was full of questions. No, isn't this the beast taming and mind refining diagram? Why is it me that is being seen? I'm a beast tamer? I'm ashamed to say. Wang Dalong took a deep breath and explained what he saw when he was looking at the scroll. At a glance, he only felt that the scene around him was changing rapidly. When I came to my senses, I was already standing on the stage of the freshman exchange competition. The opponent he faced was Fang Xiu and his alien queen. The harder he fought, the more desperate he became. It even felt like Fang Xiu and his alien queen were getting bigger. It was like performing the magic of heaven and earth. The 40-meter-tall Fang Xiu seemed like a mountain that he could never cross in his lifetime. Listening to Wang Dalong's description, Li Qingqing couldn't help but take a breath. It seems that you have caused him a lot of psychological trauma. This, Fang Xiu smacked his lips. I won't take the blame for this. Soon, Li Shijia was also defeated in front of the scroll and was helped away from the scroll by the security personnel. Many students from number 3 middle school came over and asked Li Shijia what he had seen. Although Fang Xiu and others were not on good terms with Li Shijia, they also pricked up their ears. However, Li Shijia didn't say much, just shook his head slightly. Actually, his picture is Li Jin. No. To be precise, it is a world without Li Jin. If there was no Li Jin, the second-generation Imperial Wizard, he and his Shadow Wizard would definitely be the best in the 3rd middle school. Not only can you get rich resources, but the future is also bright. Even during the college entrance examination, I was admitted to the Magic City University with excellent results. Became a true child of destiny. However, his world quickly collapsed as Li Jin and his half-dragons broke in forcefully and took away everything that belonged to him. Hateful. Even though he was far away from the beast taming and mind refining diagram, Li Shijia was still gritting his teeth. What made him feel most powerless was that he hated Li Jin, the 2nd generation of the royal family. But I can't say a word of complaint. Once you tell others what you saw, once this matter gets out, he will be suppressed by Li Jin. Can't say. The more Li Shijia thought about it, the angrier he became. He roared hysterically, clenched his fist with his 5 fingers, and slammed them hard on the floor. This sudden scene scared many people. Chapter 89. We are here. Li Jin, Li Shijia, Wang Dalao, and Lu Yuanhui are all relatively famous students. Seeing them fail one after another, and some even being carried away on stretchers by security, many students who were eager to try were all intimidated and looked at the scroll without daring to step forward. Let's go. Li Qingqing glanced at the reactions of the others and directly called Fang Xiu to go up together. Fang Xiu naturally had no reason to refuse, but when he walked over with Li Qingqing, he noticed that Shi Zhanhong was standing there indifferent. Don't you want to try it? Fang Xiu asked softly. Well, Shi Zhanhong smiled awkwardly and shook his head. He originally planned to give it a try, but after seeing what happened to Li Shijia, he completely lost his courage. After all, my ranking in the class is neither high nor low, and the best option for my future is to go to an ordinary 211 university. I am still a long way from becoming Master Che Xian's disciple. If I hurt myself, my progress in taming beasts would fall behind again. My family background is not particularly outstanding, and a midterm exam is coming soon, so why bother to gamble? After weighing the pros and cons in his mind, Shi Zhanhong decided to cheer for Fang Xiu from the sidelines. Okay, Fang Xiu nodded, then turned around and walked onto the stage. Zhang Shuren and Chun Fan looked at each other and followed decisively. Then, there was a heated discussion among the crowd. Hey, am I seeing things right? Those guys that just went up are Fang Xiu and his team, right? This is the setup for the freshman exchange competition. Yes, it's them, the strongest freshman group of Huching #1 middle school. I think they are so handsome. For a moment, many people looked at him with envy and jealousy. Qingqing is here. What was even more unexpected was that when Li Qingqing walked onto the stage, Che Yu actually took the initiative to greet her. Hello, Aunt Che. Li Qingqing responded politely. Come on, Qingqing. Although it was just a simple greeting, it was not difficult to see the relationship between the two, and it aroused the envy of many people. Let's go too. Seeing this, Ma Wanfeng simply strode up. Wu Mingjian was stunned. There is no order of priority in this trial. You can wait until Fang Xiu and the others are finished, and then go there yourself. Why do I have to compete with these high school freshmen at this time? Are you scared? Ma Wanfeng saw the struggle in Wu Mingjian's heart and turned back with a chuckle. What do I have to be afraid of? Wu Mingjian snorted coldly and followed him. Over the years, he has always been suppressed by Ma Wanfeng. If I could get guidance from Master Che Xian, I might be able to surpass Ma Wanfeng in the college entrance examination. This is undoubtedly an opportunity for me. Although my high school career is about to end, if I can win the top spot in the Huching college entrance examination, I will naturally be favored by Senior Chu. Wu Mingjian thought to himself, his eyes becoming sharper. Ma Wanfeng, you can't always be #1. As the president and vice president of the student union of #1 middle school, they have long been well known. There are even many people who call them the twin heavenly supremes of Huching #1 middle school. When the two of them walked onto the stage, the discussion became more intense. It's Ma Wanfeng and Wu Mingjian. They're here too? They're already elite students in the 3rd year of high school, but they're here to compete with us for opportunities. Is that appropriate? But why at this time? Even though the scroll is more than 5 meters long, it would be a bit crowded for 6 people to go on stage together, right? It seems that Fang Xiu and the others haven't joined the student union. Maybe they want to suppress the freshmen. Someone in the crowd said this, and the other students felt that it made some sense. After all, the student union has been eliminating dissidents, and geniuses who do not join the student union will be ostracized by them. As a genius among the freshmen in high school, Fang Xiu was naturally the focus of their attention. What was even more unexpected was that after Ma Wanfeng walked onto the stage, he went straight to Zhang Shuren and gave him a look. Senior Ma, Zhang Shuren had always heard of Ma Wanfeng, so he had to step aside a few steps to make room. However, everyone could see that Ma Wanfeng was not trying to make things difficult for Zhang Shuren. He asked Zhang Shuren to step aside just to stand next to Fang Xiu. An invisible pressure was approaching Fang Xiu. Senior Ma actually deliberately stood next to Fang Xiu. I feel so stressed. Yeah, if Senior Ma stood next to me, I probably wouldn't have the courage to continue watching. It seems like Fang Xiu wasn't affected at all. On the stage, Fang Xiu did not pay attention to the changes around him. He was concentrating on looking at the scroll and only felt that the scene around him was changing rapidly. In the blink of an eye, he was already on a grassland. And the wind and soil here both gave Fang Xiu a sense of familiarity. Is this my beast controlling space? Fang Xiu raised his eyebrows and quickly recognized the place. Immediately afterwards, the ground cracked and the soil under Fang Xiu's feet rose up. The sudden change caught Fang Xiu off guard. He slipped and fell to the ground, with the soil rising continuously. I don't know how long it took before this place stabilized. What's going on? Is this also considered as being distracted? Fang Xiu recalled Li Qingqing's words, then stood up from the grass and brushed the dirt off his body. After looking around, Fang Xiu noticed that the rising ground included not only the area under his feet, but also various square pieces of land. They formed squares. Hiss, hiss, hiss. The next second, a gloomy and low voice came from behind Fang Xiu. This voice. Fang Xiu's eyes moved, and he felt something was wrong. He turned around quickly and saw his alien swordsman standing on the other side of the square platform. This alien swordsman held a black knife in his hand, and a fierce, murderous aura emanated from his whole body. Is this my inner world? Feng Xiu muttered to himself. According to Li Qingqing, this painting will infinitely magnify the violent side of the Beastmaster's heart, thus affecting his own beast control. But he did not enter the beast-controlling space. That's why Feng Xiu felt that he might have entered his inner world. What he saw in this painting was most likely the fear deep in his heart. I see, Feng Xiu suddenly realized. As long as my heart is as calm as water, I can make this illusion disappear. Feng Xiu took a deep breath and relaxed himself. However, the alien swordsman standing opposite him gripped the black knife tightly and walked towards him step by step. The murderous aura emanating from it also became more intense. Hiss, hiss, hiss. Feng Xiu even felt that he could read the message the other party was conveying from this strange hissing sound. A mere human being actually dreams of becoming the king of aliens. Chapter 90. Waste, waste, waste. This is... Chun Fan stared at the scroll, becoming more and more fascinated the more he looked at it. In a trance, he actually returned to Huqing No. 1 Middle School. He sat in the first row of the classroom, and his head teacher Li Guosheng picked up a list from the podium. The results of this midterm exam are out. Some students deserve praise, but some are simply a mess. In today's era, everyone can taming beasts, and every industry cannot be separated from taming beasts. When you enter society in the future without a powerful beast tamer by your side, how can you gain a foothold and stand out? How can you be worthy of your parents? I don't want to say any more extra words to you. If you don't take beast control seriously and want to continue to waste it, then it's up to you. Here are the school rankings for this exam. First place, Feng Xiu. Second place, Li Qingqing. When he said this, Li Guosheng deliberately stopped. His eyes were cold and ruthless, and he glanced fiercely at Chun Fan below. Look at the students in class 2. They are always in the top 2 in the school in every exam. Look at someone among you. After saying that, Li Guosheng continued reading. Chun Fan's face turned red and hot. In terms of family background, he was much better off than Feng Xiu. But the difference in talent is as huge as the difference between heaven and earth. It's okay. Even if I can't compare to Feng Xiu and Li Qingqing, I can still be in the top 10 of the school. I have a chance to enter the top 10 in the future. Chun Fan began to comfort himself. But what he never expected was, after Li Guosheng finished reading out the top 10 rankings, Chun Fan discovered that he was not among them. Without me, his eyes instantly widened like cow's eyes, and he stared at the list in Li Guosheng's hand in disbelief. Li Guosheng continued reading without pause. Chun Fan's name is not included in the rankings from 11 to 20. Then 21 to 30, 31 to 40, even top 50, top 60. Chun Fan's name never appeared. His expression also changed from confusion at the beginning to surprise, puzzlement, and finally horror. Impossible. I have been working hard to learn beast taming, and my family has even hired the best physical education teacher to give me extra lessons. Even one class costs as much as 8,000. How is it possible that I can't even get into the top 60? Moreover, the number of places that can be admitted into the top 10 each year is limited. I can't even make it into the top 60 in this middle school. So how can I have a chance to get into the top 10? The more he thought about it, the more desperate Chun Fan felt. But what made him even more desperate was his name is not in the first 70, first 80, first 100. Not only the top 10 in the country, but also 985 and 211 are out of his reach. Impossible, impossible, impossible. Chun Fan suddenly stood up from his chair, feeling dizzy. He wanted to ask Li Guosheng why his name was not among the top 100. But as soon as he opened his mouth, he felt discomfort in his throat, difficulty breathing, and everything in front of him became blurry. Then his legs went limp, and he fell forward. Plop! Chun Fan's eyes went dark, and he fell straight onto the stage. Zhang Shuran, who was standing beside him, gradually could not hold on any longer and kept backing away from the scroll. He breathed deeply, his bangs already wet with sweat. 2 more people were unable to resist the impact of the scroll and were declared defeated. Seeing this, the students in the audience became even more nervous. Even students like Zhang Shuren and Chun Fan can't hold on. So why should they participate in the trial? At the same time, in Wu Mingjian's spiritual world, he is trying hard to catch up with Ma Wanfeng. Ma Wanfeng, as long as I pass this trial, I can become Master Che Xian's disciple. I will never lose to you in the college entrance examination. When we get to Imperial Capital University, I will be senior Chu's right-hand man. Wu Mingjian vented all the frustration he had experienced during his 3 years of high school. However, in the face of his venting, Ma Wanfeng said nothing and just walked silently in front. Hey you, are you listening to me? Wu Mingjian gradually quickened his pace, wanted to catch up with Ma Wanfeng, wanted to stand in front of him and shout at him. But the faster he quickened his pace, the greater the gap between him and Ma Wanfeng. That feeling is as if I will never catch up. Hateful. Wu Mingjian gritted his teeth. During his 3 years of high school, he defeated countless opponents and powerful enemies to get to where he is today. Could it be that Ma Wanfeng is really the mountain that he cannot cross? Vice President Wu, what are you doing? Suddenly, a young boy's voice came into Wu Mingjian's ears. Can't you see? Wu Mingjian wanted to shout that he was chasing Ma Wanfeng and would soon surpass him. But when he turned around, he found Fang Xiu walking leisurely behind him. Vice President Wu, you're a bit slow. Fang Xiu was holding an apple leisurely in his hand and said jokingly while taking a bite. I'll be leaving first, Vice President Wu. In fact, Fang Xiu did not even stay for long. He just exchanged a few words with Wu Mingjian and continued walking forward. Hey, you guy. Wu Mingjian became shocked and angry for a moment and wished he could pull Fang Xiu back. But when he reached out his hand, he found Fang Xiu became out of reach. No matter how hard he tried, he couldn't touch Fang Xiu. In fact, he was sweating profusely from running all the way. My heart was pounding and my mouth was dry. His body finally reached its limit and his speed slowed down little by little. And before he knew it, Fang Xiu had caught up with Ma Wanfeng and was running neck and neck with him. Not only was he unable to catch up with Ma Wanfeng, but he was also easily caught up by Fang Xiu, the latecomer. Damn it. Wu Mingjian gritted his teeth, finding it hard to accept this fact. But then, another voice came from beside him. Waste. The person who came was none other than Li Qingqing, a freshman in high school. She hurriedly passed by Wu Mingjian and left a cold sentence. Who are you calling a waste? Wu Mingjian was stunned for a moment and quickly retorted, but found that Li Qingqing did not stop and left him far behind. The word waste seemed like a devil's voice, constantly echoing around him. Waste. 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 Ah! Under the high mental pressure, Wu Mingjian could no longer bear it. He covered his ears and turned to flee in another direction. I'm not trash, I'm not trash. Wu Mingjian, am not a waste. By the time Wu Mingjian came to his senses, he had already moved away from the scroll. His miserable appearance was seen by countless people. However, due to Wu Mingjian's influence, these people could only pretend to remain calm. In the end, Wu Mingjian was so ashamed that he fled from here. Only Li Qingqing, Fang Xiu, and Ma Wanfeng were left on the stage. Chapter 91. Even a rare talent is not enough. Even Senior Wu failed. No way. Senior Wu is the second best student in Huqing No. 1 Middle School. With his grades, he can get into the top 10 even without the quota. Isn't this talent enough? This beast taming and heart refining diagram is too exaggerated. As Wu Mingjian walked off the stage, all kinds of discussions came into his ears. Although no one blamed Wu Mingjian, these normal discussions became harsh at this moment. Wu Mingjian's eyes turned red, and he bit his lips so hard that he unknowingly left a trace of blood. Not only did he fail to defeat Ma Wanfeng, he was also surpassed by younger generations like Fang Xiu and Li Qingqing. An unprecedented sense of frustration arose in Wu Mingjian's heart. Hateful. Wu Mingjian cursed in his heart, and even after he retreated back into the crowd, he still felt extremely unhappy. After Chen Fan, Zhang Shuren, and Wu Mingjian stepped down from the stage one after another, some seats became vacant on the stage. Several students exchanged glances briefly and finally mustered up the courage to go forward. But in front of Che Xian's beast taming and mind refining diagram, these students couldn't even last 3 or 4 breaths. Students with slightly weaker psychological qualities fainted on the spot. Even Che Yu couldn't help but frown and ordered the security personnel to carry away the unconscious students. Time passes by. Li Qingqing let out a long breath and walked down from the stage. Compared with the reactions of Wu Mingjian and others, Li Qingqing could be said to be calm and composed. Even her eyes were much brighter. It's really worthy of being Master Che Xian's beast taming and mind refining diagram. After some insights, my state of mind has indeed become much clearer. Li Qingqing stretched her muscles and bones, and her bright and beautiful eyes focused on Yu. Such a scene surprised many students in the audience, who thought that Li Qingqing had really succeeded. He had an extremely dazzling aura since junior high school. Although he was overshadowed by the rising star Fang Xiu after entering high school, he was still the second best student in Huqing #1 middle school. Now that he has the good fortune to pass the test of the beast taming and mind refining diagram, people are even more envious. In fact, the corners of Li Qingqing's mouth soon turned up, revealing a smug look. But who would have known that facing the excited Li Qingqing, Yu would sigh, "Qingqing, you can face the beast taming and refining heart diagram and stabilize your state of mind. In terms of talent and aptitude, you are indeed one in a million. Given time, I will definitely be able to get into a top university. What a pity. It's still a little short of what my father asked for." Yu shook his head helplessly. She and Li Qingqing's aunt were classmates in high school and went to the same college, and they had a close relationship. Selfishly speaking, she would be happy to see Li Qingqing pass her father's test. Unfortunately, the requirement was set by Xan himself, and even she, his daughter, was powerless to interfere. Hearing these words, many students present were secretly surprised, and their pupils trembled slightly. Even Yu said that in terms of talent and aptitude, Li Qingqing is one in a million. But even this kind of talent can't meet Master Xan's requirements? How terrifying a disciple does he want? Not 1 in 100,000? 1 in a million? Do people like this really exist in Huqing? That's really a pity. Li Qingqing smacked her lips slightly, feeling lucky that she didn't show too much excitement. Otherwise, it would be really embarrassing. For a moment, the whole scene fell completely silent, and no student dared to try again. Li Qingqing walked back to the crowd, and Shi Zhanhong hurriedly came up to her and asked her what she saw in front of the scroll. However, Li Qingqing did not answer this question. Instead, she stared at Fang Xiu intently. "It's up to you." Her eyes moved back and forth between Fang Xiu and Ma Wanfeng. On one side are his classmates, and on the other side is the student union president whom he wants to get rid of. Li Qingqing naturally leaned towards Fang Xiu. The atmosphere at the scene also became tense unconsciously. Fang Xiu and Ma Wanfeng are the top students in the first and third year of high school, respectively. The two of them walked onto the stage almost at the same time and have persisted until now. Invisibly, it seemed as if they were competing with each other. However, Fang Xiu didn't care about the outside world or what happened to Ma Wanfeng. In a trance, he came to the square platform, and the alien swordsman he trained was walking towards him quickly with a sword in hand. A fierce, murderous aura enveloped him. "Is this my inner demon?" Fang Xiu raised his sword-like eyebrows and simply used the method he used in the beast-taming space, walking towards the alien sword saint, wanting to overwhelm him once again in terms of momentum. But what Fang Xiu didn't expect was that this time the alien swordsman did not stop killing like last time. It still walked forward with big strides, and the black knife in its hand was quickly raised above its head. The distance between the two is constantly shortening. When Fang Xiu came to his senses, the alien sword saint was already standing in front of him, slashing down with the sharp black knife. "Call out." The sound of breaking wind echoed in Fang Xiu's ears. The extremely real feeling of oppression made Fang Xiu dodge at the last moment. He pushed hard with his feet and rolled out due to inertia. Bang! The alien swordsman's black knife slashed into the ground, extending a bottomless crack. "Fuck, are you serious?" Fang Xiu blinked and looked in disbelief at the cracks created by the alien swordmaster. If I had been a step slower, I might have been cut in half by this alien swordsman. Go to hell. Seeing that his attack missed, the alien sword saint turned around and slashed at Fang Xiu 3 more times. The blade flashed with cold light and was so powerful that Fang Xiu was forced to dodge repeatedly, looking extremely embarrassed. Alien Queen. Fang Xiu rolled again, avoiding the attack of the alien swordmaster. He let out a low roar, wanting to release the alien queen to fight. But his order received no response. The alien sword master seized this flaw, swung his tail violently, and hit Fang Xiu hard. It happened in a flash. Fang Xiu crossed his hands and placed them in front of his chest, barely resisting the attack. However, his body still flew backwards 8 feet like a kite with a broken string. Bang! Fang Xiu fell heavily to the ground and rolled several times before stopping. He took a deep breath and felt his arms going numb and painful. Isn't this the spiritual world? Why does it hurt so much? Fang Xiu couldn't help but complain, but seeing that the alien sword saint refused to give up, he had to turn around and run away. However, what Li Qingqing said also emerged in Fang Xiu's mind. Restless mind. Make trouble in heaven. Fang Xiu adjusted his breathing and began to hypnotize himself, trying to calm himself down. My words and actions are as clear as a mirror, and everything I do is just. Why should I explain to you what I have done in my life? However, Fang Xiu's self-hypnosis did not receive any response. His alien swordsman was still chasing him like a madman. It seems to be of no use. Chapter 92. I, Fang Xiu, am the king of aliens. Fang Xiu tried to adjust his mindset according to Li Qingqing's theory, but it was of no use. The alien swordsman still raised his sword and slashed at him. Before he knew it, Fang Xiu was forced to the edge of the square formation by the alien sword saint. It's not over yet, is it? Fang Xiu turned back suddenly. If it weren't for me, could the alien survive in this world? I am the one who created the alien. It would be fine if it happened in the real world, but the human body functions are no match for silicon-based creatures like aliens. But this is my spiritual world. In my dream, would I still let you bully me? Fang Xiu shouted and raised his fist. There's nowhere to hide anyway, so I might as well fight this alien swordsman. No matter how eager Che Xin is to recruit a disciple, he wouldn't cause anyone to die, right? The worst plan is to fly out like Li Jin. It's better than staying here forever. With the intention of fighting the alien sword master to the death, Fang Xiu pushed his feet hard and rushed straight towards the alien sword master. He raised his fist and aimed it at the alien sword master's chest and smashed it with all his strength. It seemed that he had not expected Fang Xiu to dare to fight back, and the alien sword master was unable to react for a moment. Bang! Accompanied by a loud bang exploding in Fang Xiu's ears, his alien swordsman flew out on the spot. This time, it was Fang Xiu who was dumbfounded. He watched the alien swordsman draw a parabola in the air and fall heavily to the ground, but his fist didn't hurt much. He glanced at his hands in disbelief. So, in my spiritual world, I don't have to follow the rules of the real world? I can fight the alien alone? Fang Xiu's eyes lit up, and the corners of his mouth rose unconsciously. Compared with the embarrassment just now, Fang Xiu now felt like he was playing a horror game, being chased by monsters and ghosts in the game. Almost when he felt desperate, he suddenly found a red thing on the opponent's head. Health bar. Then there's nothing to be afraid of. Fang Xiu couldn't help but smile evilly. Then he took a step forward and walked towards the alien swordsman. If I think about it carefully, my physical fitness here is indeed much stronger than in the real world. Otherwise, it would be impossible for him to dodge the alien swordsman's attacks again and again just by rolling. Die! The alien swordsman stood up again with a somersault, and its mouth parts made a hissing sound, threatening Fang Xiu with death. But the next second, Fang Xiu flashed directly in front of it, clenched his 5 fingers into a fist again, and punched the alien swordsman hard on the chin. Rising Dragon Fist. The punch was so powerful that it sent the alien sword master flying 3 meters high. When it began to fall, Fang Xiu jumped up, clasped his hands together, and punched the alien swordsman hard in the abdomen. Bang! With a loud bang, the alien swordsman's body was embedded directly into the ground, and the shattered cracks were like a black spider web. What made Fang Xiu feel even more incredible was the alien swordsman just a moment ago was still a huge monster several meters tall. But in the blink of an eye, the size of this alien swordsman became much smaller. No, that's not right. It's not that the alien sword master has become smaller, but that I am getting bigger. Fang Xiu talked to himself. He felt that ever since he had developed the desire to resist, strength began to surge out of his body. It's not as simple as just becoming stronger. He could even see the alien sword master's movements clearly. It felt like the movie was slowed down by 0.5 times. Phew! In an instant, the alien swordsman lay on the ground, spat out his sour blood at Fang Xiu, then stood up vigorously, waving the black knife in his hand, and swept towards Fang Xiu. It happened in a flash. Looking at the acid blood flying over, Fang Xiu felt that his starry eyes were brighter than ever before. Not only could he see the flight trajectory of the acid blood clearly, but his body also moved unconsciously. He dodged the acid blood attack by turning sideways and reached out to grab the wrist of the alien swordsman with one hand. And Fang Xiu's body size was slowly increasing without him noticing. By the time he came to his senses, his own height had surpassed that of the alien swordmaster. Fang Xiu grabbed the alien swordmaster's wrist with one hand and grabbed his joints with the other. You know, this bone joint connected to the black knife is the most distinctive feature of the alien swordmaster compared to other aliens. Do you really think that just because I named you Sword Saint, you'll become a Sword Saint? You're 100 years too early to play with a knife in front of me. Looking at the glittering blood bar on the alien Sword Saint's head, Fang Xiu roared like a wild beast. He exerted force with both hands at the same time, and his facial features became ferocious. The sudden scene even gave the alien sword master a chill. Click, click. Cracks spread across the alien sword saint's arm, and finally, with a crisp click, Fang Xiu broke the alien sword saint's black knife with his backhand and took it directly in his hand. Look, this is real swordsmanship. Fang Xiu shouted again. Although he had never practiced any sword skills, he had played many sword-related games in his previous life. For example, there's a game called DNF. In its heyday, it defeated the most difficult group dungeon at that time without the Wu sword chi. Phantom Sword Dance. Fang Xiu held the knife in one hand and slashed at the alien swordmaster. The speed was as fast as if he was swinging the knife, and after images of sword skills appeared in the air. At first glance, it seemed as if dozens of swords were slashing towards the alien swordmaster at the same time. The alien swordmaster wanted to defend himself, but he could not withstand the sharpness of the black knife and could not tell the real from the fake. For a moment, acidic blood splashed everywhere. But what made the alien swordmaster feel even more terrified was that when faced with the acidic blood splashing toward him, Fang Xiu did not choose to avoid the attack. But he swung the black knife in his hand more frantically, chopping at the sour blood as well. It felt as if there was an invisible barrier around Fang Xiu that could cut off anything that approached him. Such exquisite swordsmanship even shocked the alien swordmaster. Is this guy really human? No. Hiss. He is not human, duh. He is the true king of aliens. At this moment, the alien swordmaster truly realized the gap in strength between himself and Fang Xiu. That powerful strength and superb swordsmanship seemed to be in a different dimension from himself. The real, invincible posture. However, although this alien swordsman was chopped into pieces by the black knife in Fang Xiu's hand, he did not have the slightest resentment in his heart. On the contrary, the alien swordmaster was completely immersed in it at this time, marveling at Fang Xiu's power. He is the real king of aliens. Break it for me. Fang Xiu chopped out the last part of the phantom sword dance, and the dazzling sword energy moved forward, breaking everything in two wherever it went. The whole world began to fall apart. Chapter 93 Li Qingqing. Are you protecting your husband? The world is collapsing. Fang Xiu felt the extremely real earthquake and looked around. The sky began to crack and the rising ground began to fall rapidly. The scene around was changing at a speed visible to the naked eye. But what Fang Xiu didn't expect was that the collapsing sky did not turn pitch black, but instead became extremely white and even had lights and patterns. Is this the ceiling? In the blink of an eye, the blue sky disappeared completely, replaced by a white ceiling. Fang Xiu subconsciously lowered his head and saw a 5-meter-long scroll hanging on the wall. Emperor Tower. An art exhibition? I'm back. Fang Xiu quickly came back to his senses, but was confused again. So did I pass or not? The next second, a crack suddenly appeared on the scroll in front. Fang Xiu looked up and raised his eyebrows, only to see that the crack was becoming more and more obvious and longer. Swish! With a clear, tearing sound, the entire scroll suddenly split in the middle and fell to the floor. This sudden scene made all the students in the audience stunned. What's going on? Is the scroll broken? This shouldn't be the case. Can anyone explain what's going on now? Well, we have to pay for it. There was a lot of heated discussion, and many students were so scared by the scene that they took a step back. When Fang Xiu heard the word compensation, he couldn't help but take a breath. Good job. It doesn't matter if you don't pass the test. Still need to pay compensation? Don't panic, young heroes. It's normal for the scroll to be destroyed. Seeing that the scene was becoming somewhat chaotic, Yu quickly stood up to explain. As I said before, this scroll is a masterpiece created by my father using special techniques. It can have a certain impact on those who view it. But on the other hand, if someone has extremely strong spiritual power, they can also impact the painting. Now that the painting has been destroyed, it means that the person my father had been waiting for has appeared, Chaeyu said with a harmonious look on her face. She could not meet Chae Xian's requirements since she was young, and finally relied on her family's resources to get into a top 10 university. Every time she saw Chae Xian looking worried over the years, she felt anxious. Even after watching Li Qingqing, Wu Mingjian, and others step down one after another, the light of hope in her heart became dim. I thought I would get nothing this time, but I didn't expect. God will not let down those who work hard. A talented young man was finally born in Huqing. However, when Chaeyu looked up, Fang Xiu and Ma Wanfeng were both standing on the stage. The trial process of the beast taming and mind refining diagram is completely invisible to outsiders. Chaeyu couldn't confirm for a while whether it was Fang Xiu or Ma Wanfeng who passed the trial. Suddenly, Ma Wanfeng seemed to sense the atmosphere. The corner of his mouth curled up, and he stretched out his right hand towards Fang Xiu. As expected of the first freshman, he actually stood with me to the end. Fang Xiu looked at Ma Wanfeng's hand, then looked at Chaeyu, and seeing that she didn't say anything, he shook hands with Ma Wanfeng. So what's the situation now? The last moment I remember was when I... However, before Fang Xiu could finish his words, Ma Wanfeng had already walked past him and deliberately raised his voice a bit. Since the painting was destroyed due to our mental shock, it means that both of us meet Master Chae Xian's requirements. I wonder if Master Chae Xian would mind accepting both of us as his disciples. Ma Wanfeng said with a smile. But to the students in the audience, it seemed that Ma Wanfeng's magnanimity was clearly an attempt to give Fang Xiu a way out. The implication is clear. Fang Xiu is also considered a talented talker among the freshmen in Huqing No. 1 High School. If Master Chae Xian could accept him as a disciple, he would not regret it. You are worthy of being the strongest high school student in Huqing. Not only is he powerful, but he is also broad-minded. I Wu Sanjian am convinced. Senior Ma is right. Junior brother Fang Xiu is also a rare genius. Let's accept him together. But wouldn't this be a bad idea? After all, Master Chae Xian said that he would only accept one person this time. Although Fang Xiu has excellent talent, the person who just broke the scroll must be Senior Ma, right? Indeed, Fang Xiu should have just picked up the leak. If it was a little later, he might not have been able to hold on. If that's the case, then you shouldn't have accepted Fang Xiu as your disciple, right? If he had held out long enough, he could have gotten it for free. Then I should have gone up as well, since Senior Ma Wanfeng was here anyway. Although Ma Wanfeng behaved extremely magnanimously, there were still some people in the audience who were dissatisfied and felt that Fang Xiu had simply taken advantage of a big bargain. You guys, don't just flatter me just because Ma Wanfeng is the president of the student union. Why do you think that Ma Wanfeng must have broken the beast taming and refining heart diagram? I also said it was Fang Xiu who did it. Seeing the students from No. 1 middle school using Fang Xiu to bully others, Li Qingqing was extremely unhappy. She clenched her fists and shouted at the crowd. Although Li Qingqing has a strong aura, he is also friends with Chaeyu. But under the influence of the atmosphere on the scene, many people still refuted it. Isn't this right? Senior Ma is a senior student. His state of mind must be much stronger than Fang Xiu, who is a freshman. Sister Qingqing, you don't like Fang Xiu, do you? Indeed, I remember you were in the same class and participated in the freshman exchange competition together. It's normal for you to have feelings for each other. Yo, so this counts as protecting your husband. Before they knew it, many people started making jokes about the relationship between Li Qingqing and Fang Xiu. So, why did you guys remain indifferent when Ma Wanfeng walked onto the stage just now? Just as the noise of the scene was becoming increasingly chaotic and Chaeyu was about to stop everyone, Fang Xiu, who was standing on the stage, suddenly raised his voice. In an instant, countless pairs of eyes looked at him. To be honest, Fang Xiu didn't have much expectations for this trial. He just happened to receive the invitation and came to take a look. Some people think he is not as good as Ma Wanfeng, but he doesn't care. After all, the mouth is on other people's body, so they can say whatever they want. But these guys just chose to make fun of Li Qingqing by spreading rumors. Then the meaning is completely different. In the final analysis, you are afraid that the scroll will have an impact on you, afraid of embarrassment, or feel that this opportunity does not belong to you, so you dare not try. Now I'm starting to regret it again. I think if I had watched the scroll with Ma Wanfeng for a little longer, I would have had a chance to become Master Chae Xian's disciple. It's okay to lie to others with this kind of words, but it's meaningless to lie to yourself. Those who don't even have the courage to try this are not worthy of participating in this trial. Chapter 94. Bring Feng Xiu here. Feng Xiu. Li Qingqing blinked her beautiful eyes. Although she couldn't stand other people licking Ma Wanfeng, so she stood up to question it. She didn't expect Feng Xiu to help her out. Moreover, the way Feng Xiu suppressed the crowd's voices also made Li Qingqing feel somewhat handsome. Is this Feng Xiu? She tilted her head and suddenly felt an incredible and unbelievable feeling in her heart. In her impression, Feng Xiu was a man who valued money like his life and would always find excuses to make money. If I hadn't known that this guy had used all his money to taming beasts, I would have thought Feng Xiu was a gambler. But looking at Feng Xiu again now, his starry eyes are firm and he is full of confidence, as if he is a true beast tamer. Even his sword-like eyebrows, star-like eyes, and fresh and handsome appearance seemed somewhat heroic at this moment. Since the young heroes have disputes about this trial, let my father make the decision. Let him appoint the candidate himself. If my father agrees to accept 2 disciples, our Che family will fully support him. As he spoke, Che took out his cell phone and called Che Xian in front of everyone. Seeing this, Feng Xiu just shrugged indifferently. Ma Wanfeng frowned slightly, thinking back to the scene he had just seen in the scroll, and a sense of uneasiness arose in his heart. It had to come to this. Brother Ma. Seeing this, Wu Mingjian hurried over. Having failed the test of the beast taming and mind refining diagram, Wu Mingjian knew very well that there was no possibility for him to surpass Ma Wanfeng in high school. He put away his frown, smiled, and once again returned to the state of following Ma Wanfeng's lead. The other students also quieted down and listened carefully to the sound coming from Che Yu's phone. Although Master Che Xian is old, he still remains enthusiastic about new things. Even his cell phone ringtone is Zhou Luanjie's new song. It took about 10 seconds for the call to be successfully connected. In order to avoid being unfair, Che Yu simply pressed the speakerphone button and turned the volume to maximum. In fact, although Master Che Xian did not attend the event, he was not completely ignorant of the situation in the Dihao building. Bring Feng Xiu to see me. Everyone thought that Master Che Xian would make the correct decision on this matter, but what no one expected was that the only voice that came from the loudspeaker was this cold sentence. Apparently, the candidate in Master Che Xian's mind is Feng Xiu. Ma Wanfeng's face turned paler in an instant. Master Gixin. He spoke subconsciously, as if he wanted to fight for it again. But before he could finish his words, the person on the other end of the phone hung up. The only sound coming out of the speaker was a cold, busy tone. Even Feng Xiu didn't expect this result. Although he didn't have any feelings for Ma Wanfeng, he knew his grades in his senior year of high school. He deserves the title of the strongest high school student in Huqing. I thought Che Xian might accept 2 disciples. There was also a flash of surprise in Che Yu's eyes. Although she did not express her opinion, she was on Ma Wanfeng's side in her heart. After all, he was a senior in high school and had 2 more years of experience in taming beasts than Feng Xiu. Even the mutation has occurred, and no one knows how many times it has occurred. He is also the president of the Student Union of Huqing No. 1 Middle School, so his future is bright. However, although Master Che Xian gave the result, Che Yu still smiled at Ma Wanfeng. No matter what, Ma Wanfeng is currently the strongest high school student in Huqing. With his grades, it will be no problem for him to get into Daida University. Even if I fail to become Master Che Xian's disciple this time, I should still be won over. It will come in handy one day in the future. Student Ma's talent is undoubtedly 1 in a million. Even without my father's guidance, I will definitely achieve something. Please don't take it too seriously, classmate. Finally, I would like to give Mr. Ma 100,000 yuan in my personal name. As he spoke, Che took out a check, hurriedly wrote a number on it, and handed it to Ma Wanfeng. This gift is purely out of my appreciation for your talent. If you encounter any difficulties in the future, you can also ask our Che family for help. Although Che Xian did not intend to accept Ma Wanfeng as his apprentice, Che would naturally not take the initiative to make enemies with such a talented young hero. Huqing is not big to begin with, and those who can leave this city have to endure more hardships than the geniuses in big cities. Please help if you can. Anyway, 100,000 yuan is not a lot of money for her. It can even be said to be a piece of cake. She didn't know how many young heroes she had invested in with similar gifts. It's just that one general success is built on the bones of thousands of soldiers, and most of them end up being just like everyone else. Thank you. Ma Wanfeng looked at Che-yu, then glanced at Feng Xiu standing on the stage, then took the check in his hand. Although he did not forget to express his gratitude to Che-yu, his mentality had changed. I am the president of the student union, the strongest high school student in Suruga City, a junior favored by Chu Xinghe. But in the end, I lost face at this art exhibition. If this gets out, it will be very bad. And just 100,000. My monthly beast taming fee is more than this. Calling it a gift, what's the difference between that and sending away a beggar? Let's go. Ma Wanfeng suppressed his displeasure, put the check in his pocket, turned around and left. Wu Mingjian followed with big strides, feeling an indescribable sense of joy in his heart. You're so good, Ma Wanfeng. I didn't expect that you would end up like this. Of course, Wu Mingjian just thought about it in his mind and did not show it. The other students were also dumbfounded. Did I see it right? President Ma was rejected by Master Che Xi. What's going on? Wasn't it Senior Ma Wanfeng who just broke the beast taming and refining heart diagram? Could it be Feng Xiu? How can a first-year high school student's state of mind be stronger than a third-year high school student? Maybe it's because Feng Xiu is younger? It's not impossible. Feng Xiu still has 2 years to go. If he is trained well, he can be one of the top 10 again. Yes, that must be the case. It's not that Senior Ma Wanfeng's talent is not as good as Feng Xiu's. It's just that he is too old. That's right. Didn't you see that even though Master Che Xin rejected it, Che still gave him some resources? What does this mean? It means that the Che family still wants to win over our Senior Ma. For a moment, the classmates were talking about it and trying to make excuses for Ma Wanfeng. Feng Xiu, on the other hand, was still immersed in an inexplicable feeling. So Master Che Xin watched the entire live broadcast? Or could he sense what was happening in the scroll? Student Feng Xiu. Before she knew it, Che-yu had walked in front of Feng Xiu. With a smile on her face, she extended an invitation to Feng Xiu. Please come with me. I'm taking you to see my father now. Chapter 95, heading to Che's house. One more chapter. Feng Xiu, he really succeeded. Shi Zhanhong looked at Feng Xiu in disbelief. Although he knew that Feng Xiu was a rare genius and had a hunch when he came with him that Feng Xiu could pass Master Che Xin's test, he was still shocked when all this became a reality. It felt like joking about how I would spend 5 million if I won, but then I turned around and found out I really won 5 million. Congratulations, Feng Xiu. Zhang Shuren clasped his hands together and congratulated Feng Xiu on being accepted as a disciple by Master Che Xin. It would be a lie if I didn't envy her, but at this moment I can only envy her. Since I failed to pass the test of the beast taming and mind refining diagram, I naturally cannot blame others. What's more, the fact that Feng Xiu became Master Che Xin's disciple was also a good thing for him. They are all students of Huqing No. 1 Middle School and will participate in the Hejiang Province League together in the future. The stronger Feng Xiu is, the higher their ranking will be. I was so nervous just now. Congratulations, Feng Xiu. Chen Fan also expressed his congratulations. Although he had caused trouble for Feng Xiu when he first started school, after a few contacts, he was full of admiration for Feng Xiu. Feng Xiu was not a petty person, and a relationship between the two became much closer. Congratulations. Li Qingqing crossed her arms across her chest with a calm expression, neither sad nor happy, but there was a hint of jealousy in her heart. From the beginning of school until now, not only has her aura been suppressed by Feng Xiu, but Li Qingqing also feels that the gap between herself and Feng Xiu is widening. No, I tried my best. I can't let Feng Xiu completely get rid of me. Li Qingqing secretly swore in her heart that she would work harder after returning this time. Thank you. Feng Xiu didn't say much. After all, Che Xin only wanted to see him. Even if Che Yu had some friendship with Li Qingqing, she would not bring one more person with her. Under Che Yu's leadership, Feng Xiu had to temporarily bid farewell to Li Qingqing and others and left the exhibition. The other students' eyes were always focused on Feng Xiu, and they couldn't look away. I'm still so envious. Yes, Feng Xiu is a genius from Huqing No. 1 Middle School, and now he is accepted as a disciple by Master Che Xin. I am afraid that the gap between us will become larger and larger in the future. And Li Qingqing has a very good relationship with him. Damn it, why did it have to be Feng Xiu? I also want to be Master Che Xin's disciple. Various discussions kept floating from behind Feng Xiu, and the tones of their voices were all filled with envy, jealousy, and hatred towards Feng Xiu. This shows what kind of status Master Che Xin holds in the hearts of these students. After Feng Xiao and Che Yu entered the elevator together, he asked curiously, but why only one? Isn't Li Qingqing's talent also good? And it seems like you're old acquaintances of Miss Che. As far as I can remember, Li Qingqing's family has strong connections and is not a small amount of wealth. Since she and Che Yu know each other, she should be very clear about this. Wouldn't it be better to accept them all as disciples? Her aunt and I are childhood friends. Personally speaking, I naturally hope that she can get guidance from my father. Che Yu opened her red lips and explained. It's a pity that my father's decision is beyond my control. I feel like Fang's reaction is a little bland. Che Yu looked at Feng Xiao. Although he was a senior high school student, he was half a head taller than her. He had sharp eyebrows and bright eyes, and looked fresh and handsome. Whether he was looking from the front or from the side, he looked very heroic and flawless. She immediately gained a lot of favorability towards him. However, from the time he completed the beast taming and mind refining diagram until now, Feng Xiao's expression has not changed much. Even Feng Xiao's breathing rhythm was not disordered. It can be seen that this expression was not deliberately disguised by him. But from the bottom of my heart, it is as calm as water. Che Yu couldn't help but be surprised by this level of composure. If it were any other student, they would probably have been dancing with excitement. I am very happy, no matter it is for my own trial or future development, but I don't know much about other things except beast taming, so I don't know what it means to become Master Che Xian's disciple. Feng Xiao said with a smile. Although he traveled to this world, he did not inherit the memories of his previous life and was still groping for the situation in this world. I only heard from others that this guy, named Che Xian, was very powerful and a master beast tamer. And his own alien form is not a product of this world. Although in the words of teachers Zhang Yu and Zhang Panpan, it is a very powerful fantasy beast species. Every time they go to their own beast-controlling space, they're shocked by the development of the alien, but Che Xian seems to be a man who has seen the world. I don't know how he would evaluate my alien. Although I believe that the alien has a high upper limit, what if Che Xian's philosophy is completely different from mine? Would he become angry and humiliated because of his obsession with the alien? Besides, Li Qingqing said that after Che Xian retired, all the Beastmasters were detained in the Magic City by the Five Flowers group on the grounds that they were the group's property. If this is the case with the Beast Tamer, then what about his property? Will there be any problems? The most important thing is, how much help can Che Xian provide to his future? Due to these practical problems, Feng Xiao's excitement about passing the beast taming and mind refining diagram test faded a lot. Of course, Feng Xiao would not ask these questions in front of Che Xian's daughter. So that's how it is. Che Yu tapped his forehead lightly without saying anything more. After leaving Dihao building, her driver had already parked the car at the door. Although Feng Xiao didn't know much about cars, he could recognize that Che Yu's car was a Mercedes-Benz S-Class. The interior was flashing with ambient lights, and the backseat was quite comfortable. The strong support that Che Yu mentioned should only be for one beast. I really don't know what Che Xian's expression would be if he saw the number of aliens I have. Feng Xiao thought to himself, then took out his phone, opened his Douyin account, and turned on the beauty filter. Sister Che, do you mind if I take a video? Feng Xiao asked with a smile. Of course I don't mind. Che Yu smiled and shook her head, then moved closer to Feng Xiao and entered the same video frame with him. Feng Xiao's nose twitched slightly, and he felt a faint floral scent coming towards him, followed by the residual warmth of Che Yu's arm. Hi everyone, I'm Feng Xiao. Just now, I passed the test of Master Che Xian's beast taming and heart refining diagram. I'm in the car now, going with Sister Che to meet Master Che Xian. I'm really happy. Feng Xiao smiled brightly and took a 1-minute video. When he pressed the stop button, his expression returned to its previous coldness. Seeing this operation, Che Yu was stunned. What are you doing? Oh, I'll run the account. By the way, does Sister Che know any dealers or something? I can help sell the products through live streaming. Get you it. Chapter 96. What the hell is a master-disciple contract? Added 2 more chapters. Your Douyin account seems to be doing pretty well. Che Yu didn't expect Feng Xiao to ask her to shoot a short video together, but after a closer look, she found that Feng Xiao had 150,000 fans. Although it is certainly not comparable to those so-called big anchors, accumulating so many fans in a small city like Hucheng is already a remarkable achievement. Eats is so-so. Feng Xiao put away his phone. Although he has 150,000 fans, no e-commerce company has contacted him. Even if there is, they are offering various strange products, which makes Feng Xiao feel unreliable. Apart from the clips of the freshman exchange competition, the subsequent daily videos did not receive many clicks. In fact, apart from the initial big hit, the daily gift income was only a few dozen yuan. When thinking of Che Yu's identity, Fang Xiu hoped that she could introduce him to some reliable e-commerce companies. I've never really come into contact with people in this field. Che Yu smiled. Although she admired Fang Xiu's intelligence, she had not really involved in the short video platforms that have only emerged in recent years. What happened next was relatively simple. Che Yu and Fang Xiu chatted idly in the car, and the car quickly drove out of the city. Long before his retirement, Che Xian bought a mountain in Huqing and built a villa halfway up the mountain. Even Fang Xiu could feel this heroic spirit. If Che Yu hadn't led him, he would probably have been lost in no time. About half an hour later, Fang Xiu finally walked to the door of the villa study. Che Yu put her finger to her lips, signaling Fang Xiu to be quiet, and then knocked twice gently on the door. "Come in." A boy's voice came from inside. Che Yu immediately pushed the door open and motioned Fang Xiu to go in. "Well, thank you, Sister Che." Before walking in, Fang Xiu did not forget to be polite. But when Fang Xiu was in the study, he couldn't help but take a breath. "Good job. This study is almost as big as 2 of my dormitories, and it is filled with all kinds of calligraphy and paintings by famous people, as well as antiques and cultural relics. It is simply a dazzling array. Not to mention this life. Even in the previous life, Fang Xiu had never seen such a luxurious study." "You must be Fang Xiu." The man's voice echoed in the study. Fang Xiu looked up and saw a middle-aged man with half-white hair sitting in an electric wheelchair. He was wearing a light blue shirt on his upper body and a blanket covering his legs. Although he looked only in his 40s, he looked very tired, with droopy bags under his eyes, as if he had not had a good rest for a long time. "Well, hello, Master Che Xen," Fang Xiu said politely. Che Xen nodded slightly, looked around, then fiddled with the buttons on the electric wheelchair and moved towards the desk next to him. "Come here." Upon hearing this, Fang Xiu took 2 steps at a time and walked to the desk. "Take a look." Che Xian tapped a pile of documents with his fingers and said, "Fang Xiu." For a moment, Fang Xiu was the one who was confused. "What's going on? Aren't you going to accept a disciple? How can I see the file?" "Master Che Xian, what is this?" Fang Xiu raised his eyebrows and took the document in his hand. "This is our master-apprentice contract. It contains some of my requirements of you." Fang Xiu. My goodness, what is going on in this world? When the student union invites you to join, you have to sign the contract yourself. Now, if Che Xian wants to accept a disciple, he has to sign the contract himself. You're addicted to signing contracts, right? What if I don't want to sign? Fang Xiu asked Che Xian. Even though it was written in black and white and he was mentally an adult, he didn't think he could beat someone of Che Xian's level in terms of the contract. "After all, I am not a law major, so how can I do reading comprehension one by one?" This sentence also made Che Xian stunned. Based on his reputation, I wonder how many people want to become his apprentice. Let alone signing a contract. Even if you ask the other party to walk through a mountain of swords, I'm afraid they won't even frown. This Fang Xiu, on the contrary, became repulsive. "Reason? What if you want to cheat me?" Fang Xiu said without thinking. "I'm just a high school student. How can I understand the twists and turns in the contract?" Kixin. When Fang Xiu refused to sign, he thought of the worst-case scenario, which was that Fang Xiu had other contracts. Although Huqing is a small city, it does not mean that there are no geniuses. In the past, many people have taken a lead. For example, Chu Xinghe always made him feel sorry for him. If I could have accepted Chu Xinghe as my disciple back then. But what Che Xian never expected was that Fang Xiu's reason was that he was afraid that he would cheat him. Funny, right? He is just a poor high school student. What is there for me to do? He personally drew the beast taming and heart refining diagram and widely sent out invitations, conducting a large-scale selection of disciples in Huqing. All of this, in the end, was just to trick a high school student into signing unfair terms? Am I free and have nothing to do? Do you have paranoid delusions? Che Xian looked at Fang Xiu with a dark face. That's not the case. It's just that I was almost cheated by the student union before. Fang Xiu said lightly and glanced at the terms in the contract. Rather than calling it a discipleship contract, Fang Xiu felt that it was more like a labor contract. Student union? Che Xian sneered. Those kids just like to play tricks. Don't worry, there is no trap in this contract. If you don't believe it, you can also find a law firm to consult. In addition, as long as you sign this contract, I can provide you with a chance to mutate. Mutation? Fang Xiu's starry eyes moved. It would be a lie to say that I'm not interested in mutations. He had this idea as early as after hearing about the mutation from Zhang Panpan. Unfortunately, number 1 middle school needs credits to help students mutate. Even though I won the freshman exchange competition and earned extra credits, it was still not enough. Unless he could make it into the top 4 in Hejiang Prefecture, he would have to wait until next semester to undergo the mutation at the earliest. Unexpectedly, Che Xin could actually provide a direct opportunity for mutation. That's right. Che Xin nodded and said earnestly, although normally, a Beastmaster can only be exposed to mutations in the 2nd year of high school. Since you can pass my Beastmaster mind training diagram, it means that your mental power is much stronger than that of ordinary people. Even if we mutate now, nothing will go wrong. Consider it my gift to you. Even though Che Xin is now a master beast tamer, his status and reputation all surpass Fang Xiu. But in fact, he is just dying, and Fang Xiu is a rising star. Facing this junior, Che Xin was actually very polite. Also, can you tell me what you saw when you saw the beast taming and refining heart diagram? Although Che Xin could sense who had broken his beast taming and mind refining diagram, he was not a worm in Fang Xiu's stomach after all, so he naturally could not see what was happening in his spiritual world. Chapter 97, Magic City University? Fang Xiu's actions made Che Xin speechless. As a master of beast taming, why would he want to trick a little kid like him? But no matter what, Che Xin is not a petty person after all. After calming down, he looked at Fang Xiu from another perspective. You should not have the intention to harm others, but you must be on guard against others. Although Fang Xiu's thinking is a bit weird, this kind of vigilance can help avoid a lot of trouble in the future. What's more, if you want to accomplish that task, the talent of taming beasts alone is far from enough. Che Xin thought to himself that the other party's evaluation of Xiu had also increased by a few points. If you really don't trust someone, you could take a few photos and send them to someone you trust. Let him help you confirm. There should be no problem now, right? Che Xin took a step back and asked Fang Xiu to find someone to verify it. You are worthy of being Master Che Xin. This was exactly what Fang Xiu was waiting for, so he naturally wouldn't shirk his responsibility. He took out his cell phone, took a few photos of the contract, and then sent them to Zhang Yu and Zhang Panpan respectively. These two people have helped me in taming beasts and are both my teachers. If they both think there is no problem, then there really is no problem. However, these two naturally did not reply to Fang Xiu immediately, and even if they did see the information, they would at least study it for a while. Fang Xiu simply took advantage of the waiting time to recount what he had seen from the beast taming and mind refining diagram. Have you ever encountered a situation where the beast was out of your control? Che Xin immediately grasped the key point. Although he could not see what Fang Xiu saw, as the person who drew the beast taming and mind refining diagram, he was very familiar with the principles behind it. The heart refining diagram directly faces the fear in people's hearts. It can also be considered a kind of inner demon. Yeah, Fang Xiu responded. Interesting. Che Xin smiled. He didn't pay much attention to Fang Xiu, but after learning that he had passed his beast taming and heart refining diagram, he also investigated Fang Xiu's identity and background. Both parents are from ordinary working class families. The beast is a kind of mythical beast called alien. Not only are they extremely strong individually, but they also have the advantage of numbers. In a place like Huqing, this type of beastmaster is indeed rare. What surprised Che Xin even more was that Fang Xiu's alien had the ability to parasitize. This gives the alien the possibility of unlimited growth. It's probably because your beast gave birth to a more powerful alien when it was parasitic and evolved, so it became dissatisfied with you as a beastmaster. Although I don't know what method you used to suppress the alien, this incident has planted a seed deep in your heart. You are afraid that more powerful aliens will appear in the future, and you won't be able to control them. Am I right? Che Xin gave some analysis on this. Maybe. Fang Xiu neither admitted nor denied it. Before watching the beast taming and mind refining diagram, he really didn't care too much about this issue. But if you think about it, it is also, after all, the alien cannot be considered a creature cultivated by oneself, but rather it is embodied through the life experiences of the previous life. At that time, I didn't have enough knowledge about beast taming and only thought that the aliens had great potential. No, the potential of the alien can simply be described as terrifying. As long as they continue to reproduce and parasitize, their numbers will grow indefinitely. If the number really reaches the level of countries or even planets, can I really suppress such a large alien army? Perhaps this question is the seed deep in my heart. I just haven't thought about this issue deeply before. To put another way, since I have passed the beast taming and mind refining diagram, it means that my spiritual power has become stronger. This problem won't happen again, right? Feng Xiu thought for a moment and asked seriously. Although I haven't decided whether to sign the apprenticeship contract, if I have any questions, I will naturally take the time to ask them. Not necessarily. Che Xin shook his head slightly. The beast taming and heart refining diagram is only aimed at the fear in your heart at the moment. People will continue to grow, and in the process of growing up, they will encounter all kinds of new problems. These problems may be easily solved, or they may make you upset and even cause greater fear. But you don't have to be discouraged by this. We may not have the power of a beast tamer, but we have wisdom and heart. These are our advantages, and they are also the key to our ability to control beasts. In Che Xion's eyes, this kind of problem is not a problem at all. Who in every industry has never encountered problems? Are you afraid of problems that haven't even occurred, so you choose to give up? That's true. Feng Xiu nodded in agreement. As long as I, Feng Xiu, continue to grow stronger, I will be able to suppress the rebellious intentions of these aliens. As long as I'm the strongest alien king, I don't have to worry about my subjects rebelling. Feng Xiu said this seriously, but then he felt that his words were a bit childish. Ahem. He cleared his throat and simply changed the topic to Che Xian. So the rumors are true? Your beast was taken back by the Five Flowers group? Although Feng Xiu felt that Li Qingqing had no reason to lie to him, he just couldn't understand this matter. Doesn't beast taming start from the first year of high school? Before joining the Five Flowers group, Master Che Xian already had a beast tamer, right? Why is it still considered group property? Is this reasonable? Could my beast have also become the property of a certain group? However, Feng Xiu was not curious about this, but rather wanted to understand how the world works. If someone else is planning to attack the alien, then I really have to be on guard. These things are not something you, a high school student, should inquire about. Che Xian said without thinking. Since they were just meeting for the first time, Che Xian naturally had no reason to tell the other person about his past. But when the time comes, I can tell you. There's an essential difference between being able to tell and being bound to tell. I have another question. Will you interfere with my volunteer choice? Feng Xiu nodded slightly. Perhaps in the eyes of others, it is an honor to be a disciple of Master Che Xian. We should be grateful and treat the other person as our father. But Feng Xiu is not such a person. In his opinion, the choice between him and Che Xian should be a two-way choice. There is no need to humble yourself. What's more, with the previous experience of the student union, Feng Xiu was somewhat sensitive about the issue of filling out the application form. If possible, I naturally hope you can go to Magic City University. Magic City University? Why? Feng Xiu asked subconsciously. Because Shanghai University is my alma mater, and the professors there are all my old friends. If you go to Shanghai University, I can help you with many relationships. Che Xian said bluntly. But I was thinking about something else. The headquarters of the Five Flowers Group is also in the Magic City. Chapter 98. National Level Beast Taming Master. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Feng Xiu's cell phone suddenly vibrated. He picked it up and saw that it was a call from Zhang Yu. So he looked at the phone and then at Che Xian. Answer it. Che Xian stopped talking about Magic City University and asked Feng Xiu to deal with the contract first. The moment Feng Xiu pressed the answer button, Zhang Yu's loud voice came from the phone. Feng Xiu, where are you? What's going on with that contract? Is there a problem with the contract? Feng Xiu looked at Che Xian. Although this is Che Xian's villa, Feng Xiu has nothing to feel guilty about. Oh, no. Zhang Yu denied repeatedly. I was just a little shocked when I saw that Party A's name was Master Che Xian. Feng Xiu, could it be that you were chosen by Master Che Xian as his disciple? Yeah. Feng Xiu responded, and then explained the situation. I'm at Master Che Xian's house right now, and he asked me to sign a contract to become his disciple. I don't really understand it either, so I want to ask Brother Yu, is there anything wrong with this contract? You kid, you're taking advantage of the situation, aren't you? This is an opportunity that many people would love to have, and you're still trying to cheat? I think you're trying to cheat. Also, speak softly, don't let others hear you. Zhang Yu did not forget to kindly remind Feng Xiu. After all, it's in someone else's villa, and walls have ears. What if Master Che Xian heard this and regretted it and decided not to accept Fang Xiu as his disciple? Wouldn't that be a huge loss? However, what Zhang Yu never dreamed of was, "It's okay, brother Yu. Master Che Xian is right next to me. He can hear it, and he asked me to find someone to confirm it," Fang Xiu said lightly, as if this was a very normal matter. Zhang Yu. Zhang Yu on the other end of the phone was petrified. "No, what is the situation now?" Fang Xiu answered the phone in front of Master Che Xian. "Are you still questioning whether there are any traps in Master Che Xian's contract? Is Fang Xiu usually so brave? It seems that he is really that brave." Zhang Yu sucked in a breath of cold air, and after thinking about it carefully, Fang Xiu's personality was just like that. He was only focused on taming beasts and making money. But no matter what, after learning that Master Che Xian could hear what he said, Zhang Yu still suppressed his excitement. "Fang Xiu, this is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Master Che Xian is an officially certified beastmaster. The grade is second only to extra large." It was not until this moment that Fang Xiu finally figured out. Master Che Xian's master is not a respectful title given to him by others. It is an officially certified title, similar to a national first-class actor, a national first-class chef, etc. The full name is National First-Class Beast Tamer Master. And above the first-level Beast Tamer Master is the extra-grade Beast Tamer Master, or extra grade for short. Is he that powerful? Fang Xiu looked at Che Xian, sitting in the wheelchair, and felt somewhat surprised. Of course, looking at the entire Huching, no one can compare with Master Che Xian when it comes to taming beasts. You have such an opportunity, you must seize it well, Fang Xiu. It would be a lie to say that I didn't envy Fang Xiu. At this moment, Zhang Yu wished he could visit Fang Xiu directly and sign a contract with him. When I return to school in the future, I will have something to brag about. But it's just something to think about. Zhang Yu couldn't do such a thing as shamelessly running to someone else's house. Even before Zhang Yu could finish his words, Fang Xiu's phone vibrated again. It was Zhang Panpan calling. "Brother Yu, let's talk later." Fang Xiu hung up Zhang Yu's phone and answered Zhang Panpan's call instead. "Have you passed Master Che Xian's test?" Zhang Panpan's tone was equally excited. Although he had long known that Fang Xiu had a great talent for taming beasts and would be able to leave Huching sooner or later, he never dreamed that Fang Xiu would actually pass Master Che Xian's test and become his disciple. "Yes, Brother Panpan. So have you finished reading what I sent you?" Fang Xiu said softly. Although Zhang Yu said it was okay, it's definitely a good idea to have double insurance. "Oh yes." Zhang Panpan finally reacted. "I have read all the terms in the contract. There are basically no problems. They are all very normal requirements. Even current employers will sign similar contracts. There are just 2 points. Fang Xiu frowned when he heard this. "Is it really a trap? This seems to be a trial contract, valid for 3 months. If you fail to achieve the results required by Master Che Xian, the other party can unilaterally terminate the contract. This is the first point. Fang Xiu, don't think that just because you have a contract, you are really Master Che Xian's apprentice. In the next 3 months, you must seriously control the beasts and work hard to gain the recognition of Master Che Xian. You have to know that your parents are just ordinary people. They can't provide you with any resources in beast control, so Master Che Xian." Fang Xiu. Zhang Panpan's lengthy speech left Fang Xiu with a face full of questions. My goodness, I thought Zhang Panpan was worried about being cheated, but it turns out that she is afraid that she will not meet Master Che Xian's requirements to be accepted as a disciple and will be abandoned by him. Which side are you from? Even Fang Xiu vaguely felt that Master Che Xian could hardly suppress the smile on his face. What about the second point? Fang Xiu quickly interrupted Zhang Panpan. If Zhang Panpan were to continue talking about this, it would probably take more than half an hour to finish. "Oh, secondly, can you help me get Master Che Xian's autograph? I am his fan. I have particularly liked Master Che Xian since I was a child." Snap! Fang Xiu hung up the phone abruptly. Not to mention the first one, it is no longer in your favor. The second clause has nothing to do with the contract at all, right? What the hell is a signature? Che Xian couldn't suppress the smile anymore after hearing that. "Laugh if you want to," Fang Xiu said immediately, then picked up the contract again. It was not until this time that he saw clearly that this contract was a trial apprenticeship contract, valid for 3 months. If Party B fails to meet Party A's performance requirements, Party A may unilaterally terminate the contract and terminate the master-apprentice relationship. Your PE teacher is quite interesting. There's nothing wrong with the signature, but you, Fong Xiao, do you dare to sign this contract? Che Xian's smile suddenly stopped, and his expression became serious. The disciple I'm looking for is not someone who wants to play some master-disciple game. What I want to train is a true beastmaster. He is a strong man who can truly stand at the top of this world. This contract is both an opportunity and a challenge. If you don't meet my requirements, then within 3 months, we will go our separate ways. You, not the person I'm looking for. Che Xian's eyes were extremely deep as he looked closely at Fong Xiao's starry eyes. Fong Xiao grabbed a corner of the contract, never expecting things to develop to this point. But Fong Xiao has never been a person who retreats. So, Fong Xiao asked in a resounding voice, "What challenge?" Chapter 99. Heaven will not stop until it is born, and the beast control will last forever like a long night. You must get first place in both the midterm exam and the final exam. Che Xian gazed into Fong Xiao's starry eyes and said slowly, "Is it that simple?" Fong Xiao was stunned. He ranked first in the test, and this world emphasized beast taming over general knowledge, so all the knowledge points were much simpler than in his previous life. In this case, it is not difficult to maintain the first place. Or maybe Che Xian is underestimating himself. Or he has other requests. Hejiang Province League. The fact was just as Fong Xiao had thought. Che Xian would not make such a simple request, so he raised his voice and said, "You need to get a place in the Hejiang State League." This, Fong Xiao felt it made sense when he heard about the Hejiang Province League. Yes, the exam difficulty of Huqing No. 1 Middle School is too easy. It will be challenging only if it is the Hejiang Prefecture League. And to be able to be called a ranking, that means starting from the quarterfinals? What ranking? Fong Xiao asked. Che Xian did not answer, but slowly raised a finger and smiled without saying anything. First place. A hint of surprise flashed across Fong Xiao's starry eyes. Although he had just traveled through time and was not familiar with many common sense of this world, his class teacher Zhang Yu had explained to him about the Hejiang Province League. The strongest colleges and universities in every city in Hejiang Prefecture can participate, but due to different levels of education and resources, the only schools truly qualified to compete for the championship are Harbin City, Kikier City, Qing City, Jia City. Colleges and universities in other regions are more like green leaves setting off the red flowers. Of course, even so, being able to communicate with students from these truly top schools about beast taming is a good thing with only benefits and no harm. But that's all. Even Chu Xinghe, a talented student a few years ago, only led Huqing No. 1 Middle School to the runner-up place. No matter before or after him, Huqing No. 1 Middle School has never achieved such good results. Even in the past few years, they haven't made it to the semifinals. Now that Che Xian has opened his mouth, he wants Fong Xiao to win the championship of the Hejiang Province League, which is undoubtedly a hellish difficulty. Are you scared? Che Xian smiled. Let me remind you of one more thing. If you don't achieve the results I require, it's not just a matter of terminating the contract. As the second party, you will also need to pay compensation. Triple compensation. It is worth mentioning that Che Xian had written the issue of compensation into the contract from the very beginning. Zhang Yu and Zhang Pampan also noticed this clause. The reason they thought there was no problem was because they both thought that Che Xian's academic requirements were simply for Fong Xiao to achieve good grades in Huqing No. 1 Middle School. As the top freshman in high school, this was naturally not a difficult task for Fong Xiao. If they had expected Che Xian to be so crazy and directly demand Fong Xiao to get first place in the Hejiang Province League, they would never give Fong Xiao the contract. I guess your two teachers are not aware of this problem, so you can give them another call and ask for their advice. Of course. Master Che Xian changed the subject and said, "You do have a good talent, so I don't intend to make it difficult for you. If both of your teachers think that this apprenticeship contract cannot be signed, I can accept it and am willing to give you 500,000 in cash. It's considered as a support for your journey of taming beasts. If you have any difficulties in the future, you can also ask Che Yu for help." After saying that, Che Xian put his hands on his legs and gave the choice to Fong Xiao. The development of things to this point was completely beyond Fong Xiao's expectations. If you sign, you may face triple compensation. In the end, not only will he become Che Xian's disciple, but he might also be in debt. If you don't sign, you can just take the 500,000 yuan and leave, and you can make friends with the Che family. If there are any problems in the future, there will be a way out. If you are an extremely rational person, you will probably choose the latter. Fang Xiu lowered his head and glanced at the phone in his hand. In fact, Che Xian was also very nervous at this time. He had planned to take in disciples a long time ago, but the so-called geniuses he met were all just SOSO. The only person who caught his eye was Chu Xinga back then. But at that time, I had important things to do. Due to some strange mistake, I missed the opportunity. Now, Fang Xiu is the only person that interests him. But interest alone is not enough. What I'm looking for is a true genius. Not only does one need to have the talent to tame beasts, but one also needs to have the mentality of a strong person. Otherwise, it will only waste each other's time. If I were to call Teacher Zhang Yu or Teacher Zhang Panpan, they must think I'd be crazy to sign this contract. The Hejiang State League is full of strong players, especially Harbin No. 3 Middle School. It is said that every member of the key class there is a mythical beast master. Since the establishment of Huching No. 1 Middle School, it has never won a championship. It's simply an impossible task. As Fang Xiu spoke, he slammed the phone in his hand on the table. You think so too, right, Master Che Xen? Do you think I will give up signing this apprenticeship contract and then take the $500,000 and leave? Fang Xiu grabbed a pen from the desk, turned to the last page of the contract, wrote his name neatly, and also wrote the time clearly. Not only that, Fang Xiu pushed the contract in front of Che Xian. It felt like it was saying, I've signed, now it's your turn. The reason why Huching hasn't won first place in the Hejiang State League is because I haven't entered high school yet, Fang Xiu said in a resounding voice. When Che Xian heard this, he was stunned. Although he imagined countless possibilities in his mind when Fang Xiu was silent, and even prepared for Fang Xiu to just take the money and leave, what he never expected was Fang Xiu not only signed his name on this contract, he even spoke outrageously. The reason why Huching No. 1 Middle School failed to win the Hejiang State League Championship was not because Harbin No. 3 Middle School was too strong, but because Fang Xiu hasn't even started high school yet. Ha 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 ha. All of a sudden, Master Che Xian couldn't help but burst into laughter, and tears came out of the corners of his eyes. You little brat, you're really interesting. First, you questioned whether there was a trap in my apprenticeship contract, and even asked 2 teachers to help you confirm it. It can be said that we are quite cautious. As a result, after learning about the triple compensation, he signed his name without hesitation. Interesting, very interesting. Fang Xiu. Che Xian wiped away his tears with his hand. His eyes became firm at this moment, and he clenched the pen tightly with his other hand. You must know that if you fail to win the Hejiang Province League Championship, I can make you pay triple the compensation. Sign it, Fang Xiu said seriously. Chapter 100 Gambling Agreement. Goal: Hejiang Prefecture League Championship. Good. Che Xian grabbed the pen and signed his name on the contract. There were 2 copies of the contract. One was locked in a drawer by Che Xian, and the other was handed directly to Fang Xiu, asking him to keep it safe. However, you can rest assured, before the Hejiang Province League comes, I will fully support your beast taming and help your aliens reach a higher level. Che Xian thought about it and let Fang Xiu relax. I'm not the kind of person who would deliberately harm others for compensation. That's natural. So, when did the changes begin? After signing the contract, Fang Xiu felt a lot more relaxed and even urged Che Xian. You're so impatient. Che Xian couldn't help but complain. I'm not impatient. Fang Xiu shook his head slightly. In a few days, it will be the midterm exam. After the midterm exam, it will be the Hejiang Prefecture League. There's still a week left. How can I let myself down? Hearing this, Che Xian just smiled slightly and said, it will take some time to start the machine. You also consumed a lot of energy when you were comprehending the beast taming and refining heart diagram. Let Che Yu take you to eat something first. After saying that, Che Xian pressed the button on the electric wheelchair. Not long after, Che Yu pushed the door open and walked in. Yeah, take Fang Xiu to eat something first. Mutation is a physically demanding job. As soon as he heard the word mutation, Che Yu instantly understood what was going on. Faced with the challenge of Che Xian, Fang Xiu did not simply take the 500,000 yuan in cash and leave, but bravely signed the contract to become an apprentice. Come with me. Fang Xiu naturally would not refuse this. He waved to Che Xian and bowed temporarily, then walked to Che Yu in 2 steps and asked curiously, such a big villa, don't you have a housekeeper or something? Although he had never lived in such a big house, this villa had 6 floors and he had to take the elevator to get to the study. Obviously, It is not something that family members can handle. I do have a housekeeper. Che-yu smiled, but since you are my father's trial disciple, I should receive you personally. What this means is that ordinary guests can indeed be received by the butler, but distinguished guests naturally cannot be treated perfunctorily. The trial disciple is okay. Fang Xiao smacked his lips slightly. Che Xian's study is on the 3rd floor, and the cafeteria is on the 1st floor. The villa itself is very large, so it takes some walking. Fang Xiao's phone had been vibrating nonstop since a while ago. During this moment, he also glanced at Tencent. They were all text messages sent by Zhang Yu and Zhang Panpan. Zhang Panpan also reminded Fang Xiao not to forget to get an autograph for him. Zhang Yu was concerned about the contract. Brother Panpan, since you are a true fan of Master Che Xian, what do you think is a reasonable price for such an autograph? Done. I'm going to eat now. Master Che Xian said he wants to help my beast tamer mutate. Fang Xiao replied to the two of them respectively. As a result, the next second, Zhang Yu called directly. Congratulations, Fang Xiao, for becoming Master Che Xian's disciple. When you become successful in the future, don't forget me. If you become rich and powerful, don't forget each other. As soon as the call was connected, Zhang Yu's tone was even more excited than Fang Xiao's. After all, through Fang Xiao, he was able to get in touch with Master Che Xian. In the future, as long as he has this relationship, he will basically not encounter any obstacles in teacher selection and promotion. If I'm lucky, I might be able to become a vice president or something before I'm 45. And all this is thanks to Fang Xiao. That contract is just a trial contract for accepting apprentices, and it's only valid for 3 months. It's still too early to tell whether you can become Master Che Xian's official disciple. Fang Xiao's tone was much calmer than Zhang Yu's. Zhang Yu naturally noticed this part. What's so difficult about this? With your current grades, no one in the entire Huqing No. 1 middle school can compare to you. Not even Li Qingqing or Zhang Shuren. Now with the strong support of Master Che Xian, there will be no surprises. There's nothing to worry about when it comes to that score bet. The result was the same as Fang Xiao had guessed. Zhang Yu also felt that the academic requirement was only his high school exam scores. Brother Yu, you are wrong. Master Che Xian is not worried about my grades in No. 1 middle school at all. What is that? Zhang Yu on the other end of the phone was stunned. Not high school grades? What else could it be? Is Master Che Xian going to give Fang Xiao some special treatment? Hejiang Province League. Fang Xiao said seriously. Master Che Xian said that if I can't win the Hejiang Province League, he will not only terminate the apprenticeship contract, but also demand triple compensation. Zhang Yu. Zhang Yu was completely stunned. He even suspected that there was something wrong with his phone, which was why he heard it wrong. Hejiang State League champion? Seriously? That's the State League. Do you think this is a freshman exchange competition? Moreover, the Hejiang Province League is a team competition, not an individual competition. Even if Fang Xiao received guidance and funding from Master Che Xian, Li Qingqing, Zhang Shuren, and Chun Fan were unable to obtain the same guidance and funding. The most important thing is that since the establishment of Huqing No. 1 Middle School, they have never won the Hejiang Province League Championship. Isn't it bullying to bet with Fang Xiao with such a result? You won't sign it, will you? Zhang Yu took a breath of cold air. In his opinion, this was a gambling agreement that was impossible to complete. Certainly, it's good that you didn't sign it. Zhang Yu breathed a sigh of relief, but he also felt strange in his heart. Master Che Xian should have a rough idea of the level of Huqing No. 1 Middle School. Why do we have to make such a difficult bet agreement? Signed. Zhang Yu was stunned again. However, Fang Xiao mentioned this matter to Zhang Yu not to scare Zhang Yu. So, Brother Yu, can you help me get some more resources at school? If I win the Hejiang State League Championship and become Master Che Xian's official disciple, you'll be proud too, right? Besides, the credit goes to you. It was you who led the students of Huqing No. 1 Middle School to win the Hejiang State League Championship. How proud would you be if you told others about it? Head coach Zhang Yu. Fang Xiao immediately started to deceive people. That's right, the reason why he guided Zhang Yu to make the phone call was to exchange for more resources and to bind himself, Zhang Yu, and even No. 1 Middle School tightly. Although Che Xian's family is large and financially strong, he is not yet a formal disciple after all, so he will probably not risk everything on one throw. Zhang Yu is different. He is his own class teacher, so it is truly a case of we all prosper together and suffer together. Good allies are those with shared interests. Che Yu, who took Fang Xiao to the cafeteria, also heard the entire conversation between Fang Xiao and Zhang Yu. This little devil. It seems like we are really confident of winning the Hejiang State League Championship. Che Yu couldn't help but think back to her high school days. At that time, she also participated in the Hejiang Province League as a representative of number 1 middle school, but ended up only making it to the quarterfinals. Father, are your expectations of Fang Xiu too high? Chapter 101. Zhang Yu's Efforts. One more chapter. Zhang Yu put down his phone and went straight to the office of Wang Kai, the head teacher of the grade. Brother Wang. Zhang Yu clasped his hands together and spoke in a very respectful tone. Did you take the wrong medicine? Wang Kai put down the work in his hands and was stunned. Although he is the head of the grade, he is only a few years older than Zhang Yu, and they have a very good relationship in private. He often jokingly calls himself Lao Wang. Wang Kai felt a little uncomfortable being suddenly addressed as Brother Wang. No, I'm just happy, Zhang Yu said as he pulled a chair over and sat down in front of Wang Kai's table. The Hejiang State League is about to start. Yes, the midterm exam is next week. After the exam, we will participate in the Hejiang Province League. As the head of the grade, Wang Kai is quite knowledgeable about these things. Fang Xiu and Li Qingqing are both your students, right? You and Zhang Panpan will lead the team when the time comes. According to his understanding, this year's Hejiang Prefecture League will be held in Jiaqing, and it would be more reliable for 2 teachers to lead the team together. It's good enough if we can get into the top 8 this year. Wang Kai comforted Zhang Yu and told him not to feel too much pressure, as the leaders above him were also well aware of Huqing's level. Fang Xiu's aliens were undoubtedly very powerful, but Li Qingqing and the others' Beastmasters were relatively weak in combat. So, the quarterfinals means victory. What if I say, our goal this year is the championship? Zhang Yu squeezed out a sentence intermittently. It's not that he is timid, but even he himself finds such words unreasonable. Huqing is just a small city on the 18th tier. Its resources, education, and population are very backward, and it has a small population. Even the powerful parents in Huqing had already used various connections to send their children to Harbin number 3 middle school. Even the leadership team of the Education Bureau has no illusions about the Hejiang Prefecture League. Result, Zhang Yu actually said that their goal is to win the championship? No, buddy, how many dishes do you have? Why are you drinking so much? Wang Kai looked at Zhang Yu with disdain. Is this something a human can say? Get lost, you're the one who drank it. I'm serious. Zhang Yu took a deep breath, and his expression became serious. Honestly, Brother Wang, don't say you don't believe this. Even I don't believe it. Although we always say that number 1 high school is a key high school and the best school in Huqing, and that dozens of students are admitted to the top 10 universities every year, I always feel proud when I tell others that I am a teacher at number 1 high school. But we all know in our hearts that these honors and these things worth bragging about are only in Crane City. If we look at the entire country of China, where does our first middle school rank? I'm afraid it may not even be ranked among the top 100 universities in the country. In previous leagues, we couldn't even guarantee that we would make it to the quarterfinals. No one except Huqing would have high expectations for our number 1 middle school. Even we ourselves didn't believe we could win a championship. Zhang Yu became more and more excited as he spoke, and even choked up at the end. Zhang Yu, Wang Kai was startled. What's wrong with you? Is it because of Fang Xiu? In Wang Kai's opinion, Zhang Yu is not just a young man who has just become a teacher. When he first entered the school, he also looked forward to the league, thinking that one day he would be able to lead his students to stand on the podium. But many times, not all dreams can come true. The gap between number 1 middle school and other schools is obvious. What can they do? That's right. Zhang Yu nodded heavily. You've also seen Fang Xiu's talent, right? In recent years, apart from Chu Xinghe, no one could be compared with Fang Xiu. If Chu Xinghe hadn't been so unlucky back then, he might have had a chance to win the Hejiang Province League Championship. So, Wang Kai interrupted Zhang Yu and said, Chu Xinghe is indeed a rare genius, and so is Fang Xiu. But you know that the school reformed the year after Harbin number 3 middle school's upset. Today, Harbin number 3 middle school is full of monsters. Even if Fang Xiu can be on par with Chu Xinghe back then, it would be a pipe dream for him to win the championship. From a personal perspective, as the head of the grade, how could he not want his school to become famous? But people should be down to earth. That's not true. Zhang Yu stood up suddenly from his chair. Fang Xiu was accepted as a disciple by Master Che Xian. That's Che Xian, a national first-class beastmaster. With his guidance, Fang Xiu might really have a chance. As soon as these words were spoken, Wang Kai stood there in a daze. His eyes widened like bells, and his mouth involuntarily widened into an O shape. He stared at Zhang Yu with an incredible and unbelievable look. Zhang Yu waited quietly for Wang Kai to digest this information. After a long time, Wang Kai felt his mouth dry and swallowed. Are you telling the truth? Has Fang Xiu really been accepted as a disciple by Master Che Xine? Yes. Zhang Yu nodded vigorously. Fang Xiu is now at Master Che Xine's house. Master Che Xine also said that he would help Fang Xiu undergo a mutation to increase the alien's power. So, that's why I say we have a chance this year. Although Fang Xiu was still able to participate in the Hejiang Province League when he was in his sophomore and junior years of high school, in Zhang Yu's mind, opportunities are not always available. If Fang Xiu fails to win the championship in the Hejiang Province League, he will lose Che Xine, his beast-taming master. It seems that there are still sophomore and junior years of high school, but the best opportunity is now. This is also the reason why Zhang Yu ran to find Wang Kai as soon as he put down his phone. As the head teacher of the grade, he naturally knows more leaders than himself. The head teacher of Class 2. I remember that in the past few years, our school also provided resource assistance in the Hejiang State League so that students could perform better. However, since Chu Xinghe, number 1 middle school has not achieved any results, and its budget has been cut every year. Now, there are not many resources left. Brother Wang, I don't ask for anything else. I just ask that number 1 middle school can give Fang Xiu some resources. Zhang Yu said in a resounding voice. For Fang Xiu, I'll fight for it. Wang Kai stayed there for a long while. Champion of the Hejiang State League. He didn't even dare to think about such a thing. Even if Zhang Yu moved out of Che Xine, he still didn't think Fang Xiu could win the championship. But, is it necessary to be the champion? If we get the runner-up or the top 4, it will also be a very good result. Moreover, anyone who is noticed by Master Che Xine must be a genius among geniuses. Good. Wang Kai gritted his teeth and said, Zhang Yu, leave this matter to me. Our number 1 middle school has been suppressed for so many years. It's time for us to win a place in the Hejiang State League. Seeing Wang Kai finally express his opinion, Zhang Yu breathed a sigh of relief. At the same time, Fang Xiu also filled his stomach at Che Xine's house. He stood up from his seat and said, Sister Che, I'm ready. Chapter 102, Mythical Beast Hypothesis. After having dinner at Che Xine's house, Fang Xiu followed Che Yu to the 6th floor of the villa. The decoration style here is completely different from other flats. The ceiling, walls, and floors are all white and are divided into several areas. There are all kinds of fitness equipment, as well as a boxing ring and sandbags, which makes it look like a martial arts arena. In the northwest corner of the room, there is a huge black ball with a metallic luster. Black lines extend from the back of the black ball, and it is unknown where they lead to. Che Xine didn't waste any time and brought Fang Xiu and Che Yu directly to the black ball. Beast taming card. Che Xine did not explain too much. He pressed his 5 fingers on the black ball and asked Fang Xiu to take out his beast taming space card. A blue light emerged from under Che Xine's palm, followed by a click sound, and a socket popped out from the side of the black ball. Although the style of the machine is different, looking at the black ball, Fang Xiu couldn't help but think of the baseline test when number 1 middle school also moved a similar machine to the playground. Thinking of this, Fang Xiu skillfully inserted the beast taming space card into the socket. The blue light in Che Xine's hand became brighter and swallowed Fang Xiu. Fang Xiu immediately closed his eyes to avoid being hurt by the light. After about 5 or 6 breaths, Fang Xiu felt the light fade away and open his eyes again. This is... Fang Xiu looked around and found that the scene that came into view was his own beast-taming space. Aren't you trying to help yourself mutate? Why did you come to my beast-taming space? Che Xine glanced at Fang Xiu's changing expression and said, You must find it very strange, right? Aren't you here to help your alien mutate? Why are you coming to your beast control space? Fang Xiu said nothing, just nodded. With modern beast-taming technology, it is impossible to make all the beasts in a group mutate at the same time. Even if they are identical beasts, they must be mutated separately. And your aliens are numerous, and some of them have special abilities. So before deciding which beast to mutate, it's better to take a look first. Che Xine explained the conditions of the mutation to Fang Xiu. Of course, it's the alien queen, Fang Xiu said without hesitation. As the strongest individual among the aliens, the alien queen should be the first choice. Your words don't count. Che Xin poured a basin of cold water on Fang Xiao, then pushed the joystick of the electric wheelchair and headed towards the underground kingdom of the aliens. Seeing this, Che Yu hurriedly followed. After all, given the aliens' living habits, they naturally have no concept of decoration, and the ground in the caves they dig can only be said to be relatively flat. There won't be any problem if people walk on it, but it's different for wheelchairs. Worried that Che Xion's wheelchair might be tripped by stones, Che Yu followed carefully. As the three of them continued to go deeper, the guarding aliens appeared one after another, and the interior space of this underground cave made Che Yu feel the insignificance of human beings. Fang Xiao, didn't your teacher teach you how to taming beasts? Che Yu couldn't help but ask. From the beginning, she had been paying attention to the number of guarding aliens. One after another, about 20 of them were left behind by them. Such a large number of beasts will undoubtedly increase the consumption of resources. If there is a group, official funding will be fine. Fang Xiao doesn't even have an income from his job. The resources spent on feeding these aliens alone are enough to drag down the Beastmaster. How could the physical education teacher not know such an obvious truth? Or, because Fang Xiao came from an ordinary family, he was ostracized by his physical education teacher. Well, Fang Xiao smiled. Zhang Yu and Zhang Panpan had both raised questions in this regard, but he just insisted on it. However, just as Fang Xiao was about to explain, Che Xian interrupted their conversation. Although number 1 middle school cannot compare to those regions with more developed educational resources, most of the teachers there are dedicated and responsible, and they can provide new blood for Beastmaster University every year. Fang Xiao did not abandon these relatively weak aliens. He naturally had his reasons. Maybe the alien queen needs the herd to reach a certain size before it can advance and evolve. Che Xian expressed his guess. So that's how it is. It's not that no one has reminded Fang Xiao, but the number of aliens is an important part of advanced evolution. There was even a hint of surprise in Fang Xiao's starry eyes. Whether it was Zhang Yu or Zhang Panpan, they couldn't quite understand why they should allow the aliens to continue to reproduce. At that time, I didn't know how to explain it. Unexpectedly, Che Xian guessed the advancement conditions of the alien queen just by looking at the guarding aliens along the way. Is this the value of a national first-class beastmaster? Or has Che Xian ever encountered a beast similar to the alien? Do other people's beasts have this characteristic? Fang Xiao asked. This world is very big. Che Xian looked back at Fang Xiao. It's even so great that humans know nothing about beast control. Like a mythical beast. In the 1990s, some scientists proposed that the mythical beasts were fantasy creatures imagined by beastmasters. It's like a special ability, a superpower that only a few people can awaken. Special abilities? Fang Xiao was stunned. He felt that the word was both familiar and strange. Does this world have special abilities? Of course not. It was just because of the conditions at the time that I was deceived by some so-called masters. Because the knowledge about mythical beasts was limited at that time, some people thought that this was a gift from God to mankind. But as the times progressed, people discovered that even if it was a mythical beast, as long as the data could be interpreted, it could be materialized in the beast control space. Even people who didn't have a mythical beast could get it. When he heard this, Fang Xiao couldn't help but think of Li Jin's name. However, as humans continue to explore the beast-taming world, some people claim to have seen mythical beasts in the beast-taming world. Some even brought back photos. With such irrefutable evidence before them, some scholars have come up with bold hypotheses. Mythical beasts have never been fantasy creatures in the minds of beastmasters. It is very likely that mythical beasts lived on this land a long, long time ago, but for some unknown reason, all of them disappeared, just like the dinosaurs of ancient times. However, these mythical beasts are creatures that lived with our ancestors after all, so their appearance and habits are also engraved in our genes. So the appearance of mythical beasts is actually the revival of ancient memories in humans. Of course, this is just a hypothesis. As for why the mythical beasts created by humans are similar to the creatures in the beast-taming world, it will depend on your generation, your next generation, and the next generation to uncover the truth. Chapter 103. The truth about the beast-taming world and the whole people's beast-taming. There is actually such a thing. Only then did Fang Xiao realize the gap between a master like Che Xian and his class teacher Zhang Yu. Zhang Yu has never mentioned such knowledge points. Even if you search for them online, you will only get 404, which means access is denied. However, Feng Xiu changed his mind and felt that this matter should have nothing to do with his alien. Not to mention the so-called beast-taming world, his own aliens don't even belong to this world. Master Che Xian, I have one more thing I want to ask. Fang Xiu wolkt bezidik Xin. Because the road surface in the underground cave was a bit bumpy, the journey that originally took 5 minutes to complete took twice as long because of Che Xian's wheelchair. You want to ask about the beast-taming world, right? Che Xian had a kind smile on his face. Yeah, Feng Xiu nodded repeatedly. This was not the first time he had heard about the beast-taming world, but whenever he wanted to learn more, the other party would either hesitate and fail to explain clearly, or change the subject and keep silent. It made Feng Xiu feel very mysterious. No one actually knows what the beast-taming realm is. It was only after I went to college that I learned about the existence of the beast-taming world. Ahem. Just when Che Xian was talking about the beast-taming world, Che Yu beside him coughed deliberately, as if to remind Che Xian. In order to allow beast-tamers to grow without pressure, even the elders and teachers in the family will not reveal information about the beast-taming world during high school. Because even if these high school students knew about the existence of the beast-taming world, it would not change anything. It would be better to let them have an easier time in high school. Che Yu also agrees with this idea. It would be of no benefit to the other party to understand the beast-taming world too early. It doesn't matter. Che Xian shook his head slightly. With Feng Xiu's talent, he will understand it sooner or later. It wouldn't be a bad thing if I could know what I'm going to face in the future earlier. Che Xian glanced at Che Yu and continued his story. However, he was a master beast tamer, not a professional scholar. He only knew that the entrance to the beast-taming world led underground. In theory, the beast-taming world should be an underground world, but it seemed not to be under their feet. Because as early as the end of the last century, the Soviet Union organized excavation and even made the world's largest drill, digging more than 12,000 meters down. To this day, it is the deepest borehole. But the channel between the real world and the beast-taming world was not opened. But if we say that the beast-taming world is another world, that is not right. Because every time the entrance to the beast-taming realm is opened, the surface will react. Earthquake, tsunami, volcanic eruption. This is enough to show that the beast-taming world is at least not just a different world. And the entrances to the beast-taming realm are scattered all over the blue star. We currently have approximately 31 public entrances to the beast-taming realm. Currently, humans can only go to the beast-taming realm through the entrance. When the discovery was first made, scientists were ecstatic and organized excavations. Result: this beast-taming world not only has plants that are not found on the surface of the earth, but also new energy and other resources. There are all kinds of creatures in there too. They have a certain degree of intelligence and know that we humans are invaders, so they start killing humans who try to enter the beast-taming world. What's worse is that the rules of that world seem to be different from our world. Human thermal weapons will lose their original power in it. Only the most primitive power can fight against those beasts. Listening to Che Xian's story, Feng Xiu was also greatly shocked. I never thought that there would be such a world beneath my feet. But how can we humans be a match for those terrifying creatures? Not only are we humans being slaughtered and defeated, but many creatures are even trying to leave the beast-taming realm and counterattack our human world. Hearing this, Feng Xiu was shocked. According to Che Xian, human thermal weapons cannot harm these creatures at all. If they are allowed to escape, won't the human world be devastated? And what happened next? Later, in order to stop these creatures, some countries did not hesitate to invest in large-scale weapons. Che Xian's eyes became firm. Although those weapons are very lethal, they can also cause serious damage to the human world. Unless it is absolutely necessary, I will not use it. It is not an exaggeration to say that these weapons are humanity's last trump card. I thought I could use these weapons to sever the connection between the human world and the beast world, but who knows? Even if those entrances are destroyed, the entrances to the beast-taming world will reappear after a while. What's even more terrifying is that those creatures seem to be endless and cannot be eradicated no matter what method is used. Even some backward small countries were destroyed because of this. Finally, a scholar stood up and believed that if humans wanted to defeat these creatures, there was only one way. Beast Tamer. Only a Beastmaster can kill a Beastmaster. Based on this theory, humans began to try to capture and analyze beasts, create beast control spaces, and then open up the beast control methods to mobilize all humans to control beasts together. Che Xian's tone became excited. Although he is only in his 50s and has only heard about the emergence of the beast tamer world and the war when he was young, he was one of the first beast tamers to benefit from open source. He had also been to the beast taming realm to suppress those terrifying creatures that wanted to counterattack the human world. During that time, countless comrades and countless beasts sacrificed their lives for humanity, using their blood to exchange for stability in the human world. So this is the truth. The original intention of the whole nation's beast control is to protect the human world. Fang Xiu's expression also turned serious. When he traveled through time, he wondered why beast tamers could integrate into every family. Why every student can come into contact with beast taming as long as they enter high school. Why did the original 9-year compulsory education become 9 years of compulsory general education and 3 years of compulsory beast taming education? After all, according to his experience in his previous life, things like taming beasts should be a symbol of class. Now, after hearing Che Xian recount the sad history of the beast taming world, Fang Xiu finally understood why universal beast taming could be promoted in this world. Because only in this way can top-level beastmasters be born continuously from the human world, and these top-level beastmasters will work hard to protect this world, giving humans enough time to cultivate the next generation. Life will never end, and mankind will live forever. However, even though there was pressure from the beast-taming community, the scholar who advocated open source and allowed the entire nation to embark on the path of beast taming was truly an incredible guy. Excuse me. For a moment, even Fang Xiu felt a little more respectful in his heart. What's the name of the person who promoted the beast taming for all people? Chapter 104. Choosing the Queen and the Wizard. One more chapter. Fu Xiaoqian. As Che Xian said the man's name, they also arrived at the alien delivery room. After the aliens expanded their territory several times, the space here became extremely large, and rows of white insect eggs were neatly formed into a white square. The alien queen still had her legs curled up, as if she was sitting on a throne, constantly laying new eggs. Such a scale made Che Yu's heart tremble. Is this really something a freshman in high school can do? If she hadn't seen it with her own eyes, no matter how exaggerated others described it, she wouldn't have believed that this was a high school student's beast-taming space. Moreover, Che Yu also investigated Fang Xiu's background. His parents were ordinary people. Apart from the freshman benefits given by No. 1 middle school and the prize money from the freshman exchange competition, Fang Xiu had no other resources. Under such circumstances, it was really incredible and unbelievable for Che Yu that an alien of such an exaggerated scale could be cultivated. It's really spectacular. Even Che Xian, a national first-class beast-taming master, was somewhat amazed. How do I start? Fang Xiu was already impatient to start the mutation, and his target was the alien queen. The alien queen? Che Xian looked at the alien queen. In terms of size, the alien queen is almost 3 times the size of an ordinary alien, and the fan-shaped crown on its head makes it look even more domineering. There is no doubt that this alien queen is definitely the strongest unit in Fang Xiu's beast-controlling space. If you let your alien queen mutate, there's nothing to worry about even if you encounter those high school geniuses. But Che Xian suddenly emphasized his tone. Fang Xiu raised his eyebrows. Since there is a but, it means that Che Xian doesn't want to choose the alien queen. Not only was Fang Xiu puzzled, Che Yu, who was standing behind Che Xian, also looked puzzled why. No matter how you look at it, this alien queen is Fang Xiu's strongest beast. Since there's only one chance to mutate, can we improve our performance in the Hejiang Province League by choosing the strongest beast? Hearing this, Che Xian first glanced at Che Yu and said, "Have you forgotten what I just said?" Que Yu looked embarrassed. Whether it was general education courses or beast taming, he was considered an outstanding student. From junior high school to high school, and from high school to university, his grades had always been among the best. But Che Xian's tone was often cold, which made her, as his daughter, feel somewhat uncomfortable. Your alien queen can still advance and evolve, right? Che Xian simply talked to Fang Xiu directly. Yeah. Fang Xiu nodded. Since there's an opportunity for advanced evolution, it is best to reserve the opportunity for mutation for the alien queen after advanced evolution. Kixin Said earnestly. After the advancement, the alien queen's physical strength can be enhanced twice, and she can then withstand greater energy. This is just like what is said in some martial arts novels. The more times you train your body, the stronger your body will be after you break through. But there are risks as well. Che Xin turned his head and glanced at the alien queen. If you give up this opportunity to mutate, the gap between you and those geniuses may not be shortened, which will cause your performance in the Hejiang State League to deteriorate. At that time, not only will I terminate the master-disciple relationship, but I will also require you to pay triple compensation. Fang Xiu, you make the choice. Che Xin did not interfere with Fang Xiu's decision, but simply explained the pros and cons, and finally gave the choice to Fang Xiu. If Fang Xiu insisted on mutating the alien queen, he would not say anything and would directly initiate the mutation. Another choice. Fang Xiu didn't spend much time with Che Xin, but he felt that this old man was a nice guy. Every time he encountered a problem, he would explain the pros and cons, gains and losses clearly, and then make the important decisions himself. Fang Xiu did not answer directly, but looked up at his alien queen. The advantage of choosing the alien queen is that you can instantly improve your combat power and shorten the gap between yourself and those geniuses in Harbin No. 3 Middle School. The downside is that it will eliminate the upper limit of the alien queen. On the contrary, if you retain the alien queen's chance of mutation, and when it advances and evolves into the alien queen, you can get a more powerful beastmaster. Likewise, this also means that he has to use his second strongest mutated beast tamer to challenge someone else's strongest beast tamer. If it was a competition in Hucheng, Fang Xiu would still be confident that he could win the championship. But that's the Hejiang Province League. It was Zhang Yu. Even though Zhang Panpan had a good understanding of his alien form, he was still not optimistic about his performance in the State League. The total population of Hejiang Prefecture is over 130 million. One can imagine the strength of the beast tamers who can emerge from such a population base. Fang Xiu, if I were you, I would choose the alien queen. Seeing this, Che Yu couldn't help but express his opinion. Beast taming is originally a stage training. The beasts trained in high school may be eliminated in college and have to start all over again. Even if your alien queen is able to advance and evolve, it doesn't mean that she will always be able to accompany you on your journey of taming beasts. It's better to focus on the present and improve your immediate combat power so that you can achieve better results in the Hejiang Province League. Che Yu persuaded Fang Xiu in the tone of a person who had experienced it. She had participated in the Hejiang Province League and knew what a brutal competition it was. The delusion of becoming the second strongest beast tamer goes head-on with those monsters. Unless Fang Xiu is crazy. Get you it. But what Che Yu didn't expect was that her kindness was met with a scolding from her father. What happens here has nothing to do with you. Your shallow experience in taming beasts is not worth mentioning at all. Hearing his father's evaluation of him, Che Yu was stunned. Father, when it comes to taming beasts, I have never slacked off. She thought that she had never lost anyone from the Che family. But Che Xian was always like this and rarely recognized her experience in taming beasts. Fang Xiu didn't expect the atmosphere to become strange. I have made up my mind. In order to ease the embarrassment, Fang Xiu turned around and said, Alien Wizard. As Fang Xiu finished speaking, a black shadow quickly flashed over from a distance. It has a very burly figure, nearly 3 meters tall, its entire body covered in a black exoskeleton. It holds a milky white spine in its hand, and translucent mucus drips from the corners of its mouth to the ground from time to time. This is my choice for mutation this time, the Alien Wizard. Fang Xiu said in a loud voice. Just stop. Seeing this, Che Yu wanted to persuade him. Very good. But Che Xian's clear and crisp voice interrupted her again. Now that you've made the choice, don't regret it. Che Xian said as he pressed the button on the electric wheelchair. A faint light flashed by, and the three of them and the beast returned to the first floor of the villa. Then, Che Xian activated the black ball. The black ball, which was originally only 1.5 meters long, quickly expanded until it formed a 2-meter-high container, sucking Fang Xiu's alien wizard in on the spot. Chapter 105. The Alien's First Mutation. Looking at the 2-meter-high container that absorbed the 3-meter-high alien, Fang Xiu's starry eyes flashed with a hint of surprise. Get you it. Che Xian pulled the joystick of the wheelchair and moved back a distance. Got it. Che Yu understood and immediately released his beast. Fang Xiu's attention was drawn to that. Che Yu was Che Xian's biological daughter, and also a top talent among the top 10. He wondered what kind of beast she would be able to tame. There was a faint flash of light, and a burly knight in black armor stood behind Che Yu. He carried a 2-meter-long silver heavy sword on his back, which formed a sharp contrast with the pitch-black armor. Human, Fang Xiu raised his eyebrows, but soon realized something was wrong. Although this knight was wearing full armor, there were still gaps at the joints between the wrist guards and gloves, and his helmet did not cover his eyes. But after careful observation, Fang Xiu discovered that there was neither flesh nor eyes in the gaps of the Black Knight's armor, giving people the feeling of empty armor. If he hadn't seen Che Yu release him with his own eyes, he would probably have mistaken this Black Knight for a model. My beast is called Undead Knight, a magic knight created by soul power. Although it has a human form, it has nothing to do with humans. Like your alien, it is also a mythical beast. Che Yu raised the corners of his mouth and proudly introduced his beast. In terms of physique, this undead knight is even bigger than Fang Xiu's alien wizard. In addition, it is driven by soul power, so even if the undead knight is shattered into pieces, it can recover quickly. Listening to Che Yu's story, Fang Xiu nodded repeatedly and looked around at the undead knight, feeling that he was indeed extraordinary. Especially the aura emanating from this undead knight, which is many times stronger than the beast controlled by Li Jin and his men. Even Che Yu's Beast Tamer is so powerful. I wonder how powerful Che Xian's Beast Tamer was in his heyday. The reason why Che Yu released his own beast was very simple. Although mutations can increase the power of the beast and have the chance to grant skills, they may also cause the beast to lose control. Therefore, it is officially stipulated that no matter it is a school or a private individual, when a mutation is carried out, there must be a more powerful beast to protect them. The undead knight raised his right hand and grabbed the heavy sword behind him. After pulling it out, he held the sword with both hands and aimed it at the black ball. Here, seeing that Che Yu was ready to protect the law, Che Xian immediately took out a blood drawer, threw it to Fang Xiu, and then explained how to use it. Fang Xiu also quickly understood the mutation process. He took 5 cubic centimeters of blood, according to Che Xian's request, and placed it on the mutation instrument. When everything was ready, Che Xian pressed the start switch. Buzz! Accompanied by a loud roar, the mutated instrument began to start up. A dazzling white light swept across the entire room, stinging Fang Xiu so much that he had to use his arms to block the light. This process lasted about half a minute, and the strong light slowly dissipated. Is it done? Fang Xiu was stunned. He felt that the process of transformation seemed to be simpler than he had imagined. However, when he subconsciously looked at Che Xian, he found a hint of surprise in his eyes. Zulfust. Che Yu's beautiful eyes were as big as copper bells, and the expression on her face was even more incredible and unbelievable. What's wrong? Fang Xiu looked at the reactions of the two and couldn't help feeling confused. Could it be that the mutation failed? Fang Xiu, you don't know that the essence of mutation is nothing more than forcibly injecting a kind of energy into the body of the beast, thereby stimulating their potential and making them evolve. This process generally takes 5 to 10 minutes. For the beast masters, this process is extremely painful. So after the mutation is complete, some beast masters will change their temperament drastically and attack their masters. At this time, we need the guardian beast to suppress it. Che Yu explained to Fang Xiu attentively, but her mood was like the sea swept by a storm and could not calm down for a long time. That half-minute means... Fang Xiu raised his eyebrows. It means that your beast is very strong and can withstand the energy to activate the mutation. Che Xian said immediately. You can think of this as charging a mobile phone. Because some chargers and mobile phone batteries are not strong enough. If you force fast charging, it will reduce the life of the phone and even cause the battery to swell. In order to avoid such incidents, some manufacturers will set the charging voltage to 20V and charge slowly. But what if it's a more powerful battery and charger? 20V is just a drop of water for them, so they can be charged super fast at 60V or even 120V. The time required to fully charge a battery will naturally be shortened several times. Che Xian used simple examples to explain the principle of mutation to Fang Xiu. Of course, he is a beast tamer, not a mobile phone master. It is unknown whether the 20V charger is due to the manufacturer's poor technology or out of arrogance and disdain to solve technical problems. Anyway, this is the situation of the mutation. In other words, the body materials of ordinary beasts are not that strong, so they must absorb energy slowly. But my alien wizard has a very high body strength, so he can absorb all the energy instantly, right? Fang Xiu's eyes moved. It really is worthy of being my alien. So awesome. But if you think about it carefully, This makes perfect sense. You must know that Feng Xiu's alien is not a carbon-based creature, but a silicon-based creature. It is a super monster that can withstand radiation in the universe. What's wrong with a mere energy injection? That's right. Che Xian nodded, indicating that Feng Xiu's thought was exactly right, and he was very satisfied with Feng Xiu's comprehension. After all, he had worked part-time when he was in college. At that time, he worked as a beast tamer tutor and taught some high school students. But those students are either stubborn or have problems with their comprehension. I have to repeat the same logical question several times before they can understand. On the other hand, Feng Xiu can fully understand any problem as long as it is told once, and can even summarize and conclude the problem in his own way. The child is teachable. Congratulations to Beastmaster Feng Xiu. Your alien wizard has successfully completed the transformation. Obtained skill, Lightning Strike. The AI prompt of the beast taming space sounded in Feng Xiu's mind. Lightning Strike. Feng Xiu's starry eyes moved slightly. He remembered that Zhang Panpan once said that not every Beastmaster can gain skills when it mutates. What Lightning Strike? Cheiyu blurted out when she heard Feng Xiu's mumbling, but then she reacted. If the Beastmaster awakens a skill, the Beastmaster space will prompt it. The Lightning Strike that Feng Xiu mentioned is most likely a skill he acquired after the mutation. What kind of monster is this Feng Xiu? Chapter 106 Testing the Power of Mutation. After the mutation was over, the black ball bounced off once again, releasing the alien wizard. The alien wizard's body became fuller, his fangs became sharper, and doubled in length from his mouth, making him look more like a troll. The spine in its hand also became straight, like a bone staff. Feng Xiu, be careful. Seeing this, Cheiyu hurriedly reminded Feng Xiu not to get close to the alien wizard. Her undead knight also quickly flashed in front of Feng Xiu, pointing her heavy sword directly at the alien wizard. Cheiyu did this because he was worried that Feng Xiu's alien would get out of control. However, what Cheiyu worried about did not happen. The alien wizard just took a look at the bone staff in his hand, and then he understood everything. He knelt on one knee and offered his loyalty to Feng Xiu. Very good. Feng Xiu nodded with satisfaction. Che Xin pressed a button on his electric wheelchair, and a silver target slowly dropped from the ceiling. The target is a perfect circle with a metallic luster. Only the center of the circle is painted red, and the back is fixed by 2 chains. The lightning strike you just mentioned refers to the skill, right? Maybe try it out here. Although Feng Xiu is currently only his trial disciple, Feng Xiu's comprehension, talent for taming beasts, and cautious character are all very much to Che Xin's liking. When it comes to taming beasts, he also sincerely hopes that Feng Xiu can become stronger. Okay. Feng Xiu answered very straightforwardly. He raised his hand and pointed, asking the alien wizard to attack the center of the target with lightning. The alien wizard understood Feng Xiu's instructions and turned around immediately, making a hissing sound from his mouth as if chanting a spell and shaking the bone staff in his hand. Crack! Along with the thunder, a light purple electric current emerged from the bone staff, and a dark blue electric current split from this current, as if 2 miniature lightning bolts were constantly rubbing and colliding. Every time the alien wizard shook the bone staff, the speed of the electric current would increase and its scale would grow. The thunder caused by the collision became even louder. After about 3 or 4 breaths, the alien wizard aimed his bone staff at the target and poured out this power. Boom! The thunder was deafening, and its terrifying power instantly turned the iron target into a C shape. The silver surface was burned into charcoal, and the center of the circle was melted by the high temperature generated in an instant. The bright red iron fire kept dripping onto the floor, producing a wisp of black smoke. However, the alien wizard's lightning strike did not dissipate, but flowed out in another direction. All the treadmills, elliptical machines, and fitness equipment on this floor were smashed to pieces. The burning fireball exploded in the air, directly triggering the fire alarm system here. The shower head on the ceiling sprayed clean water. A large flat was turned into a mess. Seeing his alien wizard perform so horribly, Feng Xiu was naturally delighted, but the blow to Che Xin's villa was also devastating. Not to mention the value of these expensive fitness equipment. The ceiling, walls, and floors are basically ruined. I'm afraid it needs to be redecorated. When I thought about the fact that Che Xin didn't even let go of the compensation, didn't he want to pay for it? Thinking of this, Feng Xiu took a breath and looked at Master Che Xin awkwardly. Well, Master Che Xian, you're the one who asked my alien to test its skills here. Kixin. Good man, the owner of the house hasn't said anything yet, but you're the first one to try to pass on the blame, right? Also, who does Feng Xiu think he is? After all, I'm a national first-class beast tamer. Is it worth it for me to ask him for compensation for such an accident? The threefold compensation was just an incentive to encourage him to perform well in a Heijiang Prefecture League. Do you really think you are a miser? For a moment, Che Xian felt speechless. Don't worry, you won't be responsible for this accident. Che Xian glanced at Feng Xiu fiercely, but he was very surprised in his heart. No matter what, Feng Xiu is only in the first year of high school and has only been exposed to beast taming for more than 2 months. More importantly, he had just signed a contract with Feng Xiu to become his disciple and had not yet taught him how to taming beasts. This alien wizard was a beast that Feng Xiu had completely cultivated himself. I just provided him with an opportunity to mutate. Even without me, as long as he accumulates enough credits, Haching No. 1 Middle School will provide him with the opportunity to mutate. But this power... Thinking of this, Che Xian looked around. The power of this lightning strike was at least hundreds of millions of volts. If you hadn't seen it with your own eyes, it would be hard to imagine that this was the power that a freshman in high school would have. Perhaps, Feng Xiu's talent is even more terrifying than Chu Xing's back then. Che Xian sighed in his heart, feeling quite surprised that he had found a treasure this time. This destructive power. Che rolled his throat and swallowed nervously. Looking back to my second year of high school, it was also my first time to come into contact with mutation. His father, who had been working away from home, even took a special leave to come back to protect him. Moreover, he has had constant resources since he was a child. When he was in the first year of high school, he relied on his father's halo to gain the attention and help of countless people. The beast I chose at that time was a demon flower. After the mutation, it also gained powerful skills. But whether in terms of destructive power or expressiveness, he is far inferior to Feng Xiu's alien wizard. She, who possesses the aura of a master's daughter, couldn't help but feel a little frustrated. I remember my father once commented on me at that time. My efforts were acceptable, but I lacked talent. At the time, I couldn't understand what he said. I just thought my father was too strict. It was not until many years later, when I met the true geniuses in the top 10, that I finally understood the true meaning of it. Che looked at her father Che Xian. Although Che Xian did not appear to be in high spirits, and even deliberately put on a stern attitude, there was a gleam in his eyes. There is light in his eyes. Since my father retired from the Five Flowers group, his spirit has been quite depressed. Most of the time in the villa, he would lock himself in the study. Every time I had dinner with him, I could feel that his eyes were lifeless. Even before Feng Xiu's transformation, she had never seen such eyes. My father must be very happy. Father, have you finally found the ideal successor in your heart? Che whispered in her heart, the corners of her mouth raised. A smile appeared on her face. She wanted to inherit Che Xian's mantle countless times and prove her talent in taming beasts. Even every beast she bred was a mythical beast. However, Che Xian had never looked at him like this before. Feng Xiu, I'm really a little envious of you. When Che looked at Feng Xiu again, a sparkling tear appeared in the corner of her eyes. Chapter 107, Beast Taming and Human Skills. The triggered fire alarm system soon attracted Che Xian's housekeeper. He breathed a sigh of relief only after making sure nothing happened. Che Xian also asked Feng Xiu to take back the alien wizard and handed the messy room to the housekeeper, while he took Feng Xiu back to the study on the 3rd floor. Feng Xiu, have you ever thought about what it means to tame a beast? Kixin asked earnestly. Beast taming. Feng Xiu didn't expect Che Xian to ask this kind of question, but he intuitively felt that this question should not be that simple, so he lowered his head to think about it. Reproduce, feed, mutate, accumulate experience through continuous battles, and become stronger? But after thinking about it, Feng Xiu still couldn't figure out the deeper meaning. Yes and no. Che Xian smiled and shook his head. Have you ever heard of military dogs? Yeah. Feng Xiu nodded. Feng Xiu actually searched the internet for matters related to this. After all, this is a world where everyone can tame animals, so Feng Xiu was curious about the position of pets such as cats and dogs in this world. In the previous life, not only did many people like to keep cats and dogs, but the police and the military also trained dogs and used them to catch criminals. Because of the existence of beast tamers, These jobs that originally belonged to dogs have now been replaced by more powerful beast tamers. It had been a long time since Feng Xiu heard the adjective military dog, and he felt a sense of familiarity in his heart. Che Xian originally thought that Feng Xiu knew nothing about military dogs, but he never expected that his knowledge of them was so comprehensive. What a good kid who loves history. Then do you think military dogs are born with the ability to identify contraband and track criminals? Feng Xiu shook his head. Military dogs have a much stronger sense of smell than humans, so they can track by scent, but it was humans who discovered and used this ability to train military dogs. Seeing Che Xian use military dogs as an example, Feng Xiu reacted instantly. So what you mean is that beastmasters are born with various abilities, but they don't actually know how to use these abilities, so we humans need to train them. Is this the true meaning of beast mastering? Listening to Feng Xiu's words of drawing inferences from one instance, Che Xian nodded in satisfaction. Not bad. You told me before that when you were facing the beast taming and refining heart diagram, you saw the alien sword master trying to kill you. It was you who burst out with strength at the critical moment, and then defeated the alien sword master with your swordsmanship. So what do you think, judging only by swordsmanship, is the alien sword master better, or are you stronger at that time? Che Xian continued to guide Feng Xiu. But for Feng Xiu, this kind of problem is not a problem at all. The reason why the alien sword master is called sword master is because Feng Xiu feels that it has wind step and mirror clone, which are very similar to the sword master skills in Warcraft. However, the alien swordsman's level of sword use is limited to basic movements such as chopping, slashing, picking, and sweeping. However, the phantom sword dance that he used when facing the beast taming and heart refining diagram was a more advanced sword technique. Not only was it fast and powerful, it could also produce sword energy that could tear the earth apart. Of course, my swordsmanship is better, Feng Xiu answered firmly. So, this is where we humans are truly powerful. Che Xian raised the corners of his mouth, revealing a smug smile. We humans know how to train and how to use more scientific methods to cause the most damage. Only we humans can create fighting skills. Although the beast masters are more powerful, they're actually wild beasts. When they say they are fighting, they're just venting their animal nature based on their innate instincts. That kind of fighting style can't be considered a fighting skill. Tai boxi, zit gunzo, fianan nesi, singi guan, dai ji. We humans can maximize the potential of the human body through observation and research. It is also possible to forge weapons such as swords, spears, and halberds, and based on the advantages of these weapons, create sword techniques, and so on. This is a skill that is unique to us humans. Then the question is, if we encounter a wild beast that is more powerful than ours, how can we defeat it? Che Xian did not instill the idea of taming beasts into Feng Xiu all at once, but intentionally let Feng Xiu think for himself in some areas. Skills. Feng Xiu thought for a moment and said, just like the martial arts created by us humans, the original intention was to enable the weak to protect themselves. But no matter how advanced human martial arts are, they are powerless against beastmen. Joke. If humans could develop the theory of qi and blood, and go to the beast-taming world and punch thousands of beast-taming gangs, then what's the point of having everyone taming beasts? Just let everyone have high martial arts skills. I see. Beast-taming is actually an extension of human skills. Through training, we can make these beasts that can obey human orders master our skills. In this way, the beasts that were originally weaker than those powerful beasts will also be able to fight. If we are beast masters of the same level, we can rely on our powerful skills to defeat the other party. If we encounter a beast that is not as powerful as us, we will defeat it with force. However, these are just theories. Although it was correct, Feng Xiu felt that this was not what Che Xian wanted him to understand. At least not enough. I seem to understand. You mean to ask me to hand over the swordsmanship I used when facing the beast taming and refining heart diagram to the alien sword saint? Feng Xiu's heart was shocked, and he was alarmed by this idea. Even a picture appeared in his mind. A ferocious alien wrapped in a pitch-black exoskeleton, holding two lightsabers in his hands, slashed wildly while shouting ghost sword technique, and then slashed from Penglai East Road all the way to Penglai West Road without blinking for 3 days and 3 nights. Finally, he shouted 10,000 swords returned to the origin, and a number of shining swords condensed behind him. 10,000 swords were fired at the same time, and with the power of sword energy, Other people's beasts were hung up and chopped off. This, how could I have such a fantasy? And where do the aliens get their eyes? This is one of them. Che Xin naturally didn't know what Feng Xiu was thinking. He first confirmed Feng Xiu's idea, and then continued to explain. The second is discrimination. For example, the alien wizard that just mutated, do you think it needs to learn swordsmanship? Che Xin asked Feng Xiu again. There is no need. The alien wizard's advantage lies in witchcraft. Instead of letting it learn swordsmanship, it is better to teach it how to improve witchcraft. Feng Xiu replied. That's right. Che Xin nodded, and his favorable impression of Feng Xiu increased a lot. Understand the strengths and weaknesses of beasts, and then train and guide them in the right way so that they can acquire human skills. This is the correct way to tame the beast. Feng Xiu also felt some emotion in his heart. Sometimes it's like this. Some things are hard to think of if no one tells you, but once someone says it, you can immediately understand the main meaning. It was like an epiphany. This shows the importance of having a good teacher. However, after realizing this problem, Feng Xiu thought of another person in his mind. Chapter 108. Our journey is to the Sea of Stars. Li Qingqing. After this sudden enlightenment, Feng Xiu couldn't help but think of Li Qingqing. Then there are Zhang Shuren and Chen Fan. The Hejiang Province League is not an individual competition, but each university sends 4 Beastmasters to compete in a ring match. If it was just a match in Huqing, Feng Xiu wouldn't feel any pressure against 4 people alone. But for this kind of state-level league, you have to qualify to the quarterfinals, then the semifinals, and finals. Both the energy invested and the opponents faced are not comparable to the competitions in a small place like Huqing. If we want to win the Hejiang State League Championship, Li Qingqing and the others must also improve their strength, especially Chen Fan. In terms of general education grades and beast taming skills, Chen Fan was not even in the top 5 of number 1 middle school. The reason I was able to participate in the freshman exchange competition was because of the connections my family had. But this is the Hejiang Province League. Even Chen Fan's family shouldn't be so willful, right? It's hard to describe the feeling. Feng Xiu raised his eyebrows. Since its establishment, the best result of Huqing number 1 middle school is the runner-up in the league. Compared to the unrealistic championship, they may be more willing to use the quota to exchange for benefits from the Chen family. Thinking about the league, Che Xin noticed that Feng Xiu's expression became a little serious and saw the problem at a glance. For Feng Xiu, the most important thing at the moment is how to win the Hejiang Province League Championship. His alien was indeed very powerful. Che Xin did not deny that. But no one wants to be held back by the weak. I just don't know how Feng Xiu would view Li Qingqing's classmates. Well, my teacher told me that the Hejiang State League will not be held until after the midterm exams. There are less than 10 days left at most. Li Qingqing, Zhang Shuren, and their beast masters. Among the beasts controlled by several of them, only Li Qingqing's is a mythical beast, but none of them has ever mutated, let alone the Hejiang Province League. If it weren't for me, they would even lose to number 3 middle school. So, I have an idea. Feng Xiu's expression became serious. What idea? Che Xin asked without thinking. Could it be that Feng Xiu wanted to temporarily lend his alien to Li Qingqing and others, so that they could use their aliens to participate in the Hejiang Province League? Although this does not violate the rules, and students can trade beasts with each other, if Feng Xiu does this, it will undoubtedly affect the growth of Li Qingqing and others. This also means that Feng Xiu is essentially a person who will do whatever it takes to achieve his goals. Such a person may achieve great success, but one day he will become separated from the people. This is also something that a beast-taming master like Che Xin would never agree with. So when Feng Xiu proposed an idea, Che Xin felt a little nervous. Feng Xiu took a deep breath and said slowly, "Do you want to be our coach?" Kixin. Although he didn't want Feng Xiu to be a guy who would do anything to achieve his goal, but let yourself coach a group of high school students? It's really amazing that Feng Xiu could come up with this idea. What's wrong? Feng Xiu shrugged. Aren't you my trial master now? If I can win the Hejiang State League Championship, you'll be proud too, right? And Li Qingqing also has a mythical beast tamer. Her little gray bird can even breathe fire. With proper training, it should be pretty powerful. Besides, aren't you retired? You're just sitting around doing nothing at home anyway, so why not come over and join us in the Hejiang Province League? No, our journey is to the Sea of Stars. Feng Xiu said seriously. Although he had only been in contact with Che Xian for less than a few hours, Fang Xiu could feel that Che Xian's experience in taming beasts was truly amazing. Compared with Zhang Yu and Zhang Panpan, he is many times stronger. The most important thing is that with the company of Che Xian, the master beast tamer, he can also help analyze the flaws and weaknesses of other people's beast tamers in the Hejiang Province League. Help them plan their tactics. Although there will definitely be people in this world who say that there are no rubbish beast tamers, only rubbish beast tamers, but everything is interdependent. A powerful beast tamer will inevitably have a beast tamer that can restrain its attributes. Fang Xiu thought to himself, and thought of the esports events in his previous life. Although the players of each team are fighting hard, behind a victory, there are also heroes behind the scenes, such as coaches, analysts, and those who take takeout orders. The Hejiang State League is just a starting point for me. There will definitely be bigger events in the future. It's not enough to just win a league title. Fang Xiu's starry eyes sparkled with brilliance. Please, Master Che Xian. Even after saying this, Fang Xiu bent down and bowed towards Che Xian. This sudden scene caught Che Xian off guard. When signing the contract with him, Fang Xiu behaved neither arrogantly nor servilely. But now he is willing to bow his head and bend down for the sake of his classmates. Is this really okay? It would be a lie for Che Xian to say that he was not moved. Li Qingqing, Zhang Shuren, and Chun Fan are all outstanding students from number 1 middle school. I believe they all participated in the exhibition. But you're the only one who has come here, which means their talents are far inferior to yours. But now you want me to be your coach and guide those who are not as good as you. Don't you feel unbalanced in your heart? Unbalanced. Fang Xiu looked up at Che Xian. He didn't quite understand where the imbalance was. Wasn't it Fu Xiaochun who advocated open source and promoted 3 years of compulsory beast taming education and finally realized the ambition of all the people to taming beasts? Since Fu Xiaochun can do it, why can't I get a good coach for Li Qingqing and the others? They're worth it. Fang Xiu and Che Xian looked at each other and spoke in a serious tone. But at this moment, Fang Xiu's cell phone rang again. The atmosphere was originally very good, and Fang Xiu thought Che Xian would agree to him soon, but he didn't expect a phone call to ruin the atmosphere. But when he took out his phone and looked at the caller, he found it was teacher Zhang Yu. You answer the phone first. Seeing this, Che Xian simply let Fang Xiu answer the phone first. Okay. Fang Xiu immediately pressed the answer button. Fang Xiu, when will you go back to school? I have great news. In an instant, Zhang Yu's voice floated out from the loudspeaker, and his tone was extremely excited. It's like winning a 5 million lottery. Huh? What good news? Fang Xiu raised his eyebrows and glanced at Che Xian. He really hadn't thought about when to go back to school. Didn't you sign a contract with Master Che Xian to become his disciple? It's a trial apprenticeship contract. Fang Xiu corrected Zhang Yu. Yeah, I know. The condition of the bet is the Hejiang State League champion, right? So, I found Director Wang and Lao Li and the others, and went to the school leaders to express our position. Chapter 109. All the leaders of number 1 middle school are here, plus 1 more. Express your opinion? Fang Xiu was a little confused. Does the class teacher still need to express his opinion on such a matter? This is a state-level league. Shouldn't the school leaders of Huching number 1 middle school give their full support? Well, that should have been the case, but as you know, Huching's league results in recent years have not been very good, so the school leaders don't think it's necessary to focus resources on the league. That's why I went to see Director Wang, and together with the first-year class teachers, I told the school leaders about this matter. However, they did not agree directly, but wanted to meet you first. Depending on your performance, I will decide whether to give you my full support. Although Zhang, you didn't sound so urgent, it was not difficult to hear from his words that the school leaders were waiting for Fang Xiu to come over. Didn't they see my performance in the freshman exchange competition? Fang Xiu frowned slightly. He was a leader of number 1 middle school after all, and he didn't even pay attention to the freshman exchange competition. Of course they did, but in their eyes, you're just a genius from number 1 middle school. There's still a gap between you and those monsters from number 3 middle school. In the end, I had to bring up the fact that Master Che Xian helped you mutate to convince them to give you a chance. Although he didn't know what the situation was like on Fang Xiu's side, he believed that Fang Xiu was the most talented beastmaster he had ever seen in his teaching career. Master Che Xian is his idol. When the two of them join forces, there will definitely be a wonderful chemical reaction. Otherwise, Zhang Yu would not have organized all the teachers in the first grade of high school to go to the school leaders to argue their case. So that's how it is. Fang Xiao understood the whole story, but he felt very weird. Before supporting your students to participate in the league, you must first calculate the pros and cons. We are willing to help only if we can ensure that we can get a ranking. Let Yu take you back to school. Upon hearing this, Xin did not force Fang Xiao to stay. What about the coach? Fang Xiao's eyes moved. If it weren't for Zhang Yu's call, Xin might have agreed. However, Zhang Yu also wanted to gain resources for himself. All I can say is that it's a matter of time and fate. You should deal with the school matters first. Xin neither confirmed nor denied. So, Fang Xiao had to leave the villa with Yu first and asked Yu's driver to take them back to number 1 middle school. In the car, Yu told Fang Xiao Xin's cell phone number and 10-cent friends and asked him to add them so that if he had any problems, he could contact them directly through 10-cent. To be honest, my father has been rather depressed since he returned to Huqing. He spends most of his time locking himself in his study. We were all very worried about him at one point, fearing that the psychological gap between him and others would be too big and he wouldn't be able to recover. Thanks to you, Fang Xiao, this is the first time I've seen my father so happy in these days. When they parted, Yu did not forget to express her gratitude to Fang Xiao. It was his appearance that helped Xin find a new direction in life. It's my duty, it's my duty. Fang Xiao scratched his head with a smile, but couldn't help complaining in his heart. Is that kind of behavior considered happiness? What does he look like when he is unhappy? After entering the campus, Fang Xiao contacted Zhang Yu with his mobile phone. After a while, the latter came out trotting to greet Fang Xiao and took him straight to the main building of the campus. So urgent. Fang Xiao glanced at the time. Not only was it Sunday today, but it was also 3 o'clock in the afternoon. I thought the school leaders would arrange the time for tomorrow, but I didn't expect them to be so anxious to see me. After the midterm exam, it's the Heijiang Prefecture League. Do you really think you have plenty of time? Zhang Yu complained unhappily. Does this Fang Xiao really mean the truth that time flies like an arrow and never stops day or night? There is not much time to prepare for this Heijiang Province League. However, this is also thanks to the help of Principal Run, said Zhang Yu. After all, Zhang Yu is just a high school class teacher. Even if he can convince Wang Kai, he can only use his connections to find the principal. If they wanted to persuade the big leader, it was naturally not something they could do. Big leader. Fang Xiao was stunned. Isn't the biggest leader in a high school the principal? Is there anyone more powerful than the principal? Of course. Zhang Yu nodded, secretary of the Beast Control Committee. There is also the deputy secretary, the vice president of general studies, the vice president of beast taming, the vice president of logistics, the assistant vice president, the chairman of the labor union, the director of the academic affairs office, the director of the moral education office. Zhang Yu introduced the leaders who came this time to Fang Xiao like they were all his treasures. So many people waiting for me. Fang Xiao couldn't help but be confused. Wow, the entire leadership team of number 1 middle school is here. Honestly, I didn't expect it to become such a big deal. Zhang Yu wiped the sweat from his forehead. I originally thought that all I had to do was communicate with the principal. Unexpectedly, even the big shot was alarmed. However, Zhang Yu only figured it out afterwards. I'm not the only one who is optimistic about Fang Xiao. Principal Run has long been fond of Fang Xiao. If it was just a matter of Principal Run advocating for resources, all she could mobilize were the resources within number 1 middle school. But if we can convince those big leaders, we can mobilize more resources. Fang Xiao, opportunities like this don't come along every time. You must seize the opportunity. Zhang Yu patted Fang Xiao on the shoulder and encouraged him to perform well. Don't worry, brother Yu. Although Fang Xiao also felt a lot of pressure, he also felt anticipation in his heart. After a while, the two arrived at the first conference room of Huqing number 1 middle school. The area here is more than 100 square meters, and the wall is as high as 4 meters. Although the overall decoration is simple, it looks more dignified and majestic. The leaders Zhang Yu mentioned were sitting on the podium, and there was a microphone in front of each leader's desk. On the wall behind them hung the national flag of China. The grade director Wang Kai, as well as the head teachers of other classes and physical education teachers, sat in the audience. The entire conference room seemed very quiet. Even the slightest cough was clearly audible. Fang Xiao walked over with big strides. Although he was often surrounded by his classmates at school, the feeling was completely different when facing so many leaders. What a strong sense of oppression. Fang Xiu thought to himself. Student Fang Xiu, you don't have to be nervous. Ren Shiyue comforted Fang Xiu with a smile, asking him to relax. Then he introduced several other leaders to Fang Xiu. The secretary of the Beast Control Committee is Gao Yuan, and the deputy secretary is Lu Xuan. Then came a series of names. After introducing the names of these leaders, Principal Ren brought the topic back to the Hejiang Province League. Obviously, before Fang Xiu arrived, their leadership team had already held a meeting. The other teachers' eyes were also focused on Fang Xiu. Fang Xiu, what makes you think you can make it to the top 4 in the Hejiang Province League? Ren Xiuyue said. Fang Xiu. Chapter 110. Shocking the school leaders. 2 more chapters. Final 4. What top 4? Fang Xiu was a little confused, not because he felt that the top 4 was too difficult, but my goal is and can only be the champion. What the hell is the top 4? Fang Xiu turned to look at Zhang Yu, only to see that the latter's smile was somewhat awkward, and then he reacted. I guess the class teacher Zhang Yu felt that the goal of winning the Hejiang Province League Championship was too outrageous, so he aimed for the top 4. In this way, the school leaders are more willing to accept and fund them, which is a compromise. After all, Huqing has never won a championship and has few chances of reaching the semifinals. Zhang Yu even winked at Fang Xiu, asking him to agree quickly. Ren Shiyue was also a little confused, and the other leaders looked at each other as if they were discussing what was going on. Ren Shiyue leaned forward. Although she was the principal, this middle school had never been a one-man show. All the vice principals were eyeing her position, not to mention that there was a more powerful leader, Gao Yuan, here. Your class teacher Zhang Yu assured us that you have an extremely high talent for taming beasts, and Che Lao even accepted you as his last disciple. If you lead the students of our number 1 middle school, we will definitely be able to achieve a good result of top 4 in the Hejiang State League. Ren Shiyue opened her red lips and explained the situation to Fang Xiu, while glancing at Zhang Yu out of the corner of her eye. It's just as I guessed. Fang Xiu thought to himself, although he could also come down the stairs of Ren Shiyue, but how can a mere top 4 be my goal? Even though he understood Zhang Yu's intention, Fang Xiu still found it hard to accept. Fang Xiu's eyes moved. Teacher Zhang Yu might have heard it wrongly on the phone. Here, did I hear it wrong? Ren Shiyue's pupils trembled wildly. All the teachers in the first grade of high school jointly submitted a petition, and I even went so far as to invite a big leader here, but the result was just a reply that I heard it wrong. At this point, even Li Guosheng and others could no longer sit still and started whispering to each other. What do you mean? Is Fang Xiu scared when he sees so many leaders here? What are our efforts then? Don't you even have the confidence to fight for the top 4? I still think highly of him. For a moment, these teachers suddenly felt that they were ready to fight to the death. So why did your majesty surrender first? Gao Yuan and the others' faces suddenly turned dark. They had all heard about Fang Xiu's performance in the freshman exchange competition and thought he was a good talent. How come he didn't even have such a little sense of responsibility? It's hard for Principal Run to do his best for her. These mutterings also reached Fang Xiu's ears, but he didn't care. Teacher Zhang, you definitely heard it wrong. I wasn't talking about the final 4 on the phone. Fang Xiu continued to speak slowly. Top 8. Ren Shiyue quickly followed up. Fang Xiu doesn't have the courage to reach the semifinals, and I don't blame him, but he should at least reach the semifinals, right? Otherwise, I would really be embarrassed. But what Ren Shiyue never dreamed of was that Fang Xiu's starry eyes exuded strong self-confidence, and he shouted in a decisive voice. I'm not talking about the quarterfinals. I'm talking about the champions. As soon as these words were spoken, the scene suddenly became silent. The teachers who were originally whispering to each other suddenly opened their eyes as big and round as cows' eyes, and their mouths opened into O shapes. Stunned, Ren Shiyue's pupils shrank slightly, and she couldn't help but wonder if there was something wrong with her hearing. Fang Xiu, did he just say champion? Champion of the Hejiang State League? Not the quarterfinals, nor the semifinals. But champion? Fang Xiu, are you serious? In the end, Gao Yuan was the first to calm down. Since the establishment of Huqing School, they have never won the championship of Hejiang Province League. Of course I'm serious. Fang Xiu took a step forward, and the aura he exuded even overshadowed several leaders at this moment. Didn't Chu Xinghe win runner-up once? Fang Xiu directly brought up Chu Xinghe's ranking in the Hejiang Province League. If Chu Xinghe can do it, why can't I do it? My Beastmaster is not as good as his. As he spoke, Fang Xiu directly released his alien wizard. Sky Shock. Fang Xiu pointed at the window and changed the name of the alien wizard's lightning strike skill to Sky Shock. Regardless of anything else, the name of the skill must be domineering. The 3-meter-tall alien wizard looked down at the leaders and shook his bone staff in his right hand. Crack! Accompanied by a thunder, 2 different colored lightning bolts, light purple and dark blue, flashed from the bone staff, rubbing and colliding with each other. The moment the alien wizard pointed the bone staff at the window, dazzling lightning flashed out on the spot. Boom! A deafening sound echoed throughout the entire conference room. The huge floor-to-ceiling window was directly pierced, and large pieces of debris flew out. Then there was a gust of wind that swept in all directions. The leaders were shocked. No one expected Fang Xiu to be so crazy that he actually dared to show off his power to Tame beasts in this first conference room. Fang Xiu, are you crazy? The director of the Moral Education Department immediately stood up and blamed Fang Xiu. It's okay. However, Gao Yuan, as a senior leader, did not blame Fang Xiu for his idea. The first conference room is on the first floor. It is the weekend now, and there will be no students passing by outside, so there will be no casualties. Moreover, he could see that Fang Xiu had already withdrawn his hands when he asked the alien wizard to take action. The reason for the demonstration was probably to prove to them that his beast had completed the transformation. You know, the students of number 1 middle school are the best in Huqing. Even those so-called geniuses can only try mutation in the second semester of senior high school. Before finishing the first semester of his freshman year in high school, Fang Xiu had successfully mutated his beast. It could be seen that his talent is no worse than Chu Xing's. Secretary Gao, even if this is the case, this guy named Fang Xiu is really too reckless. The director of the Moral Education Department still looked unhappy. Gao Yuan just waved his hand and asked him to be quiet. However, with this move, many people were quite shocked, especially these teachers. They spend more time with students and understand their level better. There are even people who have witnessed Chu Xing's power. If we compare Fang Xiu and Chu Xing now, both are equally matched. No, perhaps Fang Xiu's talent is even stronger. But no matter how shocked they were, with Gao Yuan as their leader, the teachers only whispered to each other and praised Fang Xiu for his outstanding performance. Fang Xiu, since you are so confident in your beast taming, why don't we have a bet? Gao Yuan suddenly became interested. What do you mean? Fang Xiu asked back. It's very simple. We are willing to sponsor all of your expenses for the Hejiang Province League this time, but we have performance requirements for you. If you can win the Hejiang Province League Championship, as you said, I can turn a blind eye to what happened today. But if you fail to make it to the semifinals, Gao Yuan pointed to the window that was destroyed by the alien wizard. Fang Xiu, you have to compensate me with a window. Chapter 111, Preparing for the Hejiang Prefecture League. 3 more chapters added. It's a deal. Fang Xiu took back his alien wizard, then clasped his hands towards Gao Yuan. Zhang Yu, you are Fang Xiu's class teacher, so you will be in charge of this matter. Gao Yuan nodded with satisfaction, and then handed the coordination work to Zhang Yu. Yes, leader. Zhang Yu answered neatly and took advantage of Gao Yuan's hesitation to pull Fang Xiu out of the first meeting room. The teachers from other classes had also made up their minds and left tactfully. Soon, only Gao Yuan and other leaders were left in the first conference room. Secretary Gao, isn't this spoiling Fang Xiu too much? A vice president couldn't help but ask. Release your own beast in public. This shows that they don't take their leaders seriously at all. It would be reasonable to give Fang Xiu a punishment. Vice Principal Zhao, when you were young, were you as powerful as Fang Xiu? Ren Xiuyue said bluntly, determined to stand on Fang Xiu's side. We are all veterans engaged in the beast taming education industry. Ask yourselves, are beast tamers like Fang Xiu common? Not to mention the first year of high school. Even in the second year of high school, it is not certain that one can cultivate a beast as powerful as the alien wizard. That's not the case. The ability to tame beasts is indeed important, but nowadays we emphasize moral, intellectual, and beauty and all-round development. Having talent but being arrogant is called being unworthy of the position. I think it is necessary for Fang Xiu to write a self-criticism and recognize his mistakes. I do this for his own good. Seeing this, another vice president also expressed his opinion. What you said makes sense. Gao Yuan nodded. However, the Hejiang Province League is just around the corner. What if Fang Xiu's performance in the league is affected by the review? The vice principal who refuted Ren Xiuyue was speechless for a moment. These people were able to step up from the bottom to the core leadership circle. None of them are fools. so they can naturally hear the hidden meaning. If we continue to refute, we will be responsible for the results of the Hejiang Prefecture League. So, Secretary Gao means that Fang Xiu should prepare well for the Hejiang Prefecture League. Vice Principal Zhao saw that the situation was not right and quickly changed his attitude. Isn't it interesting? Gao Yuan smiled. Our number one middle school. No, our Huching hasn't had a student like Fang Xiu for a long time. In the past Hejiang State League, those students never thought they could win the championship. Instead, they thought that the most important thing about the State League was participation. Now we finally have a student who is determined to win the Hejiang State League Championship. Why should we suppress him? The most important thing is that you're all experts in taming beasts. Can't you see the extraordinariness of the beast just now? Gao Yuan glanced at the few people. He also heard about Che Xian's grand art exhibition in Dihao Building, which attracted countless young talents. And it happened today. No matter how powerful Che Xian is, it is impossible for him to transform Fang Xiu completely in just one day. At most, it can point out the direction for him to tame beasts in the future. Based on this relationship, Gao Yuan felt that Fang Xiu's alien wizard was not Che Xian's masterpiece. If I'm not mistaken, Che Lao just provided Fang Xiu with an opportunity to mutate. And this is exactly what makes Fang Xiu so great. After Gao Yuan finished speaking, several vice principals also looked as if they had suddenly understood something. If Secretary Gao hadn't reminded me, I would have almost forgotten about it. So, Fang Xiu relied on his own talent to train the beast to be so powerful. He is truly a young hero. No wonder Secretary Gao is so optimistic about Fang Xiu. As the saying goes, there are many good horses, but it is difficult to find a good horse trainer. Listening to the praises from several vice presidents, Ren Shuyue also felt a strange mood. What a bunch of fence-sitters. Principal Ren. Gao Yuan was not opposed to these compliments, but he did not allow them to continue. What's wrong? Secretary Gao. I heard that Li Qingqing, Zhang Shuren, and others also went to participate in the exhibition, and their performance at the exhibition seemed to be quite good. Gao Yuan asked softly. That's right. Li Qingqing also passed the test of the beast taming and refining heart diagram. Her performance was just a little worse than Fang Xiu's, but it was enough to show Li Qingqing's talent. Although Zhang Shuren and Chun Fan were second, they persisted for quite a while. What does Secretary Gao mean? Ren Shuyue vaguely understood something, but something should still be said by the leaders. Yeah, Gao Yuan nodded. Actually, I think this is a good opportunity for number one middle school. First of all, the quality of students in this class is very high, and Fang Xiu has also received guidance from Che Lao. Perhaps a large part of Fang Xiu's confidence comes from Che Lao's support. Moreover, if we can really get a place in the Hejiang State League, even if we're not the champion, but just make it to the semifinals, or even runner-up like Chu Xinghe, it will undoubtedly make people in the state look up to us. Maybe some of Crane City's budget issues this year can be resolved. No matter when, result of the real confidence. Why do the annual budgets of Harbin City, Qingchang City, Kicker City, and Jiaqing reach 9 figures? It's just that their school achieves good results every year. If Fang Xiu really led number 1 middle school into the semifinals, they can also use this achievement to ask for more budget. I propose to provide Fang Xiu and his team with an opportunity to mutate and then allocate 2 million as the beast taming funds for this league. After saying that, Gao Yuan raised his right hand on the table, reminding everyone to solve the problem by voting. I agree. Ren Shuyue raised her hand first without saying a word. Seeing this, the other vice principals also raised their hands to express their agreement with Gao Yuan's arrangement. Okay, since everyone agrees, let's notify Zhang Yu and let him take charge of this matter. As he spoke, Gao Yuan stood up from his seat, setting the tone for this Hejiang Prefecture League. Fully support Fang Xiu and others. Ren Shuyue also felt relieved. On the other side, after Fang Xiu came out of the first conference room, he said goodbye to Zhang Yu and returned to the dormitory. From the beast taming and mind refining diagram to the mutations, and then to dealing with the school leaders, Fang Xiu was quite exhausted. However, despite being tired, Fang Xiu still created a group on Tencent after returning to the dormitory and invited Zhang Yu, Zhang Panpan, Li Qingqing, Zhang Shuren, and others to join. Only when he turned to Chun Fan's friend list, Fang Xiu hesitated for a moment. After all, in terms of grades, Chun Fan couldn't even make it into the top 5 in number 1 middle school. Do you really want him to participate in this Hejiang Province League? Thinking of this, Fang Xiu canceled the option of adding Chun Fan to the group chat. However, what Fang Xiu didn't expect was that just a few minutes after he created the group, Chun Fan actually sent him a text message. "Are you there?" It was followed by an aggrieved expression. Chapter 1, 12 Chun Fan? Master Chun. 4 more chapters added. What's wrong, classmate Chun Fan? Fang Xiu tapped the screen quickly and sent a message back. Fang Xiu, did you create a group chat? And did you invite teacher Pan Pan, Ching Ching, and the others to join? Why didn't I receive an invitation? Is it because I didn't do well in the freshman exchange competition? Chun Fan has always been a straightforward person. We found out that he was not invited to the group created by Fang Xiu. He just wanted to get things clear. If it's because of my poor performance, please speak up, Mr. Fang Xiu. I'm afraid there might be a misunderstanding between us. If you think my beast taming skills are not good enough, I have nothing to say. But if it's because of past conflicts, I can't accept it. Looking at the messages sent by Chun Fan, Fang Xiu was at a loss whether to laugh or cry for a moment. Is this the dilemma of high school students? How did you know that I created the group? Did teacher Pan Pan tell you? Fang Xiu did not answer, but asked back. No, it's just, I was with Zhang Shuren, and I saw it accidentally. Zhang Shuren didn't tell me. Chun Fan hurriedly explained. Because this group has teachers, including Li Qingqing and Zhang Shuren, I thought of the Haijiangzi League. Is it right? To say that Chun Fan didn't want to participate in the Hejiang Province League would naturally be a lie. Although he didn't know why Fang Xiu excluded him, Chun Fan was unwilling to give up as long as there was a glimmer of a chance. Unless it's really because your beast taming skills are not good enough. Fang Xiu looked at the text sent by Chun Fan and felt that he was quite sincere. Moreover, Fang Xiu had not yet decided whether to kick Chun Fan out of the Hejiang Province League. After a slight hesitation, Fang Xiu called Chun Fan directly. Student Fang Xiu. Chun Fan's tone was filled with a hint of unwillingness. He had always wanted to prove himself. Although you caused me trouble at the beginning of the school year, I didn't take it to heart. To be honest, I was just hesitant. Seeing that Chun Fan was being straightforward, Fang Xiu didn't intend to beat around the bush. What do you mean by hesitation? You also went to the art exhibition today and knew that Master Che Xin had an appointment with me. Fang Xiu paused for a moment and continued. Master Che Xin did not directly accept me as his apprentice. Instead, he used the apprenticeship contract to sign a gambling agreement with me. If I fail to win the Hejiang State League Championship this time, Che Xin will not only terminate the master-disciple relationship with me, but also require me to pay 3 times the liquidated damages. So this Hejiang State League is very important to me. When Chun Fan heard about the apprenticeship contract and the gambling agreement, he didn't react much. But when Chun Fan heard that Master Che Xion's bet requirement was the champion of the Hejiang State League, he screamed on the spot, huh? Although he knew that Fang Xiu was very talented, and it was no exaggeration to say that he was the best player in number 1 middle school, but that was the Hejiang Province League. How much does Master Che Xian think of Fang Xiu to dare to make such a request? No, isn't Master Che Xian trying to make things difficult for Fang Xiu? This is too much. Chun Fan felt it was unfair for Fang Xiu, but he soon understood Fang Xiu's hesitation. Looking at Huqing, he was not the best beastmaster, so it was normal for Fang Xiu to hesitate. I'm sorry, Fang Xiu. I didn't expect that this Hejiang Province League would be so important to you. If that's the case, I'm willing to quit. Chun Fan took a deep breath. Although he really wanted to participate in this league and compete with those strong players, after learning that Fang Xiu had a gambling agreement, Chun Fan no longer forced him. After all, one should not be too selfish. Fang Xiu didn't expect Chun Fan to withdraw so easily. He thought for a moment and said, wait a minute. What else? Chun Fan understood immediately after he opened his mouth. Student Fang Xiu, do you need sponsorship? Don't worry about this. We are all students of number 1 middle school. Although I have no chance, I am not a narrow-minded person. I will talk to my sister and ask her to sponsor you. Fang Xiu. Fang Xiu couldn't help but be stunned. What he wanted to say was that he was still hesitating. Although Li Qingqing said that there are students in number 1 middle school with better grades than Chun Fan, if the gap between them and Chun Fan is not too big, he would not mind letting Chun Fan participate in this league. Unexpectedly, there was an unexpected gain. Brother Chun, how much assets does your family have? Fang Xiu raised his eyebrows. He also heard about Chun Fan from Li Qingqing. His family runs a supermarket. Are all supermarket owners so rich nowadays? Just sponsorship? I'm not really sure about this. I heard from my sister that last year's turnover seemed to be only a few billion. Chun Fan said hesitantly. His mind was basically on taming beasts, and he had never had much interest in the family business. How much? Fang Xiu was stunned. Isn't it that profitable to open a supermarket now? Although the profit is obtained by deducting the cost from the turnover, a turnover of several billion means that the company is a large enterprise with annual revenue of over 100 million. Before, he only knew that Chun Fan's family was rich, but Fang Xiu really had no idea. Wow, there's a rich man next to me? Oh no, my family runs a chain of supermarkets. We have supermarkets not only in Huqing and Harbin, but also in other states. Chun Fan explained. Good job. Supermarket chain? Like our T-Mart or Hema. No wonder his family was so willing to give money during the last freshman exchange competition. That's not right, Brother Chun. Since your family is so rich, why don't you customize a god-level piece of equipment for your beast like Li Jin did? Although Li Jin did not have much talent, he relied on his family financial resources to obtain a mythical beast species and customized equipment that could release lightning. If the alien queen wasn't so strong, I would have been in trouble. This shows the horror of financial power. Well, I don't really want to rely on my family. I want to prove that I'm a stronger one. Just spending money blindly is not the real way to tame beasts. Chun Fan said righteously. On the eve of the freshman exchange competition, his sister did mention this matter, but Chun Fan refused. Fang Xiu called out 3 good guys in one breath. Chun Fan is not only a rich guy, but also a rich guy with a temper. Chun Fan, are you willing to participate in the Hejiang Province League at all costs? Fang Xiu said in a low voice, as if he was a demon from hell. The price. Chun Fan was stunned at first, but then he thought that it was the Hejiang Province League, the most prestigious beast taming competition in Hejiang Province. If I could defeat the Beastmaster from a strong school in that game, wouldn't that be the best opportunity to prove my strength? I do. Chun Fan gritted his teeth and said, no matter what the price, I am willing to do it. As long as I can participate in the Hejiang Province League this time, I am willing to work harder than ordinary people. I am willing to get up at 4 in the morning to tame beasts. Chun Fan expressed his determination to Fang Xiu. Good. Very good. Very good. Then the price is... Fang Xiu took a deep breath and said, ask your sister for money. Chun Fan. Chapter 113. Gathering, plus 5 more chapters. After hanging up the phone with Chun Fan, Fang Xiu added him to the group and sent a notice in the group, asking everyone to gather in Class 2 at 6 o'clock tomorrow morning. Then he threw his phone on the bedside table and fell asleep. A dreamless night. When Fang Xiu opened his eyes again, it was already the next morning. He washed up skillfully, had breakfast at the steamed bun shop downstairs, and went straight to school. When Fang Xiu arrived at the door of Class 2, Li Qingqing happened to come over. She was wearing a pink and white sweatshirt, black tights, and her hair was tied into a ponytail. She looked very energetic. But the way Li Qingqing looked at Fang Xiu was as if he was looking at a mentally retarded person, and he looked him up and down. Fang Xiu, are you okay? How dare you sign such an outrageous apprenticeship contract? Li Qingqing herself was not very interested in Che Xian's decision to accept a disciple. When she learned the contents of the contract from Zhang Yu in the group yesterday, she tagged Fang Xiu crazily. As a result, Fang Xiu fell into a deep sleep and didn't even see the message sent by Li Qingqing. Now seeing Fang Xiu, Li Qingqing was even more furious. What on earth are you thinking? I feel Che Xian is a good person. Fang Xiu shrugged. Apart from the gambling agreement, there was no problem with the contract. Besides, all we have to do is win the Hejiang State League Championship, right? After saying this, Li Qingqing froze in place, her beautiful, sparkling eyes widened like silver bells, her red lips slightly opened, and she took a shallow breath of cold air. Crazy. This guy Fang Xiu is absolutely crazy. It must be the beast taming and mind refining diagram from yesterday that made him go astray. Hejiang State League champion? No high school student in the entire Huqing dares to dream like this. Although I know that Fang Xiu has always been confident in the field of beast taming, but can we win the Hejiang Province League Championship? A man's voice came from behind Fang Xiu. Fang Xiu immediately turned around and looked with Li Qingqing. The visitors were none other than Zhang Shuren from Class 3 and Chun Fan from Class 6. I don't think there's anything to worry about. If Fang Xiu really wants to pay the penalty, I can help. Chun Fan volunteered. As expected of you, you're the young master of the Chun family. You speak with confidence. You are so rich. Why don't you just buy Haijiangzu? Li Qingqing retorted angrily. Is this a money issue? It was obvious that Fang Xiu was being bullied, and he didn't even know it. Chun Fan touched his nose awkwardly. Chun Fan, Zhang Shuren wanted to say that Chun Fan also had good intentions, but when the words were on the tip of his tongue, he was glared back by Li Qingqing. All right, seeing that the atmosphere had been off since the beginning of the morning, Fang Xiu quickly spoke up. It's already happened. If you keep dwelling on those trivial matters, you'll only waste your energy. Besides, the contract is my own choice. Even if something goes wrong, I will shoulder the responsibility myself. I just want to know one thing now, and that is what you think. Do you guys want to win the Heijiang State League Championship? Li Qingqing and others' beast taming skills are not as good as his, and he is the only one who can persuade Che Xian to be their coach. Based on various relationships, Fang Xiu has already placed himself in the position of captain. Of course I have. That's a state-level league, and the top students from all schools will come to participate. If I can win the championship, I will wake up laughing in my dreams. Chun Fan answered without thinking, clenching his fists, extremely excited. My idea is the same as Chun Fan's. As long as I can participate in this league, I will definitely do my best. Zhang Shuren also echoed. Li Qingqing sighed, then opened her red lips and said, Me too. That's it, isn't it? Since everyone wants to win the championship of this league, why not set this as a goal? Fang Xiu smiled. Besides, I am not without confidence this time. Tell me about it. Seeing Fang Xiu so confident, Li Qingqing also became interested for a moment. Resources. Fang Xiu held up a finger. Do you still remember Li Jin from the freshman exchange competition? In terms of beast taming talent, he is not as good as any of us. But why can he become the ace of the 3 squads? Nothing else, resources. As long as there are resources, even a guy like Li Jin can obtain fantasy beast species and customize the beast-controlling equipment of Long Quan Group. Of course, I'm not asking you to change your beasts. I'm just asking you to choose powerful equipment as much as possible. Also, mutation. As Fang Xiu spoke, he extended his second finger. Mutation? Doesn't that mean you have to accumulate enough credits to enter this field? Zhang Shuren was stunned. His beast was of a conventional type. If he wanted to go further, he had to rely on mutation to break through. The head teacher of Class 3 also talked to him about this matter in detail, asking him to study hard and increase his credits as soon as possible. That was originally the case, but I talked to the school leaders yesterday, and they're willing to provide us with 2 million in cash, and are also willing to make an exception and perform a mutation for us. Fang Xiu received this news not long after he separated from Zhang Yi yesterday. This is also the reason why Fang Xiu asked everyone to gather early in the morning. Chun Fan, how much can your family sponsor? Then, Fang Xiu asked about Chun Fan's family situation. Chun Fan scratched his head embarrassedly. After talking with his sister yesterday, he found out that although the turnover of the family supermarket was very high, the assets were used to open a new supermarket. So there wasn't as much cash in the house as I thought. Moreover, it is impossible for their family to devote all their resources to one league. My sister only gave me 2 million. Chun Fan said awkwardly, as if the number was a bit embarrassing. Zhang Shuren. What a good guy. He only gave 2 million. Li Qingqing couldn't help but complain. Her family conditions were not bad, but they were not so willful as to give her 2 million to participate in the competition. Not to mention Fang Xiu, the school was so generous, but they only gave 2 million, while Chun Fan's family directly paid this amount. He really is worthy of being the young master of the Chun family. Fang Xiu calculated in his mind that each person would get 800,000, plus 1 more mutation. I just don't know if my alien sword master can mutate. Fang Xiu thought to himself. After all, Gao Yuan promised him that each person's beast tamer would undergo a mutation once. Although his alien sword master has 2 skills, they were unlocked after parasitism. In theory, it does not count as a mutated beast master. At the same time, Zhang Yu also walked over from the other direction of the corridor. What was even more unexpected was that there was a lady following Zhang Yu. Fang Xiu's starry eyes narrowed slightly, and he saw that the lady was wearing a white dress. She had an outstanding temperament and a calm face. She was the type that would easily attract people's attention in the crowd. Miske? Soon, Fang Xiu also recognized her identity. It was Che Xian's daughter, Che Yu. Why did she come here with Zhang Yu? Chapter 114. I'll tell you a secret. Miske. Li Qingqing glared at Fang Xiu fiercely. She always called Che Annie, but Fang Xiu just called her sister. Wasn't that taking advantage of her in disguise? Hateful. If you don't mind, you can call me uncle. Fang Xiu shrugged indifferently. Li Qingqing. I have good news for you. Zhang Yu, the head teacher, interrupted them and said, our school has decided to fully support you in participating in the Hejiang State League this time. Not only that, as he spoke, Zhang Yu looked at Che Yu and waited for the other party to tap his forehead before continuing. Master Che, I am willing to provide us with a training ground. Is this true? Zhang Shuren gasped. Just yesterday, he was still feeling disappointed because he failed to pass the test of the beast taming and heart refining diagram. But today, he had the chance to go to Master Che Xian's house. Is there such a good thing? Moreover, Zhang Shuren had a strong premonition that Master Che Xian was doing more than just providing a venue. Am I dreaming? Chen Fan looked at Fang Xiu in disbelief. First, he got the opportunity to participate in the league, and then he was able to meet Master Che Xian. Even if you were dreaming, you wouldn't dare to dream of such a plot, right? Of course I'm not dreaming, Che Yu said with a smile, but if you really want to thank someone, you should thank Fang Xiu more. He was the one who convinced my father to be the coach for this league. As soon as these words were spoken, Zhang Shuren and Chen Fan's pupils began to tremble wildly. They even pinched their thighs on purpose. It hurts. I'm not dreaming. It's true. Fang Xiu, how did you do that? Zhang Shuren has long been a fan of Master Che Xian. He knew very well how many rich young men in Hucheng wanted to get guidance from Master Che Xian. There are even rumors that some people offered a sky-high price of 1 million for a class, but were still unable to hire Master Che Xian. On the contrary, Fang Xiu, who had just met Master Che Xian once, actually directly persuaded Master Che Xian to be their coach. This is so amazing. Moreover, Zhang Shuren had already heard about the apprenticeship contract from Chen Fan. At first he thought that Master Che Xian was not satisfied with Fang Xiu, so he made such an excessive request, hoping that Fang Xiu would give up. But if that were really the case, then there would be no need for Master Che Xian to be their coach and teach them all how to tame beasts and become stronger. After eliminating all the wrong answers, the one that remains, no matter how unlikely it seems, is the only truth. Does Master Che Xian really think Fang Xiu can win the league championship? Zhang Shuren's mood was like the sea swept by a storm and could not calm down for a long time. How much does Master Che Xian think of Fang Xiu? Chen Fan waved his fist excitedly. Great, Fang Xiu, it's Master Che Xian. We are saved. No. Thanks to you, Fang Xiu. For a moment, Chen Fan was so excited that he was incoherent. But the good news Zhang Yu brought was not limited to this. You all will come with me to the mutation room now. Everyone will have one chance. Also, you don't have to go back to class after the mutation. According to the leader's discussion, we have decided to let you seize the next few days and prepare for the league. As for the progress of general education courses, we will arrange teachers to give you individual tutoring. Zhang Yu became more and more excited as he spoke. After all, he also had a contribution in this matter. If he had not run directly to find Wang Kai and mobilized all the teachers in the grade after hearing about the gambling contract, Fang Xiu would not have had the opportunity to show off his beast taming in front of the leaders. Zhang Yu gave himself a great credit. As expected, your brother Yu. Fang Xiu gave a thumbs up tactfully. Follow me. Zhang Yu took a deep breath and led the way for Fang Xiu and others. Now is the last semester, and many high school students have already accumulated enough credits for mutation and applied to use the school's mutation machines. Taking this into consideration, Zhang Yu chose to seize the time. While it was still early and there were not many people in the mutation room, he took Fang Xiu and others and rushed there directly. Che Yu separated from Fang Xiu and the others on the pretext that she had other things to do and asked them to contact her after they had transformed into mutants. After a while, they arrived at the mutation room of number 1 middle school, which is located in the south of the school, adjacent to the experimental building, and has 4 floors. Hello, Uncle Wang. Zhang Yu asked Fang Xiu and others to wait at the door for a moment, then took out a pack of cigarettes from his pocket and greeted the guard with a somewhat cordial tone. Why are you here so early, Teacher Zhang? Uncle Wang looked at the cigarette in Zhang Yu's hand, and a smile appeared on his face. It's because of the Hejiang Province League. You know, our class of freshmen is really good. There are 2 mythical beast masters, and some of them have been accepted as disciples by Master Che Xian. You may not believe this, but we have a chance to win the championship this time, Zhang Yu said with a smile, just like a parent who buys a piece of clothing for his child and wears it around to show off. Seeing this, Fang Xiao and others also tactfully called him Uncle Wang. Oh, I know you. However, what Fang Xiao did not expect was that as soon as he said hello, the security guard, Uncle Wang, pointed at him with a happy look on his face. You must be Fang Xiao, the student who defeated number 3 middle school in the freshman exchange competition and brought glory to number 1 middle school. I didn't expect to see a living one today. Uncle Wang became happier and happier as he spoke. He then took out his cell phone and asked Fang Xiao in a friendly manner if he could take a photo with him. My baby loves you so much. Please take a picture with me so I can show it to him when I get home, huh? This. Fang Xiao was not averse to this kind of familiarity. But I'm neither a star nor a public figure, so I feel a little uncomfortable facing this kind of scene. However, no matter how difficult it was, Fang Xiao could still feel the other party's enthusiasm. Perhaps this old man doesn't like me that much. He just wants to have more topics to talk about with his grandson. Fang Xiao thought to himself, then stood next to Uncle Wang and took a few photos with him. By the way, you guys want to mutate, right? Uncle Wang chuckled. I'll tell you a secret. The school recently purchased a batch of mutation machines, and they're the latest models. I'll take you there. Zhang Yu was stunned. He was a high school class teacher after all. The school had purchased a new mutation machine. How come I didn't know about it? It was just normal social etiquette, but I didn't expect there would be unexpected gains. Of course you don't know. Your teacher isn't in charge of purchasing. Besides, this batch of mutation machines was not purchased by the school leaders, but by the children in the student union. That's why it wasn't made public. Uncle Wang explained. When Fang Xiao heard this, a hint of surprise flashed in his eyes. Student union. What about purchasing authority? Chapter 115. No matter how poor you are, you cannot be poor in education. Not only Fang Xiao was surprised, Zhang Yu was also stunned. The student union actually secretly bought a mutation machine? What is going on? Why don't they use the school's mutation machine? Zhang Yu couldn't help but complain. What on earth are these student unions thinking? By the way, how much does a mutation machine cost? Fang Xiao also became interested for a moment. At first he thought that the mutation machine was monopolized by the government and only institutions like schools could purchase this kind of machine. Unexpectedly, Che Xian already had one at home. Now the student union can even secretly purchase new mutant machines without going through the school. Then when I have enough money, I might as well buy one and mutate all the aliens. The cheapest one starts at 2 million, and you need to have a channel. Although the government does not prohibit the private purchase of mutant machines, you do need a purchase permit. Zhang Yu explained, I remember the long time ago, the government did not control the mutant machines. As a result, because people mutated without restraint and casualties occurred, new regulations were introduced. Added restrictions on the purchase of mutant machines. Taking this into consideration, Zhang Yu really admired the student union for being able to get the license to purchase the mutant machine. I remember that the student union has a lot of power, right? Since they need to use the mutation machine, why don't they just let the school purchase it? Zhang Shuren asked puzzledly. Taming beasts requires a huge investment of resources. Even the cheapest mutant machine costs an astronomical figure. Not to mention that Uncle Wang just said it was the latest model, which would not be worth a few million. What's the point of paying for it yourself instead of asking the school to purchase it? Yeah, Chen Fan was also puzzled. Although his family did not have much cash flow, they could still afford the mutation machine. But even though his family had high hopes for him, they did not have the luxury of buying him a mutation machine. Instead, they just let him follow the school's arrangements. Listening to Zhang Shuren and Chen Fan's mumbling, Uncle Wang couldn't help but sigh. Do you know in which year we purchased the mutant machine we are using now? 23 years. Zhang Shuren asked without thinking. It was now mid-October of 24 years. Since the student union had bought the latest model, it meant that the school's mutation machine was at least last year's model. Uncle Wang glanced at Zhang Shuren and said, How was that possible? You think it's a mobile phone? We get new models every year. The mutation machine of our school was purchased in 2014. 14 years. Zhang Shuren's eyes widened. That must be a machine from 10 years ago. Doesn't this school change it? Wow, the production date goes back to 10 years ago. Nowadays, new mutation machines are released every year. Although some people complain that their design is like squeezing toothpaste, if you squeeze a little here and a little there, the difference will gradually emerge. Why not change this? There's no need for a low-end configuration, but I can't afford the high-end configuration. Fang Xiao gradually understood everything. Since the mutant machine was updated in 2014, it was probably because number 1 middle school had strong financial resources at that time. So it replaced it with a new model with the best configuration. Just like a graphics card. Nowadays, graphics cards have been updated to 5080, but the price of a card is as high as tens of thousands, which is not something that ordinary people can easily change. But if it is 5050, the performance is not much better than the previous 2080, so it is in a very embarrassing situation. I don't have the money to exchange for a better one, and it's not cost-effective to exchange for a worse one. Over time, I just got used to it. Fang Xiu used a graphics card to explain to everyone. You also know computers? Li Qingqing was a little surprised. She had always thought that Fang Xiu was a primitive man who couldn't keep up with the times. I used to help people install computers, so I know a thing or two. Fang Xiu said softly. Li Qingqing. I didn't realize you had this skill. Although he doesn't know a lot of common sense, he can still help others install computers. What does Fang Xiu do when he is online? Playing games? Don't you know how to use a computer to search for learning materials? Zhang Yu's face was also a little embarrassed. Number 1 high school was indeed a key high school in Huqing, but the overall environment was not good, and it didn't get any rankings in various leagues. The budget issued by the Beast Taming Bureau was basically cut every year. The old number 1 middle school is no longer wealthy. I still don't understand. Since the school is in trouble, why don't they report it to the higher authorities? Zhang Shuren was somewhat indignant. No matter how poor you are, you must not be poor in education. Is this just empty talk? Yes, we report it every year. Uncle Wang couldn't help but curse. But what's the point of reporting it? Do you want to follow the process? If you want to follow the process, do you want the leader to sign it? This person approves it, and that person approves it. Then a few people got together to discuss it. After much discussion, nothing was resolved in the end. Several people who were originally quite happy couldn't help but feel a little depressed. Our number 1 middle school is the best school in Huqing, right? Zhang Shuren couldn't help but frowned. Even the things we use are from 10 years ago. What about schools like Yutsai, Xinbi Feng, number 2 middle school, and number 4 middle school? In the past, Zhang Shuren was only focused on studying and only occasionally heard others say that teaching staff is very important. Educational resources are very important, so you must go to Key High School. However, it was not until this moment that he fully understood the meaning of this sentence. Yes, the better the school, the bigger the budget. The bigger your budget, the better things you can buy. Looking back at the general education classes in junior high school, they were still using third-rate speakers that cost more than 20 yuan for English listening. When the volume was turned up to the maximum, there would be some hissing noises. I heard that good schools use big brand audio equipment that costs tens of thousands of dollars. General education courses don't have a large proportion in the college entrance examination, so we can just deal with them. Oh my goodness, a mutation machine. This must be related to the college entrance examination. If it's Harbin number 3 middle school, wouldn't it have to replace the latest models every year? Zhang Shuren clenched his fists. There is no harm without comparison. Think about Huqing number 1 middle school, and then think about Harbin number 3 middle school. He suddenly felt an unprecedented sense of disappointment in his heart. Zhang Yu really wanted to say something to encourage everyone, but the resources of Harbin number 3 middle school are indeed the strongest in the state. There's nothing to envy them. Fang Xiu felt that the atmosphere in the team was a little low and immediately spoke up. After all, haven't we still qualified to participate in the Hejiang Province League? Won't we still be standing on the same platform and competing with them? It is no shame to be born in a humble family. Only a man who can bend and stretch can be a real man. When these words were spoken, Li Qingqing and the others were all shocked. On weekdays, Fang Xiu seemed to know no common sense except taming beasts. Moreover, he possessed the best talent for taming beasts, but he was born into such a family. His parents could not help him at all on the road to taming beasts. If Fang Xiu blamed his family, no one would say anything. But what a saying. It's not a shame to be born in a humble family. What a saying. A real man is one who can bend and stretch. Well said, Fang Xiu. Zhang Yu felt his blood boiling. Yes, no matter how abundant the resources of Harbin number 3 middle school are, didn't they still lose to Chu Xinghe back then? Zhang Yu was so excited that he cited the example of Chu Xinghe defeating Harbin number 3 middle school. Oh, you were talking about Xiao Chu. Unexpectedly, when Uncle Wang heard Chu Xinghe's name, his frown relaxed a lot. Chapter 116. Monsters in the Mutation Room. Xiao Chu, does he come here often? Fang Xiu was a little surprised. Looking at Uncle Wang's appearance, He seemed to be very familiar with Chu Xinghe. He comes here often? Li Qingqing frowned slightly. Does he have a lot of beasts? Although Fang Xiu has an exaggerated number of aliens, most students will focus on a single beast taming during high school. After all, in the college entrance examination, having more beast tamers does not add extra points. The score is only calculated based on the performance of the strongest beast tamer. Blindly pursuing quantity in high school will be counterproductive, and people like Fang Xiu are the only exception. That's not the case. Uncle Wang shook his head. Most of the time, Xiao Chu comes here with his classmates. Li Qingqing smacked her lips slightly. In her opinion, the so-called accompanying classmates would also be those guys from the student union. How could Chu Xinghe care about classmates outside the student union? Especially those students who are not talented in taming beasts. They may be no different from garbage in Chu Xinghe's eyes. That is to say, Uncle Wang did not know Chu Xinghe well enough, so he thought that his behavior was to show his concern for his classmates. But in fact, it was just to win people's hearts and eliminate dissidents. We're here. Suddenly, Uncle Wang stopped at the end of the corridor on the second floor. He took out a key ring from his pocket, on which hung a variety of keys. He rummaged through it before opening the door. Compared with other classrooms, the space here is smaller, only about 50 square meters, and there are a total of 3 mutation machines placed inside. Fang Xiu stood at the door and looked, and found that the mutation machines here were exactly the same as the ones in Che Xian's house, all in the shape of a black ball. What level? He uses the same mutation machine as Che Xian? This sentence suddenly popped up in Fang Xiu's mind. Teacher Zhang, you should know how to use these mutant machines, right? Uncle Wang was just a security guard after all, and didn't know much about the latest mutant machines. Don't worry, Uncle Wang. Just leave it to me from now on. Zhang Yu said happily. Just like that, Uncle Wang left the key here to Zhang Yu, and asked him to return the key to him after he finishes work. After saying these, Uncle Wang left without looking back. But why does Uncle Wang have the key to this place? Zhang Shuren felt strange from the beginning. The mutation machine here is the latest model bought by the student union, and it should be used only internally. Why do they hide the mutant machine here? And why do they give the key to Mr. Wang? Wouldn't it be better to just move the mutation machine to the student union's activity room? Aren't they really worried that someone might secretly use the mutation machine they bought? Zhang Shuren was completely puzzled. Who cares? It's a waste if you don't use the student union stuff. Li Qingqing shuja. She didn't care about so many trivial things. She just wanted to use the student union stuff for free. Then who will go first? Zhang Yu looked around at everyone. Although there are 3 mutation machines here that can allow them to mutate at the same time, considering that this is an extraordinary mutation, there may be a risk of the Beastmaster going berserk. To be on the safe side, Zhang Yu thought that they should do it one by one, so that if any problems occurred, he could deal with them in time. Then let Zhang Yu and I be responsible for protecting the law. Fang Xiu said as he released his alien wizard. Zhang Shuren was startled by the alien that appeared suddenly. After all, when the freshman exchange competition took place, Fang Xiu didn't have this kind of alien yet. Especially the bone staff held in its hand, which was actually the spine pulled out from the troll. In Zhang Shuren's view, it was exactly the same as human bones. Coupled with its tall body and pitch-black exoskeleton, it is even more frightening. Classmate Fang Xiu's alien form is really oppressive, Zhang Shuren said with some embarrassment. However, just as Zhang Yu was about to release his beast to protect Chun Fan and the others, a faint light suddenly flashed in a corner of the room, instantly attracting the attention of several people. What's going on? Chun Fan took a breath and stepped back subconsciously. Could it be that the student union did this, worried that someone would secretly use their mutant machine? Li Qingqing frowned slightly. Given the student union style of doing things, it was not surprising that they would do something like this. Fang Xiu, kill him. Li Qingqing directly urged Fang Xiu to take action. Everyone be careful, Fang Xiu said in a low voice, looking towards the light. The alien wizard standing next to him was also ready to meet the enemy, with the bone staff in his hand pointed directly forward, and the sky shock was ready. A girl with a translucent body appeared in front of everyone. However, although she was called a girl, her outline was similar to that of a human. She had long black hair that naturally fell to her waist and a pair of black horns on her head. Her face was covered by a crimson mask. Her pupils were golden, and her body was covered in a suit of armor made of ice blue scales. Fang Xiu looked down and found that she had no lower body. It was more like a ghost floating in the air. The overall look is more like a monster. And as she appeared, The temperature in the entire room began to drop wildly. In less than 2 breaths, white mist was produced every time Fang Xiao and the others inhaled and exhaled. Visible frost spread from under the monster girl, covering the entire mutation room in a complete circle. What the hell is this? A beast or a ghost? Chen Fan couldn't help but scream. This was the first time he had seen such a thing in his life. Teacher Zhang, what is the situation now? Zhang Shuren asked Zhang Yu. After all, he is a high school class teacher, so he should know something about his high school, right? But in fact, Zhang Yu was also confused about the current situation. He could sense that the thing before him was some kind of beast, but he did not see the Beastmaster. Moreover, even if the student council discovered that they were secretly using the mutation machine, they would not be crazy enough to take bold action when accompanied by a teacher, right? No. As soon as this thought came to his mind, Zhang Yu shook his head to deny it. Before teaching this year's freshman class, he was the head teacher of the senior class. He knew Ma Wanfeng, Wu Mingjian, and other talented students. At least I've seen their beasts. The beast in front of them was definitely not owned by Ma Wanfeng and the others. The most important thing is that Zhang Yu could feel how powerful this beast tamer was, even not inferior to himself. Who on earth did this? Zhang Yu felt very confused about this. However, this beast that suddenly appeared did not attack Fang Xiao and the others. She just stood there quietly, with a dull look in her eyes, as if she could not sense anything. Fang Xiao even confirmed it with his alien wizard. Aliens' perception of danger is much stronger than that of humans. They can detect even the slightest hostility in the first place and ensure the safety of the group. Now the temperature in the room just dropped sharply, but there was no hostility. Even the alien wizard put down the bone staff he had raised. Even the cold air only existed for a moment. The temperature in the room slowly rose, making Fang Xiao and others feel less cold, but the frost on the floor did not dissipate. Could it be that she is protecting us? Fang Xiao raised his eyebrows. Chapter 117. Chu Xing has passed. Protection. Li Qingqing was stunned. Yeah, Fang Xiao nodded. This sounds a little unbelievable, but when the beast is mutated, a large amount of energy will be injected into it. The whole process is more or less painful for the beast. That's why the beast lost control and attacked the Beastmaster. In order to avoid accidents, it is often necessary to have a more powerful Beastmaster to guard the side. If something does go wrong, it can also ensure the safety of the Beastmaster. So this Beastmaster might exist for this purpose. But Fang Xiao turned to look at Zhang Yu. Shouldn't the Beastmaster stay in the Beastmaster space? Why can this beast appear on its own? Zhang Yu looked up and down at the Frost Girl. He indeed did not sense any hostility from a beast. Normally, the beast needs to stay in the beast space. Otherwise, if the streets were filled with Beastmasters, the world would have been in chaos long ago. But the authorities are only targeting some large beasts. If it is a small beast, it is allowed to be brought as a pet. I just don't know who left this beast here. After listening to Zhang Yu's explanation, Fang Xiao gained a new understanding of beast taming. If it is a small beast that can be kept with you as a pet, isn't it Pikachu? Pokemon, huh? Could it be Chu Xinghe's beast? Fang Xiao suddenly remembered what Uncle Wang said. Chu Xinghe would often come here to help his classmates mutate. Maybe, after he left school, he left behind a beast to take charge of the guardian work. Li Qingqing couldn't help but smack her lips, but didn't say much. She didn't like Chu Xinghe and even always wanted to defeat him. But we have to admit that Chu Xinghe's care for the student union is indeed impeccable. Otherwise, he wouldn't have injured a group of physical education teachers in order to help the student union. It should not be, right? Unexpectedly, Zhang Yu shook his head. When Chu Xinghe was in number 1 middle school, I was already the head teacher. When he was in the 2nd year of high school, Chu Xinghe won the runner-up in the league and became very famous. I have seen all of his beasts, but this one is not one of them. It must be the beast tamer of Chu Xinghe University. Chen Fan said without thinking. Didn't Chu Xinghe come back to number 1 middle school after going to college? Maybe he was left behind at that time. But Zhang Yu still shook his head. If it is a university beast, then this one feels a little weak. Weak? Chen Fan and Zhang Shuren gasped in unison. Good job. Although this frost beast was not hostile, it scared them half to death when she suddenly appeared. The extremely strong feeling of oppression even made the two of them feel helpless. But when it came to Zhang Yu's mouth, it became weak. Of course, I'm not saying this beast is weak. It's just compared to the time when Chu Xinghe came back. After all, he defeated all the physical education teachers by himself that time. They beat one of the teachers so badly that he had to stay in the hospital for half a year. He resigned right after he came back. Zhang Yu still remembers this incident clearly. Although these general education teachers all graduated from the undergraduate beast Tame University, physical education teachers are generally required to be from 211 universities or above, and their combat effectiveness is one level higher than that of these general education teachers. After that incident, several teachers did not dare to come to school. However, the beast in front of him was not as terrifying as Chu Xinghe's beast. The physical education teacher resigned. Zhang Shuren's pupils trembled wildly. Teachers of general education courses may not have a position on the staff list and may only receive a base salary plus teaching salary. However, the treatment of physical education teachers not only includes a regular salary, but also a luxurious set of 8 insurances and 1 fund. In addition to the 5 regular insurances, there are also Beastie Death Insurance, Beastie Work Injury Insurance, and Beastie Maternity Insurance. It's the best iron rice bowl among iron rice bowls. Such a good job, but he quit it just like that. It can be seen how much psychological trauma Chu Xinghe caused to this physical education teacher. Didn't they call the police? Li Qingqing was a little puzzled. With such a serious situation, didn't the physical education teacher and the school call the police to deal with it? Are you really going to let Chu Xinghe do whatever he wants? Well, I don't know the details. After all, Zhang Yu was just a class teacher. He only knew that Chu Xinghe swept all the physical education teachers back then. Some details are unclear. However, this beast seems unable to tell whether the person using the mutation machine is a member of the student council. This is good for us. Who's going to start? Zhang Yu did not continue the conversation about Chu Xinghe's problem. After all, they came here to cause change. It would be better to hurry up before the student union members come over to use the mutation machine. Let me go first, teacher. Chen Fan looked at the frost beast, took a deep breath, and decided on the first mutation. Although the frost beast has no desire to attack so far, if it does anything extreme after the mutation, I can act as bait. Yes, my talent and achievements are not as good as Feng Xiu and the others. If there is any danger, it should be people like me who clear the mines. Chen Fan thought to himself, then released his beast. Taking into account the different sizes of the students' beasts, the height of each mutation room is more than 8 meters. Accompanied by a roar, Chen Fan's Tyrannosaurus also came into the sight of several people. Chen Fan kept observing the reaction of the Frost Beast Master, and then started the mutation machine according to Zhang Yu's instructions. Just like Feng Xiu's last time, as the mutation machine started up, Feng Xiu's Tyrannosaurus was also absorbed into the container. Then it's time to wait. I'm a little nervous. Chen Fan smiled awkwardly. Keep calm. Feng Xiu patted Chen Fan on the shoulder. We are good brothers. Yeah. Chen Fan's eyes moved, and he was encouraged in his heart. However, his beast-controlled transformation lasted much longer than Feng Xiu's transformation. Time passed by minute, but the changes never ended. Feng Xiu also looked at the frost beast from time to time. Although he had not been in this world for long, he had a clear understanding of beast taming. At least you can tell the strength of a beast tamer. However, the frost beast man before him was stronger than any beast man he had ever encountered. He is even not inferior to Che Yu's Undead Knight. But when it came to Zhang Yu's mouth, it was far less powerful than Chu Xinghe's beast tamer. This made Feng Xiu couldn't help but wonder, how strong is Chu Xinghe? He is just a college student, but he can beat all the physical education teachers. No, the physical education teacher was beaten seriously. Come to think of it, when I was breeding the alien sword saint, Zhang Panpan used his beast to protect me. At that time, the alien sword saint went crazy and chopped off his Hellfire arm. It didn't take long for Hellfire's severed arm to regenerate. It shows how strong the physical education teacher is. How big is the gap between Chu Xinghe and me? Chu Xinghe. Feng Xiu silently repeated the name in his heart. Chapter 118 Feng Xiu's New Discovery, plus one more chapter. Chen Fan's beast control process lasted for 3 minutes before it stopped. The mutation machine then popped open, and a faint light flashed from it. The Tyrannosaurus Rex from ancient times reigns once again. Chen Fan rolled his throat, swallowed nervously, and instinctively took a step back. His Tyrannosaurus was originally more than 5 meters tall. After completing the transformation, Its height reached about 7 meters, and its body length exceeded 10 meters. Its originally short and weak front claws became 3 or 4 times thicker, its fingers became slender, and its nails were as sharp as knives. The sharp fangs flashed across light. Ah! The roar of the Tyrannosaurus Rex echoed throughout the mutation room, and its oppressive eyes focused on Chun Fan. Chun Fan, don't be nervous. Feng Xiu recalled his transformation into a swordsman. These Beastmasters could sense the Beastmaster's state of mind. Once they discover that their masters begin to fear them, these beasts will rebel against their masters. Ah! Chun Fan finally reacted after hearing that. I am the Beastmaster. There is no reason for me to be afraid in front of my own beasts. But Chun Fan was a beat too slow after all. By the time he realized he needed to adjust his mentality, the Tyrannosaurus in front of him had already begun to dance, and its thick tail swept towards Chun Fan. Sky shock. In a flash, Feng Xiu gave an order to the alien wizard, who also raised the bone staff in his hand. An electric current emerged from it. But in the next second, the cold air in the mutation room suddenly intensified, and frost visible to the naked, I climbed up the body of the Tyrannosaurus, forcibly stopping its tail-swinging movement. This is... Feng Xiu raised his sword-like eyebrows, turned his head to look at the frost beast, and at the same time gestured to stop, telling the alien wizard not to take action yet. I saw the frost spreading rapidly on the Tyrannosaurus body, forming a thick layer. When Chun Fan came to his senses, his Tyrannosaurus had been frozen in place. Looking at the Tyrannosaurus Rex frozen into an ice sculpture, Chun Fan stood there in a daze. Although he escaped the disaster, he was devastated. The beasts that he controls are originally of ancient species. At first, out of conservative thinking, he chose the Triceratops, a relatively mild herbivorous monster. Later, he was defeated by Chun Fan, which made him realize his shortcomings, so he replaced him with the more offensive Tyrannosaurus. Now that the transformation was successful, his beast-taming power was further improved. However, he was instantly frozen into a statue by an ice beast tamer that appeared out of nowhere. The most important thing is, does this mean that my mutation has failed? Chun Fan clenched his fists, feeling unwilling. This skill. Zhang Yu looked at the Tyrannosaurus in front of him. In his opinion, even if the Frost Beast Master did not take action, Feng Xiu's alien wizard would be able to defeat the opponent, so there was no need to worry about Chun Fan's safety. However, this freezing effect seems to be able to do more than just freeze the Tyrannosaurus's movements. No, although Chun Fan's beast seems to be frozen, if you look closely at the eyes of the Tyrannosaurus, they are still moving, and it seems that its consciousness has not been affected at all. Zhang Yu said to the others. I understand. Feng Xiu suddenly realized. As the guardian beast of the mutation room, the frost monster's duty is naturally not to harm or kill the beasts. Her skill is more like a control skill, forcing the mutated beast to calm down. In other words, is helping them relieve their pain. I remember Master Che Xin said that the essence of mutation is nothing more than forcibly injecting energy into the body of the beast to make it evolve. This process is extremely painful for the Beastmaster, so it will lose control. Feng Xiu explained. In that case, my Tyrannosaurus is fine. A hint of surprise flashed in Chun Fan's eyes. Even without the mutation, he still loved his beast very much. Naturally, we don't want anything unexpected to happen. Yes. Feng Xiu nodded. I just don't know what this ability is. Feng Xiu turned his head and glanced at his alien wizard. Speaking of which, his alien wizard can not only release lightning, but also extract spiritual power from dead creatures. It's a superpower, no matter how you look at it. If the power used by my alien wizard is attributed to magic, then this frost girl should also be a magic-based beastman, right? Since they are all magic, then can my alien wizard also analyze and master this kind of magic? Feng Xiu's starry eyes moved, and a bold idea came into his mind. Alien wizard, can you control the temperature here and freeze objects like the Frost Maiden? Feng Xiu let his alien wizard try it out as if he had discovered a new continent. Li Qingqing, Zhang Shuren, Zhang Yu. Except for Chun Fan, who was still immersed in the joy of recovering the Tyrannosaurus, everyone else had a look of question marks on their faces. Student Feng Xiu, this is impossible. Although I know that your beast taming is very powerful and has already completed the transformation under Master Che Xin, but you see, isn't it only during the transformation that you can gain skills? How is it possible to have your own beast copy someone else's abilities just by looking at theirs? Zhang Shuren smiled politely. Shu Ren is right. Beast taming skills are not so easy to master. Either they need mutation or original creation. How is it possible to learn them instantly by just looking at other beast tamer skills? Li Qingqing also complained. She then looked at Zhang Shuren and said, Shuren, tree man, why don't you choose a tree man as your beast? Zhang Shuren looked at Li Qingqing with a dark face. No, sister, is it necessary to complain about my name at this time? And do you think I don't want a beast master like the treeman? Let plants have animal thinking and be able to move freely away from the soil like humans. That's already at the level of mythical beasts. Okay, if I can cultivate it, I will cultivate it again. But just as Li Qingqing and Zhang Shuren were talking to each other, the alien wizard had already raised the bone staff in his hand and pointed it at the wall on the left. As if it was groping for something, strange hissing sounds kept coming out of its mouth. Hey, Feng Xiao, you're Beastmaster. You're not going to do anything for real, are you? Zhang Shuren rolled his throat and swallowed nervously. He knew that Feng Xiao had an extremely high talent for taming beasts. But no matter how powerful he is, it can't be so exaggerated, right? But what Zhang Shuren never expected was that as soon as he finished speaking, a layer of shiny substance slowly formed on the wall that the alien wizard's bone staff was pointing at. In an instant, Zhang Shuren's eyes widened like cow's eyes. Zhang Yu and Li Qingqing cursed in unison. Fuck. What is going on? Feng Xiao just murmured softly. Sure enough. Chapter 119. The Decisive Heroine. 2 more chapters. Feng Xiao walked to the wall, raised his hand, and touched the shiny wall. It felt cool and icy. Although the effect is not as good as the frost beast taming here, it is enough to verify Feng Xiao's guess. His own alien wizard is good at witchcraft, a power that is almost magical, and Sky Shock is just one of the skills he masters. However, although Feng Xiao's alien wizard only froze the wall, it still caused a storm of fear in the hearts of Zhang Yu and others. Zhang Shuren took 2 steps at a time and walked forward, imitating Feng Xiao's movements and touching it. It's ice. How is this possible? Li Qingqing's beautiful eyes widened like silver bells, and her pink lips also exclaimed in surprise. Isn't Feng Xiao's alien too powerful? Not only is his own strength incredibly strong, he can also parasitize other people's beast tamers to assimilate their genes. Now, he can easily learn the skills of other beast tamers. This is simply outrageous. Feng Xiao, is that what you just said really what you meant? Zhang Yu's eyes revealed unprecedented surprise. Although no one knows how Feng Xiao's alien wizard did it, this is undoubtedly great news for the upcoming Hejiang Province League. It's just a guess. Feng Xiao turned around and said, after the mutation, my alien wizard did gain the skill of Sky Shock. But when I saw the beast, I suddenly had an idea. If my alien wizard masters witchcraft instead of controlling lightning, then can it also control the temperature and make objects freeze quickly? It's like a magician who can manipulate different elements to release corresponding fire magic, water magic, and so on. In other words, since my alien wizard can release lightning magic, can I also trace the source and use ice to replace lightning as the core energy? Of course, this is just my bold assumption. It is thanks to the exploration of the alien wizard that I can turn the assumption into reality. Feng Xiao expressed his guess. Feng Xiao, is your alien very smart? Zhang Shuren's pupils trembled again. Although Feng Xiao's tone was downplaying the matter, as if it was nothing serious. In fact, the problem was huge. For example, his beast tamer, the Black Panther, has the intelligence of a 5 or 6-year-old child. Chun Fan's Tyrannosaurus head looks big, but his intelligence is probably about the same as his Black Panther. The absurdity of this is no less than talking about math to cats and dogs. It would be a miracle if they can understand it. Moreover, it is not enough to just understand it. You also need to be able to draw inferences for what you have learned. How can an ordinary Beastmaster have such a high IQ? If it's the alien queen, her IQ must be 175. Feng Xiao didn't expect Zhang Shuren to care about such things, so he said lightly, whether it is the alien movie or the settings in the novels and comics, the intelligence of the alien has been shown. The alien queen is smarter than most aliens and can read human behavior and manipulate human machines. In the movie Alien 2, when the heroine Ripley used a flamethrower to threaten the queen's alien egg, the queen ordered a withdrawal for the sake of the overall situation. This ability to negotiate with humans is only possessed by truly intelligent creatures. Even when the alien queen saw humans using the elevator for the first time, she learned how to use it, which shows how high the queen's IQ is. The reason why Feng Xiu was certain that the alien queen's IQ was 175 was that in the novel Alien, Earth Nest, the queen's IQ test was mentioned and the score was exactly 175 points. These details are enough to prove that the alien queen has remarkable observation and learning abilities and can even assess risks and weigh the value of an action. And unlike other aliens, the alien queen is the only one in the alien unit who has a sense of self-preservation. The alien queen does not have the so-called Madonna complex. In critical moments, she will sacrifice all the alien babies without hesitation in exchange for her own survival. She is simply a heroine who is decisive and ruthless. The alien swordmaster and alien wizard are both new species of aliens born from the fusion of beastman genes. Not only do they possess greater power, they also have a certain degree of self-awareness. Even if her IQ is not as high as the alien queen's, it can at least be close to 140 or even 150. So Feng Xiu never worried about their learning ability. Of course, alien movies and time travel are the foundation of Feng Xiu's survival in this world. Not to mention Li Qingqing, Zhang Yu, and other classmates and teachers. Even if it was his own family members, Feng Xiu would never tell this. So, Feng Xiu just said that when he created the alien, he was worried that the alien was too stupid, so he raised its intelligence. The alien queen's IQ is around 175, while the IQ of ordinary aliens is only between 110 and 130. Elite aliens like wizards and swordmasters should have an IQ of 140. That's probably the setting. Feng Xiu said lightly, as if he thought this matter was nothing big. Only, what Feng Xiu didn't expect was that after he finished explaining the knowledge about the aliens, Zhang Yu, Li Qingqing, Zhang Shuren, and Chun Fan all widened their eyes and opened their mouths into an O shape. Stunned. What's wrong? Even Feng Xiu felt something was wrong at this time. You have to know that you are a time traveler, and they are the indigenous people. Maybe their ability to taming beasts is not as good as mine, but their understanding of taming beasts is definitely higher than mine. Especially Zhang Yu. He is a middle-aged uncle after all. What kind of beast has he not seen? Is this the quality of a beast-taming genius? It was unknown how long it had been before Zhang Shuren finally smiled bitterly with helplessness. He has been studying hard since junior high school. Although he has always been the runner-up, he is still a top student. As long as I work hard to tame beasts in high school, I will definitely be able to make a name for myself in the future. Zhang Shuren has always told himself this and believed it. Now that he saw Feng Xiu, he suddenly felt that Feng Xiu was like a frog in a well looking up at the moon. Teacher Zhang, this is really amazing. Feng Xiu did not expect Zhang Shuren to have such a big reaction and was a little confused for a moment. Very powerful, huh? Ha! This is more than powerful, Feng Xiu. Zhang Yu was also speechless due to Feng Xiu's thick nerves. So Feng Xiu never realized how terrifying his beast was. The reason why we humans can become advanced life forms on the blue planet is because we possess wisdom. It is difficult for other creatures, including beasts, to have such a high IQ. And it is even more difficult to improve the intelligence of beast tamers. After all, the brain of the beast is only so big. Its brain capacity has not evolved for tens of thousands of years, so it can't store so much information. Zhang Yu became more and more excited as he spoke, and even wanted to hit someone. Chapter 120, The Strongest Beast Tamer. 3 more chapters added. Although our technology has been improving, and we can create beasts in the beast control space with only accurate data, the difficulty lies precisely in the data. If we forcibly expand the brain capacity of the beast, it will cause the beast's brain to require more energy intake, but the efficiency of organisms converting food into energy is very low. Even if such a beast is really created, it will eventually starve to death due to insufficient energy conversion. Zhang Yu was a little excited. Only some talented beastmasters can break this bondage by relying on the magic of the mythical beasts. But even so, the intelligence of most mythical beasts is still limited. As a result, Feng Xiu actually said that his alien queen has an IQ of 175? What a joke. The average human IQ is around 130. No wonder the alien's head is so big. Li Qingqing looked at the alien wizard. She never understood Feng Xiu's aesthetic taste. Why did he set the alien to have this kind of structure? Now that she knew the alien's IQ, She understood that such a large brain capacity was to improve the alien's intelligence. Zhang Yu also reacted. Why didn't you tell me about this earlier? Because I think this is normal. Fang Xiu said softly. The reason why he took a fancy to the alien was actually because of its three major advantages. They have high IQ and can communicate. Although in the movie Alien, the fighting style of the aliens is relatively primitive, that is due to the lack of proper management and guidance. Now he is the master of aliens, the king of aliens. Naturally, we can use teaching to spread human deep-depth tactics to alien groups. The second point is the parasitic ability of the alien. Once it parasitizes, it can obtain the other party's genes. If this ability were only placed in the ordinary human world, it might not be so terrifying. After all, the weapons of the human world are technology, which the aliens cannot seize through parasitism. But this is a world where everyone tames beasts. This means that all beast masters in the world are potential upgrade routes for the aliens. The third point is the alien's loyalty. Because the essence of the alien is a hive consciousness, all aliens will obey the alien queen, and the alien queen will be under their control. This allows the aliens to unite and avoid infighting. As long as they set their own guidelines, everyone can work together. Based on these three advantages, Fang Xiu chose the alien. But I didn't expect that these advantages in Fang Xiu's eyes would become so shocking in Zhang Yu's worldview. Wait a minute, Fang Xiu. Zhang Yu reacted belatedly and glanced at the alien wizard again. So, can the aliens really understand the conversation between you and him? Although kittens and puppies can understand human behavior and perform corresponding actions according to human instructions, it is the long-term training and guidance that have caused kittens and puppies to develop conditioned reflexes. The most famous is the Pavlov experiment. All along, Zhang Yu also thought that Fang Xiu used this method to make the alien move. Result: direct communication? Isn't this too outrageous? Who exactly is Fang Xiu? Aren't you like this? Fang Xiu was also shocked. He had always believed that there was some kind of spiritual bond between the beast tamer and the beast tamer master. The beast tamer can directly understand the language of the beast master. Good guy. So the alien can understand what I say because it is too smart, right? But that's not right either. If it is an alien queen, and she spends a long time with me, it is not a far-fetched idea that with her intelligence, she will slowly understand my language. But those newly born aliens... Itsitiha. Fang Xiu's starry eyes moved. And just as he was recalling the characteristics of the alien, he suddenly thought of the plot in Alien 4. In addition to intelligence and parasitic abilities, the alien has another very powerful ability: memory inheritance. When the alien queen lays eggs, she will pass on some of her memories to the facehugger. This actually makes it easier for the aliens to understand Fang Xiu's language. However, because their body organs are different and the aliens can communicate through pheromones, they do not have human vocal cords, so they can only make hissing sounds. It is precisely because of this relationship that Fang Xiu has never taken this issue seriously. Now seeing Zhang Yu so shocked, Fang Xiu finally realized what had happened. My own alien, it has seemed a bit against the will of heaven. Li Qingqing, Zhang Shuren, and others were dumbfounded again. No, Fang Xiu, what on earth is wrong with your brain? How could you create such a terrifying beast? Even Li Qingqing, a genius, could vaguely feel the power of the alien. All right, it's better not to talk about my alien form. Fang Xiu touched his nose. Although he knew that his alien was indeed a little abnormal, they came here because they were mutated. This isn't some alien seminar. Tsk. Li Qingqing smacked her lips. That's true. Then let me be the next one. As he spoke, Li Qingqing released his own beast and activated the mutation machine. But Zhang Yu's mood was like the sea swept by a storm and could not calm down for a long time. Fang Xiu's alien is really fucking amazing. Suddenly I feel, it's a pity, alas. Zhang Yu sighed helplessly. Fang Xiu. No, brother Yu, my alien is a little more powerful. Why is it a pity? Hasn't Zhang Yu always been optimistic about himself? What does this sighing mean? That's not what I meant. Zhang Yu realized that his words were inappropriate, so he hurriedly explained to Fang Xiu. You are honestly the most gifted student I have ever met. If I could be born into a wealthy family, or a family of some big shots, with the power of those families, it is enough for you to go to the best high school in China, and your future will be bright. He may even become a leader in China's beast taming industry. Zhang Yu patted Fang Xiu's shoulder. That kind of regret is also a true expression of emotion. He clearly possessed the best talent, but was born in an ordinary family. And the only high school I could go to was a small local key school like number 1 middle school. If Fang Xiao could enter the first affiliated high school of Huazhong Beastmaster University or the Hengshui number 1 middle school, Moda Middle School, and other top schools, the beast taming resources he enjoys are definitely not limited to this extent. Yes, Zhang Shuren felt even more ashamed standing aside. He worked hard to get into Hucheng number 1 middle school, but for a genius like Fang Xiao, it was actually a shackle. Haha, brother, you is sad? Fang Xiao didn't expect Zhang Yu to feel this way, but he didn't care about his so-called background. It's not sad. Haven't you ever thought about it? Zhang Yu didn't expect Fang Xiao could still laugh. It doesn't matter. Fang Xiao shrugged and continued. Anyway, the strongest beast is my beast. Chapter 121, Why does your beast have 2 tails? Seeing that Fang Xiao did not take the problems of his original family to heart, Zhang Yu was touched again. Yes, this is Fang Xiao. This is Fang Xiao who can say that it is not a shame to be born in a humble family, and that a real man is one who can bend and stretch himself. Soon, Li Qingqing also ended the transformation. Her little gray bird doubled in size. Its gray feathers fell off completely, and new pink feathers grew out, with 2 strange long feathers on its tail. The entire transformation process took only 1 minute, and her little gray bird seemed to be reborn from the ashes. Moreover, Li Qingqing's little gray bird did not lose control of its emotions like Chun Fan's Tyrannosaurus. It just circled above Li Qingqing and then landed obediently on Li Qingqing's shoulder. What surprised Li Qingqing even more was that the little gray bird, after the mutation, seemed to have no weight at all. It stood on his shoulder as if a feather had fallen. And this little gray bird was also very friendly to Li Qingqing. From time to time, it would lower its head and gently rub Li Qingqing's hair. Ha! If we continue to call it a little gray bird, it won't be appropriate. Zhang Yu couldn't help but complain. Most students will give their beasts a nice name. Although Fang Xiao retained the name of Alien, the sword master and wizard both exude a sense of dominance. Li Qingqing, on the other hand, simply used the little gray bird to get rid of his own beast. So beautiful. When Chun Fan saw the little gray bird after its transformation, a hint of envy flashed in his eyes. Fang Xiao's alien is invincibly strong. Li Qingqing's little gray bird is both gorgeous and beautiful, giving people a very noble feeling. No, my little gray bird is just a little gray bird. Li Qingqing didn't have any obsession with the name of the beast, and the name of the little gray bird was also very cute, in her opinion. It's my turn. Seeing that Chun Fan and Li Qingqing had completed their transformations, Zhang Shuren also released his own beast. This is a black panther, which is slightly larger than the northeast golden tabby. Its fangs look very sharp, and the muscles on its arms are very solid. Zhang Shuren has always felt that he is a pretty good beast tamer. But compared with the fantasy beast geniuses like Fang Xiao and Li Qingqing, he seems not so impressive. Even just a regular species. Zhang Shuren looked up at the black ball mutation machine and recalled the words of Class 3's head teacher. With Zhang Shuren's learning ability and beast taming ability, his future goal will definitely be among the top 10. But if you want to go further in the top 10, you must rely on the enhancement of mutations. Now that the opportunity has come, he feels a little nervous. Although this world allows the trading of beast data, the data of mythical beasts is undoubtedly out of reach for a family like mine. Zhang Shuren's original family was much wealthier than Fang Xiao's. My mother is a general education teacher, and my father is a land contractor for the company. As long as there is no natural disaster, I can earn hundreds of thousands of dollars every year. Over the years, the family has been saving money for Zhang Shuren so that he can receive better beast taming education. But compared with the data of the mythical beasts, this money is just a drop in the bucket. Zhang Shuren even thought at one point that China opened up the beast taming data trading just to create a backdoor for the second generation who had no talent for beast taming. If you want to continue on the path of taming beasts, you can only rely on yourself. Go ahead. Zhang Shuren took a deep breath and started the mutation machine. A faint light flashed, and his black panther was sucked in. At the same time, Chun Fan's Tyrannosaurus also calmed down completely, and the ice that sealed him slowly melted. Seeing that nothing was wrong, Chun Fan put his Tyrannosaurus back into the beast-taming space. Time passed by minute, and Zhang Shuren's transformation did not take too long, and was even 10 seconds faster than Li Qingqing. The mutation machine was turned on again, and Black Panther's appearance remained basically unchanged, except that his body size had shrunk a little. If the Black Panther before still had the physique of a Northeast golden tabby, then the Black Panther now is about the same size as a husky. Why has it shrunk? Chun Fan couldn't help but complain. After the transformation, the beasts of mine and Li Qingqing grew larger, but why did Zhang Shuren's beast become smaller? Could it be that the mutation has side effects? However, Zhang Shuren just stood there in a daze. Shuren, are you okay? Chun Fan noticed the change in Zhang Shuren's expression and couldn't help but become a little worried. Could it be that Zhang Shuren was devastated by the failure of the mutation? It's okay, it's okay. Soon, Zhang Shuren shook his head repeatedly. I just can't believe it. The beast taming space just gave me a reminder in my mind. My beast has gained a skill. There was a hint of fanaticism in Zhang Shuren's eyes. He put the most effort into general education courses and also did a lot of homework on things like mutations and skills beforehand. Only a few beast tamers will directly gain skills when they mutate. And from the name of the skill, Zhang Shuren could also feel the extraordinary nature of this skill. Skills? That's great. Although Zhang Yu is not Zhang Shuren's class teacher, they all share the honor of being in the Hejiang Province League this time. He naturally hoped that both Zhang Shuren and Chun Fan would perform well. Now, upon hearing that Zhang Shuren's Beastmaster had acquired a skill, Zhang Yu was sincerely happy for him. What skills? Chun Fan's eyes were also filled with envy. The name of the skill is Combat Form. Zhang Shuren explained to everyone, then looked at his beast. Black Panther switched to Combat Form. As Zhang Shuren finished speaking, a white light enveloped his beast. In less than half a breath, the white light began to fade away and the Black Panther's shape also changed. Zhang Shuren's beast was no longer crawling on all fours, but had transformed into a standing position. It looks exactly like Mom Ming's werewolf. However, the Black Panther that switched to combat form was even more muscular than Mom Ming's werewolf. Not only did his height grow to 2 meters and 8, but his abdomen also revealed 8 abdominal muscles. The only flaw is that the upper body of this Black Panther is too muscular, making the lower body appear a little thin. It gives people the feeling of exercising without training legs. But what attracted more attention was... No, to be exact, it's hard not to notice. The root of this Black Panther was extremely thick as Zhang Shuren's arm. Its length made Zhang Shuren gasp. Li Qingqing. Li Qingqing stared at it carefully for a long time, her beautiful eyes full of confusion. Shu Run, why does your beast have 2 tails? Phew. For a moment, Feng Xiu, Zhang Shuren, and Chun Fan couldn't help but burst out laughing on the spot. Zhang Yu was also stunned. Li Qingqing. Huh, what are you laughing at? Li Qingqing frowned slightly, but quickly relaxed. Oh, I see. This should be a beast similar to the 9-tailed fox, right? A 2-tailed Black Panther. Yeah, nice beast master. Li Qingqing commented on Zhang Shuren's beast taming. Classmate Qingqing, you are not still, eh? Feng Xiu put his hand on Li Qingqing's shoulder. Ahem, you really live up to your name. What's wrong with me? Chapter 122. The Alien Swordmaster's New Skill. Explosion. Zhang Shuren didn't expect that Li Qingqing would have no idea about physiological matters, so he quickly took the Black Panther back to his own beast-taming space, and thought that after returning, he would definitely get a pair of bigger pants for his beast tamer. Chun Fan and Zhang Yu also looked embarrassed, not knowing how to explain the tail problem to Li Qingqing. Only Li Qingqing was confused throughout the whole process and had no idea what was making Feng Xiu and the others laugh. Did I say something I shouldn't have said? But even if his beast is not as powerful as Feng Xiu's alien, it is still a real mythical beast with unlimited potential in the future. His performance in general education courses also crushes Zhang Shuren's. Doesn't that mean he is not qualified to comment on his beast taming? Snort. Li Qingqing snorted coldly and urged Feng Xiu to transform quickly. Okay. Feng Xiu nodded repeatedly and changed the topic of the tale. When Xian mutated, Feng Xiu kept the opportunity for the alien queen to mutate, so naturally he would not take out the alien queen again at this time. Although the alien Triceratops and alien guard are both elite aliens, there is still a gap between them and the alien Swordmaster. Therefore, Feng Xiu chose to give this mutation opportunity to the alien Swordmaster. Don't let the alien queen mutate. Zhang was a little puzzled. The alien swordsman was at a disadvantage when facing Li Jin's half-dragon, but the alien queen used her most primitive power and slapped the opponent unconscious. This Hejiang Province League is crucial, so Feng Xiu should mutate the alien queen. There is only one chance to mutate, and my alien queen may still evolve further, so I want to save the opportunity until after the evolution. As soon as Feng Xiu said this, the pupils of others trembled again. Such a powerful beast can actually evolve. Isn't this too reasonable? Feng Xiu didn't care much about everyone's reactions. He skillfully used the mutation machine and started the mutation. While waiting, Zhang Yu was curious about Li Qingqing's change. Come to think of it, didn't Qingqing acquire any skills? As the second student in the first year of high school at Huqing No. 1 Middle School and a student in her class, Zhang Yu paid special attention to her progress in taming beasts. Zhang Shuren and Chun Fan also looked at Li Qingqing. Keep it secret. Li Qingqing smiled, but did not reveal any information about this. But judging by her reaction, she had obviously acquired the skill. As a result, Chun Fan felt a little disappointed. So your own beast has no skills, right? This time, Feng Xiu's transformation process was even faster, and it was completed in just 20 seconds. Is that the end? Zhang Yu was stunned. Feng Xiu's transformation speed was 3 times slower than that of Li Qingqing and Zhang Shuren. The more powerful the beast, the easier the mutation process is. This is the knowledge point written into the beast taming course, and is also the focus of the exam. Li Qingqing and Zhang Shuren both felt a little jealous. The mutation machine popped open again, and Feng Xiu's alien swordsman came into everyone's sight. There was no significant change in its features, except that its size shrank slightly, becoming only 2 meters tall. The exoskeleton, which was originally as black as ink, became even brighter and full of metallic color. Congratulations to Master Feng Xiu. The alien sword master has obtained a new skill, explosion. Feng Xiu. Although I know that the artificial intelligence system of the beast taming space is a little bit stupid, similar to the AI on mobile phones, isn't this skill description too confusing? Feng Xiu's previous stealth, clone, and lightning strike could be understood literally. What the hell is this explosion? Will the alien sword master explode? You can still use your own body organs to make bombs. What's wrong, Feng Xiu? Zhang Yu noticed the change in Feng Xiu's starry eyes and became nervous. Could it be that something went wrong with this mutation? Come to think of it, Feng Xiu's alien swordsman was born after parasitizing Ma Ming's beastmaster. It is a mutated beast. It is not surprising that this mutation had no effect. It's just a waste of this opportunity. It is worth mentioning that in order to prevent students of No. 1 Middle School from abusing the mutation machine, the school used a key lock. You need to insert the beast taming space card into the machine and then enter the key number to start the mutation machine. No. 1 Middle School only gave Zhang Yu 4 keys, and by the time he got to the alien sword master, all the keys had been used up. I didn't fail. Seeing Zhang Yu and others concerned about him, Feng Xiu shook his head slightly and explained, "It's just that the AI system of the beast taming space reminded me that the skill I got is called explosion. From the literal meaning, it's a little hard to understand what it means." It wasn't just Feng Xiu who found it hard to understand. Zhang Yu and others looked at each other, unable to guess the reason. There is actually no way to avoid this. Although the beast taming space uses AI technology, at present, this AI technology still has some defects, and sometimes logical errors will occur. For example, Zhang Yu has experienced. When he was talking to the in-car AI, he said that it was a bit cold in the car, meaning that he wanted the AI to turn on the air conditioner. As a result, the AI directly started the navigation and searched for all the nearby foot massage shops. My goodness, who want to go to a foot massage parlor to wash their feet when they're cold? This situation does happen from time to time, so the Beastmaster needs to test it himself and then change the name according to the skills. It's not a big problem. Zhang Yu looked around, but this was a mutation room with expensive machines, not a good place to test skills. Let's go to the beast taming space. Zhang Yu said, "Okay." Feng Xiu nodded, but did not charge a visiting fee this time. After all, Chen Fan has already donated a lot of money to them. As a human being, you should be generous. Feng Xiu took back his beast taming space card and then invited others to enter his beast taming space. The next moment, everyone came to the plane. The alien wizard and the alien swordsman stood on Feng Xiu's left and right respectively. It was the first time for Zhang Shuren and Chun Fan to visit Feng Xiu's beast taming space. While they were amazed, they also felt that Feng Xiu's beast taming space was a bit simple. Alien Sword Master, use explosion. In order to have an intuitive feeling, Feng Xiu also used a resource card to place a fat pig in the beast taming space and let flee on the grassland. Then he gave orders to the alien sword master, and carefully observed the explosion of the alien sword master to see what kind of skill it was. Zhang Shuren and Chun Fan rolled their throats and swallowed nervously. I thought to myself, could this explosion really be an explosion? For example, making the pig fly in the air and then exploding into bloody fireworks in the air. However, the scene that Zhang Shuren and Chun Fan imagined did not appear. The alien swordsman stood in place, making strange hissing sounds from his mouth. The next second, its body changed rapidly, and its originally inky black exoskeleton turned red at a speed visible to the naked eye. It feels like a little green dragon being cooked. Wait, is it going to self-destruct? A trace of fear flashed in Chun Fan's eyes. Chapter 123, Invincible, plus one more. Chun Fan suddenly had a bad premonition in his heart, and a trace of fear flashed in his eyes. He thought that Fang Xiu's alien swordsman was planning to self-destruct here, and he retreated quickly in fear. The head teacher Zhang Yu also frowned, but there was really no reason for such a skill as self-destruction. The beasts are also living beings, and it's not a dead end. Why would they self-destruct for no reason? But in the next second, the figure of the alien swordsman suddenly disappeared before their eyes. Then there was a loud boom. The place where the alien sword master stepped on became torn into pieces, like a black spider web, and the cracks continued to expand, extending to the feet of several people. Chun Fan was already frightened by the alien. He missed a step and fell to the ground. Li Qingqing and Zhang Shuren were also startled and quickly jumped away. They looked down again and saw a pitch-black crack with no idea of its depth. Did he really self-destruct? Such thoughts appeared in the minds of Li Qingqing, Zhang Shuren, and Chun Fan at the same time, and even Zhang Yu was a little dumbfounded. But if it was a self-destruction, wouldn't the power be too small? Call out. Before they could react to what was happening, a sound of breaking wind came from a distance. Several people looked over at the same time and saw that the big white pig released by Fang Xiu was cut in half, and the blood dyed the green grass red. The disappeared alien swordsman retracted the black knife swiftly and stood beside the white pig. Pissed, Zhang Yu couldn't help but take a breath. He estimated that the alien swordsman was at least 20 meters away from them. From the boom to the whoosh, not even a breath of time was used. Putting aside the time it takes to kill the pig, the alien swordmaster's 100-meter run is only 3 or 4 seconds at most. As the big white pig was killed, the alien swordmaster's exoskeleton slowly turned back to black. Can anyone explain to me what is going on? Chun Fan's pupils were shaking wildly. Did anyone see what happened just now? Zhang Shuren couldn't help but speak. Li Qingqing and Zhang Yu shook their heads at the same time. I seem to know what happened to the explosion. Fang Xiu looked at his alien swordsman, and the voice sounded as if from another world. The others focused their attention on Fang Xiu, asking impatiently, what kind of skill is explosion? Was that an explosion just now? Is it teleportation? Several people said in unison. No. Fang Xiu shook his head slightly. Although he didn't see it with his own eyes, he was certain that the alien sword master did rush over. As for the principle of explosion, this is hard for me to explain with scientific theory, but I guess that the alien sword master probably used some method to make his own acidic blood collide with the heart at high intensity. This will create an explosive reaction, causing the alien's acidic blood to circulate faster in the body, thus enhancing its strength, speed, and reaction nerves. However, the reason why Fang Xiu was able to guess the principle was not because he had an extraordinary understanding of energy, but he had seen similar abilities in movies and TV dramas. To be exact, it's an anime. Fang Xiu recalled in his mind that the name of the anime was One Piece, and the protagonist Luffy was a person with special abilities who had eaten the rubber fruit. He can speed up blood flow by pumping air and increasing pressure in the body, thereby increasing strength and speed. This is called the second gear. In Fang Xiu's opinion, the performance of the alien swordsman who just rushed out was somewhat similar to the razor among the 6 styles of a navy in One Piece. Of course, Fang Xiu would not tell Li Qingqing and others about this discovery, and even if he did, they would not understand. Fang Xiu just used the simplest explanation possible to make Li Qingqing and others understand what kind of skill explosion is. So powerful. Zhang Shuren stood there in a daze. He thought that Black Panther's switching forms was already very powerful. However, compared with this explosion, he suddenly felt that the forms switching didn't seem so good. A hint of jealousy also flashed in Li Qingqing's eyes. The alien wizard Sky Shock is already exaggerated, and he can also use his intellectual advantage to innovate and learn the freezing technique of the Frost Beast. She was already very envious. As a result, the explosion skills of this alien swordsman are even more unreasonable. If this were used as a trump card and it happened suddenly, I'm afraid no Beastmaster would be able to react. It's definitely a kill on first sight. No. As soon as this thought came to mind, Li Qingqing shook her head. What do you mean by first sight killing? That kind of terrifying speed is hard to dodge, even for a Beastmaster who knows the explosion skill. There will also be an alien wizard to assist. Li Qingqing felt tremendous pressure just by imagining that scene. In the Hejiang Province League, maybe there really is a chance. If we are lucky, we can use this as a trump card and defeat Harbor No. 3 Middle School unexpectedly. Then winning the Hejiang State Championship will not be a dream. No matter what, Li Qingqing is Fang Xiu's teammate, not a competitor, and at this time he couldn't help but enter fantasy time. However, Li Qingqing was not naive enough to think that Fang Xiu could sweep away all the geniuses in Harbor No. 3 Middle School. After all, the Hejiang State League is a state-level competition, not something like a freshman exchange competition that can be finished in one day. Group stage, the semi-finals, semi-finals, finals. The buffer period here is enough for the elite team of Harbor No. 3 Middle School to analyze Fang Xiu's alien swordsman frame by frame and design a countermeasure. Unless the geniuses from other universities cannot force out the true strength of the alien swordmaster, otherwise he still has to rely on hard power to win the championship. But Fang Xiu improved the strength of his two aliens to such an extent in such a short period of time. Even though he is a genius at Harbor No. 3 Middle School, can he really be a match for Fang Xiu? I feel like I'm looking forward to it. Thinking of this, Li Qingqing suddenly felt his blood boiling, and he couldn't wait to start the Haijiangzhou League. Zhang Shuren and Chun Fan even cast envious glances. Especially Chun Fan. He is the only one who did not gain any skills in this mutation. There really is a feeling that if you compare yourself to others, you will die, and if you compare goods, you will throw them away. That's great, Fang Xiu. Zhang Yu danced with joy. With the Alien Swordmaster and Alien Wizard, we will definitely get a place in the Hejiang Province League this time. Invincible. In Zhang Yu's opinion, Fang Xiu's Alien Swordmaster is truly invincible this time. Li Qingqing and others were also encouraged. Although there's a certain amount of envy, jealousy, and hatred, we are a team after all. However, just when several people were feeling extremely excited, the alien swordsman not far away suddenly knelt on one knee on the ground. Zhang Yu was shocked by this scene. What happened? Fang Xiu's gaze also turned towards the alien swordsman. Could it be that? The next second, Fang Xiu ran over decisively. Chapter 124 Alien. Speak for me. 2 more chapters. Only after Fang Xiu walked over did he discover that acid blood was dripping from the corners of the alien swordmaster's mouth, corroding and dissolving the grass on the ground. Moreover, the acidic blood seemed to be heated, with white steam floating on it. Fang Xiu, what's going on? Zhang Yu hurriedly followed, but after seeing the state of the alien sword saint, he also became nervous. Then there are Li Qingqing, Zhang Shuren, and Chen Fan. Their team finally had the alien swordmaster as their trump card, so naturally they didn't want anything serious to happen to it. It seems that the power of the explosion is too strong, and the alien swordmaster has difficulty adapting to it for a while. Fang Xiu checked his injuries. In addition to the sour blood flowing out of his mouth, the alien swordmaster's muscles were also obviously torn. After all, its exoskeleton is just like armor, defending against external attacks. If the impact comes from the inside, this exoskeleton will hardly work. My alien swordmaster is still a little different from Luffy's second gear in One Piece. Fang Xiu thought to himself that the blood of the alien swordmaster was acidic blood with a very strong corrosive effect. I don't know what substance is contained in it. Moreover, given the corrosive nature of acidic blood, it would probably be difficult to do a routine blood test. With a strong collision at the heart, the energy generated will naturally be extremely terrifying. No wonder the AI of my beast-taming space named this skill explosion. The skill really lives up to its name. A life-threatening, killing move. So, will this skill be unusable in the future? Zhang Shuren asked worriedly. The alien was already a very powerful beast, but I didn't expect it to be unable to withstand the side effects of the explosion. Not really. Fang Xiu shook his head. The alien's exoskeleton and acid blood can quickly coagulate wounds to prevent blood loss and infection. Even if the body is torn, The wound can be sealed in a short time. In addition, as long as my alien's head is not damaged, its other limbs and organs can slowly regenerate. Aliens may not click on the technology tree and cannot develop a civilized society. But in terms of physical strength, he is definitely an indestructible cockroach. Although the side effects of the explosion will cause the alien sword master to lose its ability to move for a short period of time, it will recover soon. Even in Fang Xiu's opinion, the main reason why the explosion produced such side effects was that the alien sword master was not strong enough. The more this is the case, the more explosions should be used. Let its muscles continue to tear and regenerate until they can withstand the impact of the explosion. In the next period of time, let the alien sword master continue to try to explode and train its muscle strength. As Fang Xiu spoke, he stood up from the grass and outlined the general direction for the alien sword master's training in the next few days. Alien wizards should try different elemental witchcraft as much as possible. Fang Xiu's nonchalant attitude stunned Li Qingqing and the other two again. Isn't this too calm? Aren't you worried that your alien sword master will be killed by you? Li Qingqing couldn't help but complain. Good job. Knowing that explosions have such serious side effects, the alien swordsman still allows him to use explosions continuously. Devil. This guy Fang Xiu is simply a devil. If those animal lovers in the Animal Taming Protection Association knew about this, they would definitely put Fang Xiu on the little red book. Strong condemnation. Me? Kill the alien? Fang Xiu couldn't help but laugh out loud. The humans in the Alien movie series all tried their best to kill the aliens. If I could kill him easily, wouldn't that be too weak? In short, the explosion of the alien sword master can only last for 3 seconds. This time is too short. We must find a way to extend the time to more than 10 seconds. Moreover, it must be used at critical moments. Fang Xiu was analyzing on his own. Such a calm expression made Zhang Yu feel a little surprised. There's a very deep emotional bond between each beast and its master. This is also one of the reasons why the veterinary hospital can make a lot of money. Even if the data is available to recreate the same beast, it is difficult to get rid of the feelings. Therefore, some masters will choose to treat injured beasts even when faced with sky-high medical expenses. But when it comes to Fang Xiu, his thinking is too rational. There is absolutely no feeling of worrying about the aliens. Zhang Yu looked at Li Qingqing and Zhang Shuren again. If their beast master acquired such a skill, they would probably be very conflicted, right? Only Fang Xiu, without any fluctuation in his tone, formulated an explosion plan for the alien sword master. If we look at it from a rational point of view, Zhang Yu also thinks this is the best solution. But if he looked at it from an emotional point of view, he would feel that Fang Xiu was a little too harsh on his beastmaster. Just when Zhang Yu was hesitating whether to tell Fang Xiu his thoughts, the latter took the initiative to speak to him. By the way, brother Yu, can the beast control skills be extracted and promoted? This skill, explosion, seems to be perfect for my beastmaster. If only all aliens could learn how to explode. There was a hint of fanaticism in Fang Xiu's starry eyes. Just thinking about that scene made him feel excited. Zhang Yu, Li Qingqing, Zhang Shuren, Chun Fan. For a moment, everyone was stunned. Just one alien swordsman is already outrageous, but Fang Xiu is planning to extend the explosion to the entire alien community? No, don't you consider the feelings of the aliens? They are beasts. They have emotions too. Fang Xiu, please treat your aliens well. Although they look like monsters from horror movies, they are beasts. They also have animal rights. Li Qingqing couldn't help but speak up for the aliens. Fang Xiu. Due to different perceptions, Fang Xiu only felt that Li Qingqing's words were extremely outrageous. But there is nothing that can be done about it. After all, Li Qingqing and others don't understand the habits of the opposite sex. In their eyes, aliens are just ugly-looking beasts. But aliens are creatures like this. They will do anything to make their colony stronger. Even if the price is death. They are also willing to follow suit. Okay. Fang Xiu looked at Li Qingqing's angry expression and softened his tone. A summer insect cannot talk about ice. Fang Xiu was too lazy to explain the alien's habits to Li Qingqing. He just said that he would pay attention to the alien's emotional needs in the future. But it still feels a little outrageous. Aliens' emotional needs? Why does this arrangement of text feel so strange? Never mind. Fang Xiu left the alien sword saint in the beast taming space to let it have a good rest, then followed his class teacher Zhang Yu back to school. He then called Che Yu and made an appointment with her to meet at the school gate and go to Che Xian's villa together. We will be training there in the next few days. By the way, how do we customize weapons for Beastmasters? After hanging up the phone, Feng Xiu curiously asked the class teacher Zhang Yu. Chapter 125. Sales routines never go out of style. Since there are so many different kinds of beasts to tame, the equipment used for taming is naturally difficult to mass produce, and usually manufacturers are found to do custom-made ones. Huching Number 1 Middle School also cooperates with manufacturers. Even many general education class teachers and physical education teachers work part-time in sales, promoting these manufacturers' beast-taming equipment to students. Zhang Yu happens to be such a teacher. What's the difference between this and the bookstore routine? Listening to Zhang Yu's explanation, Feng Xiu couldn't help but think of his own experiences when he was in school. At that time, there was a Huaxin bookstore which would often go to classes to promote Chinese dictionary, English dictionary, Romance of the Three Kingdoms, Les Miserables, and so on. I have to buy about 5 or 6 books in a semester. Later he found out that his class teacher could get commission. Brother you don't get a commission as well, do you? Thinking of this, Feng Xiu looked at Zhang Yu with a dark face. What are you thinking? Zhang Yu raised his voice and said righteously, That's them. As expected, he is Brother Yu. He is different from other teachers. Feng Xiu gave a thumbs up. But the next second, the they I'm talking about are not other teachers, but other students. Zhang Yu chuckled. The salary of general education teachers is naturally not as good as those of physical education teachers. They have to earn a little money, right? It's just that Feng Xiu is extremely talented, and this time he is representing Huching in the Hejiang Province League, so Zhang Yu is not interested in the commission. There are 2 ways to customize weapons. As he spoke, Zhang Yu called Li Qingqing and others over to explain the situation to them. The first way is to find a professional designer and have them take a look at your beast. Then they will come up with a few plans, and you can just choose one. As for the prices in Huching are low, usually between 2,000 and 20,000. Hearing this, Feng Xiu felt a sense of familiarity again. Isn't this the whole house customization that is required for decoration? They will come and take a look at your house, and then provide you with several sets of decoration design drawings to choose from, with prices ranging from several thousand to tens of thousands, or even hundreds of thousands. A good sales pitch never gets old, right? Then the second option, couldn't it be that we design it ourselves, draw the blueprints ourselves, and then send them to the custom manufacturer? Feng Xiu drew inferences from one example. Either hire a decorator or design it yourself. The sense of visual perception is too strong. Leave professional matters to professionals. It would be better to find an equipment designer. Chun Fan thought about it. Although the price is relatively expensive, there must be a reason for it. Those beast-taming equipment designers all graduated from prestigious universities, and their understanding of beast-taming is much better than that of high school students like them. I also agree with Chun Fan's idea. Zhang Shuren echoed. In this way, they can save time and effort and focus more on training. I don't need it. Feng Xiu refused without a second thought. I'll design my own beast-taming equipment myself. At the end of the day, I don't believe that anyone can understand my alien better than I do after just a few minutes of contact. There are also fees, and Feng Xiu just feels the pain in his heart. It's not like I can't design it myself. My idea is the same as Feng Xiu's. Besides, with Master Che Xian, is it really necessary to find those designers? Li Qingqing also expressed her opinion. Since Master Che Xian asked Che Yu to come over and take them to the villa, that means Master Che Xian has expectations for them. A national first-class beast taming master, isn't that much better than those designers? Zhang Shuren and Chun Fan looked at each other and felt that what Feng Xiu said made some sense. Yes, apart from studying, eating, and sleeping, they spend the rest of their time with the beasts. In order to properly train the beasts, he would spend a lot of energy studying every day. How could my understanding of beast taming be inferior to those designers? What's more, there is Master Che Xian in charge. Thinking of this, the 2 of them were looking forward to these training sessions. After deciding that he would design the beast-taming equipment, Zhang Yu directed everyone to clean up the mutation room. Although this mutation room is exclusively for the student union, since we're using other people's things, we are still responsible for hygiene issues. Caring for public property is everyone's responsibility. Then, Zhang Yu returned the key to Uncle Wang and expressed his gratitude again. Students from other grades also came over one after another to use the mutation machine. Many of them were fans of Feng Xiu and took a few photos with him. Student Feng Xiu is really popular. On the way to the meeting place with Yu, Zhang Shuren didn't forget to murmur, feeling more or less envious. Although he has been working hard to taming beasts and studying seriously, he has also been looking forward to a sweet love since he entered high school. What's there to be envious of? If this continues, I will have to wear sunglasses and a mask to school, Fang Xiu said, as if he suddenly thought of something. By the way, brother Yu, will there be a live broadcast of the Hejiang State League this time? Hearing this, Zhang Yu raised his lips and smiled with satisfaction. Not only will it be broadcast live, it will also be broadcast on local TV stations. If I really win a place, not only will I be able to stand on the podium, but I can also sing. Sing? What song? Fang Xiu was stunned. My goodness, isn't this a world where everyone tames beasts? Why do we have to sing when we have a noun? It's a bit nonsensical. Of course, it's the song of our crane city. Although Huqing is just a small city in Hejiang Prefecture, few people pay attention to it, and the education and medical care here are relatively backward, but Zhang Yu has never disliked it. This is the land where he was born. It is his hometown. He is proud of being a native of Huqing. The city anthem of our city is Splendid Crane City, Zhang Yu said proudly. Fang Xiu. Seeing Zhang Yu's beaming face, Fang Xiu's face was filled with black lines. If it wasn't a city song, was it necessary to be so passionate? What Fang Xiu didn't expect was that he didn't know whether Li Qingqing was touched by Zhang Yu's words. She suddenly started singing. The Xing'an Mountains are high, and the Longjiang River is long. A hot land and a land of 3 golds. One river embraces China and Russia, and the scenery on both sides is beautiful. The forest holds mountain treasures, and the fertile fields surge with golden waves. The peak of China holds up the rising sun. Fang Xiu stared blankly at Li Qingqing's profile and couldn't help but feel that her voice was surprisingly pleasant to the ear. Before I knew it, I had finished listening to the entire song. What? Li Qingqing frowned slightly. Nothing. I just didn't expect you to have the skill of singing. It's pretty nice. Fang Xiu shrugged. I'll write a song for you later. No matter what, the people in this world are all taming beasts, and the entertainment industry is not particularly developed. Many catchy songs from previous lives are not available in this world. As a result, Fang Xiu couldn't even listen to music to relax. Now that I hear that Li Qingqing has a good voice, I can write a few songs for her to sing. What if I become popular on Douyin? You can also make money yourself. Only with money can you better tame beasts. Perfect. However, Li Qingqing, who didn't know the truth, was stunned. Her face turned red. Chapter 126, Li Qingqing's grandfather. Fang Xiu wants to write a song for me? Why? Speaking of which, Fang Xiu is indeed a handsome man. He had sharp eyebrows and bright eyes, was fresh and handsome, had a tall and slender figure, and when you got close to him, you could smell good too. When it comes to talent in taming beasts, Fang Xiu is the best in Huqing #1 middle school, and no one can match him. The fact that the 3 of them had the opportunity to undergo mutations in their first year of high school was also thanks to Fang Xiu. I even heard that a girl named Shi Yonglin set up a fan group, and in just a few days, the group grew to 1,000 members. And only female fans are accepted. To join the group, not only voice notification is required, but also video verification is required. This shows how popular Fang Xiu is. Speak up. Li Qingqing quickened her pace and walked to the left side of Fang Xiu. You are so popular. Don't you have a girlfriend? Upon hearing the voice, Zhang Shuren and Chun Fan also pricked up their ears subconsciously. Who can stand such gossip? Zhang Shuren even suspected that Fang Xiu was only aloof on the surface, and maybe he already had a harem of concubines in private. What? Girlfriend? Fang Xiu glanced at Li Qingqing, and their eyes met. However, the latter quickly looked away, her fair face heating up a little, as if it was a blush. To be honest, Fang Xiu often received love letters during the time he was in school. There are also many proactive girls who confess their love to him on Tencent, hoping to become his girlfriend. There are even girls who will send themselves red envelopes directly, saying that they want to treat themselves to milk tea. For a moment, Fang Xiu was speechless. Although I understand the feelings of these girls, I didn't want to fall in love during high school. What's the point of talking about love when you're reborn? No, Fang Xiu said without thinking. Is this true? Zhang Shuren was a little surprised. He held up his chin with one hand. Student Fang Xiu is a handsome man with a great talent for taming beasts. If I were a girl, I would want to be your girlfriend. Fang Xiu. Li Qingqing. Chen Fan. Brother, that's not necessary. What are you thinking about? I was just talking casually. Really? Or is it an underground relationship? Zhang Shuren smiled. Although the school prohibits premature love and often urges everyone to spend their time on taming beasts, this kind of thing still happens despite repeated bans. As far as Zhang Shuren knows, there are several students in their class who are in love. Fang Xiu glanced at Zhang Shuren and said casually, "A man's ambition should be like the Yangtze River, running eastward to the sea. Why should he yearn for the land of gentleness?" Zhang Shuren was stunned. He just wanted to gossip. But judging from Fang Xiu's reaction, it didn't seem like he was pretending. Well said, Fang Xiu. Zhang Yu felt that this sentence was really wonderful. Yes, a real man's ambition should be like the Yangtze River, rushing eastward to the sea. Why should he yearn for the land of gentleness? During high school, you should focus on taming beasts and working hard to improve yourself. When you go to a good university and have solid skills, you will meet the right person. Moreover, as a teacher, Zhang Yu has seen too many students who fall in love prematurely, which not only affects Yusho, but also causes them to go their separate ways after graduating from high school. Only a handful of them really stay together until the end. But what no one noticed was that when Fang Xiu said this, Li Qingqing's eyes became a little subtle. What happens next is relatively simple. Zhang Yu brought Fang Xiu and his party to the main gate of number 1 middle school. Che Yu and her driver had been waiting here for a while. By the way, Teacher Zhang, if you go with us, what about the classes in Class 2? Li Qingqing did not forget to ask about this in the car. Don't worry, number 1 middle school is still the most important school in Huqing. There will be other teachers to take over the classes during my absence. Besides, it's not like I won't be back. I'm only responsible for sending you to Master Che Xian's home and the Hejiang Province League later. All right, Zhang Yu also reminded everyone, don't forget to come back and take the midterm exam in a week. There is also the general education part. Don't relax yourself just because of the beast taming. You also need to master the general education knowledge. Got it, teacher. Li Qingqing nodded. She had already finished learning the general knowledge content for the first year of high school during the summer vacation before entering the first year of high school, so coping with the exam was not a problem at all. Zhang Shuren and Chun Fan are also top-notch academics. Fang Xiu's talent in general education courses is not as good as Li Qingqing and others. But in his previous life, he had good grades. However, this world focuses on taming beasts, so the difficulty of general education exams is greatly reduced, and Fang Xiu finds it very easy to learn the general knowledge of the first year of high school. After sending Fang Xiu and others to Master Che Xian's villa, Zhang Yu said goodbye and left. Che Yu thoughtfully prepared rooms for them and took them to visit the training ground. I have to say that even compared with number 1 middle school, the facilities here are very good. It was not until Master Che Xian arrived at the courtyard in a wheelchair that Zhang Shuren and Chun Fan gasped and were so excited that they almost hugged each other. Oh, Master Che Xian, it's Master Che Xian. Be reserved, be reserved. Chun Fan rolled his throat, swallowed nervously, then trotted to Che Xian and bowed deeply. Hello, Master Che Xian. Thank you, Master Che Xian, for your kindness. Seeing this, Zhang Shuren also imitated Chun Fan's actions. To these students, Che Xian is simply a living legend. Hello, Grandpa Che. Li Qingqing greeted him very obediently. Because my aunt and Che, you were childhood friends, she had met Che Xian once when she was a child. You must be Li Xuanyuan's granddaughter. Che Xian also showed a rare smile when facing Li Qingqing. In fact, when Che Xian was young, he had fought on the battlefield with Li Qingqing's grandfather. Now seeing the descendants of his old friends, Che Xian feels filled with emotion. It's a pity that Grandpa Li Qingqing suffered psychological trauma after returning from the battlefield, and he suffered a lot in his later years. The last time we heard from him, he committed suicide by taking poison at home. Che Xian was busy with a very important project at the time and couldn't even see his old friend for the last time. You know Master Che Xian? Fang Xiu was a little surprised. Looking at the relationship between Li Qingqing and Che Xian, it's like that of a younger generation and an older generation. Since they have this kind of relationship, why doesn't Master Che Xian just accept Li Qingqing as his disciple? Do we need to create a beast taming and mind refining diagram trial? Even when Che Yu called Che Xian, she mentioned Li Qingqing. But the other party asked to bring only himself. Could it be that there is something going on here? Of course. Che Xian nodded. Her grandfather and I. But halfway through his words, Che Xian deliberately glanced at Li Qingqing and said, "Forget it. It's all old news." Fang Xiu raised his eyebrows. If he were a high school student, he might not care too much about Che Xian's reaction, but Fang Xiu's mind is much more mature than that of a high school student. I feel like this matter is not that simple. Li Qingqing's grandfather. Chapter 127. Hejiang Province League is coming. Che Xian probably has no hope. This old man is very cunning, and there is basically no chance of getting any information from him. After some thought, Fang Xiu decided to start with Li Qingqing. Although there was no evidence, Fang Xiu's intuition told him that there was more to the story than meets the eye, and it might even be related to Che Xian's decision to recruit a disciple. Indirectness also involves oneself. After greeting Che Xian, Fang Xiu and others began to tame the beasts. Except for Fang Xiu, who has already made it clear that he wants the alien sword master to increase the duration of the explosion to more than 10 seconds within these few days. Everyone else is working on training their actual beast taming abilities. Fang Xiu's male alien became a good sparring partner. Every time a battle was needed, Fang Xiu would invite others to his beast taming space and let them practice on the plains. At the same time, Fang Xiu also used the money sponsored by Chan Fan to expand his beast taming space. The range of activities that the alien can now use is as wide as an entire village. Speaking of which, are your grandfather and Che Xian very close? During the break, Fang Xiu and Li Qingqing sat on the ground and brought up the matter. It should be very good. Li Qingqing's answer was somewhat ambiguous. It's not because she thinks this matter is a secret, but because her grandfather died when she was very young, and she and Che Xian only met him a few times. My family doesn't seem to want to talk about it. I just remember that my grandfather seemed to have suffered from post-war trauma and would be crazy sometimes. Post-war trauma? Fang Xiu's eyes moved. If that's the case, your grandfather and Che Xian must have been on the battlefield together. As a famous beast tamer, some of Che Xian's experiences can be found on the internet. He had also heard from others that Master Che Xian had fought in the beast taming battlefield when he was young and had made many outstanding achievements. So after retiring from the front line, he was able to successfully enter the management of the Five Flowers group. As for the so-called beast taming battlefield, it probably refers to the beast taming world. Li Qingqing's beast is an extremely rare, mythical beast species. Her aunt and Che your classmates. Zhang Yu has mentioned more than once that Li Qingqing's family has extensive connections. Maybe it was developed relying on her grandfather. So which network of contacts is the most solid? Of course, they are comrades who have fought on the battlefield together and defended the country together. Based on these clues, Fang Xiu had some guesses about the identity of Li Qingqing's grandfather. At the same time, Fang Xiu became more curious about the beast-taming world. What exactly did Li Qingqing's grandfather experience in the beast-taming world? Maybe. Li Qingqing tilted her head. But why are you asking this? I just want to eat some melon. Fang Xiu smiled slightly. No one would believe you. If someone else said this, Li Qingqing would probably believe it, but the first impression Fang Xiu gave her was that he was a beast tamer fanatic. Fang Xiu doesn't care about anything except things related to beast taming. Otherwise, how do you explain that he doesn't even have the most basic common sense? It can't be that I've lost my memory. In addition, Li Qingqing's intuition has always been sharp, so she also moved forward and stared straight into Fang Xiu's starry eyes. Speak. A faint fragrance wafted towards him, making Fang Xiu subconsciously avoid his sight. How should I put it? Fang Xiu thought about it and decided that since he wanted to start from Li Qingqing's line, winning her over was also an option. In case Che Xian is really planning something, he can respond in advance. You should not have the intention to harm others, but you must be on guard against others. It just feels weird. Strange? What's strange? Li Qingqing frowned slightly. I always feel that Fang Xiu is a little weird today. Although your talent in taming beasts is not as good as mine, it is not bad either. Fang Xiu explained. Li Qingqing, you also participated in the beast taming and heart refining diagram at the exhibition. Your grandfather and Che Xian were old friends who had fought on the battlefield together. Since you want to train a disciple, why don't you choose you? Even if your talent is not as good as mine, what's wrong with accepting one more disciple? Plus the apprenticeship contract, it always feels a bit weird. Maybe I'm overthinking it. After saying that, Fang Xiu shrugged. Li Qingqing, however, had a dark face. Isn't it just that you were a little more talented than me? Do I need to say it twice? This Fang Xiu is so abominable. But no matter how hateful it was, Li Qingqing also thought seriously about Fang Xiu's words. Although she could accept the fact that Che Xian did not accept her as a disciple, she still felt strange after hearing what Jing Fangxiu said. Why does a master Che Xian accept me as his disciple? I was the top student in junior high school for 3 years, and my high school entrance examination score was first in the city. The Beast Man is also a mythical beast. If the opponent hadn't committed a foul in the freshman exchange match, I would definitely have been able to knock Li Jin out. Thinking of this, Li Qingqing took out her cell phone and called home. Fang Xiu also pricked up his ears. However, when Li Qingqing asked about her grandfather's condition, her father immediately changed the subject and asked Li Qingqing to concentrate on preparing for the Hejiang Prefecture League and perform well. Then, he hung up the phone directly, citing bad signal. After hanging up the phone, Li Qingqing and Fang Xiu looked at each other. I feel like something's wrong. Li Qingqing spoke first. There is definitely something going on here. However, Li Qingqing also felt that his father was right, as the Hejiang Province League was approaching. If Fang Xiu fails to win the championship, not only will Che Xian terminate the contract, but he will also have to pay liquidated damages. The most urgent task is indeed to improve the actual combat capabilities of beast taming. Keep training. Li Qingqing stood up from the grass, and after some rest, she regained her energy. As for the past between her grandfather and Che Xian, she decided to investigate it thoroughly after returning for the Hejiang Province League. Li Qingqing put her hands on her hips and called Fang Xiu's alien to come over for practice. Indeed, Fang Xiu thought to himself, feeling that even if it was an investigation, there was no need to rush it in the next few days. We should hurry up and get the alien swordmaster adapted to the explosion. Time flies, and 7 or 8 days have passed. Fang Xiu and others temporarily left Che Xian's home and returned to school to take the midterm exam. There is naturally nothing much to say about beast taming. Their beast taming performance is already among the best in Huqing No. 1 Middle School. Now with the guidance of Master Che Xian and the aliens serving as sparring partners, his strength has improved by leaps and bounds. For general education courses, there are special teachers who come to help them point out key points and explain questions one-on-one. This midterm exam was handled very easily. Fang Xiu, Li Qingqing, Zhang Shuren, and Chun Fan respectively achieved the best results in the school. When the midterm exam results came out, Zhang Yu was so excited that he danced with joy. Even head teachers of other classes would look at him with envy and jealousy when they saw him. Why were Fang Xiu and Li Qingqing both assigned to Class 2? In the second class classroom, after Zhang Yu announced the results of the midterm exam, he called Fang Xiu and Li Qingqing to go to his office with him. Fang Xiu and Li Qingqing looked at each other and understood. Hejiang Province League is here. Chapter 128, Wine Spirit Moon Shadow Sect. After a period of hard training, the Hejiang Province League finally opened. Zhang Yu brought Fang Xiu and Li Qingqing to his office. Physical education teacher Zhang Panpan, as well as Class 3 head teacher Jiang Chao, Class 6 head teacher Li Guosheng, Zhang Shuren, and Chun Fan came here one after another. Teacher Zhang Shuren is now left in your care. Jiang Chao, the head teacher of Class 3, said. Although he and Zhang Yu were dissatisfied with each other, he felt that Zhang Yu was just luckier than him and was assigned such good talents as Fang Xiu and Li Qingqing. But he can still clearly distinguish between public and private. In this Hejiang Province League, Fang Xiu and others represent Huqing. Whether it is Jiang Chao or Li Guosheng, they all hope that they can return triumphantly. Old Zhang, it's up to you this time. Li Guosheng patted Zhang Yu on the shoulder. Since Chu Xinghe, No. 1 Middle School has never achieved decent results. Although the league is divided into the first, second, and third grade groups, Ma Wanfeng and Wu Mingjian from the third grade are also excellent beastmasters. But compared to them, Li Guosheng feels that Fang Xiu and his friends have a greater chance. But no matter what, the other students in No. 1 Middle School still have to attend classes and taming beasts as usual. It is impossible for the school to find 3 teachers to substitute for the class at the same time. Therefore, the task of leading Fang Xiu and others to the expedition this time fell on the shoulders of Zhang Yu and Zhang Panpan. Don't worry, Lao Li, this time it's time for us in Huqing to be proud. Zhang Yu raised the corners of his mouth, revealing a smug smile. It is obviously impossible not to be excited. These days, as soon as he gets off work, he, the class teacher, can't help but run to Master Che Xian's villa. Seeing Fang Xiu and the others' beast-taming abilities improving by leaps and bounds, Zhang Yu is filled with anticipation. Speaking of which, Should we give the team a name? Zhang Pampan thought for a moment and suggested. He also participated in various competitions when he was in school. In order to increase team cohesion, their teachers will ask them to give the team a name. Zhang Yu also thought this was a good suggestion. How is Team Qingguang? Chun Fan spoke quickly, as if he was afraid of being a step behind. Although he joined the team with sponsorship, after these days of hard work, he also achieved a good result of 4th place in the midterm exam. I'm much more confident than before. What do you mean? Li Qingqing frowned slightly, feeling somewhat resistant to the name Chun Fan gave her. Show your light, shine your light, and shine brilliantly. When Chun Fan saw Li Qingqing's beautiful eyes filled with disgust, his confidence instantly dissipated a lot. Zhang Shuren shrugged and said, I don't think so. I'm not very good at naming things. What about you? Li Qingqing kicked the ball directly to Fang Xiu's feet, asking him to think of a way out. This move surprised Fang Xiu a little. Given Li Qingqing's personality, he thought Li Qingqing would be more persistent on this matter. After all, as the number 1 in the past, Li Qingqing has her own pride. Speak, Li Qingqing urged. Isn't that what I'm thinking about? Fang Xiu rolled his eyes at Li Qingqing, then lowered his head and thought for a while. Skyblasting gang? Not feeling good. The way of sitting and forgetting? A bit weird. A sunny and cheerful big boy? Thinking of this, Fang Xiu subconsciously glanced at Li Qingqing and felt that she could not accept it. No. Given Li Qingqing's personality, maybe no matter what I say, she will refuse and then say what she thinks? Well, that must be it. Then let's call it Fengling Yueying Sect. Fang Xiu casually said a name. Li Qingqing's expression froze. In fact, the reason why she let Fang Xiu speak first was that she wanted to find a random reason to deny his team name. Fang Xiu is a beast taming fanatic and has basically no interest in anything other than beast taming. What good name could he come up with? I guess he's not much different from Chun Fan, such as the Mad Wolf team, the Decepticons, the Phantom team, and so on. Unexpectedly, the name Fang Xiu, casually said, actually had a hint of poetry. It gives people a feeling of nature, tranquility, and homesickness. Wind, spirit, moon, shadow. Wind, spirit, moon, shadow. Li Qingqing kept talking about this teammate. Zhang Yu and others also began to ponder. It is indeed very flavorful. A pot of wine among the flowers, drinking alone without a companion. I raise my cup to the moon and my shadow, and I become 3 people. Li Qingqing opened her red lips and couldn't help reciting poems, taking the moon as her friend and expressing her feelings through wine. The wind and the moon were full of spirits, which showed a kind of open-mindedness and romance in loneliness. Zhang Shuren and Chun Fan also nodded repeatedly. As expected of classmate Fang Xiu, not only is he good at taming beasts, but even his names are quite poetic. Zhang Shuren praised. Fang Xiu. No, what does this have to do with anything? Why raise a cup to invite the bright moon, and my shadow, and I become 3 people? Fengling Yueying is just a modifier used for playing games. My goodness, can you understand it this way? Is this the reading comprehension of top students? Fang Xiu smiled and said, as long as you like it. Then let's call it this. Li Qingqing nodded. We are Fengling Yueying? Sect? Why is it called sect? Li Qingqing liked the name Fengling Yueying very much, but she was confused about the last zone. Probably the sect in the novel. Zhang Yu interrupted. He remembered that Fang Xiu liked reading novels very much. Maybe he was inspired by the novel. That's it. Li Qingqing suddenly realized and thought it would be a good idea to add a sect. Then let's call it Fengling Yueying Sect. After deciding on the name of the team, the next thing became much easier. Jiang Chao and Li Guosheng escorted Fang Xiu and others out of the school gate. The online car-hailing driver had been waiting here for a long time. As soon as he heard that Fang Xiu and others were going to participate in the Hejiang Province League, the driver hurriedly took out fruits from the car and distributed them to everyone, and cheered for Fang Xiu and others. Ma Wan Feng and the others? Aren't they going with us? Fang Xiu was a little surprised by this. The Hejiang State League is held once a year and is divided into Group 1, Group 2, and Group 3 for high school students. So he thought that Zhang Yu would find a bus and go there together. As a result, besides the 4 of them, the only 2 teachers who got on the bus were Zhang Yu and Zhang Pampan. The school leaders did not come out to see them off. You are not members of the student union. Zhang Yu couldn't help but complain. The contestants in the 2nd and 3rd grade groups are all members of the student union. Only Fang Xiu and his group, none of them joined the student union. In that case, why should we get involved with the student union? So that's how it is. Fang Xiu nodded slightly. But, Master Chayexin, Are you really not going with us? Zhang Yu thought for a moment and asked again. Although it is a great honor to be the coach of the Fengling Yueying sect team, Zhang Yu has no experience in leading a team. If possible, he still hopes Che Xian can go with him. What's more, Master Che Xian has been guiding them these days. Are you really not going to accompany me through this journey? Master Che Xian has difficulty walking after all, and he doesn't seem to have any interest in this kind of thing. Feng Xiu replied. Chapter 129. Second to last, plus one more chapter. Indeed. Zhang Yu nodded slightly. After all, Che Xian is a national-level beast taming master. It is a great favor for him to be able to guide Feng Xiu and the others for free for these days. Except that Feng Xiu was a probationary disciple, and Li Qingqing's grandfather was an old friend of Che Xian. The others had no relationship with Che Xian. The venue of the Hejiang Prefecture League is not in Huqing, so it is understandable that Che Xian is unwilling to make the trip. Feng Xiu noticed that the online car-hailing driver opened the navigation, searched for the route to Jiaqing, and then stepped on the accelerator. Feng Xiu, aren't you going to take us to the station? Drive directly there? Feng Xiu was a little surprised. What was this? A self-driving tour? Isn't that too shameless? In this age of beast taming where technology is so advanced, if not portals and helicopters, we should at least be able to take a commercial high-speed train. Jiaqing is right next to Huqing. Why take the high-speed rail when you can take the bus? Besides, the cost of the bus for 6 of us is only about 300 yuan, but if we take the business class seat on the high-speed train, it will cost more than 1,000 yuan. Zhang Yu counted on his fingers while settling accounts with Feng Xiu, looking like a tough guy. No, brother Yu, this kind of travel expenses, most schools will reimburse it, right? Is it necessary? Feng Xiu couldn't help but complain. He thought he was very stingy, but he didn't expect Zhang Yu to be even more exaggerated than him. Also, isn't this league at the state level? Colleges and universities in every city will participate. Why is it held in Jiaqing? Harbin is the capital of Hejiang Prefecture. It not only has the largest land area, but also has the best education and medical care. Because the entrance to the beast-taming realm was discovered, Qingchang became a city that was the focus of development, and the annual funding was also very exaggerated. How dare you say that? In order to support you in participating in the league this time, not only did we make an exception and allow you to mutate, we also allocated 2 million yuan for you to customize your equipment. This incident naturally caused dissatisfaction among the student union, so they canceled the reimbursement this time and asked us to use the 2 million yuan instead. However, Feng Xiu and others did not think about saving money at all when customizing their equipment. No, even the remaining part was used by Feng Xiu to expand the beast-taming space. Based on various relationships, Zhang Yu had to pay out of his own pocket. Of course, how to save money. What's more, Jiaqing is right next to Huqing, and it only takes more than an hour to drive there. Zhang Yu explained. Huqing is called a city, but the area of its 6 urban districts is very small, and the total area is not even as large as Nangang district of Harbin. So the journey to Jiaqing is shorter than expected. As for why this Hejiang State League will be held in Jiaqing, there are 2 main reasons. Jiaqing's economic strength ranks 4th in Hejiang province, second only to the 3 royal families of Huqing, Qingcheng, and Kikircheng. So they have the strength to hold the league. However, cities like Huqing, Shuangshanqing, Chuniacheng, etc. do not have strong economic strength and are naturally powerless. The second reason is also economic. The Hejiang Provincial League is held once a year. As the top college league in our province, it naturally attracts a lot of attention. In addition to the TV stations broadcasting the entire event, people from various cities in Hejiang Prefecture will also buy tickets to watch it live. Since we're here, shouldn't we have some fun, eat, and drink before leaving? It can not only generate income for the organizers, but also stimulate local consumption. So, if Harbin continues to host the league, resources will flow into Harbin. Over time, the economic strength of other cities in Hejiang Prefecture will decline. We in Hejiang Province do not advocate the concentration of resources, so different cities will be responsible for the league events every year. In addition to the 4 cities Zhang Yu mentioned, Mudan City, Suiqing City, and Heihe City all have the strength to host leagues. Relatively speaking, the colleges and universities in these 7 cities are also the strongest, so they don't have to participate in the group stage. Zhang Yu took the opportunity to explain the rules of the competition to Feng Xiu. Huqing, if the whole city uses all its strength, it still won't work? Zhang Shuren raised his eyebrows and glanced at Chen Fan. The economic strength of Huqing shouldn't be that bad, right? Like Chen Fan, doesn't his family have a lot of resources? If we unite and work together, is it not possible to accomplish it? It's not as simple as you think. Zhang Yu sighed. Actually, the problem of resources is not the most serious one. Take the audience, for example. The number of spectators in the Hejiang League generally ranges from 20,000 to 100,000. With so many people pouring into a city, how can we arrange and dispatch them? If something unexpected happens to someone in Huqing, it will undoubtedly be a serious blow to the reputation of Huqing. Although we can indeed generate income from the Hejiang State League, we also need to bear the pressure and risks. We don't have that ability. No matter what, some things are not as easy as we imagined. Just the thought of how to get 20,000 people to sit together without arguing or fighting is enough to make the organizers nervous. Then how does our Huqing rank in Hejiang Prefecture? Zhang Shuren thought for a moment and asked curiously. The second to last. Zhang Yu replied. Second to last? Fang Xiu thought he would be the last. Good job. There are even worse ones than Huqing. Whose general is this? Then who is the last one? Fang Xiu couldn't help but ask. Chun, Yi City. Zhang Yu frowned for a long time and finally relaxed a little. Thanks to Chun Yicheng. At least Huqing is not at the bottom. However, although Chuni City is ranked last, it is because Chuni City has other significance, and Hejiang Prefecture does not have any expectations for them. This is why Chuni City is ranked last. What's the point? Chuni City is the largest forestry city in China, with a forest coverage rate of 83%. There are 702 rivers alone, and the largest virgin forest in the world. It is the true Chinese forest capital. Zhang Yu explained. It has to be said that this number surprised Fang Xiu. I didn't expect that this small Hejiang Prefecture, this small Chuni City, could have a world record. Wait, 83%. Doesn't that mean that only 17% of Chuni City's land is habitable? This. Fang Xiu raised his sword-like eyebrows. So our Huqing is still the last one? Although he was nominally second to last, Fang Xiu felt as if he still lost. Yes. Hejiang Prefecture has no plans to develop Chuni City, so it just wants to maintain the virgin forest. Zhang Yu also lowered his head. So now you know why the leaders of Huqing No. 1 Middle School don't have any expectations for us. On the surface, he is second to last, but in fact he is last. No matter who replaces him, it is impossible to have expectations for their league results. Chapter 130 Group Stage Tactical Discussion. 2 more chapters. Zhang Shuren and Chen Fan felt a little disappointed when they found out that Huqing was ranked almost last in Hejiang Prefecture. But think about it from another angle. Since no one has any expectations of us, doesn't that mean there is no pressure? I'm already last in the standings anyway, so any result I get will be an improvement. Seeing that the atmosphere in the car was a little depressing, Fang Xiu immediately spoke. Well said, brother. The driver couldn't help but speak at this time. He is also from Huqing and follows the Hejiang Prefecture League every year. Seeing that Fang Xiu was not deeply affected by this, but was in a stable mood, he couldn't help but admire Fang Xiu a little more. You still have the mind to comfort others? Li King King snurta. Obviously Fang Xiu is the one who should be most anxious. Whether it's Zhang Shuren or Chen Fan, it doesn't matter if they don't get ranking. Only Fang Xiu would not only have his contract terminated by Master Che Xin, but would also have to pay compensation. It is obvious that he is the one who is under the most pressure, but he has to comfort others. It's not really a consolation, but many times, it's the people who are considered useless by the world who can achieve something. Fang Xiu shook his head slightly. Everyone has been working hard to become stronger these days, and it is enough to perform normally in the game. Fang Xiu didn't feel any pressure, because he believed that the people of Fengling Yueying sect could definitely let those people see how powerful Huqing was. Moreover, Fang Xiu has enough confidence in his alien brother Yu, since the colleges and universities in 7 cities don't have to participate in the group stage, then there is only one qualifying spot in the group stage. Fang Xiu knew clearly how many cities there were in Hejiang Prefecture. Apart from the 7 cities mentioned by Zhang Yu, there's still Huqing, Shuangshan City, Chuni City, and Jishi City. That's right. Zhang Yu nodded. Chuni City doesn't need to be mentioned. Although they are ranked last for other reasons, their population base is small and their colleges and universities are not very strong. In previous leagues, They didn't even have mythical beasts. In Zhang Yu's opinion, there is nothing to worry about in Chuani City. The key is Shuangshan City and Jishi City. Their comprehensive strength is above ours, so we need to be careful. Zhang Yu said, well, there's nothing to worry about. Zhang Shuren said, as the fourth from the bottom in Heijiang Prefecture, the eldest brother doesn't talk about the second brother. Everyone's overall strength can only be said to be about the same. And Fang Xiao is a rare genius in taming beasts. His talent is not inferior to the monster in Harbin No. 3 Middle School. There should be no problem for him to qualify from the group stage, right? Indeed, Zhang Yu did not deny this point of view. But don't forget, our goal is not just to qualify. It's for the sake of ranking, or even champion. Although, when analyzing the comprehensive strength rankings of the 11 cities, Huqing is ranked second on the surface, but actually first. The comprehensive strength does not represent the beast taming results this time. What if? What's more, with the monster Fang Xiao around, Zhang Yu didn't take the group stage seriously. Their target is those truly strong schools. Only when Zhang Yu said the word champion, the driver was shocked. He subconsciously stepped on the brakes, and Fang Xiao and the others swayed a bit. Driver, are you okay? Fang Xiao couldn't help but complain. No, it's okay. The driver wiped his sweat. Champion, you guys are really bold. But I have ambition. The driver originally thought that these kids were only aiming for the top 4 at best. I didn't expect that even a champion would dare to fantasize about it. You really dare to think and do. Zhang Panpan, who had not spoken much, took over Zhang Yu's words. Those strong schools not only have talented students like Fang Xiao, but they also have professional analysts and coaches behind them. If we reveal our Beastmaster too early, their analysts might find flaws in our analysis, and then it will be difficult for us to perform well later. So, in this group match, we have to fight our way out without revealing our cards as much as possible. After saying that, Zhang Panpan's gaze fell on Fang Xiao. Li Qingqing and others seemed to realize something and looked at Fang Xiao. Brother Panpan means, leave the group stage to me? Fang Xiao was a little surprised. He thought that this competition would be like the last one of the freshman exchange competition, and he would be the general. Yes, Zhang Panpan said firmly. The video of your freshman exchange match has been uploaded to the internet. Once you advance from the group stage, other schools will definitely study your beasts. However, because the mutation was very successful, your beasts have undergone earth-shattering changes. This makes their intelligence timely. Qingqing, Shuren, and Chun Fan. You are all single beast masters. On the contrary, Fang Xiao has many different types of aliens, and they are not weak in strength. This time the group stage is a round-robin tournament, and we will take turns playing against the other 3 schools. The winner takes 1 point. If one of the schools can get 3 points, they will advance directly to the quarterfinals. On the other hand, if there are all 2 wins and 1 loss, then we have to play a tiebreaker. Based on these rules, I think that handing the group stage to Fang Xiao is the best solution. Zhang Panpan analyzed and said. In fact, not only Zhang Panpan, but also Zhang Yu thought this was better. But there are risks as well. Worried that Li Qingqing and others would feel disappointed, Zhang Panpan quickly added. That means Fang Xiao's Beastmasters, the Alien Queen, the Alien Swordmaster, and the Alien Wizard are all banned. If Fang Xiao loses in this situation, you must ensure your advancement. Li Qingqing and others exchanged glances. No matter what, we are all a team. Their real goal is to win the championship this time. No problem for me. Li Qingqing said seriously. This time, I will be Feng Ling Yu Ying's trump card. I have no objection either. Chen Fan said immediately. Although this means that if the Beastmaster must be exposed, Fang Xiao's elite alien cannot be exposed first. Zhang Shuren and Chun Fan naturally became victims of the team. But, as long as he can advance to the quarterfinals, Chun Fan is willing to be the sacrifice. That's fine with me. Zhang Shuren smiled. But with Brother Fang's strength, I'm afraid he'll have to fight 12 alone. In Zhang Shuren's opinion, there is little chance for change in the first semester of high school. This time, Huqing No. 1 Middle School is throwing everything it has into the air. If no one had any mutations, then Fang Xiao's Alien Guard would definitely be a T0 level Beastmaster in the group stage. It's not impossible to fight 1 against 12. Just when everyone confirmed the tactics for this group match, Fang Xiao's phone suddenly vibrated. Fang Xiao immediately opened his phone and saw a message from a friend with the note, Mom. Come on, son. Transfer. 3,000 yuan. Chapter 131. Taming the beast first and leading the beast later, 3 more chapters added. After more than an hour's drive, Fang Xiu and others finally arrived in Jiaqing. Although Zhang Yu chose to save money on transportation, he was not ambiguous at all about accommodation. The hotel booked for Fang Xiu and his companions is also a 4-star hotel with a good reputation in Jiaqing. It is also relatively close to the competition venue, only 3.7 kilometers away, so it is very convenient to get there whether by subway or taxi. What Zhang Yu didn't expect was that when he got off the car to pay, the driver actually refused. Just consider it as a token of support for you. If you need a car when you come back, just call this number. As he spoke, the driver took out a business card and put it into Zhang Yu's hand. When he left, he did not forget to cheer for Fang Xiu and the others. Come on, Fengling Yue's sect. Looking at the driver leaving the car, Fang Xiu couldn't help but sigh. There are still many good people in this world. Of course, let's go. Zhang Yu felt quite emotional. Although Haching is just a small place, the people there are relatively simple and honest, and he is always like Haching. If we can really win the Hejiang State League Championship this time, it will be a real honor for our hometown. Although the hotel Zhang Yu found was not luxurious, it was quite clean and sanitary. Each person had a separate room, which was not only equipped with a bathtub and a massage chair, but also had a very large space. There was also a small terrace outside the balcony, from which one could see the green scenery of the hotel yard at a glance. Not only are there buffets available in the morning, afternoon, and evening, there's also a free gym. After putting the luggage in the room, Zhang Yu gathered everyone together again. The group stage will begin at 5 p.m. tomorrow. Our task today is to have a good rest and recharge our batteries, Zhang Yu said as he distributed the competition certificates to Fang Xiu and others, asking them to keep them well and not lose them. 5 o'clock in the afternoon, isn't it too late? Zhang Shuren asked with some confusion. The competition at this time is also to increase ratings, Zhang Yu explained. Although the competition is scheduled for Saturday and Sunday, not all jobs in Hejiang Prefecture have 2 days off a week. The players arrive at 5 o'clock and then carry out pre-match activities. The actual competition does not start until around 6 o'clock, which is exactly the time when the workers get off work. It is considered prime time for ratings. The Hejiang State League is held once a year, so the TV station will naturally not miss out on the ratings. Fang Xiu nodded slightly and couldn't help but look forward to this league. But, although this hotel offers a buffet, it is not very delicious. In order to let Fang Xiu and others relax, Zhang Yu paid for a big meal out of his own pocket. On the way back, I went shopping in the mall again. Even at night, Zhang Yu did not forget to take them to the normal university night market to eat and shop. For the first time since coming to this world, Fang Xiu put the matter of taming beasts behind him and relaxed himself completely. When he returned to the hotel, it was already 10 o'clock in the evening. Fang Xiu simply took a hot bath and then went to bed. When Fang Xiu woke up again, it was already 9 o'clock in the morning of the next day. Yawn. Fang Xiu sat on the bed and felt his muscles and bones felt much more comfortable. Boom, boom, boom. Soon, there was a knock on the door. Are you up yet, Fang Xiu? Brother, you. Fang Xiu got out of bed, wearing only a pair of pajamas, with his upper body completely exposed to the air. Fang Xiu's figure is not only tall and slender, but his muscles are also clearly defined. You have a nice figure. Zhang Yu held up his chin and couldn't help but admire it. By the way, Zhang Yu took out a document from his bag and handed it to Fang Xiu. What is this? Fang Xiu was stunned. Do I have to sign a contract to participate in the Hejiang Province League? These are the rules of the game. I've made several copies and sent them to Qingqing and the others before coming here. Fang Xiu took a quick glance and saw that the document Zhang Yu brought over was about 5 or 6 pages long. So many. He remembered that there were no rules during the freshman exchange competition. Even Li Jin was able to interfere with the committee midway and ask them to target the number of their own beasts. A trace of shame flashed in Zhang Yu's eyes. At that time, I should have argued for Fang Xiu. The Hejiang Province League is a formal beast taming competition after all. It will be broadcast on television. It is certainly not comparable to the freshman exchange competition in Haching, Zhang Yu explained. Register. Fang Xiu glanced at the content. It is written above that every beastmaster participating in the competition must register his or her beast in advance. Each person can register up to 3 per game. As the name suggests, the beast tamers lists must be registered separately for the group stage, semifinals, semifinals, and finals. Only registered beasts can appear. During each match, You cannot change your beast in the middle of the match. You can only change it after you defeat your opponent. Fang Xiu raised his eyebrows. This means that his alien sea tactics have been banned again. Isn't it said that the number of beasts controlled represents the strength of the Beastmaster? Fang Xiu asked puzzledly. Could it be that the organizing committee of the Hejiang Province League saw their alien form and deliberately targeted them? What are you thinking? Zhang Yu couldn't help but complain. Do you think everyone is a villain like Li Jin? This rule has been in place for a long time. You also know that the resources of colleges and universities in Hejiang Province are not equal. In the past, Harbin No. 3 Middle School relied on its own strong resources to adopt the tactics of controlling the Sea of Beasts. As a result, some schools have no means to counterattack at all. In order to ensure fairness and to give other schools a chance to retaliate, the organizing committee set up this rule after much consideration. This way, some beast masters with limited resources won't have to increase their number of beasts just to increase their resources. After all, the college entrance examination is different from the league. There's no need for candidates to fight before. So many candidates will concentrate on training a beast in order to get good results in the college entrance examination. Only a school like Harbin No. 3 Middle School can do anything for the competition. So that's how it is. Fang Xiu suddenly realized. Although the number of aliens they have can be described as terrifying, Li Qingqing, Zhang Shuren, Chen Fan, and the others only have one Beastmaster. If such rules are not established, they will have no chance of winning against students who have no shortage of resources. Fang Xiu read all the rules and didn't find anything unfair. Even on the contrary, this rule is more likely aimed at universities with relatively developed educational resources, such as Harbin and Qingqing. Didn't Harbin No. 3 Middle School ever protest? Fang Xiu asked curiously. From a certain perspective, such rules are not so fair. If there is no such rule, the gap between children from resourceful families and those from resourceless families in terms of their ability to tame beasts will only grow wider, allowing those with resources to obtain more resources. This is not the original intention of the policy of universal beast control. Fu Xiaochen advocates open source and agrees that the first beast control should lead the next beast control. However, in order to prevent someone from monopolizing the beast control resources after the first beast control, he has established many rules. When Zhang Yu said this, his tone was full of respect. It's a pity that there are always people in this world who, after becoming the first to tame beasts, want to block the way for those who come after them. I wish I could eat up all the beast-taming resources by myself. Chapter 132, Jade Flute Fairy. After reading the rules of the Hejiang Province League, Fang Xiu also figured out the schedule. The 4 teams will play a round-robin tournament and will play a full 6 games without any extra games. The first team to get 3 points will advance directly to the quarterfinals. After everything was ready, Zhang Yu took Fang Xiu and others to Heidaleo to have a feast. After all, there is no Heidaleo in a small place like Huqing. It was around 3:30 in the afternoon that Zhang Yu brought Fang Xiu and his party to the Jiaqing Beast Taming Gymnasium. This stadium is of enclosed design and can only accommodate 500 spectators. Compared to the Beast Taming Stadium in Crane City, this one is only a quarter of the size. Isn't it said that Jiaqing is financially strong? Why does this gymnasium feel so ordinary? Zhang Shuren couldn't help but complain as he walked into the gymnasium. Even in his opinion, although this Beast Taming Stadium was clean and tidy and had all the necessary configurations, its decoration style was a bit old-fashioned. After all, it's just a group stage. Although there will be TV stations broadcasting it, the colleges and universities participating in the group stage are all from relatively backward small cities in Hejiang Prefecture, so naturally there won't be much attention. Honestly speaking, these 500 seats alone may not be fully occupied. As Fang Xiu listened to Zhang Yu's explanation, he recalled the LOL World Championship that he had watched before. Before the Swiss round begins, there will also be a group stage, and the teams will either be the 4th seed in the region or come from a wildcard region with a lower competitive level. So our position in the Hejiang State League is the so-called wildcard zone. Even if we make it to the quarterfinals, no one will have high expectations of us. Fang Xiu smiled. This is the situation of the week. What about the 2nd and 3rd year students? Zhang Shuren asked curiously. From just now on, he could see students from other schools walking into the Beast Taming Gymnasium one after another. But there were no sophomores and juniors from Huqing No. 1 Middle School. Their competition was not on the same day as ours. First was the competition for the freshmen, then the sophomores and juniors. After all, the ratings of the Hejiang State League have always been good. The group stage, quarterfinals, semifinals, and finals each last 2 weeks, and it takes about a month and a half to complete the 3 groups. What's wrong? Zhang Yu frowned, only to see that Zhang Shuren's eyes were as big as copper bells, and saliva was overflowing from the corners of his mouth. What did this guy see? For a moment, Zhang Yu, Chun Fan, Fang Xiao, Zhang Panpan, and Li Qingqing all looked in the direction Zhang Shuren was looking. I saw 2 girls walking in another passage. One of them was dressed in white hanfu, with her hair loosely tied up and her sleeves fluttering in the wind. She was holding a green jade flute in her hand, like a fairy walking down from the clouds. The girl walking side by side with her was wearing a pink lowly skirt with elegant peach blossom patterns on it. Her black hair was tied into 2 ponytails. Not only did she look very lively, but there was also a sleepy pink cat lying on her left shoulder, which gave people a strong visual impact. But what really attracted Zhang Shuren was the girl in white. It is not an exaggeration to say that, against the backdrop of the lowly girl's peach pink dress, there is a sense of the red face of a human being and the peach blossoms complementing each other. Zhang Shuren couldn't help but wonder if he was hallucinating and rubbed his eyes quickly. However, this girl in white is definitely not the type you would expect at first glance. The more Zhang Shuren looked at her carefully, the less he could find any flaws in the girl. Especially the teardrop mole on the girl's cheek makes her peach blossom eyes look affectionate. How can there be such a woman in this world? Zhang Shuren rolled his throat and swallowed nervously. It's not just Zhang Shuren. Chen Fan's eyes were also focused on the girl, unable to move away. Almost every boy passing by stopped and looked. Shu Run, I suddenly understood something. Chen Fan didn't even want to blink. I don't know where the love comes from, but it is everlasting and deep. Chun Fan muttered to himself like a poet. Hey, that's enough. Li Qingqing had a dark face. My goodness, have my teammates never seen a woman? Mr. Zhang. However, just when Li Qingqing reminded teacher Zhang Yu to teach these 2 guys a lesson, she suddenly discovered that not only her own stupid teammates, but even Zhang Yu and Zhang Panpan were stunned for a moment. It felt like I hadn't seen a girl in more than 10 years. Hey, Li Qingqing stomped her feet in anger. That's too much. Are you here to participate in the competition or to see the girls? Fang Xiao. Li Qingqing called Fang Xiao by his name, who said that a real man's ambition should be like the Yangtze River, rushing eastward to the sea. Why should he stay in a gentle land? So you haven't met anyone who makes your heart beat, right? Qingqing, do you think that cat is a beast? Fang Xiao didn't expect Li Qingqing to complain about him, but his focus was not on the girl in white. Although the girl's appearance is indeed extraordinary, what does it have to do with me? The cat on the lowly girl's shoulder is pink all over, which looks nice. Its head is half the size of its body. He weighs at least 20 to 30 kilograms. No matter how you look at it, it doesn't look like an ordinary pet cat. But it lay on the girl's shoulder, feeling very safe and secure, even comfortable enough to feel sleepy. This shows that the girl walks quite steadily. But she was half a head shorter than the girl in white, and she was still wearing a pair of 8-centimeter-high Lolita shoes. In contrast, the girl in white was wearing a pair of flat-soled, pointed-toe shoes. Judging from the visual results, the lowly girl is only about 1.62 meters tall and weighs more than 80 kilograms. She can carry a cat weighing 20 to 30 kilograms on her back, as if she were walking on flat ground, and she doesn't even breathe heavily. There is only one possibility. They're very powerful beast masters. Maybe they will be our strong opponents in the group stage this time. Fang Xiao analyzed softly. In fact, since entering the beast-taming gymnasium, Fang Xiao has noticed students from other schools from time to time. However, in his eyes, those people were just ordinary people. Now that you mention it, Li Qingqing finally reacted after hearing what he said. Yes, what kind of good person can carry such a big cat without feeling tired? Besides, the girl in white. The Hanfu costume was of high quality. Not only was the material solid, but the craftsmanship was also superb, especially the patterns embroidered on it, which highlighted its luxuriousness. Even the belt used to tie the Hanfu tightly is not made of ordinary silk, but a flawless white marble belt. As a top student, Li Qingqing has always been good at history. Just that white marble buckle alone, if it were in ancient China, could only be worn by a third-rank official. There was also the jade flute in her hand. The emerald green color was bright and uniform, without a trace of other colors. It was as shiny as glass, yet as transparent as ice. This outfit alone would cost at least several $1 million. Hiss. For a moment, even Li Qingqing couldn't help but gasp. Have I looked here? Zhang Shuren exclaimed immediately. Chapter 133. The Secondary School Girl and Emperor Meow. Did I speak too loudly? Zhang Shuren didn't expect the two girls to look at him directly, and he felt extremely nervous for a moment. Do you want to come over and get my contact information? Chen Fan made up his mind. The Hejiang Province League will not start until 5 o'clock. Those who can come here now are either participating students or internal staff. Although those two girls had excellent temperaments, judging from their appearance, they were only 16 or 17 years old. They were probably students who came to participate in the competition just like them. Is it too much to ask for a contact method? However, just when Chun Fan mustered up his courage and was about to walk over, two boys came over first. They were both about 1.80 meters tall and wore blue and white school uniforms. It was obvious that they were students who came to participate in this competition, just like Fang Xiao and the others. Miss, would you like to add me as your friend on Tingxin? I'm Shun Deheo from Shuangshan City No. 1 Middle School, and I'm a beast master of fantasy beasts. You're here to participate in the Haijiangzi League, too. If you're interested in beast taming, we can go to my room and I will teach you. Although Shun Deheo is shorter than the girl in white, he exudes great confidence. He came from a wealthy family and was a beastmaster of the mythical beast species, one of the top 10 promising talents. Moreover, in terms of overall strength, Shuangshan City is the strongest team in this group stage. Damn it, someone got there first. Zhang Shuren gritted his teeth. He was just a step slow and was approached by someone else first. So hateful. Come on, you have no chance at all. Li Qingqing glanced at Zhang Shuren. Not a single piece of clothing on the girl in white was cheap. She was at least a lady from a wealthy family. The people pursuing her might be able to line up from Jiaqing to Heqing. It's better to give up this idea. Li Qingqing even felt that even Chen Fan, the richest among them, was not as good as this girl in white. It's better not to ask for trouble. But it's not a good idea to just watch it like this. Chen Fan hesitated. When the two boys blocked her way, a trace of contempt flashed across the beautiful eyes of the girl in white. It was obvious that she didn't want to be approached. If you do the opposite and help out, you might win their favor. Are you okay? Li Qingqing was speechless. Although Chun Fan is taller and more handsome than Shun Deheo, why does he think he could be a hero and save the beauty? However, although Zhang Shuren and Chun Fan were severely criticized by Li Qingqing, they did not turn around and leave. Forget it, I'll go. Zhang Yu hesitated for a moment. After all, he was a teacher. If you see girls from other schools being harassed, it is only right to go over and scold them. But before Zhang Yu could walk over, the girl in white raised her sleeves, waved her hand, and signaled Shun Deheo to stay away from them. Shun Deheo, who was holding the phone, was stunned. I just wanted to add a friend, but ended up being looked down upon. The most important thing is that many passers-by focused their attention on it. If it were an ordinary person, they would probably just leave. However, Shun Deheo is the strongest in Shuangshan City, and his beast is a very rare mythical beast species. From childhood to adulthood, everyone calls him a genius. There are countless girls who throw themselves at him. It is not an exaggeration to say that in just over 2 months, he had sex with almost all the first-year high school girls in Shuangshan City No. 1 Middle School who were good-looking. He is the real king of the sea. Hey, I told you to go to the side. Didn't you hear me? The girl in the pink skirt couldn't help but speak up. She didn't care which school Shun Deheo was a top student. What's so great about the mythical beast species? What's so great about the mythical beast species? Shun Deheo's face darkened. It was bad enough that the girl in white looked down on him as a genius in taming beasts, but now he was even told that the mythical beast species were nothing special. The mythical beast species is really nothing special, but it's better than regular garbage like you. As he spoke, Shun Deheo deliberately glared at the cat on the shoulder of the girl in the pink skirt with contempt. Although I don't know which school these two girls are from, the fact that they can carry a regular cat on their shoulders is enough to prove that they don't have any talent for taming beasts. Are you two the trash of Crane City? Snort. Shun Deheo snorted coldly. Forget it. There's no need to bother with the trash from Heqing. Fang Xiao. Li Qingqing. Originally, I was just watching the fun, but my goodness, who did our Heqing No. 1 Middle School offend? Fang Xiao. Li Qingqing, who had just complained about Zhang Shuren and Chun Fan getting carried away by women, now gritted her teeth. This Shun Deheo going over to chat up has nothing to do with them. but saying that Hutching is garbage is not acceptable. Yeah, Fang Xiu responded. Although he felt like he was being blamed, he would not remain indifferent when being called trash for no reason. What did you say happened in Hutching just now? Fang Xiu strode forward and questioned Shindaheo in a low voice. Another one? Shindaheo raised his eyebrows and instantly realized that they might be in the same group. Yo, what's up? Come over here and stick up for your goddess. Be careful about being tricked by your sponsor, brother. People who like to wear hanfu and lowly are the easiest to find sponsors. Shindaheo glared at Fang Xiu fiercely, but continued to refuse to give in. On the contrary, his companions, who had not expected the situation to get so serious, came over and pulled his clothes. Let's go and gather quickly. The competition will start soon. However, Shindaheo didn't care about the gathering at all. He was the strongest in Shuangshan City. He pushed his companions away and took out the beast-taming space card. The smell of gunpowder in the air became even stronger. The girl in the pink skirt didn't expect Fang Xiu to come over, and she didn't know Fang Xiu. However, she didn't expect a boy to stand up for her. What did you just say happened to my Meow Emperor? The girl in pink skirt said in a low voice. The pink cat that had been drowsy on her shoulder suddenly opened its eyes and stared at Shindaheo. Meow. Heaven. Emperor. Phew. Shindaheo couldn't help laughing out loud when he heard the name of the beast controlled by the girl in pink skirt. This pair of girls are really childish. Meow. Emperor? What is this guy thinking? But in the next second, the beast called Meow Emperor instantly disappeared from the girl in the pink skirt. Hey, Shindaheo, be careful. Shindaheo's classmates saw that something was wrong and quickly reminded him. I saw Meow Emperor leap into the air, clench his pink cat paws into fists, and then punch Shindaheo in the face. Emperor of Heaven's Overlord Fist. The girl in the pink skirt even shouted in unison. Bang! Accompanied by a loud bang, Emperor Miao Tian's fist directly embedded into Shindaheo's face. Then, Shindaheo's feet left the ground, and he flew backwards like a kite with a broken string. Daheo! Shindaheo's classmates were startled, but they could only watch him slam his head against the wall and lose consciousness. Chapter 134. My Taoist name is Bei Xian. One more chapter. Shindaheo was over 1.8 meters tall, with very strong muscles. He weighed a conservative estimate of 90 kilograms, but he was knocked away by a single punch from Miao Tiendi. It can be seen that this kind of conventional beast taming is far from being as simple as it seems. The name Miao Tiendi is full of middle school style. Daheo, Daheo. Shundaheo's classmate hurried over, and seeing that Shundaheo was unconscious, he didn't dare to stay here any longer. He left Shundaheo and ran to call for help. The girl in the pink skirt clapped her hands and deliberately stuck out her tongue at Shundaheo. Let's see if you dare to look down on the regular species again in the future, humph. Then, the girl in the pink skirt turned around and noticed Fang Xiu. However, when the girl in pink skirt saw Fang Xiu's sword-like eyebrows, starry eyes, and fresh and handsome face, the disdainful look in her eyes instantly subsided, and the flying cat emperor also quickly returned to the shoulder of the girl in pink skirt, as if nothing had happened. Fang Xiu glanced at Shundaheo, who had fainted. He was not interested in things like heroes saving damsels in distress. The reason he came over was that he couldn't stand Shundaheo's behavior of describing Huching No. 1 middle school as garbage. Now that he has fainted, it would be inappropriate for me to go over and kick him a few times. Let's wait until the game to teach this guy a lesson. Thinking of this, Fang Xiu instinctively walked back. Hey, wait a minute. The girl in the pink skirt didn't expect Fang Xiu to leave directly. She was stunned for a moment, then quickly called out to Fang Xiu. Is there something? Fang Xiu stopped immediately and looked back at the girl in the pink skirt. The girl in the pink skirt smacked her lips. In the past, when the boys saw the two of them, they would either try their best to show their affection to them or watch from afar, as if one more look would mean one less. But the girl in pink skirt couldn't feel that feeling at all from Fang Xiu. However, the more indifferent Fang Xiu's attitude was, the more it aroused her competitive character. Oh, I saw that the little brother seemed to want to take action just now. Isn't it to save the beauty? When the girl in the pink skirt spoke, she deliberately emphasized the word hero. No. Fang Xiu shook his head slightly. No? Then why? A hint of doubt flashed in the eyes of the girl in the pink skirt. She thought that Fang Xiu wanted to be a hero and save the beauty, and then ask them for their contact information. If it was an ordinary boy, she would naturally look down on him, let alone have any gratitude towards him. After all, when it comes to fighting, her Miao Emperor is no pushover. But this Fang Xiu did have an extraordinary appearance. Even she was a little amorous. I had intended to give Fang Xiu a way out, but who knew this guy would behave like this? Because I am from Huqing No. 1 Middle School. Fang Xiu pointed at Shun Deheo, who was lying on the side of the road. What he meant was that he was not intending to stand up for the two of them, but was just a little dissatisfied with Shun Deheo's comment that Huqing No. 1 Middle School was garbage. Huqing No. 1 Middle School. The girl in the pink skirt bit her lip. She didn't expect it to be such a misunderstanding. Then don't you want to know who we are? In her opinion, he was at least a student who could participate in the Hejiang Province League. Even if his talent in taming beasts was very poor, he should be able to see the level of Miao Tianyi's punch just now. You should be curious about their identities, right? At the very least, you should know who your potential opponents will be in the future, right? Not really interested. Fang Xiu said indifferently. It's not that Fang Xiu is pretending to be aloof, but who are they and what do they have to do with me? Damn it, you don't want to know, but I'm going to tell you anyway. The girl in the pink skirt stomped her feet in anger. It was the first time she met such a difficult guy like Fang Xiu. This made her, who was always proud, feel a little frustrated. Little kid from Huqing No. 1 Middle School, listen to me. My aunt cough cough. My Taoist name is Bei Xian, and this is the famous fairy Yu Xiao, and she is also the most powerful freshman in Hejiang Prefecture. Fairy Bei Xian raised the corner of her mouth, revealing an evil smile. Now you should finally know how to be afraid. Taoist name. However, several black lines instantly appeared on Fang Xiu's originally calm face. Good job. Still a middle school girl, right? The Taoist name has been figured out. Fairy Yu Xiao, Fairy Bei Xian. Read less novels about cultivating the immortal world in the future. Fang Xiu shook his head helplessly. He finally understood why this guy named his beast Miao Emperor. He must have read too many novels about cultivating immortals. I can't afford to offend you. I can't afford to offend you. Fang Xiu waved his hand and said goodbye. He even deliberately quickened his pace when leaving, as if he was afraid of being infected. Fairy Bei Xian didn't expect Fang Xiu to have this reaction. You are so good, Huqing No. 1 Middle School, However, just when Fairy Bei Xian was about to take action, the girl next to her, whom she called Fairy Yu Xiao, raised her hand and pressed her wrist. Let's go. The Jade Flute Fairy spoke very frugally, only uttered a single word, then turned and walked towards the passage in another direction. But Fairy Bei Xian wanted to say something, but she didn't dare to disobey Fairy Yu Xiao. Never mind. We won't see each other again anyway. Fairy Bei Xian murmured to herself, and finally glanced in the direction Fang Xiu left. After all, the students of Huqing No. 1 Middle School have never been qualified to be our opponents. Shindaheo's classmate, who ran away, also went to find the teacher, trying to find the two girls, but he was still a step too late. When they arrived here, the two girls had disappeared. Although they noticed Fang Xiu, the teachers of Shuangshan City No. 1 Middle School only glanced at them. The game will start in about an hour, and now is not the time to escalate the conflict. After some discussion, the teacher directed other students to carry Shan Deheo to the infirmary first. On the other side, Fang Xiu and Zhang Yu returned to Li Qingqing and others. What did you talk about just now? Zhang Shuren was still thinking about Fairy Yu Xiao. When he saw Fang Xiu coming back, he couldn't wait to ask, didn't you add your contact information? They're just two girls who have been poisoned by novels about cultivating immortals. Fang Xiu couldn't help but complain. A novel about cultivating immortality? What novel about cultivating immortality? Zhang Shuren was stunned. Could it be that the jade-clad Hanfu was a cosplay of a character from a novel about cultivating immortals? Who knows any immortal cultivation novels? Fang Xiu sighed. The girl in the pink skirt calls her beast Miao Emperor and gives herself a Taoist name, Fairy Bei Xian. He also said that the girl next to her is called Fairy Yu Xiao, and she is the strongest high school student in Hejiang Prefecture. It feels a bit too immature. Fang Xiu complained helplessly. But what Fang Xiu didn't expect was that as soon as he finished speaking, Zhang Panpan's eyes suddenly widened in shock. Who are you talking about? Yu Xiao and Bei Xian are here? Then, Zhang Panpan took a breath, as if she had heard some terrible news. He turned back suddenly, but the two girls were no longer there. Chapter 135. The Seven Sons of the Ice City in San Middle School. Additional update. Teacher Zhang knows them. Zhang Shuren's eyes lit up. Fang Xiu felt it was a pity that he didn't add those two girls as friends. But looking at Zhang Ponpon's attitude, it seems that she knows the identities of those two girls. Do they also make short videos? Is he a famous blogger? Thinking of this, Zhang Shuren couldn't wait to take out his mobile phone, open Douyin, enter the keywords, and search for Fairy Yuxiao and Fairy Beixian. Although there were girls using the same ID on Douyin, Zhang Shuren knew it was not them as soon as he clicked on it. Especially the Jade Flute Fairy. Her appearance alone made his heart beat fast. If it's really the Fairy Yuxiao, then there's nothing wrong with saying that they are the strongest high school freshmen in Heijiang Prefecture. Zhang Panpan smiled. I just don't know why they came here. What do you mean, they're not students participating in the league? Li Qingqing asked puzzledly. They are indeed players in the league, but they don't need to start from the group stage. Zhang Panpan took a deep breath and immediately pointed out the identities of the two fairies. They are students of Harbin No. 3 Middle School. When the name of Harbin No. 3 Middle School was mentioned, Zhang Shuren and Chun Fan were both stunned. Harbin No. 3 Middle School? Fang Xiao was also very surprised. He didn't expect that two such immature girls would actually be students of Harbin No. 3 Middle School. Well, Harbin No. 3 Middle School not only has the best educational resources in Heijiang Prefecture, but the teachers there are all top 10 graduates, especially the key class where Yuxiao and Beixian are located. It is said that the physical education teachers who guide them are all national first-level beast taming masters. Zhang Ponpon's words were full of envy. If I had been able to go to Harbin No. 3 Middle School back then, maybe I would be a teacher there now. A national first-class beast taming master? Doesn't that mean he's on the same level as Master Che Xian? Chun Fan took a deep breath. He is already very satisfied to receive guidance from Master Che Xian these days. I didn't expect that the physical education teacher of Harbin No. 3 Middle School was a national first-level beast tamer. Yes, that's why people say Harbin No. 3 High School is the best high school in Heijiang Prefecture. Zhang Panpan replied. And this year's freshmen are even more amazing. That Fairy Yuxiao is the eldest granddaughter of the beast tamer Gao family. She has had inexhaustible resources since she was a child. It is said that she had already started taming beasts when she was in the third year of junior high school. As a physical education teacher, Zhang Panpan also has his own connections. Even one of my college friends went to work as a teacher at Harbin No. 3 Middle School with the help of his family. He was so envious at one point. He also heard about the Jade Flute Fairy from that friend. Third grade, Li Qingqing was stunned. She has always been known as the strongest junior high school student in Huqing, and her aunt is Che Yu's childhood friend. He didn't even mention that he started taming beasts in junior high school. As a result, this Fairy Yuxiao jumped the gun by 1 year? This is really too much. Who can blame them for having so many resources? Zhang Panpan sighed. Thanks to Fu Xiaoqin's efforts, China was able to open up its sources of income, achieve universal beast taming, and establish compulsory beast taming education in high schools. The school provides each new student with a beast taming space card. But in fact, the official does not prohibit the transaction of beast taming space cards. As long as there are enough resources, you can buy it in your private name. The price is just exaggerated. Also, beast taming also requires students to have strong physical strength. If you tame a beast in advance, you are likely to hurt yourself. In order to prevent students from sneaking away, the Ministry of Education will impose fines once they are discovered. But whether it's the sky-high price of the beast taming space card or the fine, it's just a drop in the bucket for Fairy Yuxiao's family. There are actually many beast masters from families like hers in Harbin. Especially this year, the top talents from all the big families in Harbin have all entered Harbin No. 3 Middle School. Among them, the Jade Flute Fairy of the Gao family and the Masked Fairy of the Nief family. Fang Xiao couldn't help but interrupt Zhang Panpan. Brother Panpan, why don't you just tell me your name? It always feels too second-rate. Although Fang Xiao felt that he could understand why these guys chose such Taoist names, it was nothing more than them being conceited and wanting to distinguish themselves from ordinary beastmasters, but he still felt it was weird. I really don't know. Zhang Panpan shook his head awkwardly. No, don't they use their real names when they are in school? Fang Xiao was stunned. Good job. Is this possible? So willful. Yes, she is good at studying and her family has resources, so of course she could be willful. There are 7 students like Fairy Yuxiao, and they're also called the 7 Sons of Ice City by the students of Harbin No. 3 Middle School. Fortunately, there are only 4 places in the league. If all 7 people participate, I'm afraid no one will be their opponent. Zhang Panpan explained. The main feature of Harbin's cultural tourism is a world of ice and snow, so it is known as the Ice City. Fang Xiu had also heard about this, but he had never had the chance to go to the ice and snow world to play. Even if only 4 of them come, they should be the 4 strongest. Zhang Shuren couldn't help but complain. If we don't allow the 4 strongest players to participate in the competition, can we allow the 4 weakest players to participate? However, compared to who among the 7 sons of Ice City had come, Zhang Shuren's mind was all on Fairy Yuxiao. When Zhang Shuren thought of her family background, he suddenly felt that she was out of his reach. It seems that this is destined to be a love affair without any chance of success. But who knows? Zhang Panpan shook his head again. The number 1 of the 7 sons of Ice City really didn't participate in this league. Zhang Shuren and Chun Fan were stunned again. No, are the 7 sons of Ice City so willful? The strongest one is not coming to participate? Aren't you worried that Harbin number 3 middle school will be eliminated? Chun Fan asked puzzledly. Li Qingqing put his hands in his pockets and snorted. Maybe he thinks that students from other colleges are no match for Yu Xiao and the others. How arrogant! Li Qingqing immediately patted Fang Xiu on the shoulder and said, use the alien on them. Who knows? Maybe he thinks that having Fairy Yu Xiao is enough to win the championship. Zhang Panpan looked at Fang Xiu. But no matter what, Fairy Yu Xiao is your strongest competitor this time. Fang Xiu, if you want to win the Hejiang Province League Championship, you must defeat Yu Xiao and Bei Xian. Okay. Fang Xiu never dreamed that he would meet the strongest player from Harbin number 3 middle school in this way. There's also the one who calls herself Fairy Bei Xian. According to Zhang Panpan, her family is a large beast-taming clan in Hejiang Prefecture. Even if Bei Xian did not awaken the mythical beast species, their family could copy the data of a mythical beast species for her like Li Jin did. Why carry a conventional cat with you? And judging from Fairy Bei Xian's behavior, she is quite fond of the Cat Emperor. The 7 sons of Ice City. Anyway, let's qualify from the group stage first. Fang Xiu said. Chapter 136. Enemies meet on a narrow road. 3 more chapters added. Although he met the 2 top students from Harbin number 3 middle school in this way, and learned about the existence of the 7 sons of Bingdu, Fang Xiu's mentality was not affected. After all, his alien would never lose to anyone. No matter whether it is Bei Xian, Yu Xiao, or the mask of the leader of the 7 sons of Bingdu. Just do it. In this way, Zhang Yu brought Fang Xiu and others to the cultivation room. Although this beast-taming gymnasium is relatively small in scale, it has all the necessary facilities, including sofas, massage chairs, car refrigerators, drinks, and snacks. The humanized design is much better than the Huqing freshman exchange competition. If we have the chance to go to Harbin to participate in the Hejiang Province League, the configuration will be maxed out. Zhang Yu couldn't help but sigh. Come on, Fang Xiu. No matter what, the Hejiang Province League is held once a year, and as long as Fang Xiu is still in Class 2, he, as the class teacher, can always lead the team. I hope that next year and the year after, Harbin will host the Hejiang Province League. Fang Xiu sat on the sofa and simply closed his eyes to rest and prepare for the next game. 20 minutes later, a staff member came to the lounge where Fang Xiu was. Hello, Captain. Please come over to draw lots. Li Qingqing and the others all looked at Fang Xiu. Captain, please come in. Do I have to draw lots for this? Fang Xiu stood up from the massage chair. Although it is a round-robin tournament, the order of appearance will also be determined by drawing lots, Zhang Yu explained. That's it. Fang Xiu thought about it, and then followed the staff to the competition venue. There is still some time before 5 o'clock, and it is obvious that this competition adopts the method of drawing lots to determine the order of appearance. After all, it's a group match that not many people will watch, so keep everything simple. However, as soon as Fang Xiu was brought here, he felt a hint of hostility. It's you again. The person who came was none other than Shun Deheo from Shuangshan City No. 1 Middle School. After resting in the infirmary, he woke up. It's just that the right side of my face is red and swollen, and I look rather weak. You and those 2 girls are really the trash of Huqing No. 1 Middle School. The first thing Shun Deheo wanted to do when he woke up was to find Fairy Bei Xian, but he was stopped by his teacher. Now seeing Fang Xiu here, he couldn't help but feel jealous. If there weren't staff and security personnel nearby, he really wanted to rush up and punch Fang Xiu. Have you ever heard a saying? Fang Xiu was not angry, but just spoke lightly. What? In the eyes of Buddha, all people are Buddhas. In the eyes of dog, all people are dogs. Fang Xiu and Shun Deheo looked into each other's eyes. His voice was still light, but his aura was much more steady than Shindaheyo's. You! But this time, as soon as Shindaheyo opened his mouth, he clicked his tongue because of the pain on his face. No matter what grudges you have in private, this is the competition venue. Upon seeing this, the staff member hurried over and whispered a reminder, pointing to the other side. Although the draw is conducted in advance, the TV station will still record the draw process of several contestants to ensure fairness. You wait. Shindaheyo glared at Fong Xiu fiercely, then turned around to draw lots. I'm always at your service. Because it is a single round-robin tournament, the drawing method chosen is the wheel method, which fixes the number 1 position, and then arranges number 1 and number 2 on the left, and the remaining teams are arranged on the right side from bottom to top to form a matchup. That is, 1 versus 4, 2 versus 3, and then rotating counterclockwise to the next one, 1 versus 3, and then 2, completing the cycle. Shindaheyo was the first to walk up and reach into the box, then take out a plastic ball. Next came Fong Xiu and the captains of the other 2 colleges. Fong Xiu also took the opportunity to observe the other 2 people. One of them was a girl wearing a black yoga suit. She had a curvy figure. Although she was not pretty, she looked youthful and capable. The other one was a fat guy, just an ordinary guy. Please open the selected drawing balls. At the request of the staff, Fong Xiu and others opened the plastic balls one after another. Who drew number 1? Me. Fong Xiu held up a piece of white paper with a number on it, and the Arabic numeral 1 was printed on it. Very good. When Shindaheyo heard that Fong Xiu drew 1, he quickly walked up to Fong Xiu and shook the number in his hand at him. It's actually a 4. This also means that Huching number 1 middle school's first game will be against Shuangshanqing number 1 middle school. What a narrow road the enemy meets. Let me tell you, my name is Shindaheyo, and I'm the strongest beastmaster in Shuangshan City number 1 middle school. You and those 2 bitches just clean your necks and wait for me. Shindaheyo uttered harsh words to Fong Xiu. If you have the guts, let's meet on the field. There's no point in arguing here. Fong Xiu glanced at Shindaheyo and still didn't take him seriously. Even his words were light, and he looked as if he took Shindaheyo very lightly. If looks could kill, Shindaheyo would have wanted to cut Fong Xiu into pieces. Okay, see you at the game. After Shindaheyo finished speaking, he turned around and left angrily. Fong Xiu didn't stay long and soon returned to the lounge. What's the result of the draw? Zhang Yu asked with concern. It's nothing more than the order of playing. Every team will be beaten anyway. Li Qingqing grabbed the apple on the table, brought it to her mouth, and took a big bite. She didn't mind the draw. With their strength, they will definitely advance with a score of 3-0. There is no need for any extra games. We are number 1. Fong Xiu said softly. Number 1? Zhang Yu was a little surprised. How about number 1? Zhang Shuren asked puzzledly. The draw for the round-robin tournament is a wheel method. If we are number 1, the match order is us against number 4, and then number 2 and number 3. Zhang Yu explained. Next, we will play against team number 3 and team number 2 consecutively. And our tactic is to let Fong Xiu be the vanguard. After so many fierce battles, he will be a little tired. Zhang Yu looked at Fong Xiu. Although the game is a battle between Beastmasters, the Beastmaster needs to stand on the field all the time. It's still quite hard. Which school does team number 4 belong to? Li Qingqing took another bite of the apple and asked curiously. Shuangshan City in number 1 middle school. Fong Xiu replied immediately. Shuangshan number 1 middle school? Zhang Shuren frowned. Isn't that the school where the guy who flirted with Fairy Yuxiao went? That's right. Fong Xiu nodded and then said lightly, it seems that they will be the first to be eliminated. It doesn't matter. We'll all be eliminated anyway. Li Qingqing said calmly. Their goal this time is to win the championship. It's just a group stage. No problem at all. Come to think of it, the rulebook doesn't say that we can't parasitize other people's beasts. Fong Xiu suddenly thought of something happy. Chapter 137. Huching number 1 middle school versus Shuangshanqing number 1 middle school. Under the guidance of the staff, Fong Xiu and his team came to the competition venue. So few people come. Zhang Shuren looked around. Only the seats in the front row were relatively full. The seats in the middle became sparsely populated, and there were basically no people at the outermost seats. Judging from the visual, the venue with a capacity of 500 people did not even have half of the audience. Although I know that the group stage doesn't attract much attention, I still feel a little disappointed. Zhang Shuren couldn't help but complain. The freshman exchange competition in Huching is always packed. Zhang Shuren also noticed that even the cameraman here would deliberately point the lens at crowded positions when filming the audience seats, in order to make the game appear to attract more attention. By the way, tomorrow's game shouldn't be held here. Chen Fan thought for a while and asked, as long as we qualify today, we will be one of the top 8 teams in the Hejiang Province League. There will be many strong schools, and there will definitely be a lot of spectators. Fang Xiao and Li Qingqing didn't care much about the audience's questions. They were there to compete, not to attend a celebrity meet and greet. Soon, 4 contestants from Shuangshanqing No. 1 Middle School also arrived at the competition venue. Both sides followed the referee's instructions and stood in a neat line, waiting for the commentator to introduce them to the audience. No matter what, the group stage, as an important part of the Hejiang Prefecture League, will also be broadcast on local TV stations. Although there are not many offline spectators, there are still many viewers online who are watching this game. The commentator for this event is the host of Jiaqing Beast Taming Channel. It is still a standard combination of one man and one woman. He looked to be around 30 years old and was dressed very formally. Hello everyone, I'm the commentator of this league. My name is Wang Wei. Hello everyone, I'm Zhang Weiwei. When the camera was pointed at the two of them, they introduced themselves skillfully. What an exciting moment! The annual Hejiang Prefecture League will finally start today. Wang Wei smiled and looked at his partner Zhang Weiwei. Weiwei, which college do you think is good? You know, I came from Chuni City, so naturally I hope that Chuni City Experimental Middle School can advance from this group stage. Zhang Weiwei said bluntly. As the small town with the most backward educational resources in Hejiang Prefecture, Chuni City has not been promoted for 10 years. For several years in a row, they were eliminated directly by other universities with a score of 3-0. For them, the Hejiang State League is just an opportunity to communicate with strong schools. But in a battle of beast control, strength is everything. Personal emotions are just emotions after all. There was a hint of bitter smile in Zhang Weiwei's words. Huqing and Jishi are about the same level. But in the past 2 years, except for the high school student named Ma Wanfeng who made it out of the group stage, the performance of other grades in Huqing has not been very good. It's a similar situation with Jishi. So, I am more optimistic about Shuangshanqing No. 1 Middle School. Wang Wei nodded in agreement. Before hosting today's commentary, he also looked through the freshman exchange competitions in these 4 places. There's nothing much to say about Chanicheng. The lack of educational resources is a fatal blow to those talented beastmasters. Jishi didn't find any outstanding students this year. On the contrary, Fang Xiao from Huqing No. 1 Middle School has a very good talent for taming beasts. Not only are these mythical beasts rare, but their numbers are also astonishing. In one match, he sent dozens of beasts to fight. The future is promising. Before the group stage officially begins, there are still some configurations that need to be debugged. In order to prevent the show from being boring, Wang Wei and Zhang Weiwei also analyzed the strength of the contestants from various universities. So, does that mean Huqing No. 1 Middle School has a chance to win a place this year? Zhang Weiwei's eyes lit up. Although she had only been working at the local TV station for a few years, she had witnessed Chu Xinghe's charm. At that time, no one was optimistic about this high school student from Huqing. Their team also had bad luck. In the semifinals, they directly met Harbin No. 3 Middle School, the favorite to win the championship at that time. The prediction before the game was that Huqing No. 1 Middle School would most likely be defeated in a series of 4. But what no one expected was that Chu Xinghe not only completed the comeback in desperate situation, but also led the team into the finals. This incident once made the news in Hejiang Prefecture. It became the biggest hotspot that year. The name Chu Xinghe is also very famous. Now hearing Wang Wei's evaluation, Zhang Weiwei immediately thought of that young man. But who knows? Wang Wei just shook his head. Fang Xiao's talent in taming beasts is indeed outstanding. If the league still allows the use of the Sea of Taming Beast tactic, then I'm afraid no one in this group stage will be his opponent. But you also know that since the Beast Taming Sea tactic came out, some colleges and universities have no means to counter it. In order to make the league more fair, many rules have been added. For example, before the semifinals, each high school beastmaster can only register a maximum of 3 beasts and can only send one in a battle in each game. Only in the semifinals can you use 2 beasts. Only in the finals can you use 3 beasts to fight. This actually limits Fang Xiao's advantage. Wang Wei said with some regret. These rules were originally intended to restrict strong schools like Harbin No. 3 Middle School, but unexpectedly, they became shackles that bound Huqing. All I can say is that Fang Xiao has great talent, but bad luck. On the other hand, Shindaheo from Shuangshan City No. 1 Middle School, his beast is not only a mythical beast, but also has unparalleled strength. He went undefeated in the freshman exchange tournament in Twin Mountains. What's even more terrifying is that every time they fight, they kill their opponents instantly. Wang Wei said excitedly. In his opinion, Shindaheo's Beastmaster is fully qualified to fight against the Beastmasters of Jiaqing. In this group stage, Shuangshan City No. 1 Middle School has the greatest hope of qualifying. Indeed, Zhang Weiwei also nodded. Shuangshan City's educational resources are much better than Huqing's. Speaking of which, the first match of today's group stage is between Crane City and Shuangshan City. It looks like Fang Xiao and Shindaheo are going to fight directly. Zhang Weiwei paused for a moment and continued. I just hope that Fang Xiao and the others won't be affected by Shindaheo. Even if they can't qualify, they must show the style of Huqing. However, at this moment, the staff in charge of filming made a gesture to the two of them, indicating that the configuration had been debugged and the group stage officially began. The TV station screen also switched from Wang Wei and Zhang Weiwei to the competition field. Wang Wei swallowed his saliva and said, "The first person to come towards us is the contestant from Huqing No. 1 Middle School. The name of their team is Wind Spirit Moon Shadow Sect. Haha, what a meaningful team name. First, Captain Fang Xiao. Chapter 138. The first battle is the decisive battle. After introducing the players from Huqing No. 1 Middle School, commentator Wang Wei continued to introduce the players from Shuangshan No. 1 Middle School. First, let's take a look at the name of the team from Shuangshan City No. 1 Middle School. It's the one-man guard in the past team. It sounds like a very domineering team name. Then there's their captain, Shindaheo, a mythical beast master, the real number 1 in Shuangshan City. He is also the favorite to qualify from the group stage. Wang Wei deliberately raised his volume and introduced it to the online and offline audiences. At the same time, an inconspicuous corner in the audience seats. There were only 2 girls sitting here. One was wearing a white hanfu and holding an emerald green jade flute in her hand, and the other was wearing a pink lowly skirt and holding a sleepy pink cat in her arms. The 2 were none other than Fairy Yuxiao and Fairy Beixian, 2 of the 7 fairies of Bingdu. The place where they were located seemed to be surrounded by a barrier, making it difficult to approach, and the seats around them were empty. When Fairy Beixian heard the commentator Wang Wei describe Shindaheo as the best player in Shuangshan City, a trace of contempt flashed in her eyes. He's just a brat who thinks he's invincible just because he has a mythical beast. What's there to brag about? Fairy Beixian couldn't help but complain, and then looked at Fang Xiao in the audience. He has sharp eyebrows and star-like eyes, and is fresh and handsome. Standing on the field, he stands out like a crane among chickens. What Fairy Beixian cares most about is that she has met so many boys. Those guys were either trying to please me for no reason or finding ways to strike up a conversation with me. Only then can you rest and regard yourself as nothing. It turns out this guy's name is Fang Xiao. Don't let me touch you in the quarterfinals. As she spoke, Fairy Beixian threw 2 punches at Fang Xiao from a distance, as if she wanted to knock Fang Xiao down. However, in the eyes of Fairy Beixian, Fang Xiao's only chance to fight with her is to meet her in the quarterfinals after he advances and draws lots. Otherwise, even if he was lucky enough to advance, Fang Xiao would be the first to be eliminated. After all, these mortal beastmasters are not qualified to challenge him head-on. Fairy Yuxiao said nothing. Her eyes just quietly fell on Fang Xiao. Although Huqing's educational strength ranked 2nd from the bottom in Heijiang Prefecture, Chu Xinghe made it to the finals that year by stepping on Harbin No. 3 Middle School. It was because of that defeat that prompted Harbin No. 3 Middle School to carry out the beast taming reform. Although Harbin No. 3 Middle School has won the Heijiang State League Championship for 5 consecutive times, but the shame of the past is still vivid in our minds. Every beastmaster should not be underestimated. This is also the reason why Fairy Yuxiao decided to come and watch the group match in person. Don't underestimate it. After a long time, Fairy Yuxiao opened her red lips and said lightly, "Ah." Fairy Beixian was stunned. The group stage will not only be broadcast live by local TV stations, but will also be live streamed online. Many anchors rely on broadcasting leagues to gain popularity. Obviously, we can just ask the school's analysts to download the video footage online. Only Fairy Yuxiao insisted on watching the game offline. In fact, apart from the 2 of them, no contestants from other universities came. Normally, Fairy Yuxiao is not good at speaking, and the teacher was worried that she would get lost or run into trouble. So he asked Fairy Beixian to accompany her. Sometimes I really don't understand you. Fairy Beixian held up her cheeks with both hands and couldn't help complaining. She had no interest in this kind of group match at all. Sometimes I don't know whether Yu Xiao is trying to establish his own personality or if his self-confidence is not strong enough. How could these group stage players be a match for you and me? Even if we meet in the quarterfinals, I could defeat 4 of them by myself, and you don't even need to make a move. Right, Miao, Emperor? As she spoke, Fairy Beixian scratched Emperor Miao Tian's chin. Chu. Fairy Yuxiao did not say much, but just uttered a single word. Chu. Chu Xinghe? That was just an accident. If Senior Gao hadn't underestimated his opponent at that time, how could he have lost to that guy? Fairy Beixian refuted without thinking. In her opinion, the reason why Chu Xinghe was able to defeat Harbin No. 3 middle school that year was simply because their senior underestimated the enemy. If Senior Gao had shown his true abilities from the very beginning, Chu Xinghe would never have had a chance to turn the tables. What's more, in all these years, only one person, Chu Xinghe, has emerged from Huqing. Could it be possible that another Chu Xinghe 2.0 will emerge this time? Stop dreaming. However, in the face of Fairy Beixian's words, Fairy Yuxiao still said calmly, Chu, very strong. Fairy Beixian was inevitably speechless, and her gaze once again focused on Fang Xiao. After commentator Wang Wei introduced the players from both sides, Huqing No. 1 Middle School and Shuangshanqing No. 1 Middle School both sent out their first player to appear. What Fairy Beixian didn't expect was the first battle was between Fang Xiao and Shindaheo. Yo! Fairy Beixian's eyes moved. These 2 people are the captains of Huqing No. 1 Middle School and Shuangshanqing No. 1 Middle School, respectively. Should be the strongest contestant. Instead of serving as a general, he became a pioneer. Fairy Beixian was not the only one who was surprised. Even the commentators Wang Wei and Zhang Weiwei were stunned. I didn't expect that both sides sent out their captains and strongest players in the first game. Zhang Weiwei said, could it be that he's extremely confident in his own strength and wants to fight 1 against 4? Wang Wei guessed. During the freshman exchange competition, Fang Xiao defeated 3 opponents at once and won the championship. Shindaheo also crushed his opponents with his overwhelming strength in the freshman exchange competition, especially his mythical beasts. In Wang Wei's eyes, he is not inferior to some students from Harbin No. 3 Middle School. It seems that both sides regard the first battle as the decisive battle. In this way, the player who wins the first game will shock the other players on the other side. It's really exciting. I didn't expect the first match of the group stage to be so exciting. Wang Wei began to mobilize the atmosphere on the scene. At the same time, the on-site footage was also uploaded to the Doshao live broadcast room. A large number of IP addresses were from Huqing, and the audience from Shuangshanqing flocked into the live broadcast room and began to cheer for their respective players. Come on, Fang Xiao, kill this guy. Shindaheo, don't hold back, kill this guy for me. For a moment, the players did not move, but a confrontation took place in the live broadcast room. On the playing field, the corners of Shindaheo's mouth rose, revealing a wicked smile. But just as he laughed, his red and swollen face was pulled, and his expression became tearful because of the pain. Out! Shindaheo quickly covered his cheek and said, No. 1 Middle School. I didn't expect to meet you in the first game. Shindaheo took a step forward and immediately took out the beast taming space card. It's a pity that this place is a little small. I might not be able to use my beast control and accidentally hurt you. Don't blame me for not warning you in advance. You rubbish from No. 1 Middle School. Shindaheo spoke in a low voice. However, Fang Xiao didn't buy it all. Stop talking nonsense and come up and fight. As soon as the words fell, a faint light bloomed from the beast taming space cards of the 2. Chapter 139. Commentary prediction. Fang Xiao has already lost? Boom. As the faint light disappeared, the competition venue began to shake violently, and the smoke and dust turned into a terrifying airflow, sweeping in all directions. A huge shadow emerged from the dust and fog. Shindaheo's sinister laughter was heard as he was the first to walk out of the smoke and dust, covering his swollen cheek with one hand, his eyes filled with strong contempt. After seeing my beast, you should know what it means to be in a narrow-minded position. Fang Xiao ignored Shindaheo's arrogance and just looked towards the dust. Suddenly, a strong wind blew out, splitting the dust into 2. A pair of rough ivory tusks came into Fang Xiu's sight. The first reaction was huge. The beast released by Shandaheo was as tall as a four-story building, even making this enclosed gymnasium seem a little cramped. Its lower body is like a giant elephant, covered with thick snow-white hair. Its legs are as thick as stone pillars. Its knees are bent in the opposite direction. Its feet are wide and flat, and its upper body is as strong as a barrel, covered with a stratum corneum like plate armor, and its shoulders are covered with animal skin shoulder armor. Every time the giant beast took a step forward, the playing field would shake. The huge tusks extending from both sides of the nose were like the god of death's scythe, and the dark red eyeballs looked down at Fang Xiu below. It has to be said that Fang Xiu and the alien guards he released all seemed insignificant in front of this ferocious beast. How about this? The trash from number 1 middle school. This is the real beast tamer. Shandaheo continued to ask, "My beast is called Mammoth Demon Lord. It not only has the size and defense of a mammoth. No, my Mammoth Demon Lord is much bigger than the ancient mammoth, and its upper body is like a giant monster. One of its punches is powerful enough to cause mountains to collapse and the earth to split. Don't even mention this group stage. Even if you look at the entire Hejiang Province League, there is no Beastmaster who can be my opponent. Today's league champion must be me, Shandaheo." Shandaheo became more and more excited as he spoke, and he didn't take the alien guard around Fang Xiu seriously at all. After all, this alien guard is only about 4 meters tall. Although it is equipped with a one-handed axe and a heavy sword, which are carried on its back, its sharp tail is very sharp. But one of the Mammoth Demon Lord's elephant legs is much larger than that of the alien guard. I guess even if your beast jumps up, it can only hit my beast's knees. Shandaheo continued to make sarcastic remarks. You and your beast are probably trembling with fear now. Haha, I'm not a petty person. As long as you kneel down and beg for mercy, and let those 2 girls stay with me for a month, I will let you go. Otherwise, the Beastmaster's punches and kicks are ruthless. It would be bad if he accidentally hurts you. There was a hint of threat in Shandaheo's words. In fact, since Shandaheo released the Mammoth Demon Lord, the audience at the scene all widened their eyes in shock. I thought this group stage would be a fight between weaklings, but I didn't expect this player named Shandaheo to be so powerful. Even the commentator Zhang Weiwei was shocked. It's so big. Sitting at the commentary desk, she could feel the oppression emanating from the Mammoth Demon Lord. Not to mention Fang Xiu's pressure. This is the terrifying thing about Shandaheo. Wang Wei couldn't help but sigh. Its Mammoth Demon King once smashed the competition venue into pieces with one punch. During the freshman exchange competition, many Beastmasters chose to surrender after seeing his beasts. Even those who had the courage to fight were defeated by a single punch from the Mammoth Demon Lord. Even Wang Wei took a deep breath. This Mammoth Demon King not only has terrifying power, but its defense is also impeccable. Shandaheo once gave a Beastmaster the opportunity to attack the Mammoth Golem at will. However, no matter how the Beastmaster's beast attacked, whether it was with a sword or a knife, or with claws or bites, it could not pierce the Mammoth Golem's skin. Moreover, with that huge body, no one can attack his vital points except for the beast with flying abilities. If we talk about individual combat capability, Shandaheo's Beastmaster is probably the strongest in the group stage. What a pity. Wang Wei looked down at Fang Xiu on the playing field. If the rules of the competition still allow for the beast-taming sea tactics, Fang Xiu's alien army might still have a chance. Suddenly, Wang Wei's expression froze. Although the collective characteristics of the aliens are a flat and long head, a black exoskeleton, and a sharp tail spike, there are subtle differences between each alien. Wang Wei remembered that one of the 2 strongest aliens that Fang Xiu summoned at the freshman exchange competition had a special joint on its elbow that could eject a black knife. The other one was extremely huge, with a long and flat head like a fan-shaped crown. With brute force alone, he knocked out another person's beast with a slap. Looking at the alien guards released by Fang Xiu at this time, they did not have the domineering appearance of the alien queen, nor did they have special joints like the alien swordmaster. Apart from being slightly larger than the alien swordmaster, this alien guard gave Wang Wei a completely ordinary feeling. Could it be that Fang Xiu didn't intend to expose his strength in the group stage, so he chose a less powerful alien? Wang Wei guessed. This tactic is common in the Hejiang State League. Battles between beast tamers are often also battles of intelligence. Whoever finds the opponent's beast flaw first will take the initiative. But now, let alone the alien guards, in Wang Wei's opinion, even the alien queen may not be a match for this mammoth demon king. It looks like this game is over. Wang Wei sighed and made a judgment. And in his opinion, anyone who knew something about beast taming should be able to see that Fang Xiu had no chance of winning at all. It seems that Shuangshanxi No. 1 Middle School is really strong this year. Zhang Weiwei also commented. Even Zhang Yu and others who were watching the game in the lounge were shocked by the scene before them. Because Fang Xiu's goal was to win the Heijiang Province League, they had been studying the beast tamers of strong schools, such as Harbin No. 3 Middle School, and did not take their opponents in the group stage seriously at all. Now, after seeing Shen Deheo's mammoth demon lord, Zhang Yu's expression suddenly changed drastically. Broken, a breath of cold air escaped his lips. If it were an alien sword master or alien wizard, they might be able to turn the tables with their skills. But the strength of this alien guard. It's all my fault for arranging such tactics. For a moment, Zhang Yu couldn't help feeling a little guilty. If he had known earlier, he should have paid attention to the freshman exchange competition in Shuangshan City. It seems that we can only pin our hopes on the remaining 2 games. We have to get at least 2 points to have a chance to play the extra game. Zhang Yu said, gritting his teeth. Fang Xiu. Li Qingqing silently prayed for Fang Xiu in her heart. Don't be in trouble. Chapter 140. The alien guard slide. Hey, I'm talking to you, but you didn't hear me? Or are you scared? Seeing that Fang Xiu didn't respond for a long time, Shen Deheo couldn't help but raise his voice. But what he never expected was that not only was there no fear in Fang Xiu's eyes, but there was even a hint of fanaticism flashing in his starry pupils. Shen Deheo felt like he was browsing a sex website and saw an extremely beautiful girl on the cover. What's going on? Are you really scared by your own mammoth demon lord? Kill him. Shen Deheo gave orders to the mammoth demon lord. The mammoth demon king strode forward, raised his right hand high, clenched his 5 fingers into a fist in the air, and the muscles on his arm swelled. Even the commentators Wang Wei, Zhang Weiwei, and the audience in the stands subconsciously held their breath. The mammoth demon's fist looks even bigger than the alien guard's body. Some timid viewers even subconsciously closed their eyes. Bang! With a loud bang, the mammoth demon lord's fist was embedded directly into the ground. The pitch-black cracks spread in all directions like a black spiderweb. Fang Xiu's alien guard seized the opportunity before the fist landed and rolled to the side. But Fang Xiu crossed his arms and made a big X in front of him and was forced to retreat by the sweeping gust of air. So strong. Fang Xiu sighed in his heart that if this punch hit the alien guard directly, even the classic exoskeleton would probably not be able to withstand it. Compared to Li Shijia and Li Jin's Beastmasters in the freshman exchange competition, this mammoth demon king is definitely much stronger. Even the Beastmasters in this group stage are so powerful. I wonder what kind of monsters those Beastmasters in Harbor No. 3 Middle School have cultivated. However, Fang Xiu was not discouraged by the power displayed by the mammoth demon lord. On the contrary, he was extremely surprised. Only a beast like the mammoth demon lord is worthy of being parasitized by the alien. After the alien guard rolled out, he did not stop but continued running. Previous aliens ran more like velociraptors and did not use the power of their forelimbs much when hunting. This alien guard not only absorbed the genes of Homo erectus, but was also trained by Fang Xiu and mastered a more scientific running posture. The alien guards were seen waving their arms and striding quickly around the mammoth demon lord, seemingly thinking of a way to crack the situation. Mammoth demon lord, behind you. Shen Deheo didn't expect that this alien guard could avoid the attack of his beast, but he still felt relaxed. He observed the position of the alien guards and reported their positions to the mammoth demon lord from time to time so that it could adjust its direction. However, despite the mammoth demon king's huge size and terrifying strength, the air resistance it encounters every time it punches is also relatively greater. Its huge body makes it extremely inflexible when turning. Want to win by speed? Shen Deheo raised his eyebrows. His class teacher also told him that this mammoth demon king was huge in size and had incredible power. But the excessive pursuit of strength has led to the loss of speed. In the future, while training the mammoth demon lord, it would be best to also train a flexible beast so that they can complement each other. No matter how fast this alien is, it is no match for my mammoth demon lord. Shen Deheo shook his head slightly. Even if his mammoth demon lord is bulky, it doesn't mean that Fang Xiu's alien has become stronger. It happened in a flash. Just when Shindaheo was recalling what his class teacher had said, the guard of the opposite sex slid and passed directly under the mammoth demon lord. He took the opportunity to draw out the heavy sword behind him and slashed at the mammoth demon lord's abdomen. It's useless. Shindaheo's mouth corners raised again. Generally speaking, the abdomen is indeed the weakest part of a living thing. When ferocious beasts fight, they will deliberately hide their abdomens to avoid being taken advantage of by the opponent. But the battle between beast tamers does not rely on savagery. It's the training of a beast master. Knowing that the mammoth demon lord's abdomen is relatively soft, Shundaheo specially customized a abdominal armor to hide it under the snow-white hair. The alien guard's heavy sword stabbed forward, but it had no effect at all, only causing sparks to fly. Instead, the mammoth demon lord grabbed the alien guard's sliding tackle and fell directly to the ground, trying to crush the alien guard to death with his own weight. Fortunately, at the critical moment, the guard of the opposite sex sensed the danger and quickly rolled to the other side, barely avoiding the big butt of the mammoth demon lord. You should be facing reality now, right? There's a gap between the trash of number 1 middle school and the mythical beasts. Your alien is no match for my mammoth demon lord. Seeing that I had the advantage, Shundaheo continued to mock Feng Xiao. Just now, the alien guard had to abandon his heavy sword in order to avoid the mammoth demon lord's big butt. All that was left in its hand was a one-handed axe. Even when the mammoth demon lord stood up, he deliberately used one of his legs to step on the heavy sword that fell to the ground, giving the alien guards no chance to pick it up. Call out. Then, a rock came flying towards the alien guard. In a flash, the alien guards could only flee in panic. Bang! The rock hit the place where the alien guard was staying and directly created a deep pit. The rock is 1 meter in diameter and weighs no less than 100 kilograms. In the hands of the mammoth demon lord, it was like throwing a stone. Mammoth demon lord is clumsy? His attacks are not flexible enough. As long as we use this method, we can easily make up for it. On the contrary, your beastmaster can't maintain the same speed forever, right? It's like a human being. Maybe we can run 100 meters in 10 seconds, but it's impossible to maintain that speed and run 1,000 or 2,000 meters. As your physical energy is consumed and time passes, your alien speed will become slower and slower, until we can no longer avoid the flying rocks from the mammoth demon lord. Shindaheo continued to stimulate Feng Xiao's nerves with words, making him realize the gap between the alien guards and the mammoth demon lord. However, the stones of this mammoth demon lord are not infinite. Because of the angle, Feng Xiao didn't notice it before. When a mammoth demon turned around and threw stones at the alien guard, he discovered that the big guy was carrying a bamboo basket behind him, which was filled with these rocks. Judging from the number of stones he has, the mammoth demon lord still has 9 such stones. As soon as Shundaheo finished speaking, the mammoth demon lord picked up the second stone. However, this alien guard still has the alien's high intelligence. It looked around and moved its body erratically. The mammoth demon lord's bulging biceps suddenly became relaxed, and he looked a little at a loss as he held the stone in his hand. The alien guard's response was also very simple. After it started running, it deliberately kept itself in the same straight line with Shindaheo so as to make the mammoth demon lord hesitate. And taking advantage of this brief gap, it began to carefully observe every detail of the mammoth demon lord's body. Chapter 141, I Am Your Natural Enemy. This guy, Shindaheo's face darkened. He didn't expect that Feng Xiao's alien guards would use him as a beastmaster to make the mammoth demon lord hesitate. However, tactics of this level were not difficult for him. After realizing this, Shindaheo quickly ran in another direction, trying to bypass the alien guards. But who would have known that, although this alien guard had his back to Shundaheo, he seemed to be able to sense his movements. And for a moment, he even matched Shundaheo's speed and began to circle wildly around the mammoth demon lord. While turning, he also observed the body of the mammoth demon lord. In a rage, the mammoth demon lord roared at the alien guards, trying to scare it away with a noise. If it were an ordinary beast tamer, its legs might have gone weak due to the intimidation of this roar. But how could Feng Xiao's alien guards be afraid of this huge monster? It took a closer look and began to approach the mammoth demon lord. This sudden scene made the mammoth demon lord stunned. But no matter what, the alien guard was separated from Shundaheo after all, and the mammoth demon lord took the opportunity to throw the stone in his hand. Bang! The stone hit the grass with a loud noise. The alien guard dodged and took advantage of the fact that the mammoth demon lord had difficulty turning around when throwing stones. He ran behind it, then jumped up from the ground and jumped towards the mammoth demon lord. The alien guard stretched out his 5 fingers and grabbed the mammoth demon lord's snow-white hair tightly. He fell downward due to gravity and grabbed the mammoth demon lord so hard that he screamed in pain. But the alien guard not only did not let go, but also quickly raised his tail and stabbed it hard into the thigh muscles of the mammoth demon lord. However, this mammoth demon not only had abundant hair, which served as a certain buffer, but its skin was also very tough. The alien guard swung his tail the first time, but was unable to pierce through it directly. At the same time, the mammoth demon lord, feeling the pain, began to shake his body frantically, trying to shake off the alien guard. Its huge palms kept slapping the alien guards. Sensing the crisis, the alien guard turned his hand a few times and wrapped the snow-white hair around his hand to increase friction. His body floated in the air to avoid the palm of the mammoth demon lord. Then, the alien guard pulled out the one-handed axe behind him and swung it at his own chest. Shindaheo was also puzzled when he saw this scene. Could it be that this guy's alien has been frightened silly by my beast? But the next second, the sticky liquid flowing out of the alien guard's wound covered the axe blade. Although the acid blood of the aliens is highly corrosive, there are always some substances in this world that can resist the acidity of strong acids. Fang Xiu watched the alien guard's every move and whispered in his heart. In order to bring out the power of acid blood, he also asked the manufacturer to make a batch of equipment that can resist acid blood. In this way, the weapons of the alien guards will not only not be corroded by the acid blood, but will also further enhance the power of the equipment. But in this way, the durability of the equipment will be greatly reduced. If the alien guards were not facing such a difficult beast as the mammoth demon lord, they would never use this trick. Phew! With the blessing of acidic blood, the mammoth demon lord's hair melted at the touch of a finger, and the skin that was originally difficult to break through was easily broken. Blood gushed out from the mammoth demon lord's legs and splashed into the sky like a dancing red butterfly. The alien guard also relied on the acid blood axe to stabilize his position. It swayed its body and stepped on the thigh muscles of the mammoth demon lord with its feet. Just like the acidic blood sliding down and taking away a large piece of hair, the mammoth demon lord's elephant skin like old tree bark was directly exposed. The alien guard's tail stabbed again, directly breaking the flesh and blood. The mammoth demon king felt pain in his thigh, and his temper became even more violent. From the initial shaking of the body, it began to sway wildly, using its hind legs to exert force and continuously jumping up from the ground. He wanted to use the inertia of falling to throw the alien guard off. It kept grabbing stones in its hands and throwing them at the alien guards. Even if he was injured by mistake, the mammoth demon lord did not hesitate. However, the alien guard at this time was like a dog skin plaster on its body, and it could not get rid of it at all. However, the competition venue was torn into pieces by the terrifying weight of the mammoth demon lord. Screams broke out from the audience seats all around. This emotion is not out of fear, but excited. In their eyes, this alien guard was like a skinny bullfighter, riding firmly on a mad bull. As long as it doesn't get thrown off, there's a chance to win. Even the resilience of this alien guard far exceeded their expectations. After several attempts, the alien guard became more adept. It was no longer satisfied with the mammoth demon lord's thighs, but kept pulling the battle axe with acid blood out of the opponent's body and then embedding it again, while its other hand kept grabbing the hair at a higher position that was not corroded by the acid blood. Its tail, like a nail, pierced into the flesh of the mammoth demon lord again and again. By climbing like this, the alien guard came to the back of the mammoth demon lord. The mammoth demon lord was completely enraged by this behavior, and a hysterical roar burst out from the depths of his throat. However, the alien guard was behind it, hiding in its blind spot. The mammoth demon lord's hands could not be turned over because of the restrictions of his elbows. For a moment, he could only clench his fists and punch his back continuously. The basket it was carrying on its back also fell down. The alien guards themselves have no eyes and rely entirely on their sense of smell and pheromones to sense the dangers around them. With this ability, the mammoth demon lord could easily dodge his random punches every time. Relying on the acid blood battle axe and the tail spikes, the alien guard had unknowingly reached the spine of the mammoth demon lord. Oh no! Shindaheyo's eyes were as wide as a cow's. It was not until this moment that he realized that the situation was not good and he had a bad premonition in his heart. Mammoth Demon Lord, that guy is right behind you. Shindaheyo began to sweat profusely and kept yelling at his beast. However, the biceps and fists of this Mammoth Demon Lord are too strong. Even if you punch behind your back with your backhand, you won't be able to hit some areas due to angle limitations. Fang Xiu's alien guard also saw this point. After all, Fang Xiu's alien has an IQ no less than that of humans, and even knows how to use traps. Coupled with the fighting genes engraved in their bones, the alien guards become more adept when facing powerful enemies. No. Fang Xiu shook his head slightly. In addition to the excellent genes of the alien itself, my alien guards also incorporate the hunting instincts of Homo erectus. In ancient times, Homo erectus survived by hunting mammoths. My alien guards are also the natural enemies of the Mammoth Demon Lord. Chapter 142. The Mammoth Demon Lord will never rise again. After the alien guard climbed onto the back of the Mammoth Demon Lord, he squeezed more acidic blood from his body, enchanted it onto the battle axe, and finally chopped it down fiercely, severely damaging the opponent's spine. In an instant, the screams of the Mammoth Demon Lord echoed throughout the entire arena, making people's scalps numb. Its hands, which had been hammering wildly, suddenly lost their strength and fell down. Then, the huge body of the Mammoth Demon Lord collapsed with a loud bang, and a cloud of dust spread around. The alien guard took the opportunity to continue climbing upwards and quickly came to the shoulder of the Mammoth Demon Lord. It opened its bloody mouth, and sticky acidic blood dripped from the corners of its mouth, burning the Mammoth Demon Lord's skin. However, the alien guard did not bite the artery in the Mammoth Demon Lord's neck, but instead spit out a white insect egg from its mouth parts. No matter what, the Hejiang Province League requires that all participating Beastmasters be registered before the game. In the early stages of each game, only one beast can be sent out. It would be difficult for Fang Xiu to release the facehugger to parasitize other people's beasts in public. So, after some thought, Fang Xiu found a loophole in the rules. The rules of the competition only say that you can't use 2 beast tamers, but they don't say that beast tamers can't give birth during the battle. Fang Xiu thought to himself, the expressiveness of this Mammoth Demon Lord is quite good. If it could be combined with the alien genes, a very powerful new alien will definitely be born. The alien guard spit out the eggs, and the egg sheath quickly opened. A fresh white face hugger leaped out and pounced on the neck of the Mammoth Demon Lord. The 8 powerful tentacles give the face hugger excellent grip. It was as easy as walking on flat ground for it to climb up quickly and find the right parasitic angle. After the Mammoth Demon Lord's spine was cut off by the alien guards, only his head could move, but to a giant like this, the facehugger was like a fly and could not be detected at all by physical sense. Shindaheyo was blinded by the smoke and dust, and for a moment he couldn't see clearly what was happening. In addition, the facehugger was extremely fast. By the time the smoke and dust slowly dissipated, it had already firmly grasped one of the Mammoth Demon Lord's eyes and stabbed its parasitic device into it. The Mammoth Demon Lord screamed again, and then completely lost consciousness. Mammoth Demon Lord. Shindaheyo's eyes were as big as a cow's, and he kept calling the Beastmaster's name. But in the face of his voice, the Mammoth Demon Lord did not react at all. Mammoth Demon Lord. Mammoth Demon Lord. Shindaheyo rolled his throat and swallowed nervously. He held his head with both hands and felt like a bolt from the blue. The scene in front of him seemed to be spinning and his ears were buzzing. No, it's impossible. He never dreamed that his Mammoth Demon Lord would be defeated by Fang Xiu's alien guards. His head began to shake like a rattle, and he couldn't believe what he saw. However, the referee came over at this time. The Mammoth Demon Lord could no longer stand up. He took a deep breath and began the countdown. 10, 9, 7. Every count by the referee seemed to be a stab in Shindaheyo's heart. Stand up, Mammoth Demon Lord. Shindaheyo shouted hysterically, constantly imagining in his mind that his beast could get up again. Moreover, there was also a shocking wound on the chest of Fang Xiu's alien guard. This means it is also a candle in the wind. As long as his Mammoth Demon Lord can stand up again, he can defeat the opponent. Shindaheyo kept comforting himself in his heart. But the so-called miracle did not happen. As the referee counted the last number, the outcome of the match became clear. The referee took 2 steps at a time and walked to Fang Xiu, grabbed his wrist, and then raised it vigorously. The The winner is Huching number 1 middle school, Fong Xiao. As soon as the words fell, the audience burst into thunderous applause. It's wonderful. Good job, Fong Xiao. I thought Shuangshan number 1 middle school would win. After all, the power of the two beast masters is too different. Yes, a stone weighing several hundred kilograms was just like a stone in the hand of the mammoth beast. The power was really terrifying. I didn't expect that the alien would seize the flaw and defeat it in one fell swoop. It was really exciting. I didn't expect there would be such an exciting battle in the group stage. Haha, I was just bored after get off work, so I thought about coming here to have a look. I didn't have high expectations for the group stage, but now it seems like it's definitely worth the money. For a while, there was heated discussion in the audience. I thought it would be a one-sided battle, but unexpectedly, Fong Xiao's alien guards actually managed to defeat the strong with the weak. Its classmate Fong Xiao. He won. Zhang Weiwei smiled. Before the game started, they both favored Shin Deheo from Shuangshan City number 1 middle school. Especially when the Mammoth Demon Lord was released, Zhang Weiwei racked her brains, but couldn't figure out how Fong Xiao's alien would win. Even the aliens that Fong Xiao sent into the field were not the strongest units he had. Unexpectedly, the combat IQ of this alien guard was so high that after finding the flaw of the Mammoth Demon Lord's inflexible turning, he advanced all the way with great force. Yeah. Wang Wei smiled awkwardly, feeling a burning pain on his cheeks. Before the game, he was like Shun Deheo. As a result, this Mammoth Demon Lord is only good-looking but useless. By the end of the battle, it can be said that they were completely suppressed by Fong Xiao's alien guards. But this kind of slap in the face did not make Wang Wei feel embarrassed. I have to say that Fong Xiao's alien is indeed powerful. It hardly needed any guidance from Fong Xiao throughout the whole process. It completely relied on its own fighting talent to find the way to victory. Especially when the alien found that its own body could not break through the skin of the Mammoth Demon Lord, it did not hesitate to hurt itself and enchanted the acid blood to the one-handed axe to break the skin of the Mammoth Demon Lord. Even we humans may not be able to think of such a way to deal with it. No, even if I figured it out, I wouldn't necessarily be able to execute it so horribly. Before taking on a role of commentator, Wang Wei watched videos of freshman exchange competitions at various schools. I was also deeply impressed by the acid blood of the alien. The alien's blood is extremely corrosive and can even dissolve metal instantly. However, this fighting method of hurting oneself by 800 and injuring the enemy by 1,000 was really unexpected. However, one of Fong Xiao's alien's great advantages is their numbers. Even if this alien guard is seriously injured and unable to continue the battle, Fong Xiao can still send other aliens to continue the battle. Perhaps, Fong Xiao is the biggest dark horse in this group stage. After witnessing the battle of the alien guards with his own eyes, Wang Wei completely turned into an alien fan, saying that Fong Xiao was the dark horse of this group stage. Yes, Zhang Weiwei agreed repeatedly. Perhaps this year's Heijiang Prefecture League will be the highest quality one in recent years. Chapter 143. Where's my beast control? One more chapter. Shun Deheo stood blankly on the field, looking at the defeated Mammoth Demon King. His heart was filled with disbelief and disbelief. In the freshman exchange competition in Shuangshan City, he was clearly invincible, and any Beastmaster was defeated with one punch. My homeroom teacher and physical education teacher also said that I was a genius that only appears once in a decade. If it weren't for the backward educational resources in Shuangshan City, he would have achieved greater success in the beast taming world. Even the girls from Shuangshan City number 1 middle school threw themselves into his arms. From childhood to adulthood, I have always been the child of other people's family in the eyes of adults. But now, his Mammoth Demon Lord was defeated. Still defeated by the garbage in my own eyes. This shock was hard for Shun Deheo to accept, and he was even more unwilling to believe it. But what Shun Deheo could not have imagined was, Fong Xiao took back his beast-taming space card from the machine and took back his beast-taming, but it was not only his alien guards that disappeared. And there is Shun Deheo's Mammoth Demon Lord. Shun Deheo's eyes were wide open and his pupils were shaking wildly. No, where's my beast? I didn't take back the beast either. Shun Deheo rubbed his eyes hard, then ran over and looked around, but could not see any trace of his Mammoth Demon Lord. He talked to the AI of the beast-taming space and found out that the Mammoth Demon Lord did not return to his own beast-taming space. What did you do to my beast? Shindaheo pointed at Fang Xiao and wished he could rush up and fight him to the death. At the critical moment, it was the referee who pulled Shindaheo back in time. In a commentary booth, the contestant from Shuangshanqing No. 1 Middle School seems to have lost control of his emotions. Zhang Weiwei frowned slightly. It makes sense. As the top student of Shuangshan City No. 1 Middle School, Shindaheo has always been regarded as a genius. Now that he has lost to another genius, it is normal for him to lose control of his emotions. However, this is often the case in this world. There will always be people better than you. If you fail to face up to the gap between yourself and others, sooner or later you will fall into deep self-consumption. It doesn't seem as simple as losing control of emotions. Wang Wei noticed some details. Only Fang Xiao retrieved the beast-taming space card from the machine, but Shindaheo did not. Could it be that Fang Xiao took the Mammoth Demon Lord back to his own beast-taming space? Fang Xiao not only defeated Shindaheo, but also seized his beast. It's simply murderous and heartbreaking. Seize. Zhang Weiwei was stunned. What do you mean by seize? Although she is a host of Jiaqing local radio station, she is also a beastmaster. This was the first time she heard of someone taking someone else's beast. Fang Xiao's alien has the ability to parasitize other people's beasts, so during the freshman exchange competition, he used parasitism to seize another student's beast. Wang Wei explained. The man seemed to be called Gung Guangwei, and the beast he trained at that time was an ancient species of Homo erectus. Afterwards, a new rule was introduced for the freshman exchange competition, prohibiting parasitism on other people's beasts. Although the Hejiang Province League is a higher-level professional league, no similar incidents have ever occurred since its inception. No. Parasitizing other people and controlling animals is something that has never been heard of. How could the Hejiang Prefecture League be predicted in advance? Naturally, there are no rules of the game in this regard. Even after Shindaheo hysterically pointed out the situation, the referee picked up the walkie-talkie and reported the matter to the staff on the other end. Then, several staff members in black suits came forward, asked Fang Xiao and Shindaheo to leave the court, and then suspended the game. The game is suspended? Zhang Weiwei was a little surprised. Unexpectedly, an emergency occurred in the first game. The method of parasitism will still be controversial. Wang Wei's expression also became a little subtle. If it were in a novel, this skill would probably only be used by villains. Wang Wei continued to complain. Will Fang Xiao's results be cancelled? Zhang Weiwei asked worriedly. Firstly, Fang Xiaochang's sword-like eyebrows and star-like eyes were fresh and handsome, which gave her a very good first impression. From a personal perspective, she didn't want Fang Xiao's results to be cancelled in this way. Secondly, the rules of the Hejiang Province League do not mention that one cannot parasitize other people's beasts. Even if we really want to target the parasitic abilities of the aliens, we should add new rules, rather than canceling previous results. Zhang Weiwei spoke her mind directly back. Although the game was suspended, television broadcasts and online live broadcasts were not affected. It was just the video footage switching from a game field to the commentary booth. Zhang Weiwei's words can be regarded as speaking up for Fang Xiao. It was just the barrage in the live broadcast room that started a new round of high-intensity confrontation. The contestant from Huqing No. 1 Middle School is too despicable. Since he used parasitism to seize other people's beasts, such a contestant should have his score cancelled. Why cancel it? The league rules don't say you can't parasitize. Besides, the alien guard killed the Mammoth Demon Lord in a fair and square manner, so the result is valid. Is there any problem with parasitism? It sounds like other beastmasters can no longer tame beasts after being parasitized by an alien. As long as the beast taming data in the beast taming space is still there, a new beast tamer can be trained quickly. That's right, you've seen it in fantasy novels, right? The authorities have always allowed beastmasters to trade beasts with each other. In the previous section, how can these two things be the same? Trading is buying with money, while parasitism is taking away. Stop arguing. I believe the authorities can give us an explanation. For a while, the live broadcast room was in chaos. The audience seats offline were also whispering and discussing. The battle between the alien guards and the Mammoth Demon King was indeed spectacular. If this parasite had not appeared, they would all be willing to cheer for Fang Xiao. But this parasitic ability is so sinister that it has caused disagreements among the audience. It feels quite interesting to parasitize other people's beasts and then seize this alien. Fairy Beixian blinked her lively eyes while stroking Emperor Meow in her arms. She didn't think there was anything wrong with the ability of parasitism, as the abilities of taming beasts were already varied. The fact that Feng Xiao can give alien creatures parasites shows that he has his extraordinary qualities. Yuxiao, what do you think? Fairy Beixian turned and looked at her companions. Do you want to buy an alien from Feng Xiao and conduct research on it? It would be great if we could figure out the principle behind parasitism. However, Fairy Yuxiao shook her head slightly. Don't use coercion or inducement. Don't worry. Fairy Beixian nodded. I will offer a high price that Feng Xiao cannot refuse. After all, these beast masters who come out of small towns have never seen any money. Fairy Yuxiao did not refute anything, but just remembered the name silently in her heart. Just rest. Chapter 144. Validity of competition results and beast taming transactions. Fortunately, the game was not suspended for too long, and the staff of the organizing committee quickly came to the lounge where Feng Xiao was. As the class teacher, Zhang Yu was even more nervous than Feng Xiao. After all, the lounge is equipped with screens for them to watch the progress of the game. The scene of the facehugger parasitizing and seizing the mammoth demon king caused an uproar on the internet. The voices that believe Feng Xiao's results should be cancelled and the voices supporting Feng Xiao are even more intense. Now the staff came to report the results, and Zhang Yu's heart was trembling with nervousness. Feng Xiao also stood up from the sofa. His expression was much calmer than Zhang Yu's. He didn't think there was anything wrong with what he did. After all, the league's rules don't say you can't parasitize other people's beasts. The competition results are valid. The staff member who came to report did not keep anyone in suspense. He glanced at Feng Xiao and directly told him the result. Zhang Yu, Li Qingqing, Zhang Panpan, and the others all breathed a sigh of relief visibly. However, starting from the next game, you're not allowed to parasitize other people's beasts. The staff member quickly added. Got it. Zhang Yu quickly responded on behalf of Feng Xiao, saying that Feng Xiao would not encounter the same problem again. He thanked the staff and then personally sent him out. Fortunately, everything is fine. Zhang Panpan turned around at this time and comforted Feng Xiao not to have any psychological pressure. At the same time, he felt fortunate that the officials of the Hejiang Province League were fair. Otherwise, if there was really some shady manipulation, Feng Xiao would be in trouble. I don't feel any psychological pressure, but I just feel it's a pity. Feng Xiao shrugged. His facehugger grows by parasitizing other creatures. There are so many powerful beasts in the Hejiang Province League. He would feel like he is missing out if he cannot parasitize them one by one. Harmful. Seeing Feng Xiao feel sorry for not being able to parasitize, Zhang Panpan couldn't help but smile bitterly. This problem is actually easy to solve. Brother Panpan, do you have a solution? Feng Xiao's eyes lit up. Don't you just want to obtain the genes of other beasts through parasitism, so as to hatch more powerful aliens? Zhang Panpan asked back. Yes, that's right. In that case, we don't necessarily have to parasitize other people's beast tamers in the competition arena. We could just buy other people's beast tamers and then let the facehugger parasitize them. Zhang Panpan explained. In Zhang Panpan's opinion, there was nothing wrong with Feng Xiao's parasitism. It was just that the form was wrong. It is naturally difficult for others to accept your actions of taking advantage of others in the competition. But if it is purchased privately, then Feng Xiao can do whatever he wants and no one can say anything. Zhang Panpan had heard that a certain beastmaster, in order to cultivate a mythical beast species, the nine-tailed demon fox, went so far as to kill 9 real dragon-type beasts, and then use dragon blood to nourish the nine-tailed demon fox. In the end, he forced his nine-tailed demon fox to master the 9-word mantra. It caused quite a stir in society at that time. After all, the Chinese people, who claim to be descendants of the dragon, have certain emotional attachment to real dragons. But the beast-taming master did not let these public opinions shake his determination. In the end, he relied on the nine-tailed fox to suppress the beast-taming world, protecting a large state in a time of crisis. But the price of purchasing beast-taming data is very expensive, right? Feng Xiao raised his eyebrows. Feng Xiao had thought about purchasing beast-taming data. I just heard from Shi Zhanhong that the beast-taming data of Li Jin's half-dragon man cost a huge price. My own beast-taming resources are not very abundant. So how can I have extra money to purchase beast-taming species data at sky-high prices? Li Jin's beast-taming data is very expensive because it comes from the top 10 and is very mature data. Basically, It is equivalent to your own beast taming. Zhang Pampan explained. Even if the Beastman dies, we can use the data to create a new half-dragon in the Beastman space. But don't you just need the beast gene to hatch new alien beasts? Then there's no need to consider the beast control data, just by someone else's beast. For example, in this Hejiang Province League, there are many talented students who suffer from problems in their original families and lack resources. Therefore, in every league, there will be beast trading companies that contact them and buy fantasy beasts from them, and then resell it to middle-class families. Middle-class families have certain resources, but their children's talent for taming beasts may not be high, so they often choose to purchase fantasy beasts to improve their offspring's college entrance examination scores and give them a chance to enter the top 10. If you don't participate in leagues or other beast taming competitions, there will be no risk of death for your beast. After purchasing it, you can just focus on nurturing it until you take the college entrance examination. After all, pure beast taming data is certainly not something these middle-class people can afford. Simply put, where there is demand, there will be a market. That's how the Beast Tamer Trading Company came into being. So, if you think that Beastmaster is good enough, you can contact that student privately. The fees are usually not too outrageous. If you encounter a student with limited resources, it might be much cheaper. Zhang Pampan told Fang Xiu everything she knew and reminded him. Fang Xiu's alien is not only a mythical beast species, but also has almost unique parasitic abilities. It is estimated that after the group stage is over today, someone will contact him to discuss whether he is willing to sell the Beast Tamer. Is there such a thing? Fang Xiu was speechless after listening to Zhang Panpan's science popularization. Why didn't you say so earlier? If I had known about this kind of operation earlier, I would have bought someone else's beast. Well, you didn't ask either. Zhang Pampan smiled. However, at this moment, a staff member came to the lounge and said politely, "Please invite Fang Xiu to play." Because the competition results were valid, Fang Xiu was not eliminated. Therefore, we still need to continue to compete with other players from Shuangshanqing No. 1 Middle School. Here I am. Fang Xiu nodded, said goodbye to Zhang Pampan, and returned to the competition field. When he returned to the court, the audience burst in at thunderous applause, welcoming Fang Xiu back. But at this moment, Fang Xiu was still thinking about what Zhang Pampan said. Although purchasing beast tames is legal and compliant, it also increases the expenses of taming beasts. No matter how you think about it, it is more cost-effective to directly parasitize other people's beasts during the competition. But what Zhang Pampan said is also right. It is still too controversial to parasitize other people's beasts during the competition. As for his own alien form, there is absolutely no reason to sell it. After all, alienation is Fang Xiu's ability to survive in this world. It is a beast that only he can train. Fang Xiu will never give up the alien to anyone, no matter what method he uses. Let's focus on the game first. Fang Xiu took a deep breath and looked forward, only to see the second contestant from Shuangshan City No. 1 Middle School coming to the competition venue and meeting his eyes. This classmate was only 1.75 meters tall and was a bit thin. When he saw Fang Xiu, he was obviously a little nervous. He followed the referee's instructions and inserted his beast taming space card into the machine. Chapter 145. The battle ends instantly. Seeing Fang Xiu return to the competition field, Zhang Weiwei covered her chest and breathed a sigh of relief. Wang Wei also learned about the situation from the note handed over by the staff. According to the discussion between the organizing committee and the referee, it is unanimously agreed that Fang Xiu's performance is valid, but Fang Xiu is prohibited from using the beast taming skill of Parasite again. Wang Wei repeated the committee's results and expressed his own opinion. I think this result is good. After all, the matter of parasitic beast control was not written into the competition rules. This is an oversight in the rules of the game. The players should not be made to bear the consequences of such oversights. Okay, let's get back to the topic and keep our focus on the game. The second contestant sent by Shuangshan City No. 1 Middle School is Sun Liang. The beast he registered is a regular silverback gorilla. Although it is a common species, it is also a beast that should not be underestimated. Wang Wei tried his best to introduce Sun Liang's beast taming to the audience, but he knew very well that Shun Deheo was the strongest among Shuangshan City No. 1 Middle School, and his mammoth demon lord was basically the ceiling. Sun Liang and other contestants' beastmasters will not be stronger than Shun Deheo's. One of the great advantages of the aliens is their terrifying reproduction numbers. The next 3 games will most likely be garbage time. But out of the ethics of a commentator, Wang Wei still introduced Sun Liang's outstanding performance in the Shuangshan City freshman exchange competition very seriously. As soon as Sun Liang's silverback gorilla came onto the field, it began to growl. It clenched its fists and beat them back and forth on its chest, with a sound as dull as drum beats. Its eyes glowed amber, and its pupils contracted like a sharp razor. When it roared, its exposed fangs emitted a sinister cold light under the light. The silverback gorilla was more than 3 meters tall when fully erected, with a pair of brass metal gloves attached to his right arm. Like the king of the jungle. I didn't expect that even Shun Deheo lost, but his Beastmaster Sun Liang looked listless. He ranked 4th in Shuangshan City No. 1 middle school and was almost the weakest Beastmaster in the team. According to the original plan, he should have been the first to go on stage, or consume as many of the opponent's Beastmasters as possible, or consume the opponent's beast's physical strength as much as possible. Now, because of the personal grudge between Shun Deheo and Fang Xiao, the Mammoth Demon Lord gave away his head. The morale of the entire Shuangshan City team also fell to the bottom. Go ahead, King Kong. Sun Liang took a deep breath and gave orders to his beast, praying that the wound on the alien guard's chest would cause it to suffer serious damage to its physical strength. Only in this way might his silverback gorilla have a chance. The silverback gorilla let out a series of roars and then rushed towards Fang Xiao. But what Sun Liang never expected was that the alien guards released by Fang Xiao had no scars at all. What? Sun Liang's eyes were as wide as the silverback gorilla's. He rubbed his eyelids in disbelief. Where's the scar? Then he reacted. Could it be that Fang Xiao has more than one beast? Sun Liang exclaimed on the spot. He didn't have much confidence to begin with, and at this moment he felt like he was falling into an icy cave. Faced with this fighting-minded silverback gorilla, the alien guard was not afraid at all. It just responded with a strange hissing sound, pushed its feet hard, and rushed forward. The two ferocious beasts jumped up at the same time, clenched their 5 fingers into fists in the air, and punched each other on the head. Bang! Along with a dull thud, a terrifying airflow swept in all directions. The most primitive brute force, knocking each other away directly. The two of them retreated 8 feet together, and after their heels landed on the grass, they slid backwards for a distance before they stopped. A fist mark was left on the alien guard's face. The silverback gorilla was bleeding from both its mouth and nose. After integrating the genes of Homo erectus, the alien guards are much more powerful than ordinary male aliens. Although they're not wearing any equipment on their hands, their exoskeleton armor itself has extremely exaggerated hardness. This punch directly broke the silverback gorilla's nose. Kick! You must be kidding. Sun Liang couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. His investment in the silverback gorilla was not low. The pair of iron fist gloves almost consumed his family's income for half a year. As a result, the punch hit the alien guard's head, leaving only a clear fist mark. How hard is this guy's head? King Kong's punch has the force of several tons. With one punch, even granite is shattered. When the alien guards fought against the Mammoth Demon Lord, they relied entirely on speed to win, which made Sun Liang subconsciously feel that the power of the alien guards might not be that exaggerated. If you take a direct punch from a silverback gorilla, you might be seriously injured. But who knows? This alien guard is actually fine. Not only that, after gaining a foothold, the alien guards charged me once again. This time, it reached behind it with both hands at the same time, pulled out its heavy sword and one-handed axe, and jumped and chopped at the silverback gorilla. The speed was so fast, like a flash of black lightning. Bang! In a flash, the silverback gorilla quickly raised his arms and used his iron fist gloves to block the heavy sword's blow. Sparks flew in all directions. The alien guard took the opportunity to swing his tail and stab the silverback gorilla's shoulder. Although the two are equally matched in strength, the alien guard is superior in speed and combat awareness. It used the advantage of having an extra tail to restrict the silverback gorilla's left hand, and the heavy sword it swung out made it difficult for the silverback gorilla to cope with it. The alien guard's extra hand, tightly gripping the one-handed axe, swept it fiercely towards the silverback gorilla's neck. Because parasitism is prohibited by the rules of the competition, the alien guards do not need to intentionally leave alive for the facehuggers to parasitize like other aliens do when hunting. When attacking, go straight for the kill. Although the silverback gorilla realized that something was wrong and quickly adjusted his center of gravity and tried to fall backwards, he was still a step too slow. A flash of bright red color appeared from his neck and circled around both sides of his neck, and the cracks continued to expand as he fell. Phew! The blood gushed out like a column, splashing towards the ceiling, and when it fell, it looked like a dancing red butterfly. The silverback gorilla's eyes also grew big with fear. Boom! In less than half a breath, the silverback gorilla fell heavily to the ground, its hands tightly grasping its neck. Its expression became extremely painful, and blood kept coughing out of the corners of its mouth. Seeing this, the alien guard stepped on the silverback gorilla's chest, pointed the sharp, heavy sword at the opponent's throat, then raised his head and let out a series of strange roars towards the ceiling. Chapter 146. Shocking commentary for a whole year. One more chapter added. Although Sun Liang's beast is a regular species, he's a top 4 student in Shuangshan City No. 1 Middle School, so he is also a very powerful one. In the commentary booth, Wang Wei was passionately explaining Sun Liang's beast taming skills, telling the audience not to underestimate this skinny boy from Shuangshan City. But just when he was halfway through his words, Sun Liang's silverback gorilla fell straight down. The spurting blood formed a pool under its brain. The referee stared in amazement for a long time before he realized what was going on and announced the result of the match. The winner is Huching No. 1 Middle School, Fang Xiao. Not only the referee was stunned for a while, the entire audience also became silent. No one expected that this seemingly evenly matched beast-taming battle would end so suddenly. Commentator Zhang Weiwei looked down at the time on her watch. Fang Xiao and Sun Liang started releasing the beasts at 5:26, and the current time is exactly 5:27. This means that this duel didn't even take a minute. Hiss. You know, Shuangshan City's educational resources are much stronger than Huching No. 1 Middle School. Among the 4 cities in the group stage, it is the one with the strongest overall strength. As a result, in less than 2 rounds, Sun Liang was completely defeated. Crush. This was a battle in which both sides completely crushed the other side. What shocked Zhang Weiwei even more was that this alien guard was not the strongest alien in Fang Xiao's hands. The strongest one should be the alien queen. Then there is the alien swordmaster. Zhang Weiwei wasn't even sure whether this alien guard could rank in the top 5. If Fang Xiao really releases the strongest alien queen, will there be anyone in the entire group stage who can be his opponent? Sun Liang stood there in a daze for a long time. It was only after the referee reminded him that he took back his beast and left the arena in disgrace. Okay, Wang Wei calmed down a little and didn't feel sad about the silverback gorilla's defeat. The next contestant is Chu Jiasin from Shuangshan City No. 1 Middle School. She is a female beastmaster. Don't underestimate her, because she is just a little girl. She also had a very impressive performance in the freshman exchange competition in Shuangshan City, and her beast is also a fantasy. However, just when Wang Wei was halfway through his introduction, Fang Xiao's alien guards had already rushed to Chu Jiasin's beastmaster. Before the opponent could react, the alien guard had already swung his heavy sword down. The sword blade was directly embedded in the shoulder blade of Chu Jiasin's beast, and blood continued to flow out of the wound. The alien guard used this heavy sword to lift Chu Jiasin's beast into the air, then swung it in a circle before smashing it hard to the ground. Bang! Dust flew up in the air as the alien guard used brute force to smash a deep hole in the ground. The shocking sword wound spread from the beast's shoulder blade to its abdomen. Chu Jiasin stared at his beast in a daze, his mouth involuntarily opening into an O shape. Although she also participated in the freshman exchange competition in Shuangshan City and performed well in several battles, this was the first time she saw her beast almost being chopped in half at such a close distance. For a moment, he was so frightened that his eyes rolled back and he collapsed to the ground. Seeing this, the alien guard did not continue to finish off the opponent. Instead, he thrust the heavy sword in his hand into the ground, raised his head again, and growled at the ceiling. It was as if he was complaining that the other party's beast was too weak, too weak. The referee opened his mouth, but stopped talking. No. Isn't this too fast? Commentator Wang Wei hasn't even finished introducing the contestants yet. The game is over. Moreover, from the time Chu Jiasin released the beast to the time he was instantly killed by the alien guard, it took less than 10 seconds, right? Even seems to fight back. No. The referee shook his head. How could this be that I didn't even have time to fight back? It was obvious that he didn't even have time to raise his hand. Even I, the referee, couldn't see clearly what happened. I just felt a flash of black lightning, which flashed by in a flash. What kind of monster came to Hutching #1 middle school this year? The referee took a breath, and his eyes focused on Fong Xiao. In a trance, he seemed to see a phantom behind Fong Xiao. The shadow had his arms folded across his chest, the #1 middle school uniform draped over his body, fluttering in the wind. He had a toothpick in his mouth, the corners of his mouth slightly raised, his smile almost evil. "You seeing?" The referee was secretly surprised. When he wanted to see the shadow, clearly, he found that there was nothing there. Only Fong Xiao was standing there calmly. Is it a hallucination? Next, Fong Xiao glanced at Chu Jiasin, who had fainted from fright, and said this lightly. Except for Shundaheo's mammoth demon lord, who is quite good, Chu Jiasin and Sun Liang's beastmaster seem to have no combat awareness. Their thinking seems to still be stuck on the animal nature of taming beasts. I don't understand the techniques, nor do I know how to play to my strengths. Is it true that my level is too high? Recalling the time I spent at Master Che Xian's house. Che Xian kept emphasizing the importance of skills in his ears, and he also tried his best to teach the aliens various combat skills that existed in games, movies, and novels. I didn't feel anything at first. Now facing these opponents from other cities, Fong Xiao truly felt the gap. It's totally not on the same level. In the commentary booth, Zhang Weiwei's beautiful eyes widened, and she hesitated several times before finally speaking. The strength of this alien is too exaggerated. Although Chu Jiasin is a girl, her beast is at least a fantasy beast, and her talent is extremely high. Although Shuangshan City's educational resources are not as good as Harbin #3 Middle School, and students with innate beast-controlling abilities are extremely rare, students like Shundaheo and Chu Jiasin, who can come to the league, are at least among the top 10. But in front of Fong Xiao, he was so vulnerable. No, it's not that they don't have talent, but this guy Fong Xiao is too evil. It feels like they're on a completely different level. Wang Wei said in amazement. Isn't that right? We haven't even finished introducing the contestants, and the battle is over. Zhang Weiwei nodded in agreement. But who knew that Wang Wei suddenly shook his head? No, I'm not talking about Fong Xiao and the students from Shuangshan City #1 Middle School. What is that? Zhang Weiwei was stunned. Aren't Fong Xiao and Chu Jiasin on the same level? So who is not on the same level as who? What I want to say is Fong Xiao's beast taming. Wang Wei rolled his throat and swallowed. He watched all the freshman exchange competitions in Hutching. The swordsmanship of the alien sword master is very impressive, but it is not as clean and neat as that of the alien guard. No. If I have to say, the swordsmanship level of this alien guard is far superior to that of the alien swordsman. Chapter 147. The Little Cow Riding a Rocket. 2 more chapters added. What do you mean? Zhang Weiwei looked at Wang Wei in confusion. I watched the video of Fong Xiao's alien sword Saint fighting against other beast tamers. Although the alien sword Saint has 2 beast taming skills, Wind Step and Mirror Clone, its swordsmanship is limited to basic moves such as chopping, slashing, and sweeping. Even when fighting against Li Jin's half-dragon, the alien sword Saint was completely suppressed by the opponent. In the end, Fong Xiao had to summon the alien queen to complete the comeback. Wang Wei himself is an excellent commentator with good descriptive ability. He described the battle process between the alien swordsman and the half-dragon with just a few sentences. But look at this alien guard. Its swordsmanship is simply vicious. When fighting with the silverback gorilla, it knew how to use the weight of the heavy sword to suppress the opponent's movements, and then used its tail to restrict the opponent's other hand. It may seem ordinary, but it quickly pushed the silverback gorilla into a desperate situation. When dealing with Chu Jiasin's beast control, from the attack to the end, the alien guard's sword-swinging movements were simply smooth and flawless. Its swordsmanship level is definitely above that of the alien swordsman. Wang Wei was as excited as if he had discovered a new continent. Is it possible that the alien guard's swordsmanship talent is stronger than the alien swordsman's? Zhang Weiwei said after thinking for a while. Wang Wei shook his head again. If the guard's talent is stronger than that of the Sword Saint, why doesn't Fong Xiao change the guard's name to Sword Saint? And I don't know if you noticed, but when the alien guard was fighting the mammoth demon lord just now, he used self-harm to enchant the one-handed axe with acid blood. After the battle, a shocking scar was left on his chest. Its axe blade was also corroded by the acid blood. And this alien guard not only has an intact chest, but also the axe blade has no signs of corrosion. Unless the alien guard has the ability to quickly heal itself and replaces its equipment. Otherwise, it would be enough to prove that these two alien guards are not the same. When he thought about the terrifying reproductive ability of Feng Xiu's alien, Wang Wei felt that his guess was very reasonable. Guards. This type of alien must be the personal guard of the alien queen. It is specially designed to protect the queen's safety. In overall strength, it should be weaker than elite aliens like the alien swordmaster. So, this is what makes Feng Xiu truly terrifying. It's not that he trained an alien guard that is more powerful than the alien swordmaster, but that he raised the overall strength of the aliens to a higher level. Wang Wei's eyes lit up, and he said excitedly, "This is his new discovery. Feng Xiu's alien is much more powerful than during the freshman exchange competition. How long has it been since the freshman exchange competition and the Hejiang Province League? Half a month. In just half a month, his alien strength has improved by leaps and bounds." Wang Wei couldn't help but ask himself, what on earth had Feng Xiu done in the past half month? Is it really cheating? So horrible? Zhang Weiwei reacted belatedly after listening to Wang Wei's long speech. The group stage is just the beginning. The real powerful enemies are behind. In other words, the real test will come after entering the quarterfinals. Feng Xiu chose to use alien guards to fight in the group stage in order to avoid exposing the true strength of the alien swordmaster and the alien queen. So here comes the question. Even the alien guards are so powerful. How strong have the alien swordmaster and alien queen become? As Wang Wei and Zhang Weiwei discussed this discovery in astonishment, the comments in the live broadcast room of the game became overwhelming. Ah, that's for sure. You don't know yet, do you? Feng Xiu passed the test of Master Che Xian's beast taming and heart refining diagram in the Dihao building in Huqing, and was accepted as Master Che Xian's last disciple. That's right. You scumbags. Have you heard of Master Che Xian? He is a senior manager of the Five Flowers Group and a national first-class beastmaster. With his personal guidance, Feng Xiu's strength is like a little cow riding a rocket, and it's soaring to the sky. Fuck, he's actually Master Che Xian's disciple. I was wondering how come his strength is so terrifying. He could take on 3 people without any effort. Fisk, what's so great about Master Che Xian? Hasn't he retired? He didn't even bring a beast back to your Huqing. What's there to brag about? The physical education teacher of the key class of Harbin No. 3 Middle School is also a national first-level beastmaster, and he is still in active service. His gold content is higher than that of the retired Che Xian. The physical education teacher of the ordinary class is also at least a national second-level beastmaster. After the fact that Feng Xiu was Che Xian's disciple was exposed, many comments in the live broadcast room are filled with envy, jealousy, and hatred. Even though some comments immediately use Harbin No. 3 Middle School's physical education teacher to criticize Feng Xiu, they were actually very envious of Feng Xiu for having such an opportunity. Although Wang Wei and Zhang Weiwei were in the commentary booth, they would occasionally pay attention to some comments in the live broadcast room. No wonder. After seeing that Feng Xiu was Master Che Xian's disciple, Wang Wei also took a breath of cold air. I was wondering how Feng Xiu's strength could have improved so much in the past half month. It turns out that Master Che Xian was personally guiding him. The value of a national first-class beastmaster is still too high. Yeah, a hint of envy flashed in Zhang Weiwei's eyes. Jiaqing and Huqing are neighboring cities. Although their economic strength is quite different, news in Jiaqing occasionally reports on the situation in Huqing. The name Che Xian is basically a household name in Jiaqing. As soon as these words were spoken, heated discussions quickly broke out in the audience. And these discussions gradually drifted into Feng Xiu's ears. Master Kixin. Feng Xiu smiled. In the past half month, I have indeed received guidance from Master Che Xian. But most of the time, Che Xian was just inspiring him to pay attention to the skills of beast control. What is taught are all theoretical things. After all, in the eyes of Master Che Xian, he had not yet fulfilled the gambling clause in the trial apprenticeship contract and was not yet a true disciple. When it comes to teaching, there are naturally some reservations. During this period of time, I was basically the one educating the aliens on how to fight, how to evolve those moves that do not belong to this world. If the commentators and the audience knew the truth, they would probably be shocked. But Fang Xiao was too lazy to explain and just urged the referee to let the next player come up quickly. I am here to play the game, not to work overtime. Get off work early and leave early. A corner of the audience seats. Seeing Fang Xiao quickly taking on 3 people at once, a hint of surprise flashed in Fairy Bei Xian's beautiful eyes. So amazing. Kick scene, disciple. Fairy Yuxiao frowned slightly. She didn't expect that a student from Huching No. 1 Middle School would be favored by a national first-class beast taming master. Although Che Xin is already a retired beast tamer, his reputation, contributions, and status are by no means inferior to those of some active beast tamers. As long as he is interested, even Harbin No. 3 Middle School would be happy to re-employ this master. Che Xin's teaching level is definitely not bad. Chapter 148, First Group Match, Huching No. 1 Middle School wins. The last contestant from Shuangshan City soon came to the stage. His name was Lu Liye. He had an ordinary appearance and was the type that would not be noticed in the crowd. His beast-taming skills are second only to Shun Deheo from the same school. However, when he walked onto the stage, he seemed listless. Not to mention that Mammoth Demon Lord's defeat brought the team's morale to the lowest point. The lightning-fast defeat of the other 2 players made him see no hope of winning. Moreover, this is only the first game of the group stage. Later, they will have to fight against players from Chuni City and Jishi City. Shun Deheo and his beastmen no longer have the ability to continue fighting. Even if they use the previous data to control the beast again, it cannot be compared with the beasts that have been cultivated for such a long time. Lu Liye looked at Fang Xiao and his alien guards. The good news is that Fang Xiao did not choose to change his beastmaster. There was still the silverback gorilla's fist mark on the face of his alien guard. The bad news is that Fang Xiao doesn't need to change his beastmaster at all. Apart from the fist mark, the alien guard has no other injuries. Thinking of this, Lu Liye hesitated while holding the beast-taming space card. Do you really want to continue fighting with Fang Xiao? Even if I really have a chance to defeat Fang Xiao's alien, I still have to face the second and third figures in Huching. No, with my level of beast control, even if I win by chance, it will only be a miserable victory. It doesn't make sense. In Lu Liye's opinion, even if he won this game by chance, he would still lose to Li Qingqing or Zhang Shuren. The end result will not change. Moreover, when the beasts of Shindaheo and others were no longer able to fight, he became the trump card of Shuangshan City. If we continue to fight, we might really be wiped out. Instead, I give up here. Although it is not glorious, he can retain the combat power of the beast. When facing Chuni City and Jishi City, the defeat would not be so ugly. What if we are lucky enough to get those 2 points and Huching No. 1 Middle School loses to other schools again? Then Shuangshanqing No. 1 Middle School still has a chance to qualify. Even if the chance is very slim, it is at least not 0. I give up. After some mental struggle, Lu Liye announced the result to the referee with a trembling voice. What? It's just that Lu Liye's voice was too soft, and the referee didn't hear it clearly at first. Lu Liye gritted his teeth and raised his voice. I abstain. Lu Liye abstain. However, this sentence is not easy. It was obviously for the sake of his team and his school, but the moment he said it, Lu Liye still felt his cheeks turning red and hot, with an indescribable burning pain. He lowered his head in shame, as if he was a child who had done something wrong. Even the referee was moved after seeing Lu Liye's performance. Since contestant Lu Liye chose to forfeit, the winner of this match is still Fang Xiao. I declare that Huching No. 1 Middle School wins the first group match. The referee announced the result to the audience through the microphone. However, this time, what was heard was not thunderous applause, but instead waves of boos. Obviously, these viewers were very dissatisfied with Lu Liye's direct abstention. Some audience members even stood up, raised their middle fingers to Lu Liye, and shouted that Shuangshanqing No. 1 Middle School was spineless and trash. Damn it, Lu Liye clenched his fists. He naturally didn't want to give up. He also wanted to fight against a strong man like Fang Xiao. But if I lose again, Shuangshanqing No. 1 Middle School will have no chance at all. For the first time in his life, Lu Liye felt so powerless. He is clearly the second best student in Shuangshan City No. 1 Middle School. But I don't even have the courage to fight here. However, at this moment, Lu Liye suddenly saw a figure slowly approaching his sight. He subconsciously looked up and found that the person coming was not the referee, but Fang Xiao, a player from Huching No. 1 Middle School. Fang Xiao looked at Lu Liye, and the moment he looked up, their eyes met. You made the right choice. If you choose to continue fighting, my alien guards will defeat your beast without hesitation. In the next few games, you'll be defenseless. So, is the right decision to quit at this time? Fang Xiu had no discrimination against Shuangshan City No. 1 Middle School. He just couldn't stand people like Shindaheo. On the other hand, Lu Lie's decision to abstain in order to ensure that his school's performance would not be too bad was a wise one. Moreover, Fang Xiu could feel that he was different from those beastmasters who chose to give up because they were afraid of their aliens. There was no sign of fear in Lu Lie's eyes or demeanor. It could be seen that abstention was the right choice he made after balancing the pros and cons. Although such a result was met with boos, jeers, and insults, Fang Xiu felt that Lu Lie was a good beastmaster. In the future, he will definitely be admitted to the university of his dreams. Grow up well. Maybe next time, you can challenge me without any scruples. Fang Xiu raised the corners of his mouth and revealed a gentle smile. He then turned around, waved goodbye to Lu Lie, and left the stadium. Lu Lie couldn't help but stand there in a daze for a moment. He heard about the conflict between Shun Deheo and Fang Xiu from the team leader. Because they were in the same school, he also knew that Shun Deheo was a little too arrogant and domineering. But no matter what, things have happened, and Shun Deheo was defeated by Fang Xiu. No matter how Fang Xiu humiliated himself, it was all understandable. Even when Fang Xiu walked over, he had a premonition that Fang Xiu might do what those audiences did, cursing him as trash and telling him to go back to Shuangshan City. But who would have known that Fang Xiu not only did not say anything to belittle himself. Instead, he saw his own thoughts. I realized that I chose to give up for the sake of the team. He saw through me completely, and that smile is warm as the sunshine. Amid the boos and jeers, it was like a ray of sunshine that melted into his heart. Who exactly is this Fang Xiu? Next time, Lu Lie's mouth corners raised, and he couldn't help but laugh. His beast-taming skills are not as good as Shindaheo's. But in the end, Fang Xiu said such words. Will you fight with Fang Xiu next time? Next time, I will definitely surpass Shandaheo and become the strongest in Shuangshan City. And then, I will challenge you again, Fang Xiu. Lu Lie faced the direction where Fang Xiu left and swore secretly in his heart. Unfortunately, due to the boos from the audience, the conversation between Fang Xiu and Lu Lie was not spread. Fairy Bei Xian, who was sitting in a corner of the audience, smiled with satisfaction, guessing that Fang Xiu must have walked over just now in order to humiliate Lu Lie. However, she doesn't think there is anything wrong with this approach. The strong must severely humiliate the weak. Chapter 149. The weak are not qualified to tame beasts. Let us congratulate Huching No. 1 Middle School for getting the first point. Commentator Wang Wei did not care that Lu Lie chose to forfeit, but just led the applause. What a wonderful game. Zhang Weiwei also echoed. After witnessing Fang Xiu's beast-taming skills and the fact that he was a disciple of Master Che Xian, Zhang Weiwei's heart quickly tilted towards Fang Xiu, and she was certain that he could make it into the top 8. Even, not just the quarterfinals. The only truly strong schools in Hejiang Prefecture are Harbin No. 3 Middle School, Qingcheng Experimental Middle School, Min No. 1 Senior High School, and Kickercheng Experimental Middle School. Although Jiaqing has gradually caught up in recent years, there's still some gap between it and these strong schools. Among them, Harbin No. 3 Middle School, Qingcheng Experimental Middle School, and Mutant No. 1 Senior High School are known as the 3 great kings of Hejiang Prefecture. As long as Huching No. 1 Middle School is not extremely unlucky and encounters these 3 high schools in the quarterfinals, Fang Xiu will be able to fight against other middle schools. If I'm lucky enough, I might even make it to the finals. But the probability of this happening is quite low. Next, it's the battle between Chuni City and Jishi City. Commentator Wang Wei did not continue to immerse himself in Fang Xiu's victory. He calmed down and began to analyze the next game. I think there should be no suspense in this contest. As we all know, Chuni City is the first forest capital in China and has the largest virgin forest in the world. Because of this special significance, their educational resources are relatively backward. In recent years, let alone advancing to the quarterfinals, their school was often eliminated with a score of 3-0. Even their freshman exchange competition received little attention. No, Wang Wei shook his head slightly. There is no need to pay attention to it. Because most of Chuni City's land area is forested, The living area for the people is only 13% of Chuni City, and there are only 2 high schools in the entire town. It was said to be a freshman exchange competition, but Chuni City only had 2 teams. I think this game will end soon. Zhang Weiwei felt a little uncomfortable. She is a beastmaster who came out of Chuni City and knows how difficult her alma mater is. If possible, she really hopes that Chen Yiqing can advance to the quarterfinals once. However, there are no so-called miracles in this world. Even she didn't pay much attention to the freshman exchange competition in Chuni City this year. Yeah, Wang Wei didn't notice Zhang Weiwei's emotions and just continued talking to himself. After a while, the first contestant from each side came to the stage and released their own beasts. The beasts released by both sides were all conventional species, and some had not even undergone any mutations. On one side was a 2-meter-long northern gray wolf, and on the other side was a jungle boar with thick skin and flesh. Compared with the battle between Huqing No. 1 Middle School and Shuangshan City No. 1 Middle School, the beast taming of these 2 beast masters can be described as simple and unpretentious. The wild boar relied on its tough skin and used its fangs to thrust wildly, while the gray wolf relied on its own flexibility to dodge as much as possible and then looked for an opportunity to bite the opponent's throat. It's really a simple and unpretentious battle. Even the commentator Wang Wei lost interest in what was going on. However, there is no way around this, as Chuniacheng Experimental Middle School and Jixicheng No. 1 Middle School have limited educational resources. This is their limit. Even the audience in the auditorium couldn't help but take out their mobile phones and start playing with them. Is this worthy of being called a beastmaster? Fairy Beixian frowned slightly. This is too lame. Although she's only a freshman in high school this year, she has paid attention to the Hejiang State League in previous years, but she has no interest in the group stage. If Fairy Yuxiao hadn't been interested in this group match, she would never have come to the scene in her life. I just saw the competition between Fang Xiu and Shindaheo. Although I don't think their beast taming is that powerful, the battle is still remarkable. In addition, Fang Xiu defeated his opponents cleanly and instantly in the next 2 games, so Fairy Beixian did not feel bored. On the contrary, these two, not only are they evenly matched in strength, but their fighting spirit is also very strong. After dozens of rounds of fighting, one of the wild boar's tusks was knocked out and the gray wolf's thigh was torn so deep that the bone was visible. But neither of these 2 beast masters had any intention of admitting defeat. It's really a fight between 2 noobs. Yuxiao, I think your worries are completely unnecessary. Fairy Beixian couldn't help but complain. If it weren't for the sake of taking care of those backward areas, the Hejiang Provincial League should not have been included in the group stage at all. All the strongest regions should do is communicate with each other every year. Fighting spirit very tenacious. But unlike Fairy Beixian, Fairy Yuxiao did not find this battle boring. Perhaps the fighting styles of these 2 beasts are very simple, without any abnormalities, and they are not mythical beasts, which makes them look no different from ordinary animals. But from their tenacious performance, Yuxiao felt their fighting spirit. They may not be powerful beasts, but they're definitely beasts that should not exist. If we only talk about fighting spirit, they're even more powerful than some beast tamers in Harbor No. 3 Middle School. What's the point of the fighting spirit of the weak? Beixian couldn't help but complain. Even if the weak try their best, how long can they hold off the strong? 1 or 2 seconds? 10 seconds? Half a minute? Or 1 minute? After all, won't geniuses like us be the beastmasters who will protect this world and keep it safe in the future? When faced with a crisis, a weak beastmaster like Chen Yiqing would still have to hide in a safe zone and leave the battlefield to us. Fairy Beixian leaned back, totally ignoring the 2 beastmasters who were fighting below. In fact, in her opinion, the 2 beastmasters below were not even qualified to compete here. Geniuses should enjoy more resources and shoulder more responsibilities. The weak should not waste time and forcefully control the beasts. What is beast taming for all people? It was wrong from the beginning. Only geniuses and upper-class people like them should take the route of beast taming education. For the people below, just have happy education. Let's tame the beast. They go to study general knowledge, and when they graduate, they can do jobs like screwdrivers or delivery food and live a stable life. Isn't that good? I don't understand Fu Xiaoqin's thoughts. Maybe the guy just wants to gain fame. When I have the chance to see him in the future, I will let Emperor Miao give him a punch to wake him up. As she spoke, Fairy Beixian grabbed Emperor Miao's pink little cat paw and gestured twice in the air. What you said is not right. Fairy Yuxiao shook her head slightly and refuted Bei Xian indifferently. But even so, she still looked very frugal with words. Fairy Bei Xian couldn't even start an argument. However, she did not intend to convince Yuxiao to agree with her idea. She would prove in the Hejiang Province League that the weak were not qualified to tame beasts. Chapter 150. Huqing No. 1 Middle School versus Chuniacheng Experimental Middle School. To everyone's surprise, it was thought that Chuni City, which was short of educational resources, would be easily eliminated by Jishi City. However, when the second player of Chuni City came on the court, he swept the 3 players of Jishi City with a crushing attitude and won 1 point. This is really surprising. Commentator Wang Wei was a little surprised. In the first game, the 2 sides were evenly matched, but when Li Ying came on the court, the situation became one-sided. This classmate Li Ying should be the strongest beast master in Chuni City, right? Since Chuni City's performance in recent years has been very poor, Wang Wei really doesn't pay much attention to Chuni City's freshman exchange competition. He really didn't know Li Ying's ranking in Chuni City Experimental Middle School. However, faced with this question, Zhang Weiwei could only smile awkwardly because she had not paid attention to the freshman exchange competition in her hometown for a long time. Chuni City seems to be the number 3 team, so the next competition should be between Huqing No. 1 Middle School and Chuni City Experimental Middle School. Zhang Weiwei changed the subject. After all, he was a Beastmaster host from Chuni City, and it would be embarrassing if he gave a wrong answer. Wang Wei understood immediately and started a new topic. I just don't know if Huqing No. 1 Middle School will use the same tactics as before when facing Chuni City. The tactic Wang Wei mentioned was to let all of Fang Xiu's alien guards fight, so as not to expose the beasts of other Beastmasters as much as possible. Although there is a video recording of the freshman exchange competition for reference, it is not difficult to see from the competition just now that the students of Huqing No. 1 Middle School were fortunate to receive guidance from Master Che Xine, and their beast taming skills have improved by leaps and bounds. The video recording of the freshman exchange competition is no longer of reference value. If Fang Xiu's alien guards could pass the 3 levels directly, the subsequent elimination rounds would be much easier for Huqing No. 1 Middle School. But high returns also mean high risks. Although Li Ying's beast is a regular species, it has already mutated into a minotaur with a shock skill and is quite powerful. More importantly, no one knows whether Li Ying is Chuni City's trump card. What if other contestants in Chuni City have stronger beasts? Once Fang Xiu's alien guards are defeated, there is a high probability that a chain reaction will occur, leading to the capture of Chuni City again. Of course, the probability of this happening is not particularly high. After some analysis, Wang Wei still felt that the possibility was not high. After all, the reason why Chuni City was able to get this point was because Jishi City performed poorly this year. If it was Shuangshan City No. 1 Middle School, Li Ying and her team would never have won so easily. Soon, Zhang Weiwei noticed that Fang Xiu, a contestant from Huqing No. 1 Middle School, had arrived at the competition venue under the instructions of the staff. Huqing No. 1 Middle School still chose to let Fang Xiu take the lead. They are still hiding. Wang Wei nodded with satisfaction. Although Li Ying's performance was indeed good, and she scored a point, Fang Xiu and the others had nothing to be afraid of. On the field, Chuni Cheng's order of appearance did not change, and the first to appear was still Yuan Minghui. Huqing No. 1 Middle School is really confident. Yuan Minghui was not in a hurry to insert the beast taming space card into the fighting machine. She looked at Fang Xiu. Anyone can tell what is going on by the order in which Huqing No. 1 Middle School will play. Or do you plan to sweep through our experimental middle school like you did to Shuangshan City No. 1 Middle School? The educational resources in Chuni City are indeed quite scarce, and we haven't achieved any outstanding results in recent years. But this year is different. Our ace, Wang Fengshuang, is very strong in controlling beasts. Even your alien queen is no match for her. Our experimental middle school must qualify this year. We must let those who look down on us know how powerful we are. Yuan Minghui shouted at Fang Xiu in a resounding voice. Her eyes were firm, as if she was declaring war on Fang Xiu. In fact, whenever Yuan Minghui went online, people would make sarcastic remarks as soon as they heard that she was a student of Chuniacheng Experimental Middle School. Their school's bulletin boards and forums are often mocked by people who come out of nowhere, calling them third-rate schools and fake high schools, accusing them of being ineligible to participate in the Hejiang State League. It's just like occupying the toilet without doing anything. Although Yuan Minghui wanted to refute these voices and argue with them every time, the other party would either say, "You are invincible," or "The Cloud Beastmaster is so powerful. Isn't it a recognized fact that Chuani City is the weakest?" and then block her. He didn't care about her rebuttal at all. Some people will even turn around and blame them, saying that the nice words sound good. But aren't you trying so hard to tame the beast just to escape from your hometown? Among those Beastmasters who were admitted to 985 and 211 Beastmaster universities, how many are willing to go back and build their hometown? I'm afraid there isn't even one. This made Yuan Minghui very depressed. Shouldn't students from remote areas have the opportunity to tame beasts? Until he met Wang Fengshuang, saw her shining appearance, watched her defeat one opponent after another, and brought them to the stage of the Hejiang Province League. Only then did I completely come out of those dark shadows. Yes, when facing those who question you, wouldn't it be better to just knock them all down? Thinking of this, Yuan Minghui decisively released his beast. It was a jungle gray wolf that was more than 2 meters long. Its body was covered with wounds torn by wild boar's teeth. It just received a simple treatment and returned to the arena again. No matter what, the educational resources of Chuniacheng Experimental Middle School are already scarce, and students like Yuan Minghui will hardly have extra resources to ward off more beasts. This gray wolf is everything to her. Seeing this, Fang Xiu couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. Yuan Minghui's beast control can no longer be described as weak. This is simply a weak way of opening the door. It's extremely weak. Is this necessary? Fang Xiu couldn't help but complain. With such a serious injury, he might not be able to withstand even a punch from his alien guard. It would be better to just give up. Your beast has only minor injuries. If you rest well, it will recover soon. Fang Xiu tried to persuade him with kind words. He felt that he could understand Yuan Minghui's feelings, but there was no need. I appreciate your kindness, but how can you know that my beast taming is not capable if you don't try? Yuan Minghui said seriously, not accepting Fang Xiu's dissuasion. Fang Xiu didn't say anything more, but skillfully released the alien guard. There were clear fist marks on the face of this alien guard, and his physique was much stronger than Yuan Minghui's gray wolf. According to Fang Xiu's previous experience, when those weak beast masters see their alien forms, the most primitive fear engraved in their genes will be aroused. They either scream or tremble, and in severe cases they may even suffer from urinary incontinence. I guess Yuan Minghui's gray wolf is in a similar situation. But who would have known that facing an alien guard that was twice as big as itself, the gray wolf would actually have ferocious eyes and bare its teeth? Chapter 151. What is weak? What is strong? Yuan Minghui's gray wolf was not at all afraid of Fang Xiu's alien guards. It bared its teeth, stared at the opponent, slowly lowered its body, and its eyes turned red. With my strength, I am naturally no match for a beast-taming genius like Fang Xiu. Yuan Minghui looked at her beast-taming gray wolf with some guilt, then raised her head to look at Fang Xiu. He has sharp eyebrows and star-like eyes, and is fresh and handsome. In terms of appearance, Fang Xiu's bravery is indeed outstanding. Yuan Minghui couldn't help but imagine how great it would be if a beastmaster like Fang Xiu, who was both brave and talented, could study at Chuani City Experimental Middle School. In that case, they will not only qualify from the group stage this year, but also achieve good results in the Hejiang State League. If Wang Fengshuang and Fang Xiu join forces, other than the 3 great Vajras, other universities might be no problem at all. But Fang Xiu was like a mountain, blocking them from getting through the group stage. Of course you can. Yuan Minghui shook her head and suppressed these strange thoughts in her heart. Fang Xiu's beast is indeed powerful, but the Hejiang Province League has regulations. In order to limit the sea of beast tactics, each contestant can only register 3 beasts. And in the group stage, only one can be sent out in each game. Although his first alien guard defeated Shundaheo's Mammoth Demon Lord, he himself was also seriously injured. So as long as I can injure Fang Xiu's second alien guard, I can push him to the edge of the cliff. Yuan Minghui thought to herself. She was not naive enough to think that her beastmaster could defeat the alien guards. All she had to do was sacrifice her own beast, severely injure the opponent's beast, and then force Fang Xiu to the edge of the cliff. 2 alien guards were injured. In order to deal with Liang, Fang Xiu had to use the last alien guard. As long as Liang can die together with Fang Xiu's 3rd alien guard, then the situation will become 2 against 3. It seems that Huching No. 1 Middle School has the advantage in numbers, but they have already investigated. Fang Xiao is the strongest beast tamer in Huching number 1 middle school. As long as Ling Guangping can defeat one more person, the remaining two can be dealt with by Wang Fengshuang 1 against 2. This is our tactic. Yuan Minghui clenched her fists and was so nervous that she didn't even dare to blink. Soon, her gray wolf seemed to have found a weakness in the alien guard. It ignored the pain caused by the torn muscles on its hind legs and pounced on the alien guard with all its strength. Even blood seeped out of the bandage on the gray wolf's leg, which showed how much pressure this high-intensity action put on its wound. However, faced with such excruciating pain, the gray wolf merely frowned without stopping at all, and its speed was astonishingly fast. In the blink of an eye, it rushed under the alien guard. Then, the gray wolf kicked its limbs hard, and its whole body flew into the air. It opened its bloody mouth and bit the alien guard's thigh fiercely. Ouch! The gray wolf let out a dull howl, and its sharp fangs broke through the exoskeleton of the alien guard and bit directly into it. Even Fang Xiao didn't expect the gray wolf to be so crazy. Have you forgotten? My alien guard has the ability of acid blood. Fang Xiao reminded Yuan Minghui. If she didn't want to watch her gray wolf's head being corroded by the acid blood, she'd better order it to let go. We were already prepared when we came to this arena. Yuan Minghui took a step forward. Tears welled up in the corners of her eyes, and her body trembled uncontrollably. The moment the gray wolf broke through the alien guard's exoskeleton, a large amount of acidic blood gushed out. Part of it directly corroded the gray wolf's jaw and dripped onto the grass, and part of it directly flowed into the gray wolf's throat. The intense burning sensation caused the gray wolf's face to twist in pain, and its whimpering sounded particularly harsh. But even so, the gray wolf still did not let go. It kept exerting force with its hind legs, and its huge body began to dance wildly, trying to use the inertia of its body to tear the alien guard's thigh. Yuan Minghui slowly closed her eyes, unable to bear to look at her beast again. She knew that this process would be extremely painful for her beast. But this is the only way, and the only sacrifice I can make for the team. I must be here to seriously injure Fang Xiao's alien guard. Only in this way can Chuni City get a chance to qualify. Yes, they have already defeated Jishi City, and Shuangshan City number 1 middle school has also been severely damaged by Fang Xiao. As long as they can beat Huching number 1 middle school here, they will have the match point. This is the closest Chuniacheng experimental middle school has been to qualifying in recent years. Only your own beasts have to endure pain that ordinary people can hardly imagine, and are corroded to death by this acidic blood. Even though he had seen many games as a referee, he felt very heavy at this moment. Is this the consciousness of Chuniacheng Experimental Middle School? No one has ever been optimistic about them, and no one is even willing to recognize their value as beast masters. In recent years, they have often been defeated by a score of 0-3. I didn't expect. The referee thought to himself that he couldn't help but admire Yuan Minghui's awareness. No, it's not just Yuan Minghui. Her beasts, knowing full well that there was a huge gap between themselves and the enemy, were still able to endure the pain and persist in fighting. Her beasts may be weak, but they have strong wills. She and her beast are both strong. Yuan Minghui, Fang Xiao muttered Yuan Minghui's name, recalling the beastmasters he had met before. Some people rely on their family resources to do evil things. Some are gifted in their own way. There are also those who dare not fight against powerful enemies. But there are very few beastmasters and their beasts that are as good as Yuan Minghui. If creatures from the beast taming realm attack, Yuan Minghui and her beasts will definitely hold on until the last moment to protect the city. Fang Xiao won this game easily. His alien guards didn't even need to make a move. The victory was achieved with just the gray wolf's suicidal attack. With a plop, the gray wolf fell straight on the grass. Half of its head was corroded, blood and acid mixed together, looking very miserable. Ironically, even though the gray wolf tried its best, in the end it only bit through the alien guard's exoskeleton and did not tear a piece of flesh from it. He didn't even bite off the alien guard's leg. This level of injury is almost painless for creatures like the alien guards. Yuan Minghui stared blankly at her gray wolf, her lips curled up in a sad and ironic smile. Even if I do this, it's still not enough. Even after paying such a price, we still cannot eliminate a powerful enemy for the team. But just as the referee was about to announce the result, many spectators spontaneously stood up from the audience seats. Thunderous applause. Chapter 152. The Hymn of Mankind is a hymn of courage. Although Yuan Minghui ended up in a miserable defeat, her determination to fight the beast to the death deeply touched the hearts of the audience. Countless audience members stood up and applauded her. However, Yuan Minghui's figure seemed out of place at this moment. She did not enjoy the audience's emotions, but felt that people's joys and sorrows were not the same. She stiffly pulled out the beast-taming space card, took back the gray wolf's body, and turned to leave the arena. The moment she turned her back on the other person, Yuan Minghui burst into tears. I clearly wanted to fight to the death for my alma mater, but in the end, I couldn't change anything because of my weakness. It's a pity that the rank difference between Yuan Minghui and Fang Xiu is too big. Otherwise, it would have been a wonderful battle. Commentator Wang Wei couldn't help but feel sorry for Yuan Minghui. If only her beast tamer was stronger. Yes. Zhang Weiwei nodded in agreement. Yuan Minghui's gray wolf can only attack by biting, and the blood of the alien guard is highly corrosive acid, which completely restrains her beast control. However, although Yuan Minghui lost the game, her performance can be said to be quite tenacious. No one will look down on this class anymore. Zhang Weiwei said with some emotion that she knew very well that her alma mater had always been criticized. Today, Yuan Minghui proved herself to have a strong heart. Yuan Minghui didn't know how many steps she took on the court, but she just felt like she bumped into something soft. She looked up and found that it was none other than Li Ying. Although both are girls, Yuan Minghui is petite, only 1.59 meters tall, while Li Ying is 1.73 meters tall. While I was walking just now, I bumped into Li Ying's chest. "You've done a great job," Li Ying said with a smile, opened her arms, hugged Yuan Minghui, and comforted her softly. "Yes, I'm sorry." Yuan Minghui could no longer control her emotions and burst into tears. "It's all my fault for being too weak. If I were stronger." "You are already very strong. Look, everyone is applauding you." Li Ying gently wiped Yuan Minghui's tears. "Leave it to us next, Hui. Our Chuniacheng Experimental Middle School will definitely be able to qualify this year. Trust me, okay?" Li Ying's smile is always as gentle as the sunshine. "Yeah." Yuan Minghui finally nodded and calmed down. "I believe you." Then, the two of them smiled at each other, with a hint of ambiguity, and then passed each other. Yuan Minghui returned to the lounge of Chuniacheng Experimental Middle School. Li Ying also walked to the center of the competition venue. "I'm sorry to have embarrassed you." Li Ying looked at Fang Xiu with a smile. Hui is working very hard to taming beasts every day. Even when she's sleeping, she'll sleep with Xiao Hui's feet touching. It's because of this hard work that she was able to make it to the Hejiang State League. Perhaps in the eyes of others, Yuan Minghui is an untalented beastmaster, but to us, she is an important companion. So, the smile on Li Ying's face suddenly stopped, replaced by a serious look. "I have to defeat you here. Take Hui with you and go to the real stage together." As soon as she finished speaking, Li Ying inserted the beast-taming space card into the machine, and a faint light burst out from it. The next second, a sturdy, bull-headed monster appeared on the field. His arms were thicker than Fang Xiu's waist. The black horns on his head emitted a metallic luster under the light. His body was covered with brown hair, and his right shoulder held up a giant metal totem. A pair of dark green pupils stared straight at Fang Xiu. Although Li Ying's beast was also a conventional species, it was successfully mutated with the financial support of Chuni City Experimental Middle School, and also gained the skill shock. It can release a shock wave to the surroundings, knocking the opponent away. In the competition with Jixiching No. 1 Middle School, her Minotaur fought against 3 opponents alone and scored a point for the school. Now facing Fang Xiu's alien guards, Li Ying was determined to win this game no matter what. But what Li Ying never expected was, just when she thought Fang Xiu would order the alien guards to rush forward, a flash of light appeared, and Fang Xiu actually took back his beast. Li Ying's beautiful eyes widened in surprise. Fang Xiu actually took the beast back? What's the meaning? Does this guy want to give up? What do you mean? Li Ying asked in confusion. Do you look down on our Chuni Experimental Middle School? For a moment, Li Ying began to imagine. Could it be that Fang Xiu saw that Yuan Minghui's beast control was too weak, so he thought that even if he didn't take any action, his classmates would be able to sweep them away? No. Fang Xiu shook his head slightly, then glanced at the referee. It's just that before each match officially starts, the Beastmaster has one chance to change the beast. The referee did not blow the whistle to start the game. and his replacement of the beast tamer at this time was completely in line with the rules of the game. However, this behavior still puzzled Li Ying. Fang Xiu's alien guard was only bitten by the gray wolf, and even his exoskeleton was not torn off. I have also observed several of Fang Xiu's battles and know that this alien has a very strong vitality. Logically speaking, this minor injury shouldn't be a problem. Could it be that? Li Ying's pupils trembled slightly. Did you do this on purpose? Eliminate all that is impossible, and whatever remains, no matter how unbelievable, is the truth. Fang Xiu did this on purpose. Is it because of Wee Wee? Li Ying asked seriously. Is it out of sympathy? Fang Xiu changed the beast because he sympathized with Yuan Minghui's awakening. In this way, it is equivalent to Yuan Minghui losing one of Fang Xiu's beasts. As long as their own beasts and Fang Xiu's beasts explode at the same time, the direction of the game will enter the stage they expect. Facing the other three players from Huching No. 1 Middle School, Wang Fengshuang will never lose. But this method is hard for Li Ying's self-esteem to accept. It's recognition, Fang Xiu retorted. In such despair, he still chose to fight for his companions. Someone once said, "True courage is not the absence of fear, but the ability to face it, to make it your own, to overcome it." This kind of courage is the unique brilliance of human nature. So, I'm changing the beast here, not out of sympathy. It's a reward for the brave. This is the only beast I have left. If you can defeat this beast, I will hand over the rest of the game to my teammates. Of course. As he spoke, Fang Xiu's mouth curled up slightly. Whether it's my last beast or my companion, they are not so easy to defeat. Accompanied by a faint light, Fang Xiu's alien came onto the field again. However, this time it was not the alien guards. Chapter 153. Bei Xian is shocked. He must be a rich second generation. Although Fang Xiu thought about using alien guards to pass the group stage and hide his true beast power, he is not an arrogant person. What if there really are hidden talents among the group stage, and there are beastmasters as powerful as Li Qingqing and the others? In order to avoid such accidents, Fang Xiu only registered 2 alien guards and reserved the 3rd spot for the alien wizard. A faint light flashed, and Fang Xiu's alien wizard also came to the field. After this period of training, the alien wizard's physique has become much stronger, and his standing posture is comparable to that of the alien guard. Its head was even more flat and long, with tusks like those of a bull elephant protruding from both sides of its first mouthpart. In its hand was a spinal staff pulled out from a troll, and a string of alien skulls hung diagonally on its body. It looks even more bizarre than the alien guard. Even a girl with a strong character like Li Ying couldn't help but gasp after seeing the appearance of this alien wizard. In a corner of the auditorium, Fairy Beishuan's eyes flickered slightly. This alien is so strange. Before she saw this alien wizard, she thought that all of Fang Xiu's aliens were the same, relying solely on their hard exoskeletons and unreasonable acidic blood, plus some human combat skills, to survive from Huching. But this alien wizard gave her a completely different feeling. Not only did it look even more eerie, but the bone staff it held in its hand didn't look like it was meant to be used to hit people. It feels more like a magical weapon. The alien's behavior of hanging the head of its own kind on its body further highlights its cruelty and the numerical advantage of Fang Xiu's beastmasters. Most importantly, after seeing the different types of aliens, Fairy Beishian couldn't help but wonder if Fang Xiu had many types of aliens and could send different aliens out to meet the enemy according to different needs. Their No. 3 middle school will also have such a beast-taming route. After all, Harbin No. 3 High School is the strongest high school in Hejiang Prefecture. Their teaching philosophy is not just about coping with the college entrance examination, but also about cultivating and delivering beast-taming talents to China. Compared with exams, they pay more attention to the actual combat of taming beasts. But the problem is the reason why Harbin No. 3 Middle School has such confidence is that, on the one hand, it has the best educational resources in Hejiang Prefecture, and on the other hand, the students who can enter Harbin No. 3 Middle School are either extremely talented or rich or noble. There is absolutely no pressure in taking this beast-taming route. Just rest. A beastmaster from Huching. Why does he choose this beast-taming route? Could it be that Fang Xiu's parents are big shots in Huching? That makes sense. It was as if she saw a ray of light in a cramped cave, and Fairy Beishuan's mind suddenly became clear. His family is rich and powerful, and with the personal instruction of Master Che Xine, He has the capital to follow the same beast-taming path as the top students of Harbin number 3 middle school. However, this also further confirmed Fairy Beishuan's thoughts. The idea of everyone taming beasts is totally unrealistic. The beast-taming resources should be concentrated on these top talents. The reason why Fang Xiu is so powerful is because he has enough resources, right? If his parents were just ordinary workers and he was born in an ordinary family with no money or power, how could he have trained the alien to be so powerful? Thinking of this, Fairy Beishian couldn't help but raise the corners of her mouth, revealing a mocking smile. At the same time, in the commentary booth, the duo of Wang Wei and Zhang Weiwei were also attracted by the alien wizard, another brand new alien. Wang Wei tried hard to recall Fang Xiu's performance in the Huqing freshman exchange competition. He was sure that Fang Xiu did not have this alien at that time. I remember now. But then, Wang Wei couldn't help but exclaimed. What do you remember? Zhang Weiwei asked. Number 1 middle school and number 3 middle school are both key high schools in Huqing. In the past, students from number 3 middle school have won the freshman exchange competition and represented Huqing in the Heijiang Prefecture League. This year, there is a student named Li Shijia in number 3 middle school. He is also a congenital fantasy beast tamer. His beast is a giant demon that can use witchcraft. In the competition, he was defeated by Fang Xiu's alien. From what we can see now, the beasts that Fang Xiu released are most likely new types of aliens created by combining the aliens with the genes of the troll wizard. Wang Wei was a little excited. Although this method of parasitism is highly controversial and may cause people to reject it psychologically, we have to admit that the alien itself has an exoskeleton and acid blood. If it assimilates the genes of other beastmen, the new alien born will undoubtedly be very powerful. This is a good thing for the long-term development of mankind. Wait, you mean? Zhang Weiwei rolled her throat and swallowed nervously. Can Fang Xiu's alien use witchcraft? Witchcraft, magic, special abilities, true energy. Because of the existence of mythical beasts and mutations, these extraordinary powers that originally only existed in novels can be materialized in this world. At the same time, this extraordinary power is also the greatest asset of mankind in fighting against the beast world. I thought Fang Xiu's alien only possessed terrifying brute strength and acidic blood that could corrode steel. I didn't expect that after parasitizing others, I could even steal their extraordinary power to tame beasts. Isn't this ability too exaggerated? That's right. Wang Wei nodded heavily, as if he had transformed into Fang Xiu's alien. Fang Xiu's alien is such a domineering existence. Besides, it's really exciting. Although the Heijiang Province League has banned parasitic behavior, Fang Xiu can definitely purchase the beast through formal channels. In other words, as long as Fang Xiu is given enough time, he can continue to create powerful aliens. It's really exciting. Zhang Weiwei had never expected that the alien had such a powerful side. She was so excited that she couldn't close her legs. Students from other schools were watching the game on screens in their lounges. After hearing the interpretation by commentator Wang Wei, the students of Jishi City stared at each other in astonishment. Unprecedented despair hung over them. What the hell is this? At Chuni City Experimental Middle School, General Wang Fengshuang was standing in front of the screen. The moment she saw the alien wizard come out, she had a bad feeling in her heart. This Fang Xiu is far more powerful than they imagined. As for Shindaheo and others from Shuangshan City No. 1 Middle School, although they had fought with Fang Xiu before, Shindaheo was not convinced. In his opinion, the reason why his mammoth demon lord lost was simply because he lacked experience in fighting agile beasts like the alien guards. As long as he went back and did targeted training, he would definitely be able to defeat Fang Xiu's alien guards. But now, when I heard that Fang Xiu's alien was a new species born from the assimilation of another Beastmaster's Beastmaster genes, I realized that the alien was a new species. His mentality completely collapsed. Because, doesn't this mean that my mammoth demon lore has become the wedding dress of the alien? Use my beast to hit me, kill people, and destroy their hearts. For a moment, Shun Deheo collapsed on the sofa, his heart broken. Chapter 154. Invincible Sky Shock, plus one more chapter. It's not the alien guard. Li frowned. In order to qualify from the group stage, she also carefully watched the videos of the freshman exchange matches in Huqing, Shuangshanqing, and Jixiqing. Whether it is Fang Xiu's male alien, the alien sword master, or the alien queen, they are all power-type beastmasters. That's why she had the confidence to fight with Feng Xiu's beastmaster. But who would have known that Feng Xiu's aliens were not all power-type? There actually are alien wizards, beast tamers who can wield extraordinary powers. The information, they had completely lost its meaning at this moment. But how is that possible? Li Ying's mood was like the sea swept by a storm and could not calm down for a long time. She found it understandable that the aliens parasitized other beasts to enhance their own strength. Even the witchcraft possessed by other beasts can be mastered through parasitism. Isn't this too exaggerated? But even though Li Ying found it hard to accept it for a while, she had no other choice but to bite the bullet and call on her Minotaur to attack. Brave Minotaur, it's up to you. Moo! The Minotaur let out a dull roar and rushed towards the alien wizard. Faced with this ferocious beast that was even bigger than himself, the alien wizard just stood there, neither dodging nor avoiding. Completely different from Feng Xiu's other aliens' fighting style, the alien wizard gives people a very calm feeling. Faced with the ever-shortening distance, it just waved the bone staff in its hand and muttered something. But to others, the sound made by the alien wizard was just an eerie hissing sound. In an instant, the temperature in the stadium began to drop sharply, causing the referee on the side to sneeze. After shaking for a while, the alien wizard's bone staff was aimed at the Minotaur's path. All the cold air quickly gathered towards that area, and the crystal-clear ice crystals covered the entire grassland in an instant. Bang! The moment the Minotaur's hooves stepped in, the ice crystals wrapped around its hooves madly. The Minotaur's running stopped abruptly, and he almost fell to the ground. At the critical moment, he threw away the metal totem on his shoulder to maintain his balance. Frozen, Li Ying blurted out. Her Minotaur's legs were all covered with ice. Although the alien wizard has been practicing the freezing technique for the past half-month, he still can't compare with the frost beast in the mutation room. Feng Xiu thought to himself, aliens have super high IQs and can perform deep learning. But I don't know whether it's because the alien wizard's talent is a little lacking, or if I'm just too eager for success. After half a month of hard training, the range of the alien wizard's freezing spell is still very small. It can only slightly restrict the opponent's actions, but cannot freeze them completely. This kind of power can only be regarded as a control skill. Of course, in actual combat, this kind of freezing technique is still very useful. For example, the Minotaur in front of him was caught off guard by the alien wizard's freezing magic. He wanted to struggle, but it was difficult to pull his legs out by his own strength. For a moment, he could only clench his fists and smash the ice on his legs. And this alien wizard has already started chanting the next strange cry. Crack! A crisp thunder sound came from the bone staff in the alien wizard's hand. Blue electric current visible to the naked eye danced wildly on the bone staff, and then a purple electric current flashed. The two electric currents were unwilling to submit to each other and would collide with each other as they flowed around each other. Crack! Every collision creates thunder and expands their volume. Crack! Crack! Boom! The sound of thunder continued to grow louder until it was deafening, and the electric current turned into small lightning. Sky shock! Feng Xiu spoke in a low voice, signaling the alien wizard to take immediate action. Sky shock is a skill unlocked when the alien wizard mutates, which can release real lightning strikes. But the advantages and disadvantages of this skill are very obvious. The advantage is its enormous power. Feng Xiu specially tested it with a professional machine at Che Xion's house. The alien wizard released the sky shock recklessly, and the voltage could reach 100 million volts. But the disadvantage is that the alien wizard needs to chant for a period of time to let the current slowly heat up. It is equivalent to having a very obvious pre-swing action. There is a high chance that the enemy will dodge it. Now that we have the freezing technique to restrict the opponent's movements, the hit rate of sky shock can be greatly improved. Feng Xiu finished speaking. The alien wizard directly released the lightning that had gathered on the bone staff. Of course, in order not to hurt the referee and contestant Li Ying, Feng Xiu did not allow the alien wizard to increase its power to its maximum. The lightning strike was at most 10 million volts. Boom! The thunder roared and violent lightning poured down on the Minotaur. The horrible impact force shattered the ice on its legs on the spot, and then blew it into the air. The referee, Li Ying, the audience, commentators, and staff all looked up and watched the Minotaur's body draw a parabola in the air and then smash towards the edge of the field. Some spectators were worried that they might be injured by mistake, so they hurriedly moved away. Fortunately, Feng Xiu's alien wizard knew how to deal with it very well. The minotaur that was knocked flying only created a half-meter deep hole at the edge of the arena. It did not affect the audience in the auditorium. Li Ying stood there blankly, not reacting for a long time. She even smelled a faint smell of burnt meat in the air. The minotaur's heart-protecting flesh was roasted in an instant by high-voltage lightning. The powerful impact caused the minotaur to faint on the spot. However, the violent electric current was still surging in his body, causing the minotaur to twitch from time to time. White foam kept flowing out from the corners of its mouth. Faced with such a scene, even an experienced referee couldn't help but gasp. Is this really the level of the group stage? No. Is this really the beast-taming ability that a freshman at Hutching No. 1 Middle School should have? You know, Li Ying's Minotaur was able to accomplish the feat of fighting 1 against 3 when fighting against Jishi City No. 1 Middle School just now. It's a very powerful beast. But in front of this alien wizard, he seemed so vulnerable. What shocked the judges even more was that he didn't even think that this alien wizard would be the strongest beastmaster in Feng Xiu's hands. I have a feeling that no matter what kind of alien Feng Xiu brings out now, I won't be particularly shocked. The referee thought to himself. After a while, he realized that he was the referee and was going to announce the result of the game. The winner is Hutching No. 1 Middle School, Feng Xiu. As the referee finished speaking, the audience screamed in shock. In a commentary booth, Wang Wei's eyes were as big as a cow's, and his jaw seemed to drop to the ground in shock. No. Are wizards and guards really the same kind of beastmen? Chapter 155. Enter Wang and Feng. Li Ying never dreamed that she would be defeated at such a speed. She had come to the competition with the intention of dying together, but her beast control disappeared in a flash. She didn't even know how to walk back to the lounge. She just sat on the sofa, expressionless and dazed. Feng Xiu's beast taming is really abnormal. Lin Guangping gritted his teeth. He thought that with the talented beast tamer Wang Fengshuang this year, their Chuniacheng Experimental Middle School would definitely be able to qualify from the group stage and give a slap in the face to those who look down on them. Unexpectedly, Yuan Minghui and Li Ying's rapid defeat caused their morale to suddenly become low. Especially the alien wizard. He and the alien guard are not at the same level of beastmasters. In order to qualify, they even watched the videos of the freshman exchange competitions in various cities several times. I clearly remember that Feng Xiu's alien wasn't that exaggerated. I'm so unwilling. Forget it. I won't achieve anything if I stay here with my head down. If it really doesn't work, I'll let my beast man kill Feng Xiu. Lin Guangping clenched his fists and thought of some unconventional ways. As long as the beastmaster is injured or unconscious, his beast will naturally be unable to continue the competition. Although he would also be judged as the loser, with Wang Fengshuang's beast control, it should be no problem for him to sweep away the other 3 people from Hutching No. 1 Middle School. Although it's a bit mean, this may be their only hope of qualifying. I'll be the bad guy. After Lin Guangping finished speaking, he turned around and wanted to go on stage. But then, slender fingers grabbed the corner of his clothes. Lin Guangping subconsciously turned around and found that it was none other than the strongest student in their Chuniacheng Experimental Middle School, Wang Fengshuang. She is only about 1.5 meters tall, has a childish face, and short hair. She is said to be in the first year of high school, but looks more like an elementary school student. I'll go. According to the original tactics, Wang Fengshuang was the last general. Yuan Minghui and Li Ying's tasks are to consume as many beasts as possible from the other team. If I lose, you should give up. Wang Fengshuang continued. She understood Lin Guangping's character and knew that he would do anything for her. He also knew that his beastmaster was no match for the alien wizard. Even if they go on the field, they will be easily defeated by the opponent. He is the only beastmaster in the team who has the potential to defeat Feng Xiu. Shuangmei. Lin Guangping wanted to say something, but his mouth was blocked by Wang Fengshuang's raised fingers. I know. Wang Fengshuang nodded. I know everyone wants to qualify, not only for our school, but also for me. She knew very well that everyone had always felt sorry for her. If she had been born in a big city, with her talent for taming beasts, she would have been able to obtain sufficient resources for taming beasts. It will definitely shine in the Heijiang Prefecture League. However, Chuni City, which lacks educational resources, cannot provide much help to himself on the road of taming beasts. Therefore, everyone hopes that they can qualify this year so that the Hejiang Prefecture Education Department can see that even a small city like Chuni City has its geniuses. But now, Fang Xiu's alien wizard stood there like an insurmountable mountain. It makes people feel a little desperate. So even if it means despicable means, Lin Guangping will help her qualify. Only, they have no grudges against Fang Xiu. They're all beastmasters who came from small places. Qualifying this time is certainly important for them. But for the other team, qualifying this time is also very important, right? What if someone chooses to hurt me on purpose just to qualify? Wang Fengshuang smiled and said, Brother Lin will definitely be very sad, right? Lin Guangping was speechless for a moment. If someone really did such a thing, he would never let that guy go. Although I don't know Fang Xiu, there must be people around him who care about him. Isn't it? Besides, I don't want you to dirty your heart for me. Lin Guangping opened his mouth. Although he was rejected by Wang Fengshuang, he felt an indescribable emotion in his heart. Wang Fengshuang took a deep breath and turned around. We beast masters are not only pursuing results. Once we only pursue results, we tend to try to cut corners. The enthusiasm for taming beasts will also gradually fade away. I think the most important thing is the will to become stronger. As long as you have the will to pursue becoming stronger, even if you can't qualify in the group stage this time, you will become a true beast tamer one day. Everyone, you've done a great job. After hearing Wang Fengshuang's speech, Yuan Minghui and Li Ying came back to their senses. Clearly nothing was done. He was clearly killed instantly by Fang Xiu's alien at the speed of light. It clearly put a lot of pressure on Wang Fengshuang. In the end, she was the one who comforted everyone. We will continue to get stronger. Yuan Minghui clenched her fists at both sides of her body, tears welling up in the corners of her eyes. Li Ying was so moved that she cried out loud. Leave it to me from now on. Wang Fengshuang's smile did not diminish. She then switched the order of appearance with Lin Guangping and walked towards the competition venue. Watching Wang Fengshuang's back as she left the lounge, the head teacher of Chuniacheng Experimental Middle School couldn't help but feel deeply moved. He had heard his university teacher say before that when taming beasts, what you tamed was the beast, but what you cultivated was your mind. A true beastmaster will often look within to seek strength and hone his mind. In the past, he found these words obscure and difficult to understand. Now, after seeing Wang Fengshuang's performance, he truly understood the meaning of this sentence. Perhaps Wang Fengshuang's beastmaster is not the strongest in the Hejiang Province League, but her inner self is unmatched by anyone. If she can enter Harbor Number 3 Middle School or Qingcheng Experimental Middle School, she will definitely achieve greater success in the future. It's Haru Ijo who's holding her back. The head teacher couldn't help feeling guilty. On the other side, Wang Fengshuang also came to the competition venue. Compared with other students, she was very short, as weak as an elementary school student. Commentators Wang Wei and Zhang Weiwei also think Wang Fengshuang is very cute. However, after witnessing the terrifying power of the alien wizard, this student was able to walk to the competition venue so calmly. This student is really amazing. While praising Wang Fengshuang, Wang Wei picked up the documents on the table. The TV station and the live broadcast room all focused their cameras on Fang Xiu and Wang Fengshuang on the field. His action of flipping through the resources would not have any impact. Mythical beast species? Wang Wei said with some surprise after taking a look at the Beastmaster registered by Wang Fengshuang. If you think about it carefully, there hasn't been a mythical beast tamer coming out of Chuni City for 2 years. On the field, a faint light flashed, and Wang Fengshuang's fantasy beast also came here. Chapter 156, Forest Guardian, Old Deer. With a faint flash of light, Wang Fengshuang's beast appeared on the field. Fang Xiu's starry eyes narrowed slightly as he looked towards the other party's beast. The body of this beast was like a symbiosis of an ancient tree and a stag. Its upper body was a humanoid figure covered with gray bark, and its muscle texture was cracked like dark brown annual rings. Its lower body was a sturdy deer body. When its forehooves stepped on the ground, a faint fluorescence would appear like a firefly in the jungle. There's a pair of giant antlers on its head, which are wrapped with dark brown vines. The facial features are human-like, but there is no uncanny valley effect. Instead, it gives people a kind and amiable feeling. Considering that Wang Fengshuang was a beastmaster from Lindu, China, this magical beast couldn't help but give Fang Xiu a feeling of being a guardian of the jungle. Wang Fengshuang's already petite figure seemed even smaller in front of this beast. Hello, classmate Feng Xiao. It is not difficult to see that Wang Fengshuang is also a leader, but her smile is approachable and her words are very polite. My beast is called Forest Guardian, but I usually prefer to call it Old Deer. The skill is a kind of natural magic. It can communicate with animals in the forest and heal plants. It is a very powerful, mythical beast. Wang Fengshuang introduced his beast to Feng Xiao. Haching number 1 middle school, grade 12, Feng Xiao. My beast master is an alien wizard. As the name suggests, he is good at using witchcraft. As the referee announced the official start of the game, the alien wizard raised his bone staff first. Hiss, hiss, hiss. The temperature on the field began to drop suddenly, and white mist was exhaled from the referee, Feng Xiao, and Wang Feng with every breath. Faced with the witchcraft of the alien wizard, the old deer did not panic. It stomped its hooves back and forth and moved quickly on the field. What is even more surprising is that the places where the old deer stepped on will bloom with fleeting blue flowers and then be covered again by rapidly growing green grass. This detail naturally did not escape Feng Xiao's starry eyes. What a strong force of nature. Walking in the jungle, the deer's hooves gently tap and the earth responds, which is clearly a manifestation of natural magic. I heard from Zhang Yu before that 83% of Chuni City's area is forest area, so the educational resources are backward. The population is decreasing every year, and now there are less than 600,000 permanent residents. In the past 2 years, there hasn't even been a beastmaster with innate fantasy beasts. Rich and powerful families will also choose to send their children to study elsewhere. Those who stayed were families with ordinary conditions. Unexpectedly, Wang Fengshuang is not only a congenital fantasy beast tamer, but her beast taming is also naturally extraordinary. It would be nice if we could let the alien parasitize the old deer. Feng Xiao was a little surprised. Although Zhang Yu said that the official supported the beast taming transaction, he didn't know whether Wang Fengshuang would agree. After some adaptation, the old deer's hooves became light, and when it felt the temperature around it suddenly drop, it quickly moved away to avoid being entangled by the alien wizard's freezing spell, while observing the movements of the alien wizard. Green and silver entanglement. Wang Fengshuang was also looking for the alien wizard's flaw. Seeing that the opportunity was ripe, she hurriedly reminded Lao Lu. Upon hearing this, the old deer nodded instinctively, and a fluorescent light flashed on its hands. A large number of vines and branches began to grow in the places where it stepped. These vines and branches surged towards the alien wizard like waves. In a flash, the alien, which turned the bone staff in his hand and pointed it at the vines, and a biting cold air swept away. The white ice crystals quickly covered and expanded. Click, click. However, the vitality of these vines is extremely tenacious. They will not stop growing even if they are frozen. They rely on their wild growth to break through the ice. The old deer seemed to see an opportunity. It suddenly changed direction and headed straight for the alien wizard. New vines and branches quickly grew in the places affected by it, surrounding the alien wizard. Seeing this, Feng Xiao hid aside to avoid being implicated by this natural magic. The alien wizard's magic is very destructive, but the process of releasing the magic is a bit slow. Generally speaking, you should cooperate with the alien swordmaster. It's a pity that in this group stage, only one beastmaster can be sent into the field. Facing a beast like the old deer that has a relatively high agility, the weakness of the alien witchcraft was revealed. But witchcraft weaknesses are witchcraft weaknesses. The alien wizard himself has the characteristics of an alien exoskeleton. In addition to his own alien genes, he has also integrated the genes of creatures such as trolls. If you underestimate its power, just because it is better at using witchcraft, you will definitely be severely punished. The old deer came with its antlers on top, and vines and branches surged towards the alien wizard from all directions. Hiss, hiss, hiss. Seeing this, the alien, which simply stuck his bone staff into the ground, and swung its tail violently, sweeping towards the vines and branches that were rushing towards it. Bang! The alien wizard's bony tail was like a long whip, sweeping across like a whirlwind, breaking all the vines and branches in half. It stretched out its hands and grabbed forward, firmly pressing down the old deer's giant antlers. Bang! A terrifying airflow burst out in all directions, and countless broken vines flew backwards. Wang Feng's big watery eyes were as big as copper bells. Her beast is known as the guardian of the forest. On weekdays when she has holidays, she will take the old deer to the forest to play. Wild boar, brown bear, northeastern golden gradient. These ferocious beasts living in the forest are all good friends of the old deer. On weekdays, they even wrestle with each other. But without exception, no matter it is a tiger weighing hundreds of kilograms or a brown bear weighing tons, they will eventually be defeated by the old deer. It is not only the guardian of the forest, but also the king of the forest. However, Feng Xiu's alien wizard suppressed the old deer's brutal charge with his strength alone. What a strong force! Wang Fengshuang couldn't help but exclaim. Feng Xiu is truly worthy of being the strongest and hope of Hutching No. 1 Middle School. Hiss, hiss, hiss. Moo! For a moment, the alien wizard and the old deer burst into loud roars. The old deer's body was also constantly exerting force, trying to overturn the alien wizard. Even in order to concentrate more on fighting the aliens, the vines and branches that were approaching the alien wizards stopped growing. The audience at the scene also subconsciously held their breath and didn't even dare to blink. Because many people were not optimistic about the group stage of the Hejiang Province League. Not even half of the seats in the entire competition venue were full. Especially Hutching No. 1 Middle School and Chuniacheng Experimental Middle School. In everyone's minds, they are synonymous with weak teams. However, now, the spectators who came to the game feel fortunate. Such a wonderful beast-taming battle is of course only possible if you watch it live with your own eyes. Boom! After an unknown amount of time, the alien wizard suddenly pulled down with both hands, breaking the old deer's balance and knocking it to the ground. The sharp tail stabbed fiercely into the old deer's left chest. Chapter 157. The Massacre of All Souls. The alien wizard relied on brute force to suppress the old deer's charge, pressed him to the ground, and stabbed the old deer's chest with his sharp alien tail. However, at this critical moment, the thorny vines wrapped around the old deer's huge antlers grew wildly and formed a thorn armor on his chest. Boom! Although the alien wizard's tail was sharp, it only made a dull knocking sound when it pierced the deer. The old deer took advantage of the situation and turned over, kicking the alien wizard's jaw with its powerful hooves. The alien wizard then raised his head to avoid the old deer's attack, making it miss. However, the old deer was also very experienced in combat. When he saw the alien wizard dodge his flying kick, he simply jumped up in the air and forced his body to stand upright. Natural magic was activated again, and the vines that had stopped growing once again wrapped around the alien wizard. In a flash, the alien wizard retreated repeatedly, pulled out the bone staff stuck in the soil, grabbed a string of alien skulls hanging in front of him with his other hand, and crushed them directly. The acidic blood splattered everywhere, corroding all the vines and branches that were wrapped around it. What? When Wang Fengshuang saw this scene, he felt his brain buzzing. He never expected that the alien wizard's methods would be so cruel. Aren't those skulls all those of its compatriots? When she first saw the skulls, she thought they were sacrificed aliens, hung on the bodies of alien wizards as a memorial. The result is that they choose to crush their compatriots' skulls to splatter acid blood. Although this method is indeed powerful, it still caused a great shock to Wang Fengshuang's mind, especially when compared to her old deer. When the old deer is in the forest, it will regard those animals as its companions. On the other hand, the alien wizard has no respect for his compatriots. Faced with the splashing acid blood, the old deer had to temporarily avoid the attack and jump to a safe area. As a result, this gave the alien wizard time to chant. Feng Xiu silently watched this detail and couldn't help thinking in his heart. The reason why the aliens are so powerful, in addition to the characteristics of silicon-based life and parasitic assimilation genes, is their consciousness. Each alien has no self-survival consciousness. The meaning of their existence is to protect the tribe and strengthen the tribe. For this, every alien is willing to sacrifice and die. This is the only way for them to use acid blood as a means of attack. It was precisely because of this racial gap that old deer lost one move. Bang, bang, bang. At the moment the old deer dodged, the alien wizard crushed all the alien skulls in one breath. The 10,000 spirits slaughter formation, Feng Xiu said in a low voice. The broken alien skulls fell to the ground and transformed into soul bodies. They opened their first mouth parts, followed by the protruding second mouth parts. The next second, black flying needles shot out from the aliens' mouth parts. Like a torrential rain, it poured down towards the old deer. The old deer kicked its hooves hard and retreated quickly, with bright fluorescence bursting from its hands. The vines under his feet began to grow wildly, becoming thicker and stronger at a speed visible to the naked eye. In an instant, it turned into a towering tree. He wanted to use this to resist the alien wizard's all-spirit slaughter array. However, the flying needles shot out from the alien's mouthparts are not just physical attacks. Each flying needle contains acid blood inside. The moment the flying needle penetrates the target's body, it will explode directly, releasing the acid blood inside, thereby destroying the enemy's internal organs. Although Feng Xiu is the master of the alien wizard, every time he sees this skill of alien witchcraft, he feels it is too overbearing. The towering tree grown by the old deer only existed for 2 breaths before it was destroyed by the attack of the all-spirits slaughter array. The branches and leaves were scattered all over the ground, and the old deer had no way to avoid them. At the critical moment, he had no choice but to concentrate his natural magic on the armor of thorns. The result is predictable. The alien wizard's all-soul slaughter array is not a one-time attack. It can last for 2 minutes. During these 2 minutes, you can shoot unlimitedly unless it is destroyed by the enemy. Even the old deer's thorn armor could only block part of the attack. As more and more acid blood exploded, the thorns on his body were slowly corroded. Next, it was the old deer's flesh and blood. Layers of blood mist exploded on his body. The excruciating pain tortured his consciousness, and beads of sweat the size of beans kept pouring down from the old deer's forehead. Finally, he was unable to support himself and fell to the ground with a thud. "Stop! I give up." Wang Fengshuang could no longer restrain herself upon seeing this. She yelled at the referee and ran towards her beast. Although she had a premonition that she might lose, she didn't expect that her old deer would lose so miserably. The acidic blood exploded through his bark-like skin, creating wounds that were difficult to heal. Blood kept flowing from the old deer, which looked very hideous. Enough. Fearing that the alien wizard's all-soul slaughter formation might accidentally hurt Wang Fengshuang, Feng Xiu quickly called a halt. Upon hearing this, the alien wizard quickly stopped firing, and a hand holding the bone staff naturally dropped down. The referee was stunned for a while before he remembered to announce the result of the game. The winner is Huching No. 1 Middle School, Feng Xiu. The referee immediately shouted into the microphone. No one expected that the game would end like this. Especially when the old deer was wrestling with the alien wizard, they thought that the old deer could defeat Feng Xiu's alien wizard with his own brute force. After all, in the last game, alien witchcraft displayed the full power of witchcraft. If placed in an online game, this alien witchcraft should be a wizard-like character. But who knew that this alien wizard not only knew how to use witchcraft, but his power was also ridiculously strong. This is only the case with a beast tamer like the old deer. If it were any other beast tamer, the alien wizard might be able to knock the other beast out with just one slap. Similarly, Feng Xiu, who cultivated an alien wizard, is also a monster-like beastmaster in the eyes of these audiences. I never thought that this alien wizard not only has powerful witchcraft, but also has brute strength that is not inferior to that of the alien guards. He is really terrifying. Commentator Wang Wei couldn't help but sigh. He had the same idea as the audience. When he saw the old deer charging forward, he also thought that the old deer had a chance. After all, in my understanding, these beasts that are good at using extraordinary powers are relatively weak in themselves. Once they are approached by power-type beasts, if they are not given the opportunity to cast spells, they could be suppressed to death. But now it seems that Feng Xiu's alien wizard is simply a combination of a wizard and a warrior. I'm afraid only the strongest schools can fight against this kind of beast. Although Wang Fengshuang was defeated, her beast-taming performance was still impressive. Even among all the beastmasters that have appeared so far, Wang Wei feels that her old deer is second only to Feng Xiu's alien. Chapter 158. Huching No. 1 Middle School's only goal is to win the championship. Although Shandaheo's Mammoth Demon Lord is also very powerful, I feel he is still not as good as Wang Fengshuang's Forest Guardian. Wang Wei said. Zhang Weiwei also nodded in agreement. The Mammoth Demon King is indeed a very powerful beast, but its attack method is only the most primitive power. Facing the old deer that can control the growth of plants is unlikely to win. But it feels like giving birth to a phoenix and then giving birth to a rest. As a host from Chuni City, Zhang Weiwei naturally hopes that students from her hometown can advance to the knockout round. In her opinion, if they had not encountered Fang Xiao, such an unreasonably strong beastmaster, the Chunyi City Experimental Middle School, led by Wang Fengshuang, might have really made it out of the group stage. But she happened to meet Fang Xiao, who was stronger than her. With Wang Fengshuang's beast-taming skills, he is not inferior to the students of Jiaqing High School. Yuan Mingwei and Liang are both very conscious beastmasters. The more Zhang Weiwei thought about it, the more regrettable she felt, and she couldn't help but complain. Indeed, Wang Wei glanced at Zhang Weiwei. They had worked together for quite a while, and he knew Zhang Weiwei's personality quite well. Because of her work, she has rarely had the opportunity to return to her hometown in recent years, but her love for her hometown has never diminished. Now that she saw Wang Fengshuang lose, she must be feeling bad. But that's how the world is. Many times, many things are destined at the moment of reincarnation. If you want to get out of the valley, you must work many times harder than ordinary people. But even if you work hard, you will still be defeated by people who are more talented and work harder. However, I believe that even if Chunyi City Experimental Middle School fails to qualify from the group stage this time, with Wang Fengshuang's talent for taming beasts, she will definitely achieve something in the future. Yeah, Zhang Weiwei calmed down and brought the topic back to the game. The contestant coming out now is Lin Guangping. He is the last contestant from Chunyicheng Experimental Middle School. I don't know what kind of fight he can give us. Off the court, Lin Guangping came to the competition venue with mixed emotions. He did not take out the beast-taming space card, but just walked towards Fang Xiao. It's really infuriating. When Lin Guangping was less than 3 meters away from Fang Xiao, he stopped, held his forehead with his hand, and spoke in a very unhappy tone. There aren't many powerful beastmasters in Jishi City No. 1 Middle School this year. Although Shan Deheo from Shuangshan City No. 1 Middle School is powerful, it's not difficult to defeat him with the strength of the Forest Guardian. As long as we can defeat you one more time, we can qualify and participate in the knockout rounds. That way we can prove to those guys in the Beast Taming Education Department of Heijiang Province that we in Chunyi City also have powerful beast tamers. Wang Fengshuang. She can get better beast taming resources. Lin Guangping's emotions gradually got out of control, and he became hysterical. Tears welled up in the corners of his eyes, and he clenched his fists and kept hitting the air. His eyes turned visibly red. In order to participate in the Heijiang Province League, Wang Fengshuang got up at 4 in the morning to train the beast. Every time at school, she's the last one to leave. Her efforts and hard work. I have been seeing it all along. If she can make it to the Heijiang State League, she will definitely have a chance to make it to the semi-finals. Even to change the educational environment of Chunyi City. How come I have to meet you? Fang Xiao. Lin Guangping became more and more agitated. Fang Xiao was just confused. I'm here to compete. Why are you telling me this? If you hate it so much, why don't you use the Beastman to fight? Are you writing a short essay here? You know what, Fang Xiao? I've just thought about using my beast to attack you. As long as you get injured or faint, your beast will not be able to continue fighting. Wang Fengshuang's old deer can sweep through your Huching No. 1 Middle School. We can go to the elimination rounds. But Wang Fengshuang didn't agree. She stopped me because she felt. However, just when Lin Guangping said this, Fang Xiao finally couldn't help but interrupt him. Let the Beastmaster attack me, using such despicable means to participate in the elimination match. Did you make a mistake? You didn't make it to the elimination rounds, not because you're kind. Perhaps from your perspective, I am really kind, and I kept my original intention, so we didn't go. But that's not the case. You didn't make it to the knockout rounds simply because you weren't strong enough. If it was a knockout tournament where lots were drawn, luck could be used as an excuse, but in a round-robin tournament, there is no such thing as luck. Fang Xiao's calm tone formed a sharp contrast with Lin Guangping's hysteria. If you can't get this mentality right, you won't be able to make it to the knockout rounds even next year. What did you say? Lin Guangping looked at Fang Xiao in disbelief. He thought that his words would make Fang Xiao understand how powerful Wang Fengshuang was. Let him understand Wang Fengshuang's misery. But who would have known that? When Fang Xiao said this, he just said lightly, "You are not strong enough? Letting the Beastman sneak attack me will allow me to go to the elimination round? Don't dream. My teammates don't need my protection just because they are weak. On the contrary, it was a tactic. I will use the weakest alien to clear the group stage. So, you can't even get past me, yet you still dream of defeating Li Qingqing and the others? If you have this kind of thought, You've already lost from the start. Our goal is not as simple as qualifying from the group stage. We from Hutching number 1 Middle School came here with only one goal. That means winning the championship. Fang Xiao gradually raised his voice and spoke in a resounding voice. The powerful momentum made Lin Guangping take a step back. Then, Lin Guangping's footsteps accidentally hit the vines left by the Force Guardian. His body leaned back, his center of gravity lost, and he sat on the ground with a thud. He stared at Fang Xiao with his eyes wide open in disbelief, wondering if he had heard something wrong. Hutching number 1 Middle School has only one goal. That is winning the championship. Therefore, they have to defeat one strong opponent after another and rely on their strength to reach the top of the Hejiang Province League. They simply don't bother to use any despicable means. Is this the gap? Come on, release your beast. Fang Xiao took a step forward, and the alien wizard beside him also raised the bone staff in his hand. These words made the referee standing by stunned. He could see that Fang Xiao's beast taming skills were quite good. But I never dreamed that he would have the goal of winning the championship. Chapter 159. A beast tamer should be like this. One more chapter added. Hutching number 1 Middle School has never won a championship since the Hejiang Prefecture League was held. Except for a teenager named Chu Xinghe who won the runner-up. They could not even enter the semifinals at other times. Therefore, Fang Xiao's remarks made the referee feel as if his heart was swept by a storm and he could not calm down for a long time. However, he did not look down on Fang Xiao or think that he was ignorant of the immensity of heaven and earth. On the contrary, the referee Fang Xiao, the Beastmaster who graduated from Hutching number 1 Middle School, was very impressed. A Beastmaster should be like this. Even the referee couldn't help but look forward to Fang Xiao's performance in the knockout round. Lin Guangping was so frightened by Fang Xiao's momentum that he fell to the ground, and his previous hysteria also calmed down. It was not until this moment that he truly realized the gap between himself and Fang Xiao. Although they're all freshmen in high school, he is so tall. Especially that sentence, "Our goal is to win the championship." Lin Guangping found it incredible and unbelievable. They are obviously all students from small towns. It is clear that Hutching's overall strength ranks second from the bottom in Hejiang Prefecture. It's not much better than their Chuanese city. How dare he? Hateful. According to Wang Fengshuang's request, if he lost to Fang Xiao, Lin Guangping should just give up and admit defeat. But at this moment, Lin Guangping was also brokenhearted by Fang Xiao's words. "I want to compete with Fang Xiao. Come on." Lin Guangping pulled out the beast-taming space card and released his own beast. However, the next second, Fang Xiao's alien wizard flashed directly in front of his beast, raised the bone staff in his hand, and swept it across the neck of Lin Guangping's beast. Bang! With a muffled sound, Lin Guangping's beast fell straight down without even having time to make a groan. The referee felt it was too much to watch. Although Lin Guangping mustered up the courage in the end, the gap between his strength and Fang Xiao's is too big. I guess the following games will be the same. The referee thought to himself and immediately started the countdown. 10, 9, 8, 0. The countdown ended and Fang Xiao successfully won the third game. The winner is Hutching number 1 Middle School. In the commentary booth, Wang Wei clapped his hands excitedly. Let's congratulate Fang Xiao and Hutching number 1 Middle School for successfully getting the match point in the group stage. As long as they could defeat Jishi City number 1 Middle School again, they could get 3 points first and advance directly to the quarterfinals. Yes, Zhang Weiwei nodded in agreement, and this group stage adopts a counterclockwise round-robin format. The next game is between Hutching number 1 Middle School and Jixiching number 1 Middle School. But Fang Xiao from Hutching number 1 Middle School has fought 8 consecutive battles. I don't know whether Hutching number 1 Middle School will replace Fang Xiao. Since Hutching number 1 Middle School drew number 1, they needed to play consecutively in the third and fourth games. The staff quickly walked to Fang Xiao and asked them if they wanted to change the player. No need. Fang Xiao waved his hand. His alien wizard was not seriously injured and his physical strength was not greatly affected. Moreover, he had also watched the competition between Jishi City number 1 Middle School and Chuanese City Experimental Middle School. Their beasts are basically not very good. It's better to end it as soon as possible. Okay. After receiving the response, the staff member turned around and prompted the players from Jixiching number 1 Middle School to go on stage. It seems that Hutching number 1 Middle School has no intention of changing the players. Wang Wei saw the indicator light on the field and understood what was going on. Fang Xiu probably wants to make a concerted effort and directly obtain the qualification for Huching No. 1 Middle School to advance. Zhang Weiwei nodded and continued to analyze. After all, Jishi City No. 1 Middle School has already played, and they didn't even make it past Liying, so they probably don't have any more cards up their sleeves. Mr. Fang Xiu probably noticed this, so he wanted to end it as soon as possible. Moreover, this will also prevent those colleges from lacking information about Huching No. 1 Middle School. After all, the information about the freshman exchange competition is outdated. That's right. Wang Wei took over the conversation. This year, Huching No. 1 Middle School may really be the biggest dark horse. I really look forward to their performance in the elimination. Soon, the players from Jixiching No. 1 Middle School came onto the field. Fang Xiu did not waste any time and directly let the alien wizard finish the battle quickly. The result was just as Fang Xiu had expected. The beast-taming level of Jishi City No. 1 Middle School was not very high this year. I don't know if it's because of the consecutive failures in the past 2 years, so there are not many resources invested this year. Not only did their beasts not mutate, they didn't even have any equipment. The gap between the two sides was so big that these people's beasts could not last a single round in the hands of the alien wizard. In just 2 minutes, Fang Xiu's alien wizard eliminated 3 beastmasters in succession. Corner of the auditorium. 1 against 12, Fairy Beixian smacked her lips in amazement. Although she saw in the middle of the game that Fang Xiu's beast-taming ability was much higher than that of students from other schools, she predicted that the team that would qualify from the group stage this year would most likely be Huching No. 1 Middle School. But no one expected that Fang Xiu could really challenge 12 beastmasters alone. I thought his alien would start to run out of energy halfway through, and he would have to be replaced by someone else. Fairy Beixian said sarcastically. Fang Xiu is very strong. Fairy Yuxiao's voice was still cold, but she still gave Fang Xiu a very strong evaluation. A hint of surprise flashed across Fairy Beixian's beautiful eyes. Although Fairy Yuxiao rarely looked down on other beastmasters, she also rarely gave such an evaluation. Moreover, it is not just Yuan Minghui's single evaluation on the awareness of beast taming. This is very strong, probably referring to Fang Xiu's overall beast-taming level. Even if it's very strong, it's only relative. However, Fairy Beixian was still not convinced. In the final analysis, the players in this group stage are too weak, so Fang Xiu's Beastmaster appears to be very strong. No, Fairy Beixian shook her head. If compared with Jiaxing No. 1 Middle School, Fang Xiu might be considered a figure. But compared to the schools in Qingxing and Mudanxing, Fang Xiu is just so. If it is compared with our Harbin No. 3 Middle School, the gap will be even greater. Yu Xiao, I know you are a cautious person and you take every beast-taming competition seriously, but I don't think Fang Xiu is very strong. Do you believe it or not? My Miao Emperor can sweep them all away. Fairy Beixian grabbed Emperor Miao Tian's paw, shook it in front of Fairy Yu Xiao, and deliberately played the game of the Dufi Eye. He didn't regard Fang Xiu and his Huching No. 1 Middle School as his opponents at all. No, not to mention Fang Xiu and Huching No. 1 Middle School. In the eyes of Fairy Beixian, even Qingcheng Experimental Middle School and Mudanxing No. 1 Senior High School, which are equally famous as them, are no match for Harbin No. 3 Middle School this year. At least the championship of this higher group will be in their pockets. It is not an exaggeration to say that in the eyes of countless parents in Hejiang Prefecture, only Harbin No. 3 Middle School is the real holy land for taming beasts. Chapter 160. Advance to the quarterfinals. Soon, Fang Xiu defeated the last player of Jixiching No. 1 Middle School, successfully won 3 points, and advanced to the quarterfinals. Let us congratulate Huching No. 1 Middle School for successfully advancing to the quarterfinals. Wang Wei was a little excited. People are emotional animals. If Fang Xiu came from those strong schools, he would not be like this. But Fang Xiu came from Huching, which ranked second from the bottom in comprehensive strength. Their school, Huching No. 1 Middle School, is also recognized as a weak team in everyone's eyes. The more such a weak team's aura is, the more people will be looking forward to it, how far they can go in the league. However, although Huching No. 1 Middle School has advanced, the group stage has not ended yet. In addition to achieving results, the Hejiang Prefecture League is also intended to allow schools to exchange ideas on beast taming. Shuangshanxing No. 1 Middle School and 2 other schools still need to play a game against each other. After all the games are over, it will be time to draw lots, commentator Wang Wei said to the audience. However, Even though there was still an important lottery session, some viewers had already lost their enthusiasm to continue watching. Anyway, the promoted schools have been announced, and they have also seen the beast tamers of the other 3 schools. The next games will probably be garbage time. Some audience members left the auditorium one after another. Even Fairy Yuxiao and Fairy Beixian stood up from their seats and left the beast taming stadium. Fang Xiu returned to the lounge, and Zhang Yu and Zhang Panpan were dancing excitedly. Fang Xiu. Zhang Yu stretched out his right hand, wanting to high-five him to celebrate the victory. Fang Xiu knew clearly that this year was the most promising year for Huqing No. 1 Middle School. Not only had they successfully qualified for the group stage, but their team's strength had not been exposed too much. It was natural for Zhang Yu to be so excited. He was happy to reciprocate this sentiment. Bang! The two smiled at each other and then high-fived. Li Qingqing, Zhang Shuren, and others also gathered around. However, after a fierce battle, Fang Xiu and others felt a little hungry. Teacher Zhang, we have to celebrate tonight. We have made it to the quarterfinals. Zhang Shuren pushed his glasses and said excitedly. In his opinion, as long as the luck of the draw is not too bad and they don't run into the 3 great warriors from Hejiang Prefecture right at the start, they have a great chance of advancing to the semifinals. If only I had better luck. Let the 3 giants fight in the other half of the zone. Then they will be able to make it to the finals. Although Che Xian's apprenticeship contract included a bet with Fang Xiu on the championship result, Zhang Shuren felt that Fang Xiu's performance was so outstanding that even if he didn't win the league championship, Master Che Xian shouldn't make things difficult for him. We have to wait until they finish playing before we can draw lots. Fang Xiu walked to the sofa and sat down directly. In any case, he stood on the field for an hour and had to avoid the impact of the beast battle, which consumed a lot of physical strength. Yeah. Zhang Yu nodded and looked at the time. Since Fang Xiu was fighting 1 against 4 in each battle, the matches did not take too long, and it was only 7:40 at this moment. According to the rules of previous years, the drawing of lots does not require the Beastmasters from each school to come on stage, but is instead done by a host and a referee. It basically takes a few minutes to finish. If everything goes smoothly, we can go to dinner around 8:30. To celebrate today's victory, I'll treat everyone to a good meal. Zhang Yu announced. Li Qingqing and others were naturally very happy. There were no surprises in the following games. Shindaheo's beast was parasitized by Fang Xiu, causing Shuangshan City to lose an important fighting force. Chuniacheng Experimental Middle School scored 1 point. On the contrary, Jixiqing No. 1 Middle School ended up in a dismal defeat with a score of 0-3 this year. As all the contestants from various schools left the stage, Zhang Weiwei came onto the stage as the host. The staff also became busy. The table and an oval transparent box were brought up. There are 8 silver balls in the box. The names of various colleges and universities are also stored in this sphere. It's time to draw lots. Zhang Yu stood in the lounge, watching the results of the draw through the big screen in the room. The faces of those who were so excited that they were dancing just a moment ago now became serious. Although Fang Xiu's goal was to win the championship, and he didn't care which school the first contestant he met was from, Li Qingqing and others didn't want to meet Harbor No. 3 Middle School so early. Even Zhang Shuren and Chun Fan simply clasped their hands together and prayed madly in their hearts. Don't be in 1.5 districts. Don't be in 1.5 districts. Put the 3 great kings together. Put the 3 great kings together. Fang Xiu raised his eyebrows and glanced at them. These 2 guys, please pray so loudly. You don't seem that nervous. Li Qingqing saw Fang Xiu's calm expression and sat down next to him. The same was true in the previous competitions. No matter which school's beastmaster he faced, Fang Xiu always looked calm and composed. On the contrary, the former No. 1 was a little nervous about the result of the draw, just like Zhang Shuren and Chun Fan. Even when she saw the host Zhang Weiwei walking onto the stage, her hands were shaking slightly. My only goal this time is to win the championship. Fang Xiu thought for a moment. After interacting with Che Xian for some time, Fang Xiu could feel that the other party valued him very much. Whether it was taming beasts or life experience, he would teach him everything he knew. Even if he can't win the league championship, Che Xian probably won't make things difficult for himself. At most, I felt that I did not meet his standards, and we parted ways amicably. And, to put another way, he has already gained a lot of benefits from Che Xian. It's not a loss anymore. But, now that we have come to this world where everyone can tame beasts, Who wouldn't want to stand out? Moreover, because of the memories from his previous life, he was able to cultivate beasts like the alien. Fang Xiu naturally didn't want to live an ordinary life. If Harbor number 3 middle school is really that strong, then no matter how you draw the lots, you will run into them in the end. So for me, it's just a matter of sequencing. Fang Xiu explained. This is also the reason why I am not nervous about the draw. Is it a question of order? Li Qingqing frowned slightly. For the three of them, meeting Harbor number 3 middle school basically means elimination. But for the opponent Xiu, Harbor number 3 middle school is just a stronger opponent in the league. No matter when we meet, just defeat the other party. This difference in mentality made Li Qingqing feel a little weird. I just feel that the gap between myself and Fang Xiu in beast taming skills is widening. I know clearly that the most important thing about taming beasts is to cultivate your mind. Could this be the reason why I lost to Fang Xiu when facing the beast taming and heart refining diagram? Suddenly, Li Qingqing couldn't help but think of the trial that took place. But just when the draw was about to begin, a piece of news suddenly appeared on the screen. Chapter 161 News Interruption. The entrance to the beast taming realm opens. According to the China Earthquake Network, at 1943 on November 2nd, 2024, an 8.7 magnitude earthquake occurred in Anning City in the eastern part of Mengzhou. As of press time, 70 people have been killed and 230 injured. Houses have collapsed in some areas and rescue work is underway. Residents near the eastern part of Mengzhou are requested to prepare for the response. The sudden news interrupted the draw ceremony of the Hejiang Prefecture League, and the audience who stayed behind also put their hands on their heads, looking shocked. Li Qingqing suddenly stood up from the sofa, her beautiful eyes shaking wildly. Zhang Yu and Zhang Panpan were stunned at first, then their eyes widened. A magnitude 8.7 shock. Fang Xiu was also stunned. Although this world is different from his previous life, in that everyone tames beasts, the culture, historical process, and measurement units are basically the same. In my impression, shocks above magnitude 8 are considered huge shocks. If we take Sakura country as a reference, a level 8 shock is equivalent to 1,007 mushroom bombs, and 8.7 is close to 5,600. The destructive power is enough to cover hundreds or even thousands of kilometers. Within the shock range, not only will high-rise buildings collapse completely, but roads, bridges, and other infrastructure will also be crushed to pieces. Even mountains and rivers will be affected by the shock and change. The joy of the previous moment was completely diluted at this moment. However, in this era, everyone can tame beasts, and everyone has a taming space card. As long as we escape to the taming space or release our own tamed beast the moment we sense the earthquake, we should be able to ensure safety, right? Fang Xiu couldn't help but ask Zhang Yu. Although he had never met the people living in Anning City before, and would probably not have any interactions with them in the future, Fang Xiu still did not want them to be harmed by this natural disaster. The first thing I did was to think about the positive side. Yes, that's right. Zhang Shuren also reacted. Technology is so advanced nowadays, and there's also black technology like the beast taming space. The shock did not occur late at night, so everyone should still be awake. If you feel that something is wrong, you should take immediate action. Thinking of this, Zhang Shuren and Chun Fan both breathed a sigh of relief. The beast control space technology is really amazing. However, Zhang Yu and Zhang Panpan's frowns did not ease. What's wrong, brother Yu? Fang Xiu quickly noticed this detail. Do they have friends or relatives in Anning City? This is not an ordinary shock. Zhang Panpan hesitated slightly. If ordinary students from Huching No. 1 Middle School asked me this, I might feel that there was no need to mention it. But Fang Xiu, Li Qingqing, Zhang Shuren, and Chun Fan are not only the best in Huching No. 1 Middle School, but also excellent beast masters. The eastern part of Mengzhou is not in the shock belt, so even if such a natural disaster occurs, the magnitude will not be too high. As a physical education teacher, Zhang Panpan is naturally good at general education courses, especially the geography and history of China. So this is the new entrance to the beast taming world. Zhang Panpan said in a serious tone. The entrance to the beast taming realm? Fang Xiu just remembered then. Master Che Xin had told him before that whenever a new entrance to the beast taming realm appeared, it would be accompanied by a major disaster, such as earthquakes, tsunamis, volcanic eruptions, etc. I just didn't expect that what Master Che Xin said would actually intrude into my life in this way. Mengzhou is adjacent to Linzhou in the east, and their land also borders on each other. Linzhou is located in the central part of the northeast region, with Haijiangzhou above and Liaozhou below. In addition, the eastern part of Mengzhou is also called the northeastern region by the Chinese. Based on this relationship, Fang Xiu suddenly fell to trance. This beast-taming world seemed very far away from him, yet also seemed very close to him. But there's no need to worry too much. Zhang Yu gritted his teeth. Our country has always been a beast-taming country. Every city has at least 2 or 3 national top beast-taming masters. In addition, China has established 5 major beast control military regions. Although we don't recruit volunteer beast tamers, there are quite a few beast tamers who take this path every year. No matter what, the beast taming resources in a place are limited. If they cannot go to 985, 211, or other beast tamers universities, it will be difficult for many beast tamers to reach a high ceiling. Therefore, these beast tamers who have a good foundation in beast taming but do not have very good results will choose to become beast taming warriors. The official will allocate beast taming resources to cultivate their combat effectiveness. Not only that, the professors, leaders, and outstanding students of the Beastmaster University will also rush to Alliance City as soon as possible to deal with this crisis. Zhang Pampan also started to explain. This is China's ability and confidence in handling crisis events. Zhang Shuren and Chun Fan looked at each other, and their anxious hearts suddenly relaxed a lot. But there will still be a price to pay. Fang Xiu looked at the scrolling news strips. How big is the entrance to the beast-taming realm? How many kinds of beasts are there? And how many beasts are there in total? Nobody knows. The only thing humans can do is to fight one after another, and block the creatures inside at the entrance to the beast-taming realm. Then a safe zone will be established, all nearby population will be relocated, and the military will take over directly. After that, they invested a lot and started to counterattack the beast-taming world. But there will undoubtedly be a large number of casualties in this process. Even the Beastmaster who survives in the end may suffer from mental trauma and become crazy like Li Qingqing's grandfather. Every time the entrance to the beast-taming world is opened, it is a painful war for humans. And China is just one of the very few countries on the blue planet that can minimize risks and losses. According to Master Che Xin, some countries that are not so strong in beast taming often suffer the destruction of their country and their families after the entrance to the beast taming world is opened. Because, even with the slogan of building a community with a shared future for mankind, there are still some countries that will deliberately delay rescue time for the so-called interests. They would even wait until they had gained enough benefits before sending out beastmasters to suppress the entrance to the beast world. And once the repression is done, some hypocritical management will use the excuse of stationing troops to resist the beast-taming realm to squeeze the blood out of them. So, we are not living in a world without beast-taming wars. We just live in a relatively peaceful country. Fang Xiu stared at the news on the screen and couldn't help but sigh. That's true. A hint of surprise flashed across Zhang Yu's eyes, and he couldn't help but think to himself, Fang Xiu is just a freshman in high school, right? I didn't expect he would have such a mindset. Moreover, in recent years, the intervals between the appearances of the entrance to the beast-taming realm have become shorter and shorter. Zhang Pampan sighed. 10 years ago, a new entrance to the beast-taming realm appeared every 3 years on average. 5 years ago, an entrance to the beast-taming realm appeared only once every 2 years on average. But now, it has only been 7 months since the last entrance to the beast-taming realm. Chapter 162. Humanity, Glory Lasts Forever. Crane City. In a villa in the Baequanling area, Che Xin, who is honored as a national first-class beastmaster, was watching the group stage of the Hejiang Province League through a projector in the study on the 3rd floor with his daughter Che-yu. When seeing Fang Xiu taking on 12 people alone, winning 3 points in a row, and successfully advancing to the quarterfinals, a happy smile appeared on Che-yu's face. In Che-yu's opinion, as long as Hutching No. 1 Middle School's luck is not so bad that it will be drawn in a Han No. 3 Middle School right at the start, it will not be difficult for Fang Xiu and his friends to get a good ranking with their beast-taming abilities. However, just as Che-yu was looking forward to the result of the draw, a piece of news suddenly came in and made her face turn pale. She subconsciously grabbed the remote control and wanted to turn off the program first, but Che Xin noticed her action. It's okay. Che Xin shook his head. The shock levels above 8.7 do not occur in the shock belt. Most likely, the entrance to the beast-taming world has reappeared. Father, Che spoke hesitantly. According to experts' investigation, the beast-taming world has become more and more active compared to the past. Even the frequency of new entrances is increasing. If this trend continues within 100 years, China will be filled with entrances to the beast-taming realm. Although they humans have found a way to use beast taming to fight beast taming and have achieved some results, the creatures in this beast taming world seem to be endless. On the contrary, humans receive general education in elementary and junior high schools and are only allowed to learn beast taming in high school. 3 years of basic knowledge in high school and 4 years of practical experience in college. Or it could be the 2-year journey of becoming a beast tamer warrior. It will take at least 20 years for a generation to have enough fighting capacity. The average human lifespan is no more than 100 years. Even with the help of modern technology, the lifespan of some beast-taming masters can be extended to 120 years, but they are still unable to cope with the increasing number of entrances to the beast-taming world. Even worse, with some beasts, only the master can communicate with them. Once the master dies, even if his beast is passed on to someone else, that person may not be able to unleash the beast's full power. I always feel that time is running out for humans. It has been 100 years since the first entrance to the beast-taming realm was discovered in the first beast-taming war. But aren't we humans still standing on this land and living well? We humans will never lose. Che Xin glanced at Che Yu and started to comfort her in return. But halfway through his words, Che Xin became hesitant again. Che Yu turned her head subconsciously, but found that Che Xin's eyes seemed to be evasive. For a moment, she couldn't help but think of what happened before. Father, what did you find? No matter what, Che Yu is Che Xin's biological daughter and has always been concerned about his affairs. She remembered that Che Xin's legs were injured during his last trip to the beast-taming realm. Not long after he came back, a conflict broke out with the top management of the Five Flowers group. He resigned and returned to Huqing. At that time, Che Yu thought it was a political struggle within the group. But after asking around, she discovered that things were not that simple. You know, the strength of a beastmaster mainly depends on the combat power of the beasts he controls. Although his last trip to the beast-taming realm was very embarrassing, his beast did not die in battle. In other words, Che Xin's strength is still there. With his own connections, it would not be easy for the Five Flowers group to drive him away unless he didn't want to. But he chose to resign. Moreover, there is no retirement option like in Shanghai, a first-tier city with highly developed medical care and education. Instead, he returned to Huqing, which had relatively poor overall strength. Although some people say that Che Lao wants to return home in glory, Che Yu thinks it is not that simple. Even a matter of accepting a disciple, she always felt there was something fishy about it. Don't choose Shanghai, nor choose Harbin. You know, with Master Che Xin's reputation, as long as he opens his mouth, a student from Harbor No. 3 Middle School will definitely come to him to apply. But in the end, he chose Feng Xiao. This series of operations left Che Yu confused the entire time. But there is one thing Che Yu is sure of. His father started to behave strangely after he returned from the beast-taming world. Che Xin looked at Che Yu and hesitated several times before finally squeezing out a sentence. But it was still nothing. Father. Che Yu couldn't help but raise his voice. Are you worried that I will go to the beast-taming realm after I know that? Che Yu is not only the daughter of Che Xin, but also holds a national third-level Beastmaster certificate and is a top 10 graduate. She could go to all the beast-taming realms within China. However, this time, Che Xin did not give a clear answer, but acted as if he could not hear it. Father, you trained Feng Xiao. Aren't you asking him to go to the beast-taming realm to find something? I do not understand. You don't trust the Five Flowers group, nor do you trust your own daughter. But you just trust Feng Xiao, an outsider. What on earth do you think? Che Yu was getting a little anxious. Since she was a child, she has always wanted to prove her talent in taming beasts in front of Che Xin. She deliberately did not use Che Xin's connections, but chose to return to Huqing and get into the top 10 from such a small place. Just to prove myself. But even now, Che Xin still left the opportunity to Feng Xiao instead of himself. This was hard for Che Yu to accept, even though he knew that Feng Xiao's talent was stronger than his. She still finds it hard to accept. I didn't believe Feng Xiao. Che Xin couldn't help but sigh when he saw Che Yu was a little out of control. What? Che Yu was stunned. Didn't his father take Feng Xiu as his apprentice in order to let him go to the beast taming world? I didn't believe Feng Xiu. Che Xin had to repeat it again. I just saw a possibility in Feng Xiu. What's possible? Kiyue asked impatiently. Let me believe in his possibility. Che Xin paused for a moment. Even my daughter is not allowed to do this. Che Yu subconsciously took a step back. She still couldn't understand what was going on. Her father would rather believe Feng Xiu than her daughter. Sometimes, even if you know, you can't do anything about it, just like me at that time, Che Xin continued. What makes you say that? Then what did you see when you faced the beast taming and refining the mind diagram? Che Xin did not intend to continue chatting with Che Yu, but only mentioned the beast taming and refining the mind diagram. He gave Che Yu a chance. It's just that she didn't grasp it. But when Che Yu heard about the beast taming and mind refining diagram, it was as if a bucket of cold water was poured on him, and he completely lost interest. Seeing Che Yu looking somewhat distraught, the fatherly love in Che Xion's heart softened. If Feng Xiu can win the Hejiang Province League this time, I will tell you what I discovered in the beast taming world the last time. Is this always okay? Chapter 163, Drawing Lots. Good city. Dongfeng District Beast Guarding Stadium. The shocking news about Mengzhou's Anning City has sparked a huge discussion online, but it has not affected the progress of the Hejiang Prefecture League. After all, China has a complete set of response plans for such emergencies, and life in other major states will basically not be affected too much. The host Zhang Weiwei calmed down and then restarted the drawing ceremony. I believe our country will be able to handle this emergency quickly. I also hope that our compatriots in the Uniting City area will be safe and sound. Zhang Weiwei first reassured everyone, believing that Allied City could safely survive this crisis. Okay, let's start drawing lots now. After saying this, Zhang Weiwei took a step back. The referee also took a deep breath and walked to the transparent box. However, if it weren't for this shocking news, he felt that he would have been able to complete his work happily, but now he felt somewhat heavy-hearted. The expression on his face also became a little subtle. However, he still skillfully reached his hand into the transparent box and took out a ball. Click! The referee broke the ball open, took out a piece of paper from it, and slowly unfolded it in front of the photographer's camera. Huching number 1 middle school. Zhang Shuren and Chun Fan in the lounge suddenly became tense. I didn't expect that we would be the first one. Li Qingqing sighed with her red lips slightly opened. But this is also good news. At least I don't have to wait so anxiously. Zhang Shuren comforted himself. Soon, the referee reached into the transparent box again and took out the second small ball. Qingcheng Experimental Middle School. The referee spoke in a low voice and pointed the school name on the slip of paper towards the camera. Zhang Shuren's eyes widened instantly, and his mouth opened into an O shape involuntarily. Qingcheng Experimental Middle School, one of the 3 great King Kongs of Hejiang Prefecture. In fact, because the entrance to the beast-taming world appeared in Qingcheng, China also invested a lot of resources in this city. In the past 2 years, it has even surpassed the colleges and universities in Kikier City and ranked among the top 3. The beast-taming level of Qingcheng Experimental Middle School should be second only to Harbin number 3 Middle School. I didn't expect that they would get the worst draw right from the start. Chun Fan felt like he was struck by a bolt from the blue. It seems that we are not competing against Qingcheng Experimental Middle School. Li Qingqing raised his eyebrows and pointed. Zhang Shuren and Chun Fan looked in the direction she pointed. Behind Zhang Weiwei, a large screen with LED lights appeared. The match information for the quarterfinals is displayed above. The battle is divided into 2 halves, upper and lower. Although Huching number 1 Middle School and Qingcheng Experimental Middle School were drawn first, they appear at positions 1 and 3 in the upper half respectively. They did not directly become a fighting team. It seems that the odd-numbered teams will be drawn first, and then the odd-numbered colleges and universities that will compete against each other will be drawn. Feng Xiu took a look at the information on the screen and instantly understood the situation. This arrangement is also to make the draw more suspenseful. After all, it's a TV station and an online live broadcast, and ratings are needed. After Zhang Shuren and Chun Fan reacted, they also breathed a sigh of relief. The 2 of them covered their chests, as if they had survived a disaster. That's good. How come it's okay? Although we didn't meet Qingcheng Experimental Middle School in the first game, it has been basically confirmed that we are in the same semifinal. You don't think that with the strength of Qingcheng Experimental Middle School, They will not advance to the semifinals, right? Li Qingqing waved his fist. If we want to advance to the finals this time, we must defeat Qingcheng Experimental Middle School. After these words were spoken, Zhang Shuren and Chun Fan were stunned again. Zhang Yu and Zhang Panpan didn't expect that Qingcheng Experimental Middle School would be in the same zone. What's worse is that the number 1 and number 3 positions in the lower half also came out. They are Mudanqing number 1 High School and Suiqing number 2 High School. Number 3 Middle School didn't find it. Zhang Panpan took a breath of cold air. This time she was really nervous. Now, they're only Jiaqing number 1 High School, Harbin number 3 High School, Hehe City number 2 Middle School, and Kikier City number 1 High School left in the box. Zhang Yu sucked in a breath of cold air. The ranking of these 4 schools should be Hakajia High. A 1 in 4 chance of getting into Harbin number 3 Middle School. Zhang Shuren felt like he was struck by lightning. The referee on the field did not stop. He quickly reached into the box and took out the 5th ball, the 2nd position in the upper half. This is also the first opponent that Huqing number 1 Middle School encountered in the quarterfinals. Don't be Harbin number 3 Middle School. Don't be Harbin number 3 Middle School. Zhang Shuren and Chun Fan clasped their hands together and were so nervous that they didn't even dare to open their eyes and kept praying. Zhang Yu and Zhang Panpan also felt a chill down their spines. Although they were not as exaggerated as Zhang Shuren and Chen Fan, they were also extremely nervous. But please don't let it be Harbin number 3 Middle School. It would be best to kick Harbin number 3 Middle School to the lower half. Click. The referee on the field twisted the ball opened the paper inside, and shouted in a loud voice, "Upper half, team number 2, Jiaqing number 1 Middle School." Yeah. When they heard that it was not Harbin number 3 Middle School, Zhang Shuren and Chun Fan excitedly made the scissors hand sign. This lottery ticket is neither good nor bad. Zhang Yu also breathed a sigh of relief. The overall strength of Jiaqing is naturally not as good as that of Huqing and Kikircheng. The strength of colleges and universities is also relatively weak. But even so, Jiaqing's strength is many times stronger than Huqing's. This year is Jiaqing's home court. Zhang Panpan frowned. Zhang Shuren and Chun Fan were stunned. They just thought that it was not Harbin number 3 Middle School, and almost forgot that this year's Hejiang Province League was held in this Jiaqing. This is the home court of Jiaqing number 1 High School. Their minds immediately thought of the freshman exchange competition, when Li Jin from number 3 Middle School relied on his family connections to force the organizing committee to temporarily change the rules to target Fang Xiao. What if the referee of Jiaqing deliberately favors Jiaqing number 1 Middle School? No, even in a fair match, the home team will be encouraged by popularity and perform beyond their expectations. In other words, Jiaqing number 1 High School may be more difficult to deal with than the high school in Kikier City, Li Qingqing pointed out. The results of the quarterfinals match were soon revealed. The order of the top half. Huqing number 1 Middle School versus Jiaqing number 1 High School. Qingcheng Experimental Middle School versus Kikier City number 1 High School. The order of the lower half. Mudanqing number 1 High School versus Harbin number 3 High School. Suiqing number 1 High School versus Hehe City number 2 High School. Seeing the result of the draw, Zhang Shuren and Chun Fan felt their souls tremble. I feel that this result is almost the same as the difficulty of hell. Zhang Shuren rolled his throat and swallowed nervously. First it was Jiaqing number 1 High School, then Qingcheng Experimental Middle School. Li Qingqing frowned slightly. Although Kikier City is also very strong, in her opinion, the team that can advance to the semi-finals is most likely Qingcheng Experimental Middle School. Then came the finals. If nothing unexpected happens, it should be Harbin number 3 Middle School. Zhang Panpan said. Chapter 164 Post-Match Interview. When they thought about this league trip, Zhang Shuren and Chun Fan's mood visibly dropped. Li Qingqing really wanted to say something to comfort everyone, but when the words came to her lips, she hesitated. She felt the pressure spreading throughout the room, squeezing their throats and suffocating everyone. Anyway, as long as we try our best. Zhang Yu felt that the atmosphere was not right and wanted to say something to ease it, but as soon as he said this, he felt something was wrong. At the critical moment, Fang Xiao spoke in time and took over Zhang Yu's words. So, our next opponent is Jiaqing number 1 High School. After advancing to the semi-finals, we will face Qingcheng Experimental Middle School. We will meet Harbin number 3 Middle School in the finals. We must kill 2 of the 3 great kings of Hejiang Prefecture. This is actually good news. Once we win the championship, no one will question our quality, right? By the way, how much is the prize money for the Hejiang Province League? After saying that, Fang Xiu looked at Zhang Yu and Zhang Panpan. Yes, although this competition order could be described as hell mode, but once they win the championship, their gold content will be extremely exaggerated. 5 million. Even Zhang Yu gritted his teeth. Money comes second. If we really win the championship, the leaders of the Hejiang Prefecture Education Department will give our Beastmaster support. All kinds of resources and promotions are pouring in. Even Huching No. 1 Middle School can be proud. The most important thing is when they go to college in the future, this honor will also make them get very much attention in the Beast Taming University. Even as long as Fang Xiu and others' league results next year are not as bad as failing to qualify from the group stage, even if they're only in the semifinals, they will still have a chance to get a spot in the top 10. Yes, Fang Xiu nodded. Then what we have to do next is to overcome the huge obstacle of the Hejiang Province League and let others hear our story. Zhang Shuren and Chun Fan looked at each other, their eyes emitting unprecedented light. Can they overcome the huge obstacle of the Hejiang Provincial League and let others hear their stories? Just thinking about this kind of thing makes people excited. Li Qingqing looked at Fang Xiu's profile and felt a little unbelievable. What on earth is the shape of Fang Xiu's heart? Among them, only Fang Xiu signed a disciple contract with Master Che Xian. He was the only one who had the problem of debt for triple compensation. Logically speaking, Fang Xiu should be bearing the greatest pressure, but he couldn't feel that pressure from Fang Xiu. It was as if the apprentice contract had nothing to do with Fang Xiu, and the Hejiang Province League had nothing to do with him. This Fang Xiu, do you really believe that you can sweep Qingsheng Experimental Middle School and Harbor No. 3 Middle School and win the championship? Where does his confidence come from? Although his alien is indeed very strong, the key class of Harbor No. 3 Middle School requires innate fantasy beast masters to enter, and the Ice City Seven Sons is the most talented class in history. Li Qingqing was secretly surprised. She wasn't carried away. It would be a great success to defeat Jiaqing and advance to the top 4 in the Hejiang Prefecture League. Champion or something. Just fantasize a little. Is it really possible? Li Hink Samekut Hadips. However, just when Li Qingqing wanted to say something, there was a knock on the door outside the lounge. Please come in. Zhang Yu was a little confused, but still politely invited the person in. Hello, is Fang Xiu here? The person who pushed the door open was a gymnasium staff member. The draw is over, and the next step is the interview session. Could you trouble Fang Xiu to come over for a moment? Fang Xiu pointed at himself in surprise. Me? Yeah. The staff nodded in admiration. Post-match interviews are always a part of the event, and Fang Xiu's performance this time was truly amazing. This is the first time I've seen someone sweep the entire group stage. It is not impossible for a team to get 3 points in one go and advance to the quarterfinals. It can even be said to be common. But, with his own strength, he swept through 12 opponents and won in a nearly crushing manner throughout the whole process. Only Fang Xiu could win. No wonder the staff member was so excited. Chu Xinghe doesn't have it either. Fang Xiu was a little surprised. He thought that Chu Xinghe had swept all the contestants before. Chu Xinghe only participated in one Hejiang Prefecture League, and he did not adopt our tactics at that time. Zhang Yu has a deep memory of Chu Xinghe's games. At that time, Chu Xinghe had always been the ace of Huching No. 1 Middle School. At that time, the other players in Huching No. 1 Middle School were not weak either. It's just that it can't be compared with Harbor No. 3 Middle School, which is full of monsters, which holds Chu Xinghe back. They all performed well in the group stage. Chu Xinghe only attacked 3 times. So that's how it is. Fang Xiu nodded, and then, under the guidance of the staff, came to the competition field again. Because they knew there would be a post-match interview, some viewers chose to stay. When Fang Xiu came out again, they also shouted Fang Xiu's name. The sound became louder and louder. The reporter in charge of the interview was a young lady about 23 years old, wearing a formal black dress and holding a microphone in her hand. Feeling the atmosphere on the scene, she couldn't help but sigh. Wow, it seems that our contestant Fang Xiu is really very popular. Hello, classmate Fang Xiu. My name is Wang Xueshue. You can also call me Sister Xue. As Wang Xueshue spoke, she took the initiative to extend her hand in front of Fang Xiu, looking very graceful and elegant. In order to make it easier for Fang Xiu to be interviewed, the staff gave him a Bluetooth headset and pinned the microphone to his collar. Hello, Sister Xue. Although Fong Xiu has adapted to competing in front of the audience, he is still a little green when facing interviews and looks a little shy when he smiles. Good, so cute. Wang Shueshua blinked her big, bright eyes and called it adorable in her heart. He has sharp eyebrows and star-like eyes and is fresh and handsome. The smile looks shy and cute, just like the neighbor's little brother. Wang Shueshua almost wanted to swallow him in one bite. Wang Shueshua's eyes became a little infatuated. Ahem. In the end, the cameraman made a gesture to Wang Shueshua, asking her to pay attention to her image. Only then did Wang Shueshua react and cleared her throat awkwardly. First of all, let us congratulate Huching No. 1 Middle School for successfully advancing to the quarterfinals. As this is your first time participating in the Hejiang Province League, you should be very excited, right, Brother Fong Xiu? Yeah, very excited. Fong Xiu nodded. The results of the draw have come out. Next we will face the best players from our local university, Jiaqing No. 1 High School. Junior Fong Xiu, do you have anything to say to the next contestants? Chapter 165, Explosive Interview. One more chapter. Well, friendship first, competition second. Fong Xiu thought about it. He didn't have much in common with the students of Jiaqing No. 1 Middle School. You should be more humble and polite. Indeed, Huching has always been our neighbor of Jiaqing. No matter what the result tomorrow is, we are good friends. Wang Shueshua was quite satisfied with Fong Xiu's answer. However, he also felt that Fong Xiu was a little too shy and couldn't let go. Although there are usually no problems with this type of interview, it is unlikely to generate any heat. Then the second question is, among the top 8 teams, is there any Beastmaster that Junior Fong Xiu particularly wants to fight against? Wang Shueshua continued to ask. I guess Fong Xiu would say he is the best among Harbin No. 3 Middle School. After all, this year's Ice City 7 are very famous. They had already gained high popularity on the internet long before the Hejiang Province League was held. Fong Xiu might have been watching them secretly. Wang Shueshua thought to herself. Worth mentioning is, although it is a post-match interview, reporters are not allowed to ask questions at will. Generally, the staff will design the content of the interview and then give it to the reporters to ask questions. There's no particular Beastmaster I want to fight with. After all, I don't know much about Beastmasters from other schools. Fong Xiu thought for a moment and replied. So far, apart from having heard of Fairy Beixian and Fairy Yuxiao, Fong Xiu really doesn't know who his contestants will be. Fairy Beixian and Fairy Yuxiao are both girls. It always feels weird for a boy like me to say that I want to fight with 2 girls. Wang Shueshua was stunned. She didn't expect Fong Xiu to answer like this. But on second thought, she felt that there was nothing strange about it. Beastmasters like Fong Xiu spend most of their time taming beasts, so it is understandable that they don't pay much attention to what's happening on the internet. Then, Wang Shueshua asked a few routine questions about beast taming. For example, how did Fong Xiu come up with the idea of breeding aliens? And how does he tame beasts on a daily basis? Can he share his thoughts and experiences? Fong Xiu also answered them one by one. However, considering the special nature of the alien, Fong Xiu was reserved when answering the questions. To sum it up in one sentence, eat well, tame beasts well, and rest well, okay. Finally, Fong Xiu nodded. It's really a simple and unpretentious method of taming beasts. Wang Shueshua smiled. It seems that this interview will not cause heated discussions online. Too ordinary. No hot spots at all. Then there's only one last question. Wang Shueshua continued to smile as she answered the last question from the staff through the Bluetooth headset on her ear. But this last question made Wang Shueshua's smile come to an abrupt end. I heard from the referee that when junior brother Fong Xiu was playing against Lin Guangping from Chuni City Experimental Middle School, he said that Huching No. 1 Middle School only has one goal this year, and that is to win the Hejiang State League Championship. Is this true? Wang Shueshua blinked in disbelief. Fong Xiu had sharp eyebrows and bright eyes, and was fresh and handsome. He was indeed a rare, handsome young man, but to her, he gave her the impression of a shy boy next door. I didn't expect Fong Xiu could say such words on the court. But, when facing his own interview, Fong Xiu would probably deny it. Wang Shueshua thought to herself. The next second, Fong Xiu responded, yes, I said that. As soon as these words were spoken, Wang Shueshua stood there in a daze, her red lips painted with lipstick half open and half closed, unable to speak for a long time. She even felt that the shyness she had before disappeared from Fong Xiu at this moment, and was replaced by an extremely strong self-confidence. After a while, Wang Shueshua said with a smile. I never thought that junior brother Fang Xiu would be so courageous as to challenge those strong schools and win a Hejiang State League championship. However, as a beastmaster, you should have such ambition. Challenge. Fang Xiu raised his eyebrows. What does it mean to challenge those strong schools? Perhaps in the eyes of others, those universities have more beast-taming resources, more advanced beast-taming experience, and more teaching staff. But in Fang Xiu's eyes, his alien is the most powerful beast in the world. Fang Xiu's inner competitive spirit was also ignited by Wang Shueshue's words. He looked down at Wang Shueshue and said casually in front of the camera, "They are the challengers." Wang Shueshue was stunned again. No. Where's the neighbor's brother? Are you talking about the shy little boy? Are the other teams in the Hejiang Province League the challengers? Harbin number 3 Middle School. Qingcheng Experimental Middle School. Jiaqing number 1 High School. Are they the challengers? Where on earth did Fang Xiu get the confidence and courage to say such words in front of the live camera? Even the moment Fang Xiu finished speaking, the entire audience was in an uproar. No, this beastmaster named Fang Xiu is so arrogant. The 3 great Vajras are the challengers? How dare he do that? No, buddy, where did he say that the 3 great kings are the challengers? He clearly said that all the colleges and universities in the Hejiang Province League are challengers. Ha ha ha, it's been a long time since I've seen such an arrogant beastmaster. Yes, but then again, sweeping all opponents in the group stage is a record that has never been seen before, right? At least, there has never been such a situation in the group stages in recent years. Everyone can say nice things, but let's get through Jiaqing number 1 Middle School first. I'm a little excited. Come on, brother Fang Xiu, I'm rooting for you. He's just a frog in a well who doesn't know his place. If he really saw those monster beast masters in Harbin number 3 Middle School, he wouldn't be able to say such words. Just wait to be slapped in the face. For a moment, there was a lot of heated discussion in the audience. Although some people are optimistic about Fang Xiu's performance in the group stage, there are also many people who think that his confidence is just based on his narrow-minded view of the world. When the quarterfinals start tomorrow, he will realize how ignorant this statement is. But no matter what, it doesn't matter whether the audience is optimistic about Fang Xiu or not. Deep down, we are all looking forward to tomorrow's game. At the same time, the gymnasium is allocated to the lounge of Huqing number 1 Middle School. Li Qingqing, Zhang Shuren, Chen Fan. The 3 of them all widened their eyes in shock, and their mouths involuntarily opened into an O shape. Are the colleges and universities in the Hejiang Prefecture League the challengers? How dare Fang Xiu do this? The pressure was already high, and this guy made Huqing number 1 Middle School the target of public criticism. Also, this is live. I'm afraid that everyone in Hejiang Prefecture will see this interview. I feel like if I lose this... Zhang Yu rolled his throat, swallowed nervously, and turned to look at Zhang Panpan. The latter's expression wasn't much better. The two looked at each other, feeling somewhat desperate. I will definitely be drowned by the saliva on the internet. Zhang Panpan took a deep breath and felt the pain in her gums. Chapter 166. Taming Beasts with Medicine, 2 more chapters. Jiaqing number 1 Senior High School. Although Zhang Shubua and others who qualified for the Hejiang Province League did not go to the Beast Guard Stadium to watch the game, they did not miss the live broadcast. Lu Yu, Han Su, Shi Yin, and others were gathered in the dormitory of team Captain Zhang Shubua at this time, watching the post-match interview with physical education teacher Li Zijing. Huqing number 1 Middle School is very strong this year. Shi Yin folded his arms and sat on the sofa. Huqing is obviously the second-to-last city in Hejiang Prefecture in terms of comprehensive strength, but ever since the genius named Chu Xinghe emerged from number 1 Middle School, teams have often made it out of the group stage. 2 years ago, their senior from Jiaqing number 1 Middle School was eliminated by a freshman named Ma Wanfeng. Now seeing Fang Xiu sweeping all the players in the group stage by himself, Shi Yin couldn't understand it. How come the small Huqing number 1 Middle School always produces strong people? It's all because of Chu Xinghe. Lu Yu sneered. He set up a student union at Huqing number 1 Middle School, and from time to time, he would send beast control resources from Imperial Capital University to his alma mater, so their performance has been getting better and better in recent years. Mingming Jiaqing number 1 High School is also a well-known and strong school in Hejiang Prefecture. Many beastmasters are admitted into the top 10 from here every year. But few people would take care of their younger classmates from their alma mater as much as Chu Xinghe does. I guess Fang Xiu also received guidance from Senior Chu. Just when Lu Yu said this, Fang Xiu also said in front of the camera that other schools were the challengers. Zhang Shubua, Han Su, Lu Yu, Shi Yin, and Li Zhe were all stunned. Damn, did I hear it right? This guy said we are the challengers. Lu Yueting stood up from the sofa, clenched his 5 fingers into fists, veins bulged on the back of his hands, and he wanted to punch Fang Xiu in the face twice. They just swept the group stage. How dare this guy be so arrogant? Looking at his attitude, he simply doesn't take Jiaqing No. 1 high school seriously. It seems that this year's freshmen are very confident. Li Zhe looked at Fang Xiu. As a physical education teacher at Jiaqing No. 1 high school, he has his own set of criteria. Relying on this ability, he can teach students in accordance with their aptitude and train the students of Jiaqing No. 1 middle school into powerful beast tamers one after another. Even according to his standards, Fang Xiu is a very powerful beastmaster. But his character is really arrogant, and his behavior of being the first to appear in every game. Commentator Wang Wei believed that he adopted a tactic to hide the team's strength. But it's also possible that it's just that Fang Xiu is too arrogant and always wants to be in the spotlight. Li Zhe commented, "Tomorrow, I will make him face the reality," Zhang Shubua said in a low voice. In preparation for the Hejiang Province League, he only slept 4 hours a day. Apart from eating and general education classes, he devoted all his energy to taming beasts. Moreover, he did not waste a single cent of the living expenses and pocket money given by his family. He used it all to buy various supplements to increase the muscle strength of his beasts. With such efforts, I became the strongest in Jiaqing No. 1 high school. Seeing the seriousness in Zhang Shubua's eyes, Li Zhe patted him on the shoulder and said, "Don't worry, Shubua. Fang Xiu is no match for you. The natural beast control method is already outdated. Beast control with medicine is the future. I'll prepare an extra supplement for you all tomorrow." Li Zhe's mouth corners raised, revealing a hint of a smile. Although there has been endless debate about natural beast control and drug beast control, in Li Zhe's opinion, drug beast control is scientific. By using drugs to simulate the testosterone naturally produced by organisms, protein synthesis can be promoted, thereby increasing muscle mass and strength, and ultimately enhancing the combat effectiveness of the beast. With the same amount of time, resources, and medicine, the growth of beast tamers will definitely crush natural beast tamers. "Teacher, my family hasn't given me living expenses this month." Han Su couldn't help but look embarrassed when he heard that he had to use supplements again. Although it is true that supplements can enhance the power of beastmen, the cost is not low. In the past month alone, his beast taming budget has seriously exceeded the limit, and he even has to borrow money from classmates for meals. And when I heard Han Su say he had no money, Li Zhe also showed a gloomy smile. "Xiao Su, I didn't force you to choose the path of drug beast control. You can also choose the natural beast control route, like Lu Anqi and the others. I only helped you because you begged me to help you improve your beast control ability. If your family's really in trouble, why not just give up?" Li Zhe said it lightly. "Also, don't blame me for not reminding you, Xiaoxiu. The city responsible for hosting the Hejiang Province League this year is our Jiaqing. As the home team, if we lose to a mere Huqing No. 1 middle school, do you know the severity of the consequences?" "Teacher Li," Han Su's heart was shocked. "Okay, we're all working as a whole. I'll provide the supplements this time." Seeing that Han Su was about to cry, Zhang Shubua waved his hand and took out his resource card. Thanks to classmate Shubua for being sensible, Li Zhe didn't hesitate to take the resource card and press a number. "But Shubua, don't blame me for not reminding you. Help in emergencies, but not in poverty. If you keep going like this, you will only be dragged down by those rubbish." When talking about the word waste, Li Zhe deliberately emphasized the tone. "Okay, you guys should get some rest early. I'll come pick you up tomorrow morning and bring you the supplements then." As he spoke, Li Zhe walked to the door, took his coat from the hook nearby, and left Zhang Shubua's dormitory. Han Su waited until Li Zhe disappeared before she sat down with a sense of relief. She thanked Zhang Shubua somewhat awkwardly. Thank you, Brother Bo." "Nothing." Zhang Shubua shook his head. Li Zhe is just like that. Although he did send many students with average grades to 985 and 211 universities, he is a profit-seeking person. Although he is called a teacher, the relationship between him and his students is more like that between a trainer and a student at a gym. You don't have to take his words too seriously. Zhang Shubua glanced at Han Su and wanted to say that after the Hejiang Province League was over, he would go back to the natural beast taming track. But on second thought, tomorrow's game is indeed important, and there is no need to say these words at this time. Yeah, Han Su nodded obediently, but in his heart he couldn't help but begin to hate his original family. The supplements Li Zhe prepared for them were only $59.99, which was not expensive at all. If his family had a little more money, he could always use medicine to tame the beasts, and he would definitely be able to get into the top 10 in the future. Damn it, it's all my family's fault. Chapter 167. Angry Zhang Yu 3 more chapters. After returning to the hotel, Li Qingqing, Zhang Shuren, and Chun Fan couldn't wait to discuss the appearance order and tactics for the quarterfinals. But in response to their request, Zhang Yu just smiled and shook his head. The quarterfinals won't start until 4 p.m. tomorrow afternoon, so there's no need to rush. Zhang Yu raised his arm and tapped the watch on his wrist. It was already 8:30 when they walked out of the beast-taming gymnasium. Afterwards, he took everyone out for a delicious meal, and when they returned here, it was already past 10 o'clock in the evening. Have a good rest and conserve your energy. Zhang Yu said to everyone, anyway, there's still one day tomorrow, which is enough time for us to understand our opponent this time. Especially Fang Xiao, I know you are very dedicated to beast control, but you still need to rest well. Got it. Fang Xiao nodded, said goodbye to everyone else in the hall, and returned to his room. After fighting with 12 beastmasters in a row, Fang Xiao felt a little tired. After returning to his room, he took a hot shower and went to bed. However, he still took a look at the situation in the beast-taming space. The wounds of the 2 alien guards who fought today have begun to heal. Due to the huge size of the mammoth demon king, the face hugger showed no signs of falling off. If the AI system of the beast-taming space could not sense the vitality of the beasts, Fang Xiao would have thought that the face hugger was dead. It seems we can only wait until tomorrow. After confirming that there was no problem with the parasitism, Fang Xiao returned to the real world and fell into a deep sleep. A dreamless night. When I opened my eyes again, it was already the next morning. Fang Xiao got out of bed yawning, then simply washed up and went to the hotel's buffet restaurant. I happened to meet Li Qingqing and others here. However, Zhang Yu's expression did not look very good. Brother Yu, you let us have a good rest. You shouldn't be in the room. Fang Xiao raised his eyebrows and complained softly. After just one night, Zhang Yu's dark circles became much darker. Indulged. Although he is not needed to play in today's game, it doesn't have to be like this. Go away. What are you thinking about? I contacted all my old friends last night and was busy until 2 or 3 in the morning. Meet in my room after dinner. Zhang Yu said in a deep voice, turned around, picked up some food, and left the restaurant. Why does it seem like Teacher Zhang is in a bad mood? Zhang Shuren tilted his head. Before they separated last night, Teacher Zhang, you looked refreshed. Why are you so angry for no reason? Are you grumpy when you wake up? And Teacher Zhang Pampan is not here either. We'll know when we go to his room later. Fang Xiao shrugged and didn't take the matter too seriously. He just took a little of everything. About 20 minutes later, Fang Xiao and others finished the battle and went to Zhang Yu's room. When I pushed the door open, I found Zhang Pampan was there too. Hello, Teacher Zhang. Li Qingqing and the other 2 greeted him politely. Good morning, Brother Yu, Brother Pampan. Fang Xiao has a closer relationship with Zhang Yu and Zhang Pampan, and they address each other in a more intimate way. You are here. Zhang Yu couldn't help but sigh when he saw several people coming. What's wrong? You look so sad so early in the morning. Fang Xiao also felt strange, as he was fine last night. And today's opponent is Jiaqing No. 1 Middle School. Even if the opponent has the advantage of playing at home, the pressure shouldn't be so great, right? I still underestimated the means of Jiaqing No. 1 Middle School. I didn't expect that the teacher leading the team this year would be that Li Zhe. Zhang Yu clenched his 5 fingers into a fist and slammed the table hard. It was obvious that he was very resentful towards his teacher, named Li Zhe. Zhang Shuren and Chun Fan looked at each other. Both of them were very unfamiliar with this name. What happened? Fang Xiao walked to the chair in front of Zhang Yu and sat down. Is there anything special about this Li Zhe? Well, in terms of teaching level, Li Zhe can raise the grades of many ordinary students to 985 and 211. As a physical education teacher in Huqing, Zhang Pampan has long heard about Li Zhe's style of doing things. So powerful, Zhang Shuren was surprised. Although 985 and 211 are not as good as the top 10, they are at least key universities in China. Ordinary students can only get into the first or second-tier universities at most. If we only judge by performance, then Li Zhe is indeed amazing. However, his method of taming beasts is currently controversial. Have you heard of the method of taming beasts with drugs? Zhang Panpan asked them. Fang Xiu and others are the top students in Huqing. Not only are they good at taming beasts in general education, they should also know some knowledge about taming beasts during their extracurricular time. But Fang Xiu is a special case. He lacked so much common sense that he had no idea which direction to look. Beast control with medicine. Li Qingqing frowned slightly. I know. It is said that exogenous hormones are used to greatly enhance the metabolic capacity of synthetic beasts, doubling the growth rate of the beasts. It can even break through the limits of natural beast control and increase the upper limit of beast control's power. Only Li Qingqing's expression became subtle, because when she was surpassed by Fang Xiu, she had thought about using drugs to control the beast. With his family's connections, it was not difficult to buy beast-controlling supplements, and the cost was affordable. It is said that once the drug beast control is stopped, the muscles of the beast control body will also be lost quickly. Long-term use of supplements for beasts can also cause the beast's heart to enlarge and lead to various problems. Some supplements can even cause beasts to become dependent on them. Taming beasts with drugs is a method of taming beasts that has both obvious advantages and disadvantages. But when Li Qingqing thought about the little gray bird that was with her day and night, she finally gave up the idea of using medicine to tame the beast. Tame beasts with medicine. Although it was the first time Fang Xiu heard of this method of taming beasts, he always felt it was familiar. So, in that case, all the players from Jiaqing No. 1 Middle School use supplements. In Fang Xiu's opinion, if it weren't for the use of supplements in Jiaqing No. 1 Middle School, Zhang Panpan would have no reason to bring up this matter at this time. That's right. Zhang Yu nodded. I originally just wanted to contact a few old classmates and do some research on the situation at Jiaqing No. 1 Middle School. I didn't expect that. This year, the physical education teacher leading the team is not only Li Zhe, he also recommended the drug-taming beast method to the students of Jiaqing No. 1 Middle School. Rely on supplements to increase the power of the beast. This Li Zhe is simply too much. Zhang Yu was so angry that his teeth were itching. The reason why he was so angry was not only because the beast tamer that used the supplements would become too powerful. Instead, it is a drug that controls beasts and is addictive. Once you get it, it's hard to get rid of it. Especially the freshmen in high school. They have just come into contact with beast taming, and their minds and concepts of beast taming are not mature yet. Once you blindly start taking supplements, it's hard to get rid of them. This bastard. Thinking of this, Zhang Yu couldn't help but curse. What about the authorities? Why didn't they stop it? Fang Xiu didn't expect Zhang Yu to have such a big reaction, and he continued to ask for a while. Chapter 168. The Dangers of Using Drugs to Control Beasts. It was the first time that Fang Xiu heard of the concept of taming beasts with medicine. However, judging from the reactions of Zhang Yu and others, using drugs to tame beasts is obviously not a good thing. If this is the case, why doesn't the country directly ban it? Zhang Yu sighed. How can it be so easy to ban it? On the one hand, although drug-controlled beasts may cause problems such as heart hypertrophy and overdependence, they also do increase the strength of the beasts, allowing them to break through their physical limits. That's why the beast-taming community has been arguing about it endlessly. On the other hand, there is the market. Some countries openly support the use of drugs to control beasts and have invested a lot of money to support beast researchers in the development of supplements. In addition to bringing tens of billions of tax revenue to the country every year, it can also provide a lot of jobs and ease social employment pressure. What's more, those supplements are for beast men, not humans, so it would be even more difficult to ban them. Zhang Yu explained. Although some beast masters can establish a bond with the beasts and become good friends, but most beast masters only regard the beasts they control as slaves and tools. For those people, taming beasts is nothing more than a way to rise above the rest of the world. Why not use supplements if you can? Coupled with the conflicts of interest, those supplement companies have become very prosperous. In recent years, some of them have become members of the Beast Tamer Congress by virtue of their huge financial resources and social influence. So that's how it is. Fang Xiu suddenly understood what was going on after hearing this. So, Beast Tamer supplements are similar to cigarettes. Don't people know the harm of cigarettes? No. They even specifically write on the packaging of every pack of cigarettes that smoking is harmful to health. But the annual taxes and jobs provided are really important. Plus, people smoke voluntarily. It cannot be banned naturally. Similarly, beast taming supplements are also a method that these beast tamers voluntarily choose to become stronger. Despite the controversy, it is difficult to solve the problem at its root. Actually, I don't hate the beast taming supplement. After a moment of hysteria, Zhang Yu's emotions gradually calmed down. He knew that the beast taming supplement had positive effects. Even the beast tamers would use supplements when necessary to fight the final battle with the creatures of the beast taming world. What he found difficult to accept was Li Zhe's approach. If an adult chooses the method of controlling beasts with medicine after careful consideration, then no matter what the result is, it is his own choice. He knows what the price is. But the students of Jiaqing No. 1 Middle School are still in the first year of high school. They're only 15 or 16 years old. What can they understand? In addition to the dependence they cause, these supplements are also expensive. Even the cheapest supplements cost 3,000 to 4,000 yuan per tube, and the effects can only last about a week. After some high school students have tasted the sweetness of supplements, they can't stop themselves and become obsessed with drugs and beast control. But most beast masters come from ordinary families and cannot afford such expenses. If you can wake up in time, cut off your dependence on supplements, and return to nature to taming beasts, they can be considered as returning to the right path. But how can a high school student have the self-control to resist temptation? Even some college students, let alone high school students, are not good enough in this regard. What if I have no money? Huabei, Jingxi Blackstripe. Use as much as you have available in installments and use one loan to pay off another. Some female students may even be exposed to fruit loans because of this. Even after he was in debt, he couldn't resist the temptation and got involved in internet gambling and the Sky Repair Plan. Thinking about how much I win every day and using the winnings to buy supplements. What is the 92 probability theory and the doubling method? A good student was ruined because of this. Zhang Yu's emotions, which had finally calmed down, gradually turned red again, and he slammed his clenched fists on the table. Bang! With a loud bang, the glass on the table was smashed by Zhang Yu's punch. The sharp edge scratched the back of his hand, blood splattered, and left red spots on the broken table. Teacher Zhang, Zhang Shuren, and Chun Fan exclaimed in unison. They were frightened by the scene before them and suddenly panicked. Seeing this, Li Qingqing quickly took out his beast taming space card, Little Gray Bird. As Li Qingqing's voice fell, her Beastmaster flashed out from the Beastmaster space. Li Qingqing's little gray bird opened its beak and spit out a light blue flame, burning toward Zhang Yu's wound. This sudden situation surprised Zhang Shuren and others. What's going on? Could it be that Li Qingqing has watched too many movies and wants to use burning to stop the bleeding? Even Zhang Yu was startled and subconsciously wanted to pull his hand back. But who would have known that when this light blue flame covered the wound, not only did he not feel any stinging pain, but instead he felt a cool and comfortable feeling. There was a hint of surprise in Zhang Yu's eyes. When he looked down, he found that the wound cut by the glass had stopped bleeding and began to heal slowly. Healing skills, Zhang Panpan on the side was also shocked. After the little gray bird mutated, he asked Li Qingqing whether his beast had acquired any skills. After all, it is a rare innate fantasy beast species. The probability of acquiring skills through mutation is not small. But Li Qingqing kept silent about the little gray bird's mutant skills. Unexpectedly, it turned out to be an auxiliary skill for healing injuries. Although this skill has little combat power, there are very few beastmasters who can awaken this ability. On the battlefield, it often brings a sense of security to a troop. It's just, I can simply treat some external injuries. If it's an illness or internal injury, there's nothing I can do. Li Qingqing said, smacking her lips. And in her eyes, this skill is not that great. At most, it can treat knife wounds, nothing serious. You can't say that. You're only in the first year of high school, and your little gray bird has only been born for a few months. As it continues to grow, its abilities will become stronger and stronger. Zhang Panpan said without thinking. Fangxiu's aliens have a terrifying reproduction speed. Li Qingqing's treatment methods for the little gray bird. When the two of them go to college, they will definitely be an amazing duo. Thank you. I just lost control of my emotions. Zhang Yu took a deep breath, and his emotions gradually calmed down. He expressed his gratitude to Li Qingqing, but then sighed. Fangxiu noticed Zhang Yu's reaction and thought to himself, if it weren't for the fact that someone around him had had such an experience, Zhang Yu wouldn't have been so familiar with this process. You know, Zhang Panpan is a physical education teacher, and his understanding of medicine and beastmanship must be deeper than that of general education teacher like Zhang Yu. But their reactions were completely different. If I'm not mistaken, it's most likely Zhang Yu's relatives or friends were led astray by people like Li Zhe and ended up spending more than they earned, getting deeper and deeper into trouble. However, this incident is undoubtedly a scar for Zhang Yu. Fang Xiu naturally didn't want to ask any further questions. Then let's defeat them. But Fang Xiu was not going to turn a deaf ear to him. Use my natural beast control to defeat their drug beast control. Chapter 169. Heading to the new arena. Quarterfinals. Well said. Zhang Yu stood up from the sofa and gave Fang Xiu a thumbs up. Use natural beast control to defeat drug beast control. Wake up those students. You don't have to use supplements to become strong. But what if they continue to use it? Chun Fan asked suddenly. As a result, he saw Zhang Yu staring at him with a dark face. Then it's none of our business. Fang Xiu said lightly. Let go of the desire to help others and respect their fate. After all, he participated in the Hejiang Province League this time to win the championship. Only by defeating Jiaqing No. 1 Middle School can he advance to the semifinals. Therefore, Fang Xiu didn't mind showing the power of natural beast taming in front of these medicine beast tamers so that they could return to the right path. It's just a matter of convenience anyway. But this is all he can do. If the other party continues to insist on using drugs to control the beast, if there are any problems in the future, it will be their own business. Zhang Yu lost control of his emotions for a moment because he felt the same way, but after hearing Fang Xiu's words, he felt that there was some truth in them. After all, those students from Jiaqing No. 1 Middle School have nothing to do with them. Let's work out some tactics. Zhang Yu calmed himself down and prepared to work out the order of appearance first. Also explain the rules of the quarterfinals to Fang Xiu and others. Completely different from the group stage, the teams eliminated in the quarterfinals are all famous universities in Hejiang Prefecture. No matter where it is held, it attracts a large number of audiences every year. Naturally, we would not use the small enclosed gymnasium like yesterday. And in the quarterfinals, players will need to toss a coin to select the map, Zhang Yu explained. Map selection, Fang Xiu was stunned. Good job. Is this really a boxing match? Even a map can be changed. That's right, because everyone's Beastmaster is different. Some Beastmasters are suitable for fighting on the plains, while some Beastmasters can exert their power in more brutal environments, such as the Frost Beastmaster we encountered in the mutation room before. If she is placed in a land of ice and snow, her combat effectiveness will be further enhanced. So every year, during the elimination round, the map can be changed. Snow-capped mountains, calm lakes, mountain ranges, square formations, deserts, grasslands, taverns, etc. Zhang Yu continued. Aren't we in the beast-taming stadium? How can the maps be switched frequently? Fang Xiu was a little surprised. But on second thought, this world can even develop technology like the beast-taming space, so replacing the competition venue doesn't seem to be a fantasy. Moreover, the purpose of the Hejiang Province League is not to improve the college entrance examination scores of these students. First of all, there are numbers. Only the best from each region are eligible to participate. It is normal for casualties to occur in battles between beast tamers. Obviously, the real purpose of the league is to cultivate talents to fight against the beast-taming world. The requirements for practical experience are naturally very high. A harsh environment can not only allow the beast tamer to play to his strengths, but also allow the disadvantaged party to adapt to fighting in a cruel environment. Fang Xiu quickly figured this out in his mind. Zhang Yu nodded with satisfaction. As expected of Fang Xiu, he can quickly understand anything as long as you explain it to him briefly. The future is limitless. Then it's the order of battle. Zhang Yu continued, his eyes falling on Chun Fan. Among Fang Xiu and others, Chun Fan's beast-taming ability is relatively weak. Since it is a formal knockout match, it would be better to use Chun Fan to test the opponent's strength first. But what Zhang Yu didn't expect was, Fang Xiu suddenly said, Brother Yu, let me take the lead in this elimination match. After hearing this, Li Qingqing and others were also stunned. This is a knockout round, Fang Xiu. Zhang Shuren quickly retorted. And the contestants from Jiaqing No. 1 High School also use drugs to control the beasts. Their ability to control beasts must be very strong. It will be better if you come a hold the fort. I think so too. Chun Fan also echoed. Fang Xiu, stop being the only one seeking the limelight. You should also give the opportunities to us young beastmasters. Li Qingqing complained harshly. However, although Li Qingqing said this, she had other thoughts in her mind. Jiaqing number 1 middle school is quite strong. If you want to fight them, you can't count on the alien guards. At the very least, it's an alien wizard or an alien swordsman. In this way, Fang Xiu's beast control might be exposed prematurely. Even if they beat Jiaqing number 1 middle school, they would be easily targeted when facing Qingsheng experimental middle school later. But Fang Xiu insisted and shook his head. I do this for 2 reasons. The first reason is that you don't agree with the method of controlling beasts with drugs, right, brother you? Then I, a nature beast, will sweep them all away and make them realize that drug beasts are not that powerful. The second reason is that I read the rules of the competition. The number of beast masters that can be sent into the semifinals is 2, and the number of beast masters that can be sent into the finals is 3. In other words, even if I serve as the vanguard, I won't reveal too much of my strength. After Fang Xiu finished speaking, he looked at Li Qingqing and the others. Li Qingqing and the others only bred a single beast. After the semifinals, the rules became very unfriendly to them. If the beast taming ability is exposed too early, it will be easier to be targeted when facing Qingsheng experimental middle school. Based on these 2 points, I think it's better for me to play. And I have already said in the interview that they are the challengers. Fang Xiu said in a resounding voice. He has absolute confidence in his alien. Not to mention Jiaqing number 1 middle school. Even if it was Qingsheng experimental middle school and Harbin number 3 middle school, Fang Xiu was confident that he could beat them. Li Qingqing and others looked at each other. I think Fang Xiu's idea is fine. Zhang Panpan weighed it carefully. First of all, Fang Xiu's alien is indeed too strong. It cannot be viewed with common sense. Secondly, although it is not known what kind of intersection there is between Zhang Yu and drug-controlled beasts, if one wants to suppress Li Zhe's beast control theory, this is indeed a strong decision. All right, seeing that Fang Xiu and Zhang Panpan were so insistent, Zhang Yu finally had to give in. I feel like Fang Xiu is the MVP, and we are all just winners without doing anything. Zhang Shuren couldn't help but laugh at himself. Although it wouldn't matter if I advanced in this way, I always felt like I was holding the team back. Don't worry, Fang Xiu smiled. You will be busy in the semifinals later. That's all. After determining the order of play, Zhang Yu explained to Fang Xiu and others the performance of Jiaqing number 1 middle school in the freshman exchange competition. However, using medicine to tame beasts can achieve huge results in a short period of time. The freshman exchange competition of Jiaqing number 1 middle school also has no timeliness issues. But at least we can know what kind of beasts they are and choose which map to weaken their power. After everything was ready, Zhang Yu led everyone to the competition venue. Jiaqing, the largest beast-controlling stadium. Chapter 170. What beast can you control if you don't have money? One more chapter. Jiaqing Beast Sports Center. Located in the western section of Shengli Road, Tianjin District, Jiaqing, it covers an area of 120,000 square meters and has a construction area of 2,600 square meters. The main body is divided into 4 areas, A, B, C, and D, which can accommodate up to 40,000 spectators at the same time. The competition venue consists of a plastic track and lawn. It is a special venue, specially used for hosting beast taming competitions. In addition, outside the competition area, there is a plaza area of nearly 60,000 square meters, which mainly serves as a leisure plaza and is equipped with parking lots, basketball courts, football fields, tennis courts, and other sports events. This is not only the largest sports venue in Jiaqing, but also one of the largest sports venues in Hejiang Prefecture. As soon as Fang Xiu and others got off the car, they were shocked by the building in front of them. The front building of the entire beast taming stadium is several dozen meters high, and the open door alone is 12 meters high. Not to mention humans, even large beasts can walk in directly from the front. After seeing this scene, Zhang Shuren finally understood why teacher Zhang Yu said that Huqing did not have the conditions to host the Hejiang Province League. The largest beast taming stadium in Huqing has a usable area of less than 1/5 of that here. In terms of style and grandeur, it is far from enough. Although Jiaqing's comprehensive strength is known as the easternmost part of China, it is only ranked 5th in Hejiang Prefecture. I really don't know how grand the sports centers in Harbin will be. The next games will be held here. Zhang Yu reminded everyone to take out their previous passes. After all, they came to participate in the competition and did not need to continue through the main gate like the spectators. Zhang Yu led everyone to the side door, and then took the lead in taking out the pass for the security guard here to check. What Fang Xiu didn't expect was When he walked in front of the security guard, the other party suddenly exclaimed, "Are you that Fang Xiu?" Although only one day has passed, Fang Xiu has attracted much attention for his outstanding performance in the competition. This security guard became a fan of Fang Xiu directly after watching the game. "Could you please sign an autograph for me?" The security guard took out his work ID with a smile, hoping that Fang Xiu would sign it directly. Fang Xiu had experienced many such things in Huqing, so he was not surprised by them. "I just thought that after the security guard recognized that I was a student of Huqing No. 1 Middle School, he would deliberately make things difficult for them for the sake of Jiaqing No. 1 Middle School." But on second thought, Fang Xiu felt that he had read too many online novels. Who was a normal person and would stare at the protagonist and step on him every day for no reason? Were the most basic professional qualities. After signing, the security guard contacted his companion and asked him to take Fang Xiu and others to the lounge. It's a state league, after all. There will be an opening ceremony before the official competition begins. Usually it includes singing and dancing performances. After the opening ceremony, students from 8 strong schools came on stage to perform a ceremony. However, on the way to the lounge, a voice came from the side. Jiaxing, Zhang Shuren, who was walking in the team, was stunned at first. Then he looked in the direction of the voice. "Brother." Seeing this, Fang Xiu and others also stopped. They saw a young man about the same height as Zhang Shuren walking towards them. He was wearing a blue and white school uniform with a few big words written on the left chest. Jiaqing No. 1 Senior High School. The visitor was none other than Zhang Shubua, the captain of Jiaqing No. 1 squad. "It's really you." Zhang Shubua looked at Zhang Shuren. "Are you here to participate in the Hejiang Prefecture League as well?" "Sure." Because in the group stage, Fang Xiu was the only one in C. Everyone's attention was focused on Fang Xiu. If it hadn't been for the chance encounter, Zhang Shubua would never have thought that his cousin would also be able to participate in this competition. "You must be Fang Xiu." Zhang Shubua quickly noticed Fang Xiu in the team. "Hello, I'm Zhang Shubua, the contestant from Jiaqing First High School. Although Jiaqing is my younger brother, I won't let him off." As he spoke, Zhang Shubua walked up to Fang Xiu and extended his hand. "That's really a coincidence." Fang Xiu smiled politely and shook hands with Zhang Shubua. However, Zhang Shubua didn't catch up with his younger brother Zhang Shuren and just said, "See you at the game." Then he turned around and left. Zhang Yu was a little surprised. He didn't expect that the top student in Jiaqing No. 1 Middle School would be Zhang Shuren's brother. "He is my third uncle's son. He is my elder brother, but we only see him during the Chinese New Year." Jiaqing and Huqing are neighboring cities. Zhang Shubua's father and his family moved to Jiaqing because of work needs. "I only come back to Huqing during the Chinese New Year. I only heard that my brother had good grades in general education before, but I didn't expect that when we met this time, we would become rivals." When Zhang Shuren heard Zhang Yu mention this name before, he thought it was a coincidence. After all, it is somewhat unbelievable that someone you know suddenly becomes the top student in a high school in another area, etc. However, Zhang Shuren soon felt something was wrong. "Teacher Zhang, you said before that the students of Jiaqing No. 1 Middle School use the method of controlling beasts with drugs." "Yes, especially Zhang Shubua. Since he comes from a wealthy family, the supplements he uses are relatively advanced, so he can become the strongest in Jiaqing No. 1 Middle School." Zhang Yu also felt a little strange. Even if Zhang Shubua and Zhang Shuren don't have much contact on a daily basis, they should know each other's family conditions. "My brother has a wealthy family." Zhang Shuren was stunned. "Isn't it good?" Li Qingqing frowned slightly. If she had no money, how could she resort to the path of taming beasts with medicine? "What a jerk." Zhang Shuren sucked in a breath of cold air. "When my third uncle was young, he made some money, but my third mother is in poor health. Every year, she has to spend hundreds of thousands of dollars just on medical treatment and medicine, and most of the family savings have been emptied. There is no money at all." Zhang Shuren sucked in a breath of cold air, and then thought of what Zhang Yu had said before, that some students would take out online loans in order to get supplements. "Oh my God, my brother must have taken out an online loan. No, I'll go ask him." Zhang Shuren gritted his teeth. The more he thought about it, the more worried he became. He turned around and chased after Zhang Shubua. Li Qingqing and Chun Fan were both stunned. Fang Xiu couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. "I thought that what Zhang Yu said about taking out online loans to control beasts was an extremely rare and extreme phenomenon. Unexpectedly, the number 1 person in Jiaqing was created in this way. The first person is like this. Then what will happen to the others after being poisoned by Li Zhe? I thought he was a rich guy, but it turns out he is just an online loan shark. Li Qingqing smacked his lips and couldn't help complaining. This world is still a little too magical. Chapter 171. Zhang Shuren was beaten 2 more chapters. Elder brother. Zhang Shuren trotted to catch up with Zhang Shubua and called him. Jiaxing. Zhang Shubua turned around immediately, somewhat surprised that his younger brother would catch up with him. What's going on with your beast? Although Zhang Shuren rushed over in one go, he still hesitated when the words really came to his lips. My beast master, you're not here to gather information, are you? Zhang Shubua was amused by his brother's reaction. Although he could guess that Zhang Shuren also wanted to achieve good results in the Hejiang Province League, how could he possibly reveal the information about the beast tamer and let it go to Fang Xiu to take credit? My stupid brother. No. Zhang Shuren immediately shook his head. I heard from our teacher that Li Zhe from Jiaqing No. 1 Middle School advocates the method of controlling beasts with drugs. They also sell supplements to their students. Some students, after tasting the sweetness of drug beast control, will become addicted to it and gradually become dependent on it. Some students will spend ahead of time to borrow money from Huabei and Jingxi Heitiao in order to use the supplements for a long time. Brother, I didn't borrow money to buy any supplements, did you? Sanyang has always been in poor health, and third master is also old. In addition to taking care of Sanyang, it seems that making money is difficult. Before Zhang Shuren finished speaking, the smile on Zhang Shubua's face suddenly stopped. I thought my younger brother came to gather information or ask for advice on how to tame beasts. Unexpectedly, he actually criticized his method of taming beasts. That's enough. Zhang Shubua's face darkened instantly. Don't talk like you know everything. Do you think Jiaqing is your Huqing? Last year, the total value of Jiaqing's beast control increased by 48.9 billion, ranking 5th in Hejiang Prefecture. The educational resources invested are even more sufficient. To make it from Jiaqing to this league, it is undoubtedly a matter of one general success and thousands of people's sacrifices. This place is not like your Crane City, where anyone with a little talent can stand out. Zhang Shubua retorted with a gloomy face. Not to mention the entire Jiaqing. This one alone is full of geniuses. If you don't use some tricks, you can never become the number 1. Flower shell. Black bars in Western Beijing. Isn't the amount above your own money? As long as you pay a small amount of the minimum repayment every month, you can borrow money from it again. It is really a conscientious app. Those who don't know how to use them are truly stupid. Did you really borrow it? Zhang Shuren sucked in a breath of cold air. Although I only have the opportunity to meet my brother Zhang Shubua during the holidays every year, there is no sense of strangeness between us. He still remembers that when he was a child, he was bullied by other children, and Zhang Shubua always stood up for him. Now that he knew that Zhang Shubua had taken out a loan in order to taming beasts, he felt mixed emotions. Brother, stop relying on supplements. You can become stronger by taming beasts naturally. Aren't Fang Xiu and I both natural beast masters? Zhang Shuren also wanted to persuade Zhang Shubua to mend his ways. But these words were particularly harsh to Zhang Shubua. In order to become the strongest in Jiaqing No. 1 Middle School and the number 1 in Jiaqing, he borrowed nearly 600,000 yuan. Should I confess to my family? At this point, there is no way out. That's why I said you don't understand anything. You think Fang Xiu is strong because you're just looking at the moon from a well. A beast master of his level is nothing in our Jiaqing. Besides, the prize money for this Hejiang Province League is as high as 5 million. As long as we win the championship, there'll be no problem. I just used the bonus in advance. Zhang Shubua waved his hand and asked Zhang Shuren to go back. See you in the competition, then. I will make him understand the power of beast taming with medicine. Brother. Zhang Shuren had a bad feeling when he heard that. The prize money for the league champion is as high as 5 million, and even after being split equally, it is still more than 1 million. Zhang Shubua even said he used his bonus early, so how much loan did he take out? That Li Zhe is definitely not a good person. You can't listen to him, Zhang Shuren said anxiously. However, just as he finished speaking, a gloomy voice came from behind him. What did you say happened to me? In an instant, Zhang Shubua's face turned ugly. Li, teacher Li. Zhang Shuren was stunned at first, then turned around quickly. But before Zhang Shuren could see the face of the person coming, he felt something hitting his abdomen hard. Teacher Li. Zhang Shubua was startled. Li Zhe kicked Zhang Shuren in the stomach. Li Zhe was a physical education teacher with a very strong physique. He was an adult, so the kick was merciless. Bang! Zhang Shuren was kicked 5 or 6 meters away. His internal organs seemed to be shattered. His head hit the ground directly. He started bleeding from his mouth and nose, and a big bump appeared on his forehead. Teacher Li, he is my younger brother. Zhang Shubua saw Li Zhe walking towards Zhang Shuren, who was flying out, and hurriedly stopped him on the road and explained, he doesn't know anything and has no idea of the advantages of using medicine to control beasts. That's why he said those stupid things. Don't bother with him. As he spoke, Zhang Shubua quickly gestured to Zhang Shuren, asking him to leave quickly. Zhang Shuren stood up holding his stomach. He wiped the blood off his face and looked at Li Zhe with resentment. Where did this garbage come from? Li Zhe glanced at Zhang Shuren with contempt. Why don't you leave quickly? Zhang Shubua saw this and glared at Zhang Shuren. Zhang Shuren gritted his teeth, knowing that he was no match for Li Zhe. That kick just now almost knocked him out. Moreover, the opponent is a physical education teacher, and his beast tamer must be incredibly strong. Although he was unhappy, Zhang Shuren still walked away. Zhang Shubua finally breathed a sigh of relief when he saw that his brother didn't continue to cause trouble. However, Li Zhe's anger had not subsided. Instead, he looked at Zhang Shubua with a sinister smile. You don't have any objections to my medicine beast control method, do you? How? How could that be? Zhang Shubua suddenly became sweaty. If it weren't for Teacher Li's supplements, I wouldn't have become a #1 person in jiaqing. I can't thank Teacher Li enough. Zhang Shubua clenched his fists. They dare not say anything about Li Zhe's frequent corporal punishment. That's good. Li Zhe didn't say much, but just patted Zhang Shubua on the shoulder, reminding him not to lose to the trash from Huqing. On the other side, Zhang Shuren held his stomach and stumbled to find the lounge arranged by the staff for Huqing #1 middle school. As a result, as soon as he pushed the door open, Zhang Shuren could no longer hold on and fell to the ground with a thud. Shu Ren, Chun Fan, who had always had a good relationship with Zhang Shuren, was startled. He turned around and found that Zhang Shuren's face was covered in blood. Chapter 172. Who do you think your 3 more chapters added? Chun Fan was startled and hurried over to support Zhang Shuren. Zhang Yu and Zhang Panpan looked at each other, quickly put down the documents in their hands, and walked quickly to Zhang Shuren. What's going on? Didn't you go to your brother and see if he beat you up? Zhang Yu and Zhang Panpan said in unison. Although we know that Zhang Shubua and Zhang Shuren are brothers, isn't it too much to use such heavy-handed tactics? Chun Fan helped Zhang Shuren and let him sit on the sofa. Fang Xiu and Li Qingqing also came over. Little Gray Bird. Li Qingqing immediately took out the beast taming space card and released the little gray bird to treat Zhang Shuren. However, although Zhang Shuren's bleeding had stopped, he still had no strength, especially the internal injuries in his abdomen, and the little gray bird was powerless to help. It's not my brother. Zhang Shuren shook his head. It's their teacher. Teacher, that Li Zhe. Zhang Yu was stunned, and then he became angry. It's okay that Li Zhe promoted the beast taming supplement in the first year of high school, but how could he hit people? And they were beating players from other teams. Is that reasonable? I'll go find him, Zhang Yu said as he stood up from Zhang Shuren and wanted to ask for an explanation. Unexpectedly, as soon as he stood up, Zhang Shuren pulled his clothes. Teacher Zhang, the competition is important. Zhang Shuren squeezed out this sentence. That Li Zhe is about 1.9 meters tall and has a strong and sturdy build. He kicked himself 5 or 6 meters away. How could Zhang Yu, a general education teacher, be a match for Li Zhe? Besides, this is jiaqing. Li Zhe is also the team leader teacher of jiaqing #1 middle school. If the matter really gets out of hand, the organizer will probably side with Li Zhe. Zhang Shuren didn't want to affect the competition of Huqing #1 middle school because of his relationship. I'll go and file a complaint, Zhang Panpan said after thinking for a moment. I just don't believe it. Can Li Zhe really be lawless? But just as he finished speaking, the sound of a door closing was heard in the lounge. Zhang Panpan subconsciously glanced at the door, and when she turned back, she found that Fang Xiu was gone. Fang Xiu. Zhang Panpan suddenly had a bad feeling and called Fang Xiu's name twice. Good job. Is Fang Xiu going to pick a fight with Li Zhe? It's bad. Zhang Yu sucked in a breath of cold air. He felt that his temper was usually bad enough, and he was very protective of his children. How come Fang Xiu is even more explosive than me? He wouldn't really go to find Li Zhe, would he? Thinking of this, Zhang Yu rushed out quickly, but did not see Fang Xiu outside. Li Qingqing, call Fang Xiu right away and ask him to come back. Panpan, come with me. Worried that something might happen to Fang Xiu, Zhang Yu didn't care about anything else and had to ask Zhang Panpan to go with him to the lounge of Jiaqing No. 1 Middle School first. This Fang Xiu. Li Qingqing was stunned at first, then stomped her feet in anger. Is he crazy? Even though he has a great talent for taming beasts, the alien's power is abnormally strong. He's just a high school student. Li Zhe is not only a physical education teacher, but also a physical education teacher at Jiaqing No. 1 Middle School. His level of beast control is definitely overwhelming theirs. If Fang Xiu rushed over alone, wouldn't that be seeking death? Zhang Shuren's expression also became guilty. He never dreamed that Fang Xiu would go to someone like Li Zhe to ask for an explanation for his own affairs. He felt even more regretful in his heart. If he had known this would happen, he should not have gone to find Zhang Shubua. Have I caused trouble for the Fengling Yueying sect? Zhang Shuren said cautiously. How is that possible? Chun Fan didn't think so. After all, Li Zhe was going too far. No matter how much you dislike Zhang Shuren, you shouldn't have been so harsh. Fortunately, he is a teacher. Li Qingqing quickly took out her cell phone and called Fang Xiu. At this time, Fang Xiu had already found out the location of the lounge at Jiaqing No. 1 Middle School from the staff. Although Zhang Shuren and I were not in the same class and had not known each other for long, during the time I was at Che Xian's house, I ate, lived, and tamed beasts with Zhang Shuren and Chen Fan. Zhang Shuren's talent was not outstanding, but he was a very hard-working student. Most importantly, he is from my Fengling Yueying sect, and I am the captain of the Fengling Yueying sect. My people were bullied for no apparent reason. As the team leader, should I hide in the lounge like a coward? Thinking of this, Fang Xiu took 2 steps at a time and came to the door of the lounge of Jiaqing No. 1 Middle School, then raised his leg and kicked. Bang! With a dull sound, the door of the lounge was kicked open by Fang Xiu. The students in the room were also startled by the noise and looked towards the door. Li Zhejin put a box on the table, and inside the box were the supplements he prepared for Zhang Shubua and others. He raised his head and looked towards the door. He has sharp eyebrows and star-like eyes, and is fresh and handsome. It was Fang Xiu who was so popular yesterday. Fang Xiu, Zhang Shubua had greeted Fang Xiu and was impressed by him, but he never expected that he would kick open the door of the lounge. Is it because of my brother? Zhang Shubua quickly thought of the incident where Zhang Shuren was kicked away by Li Zhe. Due to Li Zhe's influence in Jiaqing No. 1 Middle School, although he was dissatisfied, he still chose to compromise. Lu Yu and others were stunned and confused. They also watched yesterday's post-match interview and knew that Fang Xiu was an arrogant guy. But no matter how confident you are, you wouldn't kick open the door of their lounge, right? And the way he looks like he's here to fight. What's going on? Who is Li Zhe? Fang Xiu glanced at several people and then remembered that he had no idea what Li Zhe looked like. Li Zhe immediately stood up from the sofa and couldn't help sneering. I am Li Zhe. What do you have something to talk to me about? The No. 1 student in Huching No. 1 Middle School. The beast master who swept everyone in the group stage. Li Zhe really didn't expect that he would come here. You hit him, didn't you? Fang Xiu looked directly at Li Zhe. Just because you're a teacher, does that mean you can hit people casually? Hearing this, Li Zhe remembered that he seemed to have kicked a piece of trash away just now. Oh, so that trash is your companion. Li Zhe said casually, then walked towards Fang Xiu. A terrifying aura also emanated from Li Zhe and enveloped Fang Xiu. Lu Yu and others were frightened and at a loss as to what to do. Only Zhang Shubua quickly winked at Fang Xiu, telling him to run quickly. Li Zhe has always had a hot temper and would really hit people. Even Li Ziguang's aura can make people tremble with fear. However, when Fang Xiu saw Li Zhe walking towards him, his starry eyes did not change at all. He took the initiative to walk towards Li Zhe and replied in a calm tone, I am a fortune teller. What do you tell fortunes about? Chapter 173. Use your iron fist on him, Fang Xiu. Since Li Zhe became a physical education teacher, parents of students have often taken the initiative to curry favor with him, and the red envelopes and gifts he receives during festivals are countless. At Jiaqing No. 1 Middle School, if he disliked a student, he would punish him in any way he wanted. He has always been high and mighty, but this was the first time that a high school student pointed at his nose and asked him what he thought he was. And he's just a country bumpkin from a remote small town. In front of his own students. Okay. The veins on Li Zhe's forehead bulged as he strode towards Fang Xiu, clenched his 5 fingers into a fist, and headed straight for Fang Xiu's face. Li Zhe is a tall and strong man, and he pays attention to physical training on a daily basis. Every time he throws a punch, there is a sound of breaking wind. Zhang Shuba stood up from the sofa with a bang and quickly gave Liu Yu a look, asking him to find the security guard. Otherwise, with Li Zai's temper, he would probably beat Fang Xiu half to death. It happened in the blink of an eye. Just when Zhang Shubua and others thought that Li Zai's punch would knock Fang Xiu to the ground, Fang Xiu simply tilted his head and dodged Li Zai's punch. Huh. Li Zai frowned instantly and watched his fist brush past Fang Xiu's ear and was dodged by him. Then, Fang Xiu turned his body sideways, used his core strength to drive his body, swung his arms, and threw a right hook towards Li Zai's face. Bang! With a dull sound, Fang Xiu's punch penetrated Li Zai's face. Fang Xiu was not much shorter than Li Zai, and he knew some boxing skills, so this punch directly disrupted Li Zai's body balance. Li Zai was seen stepping back repeatedly, his calf tripping on a chair, his body tilted back, and he fell directly down. Zhang Shubua and others were also shocked. No one expected that Fang Xiu could actually knock Li Zai, the muscular maniac, to the ground. Fang Xiu shook his fist. Ever since he came to this world, he had always used beastmanship to fight others and had never done it himself. Now that he had attacked unexpectedly, his fist was hurting. However, Li Zai looked much more miserable, with blood seeping from the corner of his mouth and his cheeks were visibly swollen. Liu Yu, why don't you call the security guard over quickly? Seeing this, Zhang Shubua hurriedly shouted to Liu Yu, then ran to help Li Zai up. Oh yes. Liu Yu was so scared that he broke out in a cold sweat. Then he reacted and quickly ran out of the lounge. Get out of here. Li Zai pushed Zhang Shubua away, then opened his mouth and spat out a tooth. This shows how powerful Fang Xiu's punch just now was. Li Zai's anger also reached its maximum, and he directly took out his beast-taming space card. You rubbish. You actually dared to hit the teacher. Are you looking for death? Li Zai said viciously. With the wound on his face, even if he killed Fang Xiu here, the organizer wouldn't be able to do anything to him. Are you qualified to be a physical education teacher? Fang Xiu saw this and showed no weakness. He reached a hand into his pocket and directly activated the beast-taming space card. A faint light flickered from the room. The alien swordsman and the alien wizard appeared behind Fang Xiu at the same time. In any case, this is a lounge prepared for the participating students, and the height of the room is only 2.8 meters, the standard floor height. Fang Xiu's alien swordmaster and alien wizard are both large beasts, and their height when standing upright is more than 3 meters. In addition, the alien's head was wrapped in a black exoskeleton, and when it raised its head, it directly smashed the ceiling into pieces. The cracks spread to the position of Zhang Shubua and others, and the wall paint fell off, staining them all. Han Su and Shi Yan were completely dumbfounded. Hey, do you know what you're doing? Shi Yan rolled his throat and swallowed nervously. Is this guy Fang Xiu crazy? No matter how arrogant he is about his beastmaster, Li Zai is a physical education teacher, and he is a physical education teacher at the city's key high school. He actually dared to challenge Li Zai. Is this guy really trying to kill himself? Also, what is going on here? How deep is the hatred and resentment that would make Fang Xiu come and cause trouble for Li Zai? Zhang Shubua didn't expect the matter to become so serious, but when he thought that Fang Xiu was standing up for his brother, he felt even more ashamed. But Li Zai was right next to them, so he couldn't tell the truth directly. He could only pray in his heart that the security guards would come quickly to stop them. This guy is absolutely crazy. Han Su's eyes were as big as copper bells. I can't understand Fang Xiu's train of thought at all. His beast-taming skills might be very strong in high school, but no matter how strong he was still more than 10 years behind Li Zai, the physical education teacher, in beast-taming experience. Why does he think he is qualified to challenge Li Zai? Okay, very good. Li Zai didn't expect Fang Xiu to release the beast directly. The corners of his mouth raised and a sneer appeared. This was the first time he had seen a student like Fang Xiu who dared to show off his beast-taming skills in front of him. Since you want to die, I will grant your wish. Li Zai said in a low voice, his tone full of death threats. Release your beast. Fang Xiu showed no sign of weakness. This Li Zai promoted beast-taming supplies, Pua students, and corporal punishment at Jiaqing No. 1 Middle School. That's Jiaqing No. 1 Middle School's problem. But he couldn't let anyone bully the people from Fengling Yueying's sect. The alien wizard immediately raised his bone staff and made a hissing sound. The temperature in the room began to drop rapidly. In less than a few seconds, white mist appeared between Fang Xiu's breaths. However, Just as Li Zhe was about to release his beast, a large group of people suddenly rushed into the door of the lounge. Stop! The first man to rush out was none other than Fang Xiu's class teacher Zhang Yu. He took 2 steps at a time and came to Fang Xiu, protecting him behind him. The next one was Zhang Panpan, who also took out his beast-taming space card and warned Li Zhe in a low voice. What's the point of bullying high school students? If you want to fight, I, Zhang Panpan, will accompany you to the end. Behind them are the staff of the sports center. They rushed into the lounge and quickly made peace. Teachers, this league is at the state level after all. I don't know what grudges you have against each other, but why don't you calm down first? The staff of the sports center did not intentionally favor either side, but they just did not want the incident to continue. No matter what, the Hejiang Prefecture League has attracted a lot of attention. If any public opinion really arises, they might also be blamed. Brother Panpan, why are you here? Fang Xiu didn't expect his teacher to suddenly barge in. Nonsense. We are your teachers. Are we going to watch you being bullied? Zhang Yu said without thinking. However, Zhang Yu did not continue to escalate the conflict. He glanced at the wound on Li Zhe's face and said, "The game is about to start. You don't want to affect the game because of such a small matter, right?" Chapter 174. See you at the competition. Fang Xiu, take the beast back. Zhang Yu noticed that there were surveillance cameras in the room and said to Fang Xiu, "The game is about to start. If there are any problems, we can solve them on the field." Yeah, seeing a large number of security guards rushing in, Fang Xiu simply took back his 2 aliens, then see you on the field. Let's go. Zhang Yu immediately grabbed Fang Xiu's arm, then gave Zhang Panpan a look and quickly pulled Fang Xiu away. Teacher Li, are you okay? After Fang Xiu and his group left, the security guard here went up to confirm Li Zhe's injuries. Forget it. After this incident, Li Zhe calmed down. There are surveillance cameras installed in every lounge, and the location where he and Fang Xiu fought was not a blind spot for the surveillance. In addition, he was the one who started the fight first, so even if the matter was further investigated, Fang Xiu would be acting in self-defense. On the contrary, if Zhang Yu and Zhang Panpan hadn't suddenly rushed in with their men, they would have been able to deal with Fang Xiu's Beastmaster themselves. You're lucky, kid, Li Zhe said viciously in his heart, then turned around and looked at Zhang Shubua and others. The game is about to start. You guys should get ready. Remember, in today's game, you can only win and not lose. Especially Fang Xiu. Don't forget to humiliate him severely for me on the field. Li Zhe's eyes were red and his cheeks were swollen, making his facial features look a little hideous. At a glance, Zhang Shubua and others felt their hearts skip a beat and quickly responded with yes. The security guards here breathed a sigh of relief when they saw that the matter did not get any worse. It's okay. The game is about to start. Let's go. On the other side, Zhang Yu, who was holding Fang Xiu, covered his chest with his hands, looking like he had survived a disaster. It really scared me to death. If a fight really breaks out and affects Fang Xiu's combat effectiveness, thus triggering a butterfly effect, leading to poor performance in subsequent games and direct elimination in the quarterfinals, that would be terrible. Especially after I walked out. That feeling of fear came over me completely. Fortunately, I showed up in time. If I'd been a moment later, who knows what Li Zhe would have done. Fang Xiu, you are too impulsive. Zhang Yu taught Fang Xiu. Li Zhe was wrong to hit someone, but you don't need to take such a risk. It's only because Zhang Panpan and I arrived in time. Otherwise, who knows what kind of trouble would have happened. There's a saying that goes, a gentleman doesn't stand under a dangerous wall. Don't be so impulsive in the future. Zhang Yu educated Fang Xiu, but he had no intention of blaming Fang Xiu in his heart. He was just worried about him. In fact, Zhang Yu was very happy in his heart. Fang Xiu's talent is much stronger than Zhang Shuren and Chen Fan. But when getting along with these beastmasters who were inferior to him, Fang Xiu did not have that kind of condescending sense of superiority. Instead, we treat them as friends and companions from the bottom of our hearts. When he saw Zhang Shuren being bullied, he would step forward to help. This is enough to show that Fang Xiu is a man who values friendship and loyalty. I originally just wanted to ask Li Zhe for an explanation, but I didn't expect that guy would take direct action. Fang Xiu said, although Zhang Shuren does not have a strong talent for taming beasts, he is a good person. When he learned that his brother might have been using loans to taming beasts, he still wanted to persuade him to return to taming beasts in nature. Even if this affects Li Zhe's interests, he shouldn't hit anyone. And he used such a heavy hand. Why? Just because he is a physical education teacher. However, Brother Pampan was quite brave just now. Fang Xiu glanced at Zhang Pampan. The way Zhang Pampan shouted to Li Zhe that she would accompany him to the end just now was indeed quite handsome in Fang Xiu's eyes. I can't say I'm brave. I know Li Zhe doesn't have the courage to fight me. Zhang Pampan shrugged. This Hejiang Prefecture League is held in Jiaqing. Li Zixian was in the wrong for hitting someone. If it was revealed on the day of the game that he had a fight with Mr. Huqing, it would undoubtedly have a negative impact on this league. It will definitely be a stain on Li Zhe's future teaching career. As long as he hasn't lost his mind, he can still figure this out. Besides, even if a fight really breaks out, do you think I'll be afraid of him? In the past few years, Li Zhe has only been thinking about how to accept gifts, cut leeks, and pua his students. His mind has long been away from taming beasts. And his beast is also a medicine beast. In the first few years after graduating from college, his beast was very strong. Now, he has an enlarged heart, shrunken muscles, and weak kidneys. His beast is nothing special at all. Conservation of mass is a fundamental law of this world. Do you think that a few injections of supplements can increase your beast controlling power to an unlimited level? After all, isn't it still relying on sacrificing the beast's own vitality in exchange for power? So, this Li Zhe's beast tamer is very weak. Fang Xiu's eyes lit up. That's just comparing with me. Zhang Pampan glanced at Fang Xiu and immediately chuckled. Fang Xiu's facehugger can parasitize other people's beasts and then assimilate the genes of other beasts. Fang Xiu's eyes lit up, and he could guess what he was thinking. He simply wanted to use his facehugger to parasitize Li Zhe's beast. Even if Li Zhe's beast has become weaker, it doesn't mean that your alien has become stronger. You are too young to fight against our physical education teacher's beastmaster. Zhang Pampan also said it bluntly. Otherwise, Fang Xiu would really look down on him. You're just a freshman in high school, and you want to fight with the physical education teacher. Fang Xiu really thought that he was the male protagonist of the online novel and could kill enemies of higher levels. Didn't Chu Xinghe defeat all the physical education teachers in Huqing No. 1 High School? Fang Xiu couldn't help but complain. Since Chu Xinghe can do it, why can't I, Fang Xiu? Don't give me that. Chu Xinghe just came back from college, and it's from one of the top 2 of the top 10 most powerful universities in China, the Imperial Capital University. You're only in the first year of high school. Zhang Pampan glared at Fang Xiu fiercely. Good job. You are competing with Chu Xinghe. He just came back from university. You've only been taming beasts for a few months, and you already want to compete with the physical education teacher. Top 2, Fang Xiu raised his eyebrows. He thought that Imperial Capital University was the top 1 beast taming university in China. Who is the top 1? Fang Xiu asked immediately. There is no top 1. Zhang Pampan shook her head. To be precise, the overall strength of Imperial Capital University and Magic Capital University is similar, and it's hard to tell who's first and who's second, so we call them that. The Imperial Capital Beast Taming University is the earliest established beast taming university in China. It has a long history. Located in the capital of China, the beast taming resources it can enjoy are always the best. Although the Magic City Beast Taming University started slowly, it has become increasingly powerful thanks to the beast taming reforms and the advantages of Magic City's international integration, and has become the strongest beast taming university in the South. In recent years, it has even competed with Imperial Capital University. It's not even an exaggeration to say the existence of these 2 universities is also the result of the North-South conflict. Chapter 175, the competition, begins one more chapter added. The conflict between the North and the South. Fang Xiu was a little surprised. My goodness, China doesn't have a top 1 beast taming university, and it's all because of the North-South dispute. But it's true. When I was online before, I would get into a fight just over a bowl of sweet tofu pudding and salty tofu pudding. The Chinese people's awareness of the North-South conflict mainly stems from the long-term interweaving of historical, geographical, cultural, and economic development factors. Whether in the North or the South, both have enough confidence in their own culture. They are simply unwilling to admit defeat, and over time, this competitive consciousness dividing the North and the South has become stronger and stronger. There's even a debate about whether a bowl of tofu pudding is sweet or salty. However, this kind of competitive consciousness is still easygoing. It's like 2 children in the family. Both want to be the best in the eyes of adults. But once they encounter natural disasters or jackals, tigers, and leopards, then the conflict between the North and the South will turn into a powerful alliance. Let others know why the Chinese are also called descendants of a dragon. Feng Xiao, Zhang Yu said seriously. With your talent, these two universities will be good destinations. The professors at Magic City University all have a certain relationship with Master Che Exine. And at Imperial Capital University, there are many seniors who graduated from Crane City, especially Chu Xinghe. Although Zhang Yu had a certain degree of aversion to Chu Xinghe and did not agree with the influence of his student union in number 1 middle school, he had to admit that when Feng Xiao went to college, Chu Xinghe would also take the postgraduate entrance examination at Imperial Capital University. Chu Xinghe has always been very caring toward his junior and senior high school students from Huqing. On the other hand, as far as Zhang Yu knows, Shanghai University is because of Chu Xinghe's influence. The top graduates of Huqing number 1 middle school all went to Imperial Capital University, resulting in there not being a single student from Huqing at Magic Capital University. So which one to choose depends on which side offers better conditions. Zhang Yu said earnestly, I am just a general education teacher in a high school and cannot provide much help to Feng Xiao in his future journey of taming beasts. Even if I want to, I don't have the ability. The most I can do is tell him in advance about all the situations I can think of so that he can prepare himself. Brother Yu, I'm only in the first year of high school. It's still too early for me to take the college entrance examination. Feng Xiao didn't expect Zhang Yu to suddenly bring up this matter seriously. Go to the University of Heaven or the University of Magic. If this happened to any other student, he would probably wake up laughing in his dreams. And this problem actually fell on me. The Imperial Capital or the Demonic Capital. For a moment, even Feng Xiao couldn't help but think seriously. After medical staff examined Zhang Shuren's injury, they confirmed that it was not serious. It's just that the kick was too heavy, and Zhang Shuren found it difficult to adapt to it for a while. As long as he rests more, there will be no problem. In the blink of an eye, the opening ceremony of the Hejiang Province League has ended. The staff came to the lounge of Huqing number 1 middle school and arranged for them to play. Zhang Yu was still the leader, taking a few people to the competition venue. Because they were team number 1, Feng Xiao and others are the first to arrive at the competition field. The first team to come towards us is Huqing number 1 middle school, which swept all the teams in the group stage this time. The name of their team is Fengling Yueying. The commentators for this tour are Song Xiaofeng, the host of Jiaqing local TV station, and his female partner, Lu Xuechuan. Completely different from the group stage, the auditorium that can accommodate 40,000 people was completely packed. Many viewers even wore the uniforms of the schools they supported. Although there were also some spectators who came to support Feng Xiao and Huqing number 1 middle school. When Feng Xiao and others arrived at the competition venue, the audience stood up enthusiastically and shouted Huqing number 1 middle school. But compared with the huge audience group, these audiences who support Huqing number 1 middle school seem to be just the tip of the iceberg. Their cheers were soon drowned out by the cheers of others. Seeing this scene, Li Qingqing felt her body trembling. Do we really have to play all the games in front of so many people? Li Qingqing muttered softly. Isn't this too social? Moreover, compared with the freshman exchange competition in Huqing, it is not on the same level at all. At first glance, there were huge crowds of people. The roar of the audience alone was deafening. It really is worthy of being a state-level league. Chun Fan sucked in a breath of cold air. It's on such a large scale, just at the state level. If it was a national-level competition, he couldn't even imagine it. So shocking. Soon, Feng Xiao and others, under the instructions of the staff, walked around the stadium and greeted the spectators who came to watch the game closely. After they returned to their original positions, the team from Jiaqing number 1 middle school also came to the stadium. Only the moment Zhang Shubua and others came out, the atmosphere at the scene completely exploded. Jiaqing number 1 senior high school. Jiaqing number 1 senior high school. Jiaqing number 1 senior high school. The noise at the scene was getting louder and louder. Some of the audience even prepared war drums and beat them vigorously to match the cheers. In an instant, the slogan changed again. Jiaqing number 1 middle school, overcoming all obstacles. Jiaqing number 1 middle school, overcoming all obstacles. The shouting was like thunder. Li Qingqing and Chun Fan couldn't help but gasp when they saw this scene. Although we knew before that this league would be played at the home court of Jiaqing number 1 middle school, the audience on site would definitely be more biased towards them. But they still underestimated the enthusiasm of these audiences. I always feel like there's so much pressure. Chun Fan took a breath. Yeah, it feels like we become the villains. Li Qingqing also felt the pressure doubled in her heart. Fortunately, it has been decided that Fang Xiu will take the lead in the first game. After the commentator has introduced the players, they can go back to the lounge and hide. Fang Xiu, although Zhang Shuren had recovered a little, he still needed Chun fan support. After hearing that Fang Xiu went to Li Zhe to ask for an explanation for him, Zhang Shuren felt even more guilty. Thank you. Zhang Shuren expressed his gratitude to Fang Xiu, but he still couldn't let go of his brother Zhang Shubua. I'll leave my brother to you. Zhang Shuren looked at Fang Xiu. Yeah. Fang Xiu nodded. Don't worry, I won't lose. On the other side, Li Zhe, who brought Zhang Shubua and others onto the field, also looked at Fang Xiu. The two sides looked at each other. Li Zhe simply stretched out a finger and gestured at his neck. The implication was that Fang Xiu should wash his neck and prepare to be killed. Fang Xiu did not show weakness either. He raised his fist towards Li Zhe and raised his middle finger with his backhand. One finger was not enough. Fang Xiu also stretched out another middle finger and pointed it at Li Zhe. Chapter 176 Fang Xiu versus Shi Yin. One more chapter. Wait, did I see this correctly? Song Xiaofeng rubbed his eyes and saw that after the introduction session, Zhang Yu, Li Qingqing, Zhang Shuren, Chun Fan, and others left the stage one after another. Only Fang Xiu strolled to the center of the competition field. Huching No. 1 Middle School still chooses to let Fang Xiu play first, Song Xiaofeng exclaimed in disbelief. In the 3 games of the group stage, Fang Xiu dominated the game. At that time, many people speculated that the reason why Huching No. 1 Middle School allowed Fang Xiu to play continuously was actually to hide the strength of the team. Avoid revealing too much beast taming information before the elimination rounds. Logically speaking, it is already the knockout stage, and the first opponent they drew is a team in the upper 8. The ace player Fang Xiu should defend the bottom line. Unexpectedly, Fang Xiu was the first to fight. During yesterday's post-match interview, Fang Xiu said that the players from Jiaqing No. 1 Middle School are the challengers. Lu Xiuechuan chuckled. It seems that in the eyes of Fang Xiu, the Beastmaster, the players in the league are all inferior guys. I'm afraid he wants to replicate his performance in the group stage. Under the influence of Lu Xiuechuan, the audience also burst into boos, obviously dissatisfied with Fang Xiu's arrogant behavior. This is what it's like to sit in a well and see the world. Song Xiaofeng nodded. I thought I was invincible after sweeping the group stage. Little do we know that there are always people better than you. Jiaqing No. 1 Middle School has a history of nearly 100 years. It is full of talented people and has produced many famous Beastmasters. Especially the few players this year, they have the potential to challenge for the championship of the Hejiang State League. Song Xiaofeng praised Jiaqing No. 1 Middle School. In fact, he is also a student of Jiaqing No. 1 Middle School. He is very familiar with the strength of Zhang Shubua and others. Although the use of drugs to tame beasts is currently controversial and cannot be publicly promoted, but based on the inside information he has learned. Li Zhe, the physical education teacher of Zhang Shubua and others, is a gold medal salesperson under the Sislon Supplement Company. Being able to get some new supplements that are not available on the market can make the beast enter a frenzy state in a short period of time. Strength, speed, and agility can all be greatly improved. Moreover, Jiaqing's draw was also very lucky. The first match was against Huching No. 1 Middle School, the weakest school in Hejiang Prefecture, which was not in the same half zone as Harbin No. 3 Middle School. This year we have a good chance of winning the championship. Jiaqing No. 1 Middle School has sent out contestant Shi Yin. Lu Xiuechuan glanced at the other side of the field. It is worth mentioning that the 4 students of Jiaqing No. 1 Middle School are all innate fantasy beast tamers. Extremely talented. Under Li Zhe's training, his beast taming ability improved by leaps and bounds. Even Shi Yin's record in the freshman exchange competition was 6 wins and 1 loss, which was quite impressive. If Fang Xiu chooses to use the alien guards to fight, he will basically be dead. Song Xiaofeng continued. He showed favoritism towards Jiaqing No. 1 Middle School without any concealment, and even directly called Fang Xiu a dead man. Although this statement caused complaints from the online live broadcast room, with people thinking that Song Xiaofeng was not neutral, such remarks were very useful at the competition site. Fang Xiu. After Shi Yin came to the field, he also looked at Fang Xiu seriously. Yesterday, he didn't have much understanding of Fang Xiu. He just thought he was a little too arrogant. Until just now, Fang Xiu kicked open the door of the lounge and ran over to challenge Li Zhe, which really scared him. Although I don't know what happened between you and Teacher Lise, but you can't beat me. Your alien is indeed an interesting beastmaster, and you'll be able to go to a better university in the future. But that's all. This world is huge. Even the students of Jiaqing dare not say that their beastmasters are the strongest. Only by keeping your feet on the ground and not aiming too high can you go further on a road of beast control. Shi Yin began to educate Feng Xiu seriously. You don't think you're too strong, do you? Feng Xiu looked at Shi Yin with a dark face. Let's compete. What is it like to educate people right from the start? Is it the beast tamer, who has only gotten here by relying on supplements, qualified to point fingers at his own alien? If you insist on thinking so, then I can't do anything about it. Let's end this quickly. Shi Yin smiled helplessly. The referee also walked over quickly. Hello, students. I am the referee for this event, Xie Wudong. Referee Xie said as he took out a coin from his pocket. Please check the coins, both players. Referee Xie called the two players to his side and asked them to confirm whether there was any problem with the coins. Feng Xiu took a look and saw that it was just an ordinary coin with flowers on one side and words on the other side. No problem. The two of them said in unison, and then Feng Xiu chose the flower and Shi Yin chose the word. Let me repeat the rules. In the quarterfinals, you can only choose one beast to fight. If the beast falls to the ground and cannot get up within 10 seconds, it will be considered the loser. If it forfeits, it will be considered the loser. After making sure that both sides understood the rules, Referee Xie then tossed the coin. However, he didn't know if it was his illusion, but when Referee Xie tossed the coin, Feng Xiu always felt that he deliberately raised the back of his hand. Snap! Judge Xie quickly held it in place, and when he opened it again, the side with the words on it was revealed. Player Shi Yin will choose the map. Referee Xie gestured to Shi Yin. It seems like you have really bad luck. Shi Yin smiled. If you had been drawn into a college in Heihe City or Suicheng, you might have had a chance to advance to the semifinals, but you happened to meet us. Not only that, but the only chance to increase my chances of winning by flipping a coin is also lost. Before choosing the map, Shi Yin did not forget to complain about Feng Xiu's luck. Luck is certainly a part of strength, but only the weak will pray for the goddess of luck to descend on them at the critical moment. Feng Xiu shrugged indifferently. His own aliens are silicon-based creatures, not to mention the map environment of this league. Even if you throw his alien into outer space or put it on Mars, it can still survive to show you. You guy, Shi Yin frowned. I always feel that Feng Xiu's reaction is so irritating. However, he still skillfully took out the beast taming space card, inserted it into the machine, and then activated the map change option. Shi Yin's finger slid across the map a few times, finally stopping at the swamp, and tapped it to confirm. Instantly, the entire stadium began to shake. The green lawn was falling at a speed visible to the naked eye. Immediately afterwards, a dark swamp began to emerge. The entire competition field suddenly became muddy, and even Feng Xiu's activity area was compressed to a very small size. Feng Xiu, be careful of the swamp. As Shi Yin spoke, he released his beast. Chapter 177. Kill all with one strike, 3 more chapters added. I didn't expect that this competition venue would have such a favorable location for me to tame beasts. Shi Yin raised the corners of his mouth. A faint light flashed, and his beast appeared on the field. His beast has a pointed head, like a snail, with 2 long tentacles and round eyeballs on the top. Behind it is a huge shell with spiral patterns. The shell is hard and blue-gray in color, like a small hill. Moreover, its shell is covered with dense green vines, which are integrated with the shell. These vines seem to have self-awareness and will dance from time to time. The part hidden under the shell is very smooth and moist, and looks like a soft-bodied creature. My beast is called Swamp Monster. It can lurk deep in the swamp, using the vines on its shell to entangle passing creatures and drag them into the swamp. Shi Yin raised the corner of his mouth and took the initiative to introduce his own beast to Feng Xiu. The swamp monster's weakness is obvious, the soft tissue under its shell. If the battle is fought on grass, roads, or the like, the swamp monster's large size will make its soft parts easy targets for the enemy. But once entering the swamp area, his swamp monster can hide the soft part of its body deep in the swamp to avoid being attacked. The shell on its back is as hard as a rock. Ordinary attacks can't break it at all. The vines growing on the shells are not plants, but symbiotic organisms. They will help the swamp monsters entangle their targets, then drag them into the swamp and drown them. Finally, They will eat the swamp monsters to obtain energy. Fang Xiao, I advise you to just give up. Your alien is no match for my swamp monster. Especially in this kind of terrain, it will definitely be the burial place of the aliens. Shi Yin continued to shout at Fang Xiao. Moreover, before the game started, he had used the beast-taming supplement on the swamp monster, as requested by Li Zhe. This is the time when the supplements take effect. When the swamp monster doesn't need to eat, its personality will be more gentle and less aggressive. But the supplement that teacher Li Zhe gave me can make the swamp monster enter a manic state, and it will attack any creature that enters its territory. Honestly speaking, the difficulty of the swamp monster is so great that even a master like me finds it scary. If it were ordinary terrain, the swamp monster would be just an ordinary powerful beast, but once it reached a favorable terrain, Shi Yin had no idea how to lose. All I can say is that Fang Xiao had bad luck. Are you done? Fang Xiao waited until Shi Yin finished his long speech before releasing his beast. This time, Fang Xiao chose neither the alien guard nor the alien wizard. Come out, alien sword master. As Fang Xiao finished speaking, the alien sword master also arrived at the competition field. But the scope of this swamp is indeed a bit exaggerated. Before the alien sword master could figure out what was happening, one of his feet stepped into the swamp and his body instantly sank into it. Hiss, hiss, hiss. The alien sword master roared at the swamp beneath him, but the more he tried to pull back his legs, the tighter the swamp sucked him. It seems that your luck is really bad. Shi Yin saw this and did not forget to tease Fang Xiao. After all, it is difficult to accurately release the beast when the beast taming space is stuck. They often appear randomly within a range of 3 to 5 meters, centered around the master. And near Fang Xiao was a swamp full of potholes. Even in Shi Yan's opinion, this should be Fang Xiao's fatal mistake. His alien already has a very exaggerated body shape, and when facing terrain like a swamp, he should pay more attention to details and release the beast in a safe place as much as possible. No. Perhaps Fang Xiao has no such concept at all. He Qing's overall strength is already the second to last in Hejiang province. How advanced can their beast-taming stadium be? I'm afraid I've never seen a beast-taming arena that can change the environment. Of course, I won't be on guard in this regard. Shi Yin thought to himself. The supplements injected into the swamp monster's body also took effect. Countless green vines flew towards the alien swordsman. Especially since one of his feet was stuck in the swamp, the alien sword master had nowhere to hide. It happened in a flash. Just as the swamp monster's green vines were about to entangle the alien swordsman, the joint at its elbow suddenly popped open, and an extremely sharp black knife popped out. It clenched its right hand, grabbed the black knife, and slashed it crosswise at the green vines in front of it. Call out! The sharp blade created a sound of breaking wind, and the air slowly became distorted, forming a silver-white cross, which flew forward and cut off all the vines that were wrapped around it. The whole process went smoothly. Shi Yin didn't even see the trajectory of the alien swordsman's sword swing. Sword chi, Shi Yin blinked, and couldn't help wondering if he had made a mistake. Can Fang Xiao's alien also release something like sword energy? Is this true or false? Snort. Even if the sword energy is stronger, your alien sword master is being swallowed by the swamp. Shi Yin reminded Fang Xiao. The swamp just now only covered the alien sword master's ankles, but now it has submerged 1/3 of its calves. The most important thing is that the alien sword master is firmly fixed there and cannot break free. On the other hand, his swamp monster can move freely in this environment. Even if it takes time, it is good for you. But why? But why do you feel a little anxious in your heart? What went wrong? Although the swamp monster's green vines are hard to approach that strange swordsmanship, as long as the alien swordsman cannot escape the confines of the swamp, victory will be mine. Could it be that? Shi Yin frowned. Is it Fang Xiao? Yes. Whether it was when the alien swordsman was released and stepped into the swamp, or when his own swamp monster threw out the green vines, Fang Xiao's expression was always calm and composed. There was no sense of panic between his brows. It was his calmness that made him feel uneasy. Could it be that this alien swordsman has any special skills? I've said before, in the face of absolute power, the favor of the goddess of luck is completely meaningless. Fang Xiao spoke in a low voice after noticing Shi Yan's uneasiness. Now, let me tell you what absolute power is. As Fang Xiao finished speaking, his alien swordsman raised the black knife in his hand again. But this time, the alien sword master did not swing his sword in the direction of the swamp monster, but pointed the sharp tip of the sword at his feet. Call out. 3 cuts fell into the swamp at the same time, forming a triangular formation and cutting out an independent area. The next second, the alien swordsman pulled out part of the swamp mud together with his calf, and threw the swamp mud out directly. One who kills all with one strike is a sword master. Chapter 178, Self-Created Skill, Phantom Sword Dance. Fang Xiu's composure comes from his growth as the alien sword master. If we say that the previous alien sword master was named sword master only because he possessed 2 skills similar to the Warcraft sword master, namely wind step and mirror clone, then the current alien sword master is truly reborn, with the sword as his holiness. Fang Xiu glanced at the swamp monster that had half of its body hidden in the swamp and said, "Kill it." The alien swordsman nodded his forehead lightly, as if responding to Fang Xiu's order. He pushed his feet hard and leaped away, directly crossing the swamp in front of him and moving towards the swamp monster at high speed. It is worth mentioning that although this swamp monster can lurk deep in the swamp, due to its huge size and the fact that the competition venue is just a simulated swamp environment, it is not a real swamp abyss. Even though the swamp monster tried its best to dive down, part of its body was still exposed above the swamp. The alien swordsman rushing towards it made the giant beast feel an unprecedented crisis. The green vines that grew symbiotically on the shells attacked the alien swordsman like crazy. Mirror image. Seeing that the number of green vines wrapping around him was increasing, Fang Xiu gave another order. In an instant, 3 black shadows split from the alien sword master and gradually turned into entities. Then there was a flash of black light, cutting off all the vines that were wrapped around it. Create a route for your main body that leads directly to the swamp monster. Hiss, hiss, hiss. The alien swordmaster's cry was hoarse and deep. Its body drew a parabola and jumped directly onto the shell of the swamp monster. Its tail stabbed down fiercely, making a fist-sized hole in the shell. The tip of the tail curled up into a ball inside the cavity and was stuck firmly inside. Even though the swamp monster began to shake its body, it was unable to throw the alien swordsman away. Shi Yan's eyes were as wide as a cow's. This guy can also split himself. The 3 clones of the alien sword master followed suit and jumped onto the swamp monster. They cooperated with each other as if they had the ability to share vision. Even those green vines that came from the blind spot of vision could be easily dodged by them and then cut off with a swing of the knife. Hateful, Shi Yan gritted his teeth, and the ease he felt a moment ago disappeared without a trace. The swamp monster began to move quickly in the swamp, trying to shake off the alien sword master. But with the tail as a fulcrum, it is not so easy for the alien sword master to get rid of it. I saw it holding a black knife and chopping at the shell. Bang! The black knife chopped on it, creating sparks from the friction, but did not penetrate the shell, only leaving a conspicuous sword mark on it. It's useless, Shi Yan shouted to Fang Xiu. My swamp monster has an extremely hard shell. It can't be cut open with just a black knife like that. On the contrary, the green vines on the swamp monster can continue to grow new ones. Even if your alien swordsman is skilled in swordsmanship, how long can he chop? You will be exhausted sooner or later, and then you will be dragged into the swamp by my swamp monster. Shi Yan continued to roar, as if his beast control still had the upper hand. Swamp monster is composed of 3 parts: shell, soft tissue, and symbiote. The shell chopped by the alien sword master has no nervous system. Swamp Thing feels no pain at all, although those symbiotic green vines could not withstand the black knife's attacks. Even if they were cut off, as long as the roots were not damaged, they could regrow by drawing energy from the soft tissues. At the same time, the swamp monster feeds on the mud of the swamp. In such an environment, the swamp monster can eat anytime and anywhere to replenish its body's consumption. This is an absolute geographical advantage for Shi Yan's Beastmaster. That's right. My swamp monster is much more powerful than Fang Xiu's alien in terms of attrition warfare. I won't lose. I won't lose at all. Just thinking of Li Zai's daily venomous tongue and corporal punishment, Shi Yan couldn't help but feel a huge pressure in his heart. Why? Why does this alien swordsman still have the energy? Why hasn't the swamp monster's vines conquered them yet? Fall down quickly. Fang Xiu, admit defeat to me quickly. In stark contrast to the enormous pressure Shi Yan felt, Fang Xiu remained calm and composed. The mirror image of the alien sword master is constantly suppressing the growth of the green vines. In addition, the aliens can grasp the changes in the surrounding environment through the pheromones that permeate the air. No matter how these green vines attack them, they can dodge in the first place and then fight back. The alien sword master's real body focused on one point, swinging his sword continuously, chopping at the shell of the swamp monster. This hard shell system is both the advantage and weakness of the Beastmaster. The shell can resist attacks, but once it is broken, the body of the beast will lose its combat effectiveness. And Shurian was thinking something wrong. He thought that the alien sword master's physical strength was at its peak, and that it would be strong at one time, then weak at the second, and finally exhausted at the third. But in fact, his alien swordsman is a slow heating type. Its slashing attack will only grow stronger over time. Here I come. Fang Xiu's starry eyes narrowed slightly as he watched the movements of the alien swordsman. The black knife's slashing speed was getting faster and faster under the alien swordmaster. In the blink of an eye, an afterimage appeared, as if there were two hands and two black knives chopping the shell of the swamp monster together. The area of the sparks flying around became larger and larger, and the sword marks became deeper and deeper. Even tiny cracks began to spread out from around the sword marks, wriggling toward a farther direction of the shell. Then, 4 black knives, 8 black knives, 16 black knives, 32 black knives. Under the mad slashing of the alien swordmaster, more and more afterimages appeared. Even the air was distorted. Call out! Call out! Every time the sword is chopped down, there will be a sound like cutting through the strong wind. The tiny cracks spreading across the shell became more and more numerous and thicker. What? Shurian rubbed his eyes vigorously and looked over there in disbelief and disbelief. This alien swordsman not only did not lose his strength, as he had imagined. Instead, the slashing became more and more terrifying. Look carefully, Shurian. This is my self-created skill as the alien swordmaster, Phantom Sword Dance. Fang Xiu crossed his arms and said to Shurian through the air, Phantom Sword Dance, a self-created skill. Shurian was dumbfounded again. Although creating your own skills has long been an open method of becoming stronger in the field of beast control, but there are very few beast tamers who can actually create powerful skills of their own. Who exactly is this guy Fang Xiu? He actually developed such a miraculous original skill as Phantom Sword Dance while still in the first year of high school. Chapter 179. Li Zhe is furious. You are a waste. What's with that swordplay? Commentator Song Xiaofeng rubbed his eyes and seriously suspected that he had not rested well in the past 2 days, which led to the illusion. How could a mere beast tamer who was only 1 year older master such exquisite swordsmanship? In the past, the top human swordsmanship skill, Yin Fan, could kill the opponent from the left and right sides at the same time in just a split second. And the black knife in the hands of the alien sword saint actually created countless afterimages, as if there were countless black knives slashing at the same time. And more, as the alien sword master's slashing speed continued to increase, the entire area became distorted. Colorful sword energy continued to emerge from the black knife, causing a devastating blow to Shurian's swamp monster. Black cracks continued to appear on the swamp monster's shell and became more and more serious. Those green vines launched a final mad attack, but were easily blocked by the clones of the alien sword saint. Even the clones of these alien sword masters also gradually increased their attack speed, forming a sword field. Any green vines that broke into this absolute field were chopped into powder in an instant. Shurian on the field widened his eyes in shock. He never dreamed that Fang Xiu's alien sword saint would have his own unique skills. He held his head with both hands, and an unprecedented despair grew in his heart. This year's Hejiang Province League is held in Jiaqing. If Jiaqing No. 1 Middle School was eliminated in the first competition, the Ministry of Education would definitely scold the leaders of the middle school. Even teacher Li Zhe has to take the blame. What should I do? What should I do? I can't lose. The pressure on Shurian was getting greater and greater, and beads of sweat kept appearing on his forehead. Boom! Suddenly, a loud bang exploded on the field, and billowing smoke and dust billowed upwards like a small mushroom cloud. Shurian was startled and quickly looked in the direction where the sound came from. A big hole appeared in the shell of the swamp monster, and countless broken pieces flew out and scattered around the swamp. The indestructible shell of the swamp monster was split open by the alien sword master's phantom sword dance. What? All of a sudden, Yin cried out in surprise. His head buzzed, and he felt the world spinning. His breathing became rapid, and his head felt heavier. In a trance, his steps began to stagger. Impossible. No, I'm the best student in Jiaqing number 1 middle school. How could I lose to a student from Huqing? No. Yin screamed hysterically, but he felt the scene in front of him spinning faster and faster. He took several steps back and could no longer hold on, and fell into the swamp with a plop. This sudden scene scared referee Xie. Wait a moment. Referee Xie immediately raised his hand, signaling Fang Xiu to stop his alien sword saint's attack, and then he took 2 steps at a time and trotted toward Yin. This was the first time Fang Xiu had encountered such a situation. Frightened and fainted, Fang Xiu raised his sword-like eyebrows, not quite sure whether Yin was really under too much pressure and fainted, or whether he was using some tactics. Obviously, the outer shell of the swamp monster had been broken by the alien sword master, and he could directly attack the soft tissue underneath and win the first competition. But the referee called a halt to the game. Thinking back to the coin toss just now, referee Xie's action of raising the back of his hand, apart from the shady dealings, was an intentional favoritism towards his own team. However, Fang Xiu did not take the opportunity to attack. Instead, he let the alien sword master retreat first to see the situation. Wake up! Referee Xie fished Yin out of the swamp, patted his face, scraped off the muddy swamp mud, felt his pulse, and listened to his heartbeat. Referee, do you want to continue? Fang Xiu saw this and walked over. This, Judge Xie took a deep breath. It seems that Yin really fainted. I declare that the winner of the first competition is Fang Xiu from Huqing number 1 middle school. In desperation, referee Xie could only call on medical staff to come on the field and carry the disappointing Yin off the field. They performed well in the freshman exchange competition, so why are they so disappointing in the league? It would be fine if I had just lost to Fang Xiu. As a result, the whole person was frightened to faint. Moreover, it was the map he chose. It's such a disgrace to Jiaqing. Soon, Yin's swamp monster was also forcibly sucked back into the beast control space. Medical staff came on and briefly checked Yin's physical condition. If it was too bad, they would have to perform artificial respiration. Fortunately, his physical indicators were relatively stable. He just lost consciousness due to anger. They lifted Yin onto a stretcher and quickly carried him off the field. When referee Xie announced that Fang Xiu won the first match, there was no cheering or applause for Fang Xiu in the audience, but instead there was a round of booing. Obviously, it was unacceptable that Yin lost to the player from Huqing in this way. Even Li Zhe found it hard to accept such a disastrous defeat. I even contacted the people from Sislon Corporation overnight and asked them to prepare the latest supplements for these students. It's so embarrassing. Waste. When the stretcher carrying the unconscious Yin passed by Li Zhe, he didn't care about Yin's physical condition at all, but just cursed in a cold tone. In fact, Yin did faint on the field. But not long after he fainted, he woke up. It was the boos from the audience that made him afraid to open his eyes. He hoped that all this was just his illusion. It's over, I'm dead now. When passing by Li Zhe, Yin groaned at his heart. It's not that I haven't worked hard enough. It's really that Fang Xiu's alien swordsmanship is too outrageous. You're only in the first year of high school. How can you create your own skills? Isn't this ridiculous? And that self-created skill is also quite outrageous. The shell of his own swamp monster is as solid as a rock. Even if a bullet hits it, it won't leave any marks. As a result, the alien sword master's phantom sword dance directly chopped off the swamp monster's shell. Monster! Fang Xiu's alien swordsman is the real monster. Hansu, you go ahead. Li Zhe clasped his hands together and said fiercely. Ah yes, Teacher Li. Hansu sucked in a breath of cold air, not because he was afraid of Fang Xiu's alien swordsman. Instead, it can be seen that Teacher Li Zhe is very angry. If I don't perform well, the consequences will definitely be very serious. We must win. Hansu clenched his fists and walked towards the competition, filled with trepidation. Zhang Shubua and Lu Yu were also a little dumbfounded. After all, Yin is the 4th in Jiaqing number 1 middle school, and the swamp monsters are still fighting in a swamp environment. Result: he is no match for Fang Xiu at all. Chapter 180. Copyright of Self-Created Skills. One more chapter. In the lounge of Huqing number 1 middle school, Zhang Yu's eyes were wide open, staring at the live screen as if frozen. There was also a gleam of surprise in Zhang Ponpon's eyes. They believed that Fang Xiu would definitely win, but they didn't expect that he would win the game in this way. That sword play just now, what was going on? Chun Fan rolled his throat and swallowed nervously. When Chun Fan saw that the alien sword master's first strike failed to break the swamp monster's shell, he thought Fang Xiu would let the alien sword master use the explosion skill. But the result was that the alien sword master used his terrifying swordsmanship to smash the swamp monster's shell. It even frightened contestant Shi Yin so much that he fainted. But the problem is that during this period of time, they have been with Fang Xiu, taming beasts together in Master Che Xian's villa. But this phantom sword dance was the first time he had seen it. So Fang Xiu is secretly doing something introverted where they can't see, right? Li Qingqing bit her lip and hesitated to speak. She was there when the alien swordsman burst out of the werewolf's stomach. I know that this alien swordsman has awakened the wind step and the mirror clone. Later, with the help of the school, he underwent a mutation and gained the skill of explosion. You know, it's common for ordinary beastmasters to not have even one skill. Fang Xiu's alien swordsman has 3 skills, but he is still not satisfied and wants to create his own skills. The key is that he actually created it. That was a self-created skill, right? Zhang Yu opened his mouth for a long time, feeling a little sore in his jaw, before he uttered a sentence. It seems so. Zhang Panpan nodded. I did tell Fang Xiu that even if you don't gain any skills during the mutation, it doesn't mean your upper limit is capped, because many beastmasters and beastmasters will choose to develop their own skills to make their beast stronger. I clearly just mentioned it to Fang Xiu. I didn't expect that this kid actually developed his own skills in just half a month. Isn't this guy's talent too exaggerated? And even I, the physical education teacher, didn't know about this. It should be the teachings of Master Che Xian. Zhang Yu quickly thought of Che Xian, National First-Class Beast Taming Master. Perhaps this phantom sword dance was a skill created under the guidance of Master Che Xian. Or maybe this phantom sword dance was originally Master Che Xian's beast taming skill, but he just authorized it to Fang Xiu. No matter what the result was, Zhang Yu was very excited. Very good. Maybe Fang Xiu's alien has several more skills. Maybe we can even take over Qingcheng Experimental Middle School. Zhang Yu danced with excitement. I can't agree with that. But Zhang Panpan shook her head. What do you mean? Zhang Yu was stunned. Don't agree. Isn't this a good thing? Don't forget, there is a bet agreement between Master Che Xian and Fang Xiu, which means that he has reservations about Fang Xiu in his heart, so it is unlikely that he will directly authorize the beast taming skills to Fang Xiu. Zhang Panpan explained. Beastmaster creates his own skills. Although it is a skill created by the joint efforts of the master and the beast, going from 1 to 10 is always much easier than going from 0 to 1. Some beast tamers can learn skills created by other beast tamers. Hence the idea of authorizing self-created skills. Decades ago, many people would secretly film the beast tamer's original skills, analyze them, and then sell them through pirated methods such as torrent downloads or mailing USB flash drives. But as the country grows stronger, awareness of genuine products continues to increase. Certainly, there are also conflicts of interest. China began to pay attention to copyright awareness of self-created skills and created a formal authorization law. If you want to learn someone else's original beast taming skills, you have to spend money to purchase the copyright, generally divided into 3-year copyright and 5-year copyright. If you publicly use someone else's self-created beast taming skills without purchasing the copyright, the other party can take legal action to protect their rights. In serious cases, the offender may be sentenced to fixed-term imprisonment. Master Che Xian and Fang Xiu are not formal master and disciple, so how could he open the copyright of his own skills to Fang Xiu for free? Of course, this is just my guess. On the other hand, it's out of the other party's trust in Zio. He is the most talented beastmaster I have ever seen, and the alien is also the most terrifying beastmaster I have ever seen. Fang Xiu, alien, I won't be surprised at any chemical reaction that may occur between you and me. So, rather than believing that this phantom sword dance was authorized by Master Che Xian to Fang Xiu, I would rather believe that this phantom sword dance is a skill created by Fang Xiu and the alien together. As he spoke, Zhang Panpan took out a cell phone. That's right. Zhang Yu nodded. Yes. Fang Xiu was originally a top beastmaster. He created a beast taming skill on his own. Is that some kind of fantasy? But what are you doing? Zhang Yu asked curiously after noticing Zhang Panpan's actions. Of course, it is to help Fang Xiu apply for copyright. Zhang Panpan said with a smile. Since you believe Fang Xiu created his own skills, you should help him apply for the copyright to prevent anyone else from taking advantage of Fang Xiu's phantom sword dance for free. Oh yes. Zhang Yu also nodded excitedly. He almost forgot. If students and their beasts create their own skills, the teacher can apply for the copyright of the skills on their behalf. Now Fang Xiu is still playing on the court and can't come down for a while. This kind of small matter should of course be handled by their two teachers to help. And applying for copyright does not mean setting a price. You can apply for it first, and then set a price when Fang Xiu wants to sell the copyright. However, Zhang Yu and Zhang Panpan's actions left Li Qingqing and others confused. I always feel like Fang Xiu has done something extraordinary again. I didn't expect that creating my own skills could not only make the beast tamer stronger, but also make money. Chun Fan said with emotion. He, Zhang Shuren, who was resting on the sofa, couldn't help but laugh foolishly. What are you laughing at? Li Qingqing and Chun Fan turned to look at Zhang Shuren. Nothing. I just remembered something happy. Zhang Shuren didn't expect that his self-created skills would be so powerful. What's so happy about? Li Qingqing clenched her fists. If you don't tell me, I'll hit you. Zhang Shuren raised his hands in surrender immediately. Before, Fang Xiu saw that my Black Panther was used to using the heavy sword and didn't have any decent skills, so he helped me create 2 skills. At that time, I didn't understand the value of self-created skills. Now, after listening to the 2 teachers, I understand what self-created skills mean. As soon as these words were spoken, Zhang Yu and Zhang Panpan turned around abruptly. Their mood, which had just calmed down with great difficulty, suddenly became like the sea swept by a storm. Rough seas. No. How many beast-taming skills did Fang Xiu create? Chapter 181. A True Genius. 2 more chapters. Zhang Yu and Zhang Panpan looked at each other, somewhat unable to believe their ears. In addition to Phantom Sword Dance, did Fang Xiu create other skills? He also taught Zhang Shuren's beast taming the new skills he created. Is this true or false? When did it become so easy to create your own skills? Li Qingqing and Chun Fan also found it incredible and unbelievable. After learning about the existence of self-created skills, they all tried to explore them. But what they have researched are nothing more than collisions and drifting. At most, it can be called a move, and it is not an original skill at all. Shu Run, you couldn't have been fooled by Fang Xiu. Did you? Li Qingqing couldn't help but complain. Could it be that Fang Xiu just randomly picked up a wooden stick and gestured a few times, and Zhang Shuren believed that it was a self-created skill? Besides, if it was really a self-created skill, could Fang Xiu teach it directly to Zhang Shuren? That stingy guy, would he be so kind? Li Qingqing continued to complain. He could charge admission just for taking a look at Fang Xiu's beast-taming space. Create your own skills and teach them just by being taught. This, Zhang Shuren glanced at Chun Fan subconsciously. He also found it incredible at the time and specifically asked Fang Xiu why he did this. At that time, Fang Xiu said. As he spoke, Zhang Shuren glanced at Chun Fan again. Chun Fan is a rich man, so he can't expect his beast to perform well in the Hejiang Province League. Li Qingqing is a little arrogant and is not very willing to accept other people's advice on animal taming. Only if you work hard enough, you can become a Black Panther orc who wields a heavy sword and controls the beast. As the captain of a team, it's not strange to give him a hand. However, Zhang Shuren would naturally not say such words that would be detrimental to unity. Fang Xiu said that his alien sword master already has the skill of explosion, and the blood of the aliens is corrosive acid blood, which is not suitable for this skill, so he told me this skill. What a wonderful person. Zhang Panpan also became interested for a moment. Zhang Shuren is a top student after all, ranking 3rd in Huching No. 1 Middle School. I believe he won't be fooled by Fang Xiu's fake self-created skill. Can you show us the self-created skills you mentioned? As soon as Zhang Panpan finished speaking, Zhang Yu and others all looked at Zhang Shuren. Well, okay. Zhang Shuren hesitated for a moment, but when he thought that everyone present was no outsider, he finally took out the beast-taming space card, released his own beast-taming Black Panther, and let it switch to combat form. Panza, use Blood Rage. Zhang Shuren gave orders to his beast. The Black Panther warrior called Panza nodded heavily, His dark pupils gradually turned blood red, and a cloud of blood mist erupted from his pores. In less than a breath, this blood and energy power covered Pance's entire body. Zhang Yu and Zhang Panpan couldn't help but gasp. If they were still wondering whether Zhang Shuren had been fooled by Fang Xiu before, then seeing the blood and energy in Panca now completely confirmed the self-created skills that Zhang Shuren mentioned. Moreover, in Zhang Panpan's eyes, blood frenzy is a pretty good skill. What about the other one? Zhang Panpan asked impatiently. Another skill is called Rage Burst, which uses the blood energy generated by blood frenzy to attack the enemy. Zhang Shuren explained. But Fang Xiu said that the burst of anger is a skill that will kill 1,000 enemies, but injure 800 of your own. Don't use it lightly unless it is absolutely necessary. Even this blood frenzy, after being used more and more often, will affect the mind of the Beastmaster and turn it into a berserker. Although he didn't quite understand what Fang Xiu meant by the berserker, Zhang Shuren could feel that these two skills were both desperate moves. Being able to demonstrate blood frenzy is already Zhang Shuren's limit. Even after proving that what he said was true, Zhang Shuren immediately asked Panca to remove the blood rage and send it back to the beast-taming space. Fang Xiu must be completely ignorant of the copyright of his own skills, which is why he taught these two skills to my Beastmaster so easily. Zhang Shuren couldn't help feeling a little guilty. Fang Xiu usually focuses all his energy on taming beasts, so it is natural that he lacks common sense. That's why he used the self-developed skills on his own beasts. Now that he knows the value of this self-created skill and that it involves copyright, Zhang Shuren is even more moved. Teacher Zhang, please apply for the copyright for these two skills. The copyright holder must be Fang Xiu's name. I'll pay the copyright fee when he comes back. Zhang Shuren took a deep breath and said with a serious face, if Fang Xiu is sentimental, then I must be righteous. From now on, as long as Fang Xiu can use me, I will do anything for him, even if it means climbing mountains of swords or jumping into a pot of oil. Zhang Shuren swore secretly in his heart. Li Qingqing and Chun Fan exchanged glances. I just feel that Fang Xiu is an unreasonable monster. I thought his facehugger parasitic system and alien reproduction method were outrageous enough. I didn't expect that this self-created skill area turned out to be Fang Xiu's specialty. Zhang Yu laughed excitedly. He is indeed a genius from Huching No. 1 High School. I didn't expect Fang Xiu not only has a high talent for taming beasts, but also has unparalleled attainments in creating his own skills. The most real feeling in Zhang Yu's heart was that he felt as if he was witnessing a legend. Yes. Zhang Panpan nodded and turned her attention back to the game. But he was thinking about something else. Since this blood frenzy and rage burst are skills created by Fang Xiu, that means aliens can also use it. The reasons Zhang Shuren gave sounded more like Fang Xiu's words to comfort him. Fang Xiu, who on earth are you? For a moment, Zhang Panpan couldn't help but start to wonder whether Fang Xiu had some extraordinary background. For example, he may be the illegitimate son of a big family, and they threw him into Huching to hide his identity. Otherwise, how do we explain Fang Xiu's unreasonable talent for taming beasts? At the same time, Fang Xiu, who was standing on the competition field, couldn't help but sneeze. Who was talking about me? Fang Xiu rubbed his nose and muttered softly. The second contestant from Jiaqing No. 1 Middle School, Han Su, also passed the swamp area and came to the central position. Now, please ask player Han Su to change the map. Referee Xie glanced at Han Su and immediately spoke. Fang Xiu raised his sword-like eyebrows. Isn't it a coin flip? The first game is a coin toss, and the map selection after that is decided by the losing team. Referee Xie glanced at Fang Xiu and explained, it's written in the competition rules. There was a hint of gunpowder in his words. Okay then. Fang Xiu didn't say much. Since the rules of the game required the same of both sides, it would be no big deal. As for the attitude of Xie referee, considering that this is the home court of Jiaqing No. 1 Middle School, Fang Xiu didn't find it strange. Chapter 182. Han Su came up. Han Su surrendered. Han Su glanced at Fang Xiu, then lowered his head and chose a map suitable for his beast-taming battles. After witnessing the alien sword master's powerful swordsmanship, Han Su gave up the idea of a head-on confrontation and decided to use wits to defeat him. The finger that had selected the map quickly stopped and tapped on it. In an instant, the playing field shook again. The muddy swamp slowly receded. replaced by green grass. However, unlike the default grass environment of the competition field, the newly generated grass has different terrain heights. In some places, cave entrances are visible to the naked eye. "Come out, you naughty bunny." Hansu immediately released his own beast. This was a huge, fat rabbit. When it stood up, it could be as tall as Hansu's shoulders. It had snow-white fur, 2 rabbit ears that were in a very special green leaf shape, a pair of big buck teeth protruding from its cleft lip, and its inflexible hands were holding a hammer. I have to say, Hansu's beast looks quite cute. Don't think that if you defeat Shi Yin, you will be my opponent. Although my mischievous rabbit doesn't have such strong power, its speed is not inferior to any beast. Besides, a cunning rabbit has 3 burrows. I have changed the competition venue so that each hole is connected to each other, allowing my mischievous rabbit to move faster inside. "You are doomed to fail, Feng Xiao." Hansu raised his hand and pointed at Feng Xiao. The beast taming supplement that Li Zhe gave her had already been injected into the naughty rabbit's body, and now the effect of the supplement had just begun to take effect. In addition to being able to utilize the underground caves here, the mischievous rabbits are also very good at digging holes. Just give it some time, and it can build an underground kingdom that leads directly to the entire playing field. Is this also a mythical beast? Feng Xiao raised his sword-like eyebrows and couldn't help but complain. No matter how you look at it, it's just a rabbit. Although Hansu's rabbit is a little big, it should be considered a regular breed, right? Or is there something different about this rabbit? Thinking of this, Feng Xiao shook his head. Who cares what kind of rabbit it is? Just do it. With referee Xie's order, announcing the start of the game, Hansu's mischievous rabbit whooshed and rushed directly to the cave entrance closest to him, trying to get in and then look for an opportunity to attack the alien swordsman by surprise. Hansu narrowed his eyes slightly, thinking secretly in his mind. No matter how powerful the alien swordsman's swordsmanship is, it is impossible for him to turn the entire competition venue upside down. Once you enter the underground kingdom, your mischievous rabbit can constantly change its position like playing whack-a-mole and then launch a surprise attack. If you succeed, you will pursue the target relentlessly. If you fail, you will sneak into the underground kingdom again to look for opportunities. This cycle will continue until this alien swordsman is defeated. However, just when Hansu planned all these tactics and asked the troublesome rabbit to carry them out, Feng Xiao's alien swordsman instantly disappeared from the spot. Hansu's slightly narrowed eyes suddenly opened. Gone. Feng Xiao's alien swordsman disappeared. What's going on? Hansu was startled and looked around quickly, but he didn't see the alien figure. Until the next second, the alien sword master suddenly appeared on the path that the naughty rabbit had to pass. It's the swift wind step. The alien sword master's wind step can not only hide his body shape, but also greatly increase the alien sword master's movement speed during the activation period. The only drawback is that it cannot be maintained for a long time. It will only last for a few breaths at most, after which you will need to take a few more breaths before it can start again. But the mischievous rabbit is completely enough to deal with Hansu. Faced with the sudden appearance of the alien swordsman, the mischievous rabbit was frightened, and the rabbit fur on its body instantly stood up, and its green leaf-shaped ears also stretched tight and straightened. To make matters worse, the alien swordmaster is blocking the path to the entrance to the underground cave. Let this naughty rabbit not move forward. Squeak! The mischievous rabbit clenched the hammer in his hand, his eyes turned red, and smashed it hard at the alien swordsman. In a flash, the black knife in the alien swordsman's hand flashed and went straight through the handle of the hammer. Although this hammer is made of alloy, the material connecting the hammerhead is ordinary ivory wood. Naturally, it cannot withstand the attack of the black knife. Whoosh! In an instant, the heavy iron hammer spun 360 degrees in the air and then smashed into the grass with a bang. The mischievous rabbit looked at the remaining half of the wood in his hand and blinked in fear. An unprecedented fear swept through my body at this moment. Almost in an instant, the mischievous rabbit turned around and tried to escape into the underground cave. Monster! This alien swordsman is simply a monster. After just one round of fighting, the mischievous rabbit lost its fighting spirit. Seeing the prey escaping from him, the alien sword master did not chase after it. Instead, he calmly raised the black knife in his hand and made a leaping attack on the back of the mischievous rabbit from a distance. Call out! In an instant, a translucent slash came out from in front of the alien sword saint. It looks like a sword energy. Even though the naughty rabbit used all four limbs and ran for its life, it still couldn't get rid of the attacking sword energy. Get out of the way. Seeing this, Han-Su shouted anxiously. Phew! The next moment, the sword energy fell on the back of the naughty rabbit. A blood mark slowly emerged in the snow-white fur, and blood gushed out. The horrible impact force directly knocked the big rabbit to the ground. The alien swordsman chased after him at great strides, and the black knife in his hand fell again. And this time, he aimed directly at the throat of the mischievous rabbit. Stop! Han-Su was frightened and immediately shouted to Fang Xiao, I give up. As soon as these words were spoken, the alien swordmaster withdrew his hand instantly, and the sharp tip of the knife stopped less than 3 inches away from the rabbit's throat. However, this was not because the alien swordmaster heard Han-Su's request, but it was Fang Xiao. As the king of aliens, he could communicate with aliens without speaking. It was he who stopped the alien swordmaster at the critical moment. Looking at Han-Su again, he looked so anxious that he was about to cry. Although she was afraid of the pressure from Li Zhe, she did not dare to lose this naughty rabbit. In order to train this imperial beast, she spent all the money her family gave her and relied on supplements to shape the mischievous rabbit she has today. If he was killed by Fang Xiao's alien swordmaster, he would have to start all over again. Even with the data from the trickster bunny, all the supplements used are still wasted. So Han-Su doesn't have the courage to start over again. Her mischievous rabbit was also affected by this heart and became very afraid of death. Even with the intense excitement provided by the supplements, the moment it saw the alien swordsman's horrific swordsmanship, it instinctively chose to escape. However, although Han-Su's surrender saved the life of the naughty rabbit, it was followed by fear from the depths of his soul. When I think of Li Zhe's face, Han-Su burst into tears. Chapter 183, Norse Mythology Jormungandr. What's wrong with Han-Su today? The commentator Song Xiaofeng was dumbfounded. I remember that in the freshman exchange competition, Han-Su's mischievous rabbit often performed brilliantly by taking on 2 or 3 opponents at a time. Many beasts could not withstand the hammer of the mischievous rabbit. How come he was frightened by Fang Xiao's beast control and turned around and ran away after just 1 round today? And Han-Su is obviously a very strong girl. Why is she in such a bad state today? There were constant boos from the audience, and everyone gave thumbs up to Han-Su's performance. Song Xiaofeng also felt a huge increase in pressure. Less than 10 minutes into the game, 2 players from Jiaqing No. 1 Middle School were defeated by Fang Xiao, and in a crushing way. Looking at the alien swordsman again, not only did he have no external injuries, but his condition was also not affected at all. If Fang Xiao were to fight 3 against 1, Jiaqing would lose face even if they won in the end. No, now it's not a question of face. Song Xiaofeng shook his head. If they continue to lose like this, Jiaqing No. 1 Middle School will be at risk of being eliminated. Jiaqing No. 1 Middle School also has Lu Yu and Zhang Shubua. As the duo of Jiaqing No. 1 Middle School, they have always been very strong in taming beasts. Lu Xiuechuan felt that the atmosphere at the scene was not right and hurriedly explained. So everyone doesn't have to worry about the situation of Jiaqing No. 1 Middle School. I remember Lu Yu's beast was Jormungandr. In Norse mythology, it is the world's largest sea serpent. In the freshman exchange competition, Lu Yu has never lost once. Lu Xiuechuan continued. You're right. Song Xiaofeng nodded. During the freshman exchange competition, since the beast taming stadium was not large enough, Lu Yu's Jormungandr's body directly filled the entire stadium. With a limited body flexibility, he allowed the opponent to attack him, and he exhausted the opponent's beast's physical strength. It forced the other party to give up. It can be seen that the defense of this Jormungandr is much stronger than the swamp monster in Shurian. Even if the alien swordmaster has his own unique skills, he can't cut this Jormungandr. Besides, this is the largest sports center in Jiaqing. There is enough space here for Jormungandr to move freely. Fang Xiao from Huqing No. 1 Middle School has absolutely no chance of winning. Song Xiaofeng became more and more excited as he spoke, and his neutral commentary was almost non-existent. His words were full of favoritism towards Jiaqing No. 1 Middle School. On the other side, Han-Su returned to the rest area in a daze. She lowered her head, not daring to look Li Zhe in the eye. Because of her recent financial difficulties, she has become less and less favored by Li Zhe. It was precisely because she was not liked by Li Zhe that she was afraid of losing the naughty bunny and having to start over again. The failure of this game can be said to be a series of chain reactions. Seeing Han-Su coming back, Li Zhe raised his hand without saying a word and slapped Han Su hard in the face. Bang! The sound was so clear and loud that both Lu Yu and Zhang Shuren were startled. Han Su's thin body fell to the ground with a thud. She covered her face, feeling a burning pain, and blood flowed from the corner of her mouth. Lu Yu hesitated for a moment and wanted to go over to help Han Su up, but was glared back by Li Zhe. Leave her alone, Li Zhe said in a low voice. Do you know how expensive that supplement is? I got you that supplement, not to embarrass you in the past. He actually surrendered voluntarily. What a waste. After being punched by Fang Xiu, Li Zhe has been furious. I wanted Shi Yin and Han Su to teach Fang Xiu a lesson so that he would recognize his own strength. The result was good. One of them was frightened unconscious by Fang Xiu's Beastmaster, and the other surrendered on the spot. There was a lot of booing and jeers from the audience. It makes him, as a teacher, feel ashamed. One slap was not enough to vent his anger, so Li Zhe walked over and kicked Han Su twice in the abdomen. Bang! Bang! Seeing Li Zhe venting his anger on Han Su, Shi Yin felt a chill in his heart. Fortunately, I had been pretending to be unconscious, otherwise I would have been beaten up by Li Zhe. Lu Yu. After venting his anger to Han Su, Li Zhe turned to look at Lu Yu. He and Zhang Shuren are known as the two heroes of Jiaqing No. 1 Middle School. The beast that was cultivated was also a giant sea snake of the innate mythical beast species. Not only is it called Jormungandr, but the scales covering its body are harder than steel. It can't be cut by a knife and is immune to water and fire. But if it weren't for the supplements he provided, Jormungandr's own growth rate alone would not have reached such an exaggerated level. From a certain perspective, Lu Yu is Li Zhe's favorite student. Even when facing Lu Yu, Li Zhe suppressed his anger and smiled. But after going through so many things, Li Zhe's smile made Lu Yu feel creepy. You should know how much effort Jiaqing No. 1 Middle School and I've put in for this Hejiang Province League, right? The supplements the teacher provides you are the best on the market, without additives or side effects. If it weren't for my supplements, your beast would be nothing more than a sea snake. It was my tonic that allowed that sea serpent to transform into Jormungandr. As he spoke, Li Zhe walked to Lu Yu's side, stretched out his hand, and stroked Lu Yu's face. You won't let the teacher down, right? Yeah. Lu Yu responded. His eyes could not escape, and he could only look Li Zhe in the eye. I will defeat Fang Xiu. But Li Zhe's lips suddenly moved close to Lu Yu's ear. With Jormungand's huge body, it would be normal if he accidentally hurt a student from Jiaqing No. 1 Middle School, right? Lu Yu's heart skipped a beat. To him, the implication of this sentence was clearly telling him, if his own Jormungandr can't defeat Fang Xiu's alien swordsman, then he will just kill Fang Xiu directly. As long as Fang Xiu can't continue the game, the victory will belong to them. But, teacherly, Lu Yu took a breath of cold air. In Lu Yu's eyes, such means were really despicable. However, before he could finish his words, Li Zhe suddenly reached down with both hands, grabbed his collar, and lifted him up. Jiaqing No. 1 Middle School cannot lose. For a moment, Li Zhe's eyes revealed an even more vicious light, but it quickly disappeared and he returned to smiling. He patted Lu Yu on the shoulder and motioned him to go on stage. Yes, teacherly. Lu Yu nodded, but he felt that his back was wet when he passed by Li Zhe. He felt that Li Zhe's emotions were becoming increasingly out of control. What happened before the game? Lu Yu sucked in a breath of cold air. Although he knew that Li Zhe had character issues, this was the first time he had seen him so out of control. With doubts, Lu Yu came to the competition field. Chapter 184. Jiaqing No. 1 Middle School's Strongest Shield. In the lounge of Jiaqing No. 1 Middle School, Zhang Yu's expression became nervous when he saw Lu Yu walking onto the competition field. Although the video of the freshman exchange match is time-sensitive, and Zhang Shubua and others' beast taming is definitely stronger than it was at that time, Zhang Yu can still see some tricks from the video. Be it Shi Yin or Han Su, their beast taming is not that difficult. Even with the supplements provided by Li Zhe, Zhang Yu believed that Fang Xiu could defeat them. But Lu Yu's beast control is completely different. Zhang Yu recalled the situation of the freshman exchange competition. Lu Yu's beast is a giant sea snake, whose huge body far exceeds that of ordinary creatures in nature. Even the largest blue whale cannot compare with Lu Yu's beast. No, creatures like the blue whale will only become Lu Yu's beast prey. And Lu Yu's beast is not only huge in size, but also covered with scales all over its body. Hard as iron. No matter if the opponents in the freshman exchange competition chopped with swords and axes or released raging fire, they could not hurt Lu Yu's beast control in the slightest. After a match, it was the beast masters who were exhausted first. Zhang Panpan nodded in agreement, right? Rather than saying that Lu Yu is the second best student in Jiaqing No. 1 middle school, it would be better to say that he and Zhang Shubua are actually tied for first place. It's just that the two people have different focuses on beast control. So Lu Yu and Zhang Shubua are also known as the strongest shield and the strongest spear. Even in Zhang Panpan's eyes, Lu Yu's beastmaster was able to crush the swamp monster and the mischievous rabbit. Even Lu Yu's beast has a resounding name, Jormungandr. As soon as these words were spoken, the eyes of Li Qingqing and Chun Fan instantly became clear. Jormungandr isn't that the giant python in Norse mythology. Li Qingqing remembered that according to the Norse epic Edda, Jormungandr was not only a giant snake with an extremely large body, but also a brother of the giant wolf Fenrir and the goddess of death Hela, and was full of evil power. I didn't expect that Lu Yu's beastmaster would dare to be called this name. It can be seen that his beast-taming ability is so strong that great hopes are placed on him. Yeah, Zhang Yu nodded. In fact, the current competition venue also limits Jormungandr's power. If the competition field is infinitely large, the threat posed by Jormungandr would probably be even greater than Zhang Shubua's beast control. This was also the first time that Zhang Yu began to worry about Fang Xiu's alien swordsman. Fortunately, the competition field is limited, which prevents Jormungandr from moving flexibly. Its range of activities will also be greatly restricted. Otherwise, he would become a sitting duck for other beastmen to attack in the freshman exchange competition. It's just that the defense of Jormungandr is too terrifying, so those beast masters can't break through it. Although Fang Xiu is the pride and strongest of Huqing No. 1 middle school, Zhang Yu has no idea whether his alien swordsman can cut through the scales of Jormungandr. If the number of beasts is not limited, Fang Xiu's alien army can be sent out in full force. Then it would be easy to deal with. But the Hejiang Province League has some restrictions on the number of beastmasters that can participate in the competition. Zhang Yu never dreamed that the special rules that the League had introduced to take care of the backward areas would one day restrict the beastmasters in the backward areas. When Chen Fan heard Zhang Yu's words, his heart skipped a beat. The alien swordmaster is undoubtedly the strongest beastmaster in their team. Whether it is his own Tyrannosaurus or Li Qingqing's little gray bird, neither of them has a stronger attack effect than the alien swordmaster. Although Zhang Shuren's Black Panther warrior Panza has his own skills taught by Fang Xiu, he is probably not as good as the alien swordsman. In other words, if Fang Xiu loses this game, then their Huqing No. 1 middle school will most likely be defeated by Lu Yu alone against 4 other players. Chun Fan only felt his brain buzzing. It was not until this moment that he realized why only colleges and universities in 4 regions of Hejiang Prefecture needed to participate in the group stage. There's already a gap between them. It was just that Fang Xiu was too powerful, which made them feel that the gap had disappeared. Now, after hearing Zhang Yu's story, he compared it with his own Beastmaster's combat effectiveness. Chun Fan suddenly felt a sense of powerlessness. At the same time, Lu Yu also came to the competition venue. Fang Xiu, before the game starts, can I ask you something? Lu Yu hesitated for a moment, but couldn't suppress his curiosity. Ask. Fang Xiu didn't expect Lu Yu to ask him a serious question. However, since Lu Yu is not in a hurry, why should I be in a hurry? What exactly happened between you and teacher Li Zhe? Lu Yu asked softly. Referee Xie glanced at Lu Yu. According to the rules of the game, Lu Yu, as the losing player, should have the right to change the map. Although no one knew what tactics he was planning, it was indeed Lu Yu's freedom to use this time to ask questions. What's more, referee Xie was intentionally biased towards Jiaqing No. 1 middle school. At this moment, there is naturally no thought of rushing. In our team, there's a player named Zhang Shuren, who happens to be the younger brother of the captain. Fang Xiu glanced at Lu Yu, and his first impression of him was not bad. Brother, Lu Yu couldn't help but feel a little surprised. Yes, he knew Zhang Shubua's family situation and knew that he couldn't afford the medicine and supplements for the beast control, so he guessed that he might have borrowed online loans. Use the borrowed money to buy beast-controlling supplements from Li Zhe. We are only in the first year of high school. As the beasts are upgraded, the expenses will only increase. Zhang Shubua was excessive, spending will harm him sooner or later. So, Zhang Shuren went over and tried to persuade Zhang Shubua to give up this method of taming beasts and return to taming beasts naturally. However, he was beaten and seriously injured by Li Zhe, who was passing by. Fang Xiu told the whole story. Although it was indeed Zhang Shuren who took the initiative to approach him about this matter, he did not think there was anything wrong with Zhang Shuren. After all, he just wanted to persuade his brother not to borrow money to tame the beast. No matter how unhappy Li Zhe was, he shouldn't hit anyone. After Lu Yu heard this, he suddenly realized. No wonder Fang Xiu kicked open the door of their lounge in anger. It turned out that his team members were beaten by teacher Li Zhe. But borrow money to taming beasts. Lu Yu sighed. As the two heroes of Jiaqing No. 1 Middle School, he and Zhang Shubua naturally have a good relationship. After becoming close to Zhang Shubua, he also noticed things in this regard. It is obvious that Zhang Shubua has created the character of a rich kid, which makes people very enviable. But every time he went to the cafeteria to eat, he only ordered the cheapest set meal. The water I drink is always 3 yuan a bottle. Poverty is revealed everywhere. Now, when he heard about the loan for beast control, Lu Yu suddenly understood everything. However, so that's how it is. Lu Yu had a wry smile on his face. Chapter 185. Jormungandr arrives. One more chapter added. This world is very unfair, isn't it? Lu Yu smiled bitterly. Zhang Shubua is the most talented and hardworking person I know. Even when he was eating in the cafeteria, he would search for beast taming knowledge on his phone and study while eating. His beast is also an innate mythical beast. If he didn't come from a bad family, with his talent and hard work, he would be the best even without supplements. In my opinion, he is no worse than the students of Harbin No. 3 Middle School. Although Lu Yu knew about Zhang Shubua's family situation, he did not look down on him. Instead, I feel it is unfair for Zhang Shubua. If his family didn't have no money, why would Zhang Shubua need to borrow online loans? Fang Xiu looked at Lu Yu speechlessly. Good job. Is this the point of the question? Isn't it because the family's financial situation is poor that we shouldn't consume ahead of time? Is it right for me to spend ahead of time because my family background is not good? What kind of logic is this? However, a young master like you from a wealthy family would definitely not be able to understand Zhang Shubua's heart. Lu Yu smiled. In his opinion, Fang Xiu must think that Zhang Shubua's practice of lending money to taming beasts is extremely stupid. Me, the young master of a wealthy family. Fang Xiu was stunned and pointed at himself. Am I the young master of a wealthy family? How come I don't know about this? Haha, do you think you can fool me? Lu Yu continued. I watched the entire live broadcast of yesterday's group match. The equipment used by your alien guards are all very sophisticated weapons, and the market price is basically tens of thousands. And your Beastmaster used acid blood to enchant those weapons without any regrets. If you weren't the young master of a wealthy family, would you be willing to do so? Although they knew the situation at the time, and that it would be difficult for the aliens to cut through the flesh of the Mammoth Demon Lord without relying on acid blood, that battle also completely destroyed the weapons of the alien guards. Tens of thousands. For an average family, it is almost a year's living expenses. As a result, Fang Xiu's face showed a nonchalant expression, without any trace of heartache. If this isn't Brother Fu, then what is he? Besides, Fang Xiu dared to rush into their lounge without regard for the consequences and confront Li Zhe. If Fang Xiu didn't come from a very noble family, would he have such courage? Children from poor families dare not cause trouble easily. Based on various clues, Lu Yu is certain that Fang Xiu should be the son of a big shot in Huqing. This is because Fang Xiu smacked his lips slightly. Since the equipment was sponsored by Chen Fan's family, of course I don't feel that bad about it. But when he thought of Chen Fan, Fang Xiu felt that what Lu Yu said was not wrong. Although I'm not a child from a wealthy family, I have always had noble people to help me with resources. And Zhang Shubua only met Li Zhe. I met Li Zhe, who is only interested in profit and doesn't care about the future of his students at all. But in Lu Yu's eyes, both Fang Xiu and Zhang Shuren were guys who could not understand Zhang Shubua. How can I become stronger if my family background is not good and I don't have any loans? Natural beast control. After 3 years, there is a lack of resources. Zhang Shubua doesn't know how many people will surpass him. I have asked all the questions I should ask. Let's start the fight. Lu Yu changed the subject. Although he understood the conflict between Fang Xiu and Li Zhe, he did not understand Fang Xiu. He inserted the beast taming space card into the machine on the competition field and immediately released his own beast taming. Student Lu Yu, Aren't you going to change the map? Referee Xie saw that Lu Yu seemed to have forgotten that he could change the map and hurriedly reminded him. It's okay. Lu Yu shook his head. His beast is a sea snake, which should increase its combat power in water. However, his beast was too huge. Even if the competition venue was changed to a water map, it would only be a shallow pool for his Jormungandr. If you don't change it, there's no point at all. There was a faint flash of light, and Lu Yu's beast came onto the field. Boom! The entire stadium was shaken, and even the audience in the stands could feel the extremely strong tremor. Here it comes, commentator Song Xiaofeng shouted excitedly. Jormungandr. Lu Yu's beast directly occupied the entire competition field. The diameter of its trunk alone was as exaggerated as 3 floors, completely blocking the view of the front row of spectators. A huge shadow enveloped Feng Xiao. He looked around, but could not see the head or tail of Jormungandr. At first glance, it looked like a city wall falling from the sky. Is this a beast? Feng Xiao blinked and couldn't help but wonder if he had seen it wrong. He had been in this world for so long, but this was the first time he saw such a huge beast. Isn't Li Zai's beast-taming supplement a bit too much? Feng Xiao thought of what Zhang Yu once said, that supplements can force the protein to allow the beast to break through its original strength and size. Before, when he saw Shi Yan's swamp monster and Han Su's mischievous rabbit, he didn't feel anything. Now that he saw Lu Yu's Jormungandr, he realized that the improvement of this supplement was a bit exaggerated. Think about it carefully. Is there normally a rabbit that is as tall as a person? One of the scales covering Jormungandr's body is larger than the alien Swordmaster's body. My beast is named Jormungandr, which is a name designed with reference to the Norse epic. Lu Yu spread his hands and formally introduced his beast to Feng Xiao. As you can see, changing the map makes no sense at all for my Jormungandr. I just don't know how your alien Swordmaster will deal with my Beastmaster. Not only for Jiacha No. 1 Middle School, but also for Zhang Shubua. I must not lose. I want to beat Huqing No. 1 Middle School here. Then there is Qingcheng Experimental Middle School. Finally, it's Harbin No. 3 Middle School. As long as we win the prize money of the Heijiang Prefecture League, Zhang Shubua's online loan can be solved. Lu Yu thought to himself. The commentator Song Xiaofeng shouted excitedly. It's really worthy of being called Jormungandr. It's so spectacular. I remember that during the freshman exchange competition, Lu Yu's Jormungandr wasn't this huge yet. Song Xiaofeng took a deep breath. As a host who graduated from Jiaqing No. 1 Middle School, he knows some inside information. Li Zai gave his students supplements so that their beasts could break through their original size. And Lu Yu's beast taming here is the most effective one. In this case, Feng Xiao's alien Swordmaster will have no chance to succeed. Song Xiaofeng raised the corners of his mouth, revealing a confident smile. If you don't know, you might think that these commentators are the cheerleaders of Jiaqing No. 1 Middle School. Lu Xuechuan on the side also nodded in agreement. This alien Swordmaster is not even as big as one of Jormungandr's scales. Even if I have some self-created skills, I can never be a match for Jormungandr. In the lounge of Huqing No. 1 Middle School, Zhang Yu and Zhang Panpan were so shocked by the scene before them that their minds went blank. Compared to the freshman exchange competition, the size of this Jormungandr is twice as big. Chapter 186. The taunting of the commentator, 2 more chapters added. Feng Xiao, your alien is indeed very strong, but that's all. Lu Yu, who released Jormungandr, said confidently, give up the defeat. Although he knew about the conflict between Feng Xiao and Li Zai, Lu Yu had no intention of acting as Li Zai's thug and destroying Feng Xiao's beast-taming ability. On the contrary, in his eyes, this alien swordsman was a very powerful beastmaster, and it would be a pity if he were to kill him right here. It would be better to let Feng Xiao give up and leave. Anyone with any sense should be able to feel the huge gap between them. You can't beat me. How will you know if you don't try? Feng Xiao said lightly. He looked around and sighed in his heart that Jormungandr was a little too huge. But in the final analysis, Lu Yu's beast merely used the name Jormungandr to identify itself, and it was not the real Jormungandr in Norse mythology. In essence, it is just a supplement that allows your body to exceed the original size limit. Certainly, the reason why it can grow to such a large size must be that the beast is extremely huge. But no matter what, Feng Xiao will not be afraid before the battle. His alien form doesn't even know what fear is. The alien swordsman rushed towards Jormungandr quickly. You still don't want to give up? Then you can't blame me. Lu Yu shook his head slightly. feeling that Fang Xiu's persistence was completely meaningless. Fang Xiu's alien swordsman is as small as a bug in front of Lu Yu's Jormungandr. Commentator Song Xiaofeng joked. Yes, the size of this alien swordsman compared to Jormungandr is like an ant meeting an elephant. In this case, it would be better for Fang Xiu to just admit defeat. Lu Xuechuan echoed. The size of this alien swordsman is not even as big as the scales on Jormungandr's body. How to fight this? It's like an ant trying its best, but still unable to defeat an elephant. The size difference between the two sides is too big. Yes, Fang Xiu's performance in the group stage was indeed impressive. It is an impressive achievement to have made it this far. But this is how the world is. There will always be someone better than you. Lu Yu's beast control is stronger than Fang Xiu's alien. I even suspect that even the best players in Harbin number 3 middle school may not be Lu Yu's opponents. Song Xiaofeng became more and more excited as he spoke, and he immediately concluded that Fang Xiu had no chance of winning this match. Let's not talk about the fact that Jormungandr's scale blade can cut through anything and is impervious to water and fire. Take the black blade in the alien swordmaster's hand, for example. It's only 2 meters long. Even if I let it cut as it pleases, how deep can the wound be? If we use human language to describe it, it's like stepping on an iron nail. It doesn't hurt at all. Song Xiaofeng became more and more outrageous as he spoke. After all, Shi Yin and Han Su's lightning-fast retreat made the commentator feel a little embarrassed. Now that he saw Lu Yu's Jormungandr, he finally regained his dignity and belittled Fang Xiu's alien swordmaster. However, Song Xiaofeng has nothing to say. The alien swordmaster's movements did not pause at all. It moved quickly across the playing field, heading straight for Jormungandr. Due to its overly large body, the arena restricted Jormungandr's movements, making its movements extremely inflexible. Fang Xiu also noticed this quickly. It seems that the rules of the league restrict the performance of our beast control. Really, Lu Yu smiled. I'm afraid the only one whose performance is really restricted is my Jormungandr. If it were in a real beast taming battlefield, Lu Yu felt that his Jormungandr was a true T0 level beast tamer. As for Fang Xiu's alien, he really couldn't see any restrictions on it under the league's rules. Suddenly, the alien swordsman rushed to Jormungandr's side, kicked his feet hard, and jumped towards Jormungandr's body. The joints on his elbows contracted, temporarily hiding the black knife. The alien swordsman clasped his hands on the scales of Jormungandr. The uneven texture on it actually provides good support for the alien swordmaster. However, Jormungandr seemed to have sensed the alien swordmaster's movements and began to twist and flip his huge body, trying to pin the alien swordmaster under him. However, Jormungandr's body was so huge that even a small movement, like turning over, would encounter huge resistance. In addition, its snake bones needed to rotate one section at a time. So by the time the alien swordmaster felt the vibration, it had already climbed onto Jormungandr's body. Mirror image. In an instant, 3 black shadows split from the alien swordmaster's body, turning from nothingness into reality. The mechanism on the elbow popped open again, and the sharp black knives were held in the hands of the alien swordmasters at the same time. Lu Yu also quickly noticed this detail, but he was not surprised. Although his Jormungandr was not as huge as it is now during the freshman exchange competition, many beastmasters at that time thought of letting their beast climb on a Jormungandr to attack. But the scales on Jormungandr's body cannot be cut by a knife and are immune to water and fire. In the end, it was the beastmasters who exhausted themselves. Lu Yu told Fang Xiu what happened at the freshman exchange competition. The Jormungandr is so huge. Its scales alone are 1/2 meter thick and harder than a bank safe. Not to mention its flesh. Even if your alien swordmaster tries his best to cut off a small piece of scale, its phantom sword dance can only make a cross-shaped knife on Jormungandr's body at most. Injuries of that magnitude might heal automatically in less than half an hour. So your alien swordmaster has no chance of winning at all. Seeing Fang Xiu's indifferent attitude, Lu Yu became anxious. His Jormungandr was clearly stronger, so why was Fang Xiu's expression so calm? Did he really think that his alien swordmaster could win? Say something, Lu Yu shouted from a distance. He couldn't figure out what Fang Xiu was expecting. Expect your Jormungandr to be fragile. What a joke. Your beast is indeed huge, but my alien swordmaster is much more powerful than you think. Fang Xiu looked at Lu Yu, who was a little anxious, and then responded. If size alone was important, then the land ruler of Blue Planet would have been an elephant long ago. But it is us humans who have established civilization and are at the top of all food chains. Why? The reason is simple. We are smart and we know how to use tools. The moment we picked up tools, all the beasts on land were no longer a match for us humans. So, as he spoke, Feng Xiu turned his head and looked at the alien sword saint. My beastmaster not only knows how to use tools, it also has intelligence that is no less than that of humans. Your Jormungandr is no match for the aliens. Chapter 187. Take off your armor. 3 more chapters added. My Jormungandr is no match for your alien. Snort. No matter how arrogant you are, there must be a limit. Lu Yu snorted coldly and refocused his attention on the alien sword saint, but he was not panicked at all. Instead, he felt that Feng Xiu was just bluffing. How could his alien swordsman be a match for Jormungandr? His own beast is not a weakling like the swamp monster. The scales on Jormungandr's body are much harder than the shell of the swamp monster. The alien swordsman quickly climbed onto Jormungandr's body. Its feet had strong grip, and standing on Jormungandr's scales was as easy as walking on flat ground. The alien swordsman held a black knife in his hand and chopped at the scales under his body. The 3 clones followed its movements and attacked. Bang! Along with the crisp sound of slashing, the black knife in the alien swordsman's hand was directly bounced away, and a spark flew out in all directions. Call! After seeing this scene, Lu Yu's tense nerves relaxed instantly. After all, seeing Feng Xiu so calm and confident, he really thought that the alien swordsman's slashing attack was very powerful. Now that he saw that the alien swordsman's black knife was unable to cut through Jormungandr's scales, he finally relaxed completely. I became even more certain that Feng Xiu was just bluffing. How's it going, Feng Xiu? Lu Yu raised his lips and said in a boastful tone, even if you are a swordsman of alien form, you can't chop off the scales of my Jormungandr. No, he shook his head, looking more confident. Even if your alien can really cut off the scales of my Jormungandr, it's nothing great. Your alien still can't hurt Jormungandr. Not to mention that now I can't even cut it off. Feng Xiu, if I were you, I would definitely choose to abstain. Although Shi Yin and Han Su's levels were not as good as his, they were still members of Jiaqing No. 1 Middle School and his companions. Seeing that I have the advantage now, Lu Yu also wants to get back at them. Commentator Song Xiaofeng was even more excited. Sure enough, in the face of absolute power, any struggle is meaningless. Even if Jormungandr lies there and lets the alien swordmaster attack him, he won't be able to hurt Jormungandr at all. Moreover, Feng Xiu is the captain of the Jiaqing No. 1 team. The subsequent players will not be stronger than him. This means that Lu Yu may be able to take on 4 opponents at once and win the game. It really deserves to be the strongest shield of Jiaqing No. 1 Middle School. Can't break through. Song Xiaofeng shouted excitedly. There were also bursts of cheers from the audience. The drum beats that had been immersed for a long time vibrated again. Jiaqing No. 1 Middle School is invincible. Jiaqing No. 1 Middle School, overcoming all obstacles. The sound became louder and louder, and the atmosphere on the scene reached a climax. In the lounge of Jiaqing No. 1 Middle School, neither Zhang Yu nor Zhang Panpan expected that Lu Yu's beast taming would be so exaggerated. The size is twice as big as it was during the freshman exchange competition. The scales on its body are as hard as steel, and even the black knife of the alien swordmaster cannot break them. An unprecedented feeling of despair gradually enveloped the entire lounge. Is this the gap between Jiaqing No. 1 Middle School and us? Chun Fan rolled his throat and swallowed nervously. In his opinion, this Jormungandr was many times larger than his own Tyrannosaurus. If even Feng Xiu lost, they really didn't know how to defeat the giant snake Jormungandr. Moreover, judging from the situation at the scene, he couldn't think of any way to crack it. It would be nice if there wasn't a limit on the quantity. Li Qingqing was so worried that she started biting her nails. If Feng Xiu could release the alien army, he could use the acid blood to absorb the opponent's scales. But the league has set restrictions on the number of beast tamers that can appear. Is the quarterfinals really our limit? Li Qingqing said somewhat unwillingly. Zhang Yu and Zhang Panpan also fell silent. Look quickly. However, just when everyone was feeling a little disappointed, Zhang Shuren suddenly pointed at the screen. Huh. Zhang Yu and Zhang Panpan were startled at first. Then they looked over carefully. The alien swordsman tried to cut through Jormungandr's scales, but found that he could not cut through Jormungandr's scales, so he gave up decisively. But all that can be given up is just chopping. It bent down extended its second mouth part and made a hissing sound, as if observing the structure of the scales. The alien sword master soon discovered that although the scales of the Jormungandr were hard and difficult to cut through even with his black knife, they were not grown as a whole on the flesh. Only part of a scale is attached to the skin. The larger part is separated from the flesh. Then they cover each other layer by layer to form a peculiar scale armor. After piercing this point, the alien sword master changed from chopping to stabbing, inserting the black knife directly into the gap between the scales and the skin. Although these scales are extremely hard and can resist the black knife in the hands of the alien swordsman, the skin beneath the scales is ordinary flesh and blood. The black knife in the alien sword master's hand was hardened from his own silicon-based material. With the flow of true energy, it pierced into Jormungandr's skin like a scalpel for cutting the human body. With one stab, one cut, one turn, and finally one poke, he scraped off a piece of scale from Jormungandr's body. Phew! Blood gushed out from it, but because Jormungandr's body was too large, the nervous system's transmission speed was not fast enough. Even though a scale was cut off, it didn't feel any pain. It seems that the alien sword master has found a way to defeat Jormungandr. Fang Xiu noticed the alien sword master's actions, and the corners of his mouth couldn't help but rise. Sometimes, even Fang Xiu himself felt that the aliens were a little too scary. In addition to the special ability of parasitic assimilation genes, the aliens can think like humans. Set a trap. Look for flaws in your prey. This is where the alien is most powerful. After finding that his initial attempt was effective, the alien sword master continued to repeat this process, quickly cutting off the scales on Jormungandr's body. Its three clones also cooperated with each other to continuously expand Jormungandr's wound. For a moment, blood continued to flow from Jormungandr's body, dyeing the green grass of the stadium red. Pieces of scales fell from Jormungandr's body and pierced deeply into the soil. Lu Yu's eyes were as big and round as a cow's. He never dreamed that Fang Xiu's alien sword master could actually think of using the method of peeling scales to deal with his beast. He had never encountered such a situation before. Even he, the master, had never thought about the fact that the scales of Jormungandr were not grown entirely on the flesh. Chapter 188. Lu Yu's mentality collapsed. How could this happen? Lu Yu's face gradually turned ugly as he watched the scales on Jormungandr's body being peeled off piece by piece by the alien swordsman. Scales are a type of keratin that mainly exists on the epidermis. They are used to protect the organism's own soft and smooth skin, but they do not grow into the flesh. Lu Yu was naturally clear about this kind of general education knowledge, but he never expected that the alien sword master would actually think of using this method to deal with his Jormungandr. A bad premonition arose in his heart. It seems that Jormungandr's skin is not as hard as you imagined. Fang Xiu said softly to Lu Yu. The four black knives worked together and soon peeled off dozens of scales from Jormungandr's body. Blood gushed out from the wounds like a fountain, forming a pool of blood on the grass. The voices in the audience that were cheering for Lu Yu just a moment ago stopped at this moment. Although the beast taming space can hatch new beasts with accurate beast data, but the muscle strength enhanced by supplements cannot be rehatched through the beast taming space. Fang Xiu continued. Although the method of taming beasts with medicine can allow the beasts to break through their own limits and gain greater strength, it not only consumes a huge amount of resources, but once the beasts are killed, all previous efforts will be wasted. This is also the reason why Han Su surrendered, because he was afraid of losing the naughty bunny. I just don't know whether Lu Yu has the awareness that it is better to die in glory than to live in disgrace. Without the protection of scales, Jormungandr's soft skin was as fragile as paper in front of the alien swordsman. It stabbed its sharp tail into Jormungandr's flesh and blood, and the black knife in its hand began to dance wildly again. A bloody hole was cut in Jormungandr's body. Even though Jormungandr's nervous system was not that developed, he felt great pain under the constant destruction of the alien swordmaster. He began to dance his body, trying to throw the alien sword master off himself. A hair-raising wail came from Jormungandr's mouth. Lu Yu's face turned as pale as paper. This kind of situation has never happened before. At the same time, Li Zai's words also emerged in his mind. If even Jormungandr can't deal with the alien sword master, then kill Fang Xiu. This year's Hejiang State League is held in Jiaqing. The leaders of the Ministry of Education are all paying attention to this game. If we lose to Huqing No. 1 Middle School, the entire Jiaqing will lose face. They can't lose, and they must not lose. Could it be? Liu Yu sucked in a breath of cold air. Jormungandr's struggles were of no avail. The alien sword master, with his clone, went straight into its flesh and blood, constantly clearing a path with the black knife. More and more blood gushed out. If the alien sword master could reach deep inside and cut off Jormungandr's snake bones and destroy his internal organs, we'll die. Your own beast will die. Thinking of this, beads of sweat kept appearing on Liu Yu's forehead, and his collar was soaked with cold sweat. But just when he was hesitating whether to let Jormungandr take action, he suddenly discovered. Fang Xiao was walking towards him with big strides. What are you going to do? Liu Yu was stunned. Although this match does not restrict the players' positions and Beastmasters can move freely, why did Fang Xiao come over? Could it be that he discovered his own thoughts? Yes. As long as Fang Xiao was close enough to him, Jormungandr would not be able to attack Fang Xiao. Because this beast is so huge, it cannot make precise attack movements like other people's beasts. If he fails to dodge in time, he will be seriously injured by his own beast. What to do? Liu Yu's brain thinks quickly. Do you want to do it yourself? If I attack Fang Xiao myself, I can also knock him out. No. But as soon as this thought came up, Liu Yu shook his head repeatedly. He witnessed Fang Xiao's fighting level with his own eyes in the lounge. Even Li Zhe, the physical education teacher, didn't gain any advantage. How could he be Fang Xiao's opponent? Moreover, attacking a Beastmaster is a foul. Aren't you going to admit defeat? Yet, Fang Xiao walked to a place 2 meters away from Liu Yu and stopped. It's not that I don't trust Liu Yu's character, but people like Li Zhe are capable of doing anything. In particular, Liu Yu's hesitant expression at this moment is exactly the same as the expression Li Shijia showed at the Huqing freshman exchange competition. You must be wondering whether to let your beast attack me, and then pretend it was an accident where the beast lost control. Fang Xiao said lightly. How do you know? Liu Yu's eyes widened. He never expected that Fang Xiao could see through him completely. Is this guy really a freshman in high school? I've seen many people like you. Fang Xiao smiled. In fact, he was not 100% sure, but he felt that there was a possibility, so he deliberately lied to Liu Yu. Unexpectedly, he actually guessed it right. However, Liu Yu is a freshman in high school after all. His journey in taming beasts must have been smooth sailing, and he rarely faced such great pressure. Based on these and other relationships, it is not difficult to figure out his thoughts. It must have cost a lot of money to raise Jormungandr to this size, right? Fang Xiao continued. He observed Liu Yu's clothes and the cell phone he used. Although he is much wealthier than the average student, he is still a level lower than Chun Fan and Li Qingqing. I guess Liu Yu is just from a middle-class family. It took a lot of effort to raise Jormungandr to such a huge size. If I really died here, I would be heartbroken. Fang Xiao used words to attack Liu Yu's psychological defenses. No matter how you look at it, the size of this Jormungandr is even too exaggerated. There is no way to use common sense to find its weak points. Even if the alien swordsman slashed recklessly and rushed around in Jormungandr's body, he probably wouldn't be able to seriously injure Jormungandr for a while. It would be better to let Liu Yu abstain himself. What a pity, Fang Xiao said lightly. Ai, Tinting. Liu Yu gritted his teeth and looked at Jormungandr, who was screaming in pain. Start over again. The cheapest of those supplements costs $39.99. Moreover, even if it were to start over again, would the next Beastmaster really be able to grow to such a huge size? All kinds of questions came to Liu Yu's mind. Referee. Liu Yu clenched his fists and gritted his teeth, as if this was the only way he could hold on. But those cries of grief soon drowned out the noise from the audience. Liu Yu's ears could only hear this kind of sound, and it became the last straw that broke the camel's back. I give up. Chapter 189 shocks the whole audience. Fang Xiao takes on 3 people alone. When referee Xia heard Liu Yu admit defeat, he stood there in a daze and did not react for a long time. Again, another one to give up. Clearly, when Jormungandr was able to add power, he showed a great advantage. Liu Yu's arrogance once overshadowed Fang Xiao. Unexpectedly, the situation took a turn for the worse in a blink of an eye. Liu Yu completely lost his will to fight, and Fang Xiao also successfully completed the 1 against 3. Referee Xia rolled his throat and swallowed nervously. In terms of the process, Fang Xiao played all 3 games very beautifully. His alien swordsman used force to defeat the swamp monster. When fighting against the naughty bunny, speed is the key to success. When fighting against Jormungandr, he found the only flaw in his body in a very short time. But Although judging from the final result, the flaw of Jormungandr is indeed obvious. But if the alien sword master hadn't found it, who would have thought of it? Jiaqing is not a small place like Huqing. There are 12 schools eligible to participate in the freshman exchange competition. Lu Yu, Shi Yin, Han Su, they're all beastmasters who emerge from one game after another. The result was a complete failure. After Lu Yu shouted that he gave up, he did not bother to thank the referee for his reaction. Worried that his Jormungandr would be more seriously injured, he quickly put the Jormungandr back into the beast-taming space. Fang Xiu's alien swordsman fell from the sky, his whole body covered with the bright red blood of Jormungandr. There were even some flesh and mucous membranes stuck to its body. At first glance, it looked like the blood demon god returning from hell. Song Xiaofeng in the commentary booth stared with his eyes wide open, unable to utter a word for a long time. He felt his throat being tightly gripped by a pair of invisible hands. My cheeks felt burning with pain. Why? Isn't Lu Yu's Jormungandr an advantage? Wasn't Fang Xiu's alien swordsman able to cut through the scales on Jormungandr's body? Why did Lu Yu still lose? What kind of monster is this alien swordsman? Lu Yu also lost. Lu Xiuechuan sucked in a breath of cold air. The strongest shield of Jiaqing No. 1 middle school actually lost. And what's worse is, now, there's only one player left in Jiaqing No. 1 middle school, Zhang Shubua. Fang Xiu takes on 3 people at once. Fang Xiu's Beastmaster seems to still have plenty of energy. Lu Xiuechuan looked at the alien swordsman off the field. I saw that its steps were steady and there were no wounds on its body. No matter what, it looks like we can continue to fight. Monster. Fang Xiu's alien is a real monster. Is it true that Jiaqing No. 1 middle school will be eliminated in the quarterfinals this year? Are you going to be eliminated in the first step of the competition? It's all Lu Yu's fault. It took Song Xiaofeng a long time to recover, but he was so angry at Lu Yu's performance that his body was shaking. If his beast maintains the size of the freshman exchange competition, it can move freely in this sports center. In Song Xiaofeng's opinion, the reason why Lu Yu lost was because he gave Jormungandr too many supplements, which caused its body to grow excessively. If his beast could be smaller, maybe it would be able to move around in the competition arena. In this way, even Fang Xiu's alien sword, Saint cannot win. But, due to its huge size, Jormungandr became a sitting duck for the alien sword master. Song Xiaofeng slammed his palm heavily on the table. Now the only one left is Zhang Shubua, the strongest spear of Jiaqing No. 1 middle school. Song Xiaofeng took a deep breath and placed all his hopes on Zhang Shubua. Yes, Lu Xiuechuan nodded. Now we can only pray that Zhang Shubua can win the game with 4 goals in a row. However, although Lu Xiuechuan said this, after witnessing the power of Fang Xiu, the alien sword saint, she no longer had the confidence in her heart. Just believe for the sake of believing. Today, Jiaqing No. 1 middle school is really on the verge of death. In the lounge of Huqing No. 1 middle school, Fang Xiu won. Zhang Yu's eyes widened in shock, and he held the edge of the screen with his hands in disbelief, as if he wanted to drill into it. Zhang Panpan's heart, which had been hanging in the air, finally settled down. He covered his chest and slumped down on the sofa, with cold sweat all over the back of his clothes. I was so scared. If Fang Xiu was defeated, Li Qingqing and others would not be able to deal with Jormungandr with their beast taming alone. Fortunately, Fang Xiu's alien sword saint found a way to defeat the enemy in desperation. Lu Yu was forced to admit defeat. Fang Xiu actually won again. Zhang Shuren and Chun Fan said in unison. As Fang Xiu's companions, they naturally hope that Fang Xiu can win. But I didn't expect that facing such a monster, Fang Xiu's alien sword saint could still cut through all the obstacles. It's so powerful. Li Qingqing glanced at the two of them very decisively. Isn't it normal for Fang Xiu to win? Li Qingqing raised the corners of her mouth and said proudly. Compared with the girl who was worried about Fang Xiu just now, she was completely different. In fact, Li Qingqing also breathed a sigh of relief. Fang Xiu, you did not disappoint us. However, isn't Fang Xiu's alien sword master too amazing? Zhang Shuren suddenly thought of what Fang Xiu had said before. His alien has an IQ that is not inferior to that of humans. Among them, the alien queen's IQ is as high as 175. The alien sword master and alien wizard also have an IQ of around 140. Therefore, even in a desperate situation, his alien can find a way to defeat the enemy on its own. Now that I think about it, It was most likely the alien swordmaster's subjective initiative that discovered Jormungandr's flaw. Generally speaking, many beast masters don't have very high IQs. Even if they have mastered various skills, they often don't know when is the best time to use them. That's why we beast masters need to be there to give orders. Chen Fan talks about the beast taming knowledge he gained in the general education class. But Fang Xiu's aliens don't seem to need his command at all. He can just leave the battle to the aliens. That's outrageous. Fang Xiu didn't know whether his alien was the strongest beastmaster in the world, but it was definitely the most outrageous beastmaster he had ever seen. Indeed, Zhang Yi nodded in agreement. Not only can it parasitize other beasts, assimilate their genes, but can also plunder their skills, and it has a very high IQ. The most important thing is that these aliens are still hive consciousness. There is no need to worry about them having thoughts of betrayal. Sometimes I wonder how Fang Xiu created this beast. Zhang Yu couldn't help but sigh. Who cares? Li Qingqing shrugged. But in Jiaqing No. 1 middle school, only Zhang Shubua is left. It feels like Fang Xiu is going to take on 4 people alone again and sweep the field. Snort. Li Qingqing couldn't help but let out a soft moan. After the crisis was resolved and she felt relieved, she couldn't help but complain. The opportunity to show off in front of everyone was taken by Fang Xiu alone. It was really a bargain for him. Chapter 190. The Hope of Jiaqing No. 1 Middle School, one more chapter. Li Qingqing said this with some pride, but in her heart she was happy for Fang Xiu. As long as they defeat Zhang Shubua, they will be able to advance to the semi-finals. Moreover, the alien swordmaster's trump card skill is explosive and has not been exposed until now. This year, they might actually have a chance to win the Hejiang State League Championship. At that time, Fang Xiu will not only not have to pay the penalty for breach of contract, but will also be able to officially become Master Che Xian's disciple, and his future will be bright. Fang Xiu. Thinking of this, Li Qingqing repeated Fang Xiu's name in her heart and prayed for him. 1 verses 4. Zhang Shuren stared at Fang Xiu on the screen. Teacher Zhang, the senior Chu from before, probably never managed to take on 4. Although Chu Xingha's reputation in Huqing No. 1 Middle School is polarized and many teachers have opinions about him and his students, in Zhang Shuren's heart, Chu Xingha can do what no one has ever done before and win the runner-up in the Hejiang State League. Reorganize the student union and apply to Imperial Capital University. Regardless of his character, he is the strongest beastmaster to ever come out of Huqing. Seeing that Fang Xiu was close to taking on 4 people at one time, he couldn't help but compare the two of them. This, Zhang Yu recalled the Hejiang Province League. When facing Jiaqing No. 1 Middle School, he did not have a record of fighting 1 against 4. After all, Chu Xingha always leads the battle as a general. Although Chu Xingha's situation was different at the time, if you ask me, it's only a matter of time before Fang Xiu surpasses Chu Xingha. That's right. Zhang Panpan also agreed with Zhang Yu's idea. After all, Chu Xingha at that time did not have the opportunities that Fang Xiu had. His beasts do not have any parasitic abilities. In time, Fang Xiu will definitely be a more powerful beastmaster than Chu Xingha. The explosion of the alien swordmaster has not been used yet. Zhang Shubua, he can't win, Zhang Panpan said in a resounding voice. At the same time, in the lounge of Jiaqing No. 1 Middle School, Shi Yin was still lying on the stretcher pretending to be unconscious, and he couldn't help but complain in his heart. Good guy Lu Yu, aren't you known as the strongest shield of Jiaqing No. 1 Middle School? You'd better guard against Fang Xiu. At the very least, I'd rather die together with him. If Jiaqing No. 1 Middle School is really eliminated by Fang Xiu alone, it would be a huge loss of face. I thought that after Fang Xiu was defeated, Teacher Li Zhe would be in a better mood, and I could take the opportunity to wake up. What should I do now? Are you going to keep fainting? Shi Yan's heart was pounding, and he wanted to bang his head against the wall and knock himself out. Wrong. However, he soon changed his mind. If even Lu Yu and Zhang Shubua lost, then isn't it reasonable for me, the 4th place, to lose to Fang Xiu? No matter how angry Teacher Li Zhe is, he won't use me as a target, right? Fang Xiu, come on. Shi Yin sucked in a breath of cold air and couldn't help but start cheering for Fang Xiu. Han Su sat in the corner of the room, not daring to even breathe, let alone look up at Li Zhe. Li Zhe clenched his fist, and the aura he exuded made the entire lounge feel very depressing. Lu Yu. He didn't make a sound until Lu Yu came back. Teacher Li Zhe, I'm sorry. Lu Yu apologized immediately and prepared himself to be punished by Li Zhe. However, at this moment, Zhang Shubwa stood up from the sofa. He glanced at Lu Yu, then nodded slightly, indicating that Lu Yu didn't need to worry. Teacher Li Zhe, I won't lose. Although Lu Yu didn't win, Fang Xiu's Beastman must have consumed a lot of energy. The other players from Huching No. 1 Middle School are not as good as Fang Xiu. I'm confident that I can defeat 4 opponents with 1. Zhang Shubwa said in a resounding voice. Li Zhe, who wanted to raise his hand to slap Lu Yu, was also attracted by his declaration. Zhang Shubwa, I won't say anything more to you. Jiaqing No. 1 Middle School cannot lose and cannot afford to lose. You are my most valued student. I hope you don't make the same mistakes as these losers. Li Zhe didn't care about the face of Lu Yu and others at all. Using drugs to tame beasts is controversial in itself. Although he made a lot of money from this business and was very well respected in school, in recent years there have been students who took out online loans or even turned to online gambling because they could not afford the supplements. Some parents even complained about him because of this. Of course, he did improve the grades of some students by using medicine to tame beasts. In addition, I give gifts to the principal and other leaders every year. That's why these complaints were suppressed. But the team he led was swept by Fang Xiu alone in the quarterfinals. Who knows if those old guys will push themselves out to take the bullets in anger. When the time comes, we will blame our own education methods for being problematic. If things go wrong, those complaints might even be brought up again. Just thinking about it, Li Zhe felt tremendous pressure. He scratched his hair, wishing he could just pull it out. He cursed Fang Xiu even more bitterly in his heart. He's just some trash from Huching. How could he be such a difficult beast to tame? Damn little devil. After Zhang Shubwa left the lounge and headed for the competition venue, Li Zhe kicked over the trash can beside him and glared at Lu Yu and others fiercely. Waste. At the same time, Zhang Shubwa also has a lot of pressure on his shoulders. I thought that Lu Yu and I could protect the glory of Jiaqing No. 1 Middle School. Unexpectedly, even Lu Yu lost. How on earth did Fang Xiu do it? Lu Yu and I use a lot of supplements every month to strengthen our beasts. That's why we can stand out among the many universities in Jiaqing. Fang Xiu uses the natural beast control method. How can he be so strong? Zhang Shubwa felt that it was really incomprehensible. Before I knew it, I arrived at the competition field. Please, Zhang Shubwa, choose a map. Seeing that Zhang Shubwa seemed a little absent-minded, referee Xie had to raise his voice. But I couldn't help cursing in my heart. Could it be that Zhang Shubwa was frightened silly by Fang Xiu's beast control? What happened to Jiaqing No. 1 Middle School this year? Why do all their beastmasters have such bad mentalities? After seeing Jiaqing No. 1 Middle School being defeated 3-on-1 in a row, the audience also lost confidence in Zhang Shubwa. Only a small number of people were still cheering loudly for Zhang Shubwa. No need to change. Zhang Shubwa came back to his senses, glanced at Fang Xiu, and then said to referee Xie, his beastmaster is suitable for fighting on flat ground, and it can even be said that it is the same type of beastmaster as Fang Xiu's alien swordmaster. So changing the venue didn't really provide much improvement for him. Referee Xie sighed and had to announce the start of the game. Come out, Tiger Vanguard! As Zhang Shubwa roared, a huge ferocious beast appeared in front of him. A huge shadow instantly extended to Fang Xiu's feet. Chapter 191, an action that shocked the whole audience. Fang Xiu and Zhang Shubwa were 6 or 7 meters apart, but the shadow of his beast could extend to his feet, which shows how exaggerated the size of the beast was. Fang Xiu looked closely and saw that Zhang Shubwa's Tiger Vanguard was at least as tall as 2 stories high. It looked like a standing tiger with dense hair all over its body. It had a long copper sword on its back and a blue skirt around its waist to cover its lower body. His body is long on top and short on the bottom, with golden eyes, and he exudes a strong sense of oppression. I think I need to explain something. Zhang Shubwa said seriously. Some people often mistake my beast for regular species and think that my Tiger Vanguard has a humanoid form because of a mutation. But in fact, my beast has been in this form since it hatched. So, it is a mythical beast. Zhang Shubwa's beast is a demon king that can transform into a human form and has special skills such as releasing sword energy and petrifying. Coupled with the supplements that Li Zhe sold him, this Tiger Vanguard was able to grow rapidly. In the previous freshman exchange competition, Zhang Shubwa had never lost a single game. Every battle showed overwhelming strength. That's why it is known as the strongest spear of Jiaqing No. 1 Middle School. The Demon King, Fang Xiu, looked at Zhang Shubwa's Tiger Vanguard. This beast is indeed good, but it cannot be used directly as a parasite in the competition. After the game is over, ask Zhang Shubua if he can sell one to me. I guess he must be short of money since he borrowed money online. However, these two brothers are really interesting. One is a tiger and the other is a leopard. Fang Xiu secretly complained in his heart. It really felt like people from the same family would not enter the same door. Fang Xiu. Zhang Shubua took a step forward, and the tiger vanguard beside him also let out a series of tiger roars at Fang Xiu's alien swordsman. Come on, let's see who is truly the strongest among us. Zhang Shubua clenched his fists, his blood boiling. I am a last trump card and hope of Jiaqing No. 1 middle school. No matter what, I will not lose to Fang Xiu here. The game officially begins. Referee Xie was encouraged by Zhang Shubua's performance and even announced the start of the game in a louder voice. As soon as he finished speaking, Tiger Vanguard pushed hard with his feet, making a hole in the grass. He flashed in front of the alien sword saint, reached behind him with his right hand, pulled out the red copper knife from the scabbard, and slashed at the alien sword saint fiercely. In a flash, the alien swordsman raised his black knife to block, and the two weapons formed a cross in the air. The blades collided and the friction produced sparks. However, although this Tiger Vanguard was nearly twice as large as the alien swordmaster, he was unable to overwhelm the opponent with his strength. The strength of both sides was almost equal, forcing Tiger Vanguard to put away the red copper knife, re-energize, and chop at the alien swordsman again. However, this time, the alien swordsman turned into starlight and disappeared in front of Tiger Vanguard. The red copper knife he chopped down fiercely passed through the starlight and embedded into the soil. Faced with this sudden scene, Zhang Shubua and referee Xie were both confused. The alien swordmaster is missing. What do you mean? Zhang Shubua frowned, feeling confused. Judging from the situation, Fang Xiu clearly took the alien swordmaster back to the beast taming space. But the problem is, even if you want to replace the beast, you can only do it before the game starts. Could it be that Fang Xiu really made such a stupid mistake? No more fighting. Fang Xiu raised the corner of his mouth. A smile appeared on his face, and then he announced to referee Xie beside him, I forfeit this match. Referee Xie was stunned and wondered if he had heard something wrong. Did Fang Xiu give up? It is obvious that Jiaqing No. 1 middle school now has an absolute advantage. His alien sword master did not lose to Tiger Vanguard in the powerful collision just now. Why abstain? Especially Fang Xiu's expression, it didn't look like he had suffered some kind of setback that caused his mental breakdown. Can't understand. However, Fang Xiu's sudden withdrawal is indeed a very beneficial thing for Jiaqing No. 1 middle school. Worried that Fang Xiu would go back on his word, referee Xie quickly announced the result. Lu Xuechuan, who was in the commentary booth, even exclaimed on the spot, abstain why? Why did Fang Xiu give up? Maybe it's because of the fight just now that Fang Xiu realized that his alien is no match for Tiger Vanguard. Although Song Xiaofeng was happy to see this result, he was also puzzled. Even if the alien swordmaster is really exhausted, Fang Xiu can replace him with other aliens to continue fighting. Furthermore, the alien swordmaster didn't look like he was about to be exhausted. No matter what, we must consume Tiger Pioneer's physical strength as much as possible to increase the chances of winning for other players, right? Fang Xiu didn't look like he had suddenly lost his resolve and given up on the competition. Comedy. Are you worried that if you take on 4 people alone, Jiaqing No. 1 middle school will lose miserably? But this is not right. Before the game started, Fang Xiu ran to the locker room of Jiaqing No. 1 middle school and had a conflict with Li Zhe. Although it is not convenient to talk about this matter during the live broadcast, Song Xiaofeng did learn about the situation in this regard. He couldn't help but hold his head in his hands, racking his brains, but still couldn't understand Fang Xiu's behavior. Fang Xiu on the field did not say much. After announcing that he had given up, he turned and walked off the field. Hey, wait a minute. Zhang Shubua couldn't help but call out to Fang Xiu. Why are you giving up? Your alien sword master can still fight, no? Even if it reaches its limit, you can always switch to another beast. If it were you, you would definitely need a beast master that is stronger than this alien swordsman. Why? Why are you giving up here? Do you look down on me? Zhang Shubua yelled hysterically. To him, Fang Xiu's sudden resignation was even more painful than killing his Tiger Vanguard directly. Is the strength of Jiaqing No. 1 middle school so poor in Fang Xiu's eyes? After listening to Zhang Shubua's words, Fang Xiu stopped. He sighed first, then looked back at Zhang Shubua. Your brother is very worried about you. He doesn't want you to continue on this path of using drugs to control beasts. After Fang Xiu finished speaking, he walked off the stage without looking back, leaving Zhang Shubo alone, disheveled in the wind. Not long after, Fang Xiu returned to the lounge of Huqing No. 1 Middle School. As soon as I pushed the door open, Zhang Yu and Zhang Panpan surrounded me. Their eyes also showed incomprehension of each other. Fang Xiu, why do you want to give up at this time? This is a 1-on-4 fight. It's a great opportunity to show off my prowess in front of others. The two said in unison. Li Qingqing and Chun Fan were also confused by Fang Xiu's behavior. Fang Xiu, what's wrong with you? However, Fang Xiu did not care about their thoughts. He just looked up at Zhang Shuren, who was sitting on the sofa and resting. Don't you want Zhang Shubua to give up beast control with drug? Go ahead and let him see how powerful your natural beast control is. Chapter 192. Is this also part of your plan? Me. Zhang Shuren pointed at himself in disbelief. I'm a pioneer in fighting tigers. Zhang Shuren turned his head and glanced at the tiger vanguard in the live broadcast. The beast was as tall as a 2-story building and more than twice as big as his Black Panther warrior Panza. Was Fang Xiu trusting himself too much? Seeing Fang Xiu approaching him, Zhang Shuren quickly stood up from the sofa. Huqing No. 1 Middle School is now handed over to you, Fang Xiu said as he patted Zhang Shuren's arm, completing the handover. The staff also came over and urged the next player to go on stage quickly. Go Shuren. Although Zhang Panpan didn't understand Fang Xiu's intention, there was really no other way at the moment. She could only let Zhang Shuren go on the court quickly. Zhang Shuren sucked in a breath of cold air and suddenly felt a huge pressure all over. But the fact that Fang Xiu gave up was already a fact, and now he had no choice but to go ahead with it. What on earth are you thinking? Li Qingqing stared at Fang Xiu with her eyes wide open until Zhang Shuren left the lounge. Fang Xiu sat down on the sofa slowly. Didn't Zhang Shuren want his brother to give up the beast-controlling method of using loans to pay off loans? Let Zhang Shuren defeat his drug-based beast control with natural beast control, and we can break his filter on beast control supplements. After these battles, Fang Xiu could feel that the beast-taming effect using medicine was indeed very powerful. But it's not strong enough to be worth taking out online loans. Moreover, because the data obtained from the beast-taming supplement cannot be copied in the beast-taming space, Shi Yin and his men do not have the courage to fight to the death. In this way, Fang Xiu finally understood why the use of drugs to tame beasts was controversial and not widely promoted. The average family simply cannot afford it, and the resulting drawbacks are difficult to resolve. If you just want to prove this point, then if you defeat Zhang Shubua, wouldn't that also prove the power of the natural beast? Chun Fan couldn't help but ask, why must Zhang Shuren go? Because the other party thinks I'm rich. Fang Xiu smiled. Ayu Li Qingqing was stunned. She knew too well how bad Fang Xiu's family background was. Looking at the entire Hejiang State League, I'm afraid no one's family background is worse than his. Even Han Su and others, although they borrowed online loans, were able to open such a large credit limit. Given Fang Xiu's situation, it would be good enough if he could get a credit limit of 600 yuan from Huabei or Jingxi Heibiao. How stupid must the other party be to mistake Fang Xiu for a rich man? Judging from the clothes he is wearing, which are from cheap stalls, he doesn't look like a rich person. That's what I said, but people didn't believe me. Fang Xiu shrugged. During the competition, Lu Yu insisted that he was the son of a big family. He wears cheap clothes only because his family taught him to be frugal. No matter what Fang Xiu said, Lu Yu could find a bunch of reasons. I'm afraid Zhang Shubua has the same idea. So, even if I beat him, he will feel that he lost to Brother Fu and lost to capital. He won't think that I defeated him through hard work. Fang Xiu continued to explain. Just these words made Li Qingqing and others couldn't help but complain in their hearts. Why does the word hard work feel so inappropriate when applied to Fang Xiu? Hasn't he relied on his talent to get to where he is today? Zhang Shuren is different. He and Zhang Shubua are brothers, and they understand each other's family situations. So letting Zhang Shuren defeat him will have the greatest impact on him and will make him rethink whether it is worth it for him to persist in using medicine to control beasts. Another reason is Zhang Shuren's concern for his brother. If he didn't really care about his brother, he wouldn't have run over to persuade Zhang Shubua the first time, nor would he have been beaten by Li Zhe. Especially before the start of the competition, Zhang Shuren had sincerely asked him to persuade Zhang Shubua to give up the method of relying on loans to pay off loans to tame the beasts. For various reasons, Fang Xiu decided to give this opportunity to Zhang Shuren. Zhang Yu and Zhang Panpan suddenly understood. No wonder Fang Xiu chose to abstain. It turned out he did it to help Zhang Shuren. But wouldn't it be too risky to do this? Chun Fan sucked in a breath of cold air. Even though I understand that all this is part of Fang Xiu's plan, would it be too risky to do this? If that guy Zhang Shubua really starts to explode, what if we can't stop the three of them? With me here, what are you afraid of? Li Qingqing glanced at Chun Fan unhappily. Fang Xiu is indeed the strongest freshman in active service, but I am Li Qingqing, and I am not much worse than Fang Xiu, okay? I was ambushed in the freshman exchange competition before, so I didn't show my true strength. Don't worry, Zhang Shubua's Tiger Vanguard can't beat Zhang Shuren's Black Panther Warriors. Fang Xiu leaned back on the sofa, saying confidently. In fact, Fang Xiu did not choose his fate on a whim. Before giving up, he deliberately tested the strength of Tiger Vanguard. He admitted that the Tiger Vanguard was a very powerful beastmaster, but there was still a gap compared to the Black Panther Warrior. Otherwise, Fang Xiu would have swept across the entire Jiaqing No. 1 middle school. Are you so confident in Zhang Shuren's beast-taming ability? Li Qingqing was a little surprised. When did the relationship between Fang Xiu and Zhang Shuren become so good? Zhang Shuren is a hard-working and humble person, tall and thin, which gave Fang Xiu a good first impression. But his beast-taming has learned the original skills I developed, Fang Xiu said in a loud voice. But what he didn't expect was that he thought Li Qingqing and others would be frightened by his words, but they looked at him with dark faces. Why aren't you surprised at all? Fang Xiu raised his eyebrows. Did Zhang Shuren tell you? Zhang Yu and others nodded in unison. Speaking of self-created skills, Fang Xiu, do you know about the copyright of skills? Zhang Yu took a deep breath, and when he saw Fang Xiu shaking his head, he brought up the issue of copyright, including Zhang Shuren's Blood Rage section. I have applied for copyright for Phantom Sword Dance, Blood Rage, and Rage Explosion, and your name is filled in as the original author. As he spoke, Zhang Yu took out his cell phone and showed it to Fang Xiu. Is there any copyright issue for self-created skills? Fang Xiu took the phone, his starry eyes moving. Good job. In the past, I had only heard that reading novels and listening to music required supporting genuine products, but I didn't expect that this self-created skill actually had genuine and pirated versions. Moreover, the country attaches great importance to intellectual property rights in this area. As long as it is pirated, the offender will be fined a huge amount and sentenced to fixed-term imprisonment if caught. Doesn't this mean that, as someone who can constantly create my own skills, I can become the richest man in the world? Fang Xiu's eyes exuded a hint of fanaticism. It was too easy for him to create his own skills. Because Fang Xiu doesn't need to create anything original. He only needs to transfer the skills from movies, TV shows, and games in his previous life to this world, and they will naturally become what everyone calls self-created skills. Those who plant trees will enjoy the shade. But how did you come up with so many self-created skills? Zhang Panpan couldn't help but complain. Sometimes I really want to open your head and take a look. First he imagined such a perverted beast-taming creature as the alien, and then he created all kinds of strange self-created skills. This guy Fang Xiu was truly the most creative beastmaster he had ever seen. Chapter 193 Reactions from all parties, plus one more. Although the entire Jiaqing Sports Center is the home court of Jiaqing No. 1 Middle School, when the audience saw Fang Xiu choose to forfeit, they all looked confused. Why did Fang Xiu give up? His alien sword master can obviously continue fighting. Even when facing the powerful attack from Tiger Vanguard, Fang Xiu's alien sword saint did not fall into a disadvantage. Why did Fang Xiu give up? Have no idea. But his giving up at this time is also a good thing for Jiaqing No. 1 Middle School. The other three players are probably not as strong as Fang Xiu. Even though I said that, I still feel angry. Does Fang Xiu look down on our Jiaqing No. 1 Middle School? For a moment, there was a lot of heated discussion in the audience. The fact that Fang Xiu voluntarily gave up his rights spread quickly like a ripple. In the lounge of Qinsheng Experimental Middle School, as teams in the same half, whoever advances from this game will become their direct opponent. Therefore, the players from Qinsheng Experimental Middle School can be said to be paying special attention to this competition. Why should he give up at this time as Alien can obviously continue to fight? It will definitely be an honor if he can advance to the quarterfinals against 4 opponents at once. Su Xuejuan from Class 3, Grade 1, Qinsheng Experimental Middle School held his head in his hands. feeling that he really could not understand Fang Xiu's thinking. Yeah, hasn't their tactic always been to hide other people's beast tamers? Fang Xiu clearly had a chance to win the game, but he chose to forfeit. Is there some hidden story behind this? Wang Enxiang, who was in the same class as Su Xuejuan, said puzzledly, holding up his chin with his fingers. He felt that it would not be easy for Fang Xiu to give up. Could there be some shady deal? Su Xuejuan frowned and thought of a more likely conspiracy theory. For example, giving Fang Xiu a large sum of money, or using his family as a threat. You've watched too many movies. Wang Enxiang couldn't help but roll his eyes at him. This was too outrageous. After all, it is a state-level league, with strong schools from various cities gathered here. How dark must this Jiaqing be to do such a thing? I found out. However, at this moment, Wang Shuo and another contestant Cheng Peidong walked back from outside. Feeling that something was fishy, they went out to ask the staff about the situation. I didn't expect that I would gain something from it. It is said that before the game, Li Zhe, the teacher leading the team of Jiaqing No. 1 Middle School, injured a student of Huqing No. 1 Middle School. As Wang Shuo finished speaking, Zhang Shuren, the second contestant from Huqing No. 1 Middle School, also arrived at the competition venue. Looking at the names refreshing on the screen, they suddenly discovered that the two names differed by only one character. Is it a coincidence? Su Xuejuan was stunned. They look very similar. Could they be brothers? Wang Enxiang looked at Zhang Shubua and Zhang Shuren carefully and found that their facial features were indeed similar. Plus the name. Illegitimate child grudge. Su Xuejuan's mind was storming again. So, Fang Xiu's giving up was not because his alien was exhausted, but because of grudges, Wang Enxiang suddenly realized. But I also felt that Fang Xiu was a somewhat scary person. What do you mean? Su Xuejuan asked puzzledly. This is the quarterfinals, which is crucial for any university. Fang Xiu's decision to give up at this time is definitely not just due to the grudges before the game. Wang Enxiang began to analyze clearly, especially Fang Xiu. He's been using a 1-on-4 approach since the start of the group stage and has swept all opponents. No one knows better than him that a strong Beastmaster can defeat opponents continuously. Although he had never met Fang Xiu, Wang Enxiang felt that Fang Xiu would not be the kind of Beastmaster who would put the team in danger on a whim. Also, I don't know if you noticed, but Fang Xiu didn't give up directly. Instead, he waited until the Alien Sword Master and Tiger Vanguard had fought for a round before taking back his alien. What do you want to say? Wang Shu also noticed this detail. What I want to say is that if Fang Xiu was just giving up because of a grudge, he could have given up earlier, but he didn't do that. So there is only one possibility. He was testing Tiger Vanguard's strength. If the Tiger Vanguard is stronger than Zhang Shuren's beast, Fang Xiu will do his best to defeat him. Otherwise, he will give the chance to defeat the Tiger Vanguard to his own team members. As he spoke, Wang Enxiang looked at the screen again. Although the game has not yet ended, he can basically confirm it. The one who advances to the semifinals will definitely be Huqing No. 1 Middle School. This Fang Xiu will be our powerful enemy. Wang Shuo and Cheng Peidong looked at each other, their pupils trembling slightly. Just one round was enough to test the strength of Tiger Vanguard. Are you kidding? Is this Fang Xiu some kind of humanoid tester? No way, Su Xuejuan said, half doubtfully. Although Wang Enxiang is their captain and was once known as a wise general due to his strong analytical ability, is it really possible for a high school student to test the opponent's Beastmaster strength in just one round? It's very likely. Lei Mingze, the teacher leading the team from Experimental Middle School, interrupted at this time. Fang Xiu and Zhang Shuren have been together day and night, so he must know the latter's strength. With just a little comparison, we can judge whose beast is stronger. This means that even though Fang Xiu has given up, the situation is still under his control. This man is very strong, Lei Mingze said in a low voice, feeling regretful in his heart. Fang Xiu, such a promising young man, happened to be born in Huqing, and there was Chu Xinghe before. Is Huqing some kind of feng shui treasure land? If Fang Xiu could transfer to our Qingcheng, I would definitely be able to train him to be the future top scorer in the college entrance examination. Lei Mingze developed a strong interest in Fang Xiu. At the same time, in the lounge of Harbin No. 3 High School, Give Up Fairy Beixian blinked her watery eyes. In a previous group stage, she and Fairy Yuxiao were the only two people who went offline. Moreover, Fang Xiu also received high praise from Fairy Yuxiao. I thought he would directly challenge 4 other players and advance to the semifinals first, but unexpectedly, he chose to forfeit at the most critical moment. Zhang Shubua, Zhang Shuren, Is this a dispute between brothers? The Jade Sword Immortal, one of the 7 sons of Bingdu, walked to Bei Xian. He took a look at the names and appearances of the two men. Although we don't know what Fang Xiu's real motive was for giving up, it definitely wasn't because the alien sword master was exhausted. This guy called Fang Xiu is indeed a wonderful person. Why are you like Yu Xiao? Bei Xian rolled his eyes at the jade sword that was approaching. During the group stage, Fairy Yu Xiao said that Fang Xiu was very strong. Unexpectedly, Yu Jian also thinks he is awesome. Although Fang Xiu's beast control looks ordinary, it does have its strengths. Moreover, he was able to see through the Tiger Vanguard's level at a glance, which shows that he has a lot of talent. Yu Jian's expression turned serious. If he could come to our Harbor number 3 middle school, maybe the 7 sons of Bingdu would become 8. Chapter 194, Brothers Battle. 2 more chapters added. Even though Fang Xiu chose to give up when facing the last player from Jiaqing number 1 middle school, the various colleges and universities did not look down on Fang Xiu. Instead, they felt that Fang Xiu was even more powerful than they saw. Zhang Shuren came to the competition venue with a nervous mood. I feel so nervous. He covered his stomach with one hand. Facing the packed audience area, he felt more and more pressure on his body, and even his stomach felt a little uncomfortable. Shu Ren. Zhang Shubua felt a little guilty as he looked at his brother walking towards him. Both of them were facing teacher Li Zhe, but he didn't dare to stand up for his brother. And Fang Xiu dared to contradict Li Zhe without regard for the consequences. It is obvious that I am the person closest to Zhang Shuren. I'm sorry. Zhang Shubua apologized to Zhang Shuren. Zhang Shuren was stunned. He didn't expect that his brother would suddenly apologize to him. He didn't blame Zhang Shubua in his heart. Li Zhe has always had a bad reputation in Jiaqing number 1 middle school, and many parents have complained about him. But the school has never dealt with Li Zhe, which shows that his influence is not low. It is natural for Zhang Shubua to worry that Li Zhe would make things difficult for him and not dare to disobey him. Please ask the players from Huqing number 1 middle school to change the map. Referee Xie said to Zhang Shuren, but he couldn't help but think to himself, is this Fang Xiu's plan? Do you want to take advantage of Zhang Shubua's guilt toward Zhang Shuren and make him afraid to act rashly? But after thinking about it, referee Xie rejected this idea. Fang Xiu did not fall into a disadvantage again. If you really want to win, can't you just let the alien sword master defeat the Tiger Vanguard? This is a waste of time. What's the difference between taking off your pants to fart? No need. Zhang Shuren waved his hand, indicating that there was no need to change the map. His own Black Panther warrior Panza is the same type of beast tamer as his brother's Tiger Vanguard. Let's start. Referee Xie nodded. His heart was still biased towards Jiaqing number 1 middle school. Seeing that Zhang Shuren did not take advantage of the map change, he felt relieved. Come on, Zhang Shubua. No matter what, we cannot let Jiaqing number 1 middle school fall here. Referee Xie thought to himself. With a faint flash of light, Zhang Shuren's Black Panther warrior Panza also came onto the field. It appeared directly in combat form, with its upper body exposed to the air, its lower body wearing a pair of brown sweatpants, its black tail swaying behind it, a huge sword inserted diagonally into the scabbard behind it, and a one-handed axe hanging horizontally behind its waist. Zhang Shuren's beast and Tiger Vanguard both belong to the cat family, but their size is more than twice as large. Zhang Shubua looked at the Black Panther warrior Panza, but a hint of doubt flashed in his eyes. Is this your beast? The last time the two brothers met was during the Chinese New Year. Zhang Shubua only knew that his younger brother had excellent grades in general education courses and was ranked 2nd in the entire city of Huqing. Zhang Shubua thought his beast tamer would be very powerful, but when he actually saw it, he couldn't help feeling a little disappointed. Beast masters like the Black Panther warrior might not be enough to fill the gaps in the teeth of his own Tiger Vanguard. At the beginning, I persuaded my 4th uncle to find a way to send you to Jiaqing number 1 middle school so that I could take care of you. But he never listened to me. Well now, the college entrance examination results are mainly based on beast taming, and general education courses are just bonus points. With your beast taming level, how can you get into the top 10? Zhang Shubua said with a sigh. If my younger brother could also meet a teacher like Li Zhe who provided supplements for his beast taming, he might be able to get a good result in the college entrance examination. Looking at it now, Zhang Shuren will definitely become lost in the crowd during his 3 years of high school. His achievements in general education courses in junior high school will become worthless. Zhang Shuren's eyes moved. When he saw Fang Xiu coming back from the competition venue, he he still didn't understand why Fang Xiu gave up. Now after hearing what Zhang Shubua said, he suddenly understood. Even now, Zhang Shubua still doesn't think there is anything wrong with the beast taming method of using loans to pay off loans. I understand. Zhang Shuren took a few deep breaths, and his eyes became firm. What did you understand? Zhang Shubua frowned. I understand why Fang Xiu gave up. I admit that beast control using medicine can indeed make the beast stronger and break through its physiological limit. So there is nothing wrong with beast control using medicine itself. Zhang Shuren said seriously. You are wrong, brother. You shouldn't use online loans as a way of pre-consumption to buy medicine to control beasts. If I'm not mistaken, Hansu and Shuryan should have borrowed online loans, right? It is precisely because you have no money that you overdraw your online loan quota and make advance purchases. It seems that you get money, but it also greatly reduces your ability to resist risks. That's why Hansu doesn't dare to start over again, and that's why her beast is so afraid of death. I don't know if you watched the group stage. There was a player named Yuan Minghui in Chuni City. She sacrificed her own beast to help her team win. It shows real enlightenment. And you online loan sharks don't have this kind of awareness at all. Brother, stop now and tell your family the truth before you owe too much money. If Third Master can't come up with the money, I'll help you pay it back after we win the league championship bonus. Stop lending money to the Beast Master, Zhang Shuren said in a loud voice. If it was a family like Chun fans, they would use medicine to tame the beasts. There won't be any problem. But Zhang Shubua is not from a second-generation family. Premature consumption will destroy his values and lead him to an abyss of no return. Phew! Hey! However, Zhang Shuren's words were met with a sneer from Zhang Shubua. You league champion. Zhang Shubua pointed at Zhang Shuren's Black Panther warrior Pansa and said, do you really think a beast master of this level could be a match for my Tiger Vanguard? Although I don't know what Fang Xiu is planning, how can you win the league championship with your beast control? Zhang Shuren's lengthy speech on online loans not only failed to wake up Zhang Shubua, but made him feel that the voice was really noisy. Why aren't the credit limits provided by those apps your own money? It's not like I don't have the ability to repay the money. Why can't it be used? Let's stop here, brother. Zhang Shubua spoke in a low voice. I can't lose. Whether it is for the reputation of Jiaqing #1 middle school or for the prize money of this league, I must advance here. Thinking of this, Zhang Shubua immediately ordered Tiger Vanguard to take action. In an instant, the roar of a tiger filled Zhang Shuren's ears, causing his heart to tremble. The place where Tiger Vanguard was standing was sunken, and black cracks spread in all directions like a black spiderweb. Chapter 195. This is the Berserker. 3 more chapters added. Zhang Shubua clenched his fists, and his body couldn't help shaking. No matter what, I am the best player in Jiaqing #1 middle school, and I am representing Jiaqing to participate in the Heijiang Province League. His younger brother was only ranked second in the city in general education in junior high school, and his beast-taming performance in high school was even worse. His beast was not even a mythical beast, but just a regular one. Why should he teach me a lesson? Why do you give me the right to tell me what to do? Confess to your family. What do you know at home? Even if I tell them that I'm taking out a loan to taming beasts, they won't be able to help me. Instead, they might even keep nagging in my ears. The more Zhang Shubua thought about it, the angrier he became, and even the slight guilt he felt towards Zhang Shuren faded away. Brother. Seeing his brother fall so deeply, Zhang Shuren completely understood Fang Xiu's intention of giving up. Yes, even if Zhang Shubua was defeated by Fang Xiu, he would not give up on lending money to taming beasts. On the contrary, only if I defeat my brother's mythical beast with conventional beasts can I make him wake up. I can't lose this game. Blood Rage. In an instant, the Tiger Vanguard used its high mobility to flash in front of the Black Panther warrior Pansa and slash down again with the red copper knife in his hand. Pansa looked up at the shining blade, leaned back, and then flew backwards in a spin. Tiger Vanguard's red copper knife cut directly into the ground, creating a crack. Pansa took advantage of the opportunity to create distance to awaken the blood in his body. A blood mist emerged from his body, covering his entire body, and his eyes turned red. Tiger Vanguard continued to stride forward, clenched his left hand into a fist, and smashed it hard at Pansa's head. Pansa dodged to the right, using his small and flexible body to avoid the punch. But its actions were within Tiger Pioneer's expectations. The Tiger Vanguard turned his body, and the colorful tiger tail swept towards Pansa, and the red copper knife in his right hand also chopped down. Two-line attack. Pance's eyes rolled, and he turned sideways in the air, causing the tiger vanguard's tail to miss, while he drew out the heavy sword behind him to block. Bang! With the sound of metal collision, Tiger Vanguard's copper knife smashed onto Pance's heavy sword, and the powerful force directly pressed it to the ground. Bang! Panza fell heavily to the ground, raising a cloud of dust. See, brother, this is the gap between you and me. Seeing this, Zhang Shubo hurriedly said to Zhang Shuren, my own beast is more advanced than his beast. Add to that the increase brought by the supplements. I really don't know where Zhang Shuren gets his confidence from. Panza, Zhang Shuren didn't expect that the situation would become one-sided as soon as the battle began. Could it be that Fang Xiu really had misjudged the Black Panther warrior? However, the next second, a black shadow rushed out from the smoke and dust. It turned out that although Panza was pinned to the ground by the Tiger Vanguard's red copper knife, just before its back hit the ground, it pulled out the one-handed axe from its waist and swept it across the Tiger Vanguard's wrist. Due to the obstruction of smoke and dust, Tiger Pioneer failed to notice this detail. When it reacted, it felt pain in its wrist, and the force pressing on the red copper knife was instantly reduced by half. Panza pushed and deflected the copper knife, then turned his body, rolled to his feet, and used the advantage of his small body to slip under Tiger Vanguard's crotch. The one-handed axe in his hand slashed at Tiger Vanguard's calf again. The Tiger Vanguard let out a roar. Although its body was huge, it was not indestructible. After being hit twice by Panza's axe, his body was in pain. It swung its tail and swept towards Panza again, while raising its right foot and stomping hard on the ground. Bang! Accompanied by a muffled sound, a translucent shock wave vibrated out in all directions, not only dispersing the smoke and dust, but also hitting Panza, who had avoided the tiger's tail. The violent force instantly blew Panza 8 feet away. The force of the impact vibrated within its body, impacting its internal organs. Panza drew an arc in the air and fell heavily on the grass, then rolled several times before stopping. It shook its head and spat out a mouthful of blood. The Tiger Vanguard chased after it in anger. A hint of surprise flashed across Zhang Shubo's eyes. In the freshman exchange game, my Tiger Vanguard can crush anyone, especially the knife he suddenly rushed out with. Many beasts could not resist it. Unexpectedly, Panza not only handled the situation with ease, but also injured his own Tiger Vanguard. Is this really the combat power that a regular beast tamer should have? How is this possible? Zhang Shubo felt that he couldn't understand it. In his understanding, all beastmasters who awakened conventional beasts were trash in this world. Relying on mutation to counterattack is just a lie. It can even be said to be a strategy to fool the people. Because only in this way can society appear fair. Only then will the Beast Taming College entrance examination appear fair. But in fact, only the beastmasters of the mythical beast species can cross the class. All conventional beast tamers are destined to be eliminated. Tonic. Zhang Shubo seemed to suddenly think of something. He turned to look at Zhang Shuren and said, your beast must have used supplements, right? No. Zhang Shuren shook his head. I follow the path of natural beast control. Don't tell me my family can't afford supplements. Even if I could, I would still go the natural beast taming route. Brother, natural beast control is not as bad as you think. Zhang Shuren shouted back in a resounding voice. Panza pushed himself up with both hands and quickly stood up from the ground. Tiger Vanguard also rushed to its side, and his sandbag-sized fists fell again. However, this time, blood cells the size of human fists miraculously emerged from Tiger Vanguard's wrists and calves. Zhang Shuren and Zhang Shubo looked over at the same time. What is that? Zhang Shubo was stunned. He didn't remember that his Tiger Vanguard had such a skill. But then, the blood ball seemed to have developed self-awareness. It paused slightly in the air and then quickly flew towards Panza. Along with the blood it vomited out, blood cells of the same size were also produced and crashed into its body from different directions. The moment the blood cells touched the blood mist on Panza's body, they melted at a speed visible to the naked eye and were absorbed by Panza's body. Such a magical scene even amazed Zhang Shuren. At the same time, in the lounge of Huching No. 1 Middle School. What is that blood ball? Zhang Pampan asked with a frown. After all, he was a physical education teacher. Before participating in the league, he had taught Zhang Shuren how to control his beasts. But this was the first time he had seen this thing. The power of blood and energy. Feng Xiu, who was sitting on the sofa, raised the corners of his mouth. This is the blood rage that I taught Panza. It can absorb the enemy's blood and your own blood and transform it into blood energy, thereby increasing your speed and strength. However, once this blood energy is inhaled too much, it will affect the mind. If the will is not strong enough, the beast will lose its mind and go completely berserk. Feng Xiu said lightly, born for battle, die for battle. This is a berserker. Chapter 196. Anger explodes for Feng Xiu. Tiger Vanguard kept waving the red copper knife in his hand and slashing at Panza repeatedly. Panza, who had absorbed the blood and energy, was constantly increasing his strength. Even Tiger Vanguard's slashing attacks gradually became like slides in his eyes. Phew! Panza seized the flaw in the Tiger Vanguard's chopping action, dodged its copper knife by leaning sideways, and swung his one-handed backhand to chop the Tiger Vanguard's arm hard. Panza was not keen on fighting. After he hit the Tiger Vanguard, he immediately dodged to the side. The blood mist on his body became darker red, as did his eyes. How is this possible? Zhang Shubua's eyes widened like cow's eyes. Panza, the Black Panther warrior, thought that his Tiger Vanguard could crush his younger brother. But unexpectedly, his younger brother's beast tamer relied on its speed and better reaction ability to slowly gain the upper hand. See, brother, natural beast taming is not as weak as you think. Zhang Shuren persuaded Zhang Shubua, hoping that he would stop being obsessed with using drugs to taming beasts. Even if that method is effective, it is not affordable for an ordinary family like theirs. I just had the upper hand. You didn't win. Zhang Shubua glanced at Zhang Shuren unhappily. Just now I was just considering our brotherhood and didn't want you to lose too badly. Tiger Vanguard, use petrification. Zhang Shubua gritted his teeth and decided that he must not lose this game, whether it is for the honor of the school or the league prize money. He can't even stop in the quarterfinals. Not to mention, he couldn't accept the fact that he would lose to a regular beast tamer. After hearing Zhang Shubua's order, Tiger Vanguard also used its own skills. Its hair hardened at a speed visible to the naked eye, and its color changed from bright to dark brown, with a texture as rough as rock. The next second, these petrified hairs burst out from its body like dense raindrops. Panza was caught off guard and had to swing his heavy sword and use his one-handed axe to knock back the stone needles that were shooting at him. But even its double-sword swordsmanship could hardly deal with such densely packed stone needles. In an instant, countless stone needles pierced through its strikes and penetrated into its flesh. However, the Tiger Vanguard stone needles were not infinite. The roar lasted for 4 or 5 breaths before stopping. It roared at Panza and charged forward again. Some of the stone needles were inserted deep into the skin, which slowed down Panza's movements. Although he saw the Tiger Vanguard rushing towards him, he didn't have time to dodge and had to raise the heavy sword in his hand to block the falling red copper knife. Bang! Accompanied by a sound of metallic collision, Panda's knuckles were cracked by the shock, and his 5 fingers loosened, and the heavy sword flew backwards in a spin. Tiger Vanguard took advantage of the victory and kicked Panza in the chest. Bang! Panza immediately spat out a mouthful of blood, and his body flew backwards like a kite with a broken string. Don't think that just because you have a self-created skill, you could be a match for my Tiger Vanguard. The gap between us is like a chasm. Seeing Tiger Vanguard regain the upper hand, Zhang Shubua finally breathed a sigh of relief. He glanced at his brother and got his own ground back. Zhang Shuren did not expect the situation to take a turn for the worse. Panza, he gasped. Although he knew that Li Qingqing and Chun Fan were also in the team of Huqing No. 1 Middle School, and that they could defeat Tiger Vanguard even in a rotation battle, if he failed here, he would let Feng Xiu down. Feng Xiu chose to abstain because he firmly believed that he could win and change Zhang Shubua's mind. Can't lose, Panza. Zhang Shuren yelled at his beast. Stand up. It's useless. Zhang Shubua quickly retorted. Can't you see the difference between us beast masters? And your beast is already seriously injured and can't even hold the weapon. How can you fight again? Give up, Shu Run. You've already lost. Zhang Shubua let out a series of low growls. The hair that the Tiger Vanguard had thrown out grew back and turned into stone again. It strode towards Panza with stone needles bursting out of its body again. As soon as Panza stood up, he saw dense stone needles attacking him. He lost his heavy sword and only had a one-handed axe, so his defense was greatly reduced. Even if it swung the one-handed axe with all its strength, It could only block a small area in front of it. Moreover, the stone needle that turned into hair was about 30 to 40 centimeters long. It pierced Pansa's thigh and penetrated his muscles in an instant. With a thud, Pansa knelt on one knee on the ground. The stone needles pierced its body, and it almost turned into a hedgehog. "It's over," Zhang Shubua said in a low voice. In his opinion, his brother's beast taming was already doomed. "There's no point in continuing to fight. Give up. Don't force me to kill your beast." If it was someone else's beast tamer, Zhang Shubua would definitely let Tiger Vanguard kill the other party without hesitation. But when he thought that this was a beast tamer bred by his younger brother, he still felt a little reluctant. "Pansa," Zhang Shuren gritted his teeth. The Tiger Vanguard took 2 steps at a time and walked up to Pansa. He grabbed its head with his big claws and lifted it up. Right now, anger explodes. Zhang Shuren suddenly shouted. What he was waiting for was the Tiger Vanguard to approach his beast. Because he remembered every word Fang Xiu had said to him, the outburst of anger was a move that centered on himself and sprayed blood and energy in all directions. It was extremely powerful, but it would also cause damage to the Beastmaster himself. It's a desperate skill that kills 1,000 enemies but injures 800 of your own. Do not use unless absolutely necessary. But once you seize the opportunity, especially when facing an opponent stronger than yourself, you can often turn the tide in adversity. What? Zhang Shubo was startled by Zhang Shuren's hysterical roar and immediately had a bad premonition in his heart. Tiger Vanguard, throw it out. Although Zhang Shubo gave orders to his Beastmaster immediately, the Tiger Vanguard was still a step slow. The Black Panther warrior Pansa suddenly opened his eyes, raised the corners of his mouth slightly, and laughed unscrupulously. The blood mist covering his body bloomed in all directions like a boiling fountain. Along with the stone needles that had pierced into its body, they were also forced away by this force. And every burst of blood and energy was like a sharp knife tip, fiercely cutting Tiger Vanguard's body. In addition, it turns its hair into stone needles and shoots them out, so its body loses a layer of defense. The wounds at the places attacked by blood and energy are so deep that the bones can be seen. A terrifying gust of air blew the huge Tiger Vanguard away on the spot. Pansa landed steadily, with wounds all over his body and blood flowing from him, like a bloody leopard. But Pansa's eyes were full of fanaticism as he walked towards the heavy sword. The blood flowing from the Tiger Vanguard's wound turned into deep red blood balls one after another and flew towards Pansa. Chapter 197. Tiger Vanguard cannot rise again. Pansa quickly chased after the Tiger Vanguard, picking up the heavy sword that had fallen to the ground on the way. He held the sword in one hand and the one-handed axe in the other, roaring like a mad beast, his hair standing upright in the blood mist, his red eyes showing no fear at all. The Tiger Vanguard was blown away by the outburst of anger, and the copper knife in his hand fell to the ground. By the time he reacted, Pansa was already in front of him. The two sides looked at each other, and it was the Tiger Vanguard who had a hint of fear in his eyes. All along, no matter what kind of beast it faced, it would always overthrow its opponent with overwhelming power. Only the Black Panther warrior Pansa, facing his own tiger roar and attack, became more and more crazy. Tiger Vanguard clenched his fists and punched Pansa hard, one punch hitting its shoulder and the other punching into its face. Phew! Blood gushed out of Pansa's mouth and nose. I thought it would be knocked to the ground by my fist, but Pansa just shook its body and raised the corners of its mouth, as if it really enjoyed the feeling. He used the heavy sword and the one-handed axe together to chop at the Tiger Vanguard. The blood energy transformed into blood balls, madly rushing into Pansa's blood mist and merging with it. How could it be like this? Zhang Shuba's eyes were as big as a cow's, and he was completely puzzled. This Pansa is just a regular beast tamer, right? And I haven't used the bee supplements yet. It was only as tall as a floor, and its own Tiger Vanguard was twice as big as it. Why hasn't this guy fallen down yet? What on earth did you do? Zhang Shuba couldn't help but ask his younger brother Zhang Shuren. His beast was clearly covered in blood and looked horrible. Why still fight? Berserker. But Zhang Shuren was also shocked at this time. He only knew that Fang Xiu taught the beast-taming skills he created to his Black Panther warrior Pansa. But he never expected that the skills developed by Fang Xiu would be so powerful. That explosion of rage not only sent the Tiger Vanguard flying 8 feet away, but Pansa, who was in a state of blood frenzy, was like he had taken stimulants. Facing the punch after punch from Tiger Vanguard, It chose to use its own body to fight back. For a moment, the two sides were engaged in a round-based collision. Tiger Vanguard threw a punch. The Black Panther warrior Panza retaliated with a knife. In just a few breaths, the two beasts were covered in blood, which dripped onto the grass and gradually formed a pool of blood under their feet. Even referee Xie was stunned. As a professional referee of beast taming competitions, he has witnessed many beast taming battles. But this was the first time he had seen such a brutal battle. He even suspected that the two beast masters had lost consciousness and were just mechanically repeating the attacking movements. A large piece of Tiger Vanguard's colorful hair fell off, and the muscles under the wound kept turning outward, so deep that the bones were visible. Panza, the Black Panther warrior, had his head beaten by Tiger Vanguard's fist until it became as big and swollen as a pig's head. The eyes, which were originally black, were swollen into a slit. What made referee Xie feel even more incomprehensible was, no matter how you look at it, Zhang Shuren's beast is just an ordinary regular species. Why can they fight like this against the mythical beasts that have used supplements? What about that self-created skill? Listening to the conversation between Zhang Shuren and Zhang Shubua, it seems that this beast-taming skill was created by the little devil from Huqing named Feng Xiao. Who exactly is this Feng Xiao? The most important thing is that this Tiger Vanguard is like a candle in the wind. The speed of its punches is slowly decreasing, but Panza's speed is getting faster and faster. Originally, Tiger Vanguard had to throw a punch before Panza could counterattack with a knife. But now, while Tiger Vanguard throws a punch, Panza can counterattack with 2 slashes. More and more blood cells form between the two and attach to Panza. This shows how powerful this violent blood is. Zhang Shubua's face turned as pale as paper. A bad premonition arose in his heart. His own Tiger Vanguard gradually showed signs of decline. I understand. Zhang Shuren was as happy as if he had discovered a new continent. He pointed at Tiger Pioneer and shouted to his brother Zhang Shubua. Beastmaster supplements can synthesize more protein, increase the muscle mass of Beastmasters, and allow them to gain strength that can break through the upper limit of their bodies. But too much muscle will increase the consumption of the heart and physical energy. In other words, the beasts that use supplements can gain stronger explosive power, but their endurance will decrease. As long as they can't kill the other party during the outbreak period, they will eventually become weak and exhausted. Zhang Shuren said excitedly. No wonder Feng Xiao chose to give up. He must have seen the weakness of the drug-controlled beast. That's why he can foresee that his Panza can defeat Tiger Vanguard. All of this was within Feng Xiao's calculations. We can win. Zhang Shuren waved his fists excitedly and was in high spirits. The power of Tiger Vanguard is slowly weakening. It won't take many rounds before it falls. This is impossible. My Tiger Vanguard is invincible. Zhang Shubua only felt his brain buzzing. His mind went blank, his eyes widened, and he couldn't accept the fact of failure. How could his Tiger Vanguard lose to Zhang Shuren's Beastmaster? But no matter how much Zhang Shubua resisted this matter in his heart, he could not change the current situation. Tiger Vanguard's punches became slower and slower, and before long, both of its fists dropped directly down. His eyes became empty and lifeless. Some of the wounds were so severe that no more blood could be shed. Finally, Tiger Pioneer's eyes rolled back, his body leaned back straight, and he fell down. Boom! The huge body hit the ground with a loud noise. The audience suddenly became silent. Zhang Shubua staggered. His mood was like the sea swept by a storm, and he couldn't calm down for a long time. His own beast fell down. What a joke. Stand up. Stand up. Tiger Vanguard, stand up quickly. We can't lose. Zhang Shubua gritted his teeth with such force that his back teeth were even broken, and blood flowed from the corners of his mouth. Win, I won. It's my Panza who won. Zhang Shuren also had his eyes wide open in shock, with an incredible look on his face. But the emotions of the two are completely different. Although during the battle, Zhang Shuren discovered the weakness of the Tiger Vanguard as if he had discovered a new continent. But when the fantasy became reality, Zhang Shuren was still very excited. Referee Xie walked to Tiger Pioneer with a dark face and started the countdown. Then, his face looked extremely ugly, and even his countdown was a beat slower than usual. Unacceptable. After all, this Tiger Vanguard is the last beast in Jiaqing No. 1 Middle School. But even though there was a delay, when referee Xie counted 10 numbers, the Tiger Pioneer still did not stand up. Win or lose. It's decided. Chapter 198. Advancing to the semi-finals. One more chapter. His referee Xie quickly finished the countdown, but Zhang Shubu's Tiger Vanguard showed no signs of standing up. I declare that the winner of this match is Zhang Shuren from Huching No. 1 Middle School. For a moment, referee Xie announced the result very reluctantly. This also means that all 4 contestants from Jiaqing No. 1 Middle School were eliminated. Huching No. 1 Middle School advances to the semi-finals. This, Zhang Shubu only felt that the scene in front of him began to spin. He never imagined that not only did he lose, but he also lost to his own brother. If Zhang Shuren was a beast master of some innate fantasy beast species, he wouldn't say anything. But his beast was just a regular species. And my Tiger Vanguard has been using beast taming supplements since the start of school. This result was hard for him to accept. How could we lose? With a thud, Zhang Shubu collapsed to the ground, his face as pale as paper. Originally, he wanted to use the prize money from this league to repay his online loans, and then continue to borrow more money. But now, it's all over. Elder brother. Zhang Shuren put his beast back into the beast control space, then took 2 steps at a time and walked to Zhang Shubu. He stretched out his hand to pull Zhang Shubu up. Nature's beast is not as weak as you think. Zhang Shuren originally wanted to say that he could share his self-created skill, Blood Rage, with him. But on second thought, Blood Frenzy is Feng Xiu's self-created skill, and the copyright is registered under Feng Xiu's name. If I really said that, wouldn't that make me look like a mean person who is offering gifts to Buddha by borrowing someone else's flowers? I will go find Feng Xiu and ask him to sell the Blood Fury skill to you. So Zhang Shuren changed his words directly. If Huching No. 1 Middle School really won the league championship, the prize money would not only help Zhang Shubu pay off his online loans, but there would also be some left over to help Zhang Shubu buy the copyright to Blood Fury. I will help you. Zhang Shuren continued. However, after Zhang Shubu stood up, he pushed Zhang Shuren's hand away and glanced at his younger brother. It was not until this moment that he truly realized that he had always underestimated him. I don't need you to help me pay my debt. Zhang Shubu spoke in a low voice, with tears welling up in the corners of his eyes. He wiped away his tears and left the stadium without looking back. Some hot-tempered audience members even threw cans and popcorn boxes at him. The abuse continued. No one expected that Jiaqing No. 1 Middle School would be eliminated in this way. And this year it's on their home turf. Looking at Zhang Shubu's departing back, Zhang Shuren felt somewhat uncomfortable. But there is no other way. Other universities also have to compete here. He could only walk in another direction. Although he won the game, Zhang Shuren did not feel the excitement of victory. He didn't even know how he got back to the lounge. As soon as he came to his senses, Li Qingqing and others were celebrating the victory beside him. Semi-finals. We are in the semi-finals. Chun Fan danced with excitement. In the middle of the game, he thought Zhang Shuren would lose, but he didn't expect that Blood Fury would become stronger and stronger, and Pansa's performance was like a fighting maniac. No wonder Feng Xiu said that the Black Panther warrior Pansa was a berserker. What's wrong? Zhang Panpan noticed that Zhang Shuren was in a bad mood and asked with some concern. On nothing. Zhang Shuren shook his head. I just don't know if my brother will give up the loan to control the beasts. I'm still a little worried. But thank you, Feng Xiu. Without your self-created skills, my Pansa would not be a match for Tiger Vanguard. Zhang Shuren calmed down and expressed his gratitude to Feng Xiu again. Feng Xiu, aren't you being too partial? Li Qingqing crossed her arms and complained to Feng Xiu. After watching the game, Li Qingqing also found that the blood frenzy and anger burst out, which was really powerful. You know, Zhang Shubu's Tiger Vanguard is a mythical beast. He also used a lot of supplements to strengthen himself and break through the upper limit of his strength. Result: Zhang Shuren's Beastmaster defeated his opponent with only Feng Xiu's 2 self-created skills. This shows how powerful Feng Xiu's self-created skills are. Blood Frenzy is indeed a good skill, but it is not suitable for all beast tamers. For ordinary beast tamers, just mastering the blood is a difficult problem. Feng Xiu glanced at Li Qingqing. He had experimented with his own alien and found that it was not known if it was because of the acidic blood, but the alien was unable to generate and utilize blood to fight. After all, the skill of Blood Rage originated from a skill of a profession in a game called Dungeon and Fighter that he played in his previous life. Fang Xiao discovered when he was watching Zhang Shuren taming the beast that the Black Panther warrior Pansa was able to mobilize his blood and energy to increase his physical strength during battle. This discovery gave Fang Xiao the idea of giving a try. Unexpectedly, Pansa actually learned Blood Rage. You mean, my Pansa is actually a fighting genius? Zhang Shuren's eyes lit up. But soon he realized, even if his Pansa really had a talent for using blood and energy, without Fang Xiao's original skills, its career as a beast tamer would have been mediocre. So this is a typical example of there being many good horses but few good horse trainers. Compared to Zhang Shuren's talent in taming beasts, Li Qingqing felt that Fang Xiao, who played the role of bull, was even more powerful. Without Fang Xiao, with Zhang Shuren's brain, he would never be able to develop the potential of beast taming even if he tamed the beast until his death. On the contrary, Fang Xiao determined Pansa's growth path with just one glance, and developed such a powerful beast taming skill as Blood Fury. Fang Xiao is the real genius. Qingqing is right. Zhang Yu echoed. Beast taming is not just about hatching fantasy beasts, but also about becoming a powerful beast tamer. How to tap the potential of beasts and how to train and cultivate them. The knowledge involved is far greater and deeper than you can imagine. Only the beast master who can continuously explore the potential of beasts is a truly powerful one. You still need to learn a lot from Fang Xiao on this point. Zhang Yu said in a resounding voice. Although Zhang Shuren and Chun Fan lack talent, they are a team after all. Zhang Yu also didn't want them to fall too far behind and be left too far behind by Fang Xiao. But whether they can catch up with Fang Xiao depends on how they control the beasts. I understand, teacher. Zhang Shuren nodded, then turned and bowed to Fang Xiao. From now on, no matter if I have to climb a mountain of swords or plunge into a sea of fire, I, Zhang Shuren, will pursue Captain Fang Xiao until my death. Me too, Chun Fan echoed from the side. On the contrary, Li Qingqing's eyes flashed with a hint of contempt for the two of them. Good man, you're gonna bow down to me, right? Dong dong. However, at this moment, there was a knock on the door. Chapter 199. The interview exploded with you. 2 more chapters added. Hello, is Fang Xiao here? I saw a staff member in a neat suit push open the door of the lounge, lean in half, and ask with a smile. It's me. Fang Xiao stood up from the sofa. What's wrong? Oh, that's right. There's a post-match interview, and we need you to come over, the staff explained. Unlike the group stage, the quarterfinals received more attention, and the competition venue also needs to be dealt with. So after every game, there will be an interview session. Although Fang Xiao chose to forfeit in the 4th game and gave the final battle to Zhang Shuren. Zhang Shuren's performance was also very exciting, defeating the ace of Jiaqing No. 1 middle school with a weak advantage. But compared to Zhang Shuren, Fang Xiao received more attention. The authorities naturally wanted to interview Fang Xiao. Okay. Fang Xiao nodded, then stood up and followed the staff out. At the same time, there is still some time before the competition of Qingcheng Experimental Middle School starts. Commentators Song Xiaofeng and Lu Xuechuan felt like they were sitting on pins and needles. After all, the moment they saw Fang Xiao choose to forfeit, they really thought that Jiaqing No. 1 middle school had a chance. I feel Fang Xiao will pay the price for his arrogance. But who knows? It's not just Fang Xiao. I didn't expect that Zhang Shuren from Huqing No. 1 middle school is so amazing. It was just a regular beast, but he trained it to be able to fight against a fantasy beast like Tiger Vanguard and defeated it. Especially the Blood Rage skill. Even the 2 of them found it incredible. I didn't expect that Jiaqing No. 1 middle school would end its league journey in this way this year. What a pity. However, I am not as skilled as others, and there is nothing I can do about it. This year's Huqing No. 1 middle school is indeed too strong. Song Xiaofeng adjusted his emotions. You've already lost, and it would be even more embarrassing if you act like you can't afford to lose. It doesn't matter. Jiaqing No. 1 middle school still has the 2nd and 3rd grade groups. I hope they can get an excellent result this year. Lu Xuechuan sighed and could only comfort herself in this way. At least for the next few games, they can give proper commentary with a neutral attitude. Okay, next is the interview with Mr. Fang Xiao. Seeing the program team signaling that the live broadcast screen needed to be switched, Lu Xuechuan said softly. Then, the screen changed and the live camera returned to the game scene. Reporter Wang Xuexue stood in front of the camera and was responsible for the interview. I didn't expect that we would meet again, classmate Fang Xiao. Wang Xueshua smiled. She already had a good impression of Fang Xiu. Although Jiaqing No. 1 Middle School lost this time, she did not blame Fang Xiu for it. After all, Fang Xiu won based on his own strength. It was fair and square, so why should he be dissatisfied? Yes, Sister Shui, Fang Xiu said with a smile. Although he's a talented beastmaster who will surely rise in the future, Fang Xiu is very polite to everyone except when fighting. Be proud of those above you, but do not bully those below you. Wow, Brother Fang Xiu is so sweet. Wang Xueshue didn't expect Fang Xiu's mouth to be so sweet. Her face turned a little red for a moment, and she wished she could swallow Fang Xiu in one bite. How does Brother Fang Xiu feel right now? Are you excited? I am quite excited, Fang Xiu replied with a smile. Next, there are some routine questions. For example, when facing the Beastmaster from Jiaqing No. 1 Middle School, did you feel any pressure? Or whether you have confidence in the upcoming schedule? Fang Xiu answered all of them fluently. By the way, Brother Fang Xiu, why did you choose to forfeit the fourth game? I feel like your beast should still be able to continue fighting. Besides the alien sword master, Brother Fang Xiu also has a powerful alien wizard, right? Is there any hidden story behind this? Wang Xueshu asked, in confusion. Here it comes. Fang Xiu raised his sword-like eyebrows and thought to himself. I had the advantage, but I chose to give up. This will definitely puzzle a lot of people. During the interview, reporters will definitely ask this kind of question. Everything was within Fang Xiu's calculations. There's no hidden story. It's just that our team member Zhang Shuren happens to be the younger brother of Zhang Shubua, the captain of Jiaqing No. 1 Middle School. Fang Xiu organized his words and said, one is called Zhang Shubua and the other is called Zhang Shuren, and they look similar. Many people actually guessed this. So, it was Zhang Shuren who asked you to give him the chance to fight with my brother. Wang Xueshua suddenly realized and felt that if this was the case, then it made sense. But who knows? Yes and no. Fang Xiu's expression turned serious. As far as I know, Jiaqing No. 1 Middle School's PE teacher, Li Zhe, has a close relationship with a certain supplement company. It's no exaggeration to say that he is the company's top salesperson. So he would secretly promote that company's supplements in Jiaqing No. 1 Middle School and sell them to his students. Although the use of drugs to control beasts has always been controversial, the country has not explicitly banned it. But some students at Jiaqing No. 1 Middle School chose to borrow money from Huabei and Jingxihei Tiao because their families could not afford the high cost of supplements. Use the loan to buy supplements from teacher Li Zhe. When the repayment date comes and they can't make up for the shortfall, they will download more loan apps and borrow more money to pay for more loans, thus falling into a cycle of borrowing more to pay for more loans. Some parents seem to have complained about this, but it was suppressed by the local school. Wang Xueshua was stunned. This interview is live. In addition, Fang Xiu spoke very quickly, so by the time she realized something was wrong, the content had already been completely broadcast live. For a moment, the live broadcast room was flooded with comments. Some comments were even complaining. Fuck, what's going on? Is Fang Xiu going to fight with Jiaqing No. 1 Middle School? Protect, protect. Barrage, put the public screen on protect. I am willing to testify that what Fang Xiu said is true. My child believed Li Zhe's lies and secretly borrowed money online to tame beasts. After 3 years of high school, he owed more than 80 yuan. No, there is such a thing. It's too outrageous, isn't it? Fang Xiu had no intention of stopping at all. He paused for a moment and continued. Because Zhang Shuren and Zhang Shubua are brothers, he is very familiar with his brother's family situation and knows that his family cannot have so much money to support his brother's medicine beast control. So, the money Zhang Shubua used to buy the supplements was also borrowed online. Although I don't know exactly how much money he owes, the reason I chose to abstain and let Zhang Shuren take the field is to remove Zhang Shubua's filter for drug-based beast control, so that he can recognize himself and stop taking out loans to control beasts. There is nothing wrong with using medicine to control beasts, but using loans to do so is definitely a big problem. I suggest that the leaders of Jiaqing No. 1 Middle School thoroughly investigate this matter. Chapter 200 Fang Xiu, I'm going to kill you. 3 more chapters added. A few minutes ago, Zhang Shubua returned to the locker room in a daze. He never dreamed that this league journey would end like this. Lu Yu and Han Su were so frightened that they didn't dare to breathe. Shurian closed his eyes tightly and didn't dare to open them. Before Zhang Shubua came back, the furious Li Zhe overturned all the tables here and smashed them severely. Now seeing Zhang Shubua pushing the door back, Li Zhe could no longer control his emotions. He rushed over in 2 steps and punched Zhang Shubo in the face. Bang! Zhang Shubo was caught off guard by the punch. He staggered back and hit his back against the wall. His nose was broken by Li Zhe and bleeding. Waste! Why did I choose you useless guys? I'm so pissed off. If Fang Xiu had not given up in the 4th match, they would most likely have been defeated by Fang Xiu alone against 4 others. All the Beastmasters that he had carefully selected had become a laughing stock. No matter how useless you are, there must be a limit. Especially Zhang Shubo. He has the nerve to say that he is the strongest spear in Jiaqing No. 1 middle school, or his strongest moves. Yet, he was defeated by a rubbish conventional Beastmaster like Zhang Shuren. It was so embarrassing. Feeling that one punch was not enough to relieve his anger, Li Zhe simply raised his palm. However, just as he was about to slap him, Fang Xiu's voice came from behind him. Fang Xiu. Li Zhe frowned, feeling that Fang Xiu's voice was disgusting. He turned around abruptly and found that the voice came from the TV in the lounge. He looked at the TV screen and saw Fang Xiu being interviewed by Wang Xue. Thinking back to when Fang Xiu arrogantly ran into the lounge to challenge him and even punched him, Li Zhe felt furious when he saw him holding his head high and accepting the interview. Have a look. It's because of you losers that the little devils from Huching can stand there. Li Zhe cursed angrily. But who knew that Fang Xiu's interview style gradually became wrong? In front of Wang Xue and the live camera, he began to criticize the use of drugs to control the beast. Although he did not deny the value of using drugs to taming beasts, he believed that beast taming supplements should not be promoted in colleges and universities. Because many high school students are not yet adults and have not established a correct view of money, it's easy to be confused. Even Fang Xiu directly pointed the finger at Li Zhe, criticizing him for secretly promoting supplements to students in school in order to make money from supplement companies. This has caused many students to become addicted to online loans. Some parents even complained, but because of Li Zhe's influence in Jiaqing No. 1 middle school, these voices were suppressed. It is no exaggeration to say that what Fang Xiu said was no different from directly reporting Li Zhe with real name. The barrage of comments in the online live broadcast room became overwhelming. The audience in the stands and the commentators in the commentary booth were all dumbfounded. You know, this is Jiaqing Beastmaster Sports Center. It's the home court. Many spectators came from various places in Heijiang Prefecture. Even some parents directly started to form groups online, posted videos, and reported Li Zhe using their real names. Some guys even posted various evidences. In the past, they have tried to post short videos to attract everyone's attention, but such videos are often quickly removed from the shelves. Even the account may be blocked sometimes. This time, due to the issue of influence, too many videos were released, and the review could not handle them all. Li Zhe's eyes were as big as a cow's, and his mouth opened involuntarily into an O shape. He never expected that Fang Xiu would be so cruel and directly cut off the source of his trouble and exposed his affairs. What's even worse is, faced with such huge public opinion, the supplement companies will definitely cut ties with him at the speed of light. He knows those guys' faces too well. In schools, those old men who originally accepted the benefits might turn against him. My future is ruined. Fang Xiu. Li Zhe's eyes became redder and redder. Cutting off someone's financial resources is like killing his parents. Zhang Shubo and others were also dumbfounded. No one expected that Fang Xiu would talk about this in the post-match interview. However, Zhang Shubo quickly thought of what Zhang Shuren said. He didn't want to continue using drugs to tame the beast. And Fang Xiu's waver. Watching Fang Xiu's interview again, Zhang Shubo couldn't help but think of a possibility. Could it be that Fang Xiu had planned all of this from the very beginning? Used the gimmick of abstention to guide reporters to ask questions to you. Then he took advantage of the situation to guide public opinion and severely hammer Li Zhe to death. No, this guy Fang Xiu is only in the first year of high school, right? Killing people also requires destroying their hearts. Li Zhe took 2 steps at a time and walked to the screen. Fang Xiu, I'm going to kill you. Li Zhe raised his fist and smashed it hard at Fang Xiu on the screen. Bang! With a loud bang, the screen shattered directly and flames splashed around. Li Zhe's hand was cut and bleeding. He gritted his teeth, feeling only the rage to kill Fang Xiu. This momentum spread throughout the entire lounge, making it difficult for Zhang Shubo and others to even breathe. Faced with the furious Li Zhe, no one dared to speak out to stop him. However, Li Zhe's punch did not vent his anger. He kicked open the door of the lounge and left in a hurry. Only after Li Zhe's figure completely disappeared did Zhang Shubua sit down with a sense of relief. Call. The furious Li Zhe was really scary. What should we do now? However, at this moment, Shi Yin, who had been unconscious, suddenly sat up from the stretcher and looked at everyone nervously. Aren't you dizzy? Lu Yu was stunned. Oh my god, did Shi Yin pretend to be dizzy? I'm just afraid of being scolded by teacher Li Zhe. Shi Yin said as he looked towards the door. From the look of his posture, is he going to pick a fight with Fang Xiao? Even in his impression, Li Zhe rarely lost control of his emotions like he did now. In this furious state, he didn't find anything strange about Li Zhe. It should not be right. Lu Yu took a breath and spoke intermittently, his eyes focused on the door. The door of the lounge was kicked into two pieces by Li Zhe. However, teachers can only advise, but cannot force students to choose a beast. But the problem is, even if they knew, what could they do? Li Zhe is a physical education teacher. At the critical moment, Zhang Shubua remembered that he had his younger brother Zhang Shuren's phone number. He hesitated for a moment, then took out his phone, found Zhang Shuren's number, and dialed it. At the same time, Li Zhe was looking for Fang Xiao angrily. As a physical education teacher at Jiaqing No. 1 Middle School, this was neither his first time to come to the sports center nor his first time to lead a team. He was very familiar with the procedures of the Hejiang Province League and knew that Fang Xiao would go back through that channel after the interview. After a while, Li Zhe ran into Fang Xiao in the corridor. Fang Xiao, O-.